once you walk out of this door, we can never go back. Bai Xiaoxing paused, turned her head, bit her lip and said, don't say such things, we can eat at any time. This is a matter of life and death. But in the dim candlelight, she did not see the disappointment in my eyes. Seeing that I didn't respond, Bai Xiaoxing gritted her teeth, put on her shoes, and went out. When she got into the car, she quickly called Ji Erduan, I'm coming over right now. How does your injury feel? Sister Ru Yan, are you coming over now? Ji Erduan's voice rose, and it was clear he was very happy, quickly saying, I'm at home, don't move around. Without saying another word, Bai Xiaoxing drove over. The place where Ji Erduan currently lived was found with her help, so she knew the address. In less than half an hour, she arrived at her destination. At the door of Ji Erduan's house, Bai Xiaoxing found it dark inside and couldn't help but frown. She knocked on the door and said, Erduan, are you home? Ji Erduan's voice immediately came from inside. Sister Ru Yan, wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. Hearing his voice, Bai Xiaoxing felt relieved. After a while, the door was opened, and Bai Xiaoxing immediately walked in and asked, why didn't you turn on the lights? How's your injury? Should I call an ambulance for you? Just then, with a bang, the lights in the room brightened, and a group of people cheered. Happy birthday, General Lu. Petals and ribbons floated in the air. Looking at the crowd in front of her, Bai Xiaoxing was stunned. What is this? Ji Erduan pushed a cake cart over, showing no signs of injury. He gazed affectionately at Bai Xiaoxing. Sister Ru Yan, happy 28th birthday. Everyone smiled at Bai Xiaoxing, and after she came to her senses, her expression turned cold. What are you all doing? This is extremely boring. After saying that, she turned to leave, but Ji Erduan hurriedly grabbed her arm. Sister Ru Yan, could you stay for a while? My mom is also here. I specially picked her up from the hospital to celebrate with you. Bai Xiaoxing turned her head and indeed saw a woman sitting in a wheelchair. Her expression softened a bit. Auntie is doing well in the hospital, isn't it troublesome to bring her back? Though she said that, she ultimately stayed. After my wife left, I sat at the dining table in a daze for a long time. Then I picked up the knife and fork and started eating the steak voraciously. As I ate, my emotions suddenly collapsed, and I violently knocked everything on the table to the ground, roaring with red eyes. At that moment, I felt an extreme pain. If I didn't love her so much, how could I have come to this? The wine bottle shattered on the ground, and the crimson liquid spilled everywhere. I paused for a moment, then squatted down to start cleaning up. The glass shards were very sharp and easily cut my fingers, but I was completely unaware. The pain in my fingers was nothing compared to the heartache. I don't know how long it has been, but the light suddenly turned on, and Lu Rushue, holding Gu Ye, instinctively exclaimed, what is going on? The ground was a mess, with food and drinks everywhere, and I was just sitting on the ground smoking, bright red liquid continuously dripping from my fingers. I had brought a man's embarrassment to the extreme. Lu Rushue frowned, placed the sleeping Gu Ye on the sofa, and then walked over. What's wrong with you? Where is Ru Yan? Suddenly, her pupils constricted. You're hurt. Earlier, she thought the liquid dripping from my hand was red wine, but as she got closer, she realized it was fresh blood flowing from a cut. I slowly lowered my head to take a look and then shook my head, saying, it's nothing. There was a hint of complexity in Lu Rushue's eyes. She had already guessed that this situation was probably because her clueless sister had abandoned her husband again to find her younger brother. Thinking of this, she sighed softly, the ground is dirty. Don't sit on the floor. Get up. I'll help you take care of your wound. I slowly shook my head, puffing on a cigarette. Stop smoking. Lu Rushue reached out and snatched the half-burned cigarette from my hand, threw it on the ground and stomped it out. Then she stepped forward to support me, pulling me up from the ground with force, muttering, what did you eat to grow up? Looking at it, there isn't much meat, so why is it so heavy? In fact, I am very tall, and there is a gym at home, so I work out when I have nothing to do. Although he doesn't look robust, when he takes off his clothes, he has hard pectoral muscles and well-defined abdominal muscles. I shook my head and said, Sister Rushue, I'll do it myself. I felt downcast, but I didn't want to trouble Lu Rushue to help me. I propped myself up on the floor, stood up, walked to the sofa, and looked at my daughter's peaceful sleeping posture, my eyes containing a hint of complex meaning. You sit for a while first. After Lu Rushue finished speaking, she went to find the medicine box and then went to the kitchen to fill half a basin with hot water. Next, she helped me bandage my wound and casually said, my sister, you know, is used to being strong and doesn't know how to weigh things. Sometimes you shouldn't take it to heart. There was one thing Lu Rushue didn't say. Gu Jingshan. Oh Gu Jingshan. You love like smoke. But life is not just about love. The simplest truth is that without ability, you can't play with high configurations. Lu Rushue was very clear about Bai Xiaoxing's looks and figure. One could say that the people pursuing her were as numerous as the fish in the river, and there were no shortage of rich second generation or social elites among them. Gu Jingshan. Well, has no background. It is said that his rural hometown only has a grandfather who was blind in one eye, which can be described as being utterly poor and having nothing. Not much different from an orphan. Lu Rushue didn't have a good opinion of her sister's marriage a long time ago, but she persisted for 7 years, which surprised her a bit. However, because of Guye, Lu Rushue didn't want her sister and brother-in-law to have conflicts. I was silent for a while before hoarsely speaking. Sister Rushue, watching Lu Rushue carefully bandage my wound. I could also feel the warmth of her palm. For some reason, my heart felt sour, and I had a feeling of wanting to cry. Of course, this was not ambiguous. I had always known that Lu Rushue looked down on me, and her helping me bandage was all for Guye. After wrapping the bandage, Lu Rushue said, "Don't be foolish. If there's something, talk to Ruyan about it, especially regarding that younger brother. Actually, I know a little bit. You don't need to feel too upset, just think of it for Yi Yi. You understand, right?" How could I not understand what she meant? She wanted me to turn a blind eye and just get by, but I couldn't settle for that. A marriage without love is not worth having. A decisive look appeared in my eyes as I calmly said, "Sister Rushue, I won't talk to her anymore." "What do you mean?" Lu Rushue was a bit taken aback, her eyes wide open. "Are you going to divorce Ruyan? What about Yi Yi?" "I will take good care of Yi Yi." A hint of anger appeared on Lu Rushue's face. "What right do you have to take care of her? It's not that I'm mocking you, but can you pull out $1,000 from your pocket?" Upon hearing this, my face turned a bit awkward, and I gritted my teeth and said, "I will go out to work." Lu Rushue sneered, looking me up and down. "You're 30 years old, go try to find a job. Who would want you? Your only choice is to go work in the factory tightening screws. Oh, and you can also do some not so glamorous things." Original content profanity replaced. I pursed my lips, knowing that Lu Rushue's personality has always been straightforward like this. So I wasn't angry. I just raised my head and looked at her seriously. "Even if it means working hard, I won't let Yi Yi suffer even the slightest grievance." Seeing my determined gaze, Lu Rushue's heart trembled. She was silent for a moment, and her tone softened. "I think you shouldn't have come to this point. There must be some misunderstandings in between. If we talk it out, it will be fine, and we can go back to how it was before." "We can't go back," I interrupted her, my tone very low and resolute. "She and I can't return to the past." "I'm not lying." The moment Bai Xiaoxing stepped out of that door, we could no longer go back. It was the first time Lu Rushue saw me so determined, and she had a vague premonition that her sister might have made a big mistake tonight. She glanced at her watch and realized it was already 12 o'clock without her noticing, then stood up and coldly said, "Since you say that, I won't meddle in your affairs. But there is one thing I absolutely will not tolerate, you making Yi Yi unhappy, or even using her as a bargaining chip." Lu Rushue saw that she couldn't persuade her and didn't plan to try anymore. She glanced at the soundly sleeping Guye and thought to herself, "No matter what, with Auntie around, you will definitely have a good life." Then she walked out, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw Bai Xiaoxing rushing back. "Sister, you're here. Where's Jingshun?" Lu Rushue glanced at her lightly and said, "Inside." After saying that, she left directly. Bai Xiaoxing noticed her sister's expression and suddenly felt a bit flustered. Seeing the mess on the ground, she was startled and asked, "What happened?" I ignored her, sitting next to my daughter, my gaze calm, not knowing what I was thinking. This made Bai Xiaoxing's heart race a little, but she didn't think what happened in the evening was too much, so she changed her shoes and came over to act cute, saying, "I'm back now, so don't be angry." In the past, as long as she acted cute, I would always hold her and say some pampering words at any time. However, this time I did not pay any attention to her, not even a glance. Bai Xiaoxing pouted and was about to speak, but noticed the bandage on my finger and immediately exclaimed, "Honey, you're hurt." As she reached out to see my wound, I swatted her hand away and said expressionlessly, "Don't touch me." The slap was quite hard, making the back of Bai Xiaoxing's hand turn red. She cried out in pain, "Honey, you hurt me." Zhao Qingfeng just swept a faint glance at her, and there was no more of the usual tenderness in his gaze. Cold, strange. This gaze made Bai Xiaoxing's heart, for no apparent reason, tremble. In fact, when she left from Zhang Zishuan, she regretted it. If she had known that this was the case, she shouldn't have gone over, and she should have come back immediately after going over and knowing that Zixian was fine. But since Zhang Zishuan's mother was an elder, she couldn't afford to lose face and stayed for a few hours. When it comes down to it, it's only right that your husband should be angry. But if you're angry, you'll get over it. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't care less about the pain on the back of her hand, and hugged Zhao Qingfeng as she softly said, "Hubby, don't be angry. I was wrong tonight. I apologize to you, and now that you've beaten me up, let's just call it even, okay? Getting even?" The corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth pulled out a cold smile. He picked Zhao Ye up and put her in her room, closing the door after he came out before saying faintly, "Get a divorce." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened incredulously and said, "You're divorcing me again?" Snap. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and calmly said, "All the property in the house is yours. I want to take it away, but I will live here for a few days, and after I find a house, I will move out right away, and Yi will have to follow me." "What are you talking about?" Bai Xiaoxing's voice trembled as her eyes reddened and she said loudly, "Husband, do you know what you're saying? How can you divorce me? I don't agree." Zhao Qingfeng coldly swept her a glance and said, "It doesn't matter. If you don't agree, I'll sue." Seeing her husband's eyes, hearing his determination, Bai Xiaoxing completely panicked. Tears immediately gushed out. She said excitedly, "We do not have a broken relationship, and I have not cheated on. Even if we sue, the court will not decide to divorce." "You didn't cheat?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled coldly and said lightly, "Then it's fine for me to cheat. It doesn't matter who the at-fault party is. I just want a divorce. It's always a clean break." His goal is to get a divorce. It doesn't matter what the process is. At this moment, an aura suddenly appeared on Zhao Qingfeng's body, the bandit aura of going to achieve one's goal, even if it was by any means necessary. Bai Xiaoxing was struck by lightning. She felt that the husband in front of her had become so strange all of a sudden. Her lips moved, trembling, reached out her hand to pull his arm, forced a smile. "Husband, you do not say laugh. How could you cheat? Let's not say angry words. I can explain. What happened tonight? You think I'm talking out of my ass?" Zhao Qingfeng's tone was cold, glanced at his daughter's room and said, "Keep your voice down. I won't be done with you if you disturb Yi." Bai Xiaoxing pursed her lips, pulled Zhao Qingfeng to the balcony, and said, "Tonight, I'm really just worried that Zi Xian is injured. There's absolutely nothing else. Husband, you have to believe me. Let's not get on the bandwagon over this little thing, okay?" Zhao Qingfeng raised his head, looked at the moonlight, and his tone was quiet. "There is no need to explain anymore. I just said that if we walk out of this door, we won't be able to go back." With that, he went into the den, which had the printer. Bai Xiaoxing watched as he drew up a divorce agreement out of the heart of mixed flavors, not taste. Zhao Qingfeng signed the divorce agreement and handed it to Bai Xiaoxing, saying, "Sign it." "I'm not signing." Bai Xiaoxing's heart, a surge of anger, directly tore the divorce agreement in pieces. She gritted her teeth and said, "Can your heart and soul be so small? Just that little thing. You have to hold on to it and make a scene. Have you thought about Yi? If we divorce, what about her?" Zhao Qingfeng didn't expect Bai Xiaoxing to instead say that he had a small heart, which made the backhanded attack make him laugh in anger, and without any nonsense, he printed a copy again and handed it to her. "If you really cared about Yi, you wouldn't have done these disgusting things. Cut the crap and sign." Without thinking, Bai Xiaoxing tore it up again and said angrily, "Zhao Qingfeng, you've had enough. What disgusting thing did I do? You give me a clear explanation. Let's not talk about what happened before. You heard it tonight. Zi Xian said he was injured. What can I do? You can't let me stand by and watch like this, can you? Just because of this matter, you want to be jealous and divorce me? Do you still have any sympathy? The fault is yours. You have to apologize to me." Bai Xiaoxing opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Qingfeng without blinking. Ding dong. That's when the message came in on her cell phone. Bai Xiaoxing didn't think too much about it and directly took it out to unlock it. When Zhao Qingfeng saw it, his pupils immediately just shrank. On the screen, Bai Xiaoxing's mouth contained a smile, wearing a birthday hat, and in front of her was a cake filled with candles. A group of people surrounded her, and Zhang Zixuan was even beside her, looking at her with affection. "Sister Xiaoxing, I think this photo is very nice. I want to use it as my cell phone's wallpaper, okay?" A photo, a message. It made Bai Xiaoxing's face go white. Zhao Qingfeng's smile was incomparably ironic. The injuries he sustained, they're really serious. Bai Xiaoxing's lips moved, her face pale. "Listen to my explanation." "I don't know, either. Don't be explaining." Zhao Qingfeng rudely interrupted. His gaze became incomparably disgusted and said, "It's all come to this now. What kind of deep love are you still pretending here? Since you have a new love, I'll let go and fulfill you. But if you want both and are insatiable, you're just delusional with me." Bai Xiaoxing's face was flustered as she put away her cell phone and was about to pull his hand. "Husband, get as far away from me as you can." Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate for a second and directly shook it off. Chapter 14, Godbrother, Sis, can you be my girlfriend? Then, Zhao Qingfeng also ignored Bai Xiaoxing, who was stunned in place, and directly slammed the door out. Bai Xiaoxing woke up as if in a dream, rushed out, and asked with a trembling voice, "Where are you going, husband?" "Nothing to do with you." Zhao Qingfeng didn't look back and went straight to the elevator room. Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled and she wanted to chase her out, but she couldn't move her feet anymore when her daughter was still sleeping inside the room. She stayed in the doorway for a few moments before she bit her lip and sat down on the couch, lost in thought, as if in a trance. His eyes fell on the messy floor of the restaurant for a long time. Why is this happening? It's obviously my birthday today. We've already made up. Inside Bai Xiaoxing's big eyes, tears gradually filled up, and when she thought of her husband's back as he decided to leave, her heart just ached. I am just worried about Zixian. I have not done anything wrong. Why can you not understand me? Bai Xiaoxing couldn't figure it out. Her husband, who used to be gentle, seemed to be a different person today, his eyes glowing fiercely and full of hostility. It was a while before she smiled bitterly and muttered to herself, I've screwed up again. But inside her eyes, there was an obsession. Hubby, no matter what, I won't divorce you. Suddenly, the phone rang. Bai Xiaoxing thought it was Zhao Qing phone calling, so she took out her cell phone with joy. Only after seeing that the memo was Zixian's younger brother, a touch of disappointment surfaced in her eyes. After wiping her tears and calming herself down, she chose to pick up. Hey, Zixuan, Sister Xiaoxing, I just messaged you. Why didn't you reply? I was a bit worried about you. Are you safely home now? In Zhang Zixuan's voice, one could hear a strong sense of worry. This warmed the heart of Bai Xiaoxing, who had just quarreled with her husband. So she said softly, Zixuan, thank you. I'm already home. Don't worry. Aha. Zhang Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sister Xiaoxing, did you look at the photo I just gave you? I picked it out for a long time before I thought this one looked better. I want to use it as the wallpaper in my cell phone. Is that okay? You don't have to tell me about such trivial things. You can make wallpaper if you want dash. Bai Xiaoxing spoke casually, and suddenly his voice lurched. She snapped to attention, her husband's icy eyes and disgusted tone, and hesitated before saying, forget the wallpaper. Ha! Zhang Zixuan was a bit disappointed and added, Sister Xiaoxing, is it because you went back late and brother-in-law got angry? Bai Xiaoxing sighed softly and smiled bitterly. He has some misunderstandings about me. It'll be fine in a couple days. Sister Xiaoxing, he's really angry, isn't he? Zhang Zixuan's voice was filled with self-blame as he said, it's all my fault. If I knew that my brother-in-law was accompanying you on your birthday, I definitely wouldn't have called you out. Sister, if you're not happy, just scold me. No. Bai Xiaoxing smiled gently and said, Zixuan, it's not your fault. You also wanted to help me celebrate my birthday. By the way, how is Auntie? Zhang Zixuan said, my mom. Forget it, it's nothing. Seeing him wanting to speak, Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said, just say what you have. I'm your sister. What else can't you tell me? The doctor said my mom might not make it through the year. Woo 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 woo. As Zhang Zixuan spoke, he suddenly choked up, his sobs provoking pity. Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip and comforted. Zixuan, don't worry. A fortunate man will be able to help. I believe that Auntie will definitely be able to survive this. She had visited Zhang Zixuan's mother in the hospital before and learned that she had cancer and was undergoing chemotherapy. Zhang Zixuan sobbed for a while before hesitantly saying, Sister, can you help me fulfill my mom's wish? What heart's desire? You say. It's just that. Zhang Zixuan wanted to speak and stammered. Bai Xiaoxing said, Zixuan, I'm your sister. What can I say? Zhang Zixuan took a deep breath and said, my mom's biggest wish is to see me find a girlfriend. Sister, can you be my girlfriend? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously exclaimed, Zixuan, are you kidding? Zhang Zixuan hurriedly explained, Sister, it's not what you think. How could I possibly do something to apologize to my brother-in-law? Because my mom especially likes you, so she wants you to be my girlfriend. Just let Sister Xiaoxing pretend to be my girlfriend in front of her, and once she's happy, her condition might improve. Is that so? Bai Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, but still didn't immediately agree, saying, we'll talk about this matter later. Well, Zhang Zixuan sighed lightly and said, right, Sister Xiaoxing, it's my fault for what happened tonight. Tomorrow is the weekend. Why don't I go and explain it to my brother-in-law? Our company colleagues are celebrating your birthday together. He should be able to understand. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned. You went to explain to him? Yeah, Zhang Zixuan said with conviction. I'm also a man. I'm able to understand my brother-in-law's thoughts. He must have misunderstood. I'll go and explain to him. As long as he loves you, he'll definitely be able to understand. Bai Xiaoxing was a little hexed, but her husband's attitude today made her very heartbroken. Hearing this, she didn't know what to do, so she simply said, well, but don't get into a confrontation with him. He hasn't been in a good temper lately. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Zhang Zixuan said. I'll pay a visit tomorrow morning. Aha. Bai Xiaoxing nodded. After hanging up the phone, she was still preoccupied and didn't know if it was right or wrong to let Zixian explain. But then again, why can't hubby make peace with Zixuan's brother? Ugh, so annoying. Other side, Zhao Qingfeng walked aimlessly down the street. He lit a cigarette and thought about what had just happened, a slight self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. 2 birthdays in a row in just a few days. She's all capable of abandoning the family for her godbrother. By Xiaoxing, haven't you thought at all about how hard it will be for me if you do this? Perhaps it wasn't that she hadn't thought about it, she just didn't care in her mind. In his wife's mind, the scales had gradually tipped in favor of that godbrother. They say it's the 7-year itch, and it looks like we're not going to get past it. Yo, uncle, you're quite handsome. Suddenly, a roar came from the front, followed by 3 extremely eye-catching locomotives that appeared in front of Zhao Qingfeng. The girl at the front took her helmet off and whistled at Zhao Qingfeng. Asterisk 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 off. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance and spoke hoarsely. With a blush, the girl got off her motorcycle, as did the men and women on the 2 motorcycles behind her. 5 people, 3 women and 2 men, stopped Zhao Qingfeng. The lead girl sneered. Uncle, what did you just say? Dare you say it again? Zhao Qingfeng stopped in his tracks, his gaze flashing with violence and viciousness. Speaking word for word, I said for you to get out of here. Chapter 15, Opportunities are cheap if given again. It's late at night. The road was basically empty, and these few young men surrounded Zhao Qingfeng with a teasing smile emerging from the corners of their mouths. The girl in the lead couldn't expect Zhao Qingfeng to be so rigid and didn't see any fear in his eyes, so she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said, Uncle, quite a character. Seeing that the girl was not very old, her body was exquisite, her waist was slim, her legs were straight and slender, like a sexy little wildcat, exuding a hot and sexy atmosphere. Only that beauty was completely ruined by the makeup on her face. Obviously not very old, but the delicate features were covered with heavy makeup. Zhao Qingfeng stretched out a finger, his tone flat. I'm only going to say this once. Get out of the way. Instead of letting it go, the girl smiled cheekily and said, Want to go? You give me an apology. In learning a dog's bark, I will let you go. How about it? A few others, at once, burst into laughter. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was indifferent, and after a few seconds of silence, he directly turned around, ready to leave. The girl was out to have fun, so of course she wouldn't let him get away. So she picked her chin and the 2 youngsters next to her immediately sprang into action. Did He let you go? A person reached out, pressed on Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder, and spoke with a cold smile. However, he didn't know that Zhao Qingfeng's heart was already burning with flames and was incomparably irritable, and this action was undoubtedly setting the flames off completely. In the next second, the hand covering his shoulder was grabbed, followed by Zhao Qingfeng turning around, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Click. The youngster clutched his broken arm and screamed out in agony. Only Zhao Qingfeng didn't intend to let him go and ruthlessly kicked him to the ground before his entire body pounced on him and punched and kicked him. What are you doing? Let go of him. The others were stunned for a moment, then they all roared. Aside from the lead girl, the other 1 man and 2 women, both began to pull and surround Zhao Qingfeng. Only, Zhao Qingfeng didn't care and didn't stop when he recognized that one person. Finally, they're scared. The man on the ground curled up and wailed. Don't fight. Don't fight. Please don't fight. Big brother. Only when he saw this did Zhao Qingfeng stop. He scanned the circle, his gaze looking towards the leading girl, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Still playing? The others noticed his gaze and shuddered in their hearts. Chen Lexi stayed for a while before licking her lips and smiling. Uncle, you have a lot of guts. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Zhao Qingfeng silently reached out and found a dagger from the youngster on the ground, threw it in front of Chen Lexi, and faintly said, You report it. Chen Lexi's gaze flashed with a hint of surprise, then clapped his hands and laughed playfully. Alas, uncle, you're quite good. Good hands and smart. Why don't you follow me? The young man lying on the ground, hearing this, shivered with anger and his heart went cold. Mother asterisk 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 her. I just got my INGS kicked and my arm is broken. You turn your head and make a pass at someone else. Have you ever considered my feelings? He was so aggrieved that he wanted to cry, but when he thought of Chen Lexi's status, he dared to be angry. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance at the girl's motorcycle and said indifferently, Hanging out with you? Playing a child's game? Chen Lexi was stunned. What do you mean? Ducati V4, worth over $500,000. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and said calmly, Your family is very rich, but you don't get attention, so you engage in some things outside that you think are very exciting, but in reality are very childish out. Speaking here, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cruel arc. So, in my opinion, you are nothing more than a waste that is raised by someone and taught by no one, and you want me to follow you to mix with you. Are you worthy of it? Chen Lexi froze. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Her breath caught and her eyes reddened as she pointed at Zhao Qingfeng and roared. What did you say? Have the guts to say it again? Zhao Qingfeng gave her a cold look, threw away his cigarette and turned around. I still say that. Get out of here. This time, no one dared to stop him. Looking at his fading back, Chen Lexi shivered with anger and said through clenched teeth, You wait for me. I won't let you go. The episode just now was not placed on Zhao Qingfeng's mind. Instead, he let out a lot of his cranky emotions. This girl's family background wasn't simple, but Zhao Qingfeng wasn't afraid. He was just a Gu family, not a wimp who was bullied in the face and didn't dare to resist. Afraid of retaliation? The only thing he was worried about was Zhao Yiyi. But compared to the background, Zhao Yiyi's grandparents were the Tiandong Bai family, which was a $10 billion mansion. Who would dare to harm her? As for Zhao Qingfeng himself? Oh, he's all alone after the divorce, barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. If you want to play, just come and try. Walked aimlessly through the streets for 2 hours. By the time Zhao Qingfeng went back, it was already after 2 o'clock at the turn of the clock. Bai Xiaoxing was sitting on the sofa, her eyes red and swollen, so it looked like she had just cried. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother to look at him and walked to the dining room to clean up the trash on the floor. Bai Xiaoxing walked over, bit her lip and said, "Hubby, let's not fight, okay? And, this on you? Nothing, just tell me what's going on." Zhao Qingfeng had just fought, and he knew that he was dirty and looked a bit lousy, but didn't want to explain and said calmly, "I don't have any other meaning. I just don't want to fight with you anymore. Let's live a good life, or Yi will see us fight. She will also be sad." Bai Xiaoxing said seriously, "Between a husband and wife, there is no overnight enmity. I know what I did was a bit wrong, but as long as we love each other, all of this will pass. Love each other." Zhao Qingfeng's heart is funny and sad. Maybe once they loved each other, but now you've had a change of heart. Ah, you care more about your godbrother and want to make me put up with it? I'm sorry, I don't agree. Zhao Qingfeng endured his heartache and nodded his head. Okay, no quarrel. Not only do you not fight, you don't have to keep communicating. The opportunity, having been given once, would be too cheap to give again. Really? Bai Xiaoxing didn't hear the meaning inside his words. A joyful color appeared on her face, happily hugging Zhao Qingfeng's arm and said, "Husband, I knew you're the best. I promise I'll never make you angry again. There's really nothing between Zixian and I, so don't misunderstand in the future, okay?" Zhao Qingfeng pulled his arm out of her arms and said gently, "I still have to do my chores. It's late, go to bed." Next, he's going to sue for divorce and, in the meantime, get a job and a place to live. "You're so cold." Bai Xiaoxing pouted her lips, a little disgruntled. After she thought about it, she added, "Hubby, I know you still have a misunderstanding. Tomorrow Zixian will come to our house. He'll explain it clearly to you, and you'll be able to trust me." Hearing her tone of conviction, Zhao Qingfeng was speechless to the extreme. Bai Xiaoxing, how stupid is his head to think of bringing him to me? Chapter 16. She asked Zhao Qingfeng to make breakfast for her godbrother. Zhao Qingfeng's movements were skillful, sweeping and mopping the floor. What looked like a dirty mess became shiny and clean in moments. Bai Xiaoxing stared blankly, but she felt a blockage in her heart. Obviously, my husband did not quarrel with me and was able to speak normally. Why is my heart getting more and more panicked? Bai Xiaoxing is a little flustered. Finally, when Zhao Qingfeng finished cleaning up, she couldn't wait to come forward and said, "Hubby, it's late. Let's go take a bath and go to bed." Her eyes held the slightest hint of affection. In the past, this was a signal to take a mandarin duck bath, and Zhao Qingfeng had never refused. But then again, after so many years of marriage, the couple's life has been very harmonious, and Bai Xiaoxing is very content. However, Zhao Qingfeng faced his wife's hint, but calmly said, "It's already late. I'm going to sleep in the second bedroom. There are guests coming tomorrow. It's not good to get up late." Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously said, "Zixuan isn't a guest either." Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk. Even though he had already made up his mind, he still didn't feel good when he heard those kinds of words and choked out through clenched teeth. Okay, he's your good brother. He's someone important to you. Is that okay? Bai Xiaoxing understood that she had said the wrong thing again, and inevitably felt some remorse in her heart, and hurriedly pulled his arm and said, "Husband, I don't mean that. Ugh, forget it." Zhao Qingfeng let out a light sigh, not wanting to continue to dwell with her. So he said, "Let's not talk about this. I'm really tired and I'm going to sleep." With that, he broke away from Bai Xiaoxing's arm and walked directly into the second bedroom. "Then I'll sleep over here, too." Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip to follow, but before she could even finish her sentence, she saw the door to the room slam shut with a bang. Standing in the doorway, Bai Xiaoxing stayed for a few seconds and rushed to find the key. Only the key had been taken in by Zhao Qingfeng in passing before entering the room. Searching in vain, Bai Xiaoxing could only let out a long sigh and walked despondently into the master bedroom. Taking out my cell phone, my husband's messages were still stuck before the celebration. Bai Xiaoxing lay on the bed, her eyes floating with a touch of sultriness. "Hubby, you are a big man. Why have you become so small-minded? I have not done anything wrong to you, and you are still so cold to me. You are too much." When she thought about Zhao Qingfeng's attitude today, she was furious. The irritation didn't ease slightly until a phone rang. It's Zishuan's brother. Letting out a light breath, Bai Xiaoxing picked up the phone. Hey, Zishuan, is there anything else at this late hour? Sister Xiaoxing. Zhang Zishuan's voice was a little worried. I can't sleep. I'm still worried about you. I'm afraid he will beat you. Hearing his undisguised concern, warmth welled up in Bai Xiaoxing's heart and she said with some amusement, how could he hit me? Don't think too much. Go to sleep. Aha. Zhang Zishuan softly hummed and added, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think tonight was my fault. If I didn't call you out, then my brother-in-law definitely wouldn't be angry, and I'll explain to him first thing in the morning, and I'll tell him I'm sorry too. There's no need for that. Bai Xiaoxing frowned and directly interrupted him, saying, Zishuan, I just said that you did nothing wrong. It's all in his head. Just come to my sister's place for a meal and explain in passing. There's no need to go apologize to him. Hearing Bai Xiaoxing say that, Zhang Zishuan's heart was delighted, but his voice was softer as he whispered, Sister Xiaoxing, if you're so nice to me, brother-in-law won't be jealous, right? Bai Xiaoxing smiled bitterly. Who knows? I'm your sister. Isn't it right to be nice to you? I don't know what's wrong with him lately. He's even jealous of his younger brother. Zhang Zishuan said, Alas, then brother-in-law must love you too much. That's why he has such a strong possessiveness, as if he doesn't allow others to get their hands on his beloved toy. Is that so? Bai Xiaoxing frowned, his expression a bit displeased. When she thought about it carefully, her husband did seem to be overbearing lately, even making her break off her relationship with Zhang Zishuan because of some trivial matters. Coming to that conclusion made her feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Zishuan said, I'm just guessing. Sister Xiaoxing, don't take it too personally. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaoxing said, I know. Hang up the phone. The two inside the WeChat, and chat until late. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng rubbed his swollen eyes and got up from the bed. He didn't sleep well. Closing his eyes was every scene with Bai Xiaoxing over the years, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't heartbroken. But it's done. Heartache won't solve anything. He's already defiantly loved once, and now, it's time to let go. When he opened the door, he realized that Bai Xiaoxing was already up. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Again she hadn't slept well, and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng come out, her gaze was grim. But Zhao Qingfeng ignored her and went directly to his daughter's room. And when he found Zhao Ye hiding inside the quilt and secretly playing with her cell phone, he asked in amusement, Honestly, how long have you been playing? Zhao Yi was caught on the spot. Her expression was a little embarrassed, and she said awkwardly, about 20 minutes. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Tell the truth. 1 hour. Zhao Ye said weakly. Zhao Qingfeng was furious and snatched the phone over. Zhao Ye, how many times have I told you that you can play for up to half an hour a day? You seriously exceeded the limit today, so don't even think about playing with your cell phone this weekend. When Zhao Yi heard this, her face immediately collapsed and her deflated lips were full of unhappiness. Zhao Qingfeng didn't spoil her either and said with a stern face, Hurry up and get up. Oh, only then did Zhao Yi reluctantly start dressing, waiting for father and daughter to come out. Coincidentally the doorbell rang. Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly said, It's Zishuan coming. I'll go open the door. With that, she walked over and opened the door. Zhao Qingfeng's face was expressionless, but his heart was chilling. Oh, look how positive it is. The gate opened, and outside was indeed a handsome-looking young man, none other than Zhang Zishuan. Good morning, Sister Xiaoxing. With that, he walked in carrying a small bag and smiled at Zhao Yi. You're Yi. Right, Uncle bought you a gift. Oh, let's see if you like it. Zhao Yi froze for a moment and hugged Zhao Qingfeng's thigh with some hesitation, because Daddy taught her not to take things from strangers. Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said, Yi, what are you fuming about? Why don't you thank Uncle? Only then did Zhao Ye take the small bag. Zhao Qingfeng rubbed his daughter's hair and said, Go wash yourself. Then he smoothly took the bag in Yi's hand and placed it next to him. Zhang Zishuan's expression was a bit embarrassed, and he said to Zhao Qingfeng, Brother-in-law, inside is just a doll. Not important. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, If you have something to say, just say it. Bai Xiaoxing walked over and said with some dissatisfaction, Hubby, People's brother Zishuan came over in the morning. Can you have a better attitude? Zishuan, sit down for a while. What do you want to eat? I'll ask my husband to make breakfast. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, his lungs almost exploded with anger. It's not. Let me make breakfast for this son of a. Are you sick? Chapter 17, she said Zhao Qingfeng is not qualified. Zhao Qingfeng's complexion suddenly sank, coldly swept a glance at his wife and did not speak. Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled as he looked at her, but she stiffened her heart and said, Hubby, Zishuan has come over. You're going to make breakfast anyway. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. Really? Your good brother came over. Shouldn't you cook yourself? At those words, Bai Xiaoxing immediately reddened her face and said with some anger in her voice, "You know very well that I won't do. Shut up if you won't." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand to interrupt her. Bai Xiaoxing's face became unsightly. "Zhao Qingfeng, I just asked you to make breakfast and you have this attitude. You're going too far." She was aggravated in her mind. Usually when her husband got up, he made breakfast. Today it was just one more person. So what was the problem? Zhang Zixuan saw the husband and wife quarreling and was delighted in his heart. But his expression did not move. After thinking about it, the expression on his face became ashamed and said, "Sister Xiaoxing, brother-in-law, you guys stop arguing. Is it that I came at a bad time? Why don't I come over in the afternoon? Don't you go." Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously opened her mouth and stared hatefully at Zhao Qingfeng, saying, "Didn't you suspect my relationship with Zixian? Now that he's come over to explain to you, let's see what else you have to say. It's obviously your fault. You have to apologize to me." Zhang Zixuan nodded his head as well and said seriously, "Brother-in-law, do you have some misunderstanding about us? Although Sister Xiaoxing is very nice to me, we're just siblings, so don't get any ideas. Brother-in-law, it was me who was wrong last night. It was me who intentionally called and tricked Sister Xiaoxing out. Sister Xiaoxing was just worried about me. You mustn't blame Sister Xiaoxing because of this. If you're angry, just blame me." Hearing those words, Zhao Qingfeng was glad that he didn't eat anything last night. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all the overnight meals will be spit out. And the most crucial thing is that when this hanging hair speaks, the tone of his voice still carries the slightest hint of aggravation, which makes Zhao Qingfeng physiologically uncomfortable. He fought back the nausea and said, "All right, when you're done, you can go." "What do you mean?" Bai Xiaoxing was immediately offended as she spoke. "Zixian has already explained what happened yesterday. What more do you want? This attitude of yours, isn't it too much?" Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth. "Bai Xiaoxing, don't you have a heart?" he said coldly. "And what attitude do you expect me to have?" Bai Xiaoxing was stopped by this question for a while before saying, "Zixian is my brother. Can't you treat him as a brother? Besides, it's too impolite to kick people out when they come to visit at home and don't even take a bite of their meal." Zhang Zixuan smiled bitterly. "Sister Xiaoxing, it seems like brother-in-law doesn't like me. It's fine, you guys don't fight because of me. I'll leave now." The words were said, but his feet didn't move the slightest bit. When Bai Xiaoxing heard his aggrieved voice, she said angrily without even thinking, "Zixian, what are you talking about? This is my home. He's not qualified to let you go." Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, nor did he hesitate any longer, and said with a sneer, "Good one for your home. If he doesn't go, I will." After saying that, Zhao Qingfeng turned around, went to hold Zhao Ye, and walked outside. Bai Xiaoxing reacted at this moment, knowing that she said the wrong thing, and hurriedly went to pull Zhao Qingfeng's arm. "I don't mean this." Zhao Qingfeng wanted to just shake it off, but with his daughter next to him, he didn't get too rough. Instead, he pulled his arm out hard and left the house, ignoring Bai Xiaoxing's shouts. Bai Xiaoxing was a little chagrined when she watched her husband leave once again. Zhang Zixuan said periodically, "Sister Xiaoxing, I'm sorry. I seem to have caused you guys to fight again." Bai Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment before she sighed and said, "It's fine. It's not your fault." Zhang Zixuan asked meaningfully, "Was brother-in-law like this before?" "Previously, ah." Bai Xiaoxing looked reminiscent and couldn't help but reveal a smile. "He didn't used to be like this. He didn't even bother to make me angry. 7 years of marriage, all the memories, all the happiness." Zhao Qingfeng loved her from the bottom of his bones, treated her well in every way, and spoiled his mother to the tip of her heart. "And how did brother-in-law get like this?" Zhang Zixuan pursued. Bai Xiaoxing then frowned. "Husband become like this?" "Yes, he seems to have changed." "Ugh." In Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, a hint of annoyance flashed, and she said, "I don't even understand what he's thinking right now. He's not having a good day. He has to fight with me." She knew the trigger for all of this was that night's cross-country drink, but didn't I already explain? It was just other people getting up in arms that day, and I had been drinking a bit and didn't care that much. Why I just couldn't get through it. And it was only last night because Zixuan was injured. Why can't you understand me? Thinking about this, Bai Xiaoxing felt aggrieved. "I'll get him." Bai Xiaoxing stared downstairs for a long time without seeing Zhao Qingfeng's figure, so he knew where he was and said through clenched teeth. With that, she moved to find Zhao Qingfeng and make things clear. Zhang Zixuan followed behind. The two of them went straight to Bai Liyu's house downstairs, and sure enough, they saw Zhao Qingfeng's figure. "Alright, Yi just follow me. You go and get busy." Bailey Moon waved her hand over the couch. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and was about to leave when he saw Bai Xiaoxing and Zhang Zixuan who were looking for him. It annoyed him to no end and he just ignored it. "You stand still. Say what you have to say today," Bai Xiaoxing said. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "I've already said what needs to be said, you guys. Get out of the way." Bai Xiaoxing was unforgiving. "You're not allowed to leave. When Zhao Qingfeng saw Zhang Zixuan blocking in front of him, he turned his head to Bai Xiaoxing and said indifferently, "Your good brother is still stopping me. Does he want to get beaten up?" Bai Xiaoxing froze, and anger immediately surfaced on her face. "You still want to hit Zixian? What's wrong with Zixian? When did you become so violent?" She said to herself that her husband had really changed. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lowered as he calmly said, "I don't want to make a scene." If he looked up, Bai Xiaoxing could see the pain in his eyes. His wife, who has been in love for 8 years, unabashedly defends another man, leaving him heartbroken and tormented. After saying that, he directly reached out, pushed Zhang Zixuan down and left. Zhao Qingfeng's strength was so great that Zhang Zixuan was pushed by him and stumbled. Sitting on the ground, Bai Xiaoxing was startled, and not caring about Zhao Qingfeng leaving, she hurriedly squatted down and asked, "Zixuan, are you alright?" Zhang Zixuan said, "I'm fine." At this time, Bai Liu stepped out from the house. She sized up Zhang Zixuan and froze when she noticed his eyes and his calm demeanor. This was followed by an expression of dawning realization. She probably knew. No wonder her sister was so partial to this godbrother. So much. Chapter 18 Car Accident. Zhao Qingfeng's anger. "Don't sit on the floor. Stand up." Bai Liu spoke flatly. Zhang Zixuan froze for a moment when he saw her. He hadn't expected that there would be an earthly beauty so similar to Bai Xiaoxing. A shapely pear-shaped figure with a narrow, thin waist and plump hips. The proportions were perfect, not to mention an even more exaggerated size than Bai Xiaoxing's, which held the fiery red blouse taut. The curves are simply wonderful and you can't take your eyes off them. Bai Liu was very perceptive. Her brows couldn't help but frown, her eyes flashing with displeasure. However, Bai Xiaoxing didn't notice these details. She was annoyed through and through and said to Bai Liu, "Sister, what do you mean Zhao Qingfeng? Why is he like this? He's especially grumpy right now, and he's even hitting people with his hands." Seeing that Zhang Zixuan had stood up, Bai Liu skimmed her mouth and said, "I think he's already restrained himself enough." After saying that, she turned around and walked into the house without inviting Zhang Zixuan in. Zhang Zixuan held the wall and stood up. His eyes saw Zhao Qingfeng who came out from downstairs. His eyes flashed a hint of sinister, so he smiled at Bai Xiaoxing and said, "Sister Xiaoxing, sorry for disturbing you guys today. I'll take a step first. You still don't mess with your brother-in-law. Men are more or less temperamental. It's okay with me. I just hope that my brother-in-law won't misunderstand it again." Bai Xiaoxing nodded her head inside. "Zixian, it's still you who is understanding." Bai Liu, who had just walked into the house, heard these words and her cheeks twitched. The heart just, old lady injustice for no reason to drink such a mouthful of old tea. Difficult. Zhang Zixuan hurriedly bid farewell to Bai Xiaoxing, then hurriedly ran into the elevator. Bai Xiaoxing sighed despondently. "I thought I could clear up the misunderstanding today, but it turned out to be another mess." She walked into her sister's house and saw her daughter watching TV, so she sighed to Bai Liu, "Sis, how do you think it got to be like this? How to get into this? Your own heart does not know." Bai Liu was very speechless, casually said, "What happened again?" Bai Xiaoxing then told the story of how she had been shouted out by Zhang Zixuan last night, causing the couple to start another cold war. After hearing this, Bai Liu said in an unbelievable manner, "You celebrated your birthday yesterday, leaving Zhao Qingfeng behind and running to your godbrother's place to celebrate? He said he was injured. That's why I went over there." Bai Xiaoxing retorted, "It doesn't matter." Bai Liu waved her hand. "The point is that you went over there and celebrated for a few hours? Didn't you think about Zhao Qingfeng waiting for you at home alone?" Bai Xiaoxing's face was a bit embarrassed as she said, "I didn't think about it that much at the time. Zixian's mother was there. After all, she's an elder, so it's not good for me to not give face. And my husband and I see each other every day. It's just a few hours. It shouldn't be anything." Bai Liu shook her head helplessly. "I don't even know what to say about you. You clearly know that Zhao Qingfeng is sensitive to him and you still did this kind of thing. It's only strange if he doesn't argue with you. How was I to know he was so careful?" Bai Xiaoxing muttered in dissatisfaction. "And I've specially called Zixian over today and explained it to him, and he still can't relieve his anger. Who's to blame for this?" Bai Liu's eyes widened as she looked at her sister in shock. "And you let him appear in front of Zhao Qingfeng? What's the problem? Asterisk 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 Bai Xiaoxing, are you a pig? Where is this an explanation? What's the difference between this and a demonstration?" Bai Liu couldn't help but burst out. Her sister was really spoiled by Zhao Qingfeng. Alas, no wonder Zhao Qingfeng was so angry. It seems that this marriage between her sister and her brother-in-law is estimated to have a huge crisis. Bai Xiaoxing was an afterthought, thinking for a moment before slapping his thigh and saying sullenly, "I see. I seem to have screwed up again." Bai Liu drew in a breath of cool air and said in annoyance, "Bai Xiaoxing, whether you understand that or not is your business, but what are you doing patting my thigh?" She was wearing tight jean shorts today, and red marks appeared on her white, plump thighs. Bai Xiaoxing didn't pay any attention to her, taking out her cell phone and muttering to herself, "No, I have to explain it clearly to my husband. I really didn't mean that dash." She was just about to dial when the caller called first. "Brother Zixuan," Bai Xiaoxing casually picked up. "Hello." Over the phone, Zhang Zixuan's frightened and trembling voice came out, and he shouted with a sobbing voice, "Sister Xiaoxing." Bai Xiaoxing's face changed as he immediately stood up and rushed out without hesitation. "Go back 10 minutes. Zhao Qingfeng was originally going to go and drive, but after coming down, he realized that he didn't have his keys with him, so he gave up on his intention to drive and walked in the direction of the bus stop sign. He has 2 interview appointments today. Divorce is imminent, so finding a job is a top priority." Just walking out of the unit building not 2 minutes ago, there was a panting voice from behind. "Brother-in-law, wait for me." Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrank and he turned back to see Zhang Zixuan jogging all the way over. "Brother-in-law, where are you going? Let's go together." Zhang Zixuan looked harmless with a smile on his face. Zhao Qingfeng said coldly, "I don't think we're familiar with each other to this extent." Zhang Zixuan's smile deepened and said, "Brother-in-law, although the 2 of us are not familiar, you and I, both are equally familiar with Sister Xiaoxing ah." Ha ha, he purposely, in the same 2 words, aggravated the syllables. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth as he said, "You're provoking me?" Zhang Zixuan's face changed slightly. Zhao Qingfeng continued, "You purposely provoked me so that I would make a move on you so that you could cry in front of Bai Xiaoxing and state your grievances so that she would feel sorry for you." Zhang Zixuan's smile stiffened, not realizing that he had been seen through at a glance. "So what if you guessed?" After a while, Zhang Zixuan laughed lowly. "Guess who is more important in Sister Xiaoxing's heart? Between me and you?" Zhao Qingfeng's fists clenched violently. Zhang Zixuan sneered, "Just wait, you'll be abandoned sooner or later. Sister Xiaoxing is mine." Zhao Qingfeng stared at him dead on for a while before taking a deep breath and turning around. After the divorce, Bai Xiaoxing follows whoever she likes. Bus stop signs. There are quite a few people here, all waiting for the bus. Ugh, be careful crossing the street. There's no power to the stoplights today with the wiring maintenance in this area. Someone shouted. Zhao Qingfeng raised his head and glanced up, then didn't care. Behind him, Zhang Zixuan's eyes flashed sinisterly. The traffic light has no electricity. That is to say, the monitoring also has no electricity. Zhao Qingfeng waited silently for the bus. Suddenly, a force came violently from his waist, causing him to rush out uncontrollably. Coincidentally, at this time, a sedan came speeding by. Boo! With a loud bang, accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of brakes, and the screams of pedestrians, Zhao Qingfeng felt a heavenly spin. He was knocked out 4 or 5 meters. After a while, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he stood up from the ground with difficulty. Shaking his head, Zhao Qingfeng only felt his entire body's blood surge. He knew that this was not a good sign. It was impossible to have no injuries in such a violent car accident, and the probability was that there was internal bleeding. But he's holding up. There is one thing that just has to be done. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Zixuan in the crowd. Immediately after that, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes glowed red as he took one step towards him. Come to heel. What are you doing? Don't you come any closer. With a panicked expression, Zhang Zixuan's cell phone was already out, and he started dialing the number for Bai Xiaoxing. ******* your mom. With a roar, Zhao Qingfeng swung out with a fist with all his strength. Chapter 19, she thinks Zhao Qingfeng is incorrigible. Zhang Zixuan did not expect him to make a move, and this punch directly dazed him. The whole man staggered back, a sharp pain coming from his nose that made him grunt. However, instead of relieving Zhao Qingfeng of his hatred, the anger in his heart rose even higher. This mongrel clearly wanted his life just now. Immediately after that, Zhao Qingfeng kicked Zhang Zixuan to the ground and then rushed up to beat him madly. Zhang Zixuan had absolutely no chance to resist, and could only curl up and protect his vital parts. Fortunately, the call to Bai Xiaoxing at this moment also got through, and he trembled and begged for help. Sister Xiaoxing. When Zhao Qingfeng saw this, he became even more furious. His eyes were red, and with all his strength, he punched and kicked Zhang Zixuan with an urge to beat him to death alive. The crowd scattered in all directions, stunned at the sight. No one dares to persuade a fight. Not to mention Zhao Qingfeng looks crazy. He was just hit by a car. If you go over to persuade a fight, you are worried about hitching yourself up. It's better to do more than less. In a very short time, Zhang Zixuan was beaten all over. Zhao Qingfeng was too ruthless and showed absolutely no signs of stopping. If Zhang Zixuan was pretending just now, then now he was really scared, and the intense pain all over his body made him wail. Stop fighting. Let me go. Letting you off the hook? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were filled with blood. He didn't even need to suspect that it was 100% this scumbag that pushed him out just now. Coupled with the hatred of taking his wife, Zhao Qingfeng hated wanting to kill him. so how could he let him go? Countless punches and kicks all greeted Zhang Zixuan's body, without any half-heartedness. Zhang Zixuan's miserable screams, too, gradually weakened, and even rolled up his eyes. Ah, Zhao Qingfeng, what are you doing? Stop it! Bai Xiaoxing, who had just squeezed in, let out a steep, panicked scream. Zhao Qingfeng knew that she would come over, but didn't follow her with a single glance. His eyes were raging anger. Only the son of it in front of him. Stop it! You stop it! Bai Xiaoxing was a million times more anxious and came over to pull him. Zhao Qingfeng shook off Bai Xiaoxing's arm and yelled lowly, "Get the hell out of my way!" Bai Xiaoxing didn't stand still and sat on her but on the ground, yelling with a sobbing voice, "Calm down! You're about to beat Zixian to death. Do you want Yi Yi to have a murderer father?" Yip yip! Like a flash of lightning, it struck Zhao Qingfeng's mind, causing his figure to pause violently. Bai Xiaoxing immediately reacted, taking advantage of this opportunity, gritting her teeth and rushing up, knocking Zhao Qingfeng out of the way, stopping in front of Zhang Zixuan and angrily saying, "Have you gone crazy? Where exactly did Zixian offend you to use such cruel means against him?" Zhao Qingfeng gasped and was about to speak when he heard the sound of an ambulance not far away. A tearing pain came from his chest, causing him to breathe heavily, so he just coldly glanced at Bai Xiaoxing. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. For Yi Yi, he had to live. "Say something," Bai Xiaoxing hissed, her gaze filled with disappointment. "Zhao Qingfeng, what's going on between us? You're bringing it to Zixian. You've really changed. You disappoint me too much, Sister Xiaoxing." At this time, Zhang Zixuan opened his eyes slightly and groaned. Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly turned back and saw Zhang Zixuan, who was covered in blood, and asked worriedly, "Zixuan, are you alright?" "Sister Xiaoxing, I'm in pain." Zhang Zixuan was breathless and cried out in pain. Bai Xiaoxing's face changed and she quickly said, "Don't worry, the ambulance is here. I'll take you to the hospital right away." When she finished, she stood up and waved at the ambulance that was driving by. Soon, the ambulance stopped and the paramedics rushed out of it, carrying a stretcher. Zhao Qingfeng covered his chest and was about to step forward. However, Bai Xiaoxing, directly shouted, "This way, the injured is here. Come over here. Isn't it a car accident?" A nurse looked at Zhang Zixuan lying on the ground and muttered somewhat strangely to herself. However, they did not move slowly and quickly lifted Zhang Zixuan on top of the stretcher. At this time, a kind person next to him came over and said, "Alas, this big brother has just been in a car accident. Why don't you take him over there to have a look too?" He pointed at Zhao Qingfeng, causing Bai Xiaoxing's pupils to shrink and his gaze to immediately look over. After looking her up and down, she sneered, "Are you kidding? He'll be fine? Doctor, don't listen to him." The Good Samaritan couldn't help but say, Bai Xiaoxing interrupted in annoyance, "Would you please get out of the way?" The Good Samaritan shook his head helplessly. He had just witnessed Zhao Qingfeng being knocked 4 or 5 meters away. There was no way he was fine. Next thing you know, Bai Xiaoxing, along with the stretcher, is in the ambulance. The pain in Zhao Qingfeng's chest became more and more intense, and he could only cover his chest and follow without saying a word. "In the ambulance?" Bai Xiaoxing glared at him fiercely. "I really didn't think that you would be able to do such a thing. If I didn't come, were you going to beat him to death?" Zhao Qingfeng calmly nodded. "Yes, you." Bai Xiaoxing was furious, pointing at Zhao Qingfeng for a while before she gritted her teeth and said, "You're simply crazy." "Yes, I'm just crazy, so hurry up and get a divorce." Zhao Shanha replied with an expressionless face. Bai Xiaoxing was choked and said indignantly, "Up to now you're still thinking about divorce. I really misjudged you. Right now you don't want to be imprisoned. The most important thing is to obtain Zixian's forgiveness. You have to give him a sincere apology." "Apologize?" Zhao Qingfeng's gaze turned to Zhang Zixuan on the stretcher, his tone devoid of any semblance of warmth. He should already be grateful that he's still alive right now. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened for a while before she shook her head in disappointment. "Zhao Qingfeng, you're simply hopeless." The nurse, who was doing first aid measures on the sidelines, spoke up in dissatisfaction at this time. "All of you, stop arguing. Can you calm down a bit?" In the ambulance, it was suddenly quiet, with only Zhang Zixuan moaning continuously. 20 minutes later, to the First People's Hospital in Tenant, Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly followed the stretcher out of the car, and together with the paramedics, rushed towards the emergency center. Zhao Qingfeng held onto the carriage and slowly got out of the car. Step by step, he walked towards the hospital. Finally seeing a nurse, he strained to say, "Nurse," but before the words were out of his mouth, he blacked out and lost consciousness. By the time Zhao Qingfeng woke up again, the entry was a clean white ceiling. He drifted off for a moment before recalling what had happened. "Here, is the ward?" He was still wearing his daytime clothes, so Zhao Qingfeng knew that the hospital had not examined him or performed surgery. He wants to get up. Suddenly, in his abdomen and chest, a sharp twinge of pain came through. making him as if he had a cramp, and his five senses were squeezed together. All he could do was curl up and endure. There were already fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and it took a while to slow down. His breathing was already disorganized, and he was even dizzy, giving him the illusion that he would die at any moment. Must go to the doctor. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and propped himself up on the hospital bed. That's when the phone rang. Chapter 20. My world, from now on, is only my daughter. Zhao Qingfeng picked it up and realized that it was Bai Xiaoxing's call. His eyes turned cold and he hung up without thinking. But not 2 seconds later, the call came back. Zhao Qingfeng connected. Zhao Qingfeng, I asked Zixuan just now. You didn't just fail to stand still and get grazed by a car, so you took it out on Zixuan and beat him so hard. Bai Xiaoxing's angry voice rang out. Zhao Qingfeng replied coldly. He pushed me and made me almost get hit by a car. There was silence across the room for a few seconds. Only then did he open his mouth, and his tone was full of disappointment. Listen, this kind of joke is not funny at all. You're not hurt at all, and Zixuan was beaten all over by you. So when you say such things, you're completely avoiding responsibility. Covered in bruises? It's just a skin wound. Zhao Qingfeng saw that Bai Xiaoxing believed in her godbrother and did not believe in himself, and a touch of relief appeared in his expression. What? No more talking? Bai Xiaoxing sneered once again. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Where are you? Come over and apologize to Zixuan. Obtain his forgiveness and this matter will be settled. Zhao Qingfeng was no longer interested in communicating with her, so he just hung up. Another ward. How dare you hang up on me? You're really growing. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned, then said angrily, Sister Xiaoxing, brother-in-law shouldn't have done it on purpose either. Next to her, Zhang Zixuan was wrapped in bandages all over his body, struggling to sit up. His tone was weak and provoked pity. Bai Xiaoxing's anger was immediately replaced with heartache as she hurriedly supported Zhang Zixuan and said, Don't move. What do you want to do? Tell me. Sis will help you. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Zixuan's pale face as he said, No need. I should be able to recover quickly. Then go to work and help Sister Xiaoxing with the company. When Bai Xiaoxing froze, he sighed. If your brother-in-law was half as progressive as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Alas, I remember that my brother-in-law also came to the hospital. Why don't we ask him where he is? After all, he did get hit by a car. Zhang Zixuan's eyes flashed, then said. Bai Xiaoxing frowned. Okay, I'll go ask. Zhao Qingfeng put down his cell phone, his expression incomparably calm. As long as I can survive this time, then there will only be my daughter, Zhao Yi. In my world. He raised his eyes to the window and realized it was completely dark. Without realizing it, it was dark. At this time, the intense pain, once again, began, and Zhao Qingfeng could only grip the edge of the bed, gritting his teeth and enduring it. The pain lasted a long time before subsiding. A nurse walked in and said, Ugh, you're awake. You fainted today and our nurse brought you here to rest. Is there anything wrong? Zhao Qingfeng's face was a bit pale as he said, I was hit by a car, and now I'm in pain all over my body. It might be internal bleeding. Please find a doctor. The nurse blushed slightly and quickly said, Okay, wait a minute. With that, she went out. Zhao Qingfeng waited silently. In less than a minute, the ward was once again pushed open, but the ones who came were not doctors, but Bai Xiaoxing and Zhang Zixuan. I can't believe you're hiding here? Bai Xiaoxing walks in, his face very uncomfortable, and Zhang Zixuan, with bandages everywhere, followed behind with his crutches. Zhao Qingfeng gazed at his wife and just nodded calmly. Zhao Qingfeng, your claim that Zixuan pushed you is simply nonsense. You hit him for no reason. There has to be an explanation for this matter, and you have to apologize to him. Bai Xiaoxing's face was serious as she continued. Are you trying to weasel your way out of this? Saying that Zixuan lied to me? Saying that you beat him for a reason? Zhao Qingfeng, you're 30 years old. Why are you still immature? Can you be atmospheric enough to take your own responsibility? She looked disappointed, even pained. A sarcastic smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Qingfeng's face before he said, Well, I admit that I hit him on purpose. I didn't like the way he looked, so I punched him. You, Bai Xiaoxing was stunned and said, You're not going to explain? Could it be that you really beat up Zixuan because you looked at him with displeasure? Zhao Qingfeng nodded calmly. Right. Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrunk and her face was even more disappointed as she said, Fine then. You apologize to Zixuan now and swear that you won't be allowed to hit him in the future. Apologize? Let me apologize to this scumbag. How is it possible? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, his face still calm. I won't apologize. If he's not satisfied, he can call the police. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing became furious and pointed at Zhao Qingfeng and drank. You're too shameless. You hit someone and still don't apologize. Are you going to piss me off? You are simply incorrigible. How could Yi have a father like you? I'll ask you one last time. Will you apologize? Bai Xiaoxing was angry. Very angry. The heart was more than disappointed, wondering when her husband had become like this. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "There's no need to involve Yi Yi in what's going on between us." "Ugh, Sister Xiaoxing, let's just forget about it. I'm sure my brother-in-law didn't mean it. Maybe I accidentally made him angry. Next time I'll make sure to apologize first so he won't hit me." At this time, Zhang Zixuan, who was at the side, suddenly opened his mouth and said, his tone full of self-reproach. Bai Xiaoxing looked back at him. Zhang Zixuan smiled and continued, "I'm fine. This small injury is nothing, and I don't blame my brother-in-law, so don't give him a hard time." Sister Xiaoxing, hearing him say this, Bai Xiaoxing was touched in her heart, nodding her head and sighing, "Zi Xian, you really are still so generous, but don't worry, I won't let you suffer." Then she stared at Zhao Qingfeng and said in a cold voice, "Did you hear that? Zi Xian has forgiven you. Is it so hard for you to apologize?" Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything, and after feeling his physical condition, he silently got up before slowly walking to Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan thought that he was going to apologize. A hint of smugness flickered in the depths of his eyes, but the corners of his mouth spread into a harmless smile. "Brother-in-law, there's really no need to say, I apologize your ass." What responded to him was Zhao Qingfeng's low roar, and immediately afterward, Zhao Qingfeng, who couldn't bear it any longer, used all his strength to kick Zhang Zixuan's stomach. It made him fall to the ground and cover his stomach with a pained face. Bai Xiaoxing didn't expect such a thing to happen, and subconsciously let out a cry of alarm as she flew to Zhang Zixuan's body to hold him up, anxiously inquiring, "Zixuan, are you alright?" Zhang Zixuan pained to draw a breath of cool air, but said with difficulty, "Sister Xiaoxing, I'm fine." Bai Xiaoxing looked violently at Zhao Qingfeng, his eyes filled with anger, almost roaring out, "Zhao Qingfeng, what are you doing? He was already injured and you're still hitting him. Are you crazy?" But Zhao Qingfeng could no longer speak. He exerted too much force to the point of touching his injuries, and the intense pain caused him to hold onto the wall and gasp for breath, and his forehead was overflowing with fine sweat. "Pretend! You pretend!" Bai Xiaoxing's pretty face was filled with frost, and she glared fiercely at Zhao Qingfeng before helping Zhang Zixuan up and taking him out to see a doctor. On her way out, she said, "If anything happens to Zixian, this matter is not over." Zhao Qingfeng held onto the wall to catch his breath for a while before the dizziness subsided. At this point, a short-haired beauty with a stunning face and a blow-up body pushed her wheelchair over. The man in the wheelchair saw him and smiled as he spoke. "What's going on, brother?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. "Family matters. I've made you laugh." The man in the wheelchair was handsome, and in terms of face value, the two could be said to be on par with each other. Zhao Qingfeng even felt that he had some sort of similar aura to himself. The man in the wheelchair pulled out his cigarette case. "Want one?" "Forget it." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. "I'm not feeling well. I don't want to smoke." The man laughed a little. "That's fine. I'll go first. You and I are quite similar. If I wasn't sure I was the only one in my old Zhao family, I would have thought you were my brother." This person's surname was also Zhao? Zhao Qingfeng was stunned and subconsciously said, "My name is Zhao Qingfeng." The man stared slightly, rubbing his chin in disbelief. "That's quite a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence." After a brief exchange, the short-haired beauty pushed the wheelchair man away. Zhao Qingfeng, however, could no longer support himself. The sweet, fishy taste came up, and blood spilled from his nose and mouth, as he sat softly against the wall. Before consciousness faded, he seemed to hear shouts of alarm and also saw the white coats rushing towards him in a haze. "I hope survives." Chapter 21. Zhao Qingfeng's heart stopped. Dead man's literature? The nurse called the doctor over and immediately realized that Zhao Qingfeng had fallen softly to the ground. Blood is seeping from the mouth and nose. The doctor's face changed drastically, and after a brief examination, he anxiously shouted, "Prepare the operating room for resuscitation." The nurse froze for a moment and muttered, "Is it that bad?" The doctor glared at her fiercely. "The injured person is bleeding heavily from his internal organs. Why didn't you do a checkup when he fainted during the day?" The nurse blushed and said, "I just thought he had heatstroke at the time and didn't think about it." The doctor was so annoyed that he didn't have time to scold her, so he had the nursing staff carry Zhao Qingfeng onto a stretcher and rushed into the operating room. Soon, several doctors and nurses, together, started the surgery on Zhao Qingfeng. I don't know how long it's been. When Zhao Qingfeng regained consciousness again, he was stunned. "Am I dead?" He stared in disbelief at himself on the operating table, and at the busy doctors, and muttered to himself in disbelief. Only, no one could hear what he said, because he had become a soul state. Ryoko. It was only then that Zhao Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. "I never thought that dead man's literature would even appear on me." Even now, he understood that the car accident in the daytime was too serious, and he was so blood-charged that it was as if he had inexhaustible strength and was able to beat Zhang Zixuan all over the place, and that was purely returning to the light. Now, after all, he didn't make it through. Zhao Qingfeng stayed in the operating room for a while, watching himself being resuscitated and feeling amazing. Without looking at it for long, he walked out of the hospital room, accepting the fact that he was dead. The person he was most attached to was Zhao Yi. Fortunately, Zhao Ye had a loving great-aunt. Zhao Qingfeng didn't know how long he could stay. His only thought was to go see his daughter. However, when Zhao Qingfeng was about to walk out of the hospital, it was as if an invisible wall appeared in front of him, preventing him from advancing an inch. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrank, and after a little thought, he chose to leave from another direction. I'm sorry to hear that. Can't get out. As if pulled by a thread, he couldn't move more than a certain distance away from his body. Zhao Qingfeng, who was originally very calm when he learned of his own death, finally couldn't help but curse out angrily. Asterisk. His eyes were red, and the fact that he couldn't even see his daughter for the last time had completely broken his defenses. For a long moment, he crouched helplessly on the floor. Tears slid down his cheeks. Yi, Dad is sorry for not being able to take care of you. It's Dad's uselessness. Don't blame Dad. No matter how strong he was inside, he was on the verge of breaking down at this moment. Long. Zhao Qingfeng stood up with bleak eyes as he walked aimlessly through the hospital, like a lonely ghost, wandering through the hospital. No one can see him. It wasn't until he passed by a ward that Zhao Qingfeng's blank gaze violently coalesced. It's him! Zhao Qingfeng's gaze locked onto the bandage-covered Zheng Zixuan. This murderer. Of course, Zheng Zixuan was accompanied by his wife, Bai Xiaoxing. If he had known that he would die, Zhao Qingfeng would have beaten Zheng Zixuan to death during the daytime without any consideration. But now it was all too late. Zhao Qingfeng walked into the hospital room. Bai Xiaoxing and Zheng Zixuan, naturally, couldn't see him in his soul state. Sister Xiaoxing, you're so good to me. Zheng Zixuan lay on the hospital bed and said with affection. Bai Xiaoxing was peeling an apple, so she smiled at his words and said, "You're my brother. Isn't it right for me to be nice to you?" Suddenly, yikes! Bai Xiaoxing let out a cry of alarm as her fingers were accidentally cut open by the sharp fruit knife, and crimson blood immediately seeped out. Sister Xiaoxing, Zheng Zixuan's tone was worried, and he hurriedly pulled Bai Xiaoxing's hand, his face full of heartache, and immediately wanted to stuff it into his mouth. However, Bai Xiaoxing's face panicked and she hastily drew it out. Not sucking on Bai Xiaoxing's slippery fingers made Zheng Zixuan a bit embarrassed. Bai Xiaoxing didn't pay attention to his expression and directly got up. I'll go bandage it. A while later, Bai Xiaoxing, whose fingers were bandaged, walked over once more. Sis, are you okay? Zheng Zixuan coughed lightly to cover up the embarrassment he had just experienced and asked with concern. Bai Xiaoxing's heart warmed, so she smiled and said, Zixuan, thank you, that's good. In fact, the things on my brother-in-law's side, I can understand. He just misunderstood. This time I forgive him. I will not call the police, Zheng Zixuan said seriously. When Zhao Qingfeng heard it, he inevitably laughed coldly. Do you dare to call the police? He was absolutely certain that it was definitely Zheng Zixuan who pushed him at that time. And how could he call the police when he had a ghost in his heart? Bai Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. Zi Xian, you're already so pitiful and you're still thinking of him. I really don't know how to thank you. When she said this, her tone became disgruntled as she continued. Zhao Qingfeng is too selfish. I can't figure out how his heart became so narrow. Alas, Zhao Qingfeng trembled. It was amazing that his wife of 8 years, who had been in love with him, would see him that way. Stunned for a moment, Zhao Qingfeng laughed at himself and opened his mouth. Originally, dying will also cause heartache? A ward. It's like two worlds. On one side was the disheartened and lonely Zhao Qingfeng. On the other side of the spectrum is a sibling relationship that is full of warmth. When Zheng Zixuan saw that Bai Xiaoxing was touched, his heart was delighted, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, Sister Xiaoxing, anything I do for you, I do it willingly. It's just that, can you think about what happened last time? With that, he choked back a sob. Bai Xiaoxing hesitated for a while, saw Zheng Zixuan covered in bandages, bit her lip, and said, wait until you're healed. Zheng Zixuan's eyes lit up, faithfully assured, Sister Xiaoxing, don't worry. Just pretending to be my girlfriend will definitely not affect your relationship with your brother-in-law. Big deal. I'll explain to him. Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said seriously, this matter, you must not tell him. Zhao Qingfeng closed his eyes in pain. At this moment he finally understood what these two were discussing. The heart held back the pain. Oh, wife is going to be someone else's girlfriend. Is there anything funnier than that? Pretend? Go ahead and lie to the devil. Oh, I seem to have really become a ghost. Zhao Qingfeng looked at Bai Xiaoxing, who still wanted to hide it, and silently thought in his heart that there was no need to hide it anymore. Because, I'm dead. Just a moment ago, when Bai Xiaoxing accidentally scratched himself, his vital signs, at that moment, completely disappeared. Zhang Zixuan busily nodded his head and said, Sister Xiaoxing, I'll listen to you. I won't tell him. Bai Xiaoxing looked into his eyes, not knowing what to think of, and gradually lost her concentration. When Zhang Zixuan saw her stunningly beautiful face, an impulse surged in his heart and he suddenly opened his hand, about to hug Bai Xiaoxing. Chapter 22, Your husband failed to be resuscitated and lost his vital signs. Bai Xiaoxing didn't know what she was thinking, and there was a brief moment of disorientation. While Zhang Zixuan's arms were about to wrap around her, Bai Xiaoxing reached out as if she was waking up from a dream. After stopping Zhang Zixuan, Bai Xiaoxing frowned. Zixuan, what are you doing? Sister Xiaoxing, I just couldn't help it just now. Looking at Bai Xiaoxing's perfect cheeks, Zhang Zixuan could no longer suppress his excitement and spoke urgently. Actually, I like you. Sister Xiaoxing, can I? Shut up, do you realize what you're saying? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened in shock. We're siblings, how can you say such things? These words, just like that, caused Zhang Zixuan's emotions to explode, and he impulsively said, Sister Xiaoxing, it's not a sibling, don't you have any good feelings for me? Hearing these words, Bai Xiaoxing's face, in fact, became furious. You've had enough. Zhang Zixuan, we are siblings and can only be siblings, do you understand? I don't want you to say such words again. There's no way I'm betraying your brother-in-law. Her reply was completely at odds with what Zhang Zixuan had envisioned. He had thought that if Bai Xiaoxing agreed to be his girlfriend, he would strike while the iron was hot and confess, and the success rate would be high. However, Bai Xiaoxing's reaction was unexpected, which made Zhang Zixuan regret a bit, thinking that he shouldn't be so impulsive. It's just that the arrow has to go. He clenched his teeth and shouted excitedly, No, you definitely like me too. Ask your heart. If you don't have a good feeling for me, then why would you choose me every time between Zhao Qingfeng and me? That's your subconscious. Sister Xiaoxing, stop lying to yourself. Enough. Bai Xiaoxing snapped to her feet and snapped, If you ever have such unorthodox thoughts again, don't call me sister from now on. Zhang Zixuan was stunned. For a while, he broke down and whimpered, Xiaoxing sister, I am sorry, I am sorry, I am too impulsive. Don't blame me. This time, Bai Xiaoxing didn't comfort him, just coldly swept him a glance and walked out of the hospital room. Outside, she looked up through the porch window at the stars outside. Without realizing it, Zhao Qingfeng was, at this moment, quietly standing beside her. Hubby, is it my behavior during this time that has made him misunderstand? Or, do you misunderstand too? Bai Xiaoxing muttered to himself, his face turning guilty and his eyes reddening a bit. Just now, Zhang Zixuan's words left her speechless. Did I really choose between Zixuan and my husband? It won't. I just think of him as a brother. Bai Xiaoxing's face paled a bit as she muttered to herself, Hubby, I really didn't do anything to wrong you. Don't be angry. I'll definitely pay attention to my measurements in the future. Behind her, Zhao Qingfeng only wanted to laugh in his heart when he heard these words. It's also sad. If you'd paid attention to proportion, you wouldn't have made Zhang Zixuan think you cared more about him, and I wouldn't have died. His gaze was cold, unfazed by this self-defeating self-talk from his wife. Besides, what are you going to do to keep an eye on the score? I'm already dead. It's too late for me. Bai Xiaoxing stood outside for a while before walking into the hospital room again. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing's complexion had calmed down, and she said softly, Zi Xian, I'll pretend that what happened just now didn't happen, and you're not allowed to mention it again in the future. Zhang Zixuan's eyes flashed with a ray of grumpiness, but when he lifted his head, they turned teary-eyed and sobbed, Sister Xiaoxing, I know, it's my fault. Nothing. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head and said flatly, How are you feeling physically? Zhang Zixuan said, It's quite good. That's fine. I'll make a call. Bai Xiaoxing nodded, then took out her cell phone and called Bai Liu. It's already midnight. Hubby should have gone home already, right? She had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to call Zhao Qingfeng directly, so she thought of calling her sister, asking about the whereabouts, and then explaining things face to face later. Bai Xiaoxing felt that while she was certainly at fault, it wasn't a big mistake. After all, it's not like they cheated on their husbands or wronged them, and after talking it out, they'll still be just as in love as they were. Soon after, Bai Liu connected. Hey, Xiaoxing, sister, has Qingfeng picked up Yi Yi yet? Bai Xiaoxing couldn't wait to inquire. Bai Liu said, Yi Yi is still here with me. Ah, Zhao Qingfeng isn't with you? Bai Xiaoxing froze before saying, No, not home? No. Hearing Bai Liu's affirmative reply, Bai Xiaoxing hung up the phone with a heavy heart. Hubby didn't come home, so where is he? Thinking of this, her expression inevitably became a bit anxious, and she was about to get up and go out. Zhang Zixuan's heart jumped and he hurriedly shouted, Sister Xiaoxing, where are you going? Go to your brother-in-law. I'm with you. Zhang Zixuan didn't know what came to his mind, and a flash of panic surfaced in his eyes. so he propped up his crutches and got up, going out the door with Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Qingfeng followed behind. He wanted to see what kind of expression Bai Xiaoxing had when he saw his corpse. Bai Xiaoxing's face was serious as he walked towards Zhao Qingfeng's ward just now without a word. It was a while before she finally arrived, only to find the ward empty. A flash of disappointment surfaced in Bai Xiaoxing's gaze. Zhang Zixuan quickly said, "Sister Xiaoxing, he's definitely not in the hospital. Maybe he's playing outside. He's not like that," Bai Xiaoxing said decisively without thinking. "Hubby, if he goes back, then he will definitely be the first to pick up Zhao Yiyi." At that moment, a nurse approached. Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly pulled her and inquired, "Nurse, may I ask, where did the person who was in this ward earlier go?" Coincidentally, this nurse happened to be the same nurse that Zhao Qingfeng had asked for help earlier. Her face did not look good as she glanced up at the ward, her pupils suddenly shrinking as she inquired, "What are you to him?" "I'm his wife," Bai Xiaoxing immediately said. The nurse sniffed, her eyes immediately widened, and she blurted out, "You're a member of his family?" Zhang Zixuan stepped forward and said impatiently, "Ugh, just tell us where he is. What's the point of asking so much?" The nurse noticed Zhang Zixuan again, and her eyes suddenly became contemptuous as she sneered, "The heavens are unkind. To actually fulfill you pair." Zhao Qingfeng had been in the hospital for a day, and instead of being accompanied as his wife, he accompanied another man, whom the nurse had reason to despise. Bai Xiaoxing shuddered and hurriedly grabbed the nurse's arm. "What do you mean by that?" "Literally," the nurse calmly said, "let go of me. Your husband has suffered severe internal bleeding and has lost his vital signs after failing to be resuscitated. Originally, I wouldn't have been so blunt with the family, but the nurse had been reprimanded by her leader, and when she saw this kind of wife, she didn't have a good temper." With a buzzing sound, it was as if a muffled thunderclap rang in Bai Xiaoxing's head, making her as if she were stupid. "I don't believe you're lying to me." Her face turned white in an instant, and she trembled as she took out her cell phone and called Zhao Qingfeng. A few seconds later, the call was answered. The husband picked up. Bai Xiaoxing's face floated with joy. "Next. Hello, I'm a doctor from the First People's Hospital of Tiannan. Are you the family member of the owner of this number?" The doctor's tone was heavy. The joy on Bai Xiaoxing's face froze and she answered with a shaky voice, "I am. Please go to a hospital resuscitation center immediately and be prepared." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing's cell phone, already unsteady in his hand, crashed to the ground for no apparent reason. "No way. No how." She shook her head frantically and mumbled something. Chapter 23, Your husband is dying of serious injuries and you're with your mistress? Okay, you're a family member, so since you're here, go ahead and claim it. The nurse looked at Bai Xiaoxing and turned around after she finished indifferently. Bai Xiaoxing trembled, her eyes revealing unprecedented panic, pulling on the nurse's arm. "Claim? What claim? You don't go." "I'm not going." Her mind was a mess and she was incoherent. The nurse didn't look back, her tone cold. "Claim the body." These 4 words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, causing Bai Xiaoxing's body to tremble violently. She could hardly believe it and shivered. "I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. You are lying to me, right? My husband isn't dead. He's in such good health. How could he be dead?" A hint of pleasure flashed in Zhang Zixuan's eyes, and with a light cough, he reached out and prepared to hold Bai Xiaoxing's shoulders. "Sister Xiaoxing, actually don't you touch me." His fingers had just touched Bai Xiaoxing's shoulder, and Bai Xiaoxing popped away as if electrocuted, screaming hoarsely. This startled Zhang Zixuan and he quickly said, "I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoxing, this must be a misunderstanding. Brother-in-law was fine during the day. How could something happen?" Right. Hubby was fine during the day. Nothing could have happened." "No way," Bai Xiaoxing said divinely. The nurse said impatiently, "Is it possible? Won't you know if you go over with me and take a look?" With that, she shook off Bai Xiaoxing's hand and walked forward. Bai Xiaoxing's entire body trembled, and he fell to the ground when she flicked him off. I'm not going. She kept shaking her head like she was crazy, but as she watched the nurse about to disappear around the corner, she didn't know where she got the strength to get up as if in a dream, shake off her heels, and run over to her bare feet. A hint of quickness flashed in Zhang Zixuan's eyes as he followed behind as well. A few minutes later, the nurse stopped at the door of a resuscitation room and said to a doctor at the door, "Director Wang, the family is here." When Director Wang saw Bai Xiaoxing come over, he handed her a cell phone and shook his head inside. "The injured person was sent over too late, and we have done our best." Bai Xiaoxing's face was pale, froze and took her husband's cell phone, shivering. "Doctor, it wrong? The person inside is not my husband, right?" Her tears had long since blurred her cheeks, and her tone contained prayers. To this day she still didn't believe that Zhao Qingfeng was dead. Zhao Qingfeng stood back and gently shook his head. The doctor looked heavy and without a word pulled the door open behind him. The scene inside suddenly appeared before Bai Xiaoxing's eyes. That's the operating table. A man, covered from head to toe in dark green surgical drapes, with tubes connected out and surrounded by instruments. Most conspicuous is the EKG, which is now a straight line. After Bai Xiaoxing took a good look, she trembled and the light in her eyes completely went out. She covered her lips, no longer able to stand, and slowly crouched down, whimpering like a desperate kitten, because she saw it, an arm dangling from the operating table. On her wrist was a silver and white watch that she had picked out herself, and on the arm, there was a very obvious tattoo, BXX, which was Bai Xiaoxing's initials. All hope has been dashed. On the operating table, it is undoubtedly exactly Zhao Qingfeng, and he is dead now. Honey, for a while, Bai Xiaoxing cried out like sobbing blood, and she stumbled and lunged over to the operating table, sobbing uncontrollably. Honey, wake up, you wake up ah, don't you love me the most? How can you let go of me and yee ah? Oh, Bai Xiaoxing choked, her voice a million times sadder and more desperate than ever. Zhao Qingfeng stood not far away and let out a sigh. The child died and you came to milk it too late. As things stood, the only thing he was worried about was Yi, and he only hoped that Bai Xiaoxing would take care of his daughter after he died. And condolences. Director Wang walked in and soothed. Bai Xiaoxing was so disheartened that she stood up violently when she heard this, pointing at the doctor and snapping, "You bunch of quacks, my husband has obviously been here for a long time. Why did you see him die? I'm going to make you all die with him." Director Wang's heart sank as he gave the nurse another hard stare and was about to organize his words. The nurse, however, was indignant. She rushed forward in 2 steps and gritted her teeth. Is it because we saw death? Obviously the ambulance went out today because of a car accident. But what happened? It picked up an injured person with superficial injuries and came back. He suffered an automobile accident. And our hospital has the ability to see it before it happens? On the contrary, it's you, obviously coming from the scene with only this injured person in your eyes. But if you give the hospital a word that your husband suffered an automobile accident, we won't be able to not do any examination. Now you still have the face to accuse our hospital. I'm telling you, you're the one who should be primarily responsible for this accident. Without any mercy, the nurse pointed at Bai Xiaoxing and spoke loudly. Director Wang couldn't look away and hurriedly pulled her. Xiaowen, you should say less. Xiaowen glanced at Zhao Qingfeng's corpse. Her eyes were furious, and she shrugged off Director Wang. I'm biased. I don't know what your relationship is. All I know is that your husband had a car accident and was in a coma in the hospital for a day, seriously injured and dying frequently. And you? Where were you? Oh, in the company of your mistress, is it? With these words, Zhao Qingfeng, even if he died, was secretly happy at this moment and wanted to give the nurse a compliment. Bai Xiaoxing looked miserable and retreated back and forth. She paled with every word the nurse said. In the end, it could be said to be bloodless, leaning against Zhao Qingfeng's operating table, motionless as if he was stupid. For a while, only then did she dreamily mutter to herself, "It's my fault, I didn't notice that my husband was in a car accident. I thought my husband was fine. He was seriously injured, but I accompanied Zixian. I really deserve to die." Director Wang and the nurse looked at each other. After thinking about it, Director Wang said, "It's better to express our condolences. Later you can go to the hospital to go through some formalities. The responsibility that we should take. We won't run away." After saying that, he pulled Nurse Xiaowen away. Bai Xiaoxing wasn't paying attention. She was still talking to herself. My husband is dead. Did I kill him? The ambulance came and I didn't save him. I let them save Zixuan. Why? Why am I doing this? Bai Xiaoxing looked indescribably pained, tears falling like rain, regretting to the extreme. Zhang Zixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness as he noticed Zhao Qingfeng's corpse. His heart was beating fast and he felt like this was the opportunity of a lifetime. With Zhao Qingfeng dead, then Bai Xiaoxing will be mine sooner or later. And she's at her most vulnerable right now. So as long as I care a little bit, I'm sure I can take it. Thinking this way, Zhang Zixuan walked up and comforted. Sister Xiaoxing, don't be too sad. There's still me. Snap. A hand suddenly lifted up and slapped Zhang Zixuan hard on the face. Then he saw Bai Xiaoxing gradually raise his head. In the eyes, they were empty and lifeless, like dead silence. At the same time, it contained an extreme coldness, causing Zhang Zixuan to feel a chill rising from his spine. What is this? Look. Bai Xiaoxing stretched out a finger, her voice without a trace of warmth. If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your mouth off. She then took out her phone, found a number and dialed it. Even late at night, the number was quickly answered. Bai Xiaoxing said indifferently, Uncle Zhou, it's time to run errands. The other party froze and quickly said respectfully, Second miss, please command. Chapter 24. After I died, my wife went crazy. Zhang Zixuan covered his cheeks and froze. He was a bit taken aback. Over the past few months, although he knew that Bai Xiaoxing was extremely cold inside the company, he had always treated him very well. but the Bai Xiaoxing in front of him completely subverted the impression in his heart, making him tremble inexplicably. Bai Xiaoxing, however, did not pay any more attention to him, but turned around, lifted the surgical cloth, stroked Zhao Qingfeng's pale cheek, and said softly, "Hubby, don't worry, all the people who have harmed you are going to be duly punished, including me." Zhao Qingfeng stood on the side and frowned when he heard such words. He wanted to say, "There's no point in you doing anything now. The only thing you should be doing is taking care of Yi Yi." Only, he had no way to communicate with Bai Xiaoxing in any way. Bai Xiaoxing pulled a chair over and sat right next to Zhao Qingfeng. Her gaze was thick with sorrow. She gently bent down and pressed herself against Zhao Qingfeng's chest, but she could no longer hear his heartbeat. Tears rolled silently down her white cheeks. Zhang Zixuan stood still, not daring to make any movements. The atmosphere was quiet. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with an inch head arrived. Zhao Qingfeng had once seen him during the Bai family banquet. The man's name was Zhou Shang, and he had been following his father-in-law Bai Jianghe. Zhou Shang's pace was calm as he walked up to Bai Xiaoxing and said, "Second miss, what are your orders?" Bai Xiaoxing slowly sat up straight, and only then did Zhou Shang see the person on the operating table. His face changed and he exclaimed, "Auntie, the Bai family is a $10 billion mansion. Even if they look down on Zhao Qingfeng, he is still the husband of the second young lady, the aunt of the Bai family, and at this time, he is actually dead?" Zhou Shang's heart jumped violently. His eyes flashed a ray of sharp on, and he thought in his heart, no wonder the second young lady's voice was not right just now. Knowing that he was specialized in dealing with dirty matters in the Bai family, Bai Xiaoxing could not normally look for him. Bai Xiaoxing nodded her head and said faintly, "You've seen what happened. My husband was in a car accident, and you found that driver." Zhou Shang nodded. "After we find it, what do we do with it?" "Do away." Bai Xiaoxing indifferently spat out two words. Hearing these words, Zhang Zixuan was horrified in his heart, even to the point of dying. Wrong, all wrong. As the president of a billion-dollar company, and with a behemoth like the White Group behind him, how could he really be stupid and sweet? What a cold and ruthless heart she hides under her stunningly beautiful exterior. It was just that in the past, Zhang Zixuan had never seen Bai Xiaoxing's frightening side. Hearing Bai Xiaoxing's command, Zhou Shang didn't have any surprises. He has a group of people on his hands that specialize in this kind of thing. To put it simply, in normal times, Zhou Shang and those people called themselves brothers and sisters, drinking and playing cards all in one. When the time comes, they will have to work for the Bai family, and from then on, the Bai family will be responsible for their relatives for the rest of their lives. The old people live in the best houses, the young people have the best jobs, the children have top-notch education, and huge estates. These, then, are the White family's promises? These are the modern version of dead soldiers, and even when there's a mission, there's a lot of people who want to go, and they have to draw straws to decide. Bai Xiaoxing continued, "Find the driver and find out exactly how my husband got into the accident. I'll give you 2 hours. Is that enough?" Zhou Shang calmly said, "Second miss. 1 hour at most." "Good." Bai Xiaoxing nodded her head, and her gaze steeply turned to Zhang Zixuan, saying, "You seem to be nervous?" Zhang Zixuan's back was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart cried out frantically, "How can I not be afraid?" Zhao Qingfeng was pushed by him, and if he was found out, he felt that his end would be very miserable. Thinking of this, he dryly smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoxing, I think that driver's crime is not to death. And, at that time, the main thing was that my brother-in-law didn't stand still, and accidentally rushed to the front of the car before he was knocked off." Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank as she asked word for word, "Then you told me before that my husband only had a little scratch?" No, I definitely didn't mean to say that." Zhang Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said excitedly, "Sister Xiaoxing, as you know, brother-in-law didn't look like he was injured at all at that time. He was able to hit me like that, so I just assumed that he wasn't very serious. That's why I said so." Bai Xiaoxing stared at him dead in the face for a while before dropping her eyes and saying faintly, "I hope you're telling the truth." Zhang Zixuan's heart was relieved that this hurdle had finally passed. In the next second, Bai Xiaoxing added, "Now give my husband, kowtow on your knees and apologize." Zhang Zixuan froze, his lips trembled and said, "Sister Xiaoxing, don't be like this. I really didn't harm my brother-in-law. I'm also a man. How can I kneel to him?" "If you're told to kneel, you kneel." Zhou Shang's large hand suddenly pressed on Zhang Zixuan's shoulder with a slight force. Ordinary, hard-to-resist strength caused Zhang Zixuan to directly kneel on the ground. Bai Xiaoxing took 2 steps out. In this way, Zhang Zixuan knelt in front of the operating table. "Kowtow." Bai Xiaoxing looked at him and said calmly. Zhou Shang then grabbed his head and pressed it down. Poof! It's a real knockout. Zhang Zixuan's head was dizzy and his eyes were starry. He didn't doubt for a second that with a few strokes in a row like this, he might be going to see Zhao Qingfeng. Eyes overflowing with tears, He shuddered. Don't press. I knock myself out. The voice was as it had always been, containing the slightest hint of aggravation, but Bai Xiaoxing's complexion no longer contained any semblance of heartache. Zhang Zixuan braced his hands on the ground, endured the humiliation in his heart, and slowly kowtowed to Zhao Qingfeng's corpse, choking, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry to you." With every knock, the humiliation in his heart grew even greater. "Zhao Qingfeng, if you're dead, then you're dead. Why do you still come to trap me? Bai Xiaoxing, you talk a good game, but Zhao Qingfeng beat me up so many times. Which time did you really help me take revenge?" All of them made him apologize without pain. The most critical thing is that Zhao Qingfeng has not apologized, and now he has come to kowtow and apologize by himself instead. One violent maniac, the other, is even more horrible to be able to kill. At this moment, Zhang Zixuan had some regrets and felt that messing with Bai Xiaoxing was a wrong choice. On the other hand, his heart was filled with resignation. Zhao Qingfeng is dead. As long as I get through this, sooner or later I'll be able to gain Bai Xiaoxing's favor, and then I'll get back today's humiliation tenfold and 100-fold. Boom, boom, boom. In the hospital room, the sound of kowtowing kept ringing out, until Zhang Zixuan was trembling and felt the limit. He raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "Sister Xiaoxing, if you kowtow anymore, I will die." Bai Xiaoxing didn't look at him. Her attention had long since shifted to Zhao Qingfeng, her fingers caressing her husband's cheek, her gaze gentle and sad, and desperate. When Zhang Zixuan saw this, he gulped and quietly stood to the side. Zhou Sheng had left long ago to take care of things. After about an hour, Bai Xiaoxing's phone rang, and when she looked back, she answered it with a blank face. Zhou Sheng said in a deep voice, "Second miss, the driver has been found. The truth about the car accident. Did you get to the bottom of it?" Bai Xiaoxing inquired. Chapter 25. Wife is too devastated to lose her husband. Second miss. I watched the driver's car recorder. There were quite a lot of people waiting for the car at that time, and I can only see the aunt rushing out from inside the crowd, Zhou Sheng said. Bai Xiaoxing's face sank and she gritted her teeth. Can't you see who pushed him? What about the surveillance on the road at the time? I questioned friends in the police. Zhou Sheng sighed and said, today, the circuit in that area was under emergency repair, and the traffic lights as well as the surveillance were all off. But this driver also has problems. He was drinking and speeding, and took advantage of the chaos to escape. Bai Xiaoxing held the phone and couldn't stop trembling for a while before coldly saying, this guy deserves to die. Uncle Zhou, you know what to do with the rest. Good, Zhou Sheng replied dryly. Bai Xiaoxing continued, the truth of the car accident will continue to be investigated. My husband's revenge, I must avenge. Speaking here, her gaze, coldly swept a glance at Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan trembled and hurriedly defended. Sister Xiaoxing, I really didn't harm my brother-in-law. How could I have the guts to do this? I swear, I definitely didn't touch my brother-in-law. Bai Xiaoxing hung up the phone and questioned, why did my husband say you pushed him? I don't know. Zhang Zixuan was very aggrieved and said, brother-in-law's back did not have eyes. There were so many people at that time, maybe brother-in-law was squeezed out by the people. He suspected me, but I really didn't do it. Sister Xiaoxing, don't you know my character? How could I possibly do such a thing? Bai Xiaoxing was stunned for a while before she let out a deep breath, lowered her eyes, and said, whether it's done or not, there will always be a time when the truth comes out. Hubby's dead. Nothing makes sense anymore. She would use all her energy to find out the truth. And if Zhang Zixuan really did it, then she would definitely not be soft. Zhao Qingfeng listened from the side and his cheeks twitched. No, and that's what you believe? It's true that you're a godbrother. A few cries and you're softened up. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. At that time, although he could not see behind him, he was able to feel that someone had deliberately pushed him, and there was no such thing as being squeezed out, so he could be 100% certain that it was Zhang Zixuan who had done it. It's just a shame. Wife doesn't believe what he says. Zhang Zixuan greatly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this hurdle had barely passed, so he pretended to be worried and said, Sister Xiaoxing, I know you're very sad, but it's already very late. Why don't you sleep for a while? He actually knew that the odds of catching himself were not good, because there were so many people at that time. The surveillance was also off, plus he pushed Zhao Qingfeng. It was only a momentary thing. No one could find out at all. Bai Xiaoxing gazed at her husband's ghastly white cheeks, slowly shook her head, and calmly said, you go. Sister Xiaoxing, Zhang Zixuan wanted to say something else, but Bai Xiaoxing interrupted him and said in a cold voice, I'm telling you to leave, can't you hear me? Then, Xiaoxing sister, you'd better sleep for a while, I'll buy you breakfast later. Zhang Zixuan's eyes became as aggrieved as they could be, and saying so, he left the ward. In the hospital room, only Bai Xiaoxing and Zhao Qingfeng's corpses remained. Oh, and there was Zhao Qingfeng, who was in a state of soul, standing right next to him. Honey, the silent hospital room suddenly resounded with the sound of Bai Xiaoxing's sad sobs. Immediately after, she burst into tears and threw herself on Zhao Qingfeng's chest, crying bitterly. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the crying and wailing. His heart was inexplicably annoyed. Now that people are dead, what's the point of you crying here? Fake confessions? For whom? Might as well take care of Yi Yi. Of course, if you can help me avenge your good brother, I'd be grateful down there. But as things stand, you can't do it. After all, one word from your good brother and you don't suspect him. Alas, time passes by. In a flash, it was the following morning. Bai Xiaoxing had already cried her eyes red and swollen long ago, and was still talking to Zhao Qingfeng intermittently. Honey, how could you bear to leave like that? Hubby, how can you bear to leave me and Yi Yi alone? Whoa, Bai Xiaoxing wept, her eyes no longer having a glimmer, but a dead despair. She choked and said, Honey, I want to go with you so much. Where are you? Take me, okay? Zhao Qingfeng frowned. He could no longer tell if his wife was saying this, whether it was true or false, but he didn't want Bai Xiaoxing to really think this way. She should live well. Zhao Yi Yi is still young. She lost her dad. She can't lose her mom again. Bai Xiaoxing cried. Hubby, how can I explain to Yi Yi if you let me go back? You bad guy. Wake up. Don't sleep. It's dawn. She reached out and slapped Zhao Qingfeng's chest. However, the touch was just a cold one, and there was no more warmth. Dawn Star. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. The ward was then pushed open and Zhou Shang accompanied a man in. The man's hair was half black and half white, and he held a sandalwood cane in his hand, his expression calm and with an aura of superiority. Dad, you're here. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes blurred with tears and she looked up before looking at Zhao Qingfeng once again. The man was none other than Bai Xiaoxing's father, Bai Jianghe, who was also the chairman of the Bai group. Bai Jianghe walked over and saw Zhao Qingfeng's body. His eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and he sighed softly. Xiao Zhao, this person actually has a sharp spirit. I once wanted him to work for Bai group, but he refused. Bai Xiaoxing didn't realize that her father had ever asked her husband to go to Bai's group, and she raised her head at the words. Bai Jianghe shook his head and came over and said, at that time, you and your mother had a conflict, to go to fight a career. Xiao Zhao in order to let you work at ease, so he stayed at home wholeheartedly to take care of Yi Yi. Just did not expect to run into this kind of thing. Can only say that fate is impermanent. For the first time, Bai Xiaoxing knew the original reason why her husband stayed at home at ease, and the tears that had almost dried up welled up again as she lay on Zhao Qingfeng's body and kept sobbing. Husband, I'm sorry you gave so much for me. The father was the chairman of the $10 billion group, and with his vision even looking at Zhao Qingfeng, this proved that the husband definitely had something to offer. Don't be too sad. You'll always run into life and death. It's just a matter of time. Bai Jianghe patted his daughter's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head frantically. I can't get through. I just can't. I love my husband. I can't live without him. Whoa, I really can't lose him. Bai Jianghe moved slightly, stood for a while, before saying, you accompany him for a while longer. I will wait for you in the car. Today I personally give Xiao Zhao a send-off, my Bai family's aunt, to do it in style. When he finished, he left the hospital room with his crutches. Zhou Shang stayed behind and reported to Bai Xiaoxing. Chapter 26 Heartbeat, the most wonderful heavenly music. Through our channels, we were able to find several passers-by who were at the scene of the crash during the day, but all of them said that they only saw their aunt suddenly come out and get hit by a car, and were not sure if she was pushed. Hearing Zhou Shang's report, Bai Xiaoxing was incredibly disappointed and asked mournfully, is there no more news? I found a couple of copies of the car logs. Take a look at them. Miss too, Zhou Shang said, then handed Bai Xiaoxing his cell phone. Zhao Qingfeng was also interested in coming over to watch the process of his car accident, which gave him a special feeling. Bai Xiaoxing took a deep breath, and watched. A crowd of people waiting for the bus is seen in the picture from a distance, but it's blurry and you can't see exactly what they look like. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out of the crowd, and at this time, it just so happened that a car was coming along at a speed of at least 70 yards. Boo! The figure was directly knocked 4 or 5 meters away and rolled several times on the ground. Honey! Bai Xiaoxing covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. Her heart was like a knife, and her tears were like raindrops, falling in big drops. Such a serious car accident and I didn't worry about you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her heart was bleeding. If she had asked more questions and gotten her husband treated in time, would the outcome have been different? But in this world, there is no medicine for regret. Bai Xiaoxing kept shaking her head. Her hair had long been spread out, and her absolutely beautiful face had long been spent crying, just like a crazy person. At this moment, she hated wishing that the one who had been hit had been herself. Zhou Shang sighed and said, Second miss, it's not your fault. After all, You weren't there and didn't realize that Auntie was so severely injured. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze was dull, and when she thought of the scene at that time, she was about to collapse with regret. When she saw Zhao Qingfeng beating Zhang Zixuan alive, she didn't even think about this aspect. Her subconscious mind felt that her husband was strong and incomparable, and it was impossible for anything to happen to him. But I didn't realize that just because of my own negligence, it led to, and my husband being separated by life and death. Bai Xiaoxing almost fainted. That's when her cell phone rang. Bai Xiaoxing shuddered and dully picked up her cell phone, and when she saw that it was her daughter calling, she warbled violently. How am I going to explain this to my daughter? Her heart ached so much it almost tore. Too afraid to face her daughter, all she could do was tremble, choose to hang up, and turn off her phone. Zhao Qingfeng was beside him and also revealed a pained expression. This can't be hidden. Yi knows I'm dead later, how sad she'll be. Zhao Qingfeng raised his head as an afterthought, only to realize that it was already light. No wonder his daughter called. He smiled bitterly. I didn't expect me to be in the daytime, but I didn't disappear. The sunlight didn't make him feel any discomfort, but Zhao Qingfeng didn't know how long he could survive. Ye. His daughter's adorable appearance kept coming back to him. Zhao Qingfeng then no longer had the mood to pay attention to Bai Xiaoxing's expression. He silently walked out of the hospital room, stood in the corridor of the hospital, looking in the direction of his home. His tears also slipped, softly muttering to himself, Yi, Daddy loves you, Daddy is sorry. Death, he wasn't afraid of, but not being able to take care of his daughter and grow up with her filled Zhao Qingfeng with guilt. If it survives. Zhao Qingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. The corpse was cold and he was still fantasizing here. However, right at this moment, an irresistible attraction caused Zhao Qingfeng to retreat backwards uncontrollably. His face changed slightly as he watched his soul flying into his body. The next second, there was a blackout and loss of consciousness. Bai Xiaoxing held back her grief and watched every segment of the car recorder. The angles of these videos are different, but there is no difference in what is happening. Every time her husband was hit, Bai Xiaoxing's heart felt as if it had been cut, causing her pain. But, by the time all of the traffic cameras had been viewed, she hadn't found any meaningful evidence. It's all too vague. Before Zhao Qingfeng stumbled out, he couldn't even see where he was standing, let alone find the truth. Honey, I'm so hard. Bai Xiaoxing couldn't look at it anymore. She returned the cell phone to Zhou Shang, held Zhao Qingfeng's palm, and lost her voice and cried, Ugh! Zhou Shang sighed and silently exited the hospital room. This night, Bai Xiaoxing almost dried up her tears, but she didn't care, not even if she cried herself blind. Drop! Suddenly, an instrument sounded in the quiet hospital room. Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously looked up, following the direction of the voice, and realized that there was an electrocardiogram. It is still a straight line. Bai Xiaoxing's pale face, a touch of disappointment surfaced. Just now, was it a hallucination? Drop! The voice rang out at the same time as the one straight line of the EKG. A tiny wave appeared, but quickly slipped past. Bai Xiaoxing's body trembled, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. She rubbed her eyes incredulously and stared dead at the EKG, afraid that she had just hallucinated. A few seconds later, drop! Waves appeared on the EKG again, and at much shorter intervals than earlier. Bai Xiaoxing was certain that it wasn't a hallucination. She snapped her head down to her husband's chest, her expression trembling with excitement. Could it be that? Almost subconsciously, with an incomparably gentle movement, Bai Xiaoxing pressed her cheek against her husband's heart, trembling and listening. She even held her breath. 1 second, 2 seconds. Knock! She heard it, the sound of a heartbeat, although it was very faint. But yes, it was the sound of a heartbeat, which to Bai Xiaoxing was the most wonderful heavenly music in the world. Her lips quivered with excitement. Husband! Knock! Another heartbeat. Bai Xiaoxing was thoroughly convinced, and she stood up violently and ran out furiously in her bare feet. In less than 5 minutes, she had Director Wang from last night over. Alas! You must be seeing hallucinations. The injured man had completely lost his vital signs last night. It's impossible to dash. Director Wang chanted and walked into the ward, and after seeing the ECG, his face snapped. He then sprinted forward and placed the stethoscope on Zhao Qingfeng's chest. After a few seconds, he muttered incredulously, This is a medical miracle. It was at this time that Zhao Qingfeng's finger gently moved. Honey! Bai Xiaoxing screamed with incomparable excitement, her voice carrying unspeakable excitement. She quickly stepped forward and squatted in front of the operating table, holding Zhao Qingfeng's palm. It's got a temperature. Bai Xiaoxing's pupils were trembling, and the sudden happy news made her almost unable to control herself. At this point, Zhao Qingfeng's eyelids began to flutter. Under Bai Xiaoxing's excited gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. Am I not dead? Chapter 27. Zhao Qingfeng still decided to divorce. Honey, you're not dead. You're not dead. Bai Xiaoxing was so excited that her lips were trembling. She burst into tears and held Zhao Qingfeng's hand as she kept saying. Zhao Qingfeng lost his voice for a moment, and bewilderment surfaced in his eyes. After a while, he slowly turned his head sideways, saw his wife's cheeks that were still beautiful even though her eyes were red and swollen, and realized in his heart that this was not a dream. I really came alive. Zhao Qingfeng felt it for a moment, withdrew his hand, and calmly said, well, I'm not dead. Director Wang's jaw dropped. What's going on here? Is it a medical miracle, or is it a miracle of God, that a person who has been dead for a night can still wake up? He hastened to say, I'll have to notify the department that you need to be examined on all fronts. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and slowly sat up, feeling that his body was still weak, but no longer in that kind of tearing pain. He opened his mouth and said, Doctor, this matter, please don't publicize it. How can this be? Director Wang blurted out without thinking. He had already planned to publicize it nationally, bring in countless experts for consultations, and make sure the cause was identified. It's a medical miracle. Bai Xiaoxing's face turned suddenly cold as she stared at Director Wang and said, whatever my husband says, you listen. Director Wang was speechless and said indignantly, you family member, how can you be like this? The patient's current condition is special and still needs to be examined. I'm fine, no need to check. Zhao Qingfeng opened his mouth to interrupt him. What had happened to his body could no longer be explained by modern medicine. And if things got out of hand, he didn't know how many things were going to come out. And the thing he wanted to do most today was to go home and see his daughter. Zhao Qingfeng had an intuition that if he could survive, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't, even the hospital couldn't do anything about it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been resuscitated last night. Director Wang is still a little hesitant. Instead, Bai Xiaoxing picked up his cell phone and stepped aside to make a call. Not long after, Director Wang's phone rang, and he subconsciously picked up. Dean, what do you want to see me about? Not knowing what the other party had said, Director Wang's eyes became shocked and his gaze frequently looked at Bai Xiaoxing for a while before he said disheveledly, okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, Director Wang sighed softly, Bye, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After that, he left reluctantly. Dr. Good name, such a chance to be famous, just like this to give up. He felt pity and regret. After Director Wang left, Zhao Qingfeng struggled to get up, and Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly supported it, saying, hubby, what are you doing? I'll help you. Go to the bathroom. Zhao Qingfeng didn't go to look at her and said lightly, I'll hold you up. Without saying a word, Bai Xiaoxing helped Zhao Qingfeng get up. Zhao Qingfeng was really too weak and frowned, but he could only let her be. Not long after, when he reached the door to the restroom, Zhao Qingfeng said, I'll go in by myself. No, I'll help you. Bai Xiaoxing interrupted without thinking. She didn't want her husband out of her sight for a moment. As he spoke, he assisted Zhao Qingfeng into the restroom. There are still a few men inside who let the water out, and when they saw such a stunning woman come in, they all shivered in fear and scrambled to put up their pants and ran out. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched, but if he were to enter the women's restroom in his place, he would probably have to go to the bureau for tea in the afternoon. Bai Xiaoxing ignored the gazes of others and forcefully helped Zhao Qingfeng inside the cubicle, then about to reach out and help him. But this time, Zhao Qingfeng said nothing and strained to block her and settle it himself. Bai Xiaoxing bristled in dissatisfaction. We're an old married couple. What an attitude. Back to the ward. Zhao Qingfeng sat down on the hospital bed once again and froze. He still cannot figure out why he died and was able to come back to life. The most critical thing is, am I really coming back to life? Will there be any aftermath? Bai Xiaoxing squatted, laying her hands on her husband's thighs, tilting her head back to look at him, her eyes full of the joy of being lost and found, and said, hubby, what are you thinking about? Zhao Qingfeng returned to his senses and shook his head, didn't think of anything. He didn't want to communicate with Bai Xiaoxing, although seeing Bai Xiaoxing's split personality like repentance while in his soul state touched his heart. But Zhao Qingfeng's thoughts never wavered. That's divorce. Of course, if Bai Xiaoxing could trust him unconditionally and not go looking for any evidence to directly address her good brother, Zhao Qingfeng would give her another chance. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaoxing didn't. Bai Xiaoxing saw that her husband's attitude was cold and there was some aggression in her eyes. She straightened her hair and said, hubby, how are you feeling? Should I find a doctor to check you out? Don't worry, it's a secret check. No one will dare to tell. No, I feel fine. Just go about your business without me. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. In just a moment's time, he felt that his physical strength had recovered quite a bit. After resting for a little while longer, he was ready to leave the hospital. How can that be? I'm going to stay with you and not go anywhere, Bai Xiaoxing said excitedly. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth. But, I don't need you now. I needed you the most when I was lying here with my life on the line, and you were accompanying your good brother. Bai Xiaoxing's face brushed pale. Her torso shook and she said, "Honey, the only person I love is you. Let me explain. I really didn't know you were so serious. I told you, I'm dying, and you thought I was lying to you?" Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her. "So you chose to believe your good brother instead of trusting me. Your love is still really cheap." Bai Xiaoxing's face was pale. Zhao Qingfeng's words left her speechless. "But now that my husband has come back to life, these are small matters and all misunderstandings will be resolved sooner or later." She pursed her lips and said, "Let's not talk about this, okay? I know I did wrong. Let's not fight." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head tastelessly. "What's the point if you know it's wrong and won't change?" Just then, "Sister Xiaoxing, don't feel too bad. I bought breakfast. Eat something dash." The ward was pushed open and Zhang Zixuan walked in with his breakfast in his hand. And when he suddenly saw Zhao Qingfeng sitting on the bed, his mouth opened wide in shock, and the breakfast in his hand fell to the floor for no reason. When Zhao Qingfeng saw him, he suddenly became interested, so he chuckled lightly and said, "You seem surprised?" Zhang Zixuan shivered and came back to his senses, stuttering, "Sister, brother-in-law, you're not dead?" "Nonsense," Bai Xiaoxing said in a cold voice. "How could my husband die?" Zhao Qingfeng stood up and slowly walked over, whispering in Zhang Zixuan's ear, "I'm not going to die because I have things I haven't done yet." Zhang Zixuan asked in a trembling voice, "What is it?" Zhao Qingfeng was breezy, his tone devoid of any trace of emotion as he spat out 4 words, "Kill your whole family." Chapter 28, Bai Xiaoxing started caring about her godbrother again. Zhang Zixuan's eyes widened steeply, noticing Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He gulped, and thinking that Bai Xiaoxing was beside him, he hastened to say accusingly, "Brother-in-law, I know you suspect me, but I really didn't push you. There were so many people at the time, you must have been pushed out." Bai Xiaoxing walked over, pulled Zhao Qingfeng's arm, and said, "Alas, husband, I will definitely find out the truth about this matter." What Zixian said also makes sense. There were so many people at that time. Before the words were finished, Zhao Qingfeng knew what she meant. "By now, you are still defending your good brother." He then shook his head and said, "Whether he did it or not, I know it in my heart." Bai Xiaoxing's face was unsightly, and after glancing at Zhang Zixuan, she said, "Actually, Zixuan, he's also very innocent. Hubby, you beat him up so badly, and he apologized. So let's just let this matter go." "Forget it?" Zhao Qingfeng sneered in his heart. He was almost killed by Zhang Zixuan. "No, is already been killed once. This kind of life and death revenge, how can it be forgotten?" But he wasn't going to tell Bai Xiaoxing about these things. Because of him coming to life, Bai Xiaoxing's scales, it seemed, were tipped back toward her good brother, and if she put herself out there, she would 100% be stopped. Zhang Zixuan was thrilled in his heart and said, "Sister Xiaoxing, thank you for believing in me. I swear, I will never harm my brother-in-law." As he said that, he got teary-eyed again, and the aggression in his expression almost materialized. His gaze turned to Zhao Qingfeng. "Brother-in-law, you're obviously not dead and you're still pretending to be dead. Do you know how sad Sister Xiaoxing was last night?" Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Xiaoxing frowned at the same time. "I've got nothing better to do than disguise myself? Besides, I'd like to see you die in disguise." Zhao Qingfeng was speechless in his heart, feeling ridiculous at Zhang Zixuan's poorly thought-out dissociation plan. Bai Xiaoxing glanced at her husband and said, "Zixuan, don't say that. Now that your brother-in-law is still alive, that's the best outcome. Nothing else matters, even if he is. You suspect I'm in disguise?" Zhao Qingfeng stared at her and interrupted in a deep voice. Bai Xiaoxing's face was stunned, and she immediately hugged his arm, pampering herself. "Husband, didn't I say it all? It doesn't even matter." Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan's heart fluttered, and he suddenly let out a soft grunt and collapsed softly on the ground. Bai Xiaoxing really exclaimed, letting go of Zhao Qingfeng's arm and inquiring, "Zixuan, are you alright?" Zhang Zixuan's face turned bitter as he said weakly, "Sister Xiaoxing, I'm fine, only," he was covered in bandages, and there was a large bloodstain on his forehead, all of which made Bai Xiaoxing's heart tremble, and her tone softened. "Zixian, you'll be hospitalized here, and all of the expenses will be covered by me." Zhang Zixuan looked touched and was about to speak when his body suddenly jerked and he closed his eyes and fainted. Bai Xiaoxing was instantly anxious and hurriedly went out to call for someone, and in a short while, 2 caretakers rushed in and placed Zhang Zixuan on a stretcher. "Honey, wait here for a while. I'll be right back." Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip and didn't dare to look into Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, so she went out with Zhang Zixuan's stretcher. What happened in this few moments of effort? Zhao Qingfeng witnessed the entire time. He knew that Zhang Zixuan was bound to be pretending, only that Bai Xiaoxing was partial to eating this. Shaking his head, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't tell what he was feeling. Disappointed? Hate? Relief? Or all of these? In the end, Zhao Qingfeng's face was calm as he changed out of the hospital gown he was wearing, dressed up, and left the hospital. There was no way he was going to wait for Bai Xiaoxing. 8 years of love cannot withstand 3 months of dry brother? This love do not want to stop. Less than 10 minutes after he left, hubby, the doctor said that Zi Xian was overworked, and that the injuries on his body will be fine as long as he recuperates. Bai Xiaoxing pushed open the hospital room and froze in mid-sentence. The ward was empty. Where was Zhao Qingfeng's figure? Her face flushed with panic and she rushed in to look carefully, but she still hadn't found any trace of her husband. Bai Xiaoxing froze. For a moment, she slapped herself hard. After Zhao Qingfeng left the hospital, he felt the warm sunlight and once again experienced the vigor of life. He was in a good mood, and in the face of life and death, anything had to step aside. Going outside the hospital, Zhao Qingfeng wanted to take a taxi back. However, where's my cell phone? Feeling through his pockets, Zhao Qingfeng helplessly realized that he didn't have a penny on him, and his cell phone wasn't there either. For a moment, he remembered. His own cell phone was given to Bai Xiaoxing by the doctor. It was embarrassing. He couldn't get a ride, and he couldn't reach anyone. If you want to go home, then you'll have to hike back. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, and took a step in the direction of his home. The First People's Hospital was almost an hour's walk away from the Royal River residence, and Zhao Qingfeng wanted to take a walk. Just as a walk, the sunlight in the morning was warm. Zhao Qingfeng didn't walk fast. Not only did he not feel tired, but he was also somewhat comfortable. June weather is full of short skirts and long legs. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette, his eyes glancing around, not for any other reason than to be in a happy mood. It was just a slight pity that none of them could compare to Bai Xiaoxing just in terms of face value and figure. For some reason, at this moment, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly remembered his sister-in-law Bai Liu, properly the best on earth, not in the least inferior to Bai Xiaoxing, and even better as far as scale is concerned. LOL, what was I thinking? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, forcing away some thoughts that shouldn't be there. At this point, suddenly he saw a little old woman hovering on the side of the road not far away, with an eager expression. Little brother, can you help me? When the little old lady saw Zhao Qingfeng noticing her, her expression froze for a moment and she hurriedly walked over and said. Zhao Qingfeng inquired, what's wrong? Alas, my granddaughter's birthday is today, and I brought something from the countryside. But the car flipped over. The little old lady sighed. Zhao Qingfeng took a look. On the side of the road was a dirt slope. There seemed to be a tricycle overturned underneath, with many bags scattered about. He didn't take a closer look and said, I can't get it up either. Or you can call the police. No. My granddaughter lives there. Can you help talk to her? The little old lady waved her hand and pointed eagerly to a villa in the distance. Zhao Qingfeng took a look. Good guy. In front of him was a small hill, and the villa was built halfway up the hill. This kind of city villa, not to mention the construction, even the land is worth a lot of money. This little old lady, what family environment? After thinking about it, he nodded. I'll ask. Alas, thank you, little brother. Let me tell you, my granddaughter is called Su Qiran. She's very pretty. I'll introduce you to her later, the little old lady said with a joyful smile. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and nodded his head, so he walked over towards the villa, and when he turned around and realized that the little old lady was still in the same place, he asked, Auntie, aren't you coming over? The little old lady waved her hand and laughed. Little brother, you can just go. I can't. Zhao Qingfeng thought it was right. After all, it was halfway up the mountain, and it wasn't easy to go up at such an old age. He then said nothing more and went over there alone. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, Zhao Qingfeng noticed that there was a guardrail around the perimeter and bodyguards patrolling. Stop. The bodyguard looked at Zhao Qingfeng warily. Zhao Qingfeng said, there's an old lady down there who says she's Su Qiran's grandmother and has run into trouble, so please notify us. My grandmother? At this moment, a stunningly beautiful figure walked out from within the villa. Chapter 29, Zhao Qingfeng's special ability. Zhao Qingfeng looked sideways and saw a tall figure coming out of the villa. Excuse me, are you Su Qiran? Zhao Qingfeng inquired. Su Qiran nodded. I am. Zhao Qingfeng didn't expect that the little old lady was not wrong at all. Su Qiran was very young, looking about her early 20s, dressed extremely classy and incomparably sexy between her concave and convex. The face value was also nothing to speak of. In Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, it was not much worse than Bai Xiaoxing. The palm-sized small face was white and red, and the features were exquisite and delicate. Zhao Qingfeng paused, pointed in the direction of the mountain, and said, your grandmother said that you're celebrating your birthday today, and she brought some things from the countryside, but the tricycle overturned to the bottom of the dirt slope, and you can see it after going down the mountain and walking a kilometer or so that way, so your grandmother asked me to come and notify her. Su Qiran was beautiful, but not so beautiful that Zhao Qingfeng couldn't move his eyes. he said flatly. Why should I trust you? Su Qiuran frowned, his eyes containing scrutiny. The 4 or 5 bodyguards next to him immediately put their hands on top of their batons. This caused Zhao Qingfeng to look cold and said without any good humor, believe it or not, I've brought the words, I'll leave first. After saying that, he just turned around and left. A bodyguard hurriedly walked over to Su Qiuran's side and whispered, Chief Little Su, should we stop him? Su Qiuran glanced at Zhao Qingfeng's back, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, go take a look. It was her 21st birthday, and her grandmother did live in the country. So maybe, what he said was true. The bouncer nodded and waved, and someone drove over immediately. Su Qiuran's face was calm as she sat in the back, and the car drove towards the place that Zhao Qingfeng pointed out. It was only 2 or 3 minutes to get to that dirt slope. Only, there is no trace of the old lady at all. The bodyguard stopped the car and after looking around, said, Little Su General, there is no one seen here. Su Qiuran's eyes went cold. Looks like that person is lying to me? Go back and find out who he is. She had to find out how this person knew about her birthday and how she knew that her grandmother lived in the country. The bodyguard nodded respectfully. Okay. When he finished, he was ready to drive away. Su Qiuran suddenly looked to the side of the road. She was more familiar with this road and knew that there was a dirt slope several meters deep at the edge of the road. So she hesitated for a moment and waved her hand. Stop the car first. She then got out of the car, stepped up to the curb, and looked down. Moment. Her pupils shrank. Below the dirt slope, there is a tricycle overturned there, all kinds of straps scattered, and, under the tricycle, is pressing a faint yellow color. That color, how come it looks so much like grandma's dress? Su Qiuran trembled, a flash of intense panic surfaced in her eyes, and without hesitation, she rolled over, stumbling and rushing down the dirt slope. When she reached the bottom, she finally got a better look. Grandma! Su Qiuran fought to push away the tricycle and jumped on the old lady and cried bitterly, but the old lady had long since lost her breath. Zhao Qingfeng left the villa and didn't take this matter to heart. It's just a little off-putting to think that you're being suspected when you're trying to help out of the goodness of your heart. However, as he walked, Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably stopped in his tracks. There was something about what had just happened that always felt wrong to him. But what was wrong? Zhao Qingfeng couldn't say. Fishing for a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it. Zhao Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before turning around again and walking towards the old lady. He had a strange feeling in his heart that he wanted to go over and take a look, and at the same time, if Su Qiuran if she didn't believe him, then by the way, he would bring the old lady straight up. Zhao Qingfeng returned the same way. Not far from where he had just bumped into the little old lady, he suddenly heard crying, which made him look stunned. There were quite a few bodyguards in the front when something happened. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously hid behind a tree. He then saw the bodyguards bring up a tricycle. Oh, it's time to trust me this time dash. Zhao Qingfeng laughed lightly, and in the next second, his voice snapped to a halt. Because, behind the tricycle, someone else came up carrying something, and Su Qiuran followed. She howled, no longer the cool and collected person she had just been. They carried. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, and he saw an arm hanging down, and there was a jade bracelet on the wrist. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingfeng felt his scalp tingle, because, that dress, that bracelet, was clearly on the old lady just now. Obviously there was warm sunlight pouring over his body, but Zhao Qingfeng felt cold all over. There was no need to doubt it at all. Su Qiuran was crying so sadly that she could almost conclude that something must have happened to the old lady. So what did I just see? Zhao Qingfeng's mind was a little messed up right now. Normally, at this point, he would definitely think that right after he left, the old lady had another accident for some unknown reason. However, his experience of coming back from the dead in the hospital told him that this thing was definitely not that simple. Maybe, no, the probability is that something happened to the old lady before she met with him. That would explain why she was unharmed when the tricycle went down on its side and she said she couldn't get to the villa side, because the old lady had fallen. And what Zhao Qingfeng saw was the old lady's soul. Moreover, Zhao Qingfeng had personally experienced that the soul state was unable to leave his body for too great a distance. Thinking about this, Zhao Qingfeng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Only then did he whisper to himself, could it be that I have awakened some special ability after coming back from the dead? Ugh, little brother. Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder was tapped, followed by a familiar voice ringing in his ears. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously turned his head and immediately widened his eyes. Ah! The old woman from earlier had unexpectedly appeared in front of him again. Zhao Qingfeng's face changed. He turned his head sideways again and found that the group of bodyguards had placed the old lady on the ground and were doing first aid measures. Then once again, he looked at the old woman in front of him. I can't say it's no different. I can only say it's exactly the same. It's clearly a ING person. Zhao Qingfeng's heart was pounding. The old lady smiled faintly and sighed softly. Little brother, don't be afraid. I should be gone. Her tone was frank and open-minded. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath. He wasn't scared. He was just subconsciously excited when he came across such an unthinkable thing. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Auntie, you have a good heart. I'd say I'm sorry for your loss, but it doesn't seem right to say such things in person." The old lady smiled bitterly, looked sideways at her granddaughter lying on her, crying pearly rain. She said heartbroken, "Old lady, in fact, nothing else to miss, is my granddaughter. I do not feel at ease." Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "If you have anything to explain, I can relay it on your behalf." The old lady froze before saying in surprise, "Really? Then thank you so much, little brother." She went down on her side this morning, and after she climbed up later, she tried to ask for help, but none could see her. Finally found Zhao Qingfeng. Chapter 30, Su Qiuran's Black History. The old lady was about to speak when Zhao Qingfeng's face changed. He's been discovered. Zhao Qingfeng had been paying attention to Su Qiuran's side, and suddenly saw a bodyguard walk up to Su Qiuran, and didn't know what he said, but his hand was already raised and pointing in his direction. After that, Su Qiuran stood up, her face cold as she lifted her finger to Zhao Qingfeng. 4 or 5 bodyguards immediately rushed over to this side. Yeah, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly thought that this scene was a bit hard to explain. He was the one who brought the message for the old lady, but the old lady is dead, which makes things hard to explain. The most crucial thing was that now Su Qiuran would probably blame Zhao Qingfeng for the accident that happened to the old lady. Thinking about this, Zhao Qingfeng had a big in his heart and felt wronged. Ugh, don't get me wrong guys, little brother is a good guy. The old lady's face also changed and she hurriedly stood out to explain. Only no one could see her except Zhao Qingfeng. It made her anxious. If Zhao Qingfeng suffered an undeserved disaster because of this, she would be dead and could not rest in peace. "Grandma, it's okay." Zhao Qingfeng gently exhaled a breath, and after thinking of a way to respond, he persuaded the old lady. Then, as a couple of bodyguards rushed in front of him, he jerked his hands up, signaling that he was no threat. 5 bodyguards surrounded him, batons in hand, their expressions guarded. Su Qiuran slowly walked over, her face still covered in tear stains, and stared dead at Zhao Qingfeng, asking sternly, "Who the hell are you? How did something happen to my grandmother?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "This matter is a long story. Long story short." Then, Su Qiuran coldly interrupted. Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably found humor in it and somewhat wanted to laugh, but seeing Su Qiuran's sad face and the bodyguards gawking beside him, he couldn't laugh anymore. After all, the taste of a baton was not something he wanted to take. With his strength, it was fine to deal with a few punks, but against this kind of well-trained bodyguard, it was a waste of time, and the key thing was that he was still relatively weak and couldn't even run away. Zhao Qingfeng sighed and said, "Ms. Su, please also express your condolences. I'm not here to listen to you talk about this nonsense." Su Qiuran's tone was cold. "It seems that you won't open up until you've suffered a bit." With that, she waved her hand, and several bodyguards gradually surrounded her. Zhao Qingfeng's face changed and he immediately said, "Stop, don't you want to know the truth about your grandmother's death? You sure know." Su Qiuran's pupils shrunk. The bodyguards stopped moving at once. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, "I was the last person to see your grandmother. I don't think you'll refute my point." Su Qiuran indifferently said, "Continue, and your grandmother, at that time, said something to me." "Said what?" Zhao Qingfeng glanced around and said, "These words can only be communicated between me and you alone. Can you let them go?" His idea is clear. With the help of some secrets that only the old lady knows, to gain Su Qiuran's trust, and finally tell Su Qiuran that the old lady's death was just an accident. Hearing his words, the bodyguard shouted angrily, "What are your intentions?" Su Qiuran slowly said, "You want to detach them? You think you can subdue me?" If the man in front of him knew that he was well versed in Muay Thai, I'm afraid he wouldn't think that way. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and sighed lightly. "Where is the trust between people? I just want a quiet environment. You guys are purely overthinking it." Su Qiuran frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Then go to my car." Zhao Qingfeng immediately nodded. "Ugh, no problem." 5 minutes later, the crowd arrived next to a stretch limousine, and Su Qiuran coldly said, "Go in." Zhao Qingfeng ignored her and just opened the door, not moving for half a day. "What are you posing for?" In Su Qiuran's voice, there was already obvious anger. Grandma had an accident and she had been suppressing her grief. It was almost too much to bear at this point. Zhao Qingfeng let the old lady in before entering inside the carriage, and Su Qiuran followed. The carriages were large, fully enclosed, and you couldn't see inside from the outside either. Su Qiuran said word for word, "You can say it now. If you dare to say half a lie, I will make you regret coming to this world. Whatever is behind you." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head, knowing that she was heartbroken, so he didn't care about her threat, but said, "Your grandmother said that you grew up in Xiantao village when you were a child. It's not hard to find out. When you were a child, you liked the peach tree at the entrance of the village. Every day mischievous, that peaches are not ripe. You climbed up to pick. Later on, you ate half-ripe peaches. You had diarrhea. Alas, on the back of your home that dirt pit. The result. Zhao Qingfeng repeated the old lady's words. His eyes surfaced a touch of shock, but still said, as a result, the boards of that pit were broken by you. And then you fell down? Did this fall in the tur when she was a kid? In an instant, Su Qiuran's face turned blood red, a black history known only to her grandmother. I miss you so much. The old woman sitting next to her was also shedding tears at this moment. As she grew older, her granddaughter came to the city, and the chances of the two seeing each other were few and far between. Su Qiuran sobbed for a while, wiped her tears, and looked at Zhao Qingfeng. What else did my grandmother say? Go on. Her tone of voice had eased up quite a bit. After all, this kind of black history could not be easily revealed by grandma. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and also saw that the old lady was filled with sadness. She was even a little unsteady in her seat. He subconsciously reached out to help her. Just the moment he made contact with the old lady, Su Qiuran's eyes snapped open. She was surprised to see that her grandmother was sitting inside the carriage intact. Her lips trembled. Grandma! The old lady was also stunned. Her granddaughter could actually see herself? Without thinking too much, she reached out her hand and was about to hug Su Qiuran. Girl! Zhao Qingfeng froze and subconsciously let go of his hand. Next, the old lady's figure, unexpectedly, disappeared out of thin air, and Su Qiuran pounced. She froze and stared at the air in front of her for a moment before tearing her heart out and crying. Grandma! It was as if Zhao Qingfeng understood what had just happened. He thought about it and reached out to hold the old woman's arm again. As expected, the old lady's figure, once again, appeared in front of Su Qiuran. She was finally convinced that it was no longer an illusion. Su Qiuran fiercely hugged her grandmother and cried, Grandma, I miss you so much. The old lady was also very excited. She patted her granddaughter's shoulder and burst into tears. Girl, Grandma is fine. Don't cry. Don't cry. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably felt the corners of his eyes sour. Chapter 31. Zhao Qingfeng refuses temptation. Su Qiuran hugged her grandmother tightly, beaming with tears. Girl, okay, don't cry. Isn't Grandma here? The old woman's wrinkled cheeks were also streaked with tears. Still she gently patted her granddaughter's shoulder and opened her mouth to comfort. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head sideways and couldn't bear to look any further. Grandma, how did you come from the countryside today? That outside. Su Qiuran cried for half a day, finally eased some, wiped her tears, then worriedly inquired. The old lady sighed and said, You have a birthday today. I thought to see you. Early in the morning from the countryside, riding a tricycle over. Just arrived here. Has been staring at your home well. Did not think that the side is a slope. The wheels skidded and went over. A breath of air didn't smooth it out. So, alas, still old and out of practice. Her words undoubtedly prove one thing. That is, what is outside is true. Su Qiuran's heart was sad and incomparably sour. She knew that her grandmother was able to appear because of the man next to her. She said sourly, Grandma, why don't you call me and I'll send someone to pick you up? The old lady shook her head and smiled frankly. You guys have a lot going on and are busy. I don't want to bother you. There's no matter. Grandma's matter is the most important. Su Qiuran choked, hot tears rolling down again. If I had known sooner, if I had set you up with a couple of nannies, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. She was grieving and blaming herself. The old woman patted her on the shoulder. How can I blame you? What do I need a babysitter for when I'm not worried about food or clothes? In fact, after his son had developed, he had said that he would arrange for someone to take care of her, only that they were all forcefully rejected by the old lady. She was also reluctant to move to the city, still being used to living in the country. In fact, I'm most worried about you right now. You're 21 years old and you don't have a date. Didn't you meet anyone you liked in college? The old lady seemed to feel that the atmosphere was too sad, so she changed the topic. Su Qiuran shook her head. There is no suitable one. Alas, you still have too high an eye. The old lady shook her head, regretting not being able to see her granddaughter get married. Su Qiuran pursed her lips and said, Which is not. It just doesn't feel right. The old lady taught, Girl, let me tell you, our family used to come from a time of poverty, so don't just focus on family conditions when you look at people. It's not really that important to have money or not. Make sure you pick someone with good character and good personality, even if they are poorer and older. There is no problem. Zhao Qingfeng listened silently, and suddenly noticed that the old lady was dismayed when her eyes frequently looked at herself as she spoke. Su Qiuran seemed to have noticed it as well, and also quietly shot a glance at Zhao Qingfeng without saying anything. The old lady simply stopped pretending and directly inquired Zhao Qingfeng, Young man, how old are you? 30. Alas, a little older. but just right to take care of people. Girl, how about you look at him? I've never seen such a handsome young man. The old lady's tone was a little excited. Seriously said to Su Qiuran, if she could put the two together as a pair, she would feel relieved even if she closed her eyes. Although he hadn't known Zhao Qingfeng for a long time, the old man had a scale in his heart. Zhao Qingfeng character good or bad, simple a few things, can be reflected. The old lady believes in their own vision. Su Qiuran glanced at Zhao Qingfeng once more. This time, she took a serious look around, and there was a bit of awe in her heart. Grandma's words were not exaggerated at all. Even in Tiannan University, those school grass-level boys were not as handsome as him. Zhao Qingfeng actually has a number in his heart. On the piece of face value, it is estimated that last night in the hospital encountered that man in a wheelchair, able to be on par with him, and the other will not be able to fight a few. Of course, his handsomeness wasn't that of a floppy little puppy. Zhao Qingfeng's silhouette was angular, his eyebrows were thick and long, his eyes were deep, and he was very refined at first glance. Male lead in picture, please look in mirror to see. Su Qiuran quietly surveyed. She found that although she knew this man for the first time, and even did not know his name, but there was no antipathy in her heart, and thought that if she could fulfill her grandmother's wish, it seemed to also. Wait, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly spoke. I'll interrupt. I'm purely helping out today. Grandma, please don't mention this. Su Qiuran was stunned, and his heart became a bit upset. I didn't even open my mouth. What do you mean by that? You still don't like me? The old lady smiled and said, alas, young man, good things come in small packages, and I can see that you're destined for me. My family autumn ran this look you also see. That is absolutely worthy of you. And my son on her a daughter. You know what I mean. By the way, my son is said to be the richest man in Tiannan? They all say so. Su Qiuran frowned, feeling that it was very inappropriate for her grandmother to say that. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Qiuran's father to be the richest man in Tiannan. How about it? Think about it? I told you earlier that my granddaughter looks, well, pretty. I didn't lie to you, did I? The old lady squeezed her eyebrows, causing Su Qiuran to helplessly skim her lips. That said, her face did stand out. Her small palm-sized face was incredibly delicate and properly stunning. Grandma, you can't force this stuff. Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate for half a second and firmly shook his head. Feelings become tasteless if they are hung up with money. You said earlier that you don't care about the other person's family environment, and now you're talking about money. This is not good. When the old lady heard this, she immediately slapped her thighs in excitement and said to Su Qiuran, see, I told you that the young man has good character. Su Qiuran glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, his mind analyzing whether he was telling the truth or not. The richest man in Tiannan, $100 billion, and she's the only daughter. How could he not be moved by such conditions? Or maybe it's just a desire to get out of the way? Zhao Qingfeng helplessly laughed. Grandma, to tell you the truth, I'm already married and my daughter is over 6 years old. You're a lovebirds, you didn't order it right. Ha! This time, it was the old lady's turn to be staggered. Only after a while did she look at Zhao Qingfeng and shook her head repeatedly. Pity, too bad. Su Qiuran was relieved in her heart, but on the other hand, she also felt that Zhao Qingfeng was quite good. There aren't really many people who can firmly refuse in the face of such temptation. Next, the old lady continued to chat with Su Qiuran. They seemed to have endless things to say, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying. After almost an hour or so, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly noticed that the old lady's body seemed to have some illusions. He then said in a deep voice, time should be running out. Before the old lady could react, Su Qiuran's body trembled and slowly looked sideways at Zhao Qingfeng, asking in a trembling voice, what does this mean? Chapter 32. Are you a dog? Literally, it won't take long for Grandma to. Zhao Qingfeng didn't finish his sentence, but both of them could understand what he meant. Su Qiuran's face changed. Her lips trembled as she begged. Big brother, I beg you, can you bring my grandmother back? I'll promise whatever I want, please. Zhao Qingfeng's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, shattering the trace of fluke in her heart completely. Zhao Qingfeng calmly shook his head. Su Qiuran, you should understand that having grandma appear is already the limit. I don't want it. Grandma's here and she's not going anywhere. Su Qiuran had trouble accepting it and shook her head frantically, hugging her grandmother and not wanting to let go. In just a moment's time, the old lady's body became even more illusory, which Su Qiuran herself noticed, and it filled her with panic. Akiran, the old lady spoke solemnly. Su Qiuran bit her lip and sat up straight, looking at her grandmother. You must take care of yourself in the future, and don't follow your father's example in some things. Money can't be earned, and every penny earned must be worthy of your conscience. Hearing this tone as if explaining the aftermath, Su Qiuran nodded her head with blurred tears. Zhao Qingfeng, however, secretly thought in his heart that if every penny was right for his conscience, then it would be impossible for him to become the richest man in Tiannan. The rules of this society, that's how it is. Turn around and bury me in Xiantao village, right next to your grandfather. Do you remember? These words made Su Ran tear up once again, and now, she had to accept the fact that her grandmother was gone. It was a while before she nodded and choked out, "Okay, Grandma, I'll do whatever you want." At this time, the old lady, tone more serious, said, "This young man, you have to take people's love. This is a big favor. You cannot forget. If you dare to do that kind of favor, no, it won't." Su Ran hurriedly opened her mouth and cried. If it wasn't for Zhao Qingfeng, they wouldn't even be able to see each other one last time, which would be a lifetime of regret. That's a heavenly favor. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned for a moment before he gently smiled. The old lady has a heart. His ability was extremely special, so if Su Ran had any bad intentions, it was possible for him to find trouble after the fact, or even control him. However, with the old lady's character, Zhao Qingfeng believed that the granddaughter she taught wouldn't be any worse, so he wasn't too worried. After explaining these few things, the old lady's expression eased and gently embraced Su Ran into her arms. Xiao Ran, inside Grandma's room, she also made 2 pairs of cotton shoes for you, so before winter, you'll go and bring them over. Spending money to buy is ultimately not as solid as doing it yourself. Woohoo! When you have time, take care of the family peach tree. Just your favorite one. Aha! Grandma barked sentence after sentence, and Su Ran whimpered in response. Finally, Grandma lifted her face, reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "You're a big girl now. Why are you still crying?" "Well, Grandma has said all that needs to be said. You have to live a good life. Grandma will bless you." After saying these words, the old lady's body began to slowly vaporize, like a mirage, gradually disappearing. It was not until Grandma's figure completely disappeared from sight that Su Ran cried out in sorrow. "Grandma!" she cried again, weeping and tearing our hearts out and our livers. Zhao Qingfeng rubbed his nose and felt that if he hugged Su Ran and lent her a shoulder at this moment, he definitely wouldn't be rejected, but he'd just think about it casually in his mind and wouldn't do it. At that moment, he suddenly realized that as the old lady disappeared, a force seemed to burst out from inside his body, causing his original feeling of weakness to dissipate a lot. Zhao Qingfeng was surprised in his heart. After crying for a while, Su Ran stopped, and her gaze turned to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng also looked at her calmly. For a while, Su Ran bit her lip and said, "Can you still take my grandmother dash? I can't do it." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and interrupted. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have a very comprehensive understanding of his own abilities, not to mention the fact that what Su Ran wanted was inevitably to bring her grandmother back to life, which was by no means humanly possible. What's more, the old lady's soul is now gone. Sure enough, Su Ran let out a bitter smile and shook his head in disappointment. Zhao Qingfeng sighed and said, "My condolences." Only after a while did Su Ran take a deep breath and said, "My Su family owes you a great favor. Dare I ask what is your name?" "Sir, Zhao Qingfeng," Zhao Qingfeng said. "It's not really a favor. It's just something done in passing." He didn't hide his name, and there was no point in hiding it. For the richest man in Tiannan, it could be found out in minutes. "Mr. Zhao, you can tell me anything you need," Su Ran said seriously. Zhao Qingfeng's ability was too special and appeared to be profound, so she addressed him as Sir to show her respect. Grandma was the most important person to her, and if it wasn't for Zhao Qingfeng, they wouldn't even be able to see each other one last time. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. "There is really one thing you say," Zhao Qingfeng said. "Arrange a car to take me home." Su Ran was stunned. "That's it?" Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "To tell you the truth, I dropped my cell phone and I'm penniless, so I can't even take a car, and you guys are still busy next, so I won't bother you." With that, he pointed outside. There were a lot of people outside, and a lot of cars, and the old woman's body, long ago, had been placed on top of one of the cars. Luckily this road is wide or it would all be a traffic jam. Su Ran was stunned before saying, "All right." Afterward, the two of them got out of the car, and Su Ran arranged for a car to take Zhao Qingfeng home. Looking at the cars departing back, she thoughtfully muttered to herself, "Mr. Zhao, thank you, please, it's okay, you're too kind." When they arrived at the Royal River residence, Zhao Qingfeng thanked the driver and got off. As he walked towards his home, he went over the events of the day. Why didn't the old lady's soul dissipate after she died? But after meeting with Su Ran, which was just over an hour, she dissipated. What was the reason for that? Also, I can see souls, so why didn't I see any other souls on the street? Zhao Qingfeng pondered mentally and eventually came to a conclusion that he didn't know if it was right or not. That is, whether the soul exists or not should be related to obsession. The old lady was hung up on her granddaughter. That was her obsession. And after meeting with her granddaughter, the words that needed to be spoken were spoken, and then she and the last of her obsessions dissipated together. Obsession, Zhao Qingfeng murmured. Ding dong. When the elevator arrived, he put aside these distractions and headed straight to Bai Liu's home. After pressing the doorbell a few times, but not opening the door, Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Bailey Moon isn't home? Without seeing his heartfelt daughter, he shook his head helplessly and had to turn around and go upstairs. Back at his house, just opened the door, just to see the red-eyed Bai Xiaoxing. The two of them stared at each other. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment, then violently rushed over, hugged Zhao Qingfeng's arm, and bit down hard. Zhao Qingfeng was caught off guard and felt a sharp pain. Asterisk. Are you a dog? He reflexively shook Bai Xiaoxing away and cursed in annoyance. Looking at his arm again, there were 2 rows of deep teeth marks, even oozing blood. That's a real ing bite. Chapter 33, 3 feet of frozen water. Not a day's cold. It's true, honey, you're really okay. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were still very red and swollen from crying all night, but now she actually smiled slightly. Zhao Qingfeng coldly shouted, I think you're really crazy. You think it's fake. What are you doing biting me? Why are you biting yourself? I bit it. Honey, look. Bai Xiaoxing stretched out her arm as if offering a treasure, and on top of her smooth skin, she was densely covered with teeth marks, some purple, some red. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, You're sick, very sick. After saying that, he went around Bai Xiaoxing and walked into the house. When Bai Xiaoxing saw that he didn't care about herself at all, she felt some aggravation in her heart, and hurriedly turned around, pulling his arm and saying in dissatisfaction, Hubby, don't you feel any pain at all? Zhao Qingfeng calmly removed her hand, turned to look her in the eyes, and said, If you need someone to feel sorry for you, go find your good brother and leave me alone. Bai Xiaoxing's face was stunned as she anxiously explained, Hubby, you must have misunderstood. I really didn't think too much about it earlier. I just saw that he fainted, so I took him to the doctor. I can't possibly leave him there unattended, right? Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently and said, None of it matters. How can it not be important? Bai Xiaoxing was anxious and quickly said, I am your wife. I love you. He is just a younger brother. Can you stop being jealous? Okay? Zhao Qingfeng nodded. I'm not jealous. Joy immediately appeared on Bai Xiaoxing's face. Really? Well, get a divorce. Zhao Qingfeng found cigarettes and lit one, calmly saying. The smile on Bai Xiaoxing's face directly froze. She said incredulously, You mentioned these words to me again? Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to look at her expression, and when he saw his daughter's school bag being casually thrown on the ground, he picked it up and said, Take some time and go get the formalities done. I haven't made any money over the years, so I'm netting out. Bai Xiaoxing tightened her smile and got a little angry, saying, How can you just say those 2 words? This is not child's play. We'll later. We have no future. Zhao Qingfeng sighed and said, That night, I remember telling you that as long as you walked out of this door, we would have no future. Bai Xiaoxing's body shook. She blushed hard and mumbled, I didn't think that much, and you want to divorce me because of this little thing. Don't you think you're going too far? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were calm. The divorce was not an impulse. He opened his daughter's book bag and spoke as he checked to see if she had finished her homework. As early as when Zhang Zixuan appeared, I had already told you that I don't like the existence of this so-called younger brother beside you, but you refused to listen to me and even quarreled with me because of it. No, I really just think of him as a brother. You, Bai Xiaoxing anxiously explained. Don't interrupt me. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyes, his brows furrowed, and then said, In the aftermath, his name, he appeared in our lives every moment. I love you, and I love this family, and yip, for the sake of all that, I put up with it, but I also gave you my opinion. But then again, you still did what you wanted and didn't take my words seriously. Hearing her husband say this, Bai Xiaoxing's face gradually turned white. And then what happened? You made him your assistant, inside the company with him. You're still messaging when you get home at night. Oh, I didn't go through your phone, and I don't want to go through it. But frequent messaging, that in itself is not normal. And in addition to messaging, he would always call you out on weekends or breaks for various reasons. And instead of feeling bad about it, you brought up his name a lot in your life. For example, when we go out to buy clothes, you would say, Ugh, this dress is quite nice. Buy one for Zixian as well. Do you know that this kind of words make me feel sick to my stomach when I hear them? Bai Xiaoxing's face paled, and these words made her a little ashamed. Zhao Qingfeng continued, Until a few days ago, I had a birthday. You do not come back to accompany us. To go, and he opened a celebration banquet. Oh, good, a celebration banquet. All drink a cup of wine? A few more days later, you had a birthday and he tricked you with a phone call. As a result, you knew that he had tricked you, and instead of blaming him, You frankly stayed there late into the night. Do you think that your behavior is not problematic? As for yesterday, not to mention yesterday, of course, I've died once and have looked away, so I won't feel strange about anything you do. So let go. Good riddance. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxing was already unsteady on her feet. She had no idea that she had made so many mistakes without even realizing it. Bai Xiaoxing's tone was pleading, pulling Zhao Qingfeng's arm. Hubby, I know I'm wrong. I'll change. I'll really change. We won't divorce, okay? Hoping that what I just said was bull asterisk. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, remember, I'm not discussing with you. I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't want it, so we don't have a second way to go. If you don't agree to divorce, I will go ahead and sue. Bai Xiaoxing's face was pale. She didn't expect her husband's attitude to divorce to be so resolute, which made her heart incomparably flustered, and she was even a little unsteady on her feet. She bit her lip and said, hubby, I'll change everything. From now on, I promise that other than work, other things, I absolutely do not have any dealings with him. Please do not say any more. Saying that, she trembled as she took out her cell phone and deleted Zhang Zishuan's WeChat. Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly. Too late. It's not too late. We've been in love for 8 years. How can we just say divorce? Bai Xiaoxing said in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng didn't answer immediately. He just took out his daughter's textbook and flipped to one of the pages, pointing to an allusion on it before speaking calmly. 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. I think this article is good. You can learn from it as well. Bai Xiaoxing trembled, her eyes revealing panic, fiercely covering her head and shaking her head frantically. Don't say it. You don't say it. I won't divorce. I definitely won't divorce. Hubby, I can't live without you. Zhao Qingfeng was helpless and shook his head. In that case, we can only meet in court. For someone who has died once, it would be disrespectful to life if this could be easily forgiven. And he has one more thing to do, and that's make Zhang Zishuan pay the price in blood. The ability he discovered today has given him some ideas already. Chapter 34 Sweeping Fatherly Love. Bai Xiaoxing staggered, her face pale and her lips bitten white. She slowed down for a while before saying, honey, I definitely don't agree with the divorce. I'll change everything you said, and I'll never make you angry again, okay? Zhao Qingfeng smiled. That's your business. After the divorce you can play how you like. Before the divorce, you can be ambiguous, but if you dare to happen no way. Bai Xiaoxing suddenly screamed and interrupted him. How can you think that? There's no ambiguity, much less any other kind of relationship. Don't say such things. I'm so sad. We are husband and wife. You have to trust me. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said sarcastically, you also know that we're still a couple now? Now it is. Soon it won't be. No, not just now. Before, now, and in the future. We've always been husband and wife. You'll always be my husband. And Zhang Zishuan and I definitely don't have any immoral relationship. Bai Xiaoxing said loudly. Zhao Qingfeng said, maybe not yet, but it's impossible to say in the future. Crossing glasses of wine or drunk, and promise to pretend to be a girlfriend. And even more unconditional trust, in the give a little time. Rolling into bed is not at all uncommon. Hubby, how can you think like that? I could have sworn that there were absolutely no bad thoughts with him, that I was yours, that I belonged to you alone. Bai Xiaoxing squatted down and lay on Zhao Qingfeng's lap, tilting her head to look at him like a homeless kitten. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have much emotional fluctuation in his heart towards her explanation. He sat on the sofa and looked at his daughter's homework to himself, saying, whatever you say, I'll go ahead and sue. Bai Xiaoxing sensed Zhao Qingfeng's resolute attitude and calmed down, saying, we have Yi. She's still so young, and you don't have an income at the moment, so there's no way to raise Yi. Are you going to abandon us, hubby? In this situation, the court won't award a divorce, and you won't get custody of Yi. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. This is indeed a problem. He swept a glance at his wife and said, are you threatening me? No, I just don't agree with the divorce. Admittedly, I've done some things wrong, but I haven't cheated on you or done you wrong, so you have to give me the chance to correct it. When the time comes, we'll put these things aside, have another second baby, and run a happy little family together. Bai Xiaoxing stood up, cupped Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks, looked at him seriously, and said obsessively, husband, don't leave me. I love you. I really can't live without you. Zhao Qingfeng said, one thing you did, one thing at a time, did not make me feel love, but rather heartache. Husband, it's my fault for making your heart ache. I'll soothe these pains. You give me another chance. Bai Xiaoxing reached in from Zhao Qingfeng's collar, her palm over his heart, and whispered. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and took her hand out, saying, all right, I don't want to dwell on these things with you. It's all in the past. The outcome will be predetermined and can't be changed. With that, he got up and went to the kitchen. He hadn't eaten in over a day and he was starving. A flash of gloom flashed in by Xiaoxing's eyes as she sat on the sofa, sulking. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother with his wife. He just made his favorite meal. The two then did not engage in further communication, just finished eating. There was a sudden sound of weeping from outside. Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped. It was Zhao Ye's cry. Bai Xiaoxing also came back to her senses and hurriedly got up to open the door, just to see Bai Liyue returning with Zhao Ye. Zhao Yi deflated and cried, holding a mutilated ragdoll doll inside her hand. Yay! What's going on? Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly squatted down and helped Zhao Ye wipe her tears. Heartbroken, Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly hugged her daughter and comforted. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's just a rag doll. Let's go buy another one later. That's what I like. Yoshiaki is so bad. Woo woo. Zhao Yi was still crying. Bai Xiaoxing was annoyed. Which kid? Why is he so bad? Let's go find his parents now. Bai Liyu walked into the house, skimmed her mouth, and said, this little guy is fierce. Why do you need your help? She beat people to tears at that time. You don't know. That boy named Jia Ming, cried that miserable ah. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh as he said, alright, why are you crying after you've won the fight? Come over here, Dad will give you a reward. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's eyes lit up and she hurriedly got out of her mother's arms, not even wanting the ragdolls, and ran to Zhao Qingfeng, asking for a reward. There were still tear stains on her little face. Her big watery eyes were just blearily looking at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng grinned, pulled his textbook over from the side and said, dang it, the reward is your homework. Surprised? Zhao Ye froze, looking at the few books of homework in front of her. Her young mind was so hurt that her defenses were literally broken. What a sound fatherly love. Zhao Qingfeng sneered, what are you looking at me for? For 2 days over the weekend, you didn't move a single word of your homework, so be honest and do your homework for me today. Her expression began to change at breakneck speed, and her lips began to deflate again at the thought of her mom not far away. Zhao Qingfeng looked in his eyes and coldly said, no crying aloud. No one can back you up today, and you know in your own heart how long you've been playing with your cell phone in the past 2 days. The two sisters, Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liyue, treated Zhao Ye more spoiled than one another. If Zhao Qingfeng let it go unchecked, then Zhao Ye would be spoiled sooner or later. Only then did Zhao Yi not cry out, deflated her mouth, reluctantly gave an O, took her homework and went inside her room. I'm starving. Has Qingfeng cooked yet? Bai Liyu yawned and nonchalantly walked to the kitchen. Zhao Qingfeng said, no. Bai Liyu raised her eyebrows and saw her sister's red and swollen eyes again, so she knew that these two had quarreled again. She didn't bother, so she said, fine, I'll go down and order takeout. With that, she waved her hand and left. Zhao Qingfeng walked into his daughter's room and watched from the side for a few minutes before putting his heart down. Zhao Yi was smart and focused. Those topics were easy for her and she didn't need to be tutored. Hubby, the company has an order coming up next. It's Zhang Zixuan communicating with the person in charge of the other party. As long as the contract is signed, the profit can be more than $10 million a year. I promise to only have work-related dealings with him. When Bai Xiaoxing saw Zhao Qingfeng come out, he spoke carefully. Zhao Qingfeng knows that his wife's company is doing medical equipment. Simply put, it is sales. As for the manufacturer, is the Bai Group in Tiandong province. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, this is your business. There's no need to tell me about it. After sending Zhao Yi to school tomorrow, he will go to court and sue for divorce. Only, judging from Bai Xiaoxing's attitude, it was expected to be tough. In the meantime, he had to find a means of earning a living, or else it would be hard to get, not to mention whether or not he could get away, at least the custody of Yi. Chapter 35, The rich depend on technology, the poor depend on mutations. The stunningly beautiful Bai Xiaoxing, seeing her husband's disinterested attitude, had a flash of gloom in her eyes. She knew it was a bit of an outrageous thing to do for a while, but deep down, she never wanted to cheat on her husband or get a divorce, just the relationship between the two, and that's what it's come to? She couldn't figure it out and felt bad. I just want you to understand that I don't have any bad blood with him. Bai Xiaoxing paused and spoke. Zhao Qingfeng just revealed a sarcastic smile and didn't reply. Honey, if you're angry, you can hit me, scold me, don't ignore me. Bai Xiaoxing came over and whispered. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. There's no need. When he finished, he saw that it was getting late and went to the bathroom to wash up. Toward the end of the night, after he had settled his daughter, he still went to the second bedroom. Bai Xiaoxing sat on the sofa, sullenly lost in thought, a dull look on her flawless cheeks. Suddenly, the phone rang. She picked it up slowly and saw that the note was for Zixuan's brother, and she gave a hint of annoyance. After taking a deep breath, choose to connect. Sister Xiaoxing, how? Did you delete my WeChat? Just after connecting, Zhang Zixuan's slightly panicked voice could be heard. Just this thing. Bai Xiaoxing thought of her husband's attitude, and was unhappy. Something can be communicated by the work group. Hearing her cold and icy tone, Zhang Zishuan lay on the hospital bed. His eyes flashed with a touch of resentment, but his tone became more aggrieved, saying, Sister Xiaoxing, can you tell me what the reason is? Is it that I did something wrong? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes had emotions rolling over them as she sighed softly. You're right, I'm the one who's wrong. The marital crisis wouldn't have occurred if she hadn't neglected her husband too much during this time. But it's not too late to find out. I'll change and I'll get my husband back. Bai Xiaoxing's heart was firm, thinking that it wasn't too big of a deal. After all, how can you say you're divorced when you're divorced from something like this? Sister Xiaoxing, don't say that. I am afraid. Zhang Zishuan was even more aggravated, his voice trembling a bit. Bai Xiaoxing calmly said, Is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Zhang Zishuan fell silent. His breathing could be heard inside the phone, and Bai Xiaoxing was about to hang up when he opened his mouth. My mom called me. Zhang Zishuan's tone became heavy. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned, so she asked, What's wrong with Auntie? Her condition has worsened, and the doctor said that it is possible that she won't last more than a few months. Zhang Zishuan choked when he said this. Bai Xiaoxing was silent for a moment before speaking. Maybe a miracle will happen. You can spend money on the best doctor to operate. If it's not enough, I can lend it to you. Sister Xiaoxing, thank you. Zhang Zishuan sobbed. Pancreatic cancer can't be cured. I should think of ways have been tried. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing shook her head and said, Take some time off and spend more time with your mom. No need. On Mr. Gong's side, it's already reached a critical period. He and I have arranged to meet tomorrow. Last time, he was interested in ordering $50 million of equipment, so I hope that this time, he will be able to negotiate the project directly. Zhang Zishuan said, I have to say, he is still a two-timer when it comes to work, and has already negotiated two $10 million orders in 3 months. And this time, the total amount is even as high as $50 million, and the net profit alone is more than $10 million. Bai Xiaoxing's face eased and said, Tough on you. No hard work. Zhang Zishuan suddenly said, I told my mom. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment. Say what? That's it. That's when I said you were my girlfriend. I don't want my mom to have regrets when she leaves. Zhang Zishuan said carefully. Bai Xiaoxing's face then turned ugly and said with some anger, Why didn't you discuss this matter with me? Sister Xiaoxing, it was you who promised me. I really have no choice. Sister Xiaoxing, I beg you, just accompany me to the hospital once and meet with my mom. Zhang Zishuan said eagerly, his tone flustered as if he was afraid that Bai Xiaoxing would back out. I promised. Bai Xiaoxing frowned, her eyes subconsciously looked at the second bedroom, and her expression was a little struggling. Sister Xiaoxing, if you really don't want to, then I'll just talk to my mom. When Zhang Zishuan saw that she didn't say anything for half a day, he opened his mouth despondently. Bai Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said, There's no need to rush this matter, let's talk about it later. With that, she hung up the phone. Zhang Zishuan on the other side, holding his cell phone, revealed a sneer of triumph. He said to himself, if you go and see it once, then once, there's a second time. Ha 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 ha. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng woke up and realized that he was unusually energetic. All the weakness was swept away. There was even the illusion that one punch could kill a cow. He looked a little odd, and after getting dressed, he saw that it was still early, so he went straight to the gym. The houses in the Royal River residence are all very large, and the one Bai Xiaoxing bought has a usable area of more than 200 square feet, and when it was renovated, it got a gym. Zhao Qingfeng usually went to the gym when he had nothing to do, so he knows his body, and he's sensitive to it. He entered the gym, picked up a 10-kilogram dumbbell and casually lifted it a few times, and there was some surprise on his expression. It doesn't feel right. Zhao Qingfeng started doing push-ups again, as well as pull-ups. These were actions that he would normally do, but today he immediately felt the difference. Only after half an hour did Zhao Qingfeng stop, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He confirmed the suspicion in his mind. The force has increased. Physical strength has gotten better too. While the lifts aren't particularly noticeable, anyone who works out regularly knows that it's hard enough to keep from regressing once the body reaches a certain point. Boosting up is more often than not done by the month, even with countless hours of sweat, and Zhao Qingfeng had gained a boost in just one night. It's not scientific. Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin and thought, did he get stronger after dying once? What a scion talent. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. He began to think of the various things that had happened yesterday, and instead of feeling an increase in strength after his resurrection, he was extremely weak. When did the changes start? Zhao Qingfeng suddenly thought that after that old lady's soul disappeared yesterday, a power burst inside her body. So here's the question, is it because the old lady's soul disappeared, Or did I help her fulfill her obsession to make this change? When Zhao Qingfeng thought about it, there were only these two possibilities. It seems that the results need to be verified by bumping into more souls. Thinking about this, Zhao Qingfeng became a bit excited. It's true what they say, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. Daddy, why are you here? Suddenly, Zhao Ye rubbed her eyes and walked in wearing cartoon pajamas. Chapter 36, Zhao Qingfeng. Unexpected. Ugh, it's almost 7:30. Zhao Qingfeng raised his hand and glanced at his watch. He hurriedly got up and went out. Hurry up and change your clothes and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll go make breakfast. Oh, Zhao Yi then went to wash up. Zhao Qingfeng finished his breakfast in 10 minutes, and when he saw that Zhao Ye was still in the bathroom and hadn't come out, he knocked on the door. Daddy, I have a tummy ache and I'm having a stinky poop. Zhao Ye's voice rang out from within. Zhao Qingfeng realized why she got up on her own, and immediately said with amusement, alright, hurry up and fix it, don't be late. First grade begins at 8:30 and it takes about 15 minutes to get from your home to Blossom Elementary without traffic. Glancing at the master bedroom, it was closed, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't intend to call out to her. It was a while before Zhao Ye came out of the bathroom with a constipated look on her face. Dad, I didn't poop out. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. What did you eat yesterday? Following your great aunt? Zhao Ye's eyes flickered. Didn't eat anything. Did you eat ice cream? Zhao Qingfeng sneered. Zhao Yi didn't dare to look at him and ran to her room. Dad, don't ask so many questions. I have to get dressed. I'll be late soon. Zhao Qingfeng was helpless and grunted. When you come back tonight, I'll have to clean you up. It took a while for father and daughter to pack up and head out the door. Only after hearing the sound of the door closing did the master bedroom slowly open, and a fully dressed Bai Xiaoxing stepped out, her eyes bleary as she sighed softly. After Zhao Qingfeng dropped his daughter off at school, he went straight to a law firm. This was found online yesterday and he doesn't know much about the law, so he's going to get counseling. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at Tiannan City Plaza. Finding a parking space, Zhao Qingfeng parked his car and looked up at the magnificent city square, and couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the designer's thinking. Tiannan City Plaza, one of the landmarks of Tiannan City, was said to have been designed by a very famous person, and that person was also surnamed Zhao. The plaza is highly trafficked and surrounded by a large shopping area. Zhao Qingfeng searched for a while before he found a law firm that wasn't very large. Condensation Law Firm? What an odd name. Zhao Qingfeng spat, pushed open the glass door and walked in. It turned out that a young man just happened to walk out inside and the two almost collided. The young man cursed in a bad mood. You don't have eyes when you're walking? Looking for death. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. I think it's because you don't have eyes. Keep your mouth clean. The young man instantly blushed, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes, and said, how dare you talk back? Zhao Qingfeng laughed contemptuously. I'm just returning the favor the way it was, but when it comes to you, it's turned into returning the favor. There seems to be something wrong with your three views. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old. His appearance was not bad, and his clothes were all international high-grade brand names, obviously worth a lot of money. He coldly said, for a long time, no one dared to speak to me like this. You have a lot of guts. Zhao Qingfeng said disdainfully. Listening to you. Where is the big shot from? The man stared at Zhao Qingfeng and was about to open his mouth when his cell phone suddenly rang, so he hurriedly picked it up to look at it. When he saw the caller's number, his eyes widened and he couldn't care less about arguing with Zhao Qingfeng. Instead, he directly rushed out towards the outside. Just as he walked out of the glass door, he suddenly turned back and said to Zhao Qingfeng with a grim expression, Kid, I'm in a hurry. Count yourself lucky today. My name is Zhang Feng. Remember my name. When he finished speaking, he rushed out eagerly. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and felt bad luck in his heart. He could meet this kind of person even when he went out of the house. Didn't really care, though, and walked right into the lawyer's office. It was quiet inside and there weren't many people, all minding their own business. Hello, are you consulting a lawyer? Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from not far away. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head sideways, and saw a woman in a professional outfit and a hip-hugging skirt, who was wiping her hands with a paper towel. Walking over, he then nodded his head and said, well, may I ask if you are? Come with me, the woman said lightly, then went inside an office. Zhao Qingfeng followed him in before noticing that the woman had a good face value, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and had a very competent temperament. Sit. She gestured to the chair in front of her desk. After Zhao Qingfeng sat down, she held the glasses on the bridge of her nose and introduced herself. My name is Long Ning. You can call me Lawyer Lang. I'm also the head of this law firm. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. She looks like she is also in her 20s. Can this work? He saw a lot of positive reviews on the short video and was expecting a large law firm. This doesn't look like that at all. Lang Ning detected his words and saw his expression, and said bluntly, "The positive reviews on the short video are all brushed." Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and both froze for a moment before he smiled and shook his head. "You're really direct. It's still proving useful. For example, aren't you coming over now?" Lang Ning smiled faintly. Zhao Qingfeng actually didn't care. It wasn't a big lawsuit. So he said, "I want to inquire about the process of divorce proceedings." Lang Ning nodded and said, "Did you ask for a divorce? Or did your wife ask for a divorce?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "I want a divorce, and I'm netting the only thing I need is custody of my daughter." Lang Ning raised an eyebrow. "You cheated? Damn. What kind of words is this?" Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. So he said, "No, the feelings are broken. Alas, in the past, the people who came here asked for more shares of the property. You actually took the initiative to ask for a net, which is rare." Lang Ning smiled and said, "Okay, let me tell you briefly about the process of suing for divorce. Generally speaking, I will let you prepare the materials, and then submit to the court to sue. After the case is successfully filed, it will be within a week. The copy of the lawsuit will be sent to the defendant, that is, your wife's hands, and then within a month of the court hearing, after winning the case, congratulations, successful divorce." When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he frowned and said, "It's still so troublesome to get divorced? According to condensation, it's going to be over a month before I can get a divorce through prosecution. I'm talking about the shortest time possible, so tell me about your current situation." When it came down to it, Zhao Qingfeng told the current situation. After listening, condensation frowned. "You don't have a job, you don't have a place to live, and you want custody of your daughter. This is a difficult one, and it's not even close." Zhao Qingfeng spread his hands. "That's just the way it is." Lang Ning took a deep breath and said decisively, "All right, I'll take your case. I'll give you a contract later. Sign it if the cost is okay. Then, the next most important thing is that you must find a stable place to live within this month, and already have a stable job. In short, you must prove that you are capable of raising your daughter on your own. Is that clear?" Coming out of the law firm, Zhao Qingfeng had just reached his car when his pupils suddenly shrunk. "Zhao Qingfeng, can't believe it. I found you so quickly." Chen Lexi clasped her hands to her chest, making the already exaggerated size even more full and amazing. A cold smile blossomed at the corner of her mouth, and a group of youths, beside her, instantly surrounded her. Chapter 37, Calm by Chen Yang. 7 or 8 youths surrounded Zhao Qingfeng amidst Chen Lexi's cold laughter, all with unkind expressions. Chen Lexi was still heavily made up, but her body was extremely explosive. "Damn, today went out without reading the yellow calendar. First ran into an inexplicable Zhang Feng, and then was caught by this little sister." Zhao Qingfeng was depressed in his heart, but his expression was cold as he said, "It seems like you're not an ordinary person." He didn't give his name that night, but this little tyke was able to find it and was able to track down the car and his name, obviously utilizing the power of the officials. Right now, it's through his car. Squatting here, Chen Lexi looked excited and said, "You know, too late. Weren't you quite talkative that day? Today I want you to pay the price. I'm going to return the humiliation you gave me. 10 times. No, 100 times. Ha ha ha." Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, "I really wasn't wrong about you. Sightless and completely wasted. How the do you talk to sister she? Tired of living?" A youth suddenly pushed Zhao Qingfeng and cursed. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze chilled and he clenched his fists. "Aren't you a good fighter?" Chen Lexi licked his lips with an excited expression and said, "I've brought 8 people with me. If you can beat all of them down, I won't look for trouble from you." Zhao Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "This is what you said." "Of course, I Chen Lexi say one thing. You now, you ran away?" Chen Lexi hadn't even finished her sentence when Zhao Qingfeng suddenly turned around, bumped away from the 2 men, and scampered away. The 8 youths looked at each other. Chen Lexi was annoyed. "What are you waiting for? Give me a chase." At once, the youths went after them in a flurry. Zhao Qingfeng ran as fast as he could, and when he saw a group of people chasing after him, his footsteps became even faster. Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to fight with a few people, although his physical quality had gotten stronger, but to fight 8 with 1 was not realistic in any way. Running decisively is the best option. He just didn't expect that those people would chase after him. Zhao Qingfeng was running while thinking about how to solve this pile of trouble. The next thing he knew, he was leading the group of punks on a wild goose chase through the town square. A number of people on the road saw it and rushed to avoid it. This run was more than 10 minutes, and Zhao Qingfeng almost led them in a circle around the city square. Chen Lexi was annoyed. "How dare you trick me? Don't let me catch you." She stood still, grunting under her breath and muttering to herself. Suddenly hearing footsteps behind her, Chen Lexi subconsciously turned her head and saw a cold-faced Zhao Qingfeng running over from the other direction, with a bunch of her minions screaming behind her. "Stop! Don't run!" Chen Lexi froze and said dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you run away from there? Where would Zhao Qingfeng talk nonsense to her? He ran over furiously, grabbed her and roared. Don't even move. Dare to come over and try? Seeing Chen Lexi being held hostage, the youths immediately stopped in their tracks. Let go of Sister Shi. You have too much guts. Do you know what Sister Shi is? Don't let go of her yet. They stood a short distance away and kept shouting. Zhao Qingfeng hugged Chen Lexi to death and gasped for air. At this time, Chen Lexi suddenly trembled. Take your dirty hands away. Quickly take them away. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned and looked down, only to realize that his hand was gripping a position it shouldn't be. With a grunt, he moved down a bit. However, Chen Lexi trembled and her voice took on a sobbing tone. Let go of me. Turns out, due to the footprint, it was moved, but it wasn't much different than it was a moment ago. I told you to let go of Sister Shi. Did you hear me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where do you put your hands? I'm going to get you killed. A few people in front of them, their eyes red, screamed and cursed frantically. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have time to take care of Chen Lexi. This was just self-defense at the end of the day. Of course he wasn't going to let her go, and said in a deep voice, if you guys don't want her to get hurt, get the hell out of here. Now the youths hesitated. Chen Lexi's face flushed red, and when she saw that his hand showed no signs of removing it at all, she roared in annoyance. Don't listen to him. Get on me and him to death. As she spoke, she kept struggling. Zhao Qingfeng's hand felt good, but he didn't have the heart to experience it. He didn't expect this little Tei Yukai to be so stubborn. He was annoyed. Don't you dare try to escape. So what if you grab me? You have the guts to kill me. Do you dare? Chen Lexi screamed as she struggled. At this moment, the youths not far away, with their hearts in their mouths, also ignored Chen Lexi and rushed over like a swarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Of course Zhao Qingfeng couldn't really do anything to Chen Lexi, and directly shrugged her off and focused on dealing with the group of youths in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the group rushed over. Zhao Qingfeng looked at one of the people at the front and lifted his leg and kicked it so hard that the other person immediately covered his stomach and grunted. Obviously, Zhao Qingfeng had a lot of strength, but there were so many people on the other side that they immediately surrounded him and started punching and kicking him. In a matter of seconds, Zhao Qingfeng had taken quite a few hits on his body. Of course he wasn't going to take a beating for nothing. His counterattacks were also very harsh. No matter if it was a punch or a kick, as long as he hit the other party, he would let out a scream of pain. Chen Lexi's expression grew smug when she was shaken off. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng being surrounded, he was even more excited and clapped his hands. Brother Qingfeng, cheer up. It's only 8 people and you can't take it anymore. Can you do it, fine dog? Yeah, that's it. Smother him with your fists. Good job, Brother Qingfeng. She sounded so depressed on both sides. The boys were like, whose side are you on? We helped you beat up someone and you're cheering them on. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Qingfeng was even more so. When he heard these words full of sarcasm, he was a bit furious. He should have known that he wouldn't let this girl go even if he killed her. Zhao Qingfeng? There were already a lot of people milling about, and an unexpected voice rang through the crowd. Then we saw a man in his 30s walk out from the crowd and roar. What are you doing? Hurry up and stop. There was a brief moment of silence. Zhao Qingfeng was already bruised and swollen, looking extremely miserable, and he looked up with some surprise. The man's name was Bai Chenyang, and he was Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liyue's own brother, or Zhao Qingfeng's great uncle. Who are you to get the hell out of here? A young man with a nosebleed, seeing Bai Chenyang walking over, coldly drank. Bai Chenyang said coldly, what era is it? Still engaging in this fighting and brawling thing? Zhao Qingfeng, you're really living more and more back. Did you see clearly that I was the one who wanted to fight? Zhao Qingfeng's brain was bruised. Bai Chenyang said indifferently, no matter what the reason is, fighting and brawling is just wrong. You have to be calm at all times. Snap. He didn't finish his sentence before a slap to the face. Bai Chenyang froze. The nosebleed youth said, calm your mom. Where did come from? What a lot of crap. Get lost. Now. The veins on Bai Chenyang's brain rose. How the is that supposed to be cool? Without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves and charged. Chapter 38, Defeating Magic with Magic. Bai Chenyang's joining and eased a lot of pressure on Zhao Qingfeng, because there's 4 of them, turned their heads and went to beat him up. Chen Lexi, who was only concerned about the world, cheerfully clapped her hands and shouted, ha ha ha, it's so cool, you guys go for it. Not a moment too soon. All. A couple of police cars drove by quickly. Half an hour later, everyone was in the station. Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Chenyang, both of them with bruises and swollen noses. Zhao Qingfeng faintly said, Brother Chenyang, calm down. Bai Chenyang grunted in displeasure when he heard him gloating. The 2 men looked miserable, while the youths were even worse, and others were sent to the hospital. The two of them were inside a room and could still hear Chen Lexi shouting next to them. Come on, come and cuff me. Ha 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 ha, I'm the one who did it. You guys can take me in if you can. Hearing her voice, Bai Chen Yang frowned and inquired, what's this woman's origin? I don't know. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, thought for a moment, and added, I think her name is Chen Lexi. The name Chen Lexi sounds a bit familiar. After pondering for a moment, Bai Chen Yang's eyes snapped open and exclaimed, you said she's Chen Lexi? How did you offend her? Zhao Qingfeng glanced at him and calmly said, what? Come from a big place? It's not just a big one. Bai Chen Yang laughed bitterly, reaching up and pointing, I've heard of this name, but she's not from Tiannan. I'm not sure about the specific background, but is able to pass through the sky. Background? Is it that much of a stretch? Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he felt that this period of time was also too evil. Things were happening in heaps. First was the daughter of the richest man in Tiannan, Su Qiuran, and now a background of heavenly Chen Lexi popped up. One must know that Bai Chen Yang was the sole heir of the Bai clan, and even he said that his background was heavenly, so obviously Chen Lexi's family history was even more exaggerated than imagined. After a pause, Zhao Qingfeng said, what are you doing in Tiannan? The Bai group was in Tiandong, and Bai Chen Yang usually worked there. Bai Chen Yang said, I'm in Tiannan to talk about a cooperation, so I'm going to see Lai Yu and Xiaoxing, and Yi. I just said I'd go to the city square to buy them some gifts, and then I ran into you. What bad luck? What do you mean it's bad luck to run into me? Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched. What do you mean? Literally. Bai Chen Yang squinted at him and grunted coldly. I got beaten up for no reason and offended Chen Lexi. Just tell me if it's because of you and if it's bad luck? Come on. I'm too lazy to talk to you, Zhao Qingfeng said without a good mood. The two just didn't speak again. Half an hour later, an officer opened the door and said, you may go. Bai Chen Yang nodded his head at the police officer and got up with Zhao Qingfeng, so he left the room. In the hall, the two saw Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing naturally saw them and immediately rushed over crying. A smile appeared on Bai Chen Yang's face. I'm fine. In the next second, Bai Xiaoxing hugged Zhao Qingfeng to death and choked. Hubby, are you alright? Bai Chen Yang smiled, then stiffened on his face, somewhat embarrassed, resentfully touching his nose. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, pushed Bai Xiaoxing away, and said nonchalantly, I'm fine, hubby, I'm worried sick. I heard you were beaten up. I'm so scared. You're alone. There are so many of them, Bai Xiaoxing said in a trembling voice. When Bai Chen Yang heard this, he was dissatisfied. Are you mistaken? What do you mean he's alone? There's still me. Bai Xiaoxing then turned his head and also saw Bai Chen Yang's face full of bruises, so he shook his lips and said, brother, how can you fight and brawl? This is not right. If you calm down a bit, your brother-in-law, and you, will not be injured. When Bai Chen Yang heard the words of deja vu, he felt suffocated, and only after a while did he say sullenly, ah. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother with the two of them anymore and directly walked out of the hall. At that moment, there was a black sedan at the entrance, and a middle-aged man stood beside it without saying a word. And Chen Lexi didn't get on the car. Her eyes were dead set on the entrance of the police station. When she saw Zhao Qingfeng come out, her eyes lit up, so she walked over and said in a cold voice, you're lucky this time. The two of us have a score to settle, and it's not over yet. Zhao Qingfeng was annoyed and scolded. Are you sick? You fought today too. You can't get over what happened last time, can you? The last time is over. What about today? Chen Lexi's face was all red and she said unforgivingly, what is it today? Zhao Qingfeng asked coldly. You still say that? Chen Lexi was irritated beyond measure. Zhao Qingfeng immediately remembered and subconsciously glanced at his palm. This action, obviously, made Chen Lexi misunderstand again, and she exclaimed, you're still ing looking. Zhao Qingfeng grimaced and gritted his teeth. You called out for someone to beat me up and didn't let me resist. What's your logic? Honey, who is she? At this moment, a voice of shocked and incomparable anger suddenly rang in his ears, and then he saw Bai Xiaoxing walking over, staring at Chen Lexi with a wary gaze. Chen Lexi froze for a moment, then came to a realization, and with a twinkle in her eye, she immediately said mournfully, Brother Qingfeng, no wonder you refuse to admit it and take responsibility. It turns out that you're already married. You big liar. Bai Xiaoxing's face changed drastically. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes widened even more and said, you dash. However, before he finished speaking, Chen Lexi's big eyes, filled with tears, looked at him with incomparable aggression. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed you. I'll quit. With that, she turned around and got in the car. The middle-aged man closed the car door and glanced lightly at Zhao Qingfeng before getting into the passenger side. In a flash, the black sedan drove off. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and prepared to leave as well, and just as he took a step, His arm was pulled by someone. He turned around and saw Bai Xiaoxing's watering expression. Then he frowned. Let go. Bai Xiaoxing's tears, no longer able to hold back, fell in large drops. Her face was a little pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "Who is she?" Zhao Qingfeng was about to explain, when he suddenly remembered something and sneered. What? You can have a good brother, but I can't have a good sister? Oh, there's nothing between me and her. It's just a brother-sister relationship. It's pure. These words caused Bai Xiaoxing to be struck by lightning. Her heart ached like a knife, making her so shaky she could barely stand. Zhao Qingfeng, however, ignored her and directly shook off her hand, stopped a cab, and sat in it. Master, go to Tenant City Plaza. Bai Xiaoxing froze and watched the cab leave. Inside the car, it was only then that Zhao Qingfeng felt that the feeling of using magic against magic was pretty damn cool. That's when he suddenly noticed that he wasn't the only one in the back row. Next to her was a woman of about 40. It was only that she seemed to think that Zhao Qingfeng had a high face value and was sizing him up recklessly. What is this woman looking at me for? Zhao Qingfeng spat in his heart and nodded at her. The woman froze for a few moments before responding with a smile. Chapter 39. Another one. The woman wasn't very pretty, but the smile, it did manage to make people feel good. Zhao Qingfeng then smiled and said, I'm going to City Square. It won't affect you, right? After all, it was the other person who got on the bus first. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still some time before Yi got out of school, so he wasn't in a hurry. No. Impact. The woman hesitated before speaking, her voice a little husky. Zhao Shanha nodded and didn't say anything else, yet the woman suddenly got interested and said to him, Little brother, what's the matter with your face? Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously touched his face, and when he irritated the redness, he hissed lightly. He just reacted. He is still bruised and swollen. No wonder the woman just now sized him up and thought that she was looking at my face value. Zhao Qingfeng was a little embarrassed and smiled. It's okay, there was a bit of conflict with someone else. The woman staggered. Alas, you are young, not Xing fight out a good or bad, suffer or their own, live than what is good. As she rambled on beside her, Zhao Qingfeng felt his head getting big, so he nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, big sister, you're right. Hearing Zhao Qingfeng's perfunctory tone, the woman didn't feel annoyed, but said tirelessly, Little brother, you have to listen to me. I've been here before. This person, when you go out, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Nothing can compare to the word safety. Although Zhao Qingfeng felt that she had a point, he was also helpless. It's amazing that he could run into social cows while riding a car. In his place, he would never have been able to do that, to communicate with a stranger like that. Just then, the cab slammed on a sharp brake. Zhao Qingfeng almost hit the seat in front of him. He looked in front of him and realized that there wasn't anything going on, so he inquired, Ugh, master, what's going on? The driver wiped the sweat on his forehead and turned his head to smile. That, you want another car? I still have things. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, Why don't you pull me to a place where it's good to stop a car? This site isn't very good for hailing a car. Ahem, this trip will not be charged. I really have something. You see. The driver still smiled. His eyes actually revealed a trace of panic. Then Zhao Qingfeng was about to speak when he suddenly froze for a moment, then slowly looked sideways at the woman. The driver's expression became even more horrified as he looked at the empty seat next to Zhao Qingfeng, gulped, and said, Do me a favor. When Zhao Qingfeng first got on the bus, the driver thought he was on the phone, but when he looked in the center console mirror, he found that Zhao Qingfeng wasn't holding a cell phone at all, and was laughing and joking with the next person, which stunned the driver. Zhao Qingfeng immediately understood. Nima, did you touch something dirty again? At that moment, he also understood why the driver was alarmed, so he opened the door decisively and got out of the car. Ugh, little brother, wait, don't close the door. The woman suddenly spoke. Zhao Qingfeng then pulled the door open and waited for the woman to get off before he closed it. The moment the door closed, the cab let out a sports car-like roar and took off in a puff of smoke. The woman stood in the sunlight without the slightest discomfort. She looked at Zhao Qingfeng and asked with great interest, You should know what I am. Aren't you afraid? Zhao Qingfeng smiled. You're not the first. The woman was surprised. Is there another one besides me? Apparently, she didn't want to say that word herself. Zhao Qingfeng lost his smile. Of course, in this world, people are dying every moment. Rather, the woman nodded thoughtfully and said, My name is Zhang Rongrong. I probably died. For about 10 days. I have some trouble remembering. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised. He originally thought that in the soul state, he wouldn't be able to stay for much longer, but he didn't think that this one he bumped into this time would stay for 10 days. He said, How did it die? It's a wonderful feeling to ask someone to their face how they died. Hearing this, Zhang Rongrong's expression suddenly became resentful and she gritted her teeth. I was hit by a car and died. The police officer determined that it was a traffic accident. But I know myself that it wasn't. That someone was trying to harm me, Zhao Qingfeng said. So sure? I can't say it's an accident. It wasn't an accident, Zhang Rongrong said categorically. It's definitely him who harmed me. He bought me a huge amount of accident insurance and the beneficiary is him. I hate it. As she said this, her face filled with pain and her voice began to tremble. She shivered and said, he and I have been in love for 20 years, and our son is almost in college, but he suddenly called me to go shopping that day, knowing that we hadn't been out together for a long time. I was so happy that day that I foolishly followed him out. But, with that she sobbed and covered her cheeks and whimpered. Only, there were no tears shed. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. The odds are that this is another wife killing and insurance fraud, but he was no Madonna and could not empathize. So he said, my condolences. Zhang Rongrong snapped her head up, her eyes reddening as she said, little brother, can you do me a favor? Zhao Qingfeng could probably guess what she wanted to do, so he calmly asked, what do you want me to help you with? Help me kill that. Zhang Rongrong snapped, if he doesn't love me anymore, he can divorce. I know he has someone outside, but, why do you want to harm me? Why? Zhao Qingfeng snorted, if you know he has someone outside, why don't you take the initiative to get a divorce? These words put Zhang Rongrong in question. It was a while before she said periodically, I don't want to give up. This kind of indulgence will only give people an inch. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, you're partly responsible for your own death. Zhang Rongrong's face turned white and she couldn't speak for a while. This was a very obvious ostrich mentality that Zhao Qingfeng could see at a glance. He lit a cigarette and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You're the only one who can help me. You're the only one who can see me after all this time. Please. At that moment, Zhang Rongrong suddenly knelt down for him and begged. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly thought of his previous speculation that the reason a person's soul didn't disperse after death was because of an obsession. So what was Zhang Rongrong's obsession? He said, get up first, and I'll ask you, is this thing your greatest desire today? Is there nothing else you want to do? Zhang Rongrong's eyes lit up, thinking that he agreed to help. So she stood up and said, there's nothing else, just this one thing. When I think of him getting me killed and still getting paid, and even more so, getting to double up with that woman, I can't even close my eyes. What about your son? He's almost in college. Don't you miss him? Don't want to. That white-eyed wolf. Zhang Rongrong gritted her teeth again. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. Zhang Rongrong in these 20 years, gave everything, take care of the family to take care of the children. The results of the husband derailment. The son does not love her, but also killed. Can only say, pay personality, not to be. Chapter 40, must get $1 million. Little brother, I'll be honest with you. At first I was quite happy when I realized that I had become that. Zhang Rongrong said indignantly. However, the TV is all a lie. I can't do anything, not to mention revenge. I have no way to change all things. Through her description, Zhao Qingfeng came to a realization. After transforming into the soul state, commonly known as the aphrodisiac, it's not as mysterious as one might think. It also doesn't float. They can still only walk the earth, but they can't change anything. As an example, there is a fallen leaf on the ground, which they can likewise touch, but even with all the strength of their body, they cannot move it by a hair's breadth. This was also the reason why she had asked Zhao Qingfeng to help her open the door just now. There was no way for Zhang Rongrong to come out on her own. However, they can't change reality, but reality can affect them. A person could easily pass through them if they stood still, but they can't actively pass through people or anything else. Good low match up Piao. Zhao Qingfeng thought in his heart and casually asked, I see you are sitting inside the car. Are you able to leave your body far away? Zhang Rongrong smiled bitterly. At first I couldn't, but after I was cremated, I could leave. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, and there was some fear in his heart. If he was cremated that day, wouldn't he be like Zhang Rongrong, a wandering apiao? After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Qingfeng threw it away, clapped his hands, and said, well, goodbye. Zhang Rongrong was stunned. Didn't you promise to help me? When did I promise? Zhao Qingfeng frowned. If it was a small favor, he wouldn't have minded, but to go and take out a man, this one was a sorry sight. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he walked in the direction of the city square, which was just 10 minutes away from Tiannan City Square on foot. I won't let you help for nothing. Zhang Rongrong suddenly rushed over and blocked Zhao Qingfeng, saying. Zhao Qingfeng stood still and calmly said, do you have any more chips? I have gold hidden in my old home, almost 1,500 grams, Zhang Rongrong said excitedly. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. More than 1,500 grams of gold, according to the current market price, converted into Chinese currency, almost 1 million. To be honest, Zhao Qingfeng was short of money. Immediately want a divorce lawsuit with his wife. If there is no stable place to live, no stable job, he cannot get Zhao Yi's custody, and the money in his hands now adds up to no more than 10,000. Obviously not enough, but with that million, it would be enough to solve the immediate problem. At least be able to get a loan for a house and living expenses until you get a job. Seeing that he was a bit hesitant, Zhang Rongrong hurriedly said, "As long as you help me, all these gold bars will be given to you." Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "How do you prove it?" Zhang Rongrong took a deep breath, as if she had made a major determination, and said, "I can take you to get the gold bars first, and then you can help me take revenge." Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "I don't have the means to help you take revenge, but I have a way for you to take revenge on your own." Hearing this, Zhang Rongrong's eyes lit up and she hurriedly spoke. "This is best." She didn't want to kill the adulterous couple all the time. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "Okay, then tomorrow morning, wait for me in front of Flower Elementary School." Zhang Rongrong froze and said, "Not now? Now I have things to do. Goodbye." Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch and then walked straight forward. Sure enough, he went right through Zhang Rongrong. It would seem that as long as I actively touch and don't subjectively consciously try to make them manifest, they can't emerge into the real world through me either. This made Zhao Qingfeng breathe a sigh of relief. Just now he was worried that if he was able to make a Pao manifest in a passive touch situation, it would lead to a lot of unforeseen results. Zhang Rongrong turned around and stared blankly at his back, getting farther and farther away for a while before she shouted, "Then tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for you in front of Flower Elementary School." Zhao Qingfeng didn't respond. He just raised his right hand and waved it as a promise. The reason he didn't help today is that he thinks there is something fishy about this. If a woman who gives her all to her family, how can she secretly save millions of dollars? Zhao Qingfeng planned to check it out at night. Of course, the $1 million, he had to have it. For the sake of Yi's custody, he couldn't be more Buddhist. After more than 20 minutes, he arrived at Tiannan City Plaza. His Audi was still in the parking space. Zhao Qingfeng sat in it and just started it up when he heard the sound of the alarm. He got out of the car and couldn't help but curse. Chen Lexi, the son of a. All four tires were poked and prodded. No need to think. It must have been done by those youths when Chen Lexi squatted him today. This girl, who was clearly a fearless master, made Zhao Qingfeng annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he didn't have the means to deal with Chen Lexi, who had gathered so many people to come over and beat them up, and had even clamored in the police station, only to be released in the blink of an eye. As you can imagine, her background is more or less exaggerated. Time is not early. Zhao Qingfeng quickly called the 4S store. The other half an hour later, brought 4 tires over. Replace him on the spot. It went for a big couple thousand at once, and the balance, which was already small, bottomed out. Zhao Qingfeng was all still angry as he drove to pick up his daughter, but for a long time, the only thing he could do was to let out a sigh. Anger couldn't solve any problems, he could only admit it. By the time he arrived at Flower Elementary School, the parents who had picked up the students had pretty much left, and when Zhao Ye saw his car, she ran out of the security room and cheerfully shouted, "Daddy!" Hearing this sound, Zhao Qingfeng's mood finally improved, regardless of any difficult things that he encountered. As long as he heard his daughter's voice, Zhao Qingfeng felt that his body was filled with strength. He smiled and picked Zhao Ye up, saying, "Has Ye been good today?" "Of course it's good." Zhao Ye suddenly got aggravated and said, "It's just that little Dong Dong kept talking to me, and the teacher thought I was talking small talk to him and hit me on the palm of my hand." Zhao Qingfeng carried her to the car and started it while asking, "So you didn't make it clear to the teacher? I'm all beat up, so what's the point of talking about it? I'll never play with little Dong Dong again." Zhao Ye pouted and said, "Ha ha, okay, let's not play with him." Zhao Qingfeng said with a smile, "What do you want to eat tonight? Dad will go buy food, by the way. I want red meat." When Zhao Yi heard about the food, her mood immediately got better and she said, Zhao Qingfeng said, "Alas, eat meat every day. Be careful of eating into a chubby, little fat girl." "Not at all. Mom also said that she likes to eat the red meat made by Dad, and Mom is not fat." Not right. Mom's but fat and dash. By the time the two of them had talked and laughed their way home, Bai Xiaoxing had long since returned. "Hubby, you lied to me. I asked my brother. That woman's name is Chen Lexi. It's not even the kind of relationship you're talking about." She greeted the door when she heard it open and opened her mouth in a disgruntled manner. Zhao Qingfeng laughed sarcastically. "Me and her are fake, but you and your good brother, that's real." Chapter 41, God Brother's Eyes, exactly like that man's. "Why are you bringing this up again? I told you I have nothing to do with him. You don't like it. I deleted all his friends. Why are you still holding on to him?" Bai Xiaoxing skimmed her lips and walked over to try to take the dishes that Zhao Qingfeng was carrying. "Hubby, Put the dishes down and I'll show you the injuries on your body. My injuries have nothing to do with you. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand to avoid her. Deleting it or not is your business. It's already happened. I already don't want to count. He carried the groceries inside and said to his daughter, I'm going to make dinner, so hurry up with your homework. Yes. Zhao Ye nodded and went inside the room. Alas, husband, don't hold on to this matter. I didn't do anything wrong to you. I admit that there was some negligence before, but it's all a small matter. I'll change it, okay? Bai Xiaoxing followed Zhao Qingfeng into the kitchen and said as she hugged his arm. Zhao Qingfeng listened and laughed coldly in his heart. I've lost my ing life. Is this still a small matter? He said faintly. Still, whether you change or not is no longer my concern. How can you say that? I am your wife. How can you say it doesn't matter? Bai Xiaoxing's tone was somewhat mournful and dissatisfied. Zhao Qingfeng sighed lightly, then turned sideways and looked at Bai Xiaoxing and said seriously, we can't go on anymore. Let's divorce. I'm not joking. Bai Xiaoxing's face suddenly turned white, and flames of anger flickered in her eyes as she said, you're bringing this up again. I told you, I absolutely do not agree to a divorce. If you don't agree, then I'll see you in court. If you don't want the White family to lose face. Zhao Qingfeng's face sank as he said coldly. Bai Xiaoxing was furious. She felt that her husband was really making a big deal out of it. She didn't know what he was making a fuss about. He was obviously fine, and he brought up divorce again and again. She also got fired up and said, even if you go to court, it's impossible to get a divorce. I didn't cheat. What do I have to be afraid of? Do you want Yi Yi to grow up in a single-parent home? Zhao Qingfeng grunted. I love Yi Yi, but it doesn't mean I'll settle for less. What are you aggravated about? Isn't it just that little thing about Zhang Zixuan? I'm innocent with him. It's all in your own head. You're being unreasonable. Bai Xiaoxing was furious and said loudly. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and he just gave her a cold look, not bothering with her anymore. Bai Xiaoxing was angry and inexplicably aggravated. Her husband's attitude cut her heart like a knife, and at that moment, she couldn't stay, walked out of the kitchen and slammed the door. Zhao Qingfeng had a calm expression and didn't want to ask Bai Xiaoxing where she was going at night. Downstairs, Bai Xiaoxing, who slammed the door, didn't actually leave the neighborhood, but went downstairs to Bai Liyu's house. Don't ask, everyone, the gift reward function won't be open for a while, so if you like the anchor, give the anchor a follow. Bai Liyu spoke to the camera, smiling, and she nodded softly when she saw Bai Xiaoxing coming. Bai Liyu is a beauty blogger, but she live broadcast is not for money, sitting on millions of fans, basically no cash, and even do not accept advertising. However, she also has capital, not to mention $100 million in hand. Tens of millions of dollars are still there. Bai Xiaoxing sat sullenly on the sofa. After a while, Bai Liyu, who was off the air, came over and teased, what? The Cold War has been going on for so long, and it's still not good? She didn't know about Zhao Qingfeng dying once. Apart from Bai Xiaoxing, only Bai Jianghe, who had been here once, knew about that incident. Bai Xiaoxing nodded and said angrily, he wants to divorce me. No way. He's for real? Bai Liyu said with some surprise. The last time she heard the divorce, she estimated that the two couples' contradictions, after 2 days on the good, I did not expect to intensify. The brother-in-law is repeatedly mentioned divorce. Bai Xiaoxing said in a depressed voice, I just don't know what he's thinking. He doesn't have a good day. He has to be catty, making everyone unhappy. What about you? Bai Liyu shook her head and asked rhetorically. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment and said, what about me? I'll take Qingfeng's side in this matter. Bai Liyu said, just like you said, a good day doesn't go by. You have to recognize some kind of godbrother. Is it fun? Bai Xiaoxing's face was embarrassed and somewhat groundless. Bai Liyu shook her head. That godbrother of yours, what's his name? Zi Xian. I know why you care so much about him. Those eyes, they're almost identical to his. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly widened, her expression actually becoming somewhat alarmed, and she even glanced at the doorway. Bai Liyu raised an eyebrow when she saw her reaction. Sister, since you know about this matter, then you should understand the reason why I was so nice to Zhang Zixuan, and now that I have promised to draw a line in the sand with him, why is your brother-in-law grasping at straws? Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip and said. Bai Liyu faintly said, then you should come clean and tell everything, the causes and consequences. He might be able to understand and then forgive you. Can't. Bai Xiaoxing's face suddenly whitened, for a while, before saying, that person, that thing, I did not say when I turned out. Now there is even more no need to say. Anyway, he is not likely to appear. Bai Liyu shook her head and said, whatever you want, but I think that it should be hard to pass this hurdle of yours. As an outsider, she actually saw very clearly that with Zhao Qingfeng's character, since he had mentioned divorce many times, he must have made up his mind. His sister must have done something that he could hardly forgive. Once people have a disconnect, it's hard to go back. There isn't that much making up in this world. Only rehashing old scores. My sister felt that my brother-in-law was being calculating. That's because it wasn't my sister who swallowed the aggression. That's all. Once love is exhausted, all you see is dislike. When Bai Xiaoxing heard her sister say this, she said firmly, "It will always pass. I won't agree to a divorce." And on Zi Xian's side, "I'll draw the line. There's still a little bit of things to be dealt with. Just treat it as a normal subordinate." Bai Liu sighed. "Why don't you just draw the line? It was originally your problem. Even though I'm not married, I know that between marriages, there can't be any god-brother-boy best friends. There is no pure male-female relationship in this world. If Qingfeng had a sister with an ambiguous relationship, what would you think?" Bai Xiaoxing suddenly thought of that girl today. Her heart trembled for no reason, and she shook her head repeatedly. "He won tea habit. He loves me so much, and do you love him?" "Of course," Bai Xiaoxing replied with conviction. Bai Liu asked rhetorically, "Then why don't you cut ties with Zhang Zixuan now? Or is it that you have that person in your heart?" "Of course, no." Bai Xiaoxing's face changed slightly and changed the topic. "Mainly, there is one thing. I promised Zixuan that I can't go back on my word as a human being, and your brother-in-law beat him up several times. He didn't call the police. I have to recognize this favor." Bai Liu raised her eyebrows and laughed a little. "Qingfeng will still beat people up. I'd like to see what he's like when he's fierce." "Don't you kid yourself." Bai Xiaoxing sighed. "Anyway, that's all that's going on right now. And when it's done, we'll be fine." When Bai Liu saw that her sister was still doing what she wanted, she asked somewhat helplessly, "What exactly did you promise him?" Bai Xiaoxing immediately told him about pretending to be his girlfriend to cope with his cancerous mother. Bai Liu's eyes widened instantly and she blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 42 Nightmares. "No way. Are you a pig?" Bai Liu said with hatred. "I really don't know what's going on inside your head. How can you even agree to this kind of thing? When the time comes for Zhao Qingfeng to find out, I'll see how you'll end up. He won't know." "Oh, if you won't tell him, won't your brother Zixuan, too?" Bai Liu sneered. Bai Xiaoxing frowned, hesitated, and said, "Zixuan, he won't say it either. He is not such a person. You, so brainless, those eyes make you all irrational. Look at him putting on a filter and choosing to trust unconditionally all." Bai Liu shook her head, feeling that if her sister was bent on having her own way, then this matter would go wrong. Go terribly wrong. Murphy's Law all but says that the more you think something will happen, the more likely it is that it will happen. Bai Liu had an intuition that her sister's heart was now in the right place, and that this thunderbolt would inevitably detonate. I didn't trust him unconditionally either, mainly because, alas, I promised. I can't go back on my word, can I? Bai Xiaoxing smiled bitterly, at that time did not know that her husband had a car accident, thought that he was on the spur of the moment to beat up Zhang Zixuan, and also felt that it was just a temporary pretending to be a girlfriend to say a couple of words, and it was not a very excessive thing, and she saw that Zhang Zixuan did not call the police, and she felt that she owed a favor, and only then did not reject it. Forget it, it's your business, do what you like, but even if you have to fight, don't affect Yi. Bai Liu said faintly. Other side, after Zhao Qingfeng finished cooking, he called out to Zhao Ye to come over and eat. After dinner, he helped Zhao Yi check her homework, then gave her his cell phone and allowed her to play with it for half an hour. He went off on his own to do his chores. By the end of the night, after his daughter had showered and gone to bed, he went to the study to look something up on the computer. When Bai Xiaoxing came home, she found that it was quiet inside the house, and when she glanced at it, she found that there was light inside the study, and after thinking about it, she still didn't go in to find her husband. Ugh, if I go over to him now, he's going to talk to me about divorce again and fight. Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip lightly, thinking about her sister's words. She had an urge to confess. It's just that my husband is angry right now, and if I confess, he won't forgive me, and maybe be even more determined to get a divorce, which won't work. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head to put an end to such thoughts. He's just misunderstood because of the Zhang Zixuan thing. I won't be seeing him anymore in a few days after things are taken care of, and we'll be back together by then. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxing sighed softly and went to the bathroom. Zhao Qingfeng looked up the information he wanted and stared at it for a while, his expression gradually becoming grave until he finished reading it. Then he closed the computer and let out a long breath. When he thought about the information he had just received, his expression, then, was a bit complicated. After looking at the time and realizing that without realizing it, it was already 12:30, Zhao Qingfeng went to bed. This night, he had a very bad dream. In the dream, he and his wife love, incomparably sweet. Suddenly one day, his wife disappeared. He took his daughter, looking around like crazy, looking for a long time, nothing when he hung his head and came back, but found the next door open, a family of 3 out. That the hostess is clearly Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Qingfeng immediately froze, and then his eyes reddened and rushed toward the man next to him. Yet, Bai Xiaoxing screamed and pushed him, pushing him down from the 10th floor. Ah! Zhao Qingfeng cried out in despair and violently opened his eyes. It took him a few moments to slow down as he looked at the familiar furnishings of the room. Having nightmares, the man inside the dream was already blurred. It was only those eyes that he remembered clearly. It was clearly Zhang Zishuan. I didn't think I could dream of him. So, not so good. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes gradually changed, incomparably sharp and containing a heart-stopping coldness. It was already dawn outside the window, and after looking at the time, he realized that it was already 6:30. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and stayed inside the room for a while before getting dressed and getting up. After washing up, he yelled at his daughter to get up and proceeded to make breakfast. During this time, Bai Xiaoxing came out, and she walked over to Zhao Qingfeng's side again, saying in a resigned manner, "Hubby, I'm hungry." Zhao Qingfeng said coldly, "Do it yourself." Bai Xiaoxing's expression froze for a long time. Zhao Qingfeng didn't make it for her. In fact, it wasn't a big deal to make an extra breakfast, but didn't want Bai Xiaoxing to misinterpret it as a sign of détente. The decision to divorce was firm and not likely to change. Watching the father and daughter happily eating their breakfast, Bai Xiaoxing was heartbroken and uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao Ye suddenly looked at Bai Xiaoxing and asked, "Ha, Mom, why don't you eat it? Dad's fried poached eggs are salty and savory. They taste great." Bai Xiaoxing reluctantly smiled and said, "Yi eat, Mommy isn't hungry. Mommy has to go to work." With that, she hurriedly picked up her small bag and scrambled out the door. When she got to the car, she couldn't contain her emotions any longer and slumped over the steering wheel, letting out a sob. She didn't stop crying until the phone rang. Seeing that the caller was the newly arranged female assistant, Bai Xiaoxing wiped her tears and connected. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I've received news that the procurement needs on Mr. Gong's side are not only being negotiated by us, but I've heard that someone on 9 May's side has begun to approach them." The female assistant reported back in a hurry. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes stared. 9 Rose was likewise a medical device-related company, a bit larger than her star peak, and although she had the Bai group behind her, it was rumored that 9 May wasn't simple either, and was inextricably linked to the Multiplying Winds group. Su Shifeng, the chairman of the Ride the Wind group, was the richest man in Tiannan. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaoxing said faintly, "Tell Zhang Zishuan to take the order as soon as possible, and in terms of profit, you can also press it down a bit." "Well, by the way," the female assistant responded, suddenly stammering. Bai Xiaoxing frowned. "Don't gulp, just say what you have to say. It's Manager Zhang who wants the key to your office." "You see," Bai Xiaoxing sniffed and immediately said in a cold voice, "You're my assistant. Do you have no idea in your heart if you can give me the key to my office?" The female assistant's forehead broke out in cold sweat and she hurriedly said, "Okay, Mr. Bai, I know." After Zhao Qingfeng sent his daughter to Flower Elementary School, he looked around a few times down there. "I'm here," when he suddenly heard a voice. He followed it and saw Zhang Rongrong under a tree dozens of meters away. Zhao Qingfeng waved to her and she trotted over. After helping Zhang Rongrong open the car door and letting her come up, Zhao Qingfeng said, "Ugh, what are you doing running so far? Just stand in front of the school, and no one can see you." Zhang Rongrong embarrassed smile, "I'm in the shade of the tree. Didn't they say on TV that those things are afraid of sunlight, so I thought I'd try to stay out of the sun." Hearing this explanation, Zhao Qingfeng crowed and shook his head before starting the car. Zhang Rongrong couldn't wait to say, "Let's move now. You said yesterday that you were able to let me avenge myself. How can I do that?" Zhao Qingfeng's expression turned cold. "You seem to have forgotten what was promised to me." Zhang Rongrong's expression stagnated and she struggled for a while before opening her mouth with extreme reluctance. "My old home is in Qingyuan village in Qinshan town, and the gold bars are there." Chapter 43, Su Qiran's Purpose. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and drove towards Qingyuan village. Tiannan City to Qingyuan village, less than an hour's drive. Zhao Qingfeng turned on the music and lit a cigarette in the process. "It's good to be alive." Zhang Rongrong sat on the co-pilot, envy flashing in her eyes. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "In life, there is always a birth, old age, sickness and death. It's just that some people go fast and some go slow." Zhang Rongrong sighed softly, "If I can, I'd still like to go slower, preferably at the end of my life." "Good idea, realize it in your next life." Hearing these words, Zhang Rongrong's eyes brightened and she said, "Is there a next life? Do you think I'll still be able to reincarnate?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "I don't have any way to answer your question." Zhang Rongrong said with some pity, "You were able to see me. I thought you knew a lot. That said, what exactly are you? Why can you see that?" Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and joked, "Do you believe me when I say I'm a heavenly master?" "Ha!" Zhang Rongrong's mouth opened wide in shock, carefully sizing him up for a few moments before hesitantly shaking her head. "Let's see. It doesn't quite look like it. He. That's not it. What's the point of thinking so much? In any case, it's enough for me to be able to see you, Zhao Qingfeng said with a smile. The two made small talk inside the car, and before long, they were on the highway. However, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly frowned. He saw a black SUV on the rearview mirror that looked a bit familiar, as if he seemed to have seen this car when he was in Flower Elementary School. Could someone be following me? When this thought came out, Zhao Qingfeng's heart sank, thinking could it be Chen Lexi? However, on second thought, he felt that it was unlikely to be Chen Lexi. That woman obviously did things recklessly. If she wanted to find trouble, she would not have resorted to stalking. Who will it be if the others? Zhao Qingfeng had suspicions in his mind, so he kept a watchful eye. When he got down from the highway intersection in Qingshan town, he found that the car had indeed followed him, which made Zhao Qingfeng certain of the speculation in his heart. He then decisively pulled over. Zhang Rongrong then asked, "Ugh, what's wrong?" Zhao Qingfeng didn't pay attention to him and directly got down from the car. His eyes watched the black SUV drive over unhurriedly and he directly reached out to stop it. The SUV driver hesitated for a second, but eased to a stop. With that, opened the window. The driver of the SUV was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and looked at Zhao Qingfeng and smiled. "Brother, did you run into any trouble?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "You're following me." The driver's expression was startled, and he hurriedly said, "Brother, are you kidding? What am I doing following you for nothing?" Zhao Qingfeng said flatly, "Su Qiuran asked you to follow me. What's your purpose?" The driver's forehead saw sweat as he waved his hands and said, "I don't know, Miss Su." At that, his voice snapped. "Good one, Miss Su." Zhao Qingfeng's mouth hooked up a faint smile. The driver knew that he had been exposed by speaking out of turn, so he stopped pretending and said with a bitter smile, "Miss has no ill intentions. I'm Mrs. Bodyguard. She's dealing with family matters these days and asked us to follow you. If we run into trouble, we're always ready to help." Zhao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow and figured it out. Su Qiuran is still thinking of owing him a favor, but her family is dealing with the old man's aftermath, and she certainly can't leave, so she takes this kind of action. When he thought about it, he handed out a cigarette and said, "Can you contact Su Qiuran?" The driver took the cigarette and nodded after a moment's hesitation. He then took out his special cell phone and called Su Qiuran over. The phone was quickly picked up. Su Qiuran's voice was a bit tired. "Hey, what is it? Miss, I was discovered by Mr. Zhao. He's next to me now," the driver said awkwardly. Inside the phone, Su Qiuran was silent for a while before saying, "Give the phone to Mr. Zhao." The driver let out a long breath and hurriedly handed Zhao Qingfeng his cell phone. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Su Qiuran's voice, soft and sticky. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "You've got a heart, but there's still no need to be doing this kind of thing. I'm not used to being followed." Su Qiuran sighed softly. "Since it was Mr. Zhao's request, I will listen to it." "Well, there's no need to be literal when you're talking normally." "Ha!" Su Qiuran laughed softly twice and said, "Mr. Zhao, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me." When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he revealed a thoughtful expression. To him, helping the old lady meet with Su Qiuran at that time was just a show of hands, but Su Qiuran felt it was a huge favor. And now, it seems there is a real need for help. Zhao Qingfeng said bluntly, "I need money." "Ha!" Su Qiuran did not expect that Zhao Qingfeng would open his mouth to ask for money, which is not too difficult, but too simple. She let out a light breath and discreetly inquired, "Mr. Zhao, how much do you want?" Zhao Qingfeng said, $1 million. Su Qiuran was silent again. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Too much?" Su Qiuran cried and laughed. She is the daughter of the richest man. For her the sky is a big favor. This area of 1 million, can't take it at all. Ah, she said, "How much money is not a problem." At the risk of asking, did Mr. Zhao run into any trouble? To be honest, I've checked your information. Your wife is the daughter of the Tiandong family, so normally speaking, she shouldn't be short of money. Zhao Qingfeng did not hide, directly said, "I have sued for divorce. The next to fight the divorce lawsuit. I want to get custody of my daughter. I must have a place to live and a stable job, and I am currently, not to say that I am penniless, but it is almost the same." Su Qiuran froze for a moment and asked with some loss of composure, "You want a divorce? Is that a stretch?" Zhao Qingfeng had some toothache and said, "In this society, isn't it normal to get married and divorced?" Lang Ning sent him a message. Has been prosecuted. In a few days the copy of the prosecution will be sent to Bai Xiaoxing's hands. By the time the court is held, it will be known to everyone. There is nothing to hide. Su Qiuran didn't know what came to her mind. Her expression changed a bit and she suddenly said, "Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid I can't give you the money." Zhao Qingfeng, "Huh? Take your time." Su Qiuran smiled faintly and said, "Although I won't give money directly, I will help you deal with the issue of accommodation as well as work." Zhao Qingfeng was a bit puzzled as to what drug Su Qiuran was selling, but these two items were exactly what he needed. so he immediately said, "This is also fine. Okay, it's a deal. I'll look for you in a couple days once I've taken care of things, and we'll meet up and talk." Su Qiuran's voice was lighter and her mood was much better than just now. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "Okay, then I'll see you then." Hang up. Su Qiuran looked at her grandmother's effigy in front of her and murmured, "Grandma, just rest assured, I won't let you down." Chapter 44, Good Husbands and Good Sons. "Alright, please." Zhao Qingfeng returned the cell phone to the driver. The driver rubbed his hands together and said, "That, Mr. Zhao, when you and Miss meet at that time, don't dash. Ha, you're all playing by the rules. Don't worry, that's good." The driver's lifted heart dropped only slightly, realizing that it was dereliction of duty to be caught stalking. Zhao Qingfeng watched the SUV drive away before he got into his car. "Are you done with your business?" Zhang Rongrong inquired. "Aha." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head. In fact, with Su Qiuran's promise, it wasn't so urgent to take or not to take her gold bars. Only, thinking about the information he had looked up last night, he felt the need to take it. "Come on, you show the way." He started the car again and drove towards Qingyuan village. Half an hour later, he arrived at the door of an old house under the curious gaze of the villagers. Looking at the house in front of her, Zhang Rongrong's expression had some excitement and a hint of nostalgia. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the many engraved marks on the wooden room door. Those, as a child, she carved with stones. The wooden door has mottled red paint, faded from decades of weather, with lots of smiley dolls and crooked mourning characters, full of signs of age. Zhang Rongrong gently stroked. Once a little girl, in the twinkling of an eye has grown up, but also the difference between yin and yang. Her eyes reddened at the thought. It was a while before Zhang Rongrong spoke. "There's no key, the gold bars are in the back." Zhao Qingfeng then went around to the back of the house. At this point, Zhang Rongrong did not immediately point out the place where the gold bars were hidden, but swallowed and asked, "That, can you tell me how to get my own revenge?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned as he stared at Zhang Rongrong without saying anything. When Zhang Rongrong was looked at by him like this, she was inexplicably fearful in her heart and didn't dare to meet her eyes, so she slowly lowered her head. Zhao Qingfeng looked around and realized that there was no one, so he said, "Take this." Zhang Rongrong then looked up and saw a hair strand in Zhao Qingfeng's hand. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't say hair strand, I can't hold anything." Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything, lifting his hand and handing the strands of hair to Zhang Rongrong before letting go. Then, strands of hair fell lightly, and Zhang Rongrong subconsciously went to catch it. She had expected the strands of hair to penetrate her body and fall to the ground. However, the strands of hair fell steadily into her palm. Zhang Rongrong was stunned. "This is?" As she spoke, she moved her feet slightly, and a wig next to her bent slightly as she touched it. Zhang Rongrong's pupils violently indented, like a heavenly thunder struck into the brain, so that her whole person is agitated. Trembling, "Is it that I came to life?" With that, she began to move. She then realized that not only was she able to bend the grass, but she could even pick up masonry. Zhang Rongrong was instantly certain that she had an entity. It thrilled her to no end. Only, the next second Zhao Qingfeng took his hair back from her. At once, Zhang Rongrong once again returned to the state of apiao. A strong sense of loss surrounded her, and Zhang Rongrong looked at the hair with baffled eyes and said, "Can you take it?" "Can't." Zhao Qingfeng simply shook his head and calmly said, "It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Zhang Rongrong stared at the hair for a while before pointing out a location. Zhao Qingfeng then went to dig, and in a short while, he found a box, and inside was indeed gold bars, bits and pieces, small and large, while the packaging on top of one of the gold bars hadn't even been torn off yet, showing 100 grams and dated April 2025. It was also just over 2 months ago that she bought a gold bar. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes flashed and he didn't move as he put the box away. He, however, did not notice that Zhang Rongrong stood behind him, full of unwillingness, with an expression of reluctance, heartache, and distortion. "Let's go." Zhao Qingfeng held the box and said, "Now it's time to go to your house." Zhang Rongrong hurriedly put away her expression, then followed. On the way back, neither of them spoke again when they each had something on their mind. By the time Tenant got there, it was almost 12 noon. "Where is your house?" "Ranhan neighborhood." Zhao Qingfeng didn't go to eat either, but went directly to the place that Zhang Rongrong said. Not long after, a dilapidated neighborhood appeared in front of Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was just about to enter when he noticed Zhang Rongrong standing violently. Her gaze looked at the two figures not far away, and her body couldn't stop trembling. Zhao Qingfeng followed her gaze and found a middle-aged man, and a teenager, slowly walking over from the end of the road. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old and his hair was half gray. The teenager kept his head down and walked sullenly, not daring to meet people's eyes, looking extremely introverted. "That's them, my husband and my son. I'm going to kill him." Zhang Rongrong hissed violently. her eyes flashing with indignation and hatred. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were calm and his gaze watched the two walk over and enter the neighborhood again. So he lifted his foot to follow. Zhang Rongrong's face twisted as she followed Zhao Qingfeng closely, and a sinister smile spread across the corners of her mouth at the thought that she would be able to finish off that person later. Zhao Qingfeng walked quietly until he reached the bottom of a building, when the man in front of him suddenly turned around and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you've been following me?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly and said unabashedly, "Well, there's something I want to talk to you about your dead wife." The man's eyes snapped open. Wrong. He looked at Zhao Qingfeng for a while before saying, "Let's talk at home." With that, he joined the teenager and went inside the building. Zhang Rongrong's home was on the 5th floor, and this neighborhood was so old that it didn't even have an elevator, so a few people walked up on foot. Arrived. The man took out his key and opened the door. Zhao Qingfeng followed and walked in. The arrangement of the home was simple and there was no expensive furniture, while the effigy placed in the center of the room was very conspicuous. The teenager looked at the effigy, his eyes flashing with intense pain and longing. The man brought a chair over for Zhao Qingfeng and said, "Smoke?" Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. At this time, Zhang Rongrong was like a madman, rushing toward the various rooms, hissing, "Where is it? Where is that woman?" Zhao Qingfeng looked at her quietly. Zhang Rongrong looked around and didn't see the woman, so she pointed to the closed room and was certain. "It must be in there. That woman, that's the utility room." When the man saw Zhao Qingfeng's gaze notice the closed room, he said. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head. In fact, inside this home, there was no trace of any woman living there. He said, "Didn't it occur to you to put your wife in a mental hospital before her accident?" The man lit a cigarette and smiled bitterly. "No, my son and I couldn't bear it. After all, she's just paranoid and often hallucinates, but she's not really harming anyone." Zhao Qingfeng let out a hum. He had found out yesterday that Zhang Rongrong had a serious mental illness, so her words didn't have any credibility, but Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't just trust a man's words either. He needs to do a test. Human instinctive reactions. They can't be fooled. He then stood up and walked over to Zhang Rongrong. The man looked at him uncertainly and the teenager looked over curiously. Zhao Qingfeng put his hand on Zhang Rongrong's shoulder. "Next, Mom." "Wrong." The man and the teenager, all of them widened their eyes, then rushed over without hesitation. However, Zhang Rongrong, who had just appeared, disappeared out of thin air once again. The man and the teenager, both stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. So far, the truth is out. Zhao Qingfeng sighed lightly. "You are a good husband and a good son." Zhang Rongrong also froze, seeing the bewildered look of her husband and son. She suddenly clutched her head and crouched on the ground in pain. Poof! At this moment, the man suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Qingfeng. "I know I wasn't hallucinating just now. Please let Rongrong come back. I beg you." The teenager followed his father and knelt down with him, pleading, "I miss my mom so much. Please." The two men, at the same time, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. "You have 10 minutes. Chapter 45, Mr. Zhao." After saying that, he quietly grabbed Zhang Rongrong's arm. In an instant, Zhang Rongrong, who had been dead for a long time, reappeared, crying. The teenager rose from the ground and rushed to his mother, hugging her to death. "Mom!" Zhang Rongrong's expression was dumbfounded for a while before she said in a trembling voice, "Xiaozhu, don't be afraid. Mom is here." With just one sentence, she burst into tears and hugged her son, patting him gently. The man also stood up from the ground. His eyes reddened at the sight, and he quietly walked over and hugged both mother and son. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the three people in front of him, and complex emotions rolled in his eyes. He had already tested it today. As long as he voluntarily gave away a hair, he could make the soul reappear. Only that Zhang Rongrong's mental state wasn't stable, and he didn't do so for fear that he might lose control. "Honey, I misunderstood you." At this moment, Zhang Rongrong had a rare moment of clarity, and she looked at the house of the family, sad to no end. The man shook his head and choked out, "It's over. It's over. Mom, I missed you so much." Kotek was still sobbing. The corners of Zhang Rongrong's mouth spread a smile. At this moment in her eyes, the light belonging to a mother finally appeared. She looked at her son and said, "Xiaozhu, in the future, when mommy is gone, you have to be brave. Don't be afraid of anything. Don't be intimidated." "Good." Kotek shed tears and kept nodding her head. "Soon to go to college, to the school inside to be independent. Study well professional skills. Less let your father worry. In the future to filial piety him." Zhang Rongrong said. Her eyes also reddened. This moment she seemed to have endless words to tell her son in detail. Xiaozhu hugged her mother, feeling the warmth of her body, and for a moment it seemed as if her mother had never left. But the man's eyes held intense pain. He knew that his wife was dead. After Zhang Rongrong had finished barking at her son, she looked at the man again. There were loving thoughts and guilt in her eyes. She hesitated for a long time before she said softly, "Husband, I'm sorry for you, and I'm sorry for my son." The man wept, but smiled. Wrong, what a silly thing to say. We are family. Hearing these words, Zhang Rongrong's body trembled, and strong remorse welled up in her heart. Only, now she couldn't make up for it. A family of three, talking a lot more. Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng spoke. Time's up. After saying that, he decisively left Zhang Rongrong's arm, and she disappeared in front of several people in an instant. Hibiscus. The man looked at the air in front of him, transfixed, and the teenager couldn't contain himself and stormed inside the room, hugging a pillow and crying bitterly. Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly. My condolences. It took a while for the man to slow down. He nodded and said, My name is Li Zhong. My son's name is Li Zhu. Dare I ask, what is my name? You can just call me Mr. Cho, Zhao Qingfeng calmly said. A trace of awe flashed in Li Zhong's eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked, Can you tell me where Rong she would go? She'll go where she needs to go. Where is it supposed to go? Don't ask what you shouldn't. When Li Zhong smiled bitterly, he lit a cigarette, lowered his head and said, I know Rong is still here. If she can't hear me, please tell her that I don't blame her. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Zhang Rongrong, then nodded and said, She can hear you. Let her go well. I'll take care of things within the family. No matter how hard it is, I'll raise Xiaozhu to adulthood. Li Zhong's eyes were resolute. This was a man's promise. Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly and patted Li Zhong's shoulder, then got up and said, All right, it's time for me to leave. After saying that, he ignored Li Zhong's retention and left his house straight away. After going downstairs, Zhang Rongrong was still following Zhao Qingfeng. She suddenly spoke. You knew that already, didn't you? It's not hard to find out about your family. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said calmly. A touch of desolation surfaced at the corner of Zhang Rongrong's mouth as she said in a low voice, I deserve to die. I was the one who harmed both their father and son. Before my husband, I talked to a man, but he cheated on me and dumped me when he found a rich woman outside. And during that time I got depressed and suffered from a very serious illness. It didn't get better until I met my husband and I thought it was getting better. I didn't realize that it stayed inside me. And then I always suspected that my husband had someone outside. That my son was calling someone else's mom. I panicked and did everything I could to take the money my husband earned inside my hands. My husband in fact, is very hardworking. He is a top man. It is me who has harmed them. Woo. With that, Zhang Rongrong covered her face and cried bitterly. Zhao Qingfeng also understood where those gold bars came from. In fact, it was similar to what he had guessed. At this point, Mr. Zhao, wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head and saw Li Zhong and Li Zhu running out from inside the building. He was holding a box in his hands and said in a panic, Mr. Zhao, you left your things there. It's full of dash. That's yours. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and interrupted him. Li Zhong was stunned and beyond shocked. This is all gold. He was busy waving his hands. How can our family have this? Zhao Qingfeng said, This is your wife. Left for you. At that moment, Li Zhong and Zhang Rongrong both froze. All right, live and learn. Zhao Qingfeng rubbed Li Zhu's hair, turned around and left. Li Zhong looked at his back and suddenly said in a deep voice, Li Zhu, kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Zhao. Li Zhu complied, ignoring the pedestrian's strange eyes, and kneeled down with a plop at Zhao Qingfeng's back, respectfully kowtowing 3 times in a row. Zhao Qingfeng seemed to have noticed and did not turn around, but only raised his hand and waved it. Only when their backs disappeared did Li Zhu stand up, and Li Zhong said, Remember, no matter what kind of achievements you have in the future, Mr. Zhao is our family's benefactor. The introverted teenager, with gratitude flashing in his eyes, nodded heavily. I know. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qingfeng and Zhang Rongrong were back inside the car. Zhang Rongrong hesitated and said, Why did you? This was originally theirs. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and sighed lightly. He'd checked the information yesterday, and he'd had this in mind, especially today when he'd seen that father and son had no home, not even a decent appliance, and he was more than likely not going to be able to take a penny. At first, he was prepared to keep a little bit for his immediate needs. Only Sucho Rant's phone call made him free of this concern. In Zhang Rongrong's eyes, gratitude appeared and she said heartily, Mr. Zhao, thank you. Zhao Qingfeng laughed lightly and shook his head. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Rongrong's body began to be illusory. This is, for me. Zhang Rongrong was surprised. Zhao Qingfeng said, You're going where you're supposed to go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rongrong froze for a moment, then emerged with a frank look and laughed. That's right. After saying that, her body gradually became transparent and dissipated. Chapter 46 by Xiaoxing in the hospital. The breeze blew across the empty passenger side. Zhao Qingfeng poked out the car window and looked. The weather was good, so he smiled and inexplicably felt in a good mood. At that moment, he felt another surge of power erupt from inside his body, surging to all his limbs. Zhao Qingfeng felt it carefully and thought to himself, he was technically fulfilling Zhang Rongrong's obsession today. Although she was thinking of revenge before, only as she came to her senses, she was left with nothing but guilt for her family. And Zhao Qingfeng taking out the gold bars and returning them to his father and son made up for Zhang Rongrong's regrets. Her obsession was complete and naturally dissipated. This power within Zhao Qingfeng's body was more like some sort of good feedback. After sitting inside the car and pondering for a long time, Zhao Qingfeng looked at the time and started the car. Going to pick up Xiao Ye. Evening. Bai Xiaoxing still wanted to ease the relationship, but Zhao Qingfeng's attitude remained resolute. Over the next few days, nothing special happened. Aside from the atmosphere in the house being a little weird, everything seemed to go back to before. Zhao Qingfeng picking up Yi, doing chores around the house, and cooking as well. It's worth mentioning that he didn't just do the father and daughter's portion, Bai Xiaoxing's portion. By the way, he also did. Bai Xiaoxing was delighted in her heart and thought this was her husband giving steps. However, his attitude remained the same. Even at night when Bai Xiaoxing wore sexy pajamas, Zhao Qingfeng just coldly pushed them away. But other than that, there wasn't any over-the-top language. Bai Xiaoxing then sighed and went back to her room somewhat forlornly, comforting herself in her heart that her husband was still angry in his heart and would be fine in a couple of days. All in all, it's been a pretty quiet few days. Until Friday. This day, after Zhao Qingfeng sent Zhao Ye off, he had just driven back to the Royal River residence neighborhood when he suddenly noticed a slender figure standing at the entrance of the neighborhood. Su Qiuran? Zhao Qingfeng opened his mouth in surprise. Today's Su Qiuran was wearing a lavender halter dress. Her body was concave and convex, and her face was youthful and beautiful even without powder. Standing there playfully with a small white bag on her shoulder, she attracted countless eyeballs. Mr. Shou. Su Qiuran smiled faintly and walked over with a graceful pace. Zhao Qingfeng then got out of the car and said, "Ugh, you should have called me. I'm this." Su Qiuran's nice eyebrows wrinkled and said, "It seems like you didn't tell me your phone number." Zhao Qingfeng was speechless, but on second thought, with your status, is there anything you can't find out? Ha ha, just kidding. With that, Su Qiuran pulled open the passenger side and sat herself up. Zhao Qingfeng froze and said, "What are you? Go, take you to your new home." Su Qiuran said with a smile. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes immediately lit up and he nodded his head in a hurry. Good. With that, he got in the car. In the Fairview neighborhood, Su Qiuran said. At those words, Zhao Qingfeng was shocked for a moment. Tiannan City is the capital city of Tiannan Province. The price of housing naturally high, although the past 2 years fell some, but those central properties, still not ordinary people can afford to buy. The price of a house like the Imperial River residence where they now live is as high as $30,000 to $40,000, and the Fairview is not bad at all. Let's go. That's the closest neighborhood to Flower Elementary School. When Su Qiuran saw his surprised expression, a hint of a smile surfaced in her eyes, like a moon bending. Extremely pretty. Zhao Qingfeng returned to his senses before sighing. You have a heart. He was not polite, and directly started the car and drove to the Fairview neighborhood. Ugh, why do you want a divorce? In the car, Su Qiuran suddenly asked with great interest. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, if your feelings don't get along, just separate. There's no reason. Your wife cheated on you, Su Qiuran suddenly said. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and looked at her. Su Qiuran laughed playfully. Alas, don't look at me like that. It's all my guess. But then, it's rumored that your wife and a subordinate have a great relationship and are somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Qingfeng then frowned and his voice sank as he said, you arranged for someone to investigate? Su Qiuran saw his expression. His heart trembled. So he said period. Just check so. Little. It's more than a little bit, I'd say, to even find out something like that. Zhao Qingfeng said, and didn't get very angry. His gaze turned to the front, and while driving, he lightly said, forget it, it doesn't matter if you know. It's just that much in any case. Let's see. You're so determined to get a divorce. It's definitely not something that can be described as so little. Su Qiuran tilted her head and scrutinized Zhao Qingfeng's side face. At this moment, she felt that her grandmother's aesthetic was not at all wimpy. His face, it is really deathless handsome. Very manly Thinking about it, Su Qiuran's heartbeat accelerated a little, and her face was slightly red. Zhao Qingfeng didn't pay attention to her expression, but just laughed softly and said, maybe it's because I have a small heart. You're not small-minded, Su Qiuran said with certainty. Zhao Qingfeng was helpless. Knowing people is not knowing. How would you know what I'm thinking? Su Qiuran hemmed and hawed and laughed straight. Anyway, I just think that you are not a person with a small heart, and if you want to get a divorce, There must be a reason why you have to get a divorce. I say, is there something wrong with your focus? What has it got to do with you if I'm divorced or not? When Su Choron's smile froze, she said in dissatisfaction, I'm just a little curious. Why are you so excited? Where did I get excited? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and stopped ignoring her. At this time, it had already arrived at the Fairview neighborhood, and the car had just driven to the entrance of the neighborhood when it was stopped. Sir, the car can't go in, the security guard said to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng nodded, so he found a parking space and parked his car, then walked in with Su Choron. Building 16, 302. Su Choron took out the key from inside her small bag and handed it to Zhao Qingfeng. When he found the house, Zhao Qingfeng realized that the space inside was not normally big, and it was fully decorated and ready to be lived in. So he said, how much is the rent here for a month? Rent what gold? It's your house. Su Choron let out a light laugh and took out a folded A4 paper from inside her bag. This is a copy of the purchase contract. The original will be given to you later, and then you need to do the real estate certificate yourself. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the piece of paper and froze a bit. This house, 10 million to start. At this time, Su Choron's phone suddenly rang. She raised her eyebrows and hurriedly walked to the side to connect it. After a couple minutes, she came back over and smiled mysteriously. Work stuff, we'll sort that out later. Right now you're going to accompany me somewhere. Accompany you somewhere? Where to? Go and you'll see. Su Choron greeted him out the door in a flustered fire, even jogging, not knowing what was so urgent. Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to follow. The two of them went inside the car, and Su Choron hurriedly pointed the way. To this side, drive quickly. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he sped up as much as possible. Not a moment too soon. He frowned. People's Hospital? What's the point of coming here? Suddenly, his heart violently had a conjecture. So he looked at Su Choron in an unbelievable way. Could it be that? Su Choron didn't say anything and pulled him inside. When he arrived at the oncology inpatient department, Zhao Qingfeng affirmed the speculation in his heart. So he said in a deep voice, you arranged for someone to follow her? I think, right now, your focus should not be on me. Su Choron walked over to one of the wards and said quietly. At the same time, voices came from inside. Xiaoxing, it would be a blessing in 8 lifetimes for Zixuan to be with you. I'll be able to close my eyes even after I die. Zhao Qingfeng's face instantly turned iron blue. Chapter 47, Stormy Thunder. Bai Xiaoxing's sky has collapsed. Go back an hour. Bai Xiaoxing was reading reports in her office when her assistant knocked on the door and she looked up. Mr. Bai, Manager Zhang has something for you, the assistant said. Bai Xiaoxing said faintly, let him in. Not long after, Zhang Zixuan walked into the office, and he closed the door with his hand. Bai Xiaoxing continued to look at the financial statement without lifting her head, and asked in a salty manner, what's the matter? Zhang Zixuan looked at Bai Xiaoxing's flawless side face, and in his heart there was an urge to go over and hug her hard. However, he didn't dare. Then he said periodically, Sister Xiaoxing, I want to take the afternoon off and go see my mom. Bai Xiaoxing nodded. Yes, you give a word to the HR department. After saying that, and after a while, she realized that Zhang Zixuan hadn't left yet, so she raised her head and inquired, is there something wrong? Zhang Zixuan stammered. I promised my mom that I would bring my girlfriend over today. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment and immediately thought of this matter. She looked at Zhang Zixuan's embarrassed face and thought for a long time before saying, I'll go over with you. Really? That's great. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxing. Joy surfaced on Zhang Zixuan's face. It's not that, Bai Xiaoxing said indifferently. I'm going over with you to make it clear to Auntie that you and I are just siblings. Not that kind of relationship, so that she doesn't misunderstand. The joy on Zhang Zixuan's face stiffened. Bai Xiaoxing looked at the eyes that were so similar to that person's for a while before sighing softly. I'm sorry, I can't promise you this kind of thing. I'll accompany you to visit Auntie. With that, she stood up and led the way out of the office. Zhang Zixuan froze for a while, his eyes flashing gloomily before he turned to follow. When they got to the garage, Bai Xiaoxing drove up to the Porsche and said, sit in the back. Zhang Zixuan, who was about to pull away from the passenger side, had no choice but to sit in the back row helplessly. Driving the car, Bai Xiaoxing's gaze was stoic. In the past few days, she had thought it through, and her sister had a point. She couldn't afford to make the same mistake over and over again. Especially her husband's attitude in the past few days had caused a great deal of panic in her mind. If pretending to be Zhang Zixuan's girlfriend is known by her husband, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to end the precarious marriage, and the marriage will really face breaking up. I could never get a divorce, much less lose my husband. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes firm up. After dealing with this today, focus on getting your husband back and all misunderstandings will be cleared up. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. Bai Xiaoxing bought some valuable nutrients near the hospital and entered the ward with Zhang Zixuan. The woman in the hospital room was a little pale, and at this time, she was leaning on the bed and looking at her cell phone. She was Zhang Zixuan's mother, Zhang Xiao. From a young age, Zhang Zixuan has never seen his father and grew up with his mother. Zhang Xiao sensed someone coming in, so she raised her head and froze for a moment at the sight of Bai Xiaoxing, and hastily blossomed into a warm smile. Xiaoxing, ah, you're here, come in. With that, she strained to move, ready to get up. Bai Xiaoxing put the nutrients aside and hurriedly said, Auntie, you're not in good health, so don't move. Zixuan and I came over to see you. Zhang Zixuan also walked over, holding his mother's shoulders, and said, Mom, just go to the bed and lie down. Sister Xiaoxing and I came over to check on you, and we're going to leave later. There are still things to do inside the company. Zhang Xiao leaned on the bed and smiled. Thank you, Xiaoxing, you even bought so many things. It's a real waste of money. How is Zi Xian treating you? If he treats you badly, just tell me, I'll clean him up. The tone of voice was as if a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Bai Xiaoxing frowned and was about to speak out to explain, but at this time, Zhang Zixuan suddenly looked at her, his gaze containing an intense plea, and said in a mouthful, Sister Xiaoxing, please don't say anything. Seeing this, and seeing Zhang Xiao's expectant gaze, Bai Xiaoxing could only let out a light sigh and did not open his mouth. Zhang Xiao sighed again. Xiaoxing, for Zi Xian to be able to be with you, that is truly a blessing of 8 lifetimes. I'll be able to close my eyes even after I die. Just then, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. Yeah, then why don't you go die now? Zhao Qingfeng's figure suddenly appeared in front of several people and asked back in a cold-to-the-core manner. Bai Xiaoxing turned her head, and the moment she saw Zhao Qingfeng, her mind only felt a buzz. The sky is falling. She was so flustered that she stood up and tried to pull Zhao Qingfeng's arm. Husband, listen to my explanation. Asterisk 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 off. Zhao Qingfeng shook her off in disgust. Bai Xiaoxing didn't stand still and fell to the ground in a flash. She bit her lip and blushed a little. Zhao Qingfeng swept his gaze around the circle and finally looked at Bai Xiaoxing and sneered. Now I might understand the reason why you don't divorce. Could it be that your Zi Xian brother is a good wife? Hearing these piercing words, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly became bloodless. She then hugged Zhao Qingfeng's leg and said incoherently, Hubby, things aren't what you imagined. I can explain. Don't say that. Zhao Qingfeng said coldly, I only believe in what I see. Zhang Zixuan didn't expect Zhao Qingfeng to come over, although he wanted to let Zhao Qingfeng know that Bai Xiaoxing had come over to pretend to be his girlfriend. But while this kind of thing was cool to irritate Zhao Qingfeng, the consequences wouldn't be something he could accept if Bai Xiaoxing knew about it. So on balance, he did not do so. At this moment, after being stunned, he also came back to his senses and said angrily, How did you treat Sister Xiaoxing? Are you still not a man? How dare you hit a woman with your hands? Bai Xiaoxing snapped her head sideways and snapped, Don't you say anything. How could she not understand that whatever Zhang Zixuan said at this time would irritate her husband? Zhang Zixuan's face darkened. Poof! No one expected that Zhang Xiao suddenly got down from the hospital bed and knelt down in front of Zhao Qingfeng in a flash, pleading, I don't have a few days to live. My only wish in this life is to make Zi Xian happy. You, just fulfill them, I beg you. With that, she had to kowtow. However, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was just one of indifference. He said faintly, You're no better. First, you clearly know that Bai Xiaoxing is a married woman, but you still let your son have an affair with her, and even said such words, this is knowing 3 is 3. Secondly, your son a living green tea. This is your failure to educate. Third, speaking of this, the corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth suddenly hooked into a smile that was cold to the core. You're about to die, aren't you? Then why don't you die yet? Or do you want me to give you a hand? These words stunned both Zhang Zixuan and Bai Xiaoxing. Zhang Zixuan's eyes flashed as he directly rushed up. If you dare to talk about my mom, I'll kill you. However, Zhao Qingfeng looked calm, and with a direct kick, Zhang Zixuan was kicked back with a wail. But his eyes flickered with a touch of smugness. Zhang Zixuan did it on purpose. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoxing exclaimed, Honey, you. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan immediately became agitated, thinking, accuse him. However, Bai Xiaoxing's voice suddenly paused. She stood up from the ground and stared behind Zhao Qingfeng, trembling as she inquired, Hubby, who is she? Su Qiuran walked into the hospital room and took Zhao Qingfeng's arm in passing, chuckling softly, What do you think? Chapter 48 Bai Xiaoxing vs Su Qiuran. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly widened. She practically screamed, Get your hands off me! As she spoke, she was about to rush up. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and actually stopped directly in front of Bai Xiaoxing. Faintly, he said, Put on the rules. Ouch! Su Qiuran suddenly patted her chest, her tone carrying a hint of aggression. She is so scary. Big brother Qingfeng, thank you for protecting me. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened. What is this strong tea flavor? He glanced sideways at Su Qiuran. The latter returned a smug look. You green tea. Stay away from my husband. Bai Xiaoxing's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out, especially when she saw that the two were actually staring at each other in public again. The flames in her eyes were about to burst out. With a shiver, Su Qiuran playfully shrunk behind Zhao Qingfeng and softly said, Sister-in-law, you're misunderstanding us. Big brother Qingfeng and I, we're just pure brother and sister. Brother and sister relationship. What a brother-sister relationship. Bai Xiaoxing's teeth couldn't wait to gnaw, staring at Su Qiuran with a gaze that was almost cannibalistic as she once again said, I'll say it for the last time. Take your claws off my husband. When she saw Su Qiuran holding her husband with one hand, and the other hand was also picking on top of her husband's shoulder, she was jealous and sad and sour in her heart. Her eyes are so scary. Big brother Qingfeng. Want to hit me, right? And at this time, Su Qiuran was still making up for it, adding fuel to the fire. Bai Xiaoxing was never a good-tempered woman in the first place, so she couldn't bear it at once and rushed up directly, annoyed to the core, saying, You still say that? I'll tear you a green tea woman. However, enough. Just then, Zhao Qingfeng reacted and suddenly shouted coldly, Bai Xiaoxing, have you had enough? Sister Qiuran and I are just brother and sister. She's still so young. Is it fun for you to bully her like this? I bullied her? Bai Xiaoxing paused in place and said incredulously, Hubby, can't you see that she's stirring up trouble with every word? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head in disappointment. Alas, Bai Xiaoxing, you disappoint me too much. Qiuran and I are innocent. You shouldn't have been so mean to her. You need to apologize to her. Bai Xiaoxing was struck by lightning. His body swayed, and he was a bit unsteady on his feet. She shuddered. You still want me to apologize to her? Zhao Qingfeng protected Su Qiuran behind him and said in a cold voice, Or what? At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing only felt like her heart was being cut into knives, an intense pain that was drowning her. She never thought that her husband would say such things to her in defense of another woman. It hurt her so much it tore at her heart. Just then, Zhang Zixuan's eyes were delighted. An opportunity had come. So, ignoring the pain in his chest, he walked over to Bai Xiaoxing and said with righteous indignation, Sister Xiaoxing, I see. This is the reason he divorced you. He has a woman outside. He cheated on you. The tone of his voice was unmistakably sure and faithful. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze snapped to the two, his pupils gradually shrinking. Zhao Qingfeng was calm, and the corners of Su Qiuran's mouth spread into a smug smile, but it was just enough for Bai Xiaoxing to see. This scene, in Bai Xiaoxing's mind, was already lingering. I see. Bai Xiaoxing suddenly opened his mouth, his tone low and painful. Zhang Zixuan's heart was ecstatic. Right, that's it. You're completely disappointed in him and get divorced. The opportunity, really, is here. He naturally refused to let it go, so he opened his mouth to make up for it. Sister Xiaoxing, if he dares to bring people to you today to show off, he will only do even more excessively tomorrow. You can't afford to be soft anymore. Yeah, I can't afford to be soft. Bai Xiaoxing looked at her husband and said seriously. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Next, Bai Xiaoxing stretched out his hand and flung it fiercely. Snap! The crisp slap was extremely loud inside the not-so-large hospital room. The crowd went quiet. Zhang Zixuan covered his cheeks and said incredulously, Sister Xiaoxing, you hit me? Bai Xiaoxing just swept him with an indifferent gaze, then turned to Zhao Qingfeng and softly said, Hubby, I was wrong. I know what you're feeling. I'm sorry. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Instead of defeating his opponent's magic, he had cast purification and brought him to his senses? Su Qiuran also skimmed her lips, her heart inexplicably a little nervous. Sister Xiaoxing, you can't. Zhang Zixuan's heart jumped and he hurriedly came out to interrupt. One more word out of you and I'll rip your mouth off. Bai Xiaoxing swept a glance at him once more, causing a shiver to run through Zhang Zixuan's heart and a chill to rise up his spine for no reason. There's that horrible to the point of scary look again. Zhang Xiu froze at this and was still ready to speak. Xiaoxing. Zhang Zixuan panicked and covered his mother's mouth. At this point, Bai Xiaoxing's attention returned to her husband once again. The tone of his voice was a bit pleading. Hubby, I really know I'm wrong, but these are small mistakes. I'm able to change them all. Don't use her to anger me, okay? She had seen it all. The scene just now could not be said to be déjà vu, but only exactly the same. That agonizing feeling of tearing your heart out is something that hubby has experienced, and more than once. On the other hand, she also understood that Su Qiuran and her husband should not have a very close relationship. At this moment, Su Qiuran once again skimmed her lips, and she let go of Zhao Qingfeng. Has been seen out, and then pretend to go on, there is no point. But she was a little nervous in her heart. This Bai Xiaoxing came to his senses. Zhao Qingfeng will not backtrack, not divorce, right? Zhao Qingfeng stared at Bai Xiaoxing for several seconds before asking back, Little mistake? When Bai Xiaoxing saw Su Qiuran let go, she thought that it was true, and she felt joy in her heart, nodding her head repeatedly and looking at her husband with bated breath. Zhao Qingfeng sneered. What a small mistake. This one small mistake made him almost incorrect, was already dead once, and if it wasn't for the special ability he had inexplicably acquired, at this moment his 7th day of the head would be almost over. Still, if this can be easily forgiven, it is a disrespect for life, he said faintly. It seems I have no way of communicating with you, and it just so happens that you're here today, doing something like this. Away dash. No, Bai Xiaoxing screamed and interrupted. She shook her head in pain. Hubby, don't say those 2 words. I am scared. You're scared? He. How come you're not scared when you're both a wife and a mother and you're actually going to come over here and be someone else's girlfriend? Su Qiuran couldn't help herself again as she jumped out to taunt. You shut up. Bai Xiaoxing looked at her angrily. I'm talking to my husband. Is there a place for you to interrupt? Su Qiuran's gaze chilled, and his voice also went cold. What? Is the Tiandong Bai family terrific? Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank and he suddenly sneered. It seems that you seem to have a bit of background and want to touch base with me? Try. Su Qiuran was pleasantly unafraid and smiled equally coldly. Chapter 49, Never Lose Your Husband. It seems that you are looking for death. Bai Xiaoxing's mouth blossomed into a cold smile. As a female president, she didn't lack means or vigor. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, You guys, aren't you pulling the wrong side? Aren't you afraid that the readers will scold the hydrology? When Bai Xiaoxing froze, her gaze turned to her husband and she said with some aggression, Hubby, you're still defending her. Zhao Qingfeng laughed in anger and pointed at the mother and son duo in the hospital room. Said, You did it yourself and you still won't let anyone talk about it? You can play around all you want after the divorce, but when you're not divorced, if you dare to hide it from me and be with him, you're disrespecting me, so don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled and she hurriedly said, Hubby, things aren't what you think. I didn't become his girlfriend. You want to talk about just pretending to be his girlfriend? And there's no pretending. I'm just dash. Don't you just? Is it that without catching an adulterer in bed, your mouth will always be hard? Zhao Qingfeng disdainfully interrupted. Bai Xiaoxing was filled with fear and kept shaking her head. No, husband, listen to me and explain. Okay. Oh, there's no need to listen, and there's no need for you to explain. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. No matter what the explanation was, his decision would not change. Divorce. Admittedly, when he was in his soul state that day, he knew that Bai Xiaoxing had only agreed to pretend to be Zhang Zixuan's girlfriend, and was not really stepping on 2 feet. But a deed is a deed regardless of the heart. He couldn't accept it and wouldn't forgive. Bai Xiaoxing's heart was incomparably aggravated. The purpose of her coming over today was really just to explain things clearly, but she didn't expect it to develop into this. Sparingly, there was yellow mud on the crotch. The point is, her husband looks disgusted and won't listen to her explanation. As things stand now, Bai Xiaoxing regrets. Had I known to listen to my sister? Directly cut off the relationship. Do not come over on the good. But there are no pills of regret in the world. Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly stepped forward, took her husband's palm, and said, Husband, don't be angry. Let's talk about it at home. Okay. Zhao Qingfeng shook off her hand and just pulled out a cold smile, then turned around and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. Bai Xiaoxing froze in place. At this point, Su Qiuran suddenly removed a camera from a corner of the hospital room and shook it in front of Bai Xiaoxing, laughing softly. Your mother-in-law daughter-in-law conversation just now. It was all recorded. Oh. Her gaze and tone of voice were full of provocation. Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank when she saw that camera, and she quickly reacted, gritting her teeth. It's you. In that instant, she understood everything. Why her husband had suddenly appeared here. It's all this woman's fault. Su Qiuran hooked up a good-looking arc. You guessed well. I did it. Oh, get acquainted. My name is Su Qiuran. If you have any grievances, feel free to come at me. Su Qiuran. Su Multiplier's daughter? Bai Xiaoxing's tone sank. Su Qiuran smiled playfully. It seems you know me, so there's no need for me to introduce myself. However, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, flashed a touch of madness. She coldly stared at Su Qiuran and said word by word, So what if you are the richest man in Tiannan? I advise you not to have any immoral thoughts about my husband. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. Su Qiuran smiled. I'm not like you. Before the divorce, he and I were just friends. But, when she said this, her tone took on a meaningful tone. Any relationship, after your divorce, is moral, and very moral. You're dead in the water. There's no way I'm divorcing my husband, Bai Xiaoxing said without thinking. Su Qiuran was aware that Zhao Qingfeng had sued, so she sighed. Who knows? Hearing her conspiratorial tone, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes reddened with anger. Just when she could barely restrain herself, Su Qiuran had already finished pretending, and at this moment, she laughed twice. took the camera, and chased out of the hospital room. Big brother Qingfeng, wait for me, in the ward. Bai Xiaoxing stood still for a long time. Her eyes were cold and shivering. At this time, Zhang Zixuan quietly walked up to her and said, Sister Xiaoxing, call me Mr. Su. Bai Xiaoxing interrupted with a voice. She glanced indifferently at Zhang Zixuan and said, my sibling relationship with you has ended since then. Zhang Zixuan's face turned white, his expression incomparably shocked as well as aggravated. Zhang Xiu also jumped out and lamented, Xiaoxing ah, this is good, how did it become like this? It's all my fault, it's because I liked you too much that I let Zixian pursue you. I don't have a few days to live, what's it got to do with me? Bai Xiaoxing said calmly. At once, Zhang Xiu and Zhang Zixuan were speechless when they heard the coldness in her tone. After Bai Xiaoxing finished speaking, she gently shook her head and left the hospital room. Walking out of the hospital, she did not see her husband or Su Qiuran. She muttered to herself, Su Qiuran, I don't care what the richest man in Tiannan is or isn't. If you dare to think anything against my husband, don't blame me for being ruthless. In Bai Xiaoxing's mind, there was one thing that was absolutely unacceptable. That's losing your husband. Otherwise, she goes crazy. I did something wrong. I will make up for it and correct it. Hubby, you must give me a chance. I love you. I can't leave you. We have to grow old together. Driving the car, Bai Xiaoxing thought to herself. At this moment, she didn't have the heart to go to work, so she went straight back to the Royal River residence. She hoped that her husband would be at home, so that she could talk about the hospital matter calmly and clear up the misunderstanding. Only, when she entered the house, she was disappointed to find that her husband had not come home. She sat slowly on the couch, biting her lip gently, thinking about what her husband had gone off to do now, and what kind of relationship he really had with that woman. Her lips were biting a little white at the thought. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxing noticed a paper bag on the coffee table. What is this? She reached for it, drew it out, and froze. This is a copy of the divorce complaint. The blood color on Bai Xiaoxing's cheeks faded. Other side. Ugh, what are you walking so fast for? Su Qiuran managed to catch up with Zhao Qingfeng and said with dissatisfaction. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and didn't say anything, walking forward on his own. He was mentally annoyed. It would be a lie to say that the scene I saw today was not heartbreaking. After all, to break off a relationship after so many years takes a process that can be fraught with pain. People are not grass. When they reached the car, Su Qiuran handed over a camera and said, there's a memory card inside, taken inside the ward. It might be useful for your divorce lawsuit. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment before he took it and said, you've already prepared it? Su Qiuran opened her big bright eyes and stared at Zhao Qingfeng, smiling playfully. My grandmother said that I owe you a huge favor, so of course I'll help you, including you getting a divorce. Grandma also said that you must choose a man with a good character and personality. It doesn't matter if he's poorer or older. Chapter 50, Don't Get a Divorce. Okay? Zhao Qingfeng held the camera with some mixed emotions. Admittedly, Su Qiuran had done some things behind the scenes, stalking Bai Xiaoxing, even stalking himself, and installing cameras and so on, but she didn't hide it, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't resent the sentiment. He then said from the bottom of his heart, you have a heart. That is. Su Qiuran laughed with a big grin. Zhao Qingfeng smiled back. Thank you for helping me with my act today. I'll treat you to lunch. You pick the location. It's getting late and none of them have eaten yet. Su Qiuran said. Then I'm not polite. Half an hour later, looking at the Tangji snail vermicelli in front of him, Zhao Qingfeng said with some egg on his face, are you sure you want to eat here? Of course. Without hesitation, Su Qiuran took a step and walked in. The owner was a chubby woman who looked to be about 40 years old, only with a large patch of gray hair, and when she saw Su Qiuran, she smiled and said, girl, you're here again. Su Qiuran gave a hum and said, 2 large bowls of snail noodles, with scallions and cilantro dash. No cilantro, Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly interrupted. The fat boss smiled and answered, okay. With that, she went to the back and got busy. The inside of the store was cool, not many people, so the two of them found a random table and sat down. Su Qiuran stared at Zhao Qingfeng and said, ugh, the cilantro is so delicious, but you don't even eat it. Zhao Qingfeng firmly shook his head. In this life, there's no way I'll ever dip a single bit of cilantro. Su Qiuran shook her head regretfully and sighed. Then you lost half of the joy in your life. And origami. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but frown at the mention of these 3 words. Su Qiuran laughed playfully. Then you've lost the other half of your happiness as well. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but sniff. He felt that although Su Qiuran was the daughter of the richest man, getting along with her was inexplicably relaxing. Work thing, see when you have time, I'll take you there. Su Qiuran thought about it and said. Zhao Qingfeng inquired, where is it? Ride the Wind Group's headquarters. Su Qiuran said lightly. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised, and after considering it for a while, he shook his head. I'm afraid that I'm not competent. Truth be told, I basically don't have any work experience. It doesn't matter. I'll arrange a position for you with less work and more money, Su Qiuran said with full concern. Zhao Qingfeng still shook his head and said seriously, honestly, I'm already grateful for the house in Fairview, and that favor is considered returned. How can this be compared? When Su Qiuran heard him say this, she immediately became anxious and opened her mouth to interrupt. For her, seeing her grandmother one last time could not be compared to a mere $10 million. Hear me out. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said, regarding the work piece, if there's a suitable grassroots position that I'm capable of, introduce me to it, the headquarters of the Multiplying Winds Group. To be honest, even if I go there, I don't really see myself living comfortably. His words, they were sincere. For Zhao Qingfeng, even if it was that house, if he had the ability to do so in the future, he would return the corresponding amount to Su Qiuran. He was a very principled person. Perhaps Su Qiuran felt it was a heavenly favor, but to him, it was just a show of hands. He felt ashamed to receive a $10 million house as payment because of this small matter. Su Qiuran thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. After all, what Zhao Qingfeng had done was a secret that she hadn't revealed to anyone, including her father. If Zhao Qingfeng was truly placed in the headquarters of the Ride Group, he might face some unnecessary gossip. Then, Su Qiuran laughed. I see, there's a place where it's definitely not a problem. Where? 9 May. This is my sister-in-law's company. It's not very big. It's mainly in sales, selling products from the Ride Group. What do you think? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. So he said, sales? Yes, this is the kind of position that will allow him to gain work experience quickly. Su Qiuran said, then it's a deal. When are we going over? Next Monday. Tomorrow is the weekend and I promised my daughter I'd take her back home to see her grandfather. Good. At that moment, the fat boss came over with a tray with 2 big bowls of steaming snail noodles. That flavor is hard to describe. Zhao Qingfeng was able to accept the snail powder, so he huffed and puffed and ate it. Su Qiuran was much more civilized and ate slowly. As he ate, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly noticed that there was a teenager sitting in the corner of the not-so-big small store. He didn't order any food and didn't speak. He just stared blankly at the fat boss. Seemingly noticing Zhao Qingfeng's gaze, the teenager slowly turned his head and locked eyes with Zhao Qingfeng. The next second, the teenager froze. He looked around and realized that there was no one else around him, while Zhao Qingfeng's gaze, however, was still on him, so he spoke in shock. You can see me? Ugh, big brother Qingfeng, what are you looking at? Su Qiuran also asked strangely. Zhao Qingfeng didn't pay any attention to the teenager and withdrew his gaze, smiling at Su Qiuran. It's nothing. The wall calendar over there is very interesting. Oh. Su Qiuran nodded. Not long after, the two of them finished the snail noodles. Zhao Qingfeng settled the bill and left. The teenager chased after them and saw the two men get into their car and leave. Transfixed. Car. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly asked, do you often come to this store? Not often. Only occasionally. Why? That store. There's just one boss lady? You mean the fat boss? Su Qiuran sighed. I heard people say she is actually a poor person. When she was young, her husband abandoned her and her young son and left. She, on the other hand, is also strong, did not remarry, and raised her son alone. But I don't know if it's because of too much coddling that caused his son to be unusually rebellious. And just 3 years ago, he directly ran away from home, and he hasn't come back yet. It is said that during that time, the fat boss's hair, visible to the naked eye, went white. Alas! After hearing Su Qiuran's words, Zhao Qingfeng quietly nodded his head. Unsurprisingly, that teenager should be the son of the fat boss. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes had complex emotions rolling over, and he couldn't help but touch a cigarette. Snap! A cluster of flames suddenly appeared in front of him, only to see Su Qiuran holding a lighter in her hand. She playfully said, I'll light it for you. You focus on driving. Thanks. Where are you going? Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Go home. Good. Next, Zhao Qingfeng sent Su Qiuran back home. By 4:30 p.m. It was time to pick up my daughter. It was almost 5 o'clock when the father-daughter duo arrived at the Imperial River residence. Just after opening the door, Zhao Qingfeng smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Zhao Ye ran in surprised. Mom, why are you drinking? Bai Xiaoxing was red-eyed and sitting alone at the dining table with an open bottle of Maotai in front of her. Yay, you go ahead and do your homework. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said in a deep voice. Zhao Yi hummed and glanced worriedly at her mom before entering her room. Bai Xiaoxing turned her head and saw Zhao Qingfeng, so she couldn't help but reach out her hand and said with a fondness, Husband, don't leave me, don't divorce, okay? P.S. Thank you for all the readers' Big Brother reading. The new book results are very important. Please add a plus bookshelf. Finally, request all Big Brothers send a free electricity, okay? Chapter 51, Daddy only has Yi. No divorce? It sure doesn't work. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the empty wine bottle in front of her, walked over to clean it up, and said indifferently, "You go to bed first, tomorrow when you're sober. We'll have to talk." Talk about what? Bai Xiaoxing had a jolt, her wine sobering up a bit as she opened her eyes wide and inquired in a trembling voice. Zhao Qingfeng said, "You've already read the copy of the suit. It's time to talk about the divorce, and the fact that starting next week, I'll be moving out." "You're moving out? Where are you going to go?" "I don't agree." Bai Xiaoxing stood up directly, his eyes red and hissing. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, glanced at his daughter's room, and said, "Keep your voice down. Now that you've been drinking, I don't want to communicate with you. If there's anything you have to say, let's all talk about it calmly tomorrow." Bai Xiaoxing trembled, her heart ached and almost tore. She reached out and grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's arm, pleading, "Husband, don't be like this. I really can't live without you. I love you, husband. Have you forgotten all the years of our relationship? Can you bear to leave me behind? Can you bear to let Yi lose her mom or dad?" Bai Xiaoxing's voice, tinged with tears. Zhao Qingfeng's face, in this instant, changed slightly. How could he not be heartbroken? After all, an 8-year relationship. Bai Xiaoxing and him, not only was it each other's first time, it was each other's first love. To cut off this relationship was also a painful ordeal for Zhao Qingfeng. After being lost in thought for a few seconds, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, once again, became firm. As said before, 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day, and it was never him who severed his feelings, but rather what Bai Xiaoxing had done in the past 3 months. Zhao Qingfeng had endured and given chances, but the consequence was that he had even lost his life, so then he would never give it another chance. He said in a deep voice, "Bai Xiaoxing, you and I are both adults, and we both have to take responsibility for our own decisions, no matter what the consequences are." Bai Xiaoxing shook his head painfully. "This consequence, I can't accept it." The thought of divorce, even if she had been drinking, felt like it was tearing her apart. "I am not discussing with you." Zhao Qingfeng's tone, too, went cold. I won't listen." Bai Xiao said, shaking her head, directly getting up from the chair and hugging Zhao Qingfeng tightly. "I don't want you to leave. You're my husband. Let's grow old together and never part for the rest of our lives." As she spoke, she tilted her head back to look at her husband's cheeks, drunken but enamored. Zhao Qingfeng struggled for a bit and realized that she was hugging her very tightly and it wasn't good to shake her off. After thinking about it, he then picked Bai Xiaoxing up and sent her into the bed in the master bedroom, repeating once again, "You're drunk and not sober right now. If there's anything you want to say, tomorrow, during the day, we'll talk about it calmly. Hubby, don't go away. Come and sleep with me." Bai Xiaoxing lay on the bed and reached out at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and turned to leave, closing the door in his hand. Next, he cleaned up the dining room before heading to his daughter's room. Daddy, did you have another fight with mommy?" Zhao Ye bit her pencil and thought for a while before carefully asking. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath. By now, Yi should also know something, and she also had to face it. So he said, Yi, I have to tell you something. Dad and Mom are about to separate." Upon hearing this, inside Yi's big, oily eyes, panic immediately flared up as she looked at her dad and asked in a trembling voice, "Can't you not separate?" "I don't want you to separate." Zhao Qingfeng smiled bitterly. He knew that this matter would hurt Zhao Ye greatly, but he had no choice. He spoke, Yi, Mom is always your mom, and Dad is always your dad. Even if we are separated, no matter who you miss, Dad or Mom will be the first to accompany you. Divorced, Zhao Qingfeng would not, and was not qualified to, deprive Bai Xiaoxing of her rights as a mother. Hearing this, Zhao Ye's face, only then did she look a little better, as she whispered, "But I want Daddy and Mommy to be together." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "In this world, there's no way to control many things. It's like if you like your kindergarten teacher orange, but when you grow up and go to elementary school, she can't be your teacher anymore. Understand?" Zhao Ye nodded her head plausibly. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly asked, "If Dad and Mom separate and don't live together anymore, who would you like to follow?" Zhao Yi considered for a moment and said, "I'll follow Dad." When Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up, he asked, "Why, you don't like Mom?" "Love it." Without thinking, Zhao Ye said, "Dad and Mom, I like them just as much, but Mommy has lots and lots of money and a big house and a nice car, but Daddy doesn't have anything. Daddy only has Yi." Her tone was serious, causing Zhao Qingfeng to instantly redden his eyes. He huffed and changed the subject. "Have you finished your homework yet? It's written and I checked it." "Dad, look." Zhao Yi offered her treasures and handed over the workbook. Zhao Qingfeng wiped the corners of his eyes, then took it and read it carefully. "By the time my daughter fell asleep, it was 9 o'clock at night." Zhao Qingfeng sat on the sofa for a while before going out. Lighting a cigarette, he drove the old Audi and headed out of the neighborhood. The security inside the home was well done. Even if she got up, there was no way for her to open the door by herself, and there were security nets on all the windows, so he wasn't worried. Zhao Qingfeng smoked a cigarette and drove slowly through the somewhat empty streets. In this state, he felt very peaceful and cozy. Suddenly, a shadow swished past. Blinking, you can only see the taillights. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. He just vaguely saw that it was a van, which seemed to be engraved with the words, Wei Long Tuning. Not much longer. He stopped the car when he saw the still-lit Tang snail food. Zhao Qingfeng had just gotten out of the car when a voice sounded next to him. Brother, can you see me? Next to him, the teenager inquired cautiously, his face hopeful. Zhao Qingfeng looked at him and smiled slightly. What do you think? At that moment, the teenager's entire body became excited, and even danced with his hands. I really didn't guess wrong. You really can see me. Seeing the teenager's excitement, Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, then walked to sit down on the road not far away and gazed at the tangy snail vermicelli across the street. Inside, a chubby woman with half-white hair wiped down tables and chairs over and over again inside the empty store. She's my mom. The teenager walked over and sat down next to Zhao Qingfeng and said in a somewhat low tone. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head. After he heard the story told by Su Charan, he had already guessed that this teenager should be the fat boss's child who ran away from home 3 years ago. My name is Tang Jun. I'm 16 years old this year. No, was 16 3 years ago? I should be 19 this year. Chapter 52. Zhao Qingfeng's grandfather. Tang Jun recounted his story, and Zhao Qingfeng listened quietly. When he was very young, his father cheated on him with another woman, and when he was just under 5 years old, his father abandoned them both, mother and son, and left without a trace. The fat boss is called Xiang Feng. She is a very strong woman. Her husband ran away. She did not cry or make a fuss, quietly took on the responsibility of motherhood, and raised Tang Jun alone. Later, it even saved up some money and opened this small store, named Tang Qi, just to leave some base for his son. Only, the Don has been naughty. He didn't realize that his father had abandoned them and had always felt that it was his mother's fault for not staying with his father, so he had a rebellious streak towards both Xiang Feng. As I grew up, this rebellion, instead of being tempered, became more and more excessive. Xiang Feng has educated and scolded. However, he did not show any remorse and later refused to study properly and started to hang around with some social youths, fighting and bullying his classmates, until was expelled from school. On the night of his dismissal, Xiang Feng cried out and beat Tang Jun all over his body with a whip. Tang Jun couldn't think of anything else to do, and finally pushed his mother away and rushed out alone, disappearing into the vastness of the night. And then, Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and calmly inquired. At this time, the eyes of the Tang army contained violent panic and intense remorse. He paused for a few moments before speaking. I know a man called Hai. He said to take me out to make a lot of money. But, I rode in the car. They even want to blindfold me. Of course I do not want to do it. I said I want to go home. They just knocked me out. And when I woke up again, I was in the park. Tang Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. They want me to call to cheat money. Do not call to beat me every day. I do not know how to cheat. Half a month a dollar did not cheat. That day they began to discuss. Said I cannot do this. I thought, at the time, they were going to let me go back. But I didn't know. That was the beginning of the nightmare. With that, he looked to his body, the pain in his eyes, lingering. Zhao Qingfeng had already guessed his end and couldn't help but shake his head. Tang Jun trembled and said, in a humble shed, they used a knife and dug out my organs. I fainted in pain countless times, until once I woke up and realized that it didn't hurt. Originally, I was already dead. My body, they buried it randomly, and for a long time I couldn't leave, until last month, when I was free, driving around, and came back home. When Tang Jun finished speaking, his entire body began to tremble violently due to his aftermath. So, what do you want to do most right now? Zhao Qingfeng's gaze didn't have much sympathy. It was more like a watery comb. Tang Jun gazed at the fat boss and murmured softly, I seem to shout out a mom and tell her that my son is back, and my son will never leave again. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Yes. What? Tang Jun was dismayed. Zhao Qingfeng inquired. Just this one sentence? Don't want to spend more time with her? A struggle surfaced in Tang Jun's eyes for a while before he shook his head despondently and said, I don't have the face to see her. I'm ashamed of her. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Alright, then go tell her. With that, he stood up. Seeing Tang Jun still frozen in place, he said, Go, what are you waiting for? Oh who? Tang Jun hurriedly got up and followed. Zhao Qingfeng walked to the front of the store. The fat boss noticed him and squeezed a smile on his face. Little brother, the stove has been turned off. It's closed for the day. Zhao Qingfeng didn't reply and took a step back. placing his hand against Tang Jun's back. This instant, Xiang Fong froze. She looked at her son in front of her, exactly as she remembered him, and her whole body couldn't stop trembling. Tang Jun also understood that his mother saw him, and his eyes flashed with excitement as he locked eyes with her for a while. He finally choked back a sob and spoke. Mom, I'm sorry, my son is unfilial. Son is back and will never leave again. In my next life, I will still be your son. When he finished, he shed tears, but a smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. It gradually dissipated in Xiang Fong's gaze. Xiang Fong froze for a few moments before bursting into shocked sobs. My son, she understood, all of it, and sat on the floor bawling. Zhao Qingfeng felt the little bit of power that had grown within his body and silently left. Then, it was rumored that Tang Qi Snail Vermicelli closed down, and no one knew where the fat boss went. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng woke up early in the morning and sat on the sofa, waiting for Bai Xiaoxing to come out. Only, before Bai Xiaoxing came out, Zhao Ye woke up first. She ran over in 3 steps and said excitedly, Daddy, you said you'd take me to see Grandpa. Let's go now. Zhao Qingfeng said, it's the weekend, so you can still sleep a bit more, and we'll leave later. I don't want to. Go now. I miss Grandpa. Zhao Yi pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at the master bedroom and felt that after her hangover, she was afraid that she wouldn't wake up that early, so he nodded and said, all right, you bring your stuff and let's go. Yeah. Zhao Yi happily went back to her room, and in a short while, she bounced out from inside her room wearing her favorite little leather shoes and a Doraemon satchel. When Zhao Qingfeng saw that his daughter was happy, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as well. Depart. Sitting in the back row, Zhao Ye waved her fists like a little adult. Zhao Qingfeng urged, fasten your seatbelt. His hometown, also in the township below, is called Harvest Village. Almost an hour or so later, after driving through potholes and dirt, an old house came into view. An old man, sitting in the doorway, his left eye sunken, apparently blinded, but in good spirits. Zhao Qingfeng had just parked the car when Zhao Ye excitedly rushed down and happily shouted, Grandpa! Zhao Qingfeng's grandfather's name was Zhao Chenghong. He immediately looked over when he heard the words, and when that one intact I saw the tiny Zhao Ye, inside the cloudy old eye, it immediately burst out with light. He stood up, reached out and picked Zhao Ye up, and said with a smile, Ye is here. Zhao Yi said, Grandpa, why is your white beard so long? Ha ha, Grandma and Grandpa, of course it's because it's too old. Zhao Ye pondered for a moment before nodding approvingly. Ha, it seems like it. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm going to cook. There's no firewood in the stove. Go to the back and get some. Zhao Changhong hugged Zhao Ye and admonished. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Okay, I know. He then went to the back to cook. Almost half an hour later, he came out and asked, Ugh, Grandpa, I didn't find the vinegar. Where did you put it? At that moment, he suddenly saw Zhao Ye pouting and lying on the ground, playing with something. It was a box. There were many cards inside that were taken out by Zhao Yi. Most of the metal is faded. Some have modeled red 5 stars on them, and some are engraved with the words War Heroes, etc. Zhao Qingfeng's face changed. He knew that these were very important things to his grandfather. He hurriedly walked over and lifted Zhao Ye with one hand, and said in a deep voice, Who allowed you to play with this? Hurry up and put it away. Put it back. Snap. Very suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng was given a blow to the back of his head, which almost made his eyes bleed. He then put Zhao Yi down and turned back to see the old man with a displeased face. Zhao Chenghong grunted. You pipe quite wide honestly go to cook. Yi want to play what to play, and what do you have to do with it? Vinegar is in the grid, behind the soy sauce. Look carefully. Zhao Qingfeng was helpless, rubbing the back of his head and walking toward the back, thinking in his heart that the old man's hand was really heavy. Zhao Yi giggled when she saw her dad get defeated. The old man laughed along. Seeing that it was going to be noon, Zhao Qingfeng had just finished the meal and was about to bring it out when he heard the old man and Yi's voice. Xiaoxing, you're here. Mom. Zhao Qingfeng then frowned. Why did she touch over as well? Chapter 53, by Xiaoxing's Boomerang. Right in the heart of her own heart. Many people criticized Yi's name for the male lead's grandfather in the last chapter, which is actually our custom here. But for the sake of the reading experience of all you big brothers of readers on Sable's Waist, it's been changed to 2 grandpa from this chapter onwards. Zhao Qingfeng put the dishes on the table and walked out. Sure enough, I saw Bai Xiaoxing's purple Porsche, and there was a scratch on the left front of the car, which looked like it had been cut not long ago. Bai Xiaoxing picked up Zhao Ye, who had rushed over, and smiled gently at the old man. Grandpa, something came up in the morning, so I let them come over to see you first. Zhao Chenghong said smilingly. Qingfeng is cooking. You sit and rest for a while. At those words, Bai Xiaoxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hubby really didn't tell Grandpa about the two of them. To begin with, in reality, it was unlikely that Zhao Qingfeng would talk about it. His grandfather was 100 years old, and if he told him about these things, he wouldn't be able to help and he wouldn't be able to sleep. He stepped out, his brow furrowed slightly, and said faintly, "What happened to the car?" Bai Xiaoxing smiled brightly, waved her hand, and said, "It's fine, accidentally cut off a bit." In fact, when she came over, it was an hour's drive and she drove there in half an hour. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "The rice is already cooked. Since you're here, let's eat together." "Yes." Bai Xiaoxing put down Yi Yi and walked over to hand him the small bag. Everything seemed like a normal couple. Zhao Chenghong smiled and looked at the two people, turbid old eyes, but there is a trace of complexity flashed. He had always been very satisfied with Bai Xiaoxing as his grandson's daughter-in-law, and had treated the old man with respect over the years despite his illustrious family lineage. But now, Zhao Chenghong could see his grandson's hidden detachment from these usual actions, but the old man won't ask or care. At that moment, he stood up, holding Yi Yi, and said, let's go eat." Zhao Qingfeng served the meal on the table, and the family of four ate with great relish. During the meeting, Bai Xiaoxing made small talk with the opening, and Zhao Qingfeng coped. "Finish eating," the old man said. "Yi Yi, do you want to go dig out a bird's nest?" Zhao Yi's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. "Great grandpa, I want to go." "Then go." The old man immediately greeted Zhao Yi and headed out the door. In the room, only Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Xiaoxing were left. There was a moment of silence. It wasn't until the backs of an old man and a young woman disappeared that Bai Xiaoxing spoke. "Grandpa probably saw that you were acting too obvious." Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and said with some annoyance, "You shouldn't have come. You're my husband. You've gone back home with your daughter. Why shouldn't I come? You should have woken me up and come back together." Bai Xiaoxing stared at him and said seriously, "Stop saying things like that. We're getting divorced soon." Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. Bai Xiaoxing shook her head and stubbornly said, "I don't agree to divorce. I strongly disagree." "That's a pretty meaningless way to put it," Zhao Qingfeng said. "You've already read the copy of the indictment. The court date is on July 15th. There are still 20 days left." Bai Xiaoxing's pupils trembled. Her heart seized with pain. She walked to her husband's side and said somewhat ruefully, "Husband, do you have to be like this? I know this period of time is some neglect you. I also recognize the error. You give me a chance, okay? I have already severed my sibling relationship with him, and I have not cheated on you, so don't be so hard-hearted. I've already given the opportunity. You're the one who threw it down the gutter." Zhao Qingfeng replied with a cold smile. Bai Xiaoxing thought about the candlelight dinner that day and felt remorse in her heart. "That time was clearly an opportunity to get back together with my husband, but he even tricked me out." Thinking of this, a touch of resentment surfaced on Bai Xiaoxing's face. It took a moment for her to explain. "He was the one who lied to me that day. Actually, but I didn't see you blaming him much. Instead you stayed there until late at night, didn't you?" Zhao Qingfeng's tone calmed down a lot. In this instant, Bai Xiaoxing's face became embarrassed and somewhat groundless. It was only now with hindsight that she reacted to how stupid she had been. Bai Xiaoxing let out a light breath and said, "Hubby, I know I'm wrong. I swear that this kind of thing will never happen again. As long as you agree to drop the charges, I'm willing to do whatever you say. Even if you ask me to arrange for someone to clean up Zhang Zixuan, I'll promise you." "Okay? Arrange for someone to clean it up? How could it be? His fate, how could it be so easy?" Zhao Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he said, "There's no need. His end is already predetermined. There's no need for you to cause trouble." Bai Xiaoxing was stunned and pursued, "Hubby, what do you mean by that? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance at her and smiled coldly. "What? Afraid I'll hurt your good brother?" No. Bai Xiaoxing waved her hand repeatedly and said, "I don't mean this. I am worried about you. There's no need for that. You were with him all day when I really needed you to worry." "Oh, and peeled his apples?" Zhao Qingfeng sneered. Bai Xiaoxing sniffed and was left speechless. Crossed glasses, countless second choices, and the most critical hospital event of all. It turned out that he, without realizing it, had made so many mistakes. I just thought that you were safe and sound. I never thought that you would get hurt." "Husband," Bai Xiaoxing squatted on the ground, holding Zhao Qingfeng's hand, and panically explained, "It's just that by now, that explanation pales in comparison, and it's too late." Zhao Qingfeng was unmoved and said calmly, "A murderer, no matter how repentant he is afterward, he can't change what has already happened. He all must accept the destined end, and you are as well." His tone was meaningful, and Bai Xiaoxing felt that there was something in his words, but she couldn't analyze her husband's intentions. Then he said, "Honey, I admit I made a mistake, but I'll do anything if you let me make it right. I'll change." "You don't have to change." Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stood up, walked to the door, and said, "The sun is just right, and the road is wide. We'll all be going in different directions, and what happened in the past should fade away with the wind." "I disagree. I don't want to go in a different direction than you." Zhao Qingfeng didn't look at her and said, "All right, after talking for so long, it's time to get down to business. I'll move out on Monday. You'll have to work and won't have time to take care of Yi Yi. Yi Yi will stay with me in the meantime. I'll send Yi Yi back when you miss her." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with intense panic. She walked up to Zhao Qingfeng and lost her voice. "You're moving? Where are you moving to?" After thinking about it, Zhao Qingfeng said, "Fairview. There's nothing to hide." "Fairview? How could you possibly have a house there?" "Wait, I get it," Bai Xiaoxing exclaimed in shock, then came to a realization. Her eyes revealed intense indignation and said, "It's that woman, right or wrong. She's plotting against you. Husband, you can't get too close to her. It's best to cut her off." Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly and said sarcastically, "I'm getting divorced and I don't even have a place to live. She's my sister. What's wrong with helping me find a house to live in? Don't be so careful. I'm just a homeless man after all. She's just helping me within her ability." Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened. "How can you say that? You have a family dash." Suddenly, a tremor ran through her mind and her voice trailed off, revealing a horrified expression. "Doesn't that sound, well, familiar?" Zhao Qingfeng snorted, so he reminded her. Chapter 4. "I'll give you back what you said yourself." Bai Xiaoxing's lips trembled as the thrown boomerang flew back, hitting him squarely in the heart. She realized how much it hurt. Chapter 54. Bai Xiaoxing's decision. Originally, Zhao Qingfeng was going to spend the weekend in the countryside, but Bai Xiaoxing's arrival made him change his mind. After dinner was over, he said goodbye to his grandfather and drove back with his daughter. Bai Xiaoxing said whatever she wanted to ride in his car, and Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "You drove the car yourself." However, Bai Xiaoxing pointed not far away, and saw a woman panting under the setting sun running over. "Mr. Bai, this is her assistant." Bai Xiaoxing handed her the Porsche keys and said flatly, "Take my car back." "Okay, Mr. White." Without saying a word, the assistant took the keys and drove the car away. Bai Xiaoxing turned her head, smiled sweetly at Zhao Qingfeng, and said with a slight expression of interest, "Now I don't have a car." Zhao Ye pulled on her father's sleeve and whispered, "Just let mommy come along." Zhao Qingfeng was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Sit in the back row." Bai Xiaoxing walked over, picked up Zhao Ye, and gave her a hard kiss on the cheek, saying, "Worthy of being my obedient baby." On the way back, Zhao Qingfeng drove silently. Zhao Ye was tired of playing today, and now she was lying on Bai Xiaoxing's lap, huffing and puffing. Bai Xiaoxing looked at her husband's side face and secretly thought in her heart, "I won't separate from you. Honey, I can't lose you." Back inside the home, Zhao Yi was sleeping soundly, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to wake her up, so he carried her inside the room. After coming out, Bai Xiaoxing had been waiting for a long time, and after she had taken a shower, she wore a lavender slimming nightgown with a vaguely surging silhouette. She walked over and hugged Zhao Qingfeng's arm, smiling charmingly. "Hubby, let's sleep together today." Bai Xiaoxing was originally a face value ceiling. Wearing this is even more beautiful and extremely tempting. Releasing what kind of signal? Naturally, is self-evident. If it was before, Zhao Qingfeng would have immediately surged with inexhaustible strength. Only this time, he felt diabolical. Just push her away. And after closing his daughter's room, he fished out a cigarette from inside his pocket and lit it. No need to get into this. The smile on Bai Xiaoxing's face froze. Her eyes flashed with despondency, and her tone went down. "Hubby, are you still angry?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. "What do you mean you're still angry?" His decision just never changed. He said tersely, "I've called the movers and they'll be moving out tomorrow." "Honey, you..." Bai Xiaoxing's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a few steps backward. She stared at her husband's expression, which slowly whitened when she realized he was more serious than ever. It was a while before she said, "Can't you go without it?" "No way." Zhao Qingfeng pointed out the window and smiled. "This is the 10th floor. Unless you push me down from the upper floors right now, you can't stop me." Bai Xiaoxing's face turned pale and she spoke in panic. "Husband, how can you say such words? I would rather jump myself than hurt you for a single moment. I've already died once." Zhao Qingfeng suddenly said. At once, Bai Xiaoxing was struck by lightning and was speechless. At this instant, she thought of the things in the hospital that day, and her husband's heart stopped beating. Bai Xiaoxing finally understood her husband's determination. "I have already indirectly killed my husband once." Bai Xiaoxing's body shook, and it was a little difficult to breathe. This suffocating despair, and she slowly squatted on the ground, buried her head into her legs, and whimpered. Zhao Qingfeng smoked a cigarette and was indifferent. It took a while for Bai Xiaoxing to stop crying. She stood up, wiped her tears, and said in a low voice, "Hubby, I see what you mean. I'll move with you tomorrow. I need to know where you live now. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to refuse, but seeing her expression, he was silent for several seconds before nodding. At this moment, the determination on Bai Xiaoxing's face was the same as his attitude in asking for a divorce. Moreover, because of Zhao Yiyi, it was impossible for him to completely cut off his relationship with her. Bai Xiaoxing looked at her husband in a daze for a long time before she spoke. Then I'll go to bed. Aha! Bai Xiaoxing returned to the master bedroom and leaned against the bed, fuming. I already died once. The words of her husband echoed in her mind like a nightmare. At this moment, she recalled Zhao Qingfeng's cold body, lying on the operating table, his heart stopping beating, a sense of despair, welling up in her heart. If it wasn't for a miracle, hubby would really be dead. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes gradually became hollow and numb, and with it, an extreme coldness. She picked up her cell phone, pulled Zhang Zixuan out from inside her blacklist, and quietly dialed the number. The opposite side connects quickly. Zhang Zixuan's voice was filled with joy as he said, Sister Xiaoxing, you finally called me. Bai Xiaoxing said expressionlessly, on the day of my husband's accident. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. Zhang Zixuan's breathing stuttered and his heart stopped for a split second. Fear appeared in his eyes. Did she find out? No. If she found out, with her scary side, she would never call me like this, but just get someone. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan hurriedly said, Sister Xiaoxing, I'm really not very clear about it. I was at the back that day and wanted to go find my brother-in-law to explain, but he left too quickly, and by the time I came, he was inside the crowd. Then, I don't know what happened, but I heard a lot of people exclaiming, and there were so many people at that time, I was blocked by people and didn't get a good look. Then later, my brother-in-law rushed over and punched me, and when I saw that he was fine, I thought that he had been scraped by a car. I really didn't know that my brother-in-law had been hit so hard. Sister Xiaoxing, you have to believe me. I swear, it's all true. Zhang Zixuan explained in an incomparably aggravated manner. Bai Xiaoxing calmly asked back, why is my husband sure that you pushed him? How would I know? Zhang Zixuan said aggrievedly, I guess it's because my brother-in-law looks at me in a bad light, but I didn't do anything. Bai Xiaoxing was silent for a long time and said with intent, I will find out about this matter. If you're really harmful to my husband's movements, speaking up now is your last chance. If it's really you, confessing it will at least make your death more painful. How is it possible to say? Zhang Zixuan has seen Bai Xiaoxing's ruthless side, naturally resisting death and refusing to admit it. He said with righteous indignation, Sister Xiaoxing, if someone really dares to secretly scheme against my brother-in-law, there's no need for you to do it. I'll be the first to not let him go. Bai Xiaoxing then didn't say anything else and directly hung up her cell phone. She tapped the screen of her cell phone, two voices arguing in her mind. One of the voices said that what my husband said was right and that I should trust him unconditionally. Since he said that Zhang Zixuan did it, he should go straight to fix Zhang Zixuan so that he can forgive me. Another voice said that in this accident, Zhang Zixuan is also a victim. After all, there is no eyes behind the husband. The truth may not be the same as he guessed, cannot be indiscriminate. After thinking about it for a long time, and finally letting out a sigh, she decided that it would be better to have someone check it out. And with so many people at the scene, maybe someone had seen everything that had happened. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng woke up and the movers had already arrived. He didn't have a lot of stuff. A couple of boxes fit. Yeep stuff, on the contrary, is a little more. Take this with you. Bai Xiaoxing suddenly brought over a few picture frames. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at it. It was a wedding photo of him and Bai Xiaoxing. And in it, he was carrying Bai Xiaoxing on his back with a smile on his face. And Bai Xiaoxing was wearing a wedding dress, lying on his back, smiling brightly and beautifully, and the happiest moment of her life was fixed there. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, it's not necessary. Bai Xiaoxing forced a smile. Only the smile had sadness pervading it. She didn't give up. She directly grabbed her husband's suitcase forcefully and stuffed the picture frame inside. In the midst of the scramble, a few tears fell and wet the back of Zhao Qingfeng's hand. Chapter 55, Bai Xiaoxing, tell Su Choran to get the hell out of here. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing's strength was surprisingly strong, and she snatched his suitcase hard, stuffing the picture frame inside. Zhao Qingfeng was silent. It's pointless for you to do this now. Makes sense. Bai Xiaoxing looked at him, tears pooling in her red eyes, and said stubbornly, suit yourself. Zhao Qingfeng didn't meet her eyes, lifted his suitcase, and walked out the door. Outside, a couple of guys from the moving company had already started moving things downstairs. It didn't take long to get a range of things into the car. Zhao Qingfeng drove the old Audi out, and Bai Xiaoxing got into the car with Yi Yi in her arms. There was silence in the carriage. Zhao Qingfeng watched Zhao Ye's expression through the center console rearview mirror. Noticing that she was holding her mother's hand tightly, her little face was tense, and her pupils contained the slightest hint of panic. which caused Zhao Qingfeng to silently sigh in his heart. Yee. There are things you have to accept sooner or later. In a short time, when they arrived at the Fairview Mileage District, Zhao Qingfeng went upstairs and opened the door. In the face of the broad new home, Zhao Yi but not much joy. Her young mind, there is apprehension and panic. Bai Xiaoxing suddenly sprinted forward and picked up the copy of the purchase contract on the coffee table, his pupils shrinking as he revealed an expression of shock and anger. That woman is really willing to give up. She held the contract, her fingers so hard that her knuckles were a little white. Zhao Qingfeng took the contract from inside her hand and said gently, "You know the location, now you can go back." Bai Xiaoxing gritted her teeth, pointed at the contract, and said, "This matter, shouldn't you give me an explanation? I just don't believe that someone would send you a house worth more than $10 million for no reason. What exactly does she have in mind? What do I have to explain? More than $10 million is just the tip of a hair on a 9-cow's head to her." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said casually, "You can't have her house. We have it at home. I'll transfer the money to you and you give it back to her." Bai Xiaoxing said seriously. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. "It's not necessary. You'd rather use her money than spend mine?" Bai Xiaoxing asked in a trembling voice. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother to answer and said, "You should go back." Bai Xiaoxing was still about to speak when she suddenly noticed Zhao Ye's somewhat frightened expression next to her. So she took a deep breath, squatted down and said, "Yay, mommy has some things to do. I'll be back later to accompany you." "Yes." Zhao Ye stared at her mom for a while before nodding. Bai Xiaoxing hugged Zhao Ye fiercely and whispered in her ear, "Yay, don't worry, mommy won't leave you and daddy. We are a family of 3. We will never be separated." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ye's eyes, all brightened up a bit, nodded heavily, and said, "And great aunt." Bai Xiaoxing smiled softly. "Of course." With that, she turned and left. Zhao Qingfeng let out a light breath and began to clean up the house. It was a new, well-decorated home, but it had never been lived in and had quite a bit of dust that needed to be cleaned. Yi, you haven't done your homework yet. Hurry up and do your homework." Zhao Qingfeng looked at the layout of the house and said to Zhao Ye after packing a small room out first. After Zhao Yi went in, he started a whole house cleaning sweep. Other side, inside Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, flames were almost coming out as she called Zhou Shang with incomparable anger. "Uncle Zhou, help me check where Su Qiuran lives." Zhou Shang was a bit stunned, so he inquired, "Su Shifeng's daughter? Second miss. You're looking for her, don't you ask? Hurry up and check." Good. Not long after, Su Qiuran's address was sent to the top of Bai Xiaoxing's phone. Without saying a word, she drove over there and killed it. A villa halfway up the mountain. The ear-piercing brakes sounded, and the bodyguards' gazes were on alert, staring at the stunning beauty who had gotten out of the purple Porsche. "What is your business?" A bodyguard approached and inquired in a deep voice. Bai Xiaoxing said angrily, "Tell Su Qiuran to get the hell out of here." Su Shifeng was the richest man in Tiannan, but Bai Xiaoxing wasn't afraid in the slightest. On the wealth of Tiandong Bai family is not as good as, but the Bai family rooted in Tiandong for several generations. All the forces have relations, intricate connections. In simple terms, from the heritage, the Bai family is stronger. That was why the White family had the word Tiantong in front of it. And although the Su family was the richest, it did not have enough depth to be called the Tiannan Su family. Of course, the two families had their own unique characteristics, and under normal circumstances, there would be no conflict. Only this time, Bai Xiaoxing had been angered to the extreme, and had directly killed the door. The bodyguard's complexion changed, and the leader thought for a moment and said, "May I ask what the young lady's name is?" "My last name is White," Bai Xiaoxing said coldly. "From inside, I heard someone screaming openly. Which cage wasn't closed tight enough to let you out?" Suddenly, the door with the elegiac couplets hung on it opened, and Su Qiuran walked out from inside, smiling coldly as she opened her mouth. When Bai Xiaoxing saw her, she gritted her teeth and said, "Su Qiuran, you have a lot of guts." Su Qiuran smiled faintly, walked outside the fence, and said, "How does that sound? Don't play dumb with me, you know what you've done." Two stunning women, confronting each other in the doorway, a scene that made the surrounding bodyguards look dumbfounded. Su Qiuran raised her eyebrows and said, "Ugh, why can't I understand? Please, can you speak a little more intelligibly?" Asterisk. Bai Xiaoxing said angrily, "Su Qiuran, over $10 million for a house to be given away just like that. What a big gesture. I really didn't think that the only daughter of the richest man in the world would be able to do something so shameless, hitting on a married man. Oh, so that's what this is about." Su Qiuran suddenly realized, playfully laughed, "Zhao Qingfeng is my brother. He helped me a big favor. I sent him a set of house. Isn't it a very normal thing to make a fuss? Besides, aren't you extremely good to your good brother? In addition to the personal bonuses other than commission, you can give $500,000 at once." Bai Xiaoxing's face changed. You're checking up on me? He. Don't be so excited. Look brother Qingfeng, as your husband, doesn't even have $10,000 in his hand, and your good brother, you paid $500,000 for nothing without blinking an eye, and now he still has the nerve to come and question me? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing's pupils trembled, but she would not be defeated so easily, so she said coldly, all my money is my husband's, as long as he wants it, not to mention $500,000, even if it's $5 million, $50 million, I'll give it to him. Su Qiuran frowned. She heard the tone of Bai Xiaoxing, does not seem to be false. The heart secretly speculated, could it be that she now wants to redeem? Bai Xiaoxing said, alright, I don't want a bull **** with you, you give me the account number. I'll transfer the money from that house to you. Is 20 million enough? What? You think I'm short $20 million? Whether you lack or not is your business. My husband doesn't need charity from anyone, and even if I don't have it, the White family does. Bai Xiaoxing's tone was cold, and that was the purpose of her search. She didn't want her husband to owe this woman a favor. Chapter 56, The Defeated Dog by Xiaoxing. Su Qiuran's eyes, too, went cold. I never ask for anything back that I give away. It's fine for you to give it away to someone else. It doesn't matter if you just bag 100 men, but you shouldn't show it to my old man. It's unethical. Two women, tit for tat. Su Qiuran said, you open your mouth and close your mouth to your husband, but you're about to get divorced in just over half a month. Bai Xiaoxing coldly said, he just has a little misunderstanding about me. Even if the court is in session, we won't get divorced. No matter what you want to play, you're doomed to fail. A little misunderstanding? Su Qiuran let out a sarcastic laugh. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed and blossomed dangerously. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. Don't call yourself Xiaoxing anymore. Why don't you just call yourself Stupid Star? Ha ha ha. Su Qiuran laughed with a mocking tone. Bai Xiaoxing frowned. Su Qiuran's eyes flickered and suddenly said, you really don't deserve Big Brother Qingfeng. Divorce me? I will take good care of Big Brother Qingfeng, and I will definitely not let him suffer. These words caused Bai Xiaoxing's eyes to turn ferocious as he said in a single word, are you looking for death? There was a certain madness in the tone. Ouch. I'm so scared. Su Qiuran patted his chest and said in a conspiratorial manner. Bai Xiaoxing said fiercely, Su Qiuran, if you dare to steal my husband, you're forcing me to die with you. Su Qiuran's smile withdrew, staring at Bai Xiaoxing for a while before shaking his head. What a look on your face. I pity you. Su Qiuran said indifferently, even now, you don't dare to face the problem squarely. For you to seek trouble from me is foolishness. Even without me, there will be other women, and you are destined to lose Big Brother Qingfeng. Bai Xiaoxing's heart skipped a beat. Su Qiuran continued, don't you understand? The result of the current situation only lies in what you did and the change in Big Brother Qingfeng's attitude towards you. Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled, but still said with certainty, he just misunderstood. He still loves me. You don't even understand the consequences of what you've done to yourself. It's really blind confidence. Su Qiuran grunted in disdain. She then took out her cell phone and dialed Zhao Qingfeng over and turned on the outside voice. Soon, Zhao Qingfeng's voice came out from the phone. Hello? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened and she was about to open her mouth. Su Qiuran, however, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. As if she had changed her face, her voice contained wisps of aggression, and she choked with a sobbing voice. Big Brother Qingfeng whimpered. Sister-in-law brought people to find trouble with me. She even hit me with her hands. Woo woo. Zhao Qingfeng was shocked. Really? Bai Xiaoxing was shocked. When did I bring someone to trouble you? When did she do it? I just want to get the money for the house dash. She anxiously tried to explain. However, Su Qiuran continued to cry. Big Brother Qingfeng. She slapped my face with a bank card, humiliated me, said that the money for the house was given to me, and told me that from now on, I'm not even allowed to have any dealings with you anymore. Oh. Bai Xiaoxing was in a hurry. This is clearly a case of opening one's eyes and turning black and white upside down. As soon as she rushed up, she snatched the phone and said, honey, don't listen to her. I didn't even hit her or use the bank card dash. Enough. The voice on the phone suddenly drew up, interrupting her explanation and causing Bai Xiaoxing's face to stiffen violently. Zhao Qingfeng's tone was annoyed. Bai Xiaoxing, are you finished or not? Qiuran has never offended you, right? Why do you have to mess with her? Remember, my business doesn't need you to be in charge of it. Now apologize to Qiuran. Bai Xiaoxing revealed an incredulous expression, her entire body shaking as she trembled. Hubby, you believe her words? Her husband called her Qiuran in one mouthful, such an intimate name that made her heart twist like a knife. What do you think? Autumn Ran wouldn't lie to me. Zhao Qingfeng's cold voice caused Bai Xiaoxing to completely lose her strength, and she sat down softly on the ground. At that moment, Su Qiuran took the phone over again. After turning off the outside voice and not knowing what Zhao Qingfeng had said inside, Su Qiuran broke into tears. Bai Xiaoxing stared at this scene as dumbfounded. Only after hanging up the phone did Su Qiuran sneer. How does it feel? Bai Xiaoxing stared at her dead in the face and said hoarsely, why did you harm me? Why did you lie to my husband? This is too much to bear? Su Qiuran instantly laughed as she pointed at Bai Xiaoxing. I'm just returning a little bit of what your good brother did to big brother Qingfeng. That's just where it's at. This is too much to bear? Good brother did to brother Qingfeng? At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing's breath caught as if he understood something. Su Qiuran laughed coldly. In a corner you can't see. Your good brother bullied or provoked big brother Qingfeng in this way. And you, on the other hand, preferred to believe your good brother's side of the story, defending him at every turn. Do you understand this feeling now? Do you still think that it's just a simple misunderstanding? Bai Xiaoxing was suddenly bloodless. Only after a while did she slowly get up from the ground, and didn't bother to talk to Su Qiuran again, but turned around, like a defeated dog, and left the place step by step with her head down. Su Qiuran clenched his fists, a smug smile spreading across his face. That's cool. A bodyguard came over, pointed to the purple Porsche next to her, and whispered, Miss, her car is still here. Su Qiuran looked at him and said breathlessly, people are chopping from Panglai West Road to the South Heavenly Gate. Are you asking her if her eyes are dry? The bodyguard snapped and retreated. Bai Xiaoxing walked in a state of disorientation. The sun was shining just right, but she felt cold all over. The original plan was that after looking for Su Qiuran, she would go to Jinshoutianxi, but at this moment, she was walking towards the Imperial River's special courtyard. A long time later, she finally arrived at the Imperial River residence. Not having the courage to face her empty home, she chose to go to her sister Bai Liyu's house. After entering the door, Bai Liyu was startled to see her disoriented sister, and hurriedly closed the live broadcast and asked, Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Hearing her sister's concern, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't tense up at all, and she violently jumped into her sister's arms, bawling her eyes out. He doesn't want me. Bai Liyu was stunned for a moment before she gently hugged her sister, patting her and comforting her in a small voice. Cry it out. You'll feel better. It has come to this after all. There was some complexity in Bai Liyu's eyes. The authorities are on the sidelines, and from her perspective, some things are meant to happen. She just didn't expect them to happen so soon. Bai Xiaoxing whimpered as if he were a homeless puppy. She cried and said in a broken voice, I'm so sorry, sister. Me? What should I do? I can't leave my husband. Ooh. Then get him in after him. You still have Yi Yi. That's a bond that can't be cut. Bai Liyu didn't know how to comfort, so she said this. When Bai Xiaoxing heard this, she said with teary eyes, Sister, will my husband still forgive me? I don't know. Bai Liyu answered truthfully. Bai Xiaoxing cried even louder. It was a while before she stopped crying and wiped her tears, her expression then firming up. After venting, Bai Xiaoxing felt much more comfortable inside, and she said seriously, I know it's wrong, and I'll definitely change. I'll get your brother-in-law back. With these words, it was again as if she was talking to Bai Liyu, but also as if she was talking to herself, cheering herself up. Bai Liyu nodded and casually asked, Where is Qingfeng? Moved. What? Bai Liyu's mouth opened wide in surprise. It seems that things are more serious than imagined, and I'm afraid that my sister's road to chasing her husband will not be so good. Chapter 57, The Little Girl. When Zhao Qingfeng received Su Qiuran's call and heard her say that, he actually understood instantly. Although he hadn't known Su Qiuran for long, he didn't think that this girl would be that easy to lose. After all, the first time they met, she entered the car alone with herself, so how could she have dared if she didn't have a bit of backbone? So there is only one truth. That's her acting up again. Zhao Qingfeng immediately cooperated, for no other reason than the fact that Ing Bai Xiaoxing had believed and defended Zhang Zixuan so many times, and he had long been upset. On the other hand, he also wanted Bai Xiaoxing to know what to do. Evening. Zhao Yi refused to go to sleep, so Zhao Qingfeng sat on the edge of the bed and told her a story. As she listened, she suddenly burst into tears. I want, Mom. Seeing his daughter's tearful eyes, Zhao Qingfeng's heart, too, seized hard. His eyes were also red. Seeing that Zhao Ye was still crying and showed no signs of stopping, Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a while before handing her exclusive cell phone to her. Zhao Ye took the phone and immediately made a video call to Bai Xiaoxing. Mom! Bai Xiaoxing's cheeks had just appeared on camera when Zhao Ye couldn't wait to shout. Yi. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Bai Xiaoxing leaned on the bed, looking at the tear tracks on Zhao Ye's face, and hurriedly asked, Mom, you lied to me when you said you'd come over at night. Zhao Yi deflated her mouth and choked. Bai Xiaoxing was silent. Bai Liyu then took the phone and said with a smile, Yi, Mom is sleeping on my side today. Oh, Auntie. The little guy's eyes lit up. You have to be good. Tomorrow after school, Mom and great aunt, together with you to go out to play, okay? Yes. Then sleep well. But I miss my mom and I can't sleep, Zhao Ye said despondently. She was smart enough to understand in her young mind that daddy and mommy, as of today, were separated, and that made her panic and sad inside. With a light sigh, Bailey Yu comforted the little one in quick succession. Only after a long time did Zhao Ye reluctantly hang up the phone. Putting down her cell phone, Bai Xiaoxing had long been sobbing beside her. Bailey Yu's face then turned cold and said, "You still have the face to cry. When you were having an affair with your godbrother, didn't you think about this day?" Bai Xiaoxing was painfully remorseful and trembled. I didn't engage in ambiguity. I'm sorry, I never wanted to separate from my husband. Alas, you didn't apologize to me. What you're sorry for is Yi, is Zhao Qingfeng, Bai Li Yu said indifferently. Bai Xiaoxing's heart was like a knife. Zhao Qingfeng saw that his daughter was in a much better mood, so he said, "Alright, go to sleep." He straightened Yi's covers and was ready to turn out the lights. Just as he was getting up, a small hand reached out and pulled Zhao Qingfeng's coat. "Daddy, I can't sleep." Zhao Qingfeng paused. He looked at his daughter's pitiful eyes and smiled. "Okay, if you can't sleep, go for a walk. It's only 9 o'clock, so go out for half an hour and take a walk." Zhao Ye hurriedly nodded her head and got out of the comforter in a puff of smoke. Not even needing Zhao Qingfeng's urging, he numbly put his clothes on and said, "Dad, set off." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, so he took his cell phone and led Zhao Ye out the door. Fairview is worthy of being a high-grade neighborhood. The greening is done quite well, and the park is complete with all kinds of facilities, including those for exercise and a playground for children. However, at this point in the game, there's not a lot of people playing. Zhao Qingfeng held Zhao Ye, walked out of the neighborhood, and strolled down the street. "Daddy, I want to eat lamb kebabs." Not far away there was a small stall. The rich aroma, which came to the face, also aroused Zhao Yi's cravings. Zhao Qingfeng said, "If you keep eating, you'll become a little fat girl." Zhao Yi shook Zhao Qingfeng's arm. "Dad, I just want to eat." "A little fat girl is a little fat girl. Row, row, row." Zhao Qingfeng and Zhao Ye walked over and inquired, "How much for a string?" $5 for a string. $20 for 5. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, smiled and held out his palm. Zhao Qingfeng said, "5 skewers then." "Okay." Zhao Qingfeng thought to himself that he would give 1 skewer to his daughter and 4 skewers to himself later. And that was the decision. "Alas, I am not because of gluttony, purely because this kind of thing children can't eat more. I am for the sake of Yi's body." Zhao Qingfeng thought like this and nodded with satisfaction. Where did Zhao Yi know her old father's nasty thoughts? At this moment she was holding her dad with one hand and one hand in her pocket, staring at the lamb skewers on the grill with a face full of anticipation. At this point, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze suddenly landed in the center of the road, and his face immediately changed. He saw a small figure, surprisingly, standing in the middle of the road. It was a little girl, who didn't look more than 5 or 6 years old, and at that moment, an SUV, at about 60 yards, drove straight toward the little girl. "Watch out, get out of the way." Zhao Qingfeng's heart was beating violently. It was too late to rush over at this point, he could only let out a loud roar. The little girl dully turned her head sideways and looked at Zhao Qingfeng, her skinny body, but she didn't move at all. "Run!" Seeing that the tragedy was about to happen, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes turned red and he roared once again. The little girl dodged to the side as if in a dream, but it's too late. The speeding SUV, with no intention of slamming on the brakes, crashed straight through. In the next second, Zhao Qingfeng froze. He watched as the SUV passed over the little girl, who remained standing in place, intact. Zhao Qingfeng immediately understood, but it made his heart tremble even more. "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhao Yi looked at her dad and asked strangely. There were also many people nearby who looked over, puzzled by Zhao Qingfeng shouting just now. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and held Zhao Ye's palm tightly as he said to her, "Dad is fine." "Nuts!" With a small mutter, someone withdrew their gaze. The stall owner handed over the grilled lamb kebabs, and Zhao Qingfeng took them and left. "Alas, brother, you haven't paid yet." The stall owner hurriedly smiled and spoke. Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly took out his cell phone and paid, then picked up Zhao Ye and walked in the direction of his home. Zhao Ye took the lamb skewer and ate it while saying, "Daddy, you're so strange." Zhao Qingfeng wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Glancing back, the tiny figure, following close behind him, she's still so small, even smaller than Yi. The previous times, Zhao Qingfeng had been able to face it calmly as a bystander, but this time, his heart was trembling. After Zhao Ye ate 2 skewers, she couldn't eat any more and said, "Belly is so full." "Daddy, you eat." Zhao Qingfeng took it and forced a smile. "Dad will eat it later." In fact, where does he eat? Chapter 58 Empathic Heartache. After going out for a stroll and eating something, Zhao Ye's sleepiness came. Leaning on her dad's shoulder, she yawned, and when she got home, she lay down on her bed and fell fast asleep. Zhao Qingfeng walked out of the room and closed the door. Just saw a little one, standing inside the living room, looking at her timidly. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingfeng walked over to the sofa and patted the side, saying, "Come and sit." With a slight nod, the little girl moved over. Her large eyes held curiosity within them, as well as awe. "It's fine, don't be afraid." Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently at her. His smile was contagious and made the little girl's hanging heart relax. The little girl didn't sit, but stood in front of Zhao Qingfeng and whispered, "Uncle, only you can see me." This was also the reason why she followed Zhao Qingfeng back. "Aha." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and inquired in a pleasant manner, "What's your name and how old are you?" Lin Yuan said and burst into tears. Only no tears came out. Zhao Qingfeng's fingers trembled and he huffed fiercely. He lit a cigarette before he felt better and continued to ask, "Do you remember? What happened to you? How long has this been like this?" The girl was dressed in a little floral dress with a light blue bear hood. Her face was round and her soft hair hung down beautifully, like a little princess. "I had a disease before, and I slept every day for a long time, but a few days ago, I got better, but everyone couldn't see me anymore." Lin Yuan wiped her tears and then said. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were complicated as he heard the little girl say this. "Little girls don't get better. He said, "Do you know what your mom and dad's names are?" "Uncle, are you going to take me to my mom and dad?" "My dad's name is Lin Tianming and my mom's name is Qingjin," Lin Yuan said happily when her eyes lit up. Zhao Qingfeng did not know how to answer. Even if he took her there, he could only say goodbye. He was silent for a while before asking, "What is the thing you want to do the most after you find your mom and dad?" "I want mommy and daddy to stop fighting, and I want them to have dinner with me together." Lin Yuan's eyes fell as she spoke. "When I wasn't sick, my dad and mom were busy, and my aunt took care of me every day. But what Yuan wanted most was for them to play with me. But when they came home, they fought non-stop and I was scared." Hearing Lin Yuan's brittle voice, Zhao Qingfeng felt a bit heartbroken. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, Yuan, Uncle can help you, but you have to be good. You will live here in Uncle. You are not allowed to go anywhere. When you behave well, Uncle will take you to look for your mom and dad, okay?" Lin Yuan immediately appeared joyful as she said with some excitement, "Really?" Zhao Qingfeng stretched out his little thumb and smiled. "Of course it's true. Take the hook and hang yourself. No changes for 100 years. Lin Yuan's big, clear eyes burst out, but then she deflated her mouth and said, "You can't pull the hook. No one else can touch me." Zhao Qingfeng said, "Uncle can. Don't believe me. Try it." When Lin Yuan sniffed, she extended her tiny hand. When her little thumb laced up with Zhao Qingfeng's hand and felt his warm touch, Lin Yuan was instantly surprised and said, "Uncle, we can touch. It's amazing." Next, Lin Yuan hooked Zhao Qingfeng's little thumb with force and said seriously, "Pull the hook and hang yourself. 100 is not allowed to change. As long as I'm good, Uncle will take me to my mom and dad." "Sure." Zhao Qingfeng nodded with a smile as the corners of his eyes soured. Afterwards, Zhao Qingfeng opened a packed room for Lin Yuan to stay in. "Go back to your room." Zhao Qingfeng didn't fall asleep for a long time. "Because I have a daughter myself, when I see Lin Yuan, I feel a kind of empathetic heartache." There was no doubt that he would absolutely help the little girl. It's just that, even if they are allowed to see each other one last time, the little girl will never come back. Ugh. With a light sigh, Zhao Qingfeng lit another cigarette. The sparks in the dark room, bright and uncertain. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng was woken up by the alarm clock and rubbed his bleary eyes before getting dressed and getting up. He first went to Lin Yuan's room. She lay down on the bed and said pitifully, "Uncle, I couldn't change my clothes and I couldn't sleep, but I was good. No noise, no fuss." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and stuck out a thumb. Yuan is great. Very good today. Keep on behaving." "Aha." When she received his praise, Lin Yuan was very happy, so she nodded her head vigorously. Zhao Qingfeng closed the door and shouted at Zhao Ye to get up. Zhao Yi was confused and said, "Dad, I still want to sleep. If you don't get up, you'll be late. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Zhu will beat your hand?" Hearing these words, Zhao Ye immediately sobered up with a jolt. Zhao Qingfeng looked amused. Sure enough, what Zhao Ye was most afraid of was still the teacher. Then he sent Zhao Ye to school, not driving. Fairview was less than a kilometer away from Flower Elementary School, and it's less than a 10-minute walk. After sending his daughter to school, he was preparing to deal with Lin Yuan. Su Qiuran's phone call came suddenly. "Big brother Qingfeng, where are you?" Su Qiuran's voice today. "It's normal without the tea flavor," Zhao Qingfeng said. "I just sent the kids to school and I'm ready to go back. You wait for me at the entrance to the neighborhood." With that, she hung up. Zhao Qingfeng then remembered that he had previously made an appointment with Su Qiuran to take care of work matters today, so he thought about it and waited at the entrance of Fairview. Not much longer. A bright red Ferrari swished and stopped in front of Zhao Qingfeng. The car window opened and Su Qiuran, wearing a pair of toadstools, signaled to him, "Get in." Zhao Qingfeng then pulled open the passenger side and sat up. "How was my performance yesterday?" Su Qiuran said with a playful smile when she started the car. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Very good. I almost thought it was real. Go go go." Su Qiuran blushed a little as she thought about her tea talk. The car went quiet. At an intersection, in between waiting for the red light, Su Qiuran suddenly turned her head, stared at Zhao Qingfeng, and asked seriously, "It seems to me that Bai Xiaoxing really regrets it. Aren't you going to give her a chance, or are you adamant about getting a divorce?" When she asked this question, Su Qiuran was inexplicably nervous inside, holding the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other hand, quietly clenching her fists. Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate and shook his head firmly, calmly uttering 4 words. "What's done is done." Su Qiuran's eyes brightened slightly, and his fists relaxed. She just smiled and said, "Right, a real man shouldn't eat back. Let that woman do her penance." Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, glanced at Su Qiuran's stunningly beautiful cheeks, and said strangely, "You seem to be very attached to this matter. What, has Bai Xiaoxing offended you?" The smile on Su Qiuran's face froze, and his heart thumped. "No, no." She stared at the stoplight and coughed lightly. "No more talking. I'm concentrating on driving." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, not knowing what this girl was thinking. He then picked up his phone and searched for information about Lin Tianming. Less than 10 minutes. The Ferrari then stopped. Zhao Qingfeng got out of the car, looked at the huge office building in front of him, and said in surprise, "The 9 May you said last time. Is it here?" "Aha!" Su Qiuran took the lead and walked towards the inside of the office building, saying, "This building is the assets of the Right Wind Group, and this is Sycamore Road, so it is called Sycamore Right Wind Building. 9 May Company is on the 12th floor. Oh, my sister-in-law's name is Mei Chao, and 9 May is the company she started." With that, she turned her head back, her expression getting a little worried. "That person, my sister-in-law, is a bit fierce, so watch out for her. Don't offend her." Chapter 59 Interviews. A little aggressive? Zhao Qingfeng didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he was the president, and he was an ordinary employee, so the odds were that he wouldn't be able to get involved. The two entered the elevator. Su Qiuran's face value was still high. The 2 men in their 20s had just come out of the elevator, looked at each other, and walked in again with a tacit understanding. "Brother Qingfeng, do you have a position you want? Why don't we talk to my sister-in-law and let you be her assistant?" Su Qiuran touched Zhao Qingfeng's arm and said. When Zhao Qingfeng heard the word assistant, he felt nauseous from the bottom of his heart and shook his head back and forth. "No, I'll just do sales." Su Qiuran hummed. Before long, the two reached the 12th floor. At the entrance of the company, the word Jiomei was very beautiful. Zhao Qingfeng looked at it for a few seconds before following Su Qiuran in. It's huge inside, with hundreds of square feet of office space, divided into large and small workstations. "Hello, welcome to 9 May. How may I help you?" The front desk lady had a sweet smile and smiled when she looked at the two. She was actually a little surprised in her heart. The woman was beautiful and the man was handsome. It was hard not to notice. Many of the employees also gazed over quietly. Su Qiuran said, "Is Mr. Zhou here?" The receptionist lady froze for a moment before saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, our general manager Zhou is on a business trip and hasn't been at the company for the past few days." Su Qiuran frowned, then picked up his cell phone and made a call out. Not long after, she said to the inside of the phone, "Auntie, I am in your company, to introduce a friend to a job." I don't know what is said inside. Su Qiuran's cheeks reddened, quietly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, and stammered, "Male, which is it? It's not what you think." "Alas, Auntie, don't ask. Hang up." Su Qiuran then said, "Big brother Qingfeng, wait a moment." Not long after, a man in a suit walked over briskly, and when he saw Su Qiuran, his eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. Then he extended his hand and smiled. "May I ask if it's Ms. Su?" The man was about 35 years old, with meticulously combed hair and the demeanor of a successful man. Su Qiuran looked at the outstretched hand, frowned, and did not shake his hand, just said flatly, "I am." At this moment, Missy's aura was all over the place. She was the only daughter of the richest man, a super second generation. Not to mention her anger and smile in front of Zhao Qingfeng, even shaking hands, not many people were qualified. The man withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly, touched his hair, and said, "My name is Yu Guangwei. I'm the manager of 9 May's personnel department, and just now, Mr. Zhou called me and asked me to receive it." "Hello Manager Yu, my name is Zhao Qingfeng. I'm the one who wants to join your company. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and extended his hand, saying, Yu Guangwei's attention, at once, shifted to Zhao Qingfeng. Looking at him dressed in casual clothes, he frowned imperceptibly, and without shaking hands, said, Follow me. With that, he turned around. This attitude caused Su Qiuran's eyes to flash with a flash of anger, and she was about to pick up her cell phone to make a call. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly held her down and laughed. It's a small matter, just wait for me here. After saying that, he followed Yu Guangwei into his office. After sitting down, Yu Guangwei stared at Zhao Qingfeng, looking him up and down, his gaze containing scrutiny. It was a while before he said, What kind of position does Mr. Zhao want to apply for? Zhao Qingfeng said, Sales would be nice. Just sales? Yu Guangwei froze for a moment. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said sincerely, Because I don't have any work experience. Other jobs, I'm not necessarily competent, but sales should be fine. I'm not afraid of suffering. Hearing this, Yu Guangwei revealed a touch of disdain. Thought it was some kind of relationship, but it turns out it's just making sales. LOL. He then pulled a random form from a nearby file box and pushed it over. Fill out your resume. Good. Zhao Qingfeng then took the form and filled it out carefully. 5 minutes later, he returned the resume form and said, It's filled out. Yu Guangwei took the table, scanned it and laughed lightly. 30 years old. No work experience. Ha! Hearing his undisguised sarcasm, Zhao Qingfeng frowned, but he understood in his heart that as a man who hadn't gone out to work at the age of 30, this kind of thing would be disdained by anyone who knew about it. What are your requirements for pay? Putting down his watch, Yu Guangwei casually asked. Zhao Qingfeng said, Salary is fine according to your company's pay performance standards, but I have one condition, which is to leave work at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and for that I can do without a base salary. Getting off at 4 in the afternoon? No, are you kidding me? Yu Guangwei said without a good mood. Zhao Qingfeng was also helpless. He had to take care of his daughter and could only get off work at 4 o'clock, which was one of the reasons why he had been looking for a job before and had repeatedly hit a wall. Yu Guangwei crossed his legs and said disdainfully, Alright, strictly speaking, your conditions don't meet our company's rules. Go back and wait for the notification. I'll call you when there's a result. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, Manager Yu, I suggest you give Mr. Zhou a call before making a decision. As things stood, it was fine for him to go back, but he was brought here by Su Qiuran. To Su Qiuran know this result, this Yu Weiguang, afraid of immediate bad luck, but he didn't care for such bridges, so he opened his mouth to warn. Yu Weiguang froze for a moment and stared at Zhao Qingfeng for a few seconds before he couldn't decide. Secretly slander. This kid's so handsome. Will not really and Zhou always have any special relationship not? He coughed lightly and said, Wait a moment. With that, he picked up his cell phone, went out to find a place where no one was, and called Zhou Mei. Mr. Zhou, I just interviewed Mr. Zhao. What Mr. Zhou? The voice across the room was nice, but cold, as always. Yu Weiguang hurriedly said, It's just coming with MS. Su. Immediately, Yu Weiguang recounted Zhao Qingfeng's own conditions, as well as his requirements. Zhou Mei was silent for a few seconds before she coldly said, Promise him. She wanted to see what kind of friend this 30-year-old man was to her niece. Hanging up the phone, Yu Guangwei let out a long breath, but he also heard from Zhou Mei's voice that there was no special relationship between this Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei, and the two didn't even know each other. Walking into the office, Yu Weiguang smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, congratulations on starting. Please prepare the physical examination report as well as a copy of your ID card and come over to sign the labor contract before Wednesday. Okay, Manager Yu. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and shook Yu Weiguang's hand, but he was keenly aware that although this Yu Weiguang was smiling, his eyes were not so kind. Leaving the office, Zhao Qingfeng smiled at Su Qiuran and said, Let's go. Well, Su Qiuran asked nervously instead. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. No problem. Come over on Wednesday to start. I mean the guy didn't give you a hard time, did he? Not so much. All civilized. I'm relieved then. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner today. The two of them left Ride the Wind Mansion. Su Qiuran drove the car, and in a short while, they arrived at Tangji Snail Vermicelli. Looking at the tightly closed roller shutter, Su Qiuran had a question mark on her face. Strange, after all these years, it's the first time I've seen her house closed in broad daylight. Zhao Qingfeng coughed lightly, rubbed his nose, and said, There are quite a few snail powder sellers. Why don't we switch to another one? Su Qiuran was a bit sad, so she said, Ugh, I'll eat her snail powder. Come back next time. Eat something else today. Chapter 60, Ling Yuan's parents. Zheng Ji spicy hot pot. Zhao Qingfeng and Su Qiuran sat opposite each other. Looking at Su Qiuran's white and red face, Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart. Who the hell would have thought that the only daughter of the richest man in the world would come out to either eat snail powder or spicy hot pot? When I was originally in high school, I came here to eat occasionally. Su Qiuran bit her chopsticks and spoke. Zhao Qingfeng said, you shouldn't have graduated by now, right? Last time I heard. Cough. You were still in college? Well, junior year. You're still my senior. Su Qiuran smiled faintly. Her large black and white eyes seemed to speak, delicate and moving. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Tiannan University? Yeah. Speaking of which, I even swiped your picture inside the school forum. He. Su Qiuran suddenly smiled lewdly. No way. I'm getting hung up on the forums? Ha ha, it's not what you think. Su Qiuran then explained it to him. Zhao Qingfeng understood. His face value was here. When he was in school, he received countless love letters and confessions. I just didn't realize that it had been so long since I graduated that there was still a legend of him in the school. Just laughed a little. And seeing Su Qiuran's face that was no less than by Xiaoxing's, she subconsciously said, I see that you're also a forum regular. Su Qiuran raised her chin and said proudly, that's for sure. Don't you see what class this girl is? In a short while, the spicy hot pot was brought up, and the two of them ate it, and in the principle of not wasting, the food in front of them was wiped out. After the meal, ugh, so full. Su Qiuran rubbed her small stomach and said lazily. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the time and said, let's go. There's something else in the afternoon. Well, you drive. Su Qiuran threw him the Ferrari keys. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and went out with Su Qiuran. You send me back. You drive this car first. Su Qiuran sat on the passenger side and smoothly buckled her seatbelt. Good. Zhao Qingfeng didn't make any pretense. After he sent Su Qiuran back, he returned to the Royal River residence neighborhood. It was only 1 in the afternoon, and there were still more than 3 hours before Yi got out of school. I have to go to work on Wednesday, and I have to deal with the matter of Yuan as soon as possible. Thinking about this, Zhao Qingfeng's expression was a bit low. When I got home, I had just opened my room to see a tiny little fellow, curled up in the corner. His whole body shrunk into a little ball. Uncle! When she saw Zhao Qingfeng, she timidly shouted. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly walked over and said, Yuan, what's going on? I want mom and dad. I'm scared. Lin Yuan whispered. Being in a strange place and being locked inside a room. She was scared after all. Good boy. Zhao Qingfeng thought of Zhao Ye, and with a sour nose, he picked her up. Uncle will take you to mommy and daddy. A luxurious villa. Asterisk. You. Get thee outta here. The man's eyes were red and he shook the woman's hand away. The woman roared hysterically. Lin Tianming, every day you just know company. If you dare to walk out of this house today, I'll die here. Lin Tianming, who was about to go out, turned his head and looked at his wife with a cold smile. Then you can go to hell. I at least do it for the company. What about you? Every day you either go to play mahjong or beauty treatments. You have the face to talk about me? Inside the wide living room, there were broken high-end furniture everywhere, a lot of clutter on the floor, and it looked like a mess. The nanny and aunts have been fired and no one has cleaned up for days. When Qingjin heard her husband's words, her entire body stiffened violently. She was cloaked in hair, and she was a different person from the old airy rich wife. At that moment, she looked at the picture frame in the living room. Inside there, a lovely girl was blossoming with a smile. Only the formerly lively and lovely daughter was now framed in a black and white photo frame. Whoa! Qingjin, overcome with grief, walked over and hugged her daughter's picture frame, crying in pain. Lin Tianming's cold smile stiffened. His eyes, filled with deep pain, slowly walked over and gently hugged the picture frames of his wife and daughter, also in tears. It was only after a while that Qingjin shook her head and said in agony, I regret it so much. When Yuan was alive, I didn't properly accompany her, and I still remember that she said that what she wanted most was to have a meal with us. Lin Tianming spoke in a low tone and said, I'm not going to the company. I'll cook at home today. We'll be a family of 3 and have a good meal. Qingjin looked at the photo frame, stretched out his hand, trembling and caressing, said, good, I go to cook. Yuan, today mom and dad are accompanied by you to eat. Lin Tianming was not feeling good in his heart and followed his wife, silently entering the kitchen. Today, it was a rare day when they didn't fight. Neither had hardly cooked since arriving at their current position, but this time it worked well together. One person prepared the ingredients and the other went to steam and fry the food. Potato beef. It's Yuan's favorite. Lin Tianming washed the potatoes and suddenly said. Qingjin glanced at him, and the memory of her daughter's lovely appearance kept coming back to her mind. So she choked and said, I told Yuan that girls have to stay in shape and can't eat too much meat. She nodded her head in front of me, but in the twinkling of an eye, she was stealing food. Once I caught her, she even made a face at me. Lin Tianming with tears in his smile, said, when I was a child, she liked to sit on my neck the most, said she wanted to ride a horse. Once she wanted to sit again, I just topped her up. and she took the pee. This is not over. Just get clean. She wants to write again. I thought she just finished peeing should not be a problem. The result of urine is no more. Turn the eyes scurry. With that, the two locked eyes. Countless fond memories with his daughter came to his mind, and tears of grief, once again, blurred his eyes. The husband and wife hugged each other, and Lin Tianming said painfully, she's still small, but when she was in the hospital, she was so strong. Those treatments, even adults can't withstand them. Xinjin also cried and said, she said as long as she had her mom and dad with her, she would endure any pain and not cry. Round and round, my round and round. When grief comes to you, you can't stop sobbing. After crying for a long time, and no longer having any desire to cook, the two of them helped each other and walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, it was suddenly realized that on the couch in the living room, there was a person sitting. Lin Tianming froze for a moment and his face immediately sank as he coldly shouted, who are you? Who allowed you to come in? Where's the security guard? The person who came in was naturally Zhao Qingfeng. Lin Tianming was a successful man, worth a lot of money, and the information was easy to find out. This is an upscale villa area with gated entrances, so of course he couldn't get in, except that each household has a code to unlock the door, which he found out when he asked Yuan. When he arrived at the Lin family's house, he saw that the portal was wide open, so he walked right in. Zhao Qingfeng said, my surname is Zhao, you guys can call me Mr. Zhao. What a mess. Hurry up, I'll call the police if you don't leave, Lin Tianming said in a cold voice. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and beckoned towards Lin Yuan, who was by Lin Tianming's feet. Lin Yuan saw her parents and rushed straight over. Only her mom and dad didn't respond to her, which made Yuan's mouth go flat, and tears were stored inside her big eyes, looking like they were about to drip down. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng waving at her, Lin Yuan walked over with her short legs. Aggrieved, Zhao Qingfeng immediately smiled and reached out to pick her up. Next, Lin Tianming and his wife were stunned. They saw the man, smiled softly, and bent down to make a hugging gesture into the air. Then, the daughter he had longed for day and night appeared in his arms. Lin Tianming stared blankly, his face full of incredulity. Round, Xinjin erupted into a huge scream and stumbled over, snatching Lin Yuan from Zhao Qingfeng's arms. Only, Lin Yuan had just left Zhao Qingfeng and instantly turned into air. Xinjin looked at her empty hands, and her entire body seemed to be dumbfounded, mouth chanting, where's Yuan? My Yuan? She was obviously here just now. I even touched her. Chapter 61, just a little sleep. Honey, Xinjin suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Tianming, trembling and inquired, just now you also saw it right? My daughter, Yuan. She is here. This is not my illusion, right? Lin Tianming stood frozen in place. Of course he saw it. The princess dress with the bear hood was his daughter's favorite dress because it was one of the few that he shopped with her and bought for her personally. But the dress had already faded into the blazing fire, along with her daughter. What's going on? Lin Tianming spoke hoarsely, his eyes containing shock, as well as a hint of hope. Without a word, Zhao Qingfeng took out a small blue plastic ring from his pocket. It's Yip's toy. Only this ring had a hair wrapped around it. He gently took Lin Yuan's hand and put the ring on her pinky finger. A soft sigh followed. Take this opportunity to have dinner with your child. Lin Yuan's reappearance caused both husband and wife to tremble with excitement. After she put on the ring, even after she left Zhao Qingfeng, her body didn't disappear again. Dad, Mommy. When Lin Yuan saw her parents both looking at her dumbfounded, she knew they could see her, so she screamed happily and said crisply, I don't hurt anymore. I'm cured. Round. Xinjin finally realized that this was not a dream, and she fiercely hugged her daughter, shouting excitedly. Lin Yuan said, Mom, why are you crying? Good. Mommy don't cry. Xinjin hurriedly wiped away her tears, hugged her daughter and looked her up and down. Her tone became joyful. Yuan, you're fine. Great. She thought that her daughter had come back. Only, Lin Tianming heard Zhao Qingfeng's words just now, and he stared straight at him. What did you mean by those words just now? Zhao Qingfeng, I can only let her have a meal with you guys, which is not so regrettable. Buzz. When Xinjin heard these words, the joy on her face stalled and she turned her head in a daze, as if she was dumbfounded. Zhao Qingfeng's words crushed all the fluke in her heart. Sure enough, Lin Tianming closed his eyes in pain. Xinjin couldn't accept it. She came over even on her knees. Sir, I beg you to return Yuan to me. I kowtow to you. With that, she actually really kowtowed to Zhao Qingfeng. Lin Yuan was still young and wasn't sure what this was for, so she just stared blankly. Zhao Qingfeng reached out, holding Xinjin's shoulders, and said, it's not something I can do, so if you have anything to say it later. The most important thing right now is Yuan. Xinjin trembled. as if her entire body had lost all its strength, and she softly paralyzed on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Qingfeng got up and said, "I'll go out for a while and keep her company." With that, he stepped outside and lit a cigarette. "Dad, Uncle is so nice. No one else can see me. Only Uncle can see me and send me back," Lin Yuan said as she hugged Lin Tianming's leg. Lin Tianming could no longer hold back his heartache. Tears slipped from his eyes. He squatted down, trembling, reached out his hand, stroked his daughter's hair, forced a smile and said, Yuan, it's Dad's fault. Dad promises you that he will never lose you again." "Yeah," Lin Yuan clapped her hands happily. Then with a forlorn expression, said, "But Mom and Dad aren't home every day, and I don't like Auntie. I'm so scared to be alone. Daddy and Mommy are with you every day and will never leave again." Qingjin hurried over and hugged Lin Yuan tightly. "Mom, have I been good? It was you guys who told me that if I endured the pain, I would get better, so I held it in and didn't even cry, and now I'm really cured. He. Lin Yuan was very happy to see her mom and dad around, so she opened her mouth, wanting to be praised. Lin Tianming gave a thumbs up and praised with red eyes. Yuan is the best." Qingjin didn't know how long her daughter could stay, so she braced herself and stood up, saying, Yuan, are you hungry? Mom will cook for you." Lin Yuan sniffed, her eyes lit up, and said, "Yes, I love eating my mom's potato beef brisket." She wasn't actually hungry. It was just that being able to eat with her parents was the happiest thing for her. "Mom's going to make it for you right now." Qingjin wiped her tears and walked into the kitchen. Lin Tianming held his daughter and followed him over. "Let's watch Mommy cook, okay?" "Yes." Next, Qingjin continued cooking, only she was distracted and looked at her daughter from time to time. This made Lin Yuan giggle and say, "Mom, that's sugar. It's not like the beef brisket with potatoes is sweet. Round is right. It's Mommy who's too careless." Qingjin gave her daughter a kiss on the cheek and focused on cooking. A family of three. Inside the kitchen, the sound of parents talking and their daughter's silver bell laughter coming out from time to time. The atmosphere was happy, and there was an inexplicable sadness. In no time at all, the 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready. A few people had just sat down. Lin Yuan didn't know what came to her mind, and under the watchful eyes of her parents, she ran out with her short little legs, thumping, looking left and right. She finally found Zhao Qingfeng, then ran over and held his hand. "Uncle, I'll treat you to dinner. My mom's cooking. It's delicious." Zhao Qingfeng froze, then smiled. "Good." Next, he was led in by Lin Yuan. In the restaurant, Qingjin watched Zhao Qingfeng come in. Her eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Her lips opened to speak, but Lin Tianming next to her gently patted her and didn't open her mouth again. "Yummy. Lin Yuan ate quickly and wolfed it down. Lin Tianming reached out his hand and peeled the rice grains from the corner of her mouth and said, "Eat slowly, there's still a lot left." Lin Yuan nodded her head and suddenly glanced at her dad and then her mom, the corners of her mouth lifting up in a happy smile. Yuan is so happy today because Mom and Dad didn't fight and both stayed with me." Hearing this, Qingjin's heart was like a knife, and her emotions instantly broke down, so she hugged her husband and whimpered. Lin Tianming didn't feel good either and said, "We won't fight anymore. Never again." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, so she held out her hand. "Pull the hook." Lin Tianming's eyes were red, and with a smile, he reached out and hooked his hand with hers. Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart. He did not pay attention to the child in the past, and it was too late to love him. The most important thing, in fact, is not about fighting, but about being there for your children. Finish eating. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Mommy and Daddy, would you like me to take a nap? Lin Yuan suddenly said. Zhao Qingfeng's heart sank, and he really realized that Lin Yuan's body was being illusory. Lin Tianming's husband and wife obviously noticed it as well, and their bodies trembled. Yuan, don't sleep. Qingjin shivered, wanting to reach out her hand, but looking at her daughter's gradually illusory body, she didn't dare to touch it. I'm afraid that if I touch, it will fall apart. It's just that, with this kind of thing, touching it or not, the outcome won't change anything. Lin Yuan's face hung with longing as she stretched out her tiny fingers and said, "Tonight I still want Mom and Dad to eat with me while I take a nap, just for a little while." Oh, as soon as the words left her mouth, her tiny figure faded away. A blue plastic finger ring that fell silently to the ground. Zhao Qingfeng closed his eyes with some heartache. Round. Qingjin broke down and cried out, lunging over to try to find her daughter, but it was no longer possible. Lin Tianming's tears welled up again. He blinked his eyes trying to hold them back, but he couldn't. Took out a paper towel and wiped it off. Just couldn't get it clean. Instead it was getting more and more. Chapter 62 By Xiaoxing and Bai Liu came together, looked for a while. When Qingjin finally realized that her daughter was completely gone, she sat down on the floor and broke down and bawled. Zhao Qingfeng picked up the plastic ring on the ground and sighed softly. Condolences, at least Yuan was happy when she left. It's a little bit of making up for this inept pair of parents. With that, he left the house. Standing outside, he felt a renewed burst of power within him, flowing into all his limbs and every corner of his body. Then he lit a cigarette and gazed at the green area not far away. Hushed and silent, not long after, Lin Tianming walked out and Zhao Qingfeng looked at him sideways. Mr. Zhao, do you know, Yuan where she went? As long as you can bring her back. How much dash? Zhao Qingfeng reached out, stopping his next words and gently shook his head. I can't do it. Lin Tianming's pupils fluttered and he closed his eyes in pain for a while before speaking again. Mr. Zhao, thank you. As he said, when his daughter left, at least it wasn't so painful. The reason I'm waiting for you here is that I hope you won't forget your promise to Yuan. She's good, really good. Zhao Qingfeng's tone was a bit heavy, and his mood, too, was not good. I know. Lin Tianming took a deep breath and said seriously. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said, I hope you do what you say. Money can't be earned. Family is always the most important. Yuan might be somewhere, quietly watching you guys. Don't let her down. I will. Maybe you guys could consider having a second baby. Hearing this, Lin Tianming firmly shook his head. Don't want it. Lin Tianming explained. We're already very sorry for Yuan. How could we let anyone else share her love? He has decided to set up the Roundup Fund, which is dedicated to helping homeless children. When Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, he smiled and said, alright, I should go. Bye. After that, he turned to leave. Mr. Shou, Lin Tianming suddenly called out to him. Zhao Qingfeng turned back, his eyes showing doubt. Lin Tianming said, perhaps it's a bit tacky, and this matter can't be measured in terms of money, but I still want to ask if there's anything I can do. It turned out to be this matter. Zhao Qingfeng gave a spontaneous smile. Just pay attention to confidentiality. In fact, whether to keep it secret or not, he was not worried. This kind of thing is too much on the internet, and even all kinds of psychic videos are commonplace. Even if you say it, it's just something to talk about after dinner. You don't need to emphasize that. I mean, Lin Tianming opened his mouth somewhat eagerly, but before he could even finish his words, Zhao Qingfeng turned around once again, his pace not stopping for half a second. Lin Tianming didn't say the words after that, just murmured, this is a high person. Zhao Qingfeng drove Su Qiran's Ferrari and left the place. Looking at the early hour, I went ahead to Fairview and changed into my old Audi. Sitting in the car, he smoked a cigarette, his heart actually quite heavy. Where did they go after they dissipated? Did they disappear completely? Or did they go somewhere? After thinking for a long time, Zhao Qingfeng was despondent and could only shake his head, forcing himself not to think about Yuan. He then took the plastic ring with the tangled hair out from inside his pocket and surveyed it for a few moments, a smile gradually emerging from the corners of his mouth. It was just that although he was smiling, his eyes were as cold as icebergs. Next, just source the right knife and things can get started. He would never forget that he had been killed by Zhang Zixuan once, and he never lied. Since he had promised him, he would definitely do it. Zhao Qingfeng thinks that he still has a good heart, but he is also gyring. At this time in the office of Zhang Zixuan, the spine felt inexplicable chills, then hit a cold war. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Qingfeng came to Flower Elementary School on time. As the bell rang for the end of the school day, kids swarmed out and there were loaded guards at the door. There's a discussion going on next to me. Alas, I heard that at the elementary school in the north of the city, there was a madman 2 days ago who cut people on sight. It was so scary. I hope the kids are okay. Ugh, it hurts to think about it. Let's not talk about it. Still, keep an eye on your little one, don't lose a glance. Hearing a few people talking, Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Then he stepped out of the car and gazed at the door. Not long after, Zhao Ye ran over with a jump and happily jumped into her dad's arms. Dad, the teacher complimented me today. Oh, yeah, is awesome. Zhao Qingfeng then gave a thumbs up. With a twinkle in her eye, Zhao Yi said with a smile, Dad, then can you reward me with an extra half hour on my cell phone tonight? Ha ha, that's for sure. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud, and under Zhao Ye's expectant gaze, his smile suddenly turned cold. Of course not. Honestly, write your homework. After you finish it, you can play for half an hour at the most. 1 more minute and your butt will explode. Undeterred, Zhao Yi added, then can I have KFC? KFC is only good once a month, and after the last time, not today. Zhao Yi's expression stiffened in anticipation, so she deflated and sidled her head. Daddy hates it. Zhao Qingfeng helped her fasten her seatbelt and cheerfully started the car and drove over toward Fairview. It took less than 5 minutes to arrive. Only the entrance to the neighborhood, 2 stunning figures, made Zhao Qingfeng frown. Mom, Auntie, Zhao Yi immediately opened the window and waved happily. Standing in the doorway were Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liyue, the two sisters. Both of them have a ceiling of face value, and their body is even better, and their appearance is somewhat similar, so they look just like twins, attracting countless gazes. Some had already taken out their cell phones and were quietly taking pictures. Zhao Qingfeng slowly parked the car. Bai Liyu walked over, and Zhao Yi couldn't wait to climb out of the window. "Auntie, I miss you so much." Bai Liyu had just hugged Zhao Yi when she gave her a hard kiss on the face. Immediately, Bai Liyu laughed out loud. "I miss Yi too, honey." Bai Xiaoxing only had Zhao Qingfeng in her gaze and shouted in a small voice. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was calm, and when he saw his daughter being held by Bai Liyu, he said, "I'll go park the car." With that, he didn't look at Bai Xiaoxing and drove to the parking lot. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze was mournful. Bai Liyu walked over and faintly said, "This kind of thing can't be rushed. Not much longer." When Zhao Qingfeng parked his car and came out, Bai Liyu smiled and said, "I heard you moved to a new home. Won't you take me to see it?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded, and the few people went to their new home together. Walking into the house, Bai Xiaoxing carefully surveyed it and realized that there were no traces of a woman living in it, and she quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Zhao Qingfeng said, "I'll go cook, come as you are," not to mention Bai Liyu. With regards to Bai Liyu, Zhao Qingfeng actually didn't have any aversion to her, even though she was quite ruthless with her mouth at times. She didn't have much malicious intent. After going to the kitchen and taking a look, Zhao Qingfeng said, "There's nothing left to eat. I'll go buy food." Bai Liyu's expression moved and she said, "I'll go with you." Zhao Qingfeng didn't refuse, and Bai Xiaoxing had no problem taking care of Zhao Ye. Less than 5 minutes out the door, just sitting in the car, his cell phone then rang, and surprisingly, it was Bai Xiaoxing who had texted him, "Honey, I want fries and a tart." Zhao Qingfeng frowned before replying, "Yes? Aha, and a Coke by the way and a toy for Yi." Seeing this sentence, Zhao Qingfeng was infuriated and laughed. "This little wit." Bai Liyu asked, "Ugh, what's wrong?" Zhao Qingfeng helplessly showed the screen to Bai Liyu and said, Yi is using her mom's phone to trick me again." Bai Liyu saw it clearly and couldn't help but laugh in waves. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled and he didn't dare to take a closer look, so he lowered his head and continued to return the message. "I'm warning you, hurry up and give your phone back to your mom. No cell phones until your homework is done." There was silence on the other side for a few moments before the message was sent. "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm the mom." Chapter 63, Bai Xiaoxing's husband chasing plan. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and he was almost infuriated. He replied through gritted teeth, "But if you add one punctuation mark, I'll believe you." Other side, Zhao Yi hugged her cell phone and when she saw her dad's reply, she got sad and her little face crumpled into a ball. Where she could type proficiently, it was all voice to text. After thinking about it, she rolled her eyes, coughed softly, held down the phone, and said in a pinched voice, "Honey, I'm really mom." She then added the punctuation manually. "Honey, am I really a mom?" Confidently, I sent it over, thinking that my dad wouldn't be able to find out now. When Zhao Qingfeng saw this message, his brain veins bulged and he sneered as he sent a voice, "Zhao Ye, you're finished." After saying that, he put down his cell phone and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Next to Bai Liyu, she had long been covering her chest and laughing uproariously. It was a while before she slowed down and said, Yi, this witty person. I don't know who she learned it from." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, started the car, and went to the supermarket to buy food. Road. "Ugh, what are you going to do?" Bai Liyu suddenly opened her mouth and inquired. "What? What about what? Don't you play dumb for me? You know what I'm asking." Bai Liyu glared at him with some dissatisfaction. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "What else can I do? Divorce? Really divorced? Or what? I can't accept the things she's done." Hearing Zhao Qingfeng's calm tone, Bai Liyu knew that her brother-in-law wasn't acting on impulse, but had thought it through. Then he sighed and said, "Although I haven't been in love, but I think there is no quarrel between husband and wife. She is not really someone outside. This should be considered. No sense of boundaries, right? Anyway, what I mean is that Xiaoxing, if she really realizes her mistake, it's not necessary to leave. What do you think?" After saying that, Bai Liyu tilted her head, her soulful eyes seriously sizing up Zhao Qingfeng, wanting to hear his answer. Although the brother-in-law is nothing but face value, but this face value is really ing haya. Bai Liyu looked at it for a few seconds, and her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, so she lowered her head and did not look at him. Zhao Qingfeng let out a soft laugh. There might be some truth in what Bai Liyu said, but all of this presupposed that there were no serious consequences. "But now, I was really killed once." Zhao Qingfeng said, "Sister Liu, there are some things you don't know. I don't want to say much either, but this marriage, it's a must divorce." The tone, as always, was resolute and unshaken. Bai Liu frowned. Could there be something I don't know about this? Or is it that the mind from sister has popped again? Why use again? Forget it, it's not important. Bai Liu coughed lightly and asked tentatively, do you know something? When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he gave her a surprised look. What do you mean? What do I know? Bai Liu, through his expression, decided that Zhao Qingfeng should not know about his sister's affair with that person, so she immediately shook her head, smiled, and said, nothing. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. It seems like there's something you're not telling me. Wipe. This guy observation is really sharp. Bai Liu naturally will not sell his sister, so he took out his cell phone and said with some bitterness, alas, recently there is a pervert, often come to harass me. You see, Zhao Qingfeng knew that she was changing the subject, but he also cooperated with her and took advantage of the gap between the traffic lights to go over and take a look. Boo! Who knew that the two men's heads would just touch? Bai Liu let out a yelp and rubbed her head. It hurts. You're a pig's head. Zhao Qingfeng didn't feel much pain. After going through several enhancements, his physical quality was much better than before. Looking at a red mark on his wife's sister's glossy forehead, he also changed the subject. Alas, this kind of person you still do not pull the black. Keep it for New Year's Eve. On Bai Liu's cell phone, a person had sent her so many messages in the background that it was unbearable, let alone a woman. A man would feel sick and perverted just looking at it. From this point of view, Bai Liu's heart was quite big. She said angrily, why didn't you pull the black? I not only pulled the black, but also reported it. I've blocked 4 or 5 numbers for him, but the dog changes his number to post. So persistent? Zhao Qingfeng let out a light eep, and when he saw the green light, he started the car. Then the tone became serious. Then you have to be a little careful not to reveal your real address in the live broadcast. I seem to have accidentally photographed the address on my last delivery when I opened it in front of the live stream, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? Bai Liu said in shock. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he frowned and said extremely seriously, Sister Liu, I suggest you call Uncle Joe and ask him to arrange for a few people to come over. This isn't a joke, and also in normal times, never open the door to strangers. Is it that serious? Bai Liu muttered. Zhao Qingfeng hummed. You live alone. You have to guard against this kind of thing. Bai Liu was just too beautiful. Her knitted brows and smile were full of seductive seduction, and on top of that, she was a celebrity. With a base of millions, there will always be some. After thinking about it, Bai Liu spread a smile. It's fine. The door of my house is solid. If there are bad people, I'll just call the police. Deep down, she didn't want to invite Uncle Joe. She understood what Uncle Chow was responsible for. Although Bai Liu is 29 years old, she is essentially a big girl with romantic feelings and doesn't want to dabble in the negative. When Zhao Qingfeng saw this, he couldn't say anything else. Bai Liu was still too naive. He only hoped that she wouldn't encounter those terrible things. It wasn't long before we reached the supermarket. Zhao Qingfeng picked out some meat and vegetables, and Bai Liu still spoiled Yi Yi and bought her a very large Q doll. It seemed that Zhao Ye's wave of maneuvering was more or less effective. On the way back, Bai Liu was back to her old tricks, putting in a good word for Bai Xiaoxing, and speaking all sorts of great truths in an eloquent manner. This made Zhao Qingfeng speechless, so he asked her in return, alas, Sister Liu, quite experienced in love, quite a few ex-boyfriends. Instantly, Bai Liu's expression stiffened and she said in annoyance, Zhao Qingfeng, shut up if you can't talk. I've been single for 29 years. This mouth stinks. It's a real pot calling the kettle black. Zhao Qingfeng finally cleared the air, snickered in his heart, and did not move to drive. Within a short time, the two were back in the Fairview neighborhood. Zhao Yi saw the doll in her hand at a glance and ran over joyfully, hugging the doll. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Qingfeng glared at her fiercely, meaning, what happened just now isn't over. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up tonight. He then went to the kitchen to cook. The two white sisters, at a level where they could probably barely tell salt, sugar, and MSG apart, couldn't be counted on. Zhao Yi hugged the doll and played with it for a while before going to do her homework. Bai Xiaoxing sat on the sofa with her sister, watching her husband's busy figure in the kitchen, and asked in a small voice, Sis, how's it going? Bai Liu shook her head and crossed her arms, comparing a big times. First step of the plan, fail. Bai Xiaoxing's expression became frustrated. Not bad. Just now, Bai Liu going as a lobbyist was the first step in Bai Xiaoxing's plan to pursue her husband. Chapter 64, Step 2 of the Husband Chasing Program. Success? However, the frustration on Bai Xiaoxing's face didn't last long, and he immediately became persistent. Isn't it just the first step of the plan that fails? There is a second step and a third step, 100 steps and 1,000 steps and 10,000 steps. It's just dying to go after it. Never lose your husband. What exactly have you done? I heard what Qingfeng meant, and it seems like there's something I don't know? Bai Liu suddenly asked seriously. Bai Xiaoxing's expression froze. Because of her neglect, let her husband have died once, and she is not far away from the ward to accompany Zhang Zixuan. This matter, every time she looks back, she will feel suffocated. After thinking about it, Bai Xiaoxing didn't intend to tell his sister, so he prevaricated. Don't ask. The most important thing now is to get your brother-in-law back. Sister, you don't want Yi's dad and mom to be separated either. Hearing Bai Xiaoxing say this, Bai Liu always felt strange, but where it's weird, she couldn't say. But seeing her stammering, Bai Liu widened her eyes and lowered her voice to the extreme. You won't really cheat on him and be found out by him, right? This can't be right. Bai Xiaoxing didn't even think about it, so she just denied it and said in dissatisfaction. Sister, I was, now, and also in the future, all have only one man, your brother-in-law. You're going too far when you say that. Bai Liu saw her sister are a little excited. The heart secretly thought, since it is not this kind of thing, then Zhao Qingfeng is because of what? Lead to resolutely want to divorce? Alas. Anyway, Zhao Qingfeng's attitude is very resolute. I think you need to plan for a long fight. Bai Liu shook her head and said, it doesn't matter. Bai Xiaoxing said firmly, the great man has said it all. How long will this battle take? I don't think I want to make a decision. I won't rest for a day until I get my husband back. Even if I have to pay a great price, I must get my husband back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's up with suddenly feeling all elevated in thought? Bai Liu said in shock. These words can be used here. You are also a cow. But have you ever considered that Zhao Qingfeng turned back and found another one? What to do? Bai Xiaoxing then froze, and after a while, she said with some concern, should not. Bai Liu cannot help but look at the man in the kitchen. His body is upright. His eyes are focused. Even cooking is so handsome. Her heart inexplicably jumped a little, so she dryly coughed and said, who knows? Bai Xiaoxing gave her an angry look and said, can't you come up with an affirmative answer to comfort me? At this moment, she also thought of Su Qiaran, which was a formidable enemy. To this day she can't figure out how the hell her husband got involved with her. However, Bai Xiaoxing won't admit defeat. Is my 8 years of affection still no match for you? A tiny green tea? Bai Liu said. Xiaoxing, I think all of the above are actually not the most important. So what's important? You must really change. Let Zhao Qingfeng see the change. To unring the bell. Want to eliminate his anger. The key still lies in that godbrother of yours. Bai Xiaoxing's face changed slightly, and she immediately said, don't you mention those 3 words. I severed my relationship with him a long time ago. That's not enough. Tell me honestly, that what's his name Zixian, did he do something to hurt Zhao Qingfeng? Bai Liu inquired. Maybe there is. Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said, I'm still investigating at the moment, and if he really hurt my husband, I definitely won't let him off the hook. Oh, let's hope you do what you say you're going to do. Bai Liu suddenly said, don't do something irreparable again because of those eyes. In fact, given Zhao Qingfeng's attitude, the probability of you redeeming yourself now is already super low. A low probability is also a probability. Bai Xiaoxing said with certainty, oh, $2 for a lottery ticket and you can still win $10 million. When she heard her sister's conspiratorial mockery, Bai Xiaoxing glared at her in dissatisfaction. I'm asking you to cheer with me, not for you to tear me down. And don't you dare mention anything about those eyes. Bai Liu frowned and said, I think you might as well come clean. Those things are extenuating. He might be able to understand. Bai Xiaoxing gritted her teeth. There's no need for that. Why bother letting what happened in the past affect the present? That person won't appear again either. After all, he's already dead. Dinner is served. Zhao Qingfeng brought up the sumptuous 4 dishes and 1 soup, said something to the 2 women on the sofa, and went to call Zhao Ye. He was light on his feet. Sneaking up behind Zhao Yi, she saw her holding an automatic pencil and pressing it down constantly. Click 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 click. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her workbook, his face darkened and his mood clicked. This girl, writing an essay titled My Dad. He writes already. Zhao Yi that behind a dad word, but also ing missing a ba. Zhou, Yi. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and almost squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Zhao Yi suddenly trembled and turned her head in panic. Then she saw her old father's gloomy face. She then timidly compensated for the smile. Dad, why are you here? Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly, pointing at her workbook. Don't call out to your father. Why don't you simply call out to your father? As soon as Zhao Yi took a look, she hurriedly added that ba character before hugging Zhao Qingfeng's arm and shaking it. Now it's daddy. Zhao Qingfeng sighed helplessly and said, get out and eat. Eat and do your homework. Tonight, you're not allowed to play with your cell phone for a minute. Do you hear me? Ha! Zhao Ye's face, then, became bitter. Reluctantly, he followed Zhao Qingfeng out. That little look on her face, like someone owed her 5 erasers for 8 pencils. When Bai Liu saw it, she immediately laughed. Ugh, Yi. What's wrong with you? Like you've eaten a bitter melon? Zhao Ye glanced at her dad, flew over, hugged her great aunt, and nodded fiercely. Yes, Dad just gave me a super bitter melon. Bai Xiaoxing couldn't help but smile as well. Seeing her cute daughter made her frustrated mood much better. Just more and more hate themselves. Such a good husband and daughter. Why made into this? Not much longer. The four of them then sat down in the dining room. Bai Xiaoxing said, "Honey, I'll sleep here tonight." Zhao Qingfeng clamped the dishes, didn't raise his head, and spat out two words in a cloudy manner. No. Bai Xiaoxing's expression was anxious and she wanted to say something, but Bai Liu beside her hurriedly pulled her back, whispering in her ear, "Don't be in a hurry. The more forceful you are about this sort of thing, the more counterproductive it will be." Bai Xiaoxing only stabilized, just thought in his heart, how can not anxious? Looking at the immediate July 1st, Zhao Yiyi is going on vacation, and July 15th is the time of their divorce case court. Wait a minute, Yi Ye's on vacation? Bai Xiaoxing's gaze then shifted to Bai Liu's face. As expected, Bai Liu smiled faintly and said to Zhao Qingfeng, "Immediately Yi is on summer vacation. What are you going to arrange?" When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, his expression froze for a moment, revealing a thoughtful look. Something's wrong with your summer vacation? Bai Liu immediately asked. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and gave a truthful account. "I'm starting work on Wednesday," Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly said. "Hubby, how tiring it is to go to work. Just tell me if you want money." Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and just kept pinching the food. Bai Liu helplessly glanced at her sister. "You just had to say that? Why wouldn't you have taken the initiative to give it before?" However, for Zhao Qingfeng to go out to work, she felt that it was a good thing. A man, he must have his own business. In her heart, after silently adding a point to Zhao Qingfeng, Bai Liu said, "You and Xiaoxing both have to work, so if Yi is on vacation, let her follow me, and you can pick her up from my place after work." Zhao Ye's eyes lit up. Yes. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and then said, "It can only be done." Bai Liu then raised an eyebrow at Bai Xiaoxing, meaning, "See, this is the trick that works." Bai Xiaoxing quietly gave her sister a thumbs up. The daughter is the husband's concern, and the best plan is to start with Zhao Yi, and with my sister in the middle. My husband won't be so quick to develop immoral feelings for other women. Thinking like this, Bai Xiaoxing felt satisfied. Step 2 of the husband-chasing plan, she thought, was barely a success. P.S. Happy New Year and all the best to all the big brothers of readers on Sable's Waist. New Year's is a bit busy, but starting February 1st, the book is going to be 3 times a day, haha. Finally, send a message. Chapter 65, Bai Xiaoxing loses again. After the meal, Zhao Qingfeng went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette after driving Zhao Ye to her room to do her homework. The weather at the end of June was quite nice with a nice breeze blowing through. "Honey, I missed you so much." Bai Xiaoxing's voice sounded behind him, and then Zhao Qingfeng was wrapped around by a pair of hands, and his soft body was pressed against his back. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit caught off guard, but immediately broke free and turned his head to look at her, saying coldly, "Don't pull this." Bai Xiaoxing's gaze was sultry. I don't know when her husband stopped being nice to her, full of impatience and indifference. It's all just temporary, she thought to herself. I will achieve ultimate victory. I just want to hug you. Bai Xiaoxing pouted, her tone mournful. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, "There's still half a month left. By then my relationship with you will be limited to Zhao Ye's father and mother and nothing more. At least now we are not divorced. We are still husband and wife. You have to do your husband's duty." Bai Xiaoxing immediately retorted that she didn't want to divorce, something she had already said countless times, so she simply stopped saying it. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and stared at her. "Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. You treating me like this is marital cold violence. Damn, what kind of reasoning is this?" Zhao Qingfeng glared at her, wanting to say something, but there was really no way to refute these words, so he coldly snorted, "You really have no face and no skin." When he finished, he threw away his cigarette and turned to walk into the house. When Bai Xiaoxing saw her husband defeated, her eyes finally surfaced with a smile. To her, compared to her husband, her cheeks counted for nothing. "Sister Liu, turning back to Yi Ye's matter, I still have to trouble you. If there's anything I need to help with, you can just order," Zhao Qingfeng said when he saw Bai Liu swiping a short video. Bai Liu frowned and said, "What are you talking about? Yi and I are also family." Zhao Qingfeng then smiled awkwardly and said, "Ugh, it was me who said the wrong thing." Bai Liu disgruntledly glared at him, and after looking at the time, she said, "Alright, it's getting late. I should go. Xiaoxing, go home." This just suited Zhao Qingfeng's wishes, and he didn't stay, saying, "Be safe on the road." Bai Xiaoxing didn't want to go, still dawdling there. Her feet didn't move a bit for half a day. Bai Liu couldn't stand to watch, so she walked over and pulled her. "Let's go. What are you panicking about?" In the end, the reluctant Bai Xiaoxing still pulled by her sister, left the house. Zhao Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to clean up the dishes. Cell entrance. Can't you just stay a little longer? You just have to go live. Bai Xiaoxing said with dissatisfaction. Bai Liu hummed, I see you really a pig. Chasing husband which have you so chasing. Dead skin will be counterproductive. To the kind of desire to capture the indulgence. Desire to refuse to welcome. Stop. You're talking such a good game. Find me a brother-in-law if you can. Bai Xiaoxing always felt that trusting her sister was a mistake. Bai Liu skimmed her lips. I'm telling you, there really is no man that I can look at that is at least better than Zhao Qingfeng, right? Then you're finished. No one is more handsome than my husband, Bai Xiaoxing said confidently. However, Bai Liu surprisingly did not refute, but even more so, touching his chin, nodded approvingly. You say so, it is also true. Alas, I don't know which woman will be cheap in the future. Hearing her sister's approval, Bai Xiaoxing's heart inexplicably jumped, vaguely having some bad premonitions, but before she could think about it in detail, her eyes caught sight of someone unawares and she stopped dead in her tracks, her face turning sour. What's going on? Bai Liu asked. Bai Xiaoxing didn't answer because less than 10 meters ahead was standing a saucy woman. She said coldly, what are you doing here? Bai Liu looked at this woman who was not inferior to her sisters and her own face, her eyebrows raised and she probably knew who she was. At the thought, she took a silent half-step back and pricked up her ears. Su Qiuran frowned and said, I came to see Big Brother Qingfeng. I'm asking instead, what are you doing here? Bai Xiaoxing smiled coldly. My husband and daughter are both here. What do you think I'm doing here? On the contrary, you coming over at this hour is very problematic. My husband has a family and a home, and you come over at night. Do you think that's appropriate? If you but had morals and shame, you would stay away from married men. Su Qiuran didn't expect that the defeated dog, Bai Xiaoxing, would become sharp-tongued in the twinkling of an eye. Her eyes gradually gelled as she said, morals and integrity. I definitely have them, but whether you have it or not, it's hard to say, but none of that matters because you'll soon be divorced. Oh, so you're waiting for my husband to get a divorce? You're crashing your abacus beads all over my face, but unfortunately I have to tell you that I don't agree to divorce, and even if we get a divorce, we still have Yi, and we won't leave home, so just die, little girl. You're overconfident. Su Qiuran's pupils shrunk and said in a cold voice, just for those things you did, Big Brother Qingfeng will definitely not tolerate it anymore. You don't want to think about something that's not there. Getting together and parting ways is the best choice for you guys. Right now I suggest that you go on a blind date and still find another first marriage, or else when you get older, you'll have to go to the second marriage market to find one. As Bai Liu listened, her heart snacked, not realizing that this Su Qiuran was not very old and so aggressive, but Bai Xiaoxing wasn't a vegetarian either. She sneered, you don't have to worry about this, instead I have to thank you. Although you and my husband acted out the drama, which made me quite hurt, but it also made me know my mistakes. It's true that I have some small mistakes, but I can change when I know my mistakes, and my husband will forgive me. Are you dreaming? To forgive you? And then get hurt by you again? How much Big Brother Qingfeng loved you before? How ruthless he will be now? Just wait, he will never forgive you because you don't deserve to be his wife at all. You don't deserve it. Oh, then you're worthy? You've only known my husband for a few days. It's hard to believe you really like my husband? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were cold, but his tone was somewhat flirtatious. Su Qiuran froze for a moment. Her face flushed slightly, and she said in annoyance, none of your business. It seems to be true. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, then, became extremely dangerous, staring at Su Qiuran. I think you need to know that my husband is my everything. I can't lose him. Anyone who tries to steal my husband won't have a good result. Do you understand? Su Qiuran was pleasantly undaunted. Mocking, I reckon you'll be dead for 3 days, burnt to ashes, peeled back to take a look, and you'll still be able to see your die-hard mouth. If you really can't lose him, then things wouldn't have evolved to this result. Don't play rough with me. Have the ability to go to your what brother in front of the cross. I see. People. 2 tears slipped down. You will have to be heartbroken again. Ha. This ing storm. Bai Liu listened, and his heart was straight to the heart. She had actually felt that her sister had a big problem for a long time, except that she, as the older sister, could not say such things. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoxing immediately couldn't tense up. His fists were clenched, and his face turned blue. Zhang Zixuan's matter was a pain in her heart. It was also the trigger for the husband's adamant desire for a divorce. You did it yourself, and you still won't let anyone talk about it? I'm just fighting for Big Brother Qingfeng. What are you doing? Su Qiuran hummed, thinking in her heart, if you have the ability to do it, this girl's Muay Thai is not learned for nothing. I am afraid that you cannot resist. Me? There's nothing to say. is there? You also know the word family? You also recognize what godbrother, but also pretending to be a girlfriend. Evil not disgusting you I see the most immoral, is you. Su Qiuran's mouth, which was open at this moment, one sentence after another, rendering Bai Xiaoxing speechless. Bai Liu listened inside in her heart. Obviously, the sister lost again. Chapter 66, I like assholes. Letting out a deep breath, Bai Xiaoxing pushed down the blood rushing to her head. Gritting her teeth, she said, Su Qiuran, have you fallen into a cesspool, spewing feces all over your mouth? Su Qiuran froze, and then her face changed as well. A burst of green and white. This wave, Bai Xiaoxing had actually crookedly hit the right spot, just poking her soft underbelly. Old woman, you seek death. Su Qiuran was furious and rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. Bai Xiaoxing had been upset for a long time, and at this moment, she reached out and tied her hair up, coldly saying, Stinky-mouthed girl, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. A number of people had already begun to watch, and when they saw this scene, they all became excited. Fight! Fight! Rip her clothes off! Grab her hair! It was about to come to blows, but fortunately there was a calm Bai Liu here. Knowing that she couldn't continue eating this melon any longer, she stepped between the two and said, Alright, still really ready to fight? Su Qiuran stared at her and said coldly, Who are you? Bai Liu calmly said, I'm Yi Ye's great aunt. Right now Qingfeng and Yi Yi are almost ready to go to bed. If you're not the one who went over there to sleep with him, I suggest you go back first today. Needless to say, her words were extremely well spoken. Su Qiuran immediately sensed the woman's segment. Her pupils contracted, and she stared at her for several seconds before she let out a cold snort and turned to leave. She had planned to come over and take the opportunity of picking up the car to chat with big brother Qingfeng or something, but when she was blocked by Bai Liu's words, she could only go back helplessly. After all, Zhao Qingfeng hasn't gotten divorced yet. After all was said and done, it would really be a bit unethical for her to go over there. After she left, Bai Xiaoxing was still indignant. You shouldn't have blocked it. Then what am I doing? You hold her down. I'll beat her up. Ha ha. Then Zhao Qingfeng came down and had to scold you again. Don't forget, he beat up Zhang Zixuan several times. What was your attitude? At those words, Bai Xiaoxing's face, on a daily basis, went white. It was a while before she said dismally, I see. Go back. This boomerang, when is it going to end? At this moment, she hated to strangle her previous self. Zhao Qingfeng didn't know what was happening downstairs. After cleaning up the inside of the house, I was finally able to sit quietly on the couch and swipe through short videos for a while. It didn't take long for Zhao Ye to run out and say, Dad, I finished my homework. Oh, then go shower and go to bed. Zhao Qingfeng didn't raise his head. I want to play with my cell phone for a while, Zhao Ye whispered. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, glanced at her, and said faintly, No. Zhao Yi deflated her mouth and didn't say anything, just looked at him pitifully. Her big watery eyes contained 3 points of aggression, 3 points of pity, and 4 points of expectation. Zhao Qingfeng stared at her for a few seconds before he felt he couldn't take it and waved his hand. Alright, go. You can only play for 20 minutes at most. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up and she was immediately overjoyed, her expression changing in an instant as she rushed up to give her dad a kiss on the cheek. Oh yeah, Daddy's invincible first, good. Then there was a joyful rush to the cabinet. Seeing this, the soft-hearted old father shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw a smile. The next day, nothing special happened. Bai Xiaoxing didn't come to him, so Zhao Qingfeng, in a rare moment of peace and quiet, went to drive the Ferrari to Su Qiuran's house. Su Qiuran smoothly offered to send him back. Zhao Qingfeng refused and said he wanted to walk. Su Qiuran was a little disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Zhao Qingfeng walked on the road, his eyes glancing around. He actually wanted to try and see if he could run into a soul. He needed to find a proper knife. After all, the things promised to Zhang Zixuan still have to be done. Of course, if Zhang Zixuan has an obsession, that would be better. Only, there were many people on the road, and the souls were no different from normal people in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, and he couldn't tell the difference. There was nothing until they returned to Fairview. In the evening, picked up Zhao Yi. Everything as usual. A quiet day went by. Wednesday, after Zhao Qingfeng sent Zhao Ye to school ahead of time, he hoofed it to Jiumei. After all, it was the first day of work, so Zhao Qingfeng was still dressed very formally, suit and shoes, and his hair was meticulously combed. As soon as he entered the company, a number of people began to look at him, especially female co-workers, many of whom had a glint in their eyes and looked at him frequently. Zhao Qingfeng's face value is really too high. 3-dimensional features, straight body, and today dressed brightly, looks spirited, excellent temperament. Ugh, handsome, can I help you? A woman in her 30s said as she approached. She was quite good looking, and she was wearing a workplace OL wraparound dress that accentuated her figure. The woman had a work tag hanging around her neck. Her name was Tian Xixia, so Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Sister Tian, my name is Zhao Qingfeng. I came over a few days ago and passed the interview, so I'm here to apply for the job today." Tian Xixia's eyes lit up as she sniffed. Of course she wasn't the only one. Many people in the office area showed surprise. Zhao Qingfeng was going to work for the first time, and felt very new to all of this. Tian Xixia said enthusiastically, "You come with me and go to the personnel department to handle the entry." "Thank you, Sister Tian." To handle the entry. Naturally, there is no need for the manager to personally appear, and Zhao Qingfeng did not see Yu Weiguang. Arriving at the personnel department office, Tian Xixia knocked on the door and said to the person inside, "Sister Wang, there are new employees to be inducted." A woman in her 50s raised her head, glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, and said with a "Zhao Qingfeng is it? Fill out the form." Tian Xixia said to Zhao Qingfeng, "Then you sign it first, and if you don't understand anything later, come over and ask me. I'm from the customer service department." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Tian." After that, he started to go through the entry procedures, looking at the signed labor contract, and after taking a photo in passing, Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart. From today onwards, he will be a cow and horse. However, he didn't resist it, rather he felt quite good about it. "Sister Wang, what's my next arrangement?" Zhao Qingfeng inquired. Sister Wang did not introduce herself, and since he did not know the other party's name, he could only follow what Tian Xixia had just called her. Sister Wang said flatly, "Go to the Sales 3 group. Go and follow them to learn first. In 2 days you will start telemarketing. The specific work arrangement, ask your group leader." "Okay." Zhao Qingfeng immediately smiled and left the office. 9 May is hundreds of square feet and has a huge common office area in addition to a dozen or so offices. Zhao Qingfeng looked up, found the sign for the Sales 3 group, and walked over. "Hello, I've been transferred to Sales Team 3 today. May I ask who the team leader is?" There were 6 workstations here, but only 3 had people sitting in front of them. The other 2 were on the phone, so Zhao Qingfeng inquired about the only available man. The man looked to be about the same age as Zhao Qingfeng and hastily extended his hand and smiled. "Ha, buddy, new here? Hello, my name is Tang Tao." "Hello, my name is Zhao Qingfeng." Zhao Qingfeng also smiled and extended his hand. Tang Tao said, "The team leader took someone out to visit the customer, and later have to treat the customer to dinner. I guess you can't wait today. You first look at the company's product information." Tang Tao was very enthusiastic and found a bunch of information and handed it to Zhao Qingfeng. At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng felt that this atmosphere of going to work was not bad. Next, he began to focus on learning about the products that the company operated, and the time passed quickly. In a flash, it was 4 o'clock. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch, then excused himself to Tang Tao. "Thanks for today, I'll treat you to dinner later." "Ha ha, yes." Tang Tao chatted with him and knew that Zhao Qingfeng didn't want a base salary, but demanded to get off work at 4 o'clock, so he smiled and waved at his words. Zhao Qingfeng left the company and went to pick up Zhao Ye at Flower Elementary School. On the way home, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stared, then he parked the car on the side of the road and said to Zhao Ye, "Wait in the car for a while, Dad has something to do." Zhao Ye nodded her head obediently. Zhao Qingfeng locked his car and walked straight toward a man. The man froze, incredulous. "You can see me?" Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and calmly said, "What do you think?" The man was instantly excited, but the excitement on his face slowly faded again as his eyes turned to a heavily made-up, scantily clad woman in the alley next to him. "My name is Feng Bing and I'm an asshole." He looked at the woman for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "Asshole? I like assholes." Chapter 67, A Suitable Knife. Just now, Zhao Qingfeng had noticed Feng Bing from afar. After all, no one would wear a cotton jacket in June weather, and it didn't surprise anyone else to even look at it. Feng Bing watched the scantily clad woman walk into a neighborhood in the alley before he withdrew his gaze and said painfully, "She is my wife. No, to be precise, it's my ex-wife." Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. He also saw that woman, full of wind and dust. It seems that this Feng Bing story is a bit interesting. Then he said, "Come on, let's go to my house and talk." Zhao Yi was still inside the car. He wouldn't stay here for too long. Feng Bing glanced at the alley where his ex-wife had disappeared and reluctantly retracted his gaze before he gave a low "Good." Zhao Qingfeng walked over to the car and pulled open the passenger door, allowing Feng Bing to get in before driving home. "Daddy, what were you doing just now?" Zhao Ye asked curiously. She couldn't see Feng Bing and thought it was strange to see her dad walk over and back. Zhao Qingfeng flexed his arms and made a strong pose, then said, "Dad is working out. Wow, Daddy's awesome. If there's a bad guy bullying Yi, Daddy can beat him away. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up, so she clapped cheerfully. Ha ha, that's for sure. No bad guys dare to bully Yi. Zhao Qingfeng laughed loudly, only the eyes this instant became extremely terrible. If someone dares to bully Yi, there is only one sentence, and that is, to kill your whole family. Feng Bing, who was sitting on the co-pilot, saw this scene and revealed an envious expression. Not long after, Zhao Qingfeng returned home, and after letting Zhao Ye go do her homework, he went to the balcony with Feng Bing and said, "Tell your story." Feng Bing lay on his back on the balcony, revealing a reminiscent gaze for a while before speaking in a low voice. My wife's name is Xiang Nan. She and I went to high school together, and she was at my table during our sophomore year. Xiang Nan wasn't originally like this. She was lively and cute, and also very pretty. I don't know what kind of luck I got, chatting with her every day, and slowly, we fell in love with each other. Feng Bing said. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These memorized images made him feel happy. Later on, we studied together, played together, and did everything together anyway. After the college entrance examination, obviously the score is higher than me, but she chose to study in a university with me. The day of enrollment, I confessed my love to her. She was very happy that day, and nodded her head fiercely with tears in her eyes. During the 4 years of college, we were really like glue, and at that time, I felt that nothing could tear us apart. We were the happiest couple under the sky, and of course, Xiang Nan felt the same way. With college graduation, we got married as a matter of course, and I began to reach out to the community. By this time, Feng Bing's voice, once again, lowered. Zhao Qingfeng listened to him and gradually frowned. After Feng Bing got married, he started to know a lot of friends because of his work. Perhaps it was the god of luck that favored him. He and his friends bought lottery tickets together, and surprisingly, he won the first prize. Feng Bing himself, on the other hand, shared more than $1 million. He was ready to go home and tell his wife the good news. However, his friends stopped him right away, saying that he had won the jackpot and was going out in style. Feng Bing was in an agitated mood, and under the half-push, did not go directly home to tell his wife, but went with a friend, and it was this thought that ultimately led to the destruction of his family. That day, he experienced for the first time the joy and excitement of being rich. After that day, Feng Bing made a decision to hide the fact that he had won the lottery. On the surface, he is still in love with his wife, but behind the scenes, he has changed. Hurry up and get me a younger one. 20 years old is best. Room 303. I don't know how many nights. Feng Bing, on the pretext of a business trip, lay on the hotel bed and made phone calls like this. The next day, he went home with the fruit. Honey, you're back. His beautiful and innocent wife greeted him with joy. In that moment, Feng Bing was guilty. He swore in his heart that he couldn't apologize to his wife anymore. But that decision lasted only through the night. He leaned back on the couch, on top of his cell phone, and saw a couple of pictures someone had sent him, and both eyes lit up. And at that moment, Xiang Nan called for hot water and tenderly washed his feet. After washing his feet, he gave his wife a fake back pounding and said, Honey, my friend called me out for a get-together, so I'll go out for dinner and come back. Aha! The wife, not doubting, nodded and said, Don't play too late. Have you brought any money? I'll transfer you 1,000 ha. Feng Bing's heart, which had long since flown out, hastily nodded and hurriedly left the house. Then later, Feng Bing had changed completely. Even when he was watching a movie with Xiang Nan and went to the bathroom halfway through, he couldn't help but write down the number when he saw the small advertisement on the bathroom door. Such days, without realizing it, lasted for a year. That year, he spent more than $300,000 on the hole in the corner where his wife Xiang Nan could not see. Until the day. Honey, look at this. Xiang Nan quietly went to her husband's side, holding a white object inside her hand with some excitement. Feng Bing glanced at it and froze. The 2 bars in red on it are so clear. He shuddered. Is this true? Tears glistened in the corners of Xiang Nan's eyes as she nodded excitedly. In the next second, the couple hugged each other tightly, and Feng Bing was simply overjoyed. Ha ha, I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a dad. All he could do was yell and vent his emotions. The next day, the couple went to the hospital for a checkup. After his wife went in, Feng Bing, who was sitting outside, made up his mind at this moment that he must treat his wife well. Only, this day is destined to be dark. Xiang Nan looked at the doctor in front of him, with an expression of some expectation and some apprehension. Will my baby be unhealthy? Ah, my husband and I's first baby. It must be good. It is the crystallization of our love. However, the doctor looked at the report of her blood draw and gradually frowned. Doctor, my baby. Just as she opened her mouth, the doctor interrupted in a hushed voice. The doctor said, This child, I recommend abortion. What? Xiang Nan was anxious and said quickly, could it be that the baby is unhealthy? Can we not fight it? The doctor shook his head and said calmly, you have AIDS, and your child, there is a great probability that it will be hereditary, so I recommend abortion. At this moment, Xiang Nan froze. AIDS? Disease? She looked at the doctor dumbfounded, and then looked at the examination report for a while, before revealing a smile worse than a cry. ISN. It a mistake? Xiang Nan is clean and has only had one man, her husband, since the beginning, so how could she have AIDS? The doctor shook his head and said, there's no mistaking it, it's clear on the test report, and you can have a review as well. With that, he handed the blood draw report to Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan trembled as she took the report, a thin piece of paper that seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds to her. She left the section somehow. Seeing Xiang Nan move out step by step, Feng Bing rushed over and eagerly asked, wife, how is it? Xiang Nan saw her husband, and in this instant, it was all clear. The inner softness of her eyes became red, tears gushed out furiously, and she directly slammed the report sheet on Feng Bing's face, slapping him hard with a slap. Snap! Feng Bing covered his face, not knowing what to do. Do you know you have AIDS? You shall not die! Xiang Nan yelled hysterically. Feng Bing froze. Xiang Nan's eyes contained a myriad of emotions, including disappointment, regret, and hatred. She took one last look at Feng Bing and turned to leave. Feng Bing looked at his wife's determined back, and his entire body completely lost all strength, falling limply to the ground. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng sneered and concluded, you're really a complete asshole. Of course, he loved this asshole, and it would make a great fitting knife. Chapter 68 Zheng Zixuan's Plan. Feng Bing smiled bitterly. In this world, there is no medicine of regret to eat. I can only eat my own, but I am sorry for them. Zhao Qingfeng said. What's next? How did Xiang Nan become like that? From Feng Bing's narration, Xiang Nan was pure and lovely, and it was hard to equate the heavily made up and scantily clad woman just now, with the Xiang Nan in his mouth. Instantly, Feng Bing covered his face, revealing an expression of incomparable pain. After that day, Xiang Nan pulled the plug on all his contacts and the whole person disappeared. The marriage was also divorced through prosecution. After more than a year like this, Feng Bing heard that Xiang Nan was alone and gave birth to the baby. This makes all thoughts of him, incomparable thirst to see his children. However, at this time, his body's HIV has broken out. Eventually, with thoughts of his wife and children, he died somewhere. After his death, he finally saw his ex-wife, and the baby in her arms, at his own funeral. By this time, Xiang Nan got AIDS has been spread. Everyone is respecting her. Xiang Nan to this, a face of indifference, has seen the strange. She just coldly glanced at Feng Bing's effigy and finally squeezed out a few words. It's good to be dead. With that, she took the baby and left the funeral. From that day on, Feng Bing had been following her. I saw with my own eyes that no matter where she went, she was pointed at. I saw with my own eyes that when she returned to her village, she was disliked by the village people and was kicked out of her home on New Year's Eve. I saw with my own eyes that she left her home village and went to Tenant City. But she couldn't find a job because she didn't have a health certificate. I saw with my own eyes that she, who couldn't afford to pay the rent, was eventually kicked out by her landlord. These things, Feng Bing could only watch. He could do nothing. Finally, and personally watched Xiang Nan desperate. In order to raise children, she had to go into the red light district. Seeing his beloved woman, was pulled into the room by the guests. Feng Bing heart like a knife. He is all the time in the pain of remorse. Just, nothing can be done. With the first time, the next time was logical. Xiang Nan begins to cover up her increasingly haggard and dull appearance by wearing makeup and starts wearing seductive clothes to make herself look more attractive. Just like that, she became an ordinary streetwalker in Tenant City. After telling his story, Feng Bing crouched on the ground in pain, reaching out and slapping himself repeatedly. Zhao Qingfeng looked on coldly. This kind of person didn't deserve any sympathy at all. So, what you want to do most right now is to give them the rest of your money? Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. How do you know? Feng Bing looked up in dismay. Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly. You're wandering the world for no other reason than that your heart's desire is not yet fulfilled. Xiang Nan definitely doesn't want to see you. Other than that, I can't think of what else you want to do. Feng Bing nodded his head and said, I still have about 800,000 left, inside a passbook. I want to give it to her, and I also want to hug my child. Can you help me? With that, he looked at Zhao Qingfeng, his gaze containing hope. Zhao Qingfeng let out a light laugh, took out his cigarettes and handed him one. Have a smoke? Feng Bing looked at the cigarettes with some longing, but still smiled bitterly. I can't smoke. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and put one hand on his shoulder before handing the cigarette over. Take it. Feng Bing subconsciously took over. When this cigarette really pinched in his hand, he said incredulously, I have a body? Of course. What the are you running for? Zhao Qingfeng was still talking when he saw Feng Bing violently running towards the elevator. Only, the next second after leaving Zhao Qingfeng, the cigarette crashed to the ground. 1 minute later, Feng Bing came back awkwardly, not daring to look at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng picked up the cigarette from the ground and grunted coldly, "You're such a ing asshole." Feng Bing saw and understood at this moment that the reason his body was able to appear in reality was all because of this man in front of him. Thinking of this, his eyes took on a look of awe as he said, "How do you call it?" "You can call me Mr. Cho," Zhao Qingfeng said flatly. "Make a deal. I need you to do something for me. If I'm satisfied, I can help you fulfill your wish. Do you agree?" This kind of person, in fact, is not worth helping, but on the other hand, helping him is equal to helping Xiang Nan. The most crucial thing was that Feng Bing could be utilized to achieve his purpose. Feng Bing's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. "I agree, very much agree. Mr. Zhao, as long as you can help me, I'll do whatever you want me to do." "Very well, from today onwards, you will wait in the area where we just met and I will come to you whenever I need you. If you leave there, our deal is null and void. Understood?" Zhao Qingfeng stared at him and said in a deep voice, "No problem." Feng Bing naturally agreed. To him, Zhao Qingfeng was the only hope. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Then it's a deal. You can go." At the risk of asking, "What kind of things do you want me to do?" Feng Bing said tentatively. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes became cold, but he smiled and said, "Kill someone. More than one. Dare?" Feng Bing was stunned for 2 seconds, then a smile surfaced as well. "Mr. Zhao, there's only what I can't do, not what I don't dare to do. Sure enough, there's no knife that works better than a soul, and others are not afraid of death. When you get here, it's all about death. What's there to be afraid of? Ha ha ha, you can do it." Zhao Qingfeng smiled, patted his shoulder, and handed Feng Bing that cigarette again. After letting Feng Bing leave, Zhao Qingfeng returned home. He went to check on Zhao Yiyi first and found that she was still relatively focused today, so he nodded in satisfaction and went to the kitchen to cook. Feng Bing was a knife that he wasn't ready to use immediately. That day Zhang Zixuan said that he would kill his whole family. This is a man's promise. What he says must be done. The only ones known so far are Zhang Zixuan and his cancer-stricken mom. I don't know if there are others, so let's wait and see. There's no rush yet. Zhao Qingfeng's smile was cold. Zhang Zixuan dared to harm his life. What kind of result must be endured? Other side. After Zhang Zixuan got off work, he went to the hospital with a tired face. When she arrived at the hospital room, Zhang Xiu hurriedly got up, closed the door and said, "Zi Xian, how's it going?" Zhang Zixuan shook his head dismally and said, "Mom, Sister Xiaoxing doesn't give me any good looks right now. She just treats me as a normal work subordinate." Zhang Xiu frowned, considered for a long time, and said, "Think of a way to drug her and make her raw. It's best to make her pregnant with your child." Zhang Zixuan's eyes widened and his heart thumped. Hesitantly, "Is this okay? What if she gets mad?" Thinking of Bai Xiaoxing's kind of indifference, Zhang Zixuan couldn't help but shiver. He didn't want to die yet. Zhang Xiu sneered, "Of course you can't do it directly. You have to have a strategy. First let her change her attitude towards you, and after returning to before, then find a chance to get into bed and take it step by step." Zhang Zixuan shook his head, a bit embarrassed. She's all about Zhao Qingfeng now. It's hard to get her to change her attitude. "Ha, that's why it has to be a strong medicine. We have to go find that Zhao." In Zhang Xiu's eyes, a trace of resentment flashed. Those words that Zhao Qingfeng had scolded her, she had always kept them in her heart. Zhang Zixuan hurriedly said, "Find him and then what? I'll go with you to him. Enrage him again, and this time, we will all be injured. Seriously injured." A ferocious smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xiu's mouth. "Is this okay?" "The bag will do," Zhang Xiu replied confidently. Chapter 69, Shy by Liu. Zhao Yiyi is finally on summer vacation. As soon as she was on vacation, she couldn't wait to go and stay at her great-aunt's place. Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to mutter about women's bigness while she was on vacation, and then silently sent her to the Imperial River residence. When he arrived at 902, Zhao Qingfeng was just about to knock on the door. "Dad, I have fingerprints." Zhao Yiyi drilled in front of Zhao Qingfeng in a flash and reached out to press the door lock. There was a ding-dong and the door was pushed open. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and was about to greet him. Next, those inside and those outside were stunned. "Honey, don't look." The one who reacted the fastest was Bai Xiaoxing, dashing over and reaching out to block Zhao Qingfeng's eyes. Only then did Bai Liu burst into a scream that pierced through gold. Bang! The main door was closed by Bai Xiaoxing, almost hitting Zhao Qingfeng. He turned away resentfully, then fumbled for a cigarette before his racing heartbeat calmed. "It's just that white blob inside my head that always lingers." For a while, only then did the gate open again. Zhao Qingfeng walked in and saw Bai Liu dressed tightly, sitting on the sofa with a blush on her cheeks. "Ahem, What just happened? Why did you guys lock me out? With a light cough, Zhao Qingfeng spoke. He had just thought about it and decided to die. When Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, she swore, "See, my husband said he didn't see it." "Sis, you're relieved now, aren't you?" Bai Liu glared at her fiercely. "Bai Xiaoxing, are you a ing pig? You don't believe when you should, and you blindly believe when you shouldn't." She didn't look at Zhao Qingfeng and said stiffly, "Yi Yi is sleeping here tonight. You can leave, so I won't keep you for dinner." "Ugh, what do you mean?" Bai Xiaoxing glared at her and hurriedly said to Zhao Qingfeng, "Hubby, don't listen to her nonsense, just stay here for as long as you want. I'll go up and get your pajamas." Bai Liu was stunned. "This is my ing house. Are you out of your mind? You're still leaving him here. Is that appropriate?" Zhao Qingfeng ignored Bai Xiaoxing and squatted down to say to the somewhat confused Zhao Ye, "You'll just play here at Great Auntie's place, and if you need anything, use your phone watch to call Daddy, okay?" Zhao Ye nodded her head repeatedly. Zhao Qingfeng then stood up and said to Bai Liu, "I'll leave first then, call back." "Aha." Bai Liu nodded nonchalantly. "I thought to myself, if you don't go away, I can't hold it together. I'm so ashamed. For the first time in my life, I've been looked at by a man, and this man is still my own brother-in-law." Zhao Qingfeng knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he turned around and left. "Honey, I'll walk you." Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly got up and escorted him downstairs. Inside the elevator, Zhao Qingfeng didn't look at her, which made Bai Xiaoxing a bit sultry, so she said disgruntledly, "My sister is good-looking, isn't she? How does it compare to me?" This what is the word of a tiger and wolf. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched, so he said calmly, "I can't understand what you're saying." Hey, you're still pretending with me. Certain people just now, their eyes are straight." Bai Xiaoxing smiled and walked to his side, hugged his arm, squeezed her eyebrows and said, "My sister, that figure is really top, but you can't be tempted. You have me. I can not only look, but also touch." Zhao Qingfeng frowned and firmly moved her arm away, saying, "You should go back." Just in time, the elevator arrived as well, so he stepped out. Bai Xiaoxing kept following him, and after being shaken off by Zhao Qingfeng, she stuck on like a dog's skin. Zhao Qingfeng cursed in annoyance. "Bai Xiaoxing, are you ing annoying? Are you a cowhide? I'm your wife, with a license." Bai Xiaoxing perked up. "Not anytime soon." Zhao Qingfeng coldly retorted that it was already July, and there was still half a month left before the divorce lawsuit would go to trial. Based on the available evidence, the divorce should not be a problem. The only thing that needs to be cared about is the custody of Zhao Yi. These words caused Bai Xiaoxing's face to change. Reality, she would have to face eventually. The expression became forlorn, hugging Zhao Qingfeng's arm to death, and said mournfully, "Hubby, I really know it's wrong. Can't we not divorce?" "No." Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate for half a second and spat out two cold words. Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled between her eyes, and her eyes turned a little red as she said, "I can't live without you, and I can't live without Zhao Ye." "Husband." Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath, turned around, stared at her and said seriously, "In this world, there is no one who is inseparable from anyone. Any consequences for the mistakes you make, you have to accept and bear." Having helped souls complete their obsessions several times, Zhao Qingfeng deeply understood this. The moon has its ups and downs. People have their sorrows and joys, and the ending must be accepted even if it is no longer unwilling to give up or regretful. Just like Feng Bing, no amount of repentance on his part can change the fact that the innocent and lovely Xiang Nan has now become a street girl. Again, Bai Xiaoxing regretted it now, but what was the point? Can it change the fact that he died once? Moreover, after this incident, up until now, she had not retaliated against Zheng Zixuan. Consequences. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned in place, muttering. Zhao Qingfeng gave her a cold look and said, "So don't bother me." With that, he turned around and walked away. Bai Xiaoxing didn't pester him this time, just silently following a meter behind him, until Zhao Qingfeng got into the car. She was still staring blankly. Zhao Qingfeng noticed how disoriented she looked, so he calmly said, "Go back and take care of Yi Yi." With that, he started the car and simply left. Bai Xiaoxing watched the car leave for a while before coming back to her senses. There were complex emotions rolling around in her eyes. Regret, sadness, resentment, but more stubbornness. "Husband, I can accept any consequence but not losing you." Returning to Fairview, without Zhao Ye's home, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly felt a little lonely. He was in the living room smoking a cigarette and swiping through short videos. As a normal man, short videos naturally push all sorts of scrubs according to his preferences. Just can't get enough of it today. Zhao Qingfeng swiped several times in a row, and the appearance of his sister-in-law inexplicably appeared in his mind, which made his heart jump. "Why are you thinking about that woman again?" Zhao Qingfeng hastily recalled the various times when Bai Liu had looked down on him, and only then did his mood calm down. It just occurred to me secretly that what happened to the piercing sneer at the time was actually a little bit cuter now that I thought about it. Next thing you know, he goes to the gym and starts sweating. It took more than an hour for the sweaty Zhao Qingfeng to go to the bathroom and take a shower. It was obvious that he was much stronger than before. If you think of him as a 1 before, he's at least a 1, 2 to 1, 3 now, which is scary, and it's only been a couple days. Of course, this is not the most important. In the bathroom, Zhao Qingfeng studied it and was stunned. After showering with a heavy heart and getting out, he searched on his cell phone. Under what circumstances does a man develop secondarily? Chapter 70, Don't you recognize me? The next day, Zhao Qingfeng woke up at 6 o'clock. I had just put on my clothes when it suddenly occurred to me that Zhao Ye was already on vacation. He smiled inexplicably before collapsing back into bed to sleep. He slept until his alarm went off at 7:30 and he got up. After washing up, he drove to the office, picking up a couple of buns on the way and dealing with a couple of random bites. Do not have to take care of Zhao Yi. He is too lazy to make breakfast. Men do not need to be so fine, a little thicker good. When he arrived at the company, Tang Tao greeted him. Lao Zhao, quite early. Ha, too early yet? In the past 2 days at the company, he and Tang Tao had already gotten acquainted, and had met a few of the other people in the group, except that the leader of the group was so busy that he didn't have a chance to meet them. Zhao Qingfeng walked to his own workstation. Today we'll start to telemarketing, is considered to be officially on duty. That being said, in the past, Zhao Qingfeng had abhorred this kind of harassing phone calls, but he didn't think that he would do this kind of thing one day, so he had to say that things were unpredictable. Taozi, is the product PPT material that I asked you to prepare yesterday ready yet? Just then, a fiery voice rang out. Tang Tao quickly said, Sister Qingqing, it's ready, I'll send it to you. Zhao Qingfeng followed the sound, so he turned his head and saw a woman about 40 years old, a bit chubby, so he guessed that this should be the leader of the Sales 3 group, Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing also saw Zhao Qingfeng and smiled. You're Qingfeng, right? First time meeting, I'm Lin Qingqing. With that, she held out her hand. Zhao Qingfeng shook her and said, Hello, Team Leader Lin. You're just like them. Just call me Sister Qingqing. Welcome to Sales Team 3. It's mainly because we've been so busy these past few days. Otherwise I'd have invited you out for a get-together. Lin Qingqing's smile was very kind, and Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said, Sister Qingqing, there's no need to be so polite. Okay, let's not talk to you first. I still have to visit Mr. Gong. This project is very difficult to negotiate down. Alas, hearing this Mr. Gong, Zhao Qingfeng hadn't cared. Tang Tao suddenly said, Alas, Star Peak has already signed. This single can actually be abandoned. I don't know why Mr. Zhou insisted that we follow. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he revealed an odd expression. Still really coincidental. This is clearly by Xiaoxing's company and it seems that the last time I heard by Xiaoxing said that this Dong's project, it is Zheng Zixuan who negotiated down $50 million order with a profit of over $10 million. Lin Qingqing's expression suddenly became serious and said, Taozi, if the above let us do it, just do it properly, don't complain, no matter what the result is, at least we tried, right? Tang Tao sniffed and nodded awkwardly. Then he scowled at Zhao Qingfeng in a corner that Lin Qingqing couldn't see. It means, see, the group leader is feeding chicken soup again. Zhao Qingfeng lost his smile. In the past few days, Tang Tao had told him several times that Lin Qingqing liked to pour chicken soup and preach axioms, and now that he looked at it, it was true. Lin Qingqing said, Besides, Mr. Zhou has opened his mouth very high on this single. Profits can be suppressed or even not wanted. The purpose is to snatch the project over. It's the first time we've fought such a rich battle. How can we say demoralizing words? Tang Tao sweated and hurriedly said, Sister Qingqing's education is right. Hearing these words, Zhao Qingfeng could feel that Lin Qingqing was dedicated to the company and had a little more respect for her. No wonder he made it to the team leader position. With that kind of work ethic, there's even a good chance of being promoted to manager later on. I'm not going to nag you anymore. I'm going to go first. Lin Qingqing glanced at her cell phone before she nodded at Zhao Qingfeng and turned to leave. After she left, Tang Tao said, Alas, Lao Zhao, our team leader is actually also very hard. The man in the family is paralyzed, and the child has just started high school. It can be said that she has held up a family all by herself. She is this. With that, Tang Tao gave a thumbs up. So it is. Zhao Qingfeng lamented that he could only say that every family had its own problems. As a sales team leader, Lin Qingqing's average monthly salary is more than 20,000 yuan. The appearance of glamorous, but in fact, it is harder than many people. Let's just say that the money deserved to go to her. Zhao Qingfeng then began telemarketing. The job is really simple. The numbers are assigned. The products that might be in demand are labeled after each customer. and then just make a tactful recommendation based on the selling points of the product. If the customer has the intention, you need to communicate further. You can add WeChat. The intention is a little stronger. You need to go to the interview. It's just that Zhao Qingfeng's first day on the phone wasn't that quick to catch on and the conversion rate wasn't that high. By 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Qingfeng looked at the work log on his computer and couldn't help but shake his head. Tang Tao came over to take a look, and his expression became a bit surprised. Is it bad? Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's already impressive. Ah, such a high 30-second connect rate, Tang Tao said sourly. There was an important indicator for telemarketing, which was the 30-second connection rate. In fact, only more than 30 seconds was considered a valid call, which proved that Zhao Qingfeng's words did not have too many problems, and there were a lot of people who were willing to listen to him. Over the next few days, Zhao Qingfeng was on the phone every day, and the words became more and more skillful, targeting different people, using different tones as well as words, all of which had to be able to be utilized flexibly. Zhao Qingfeng, since he made up his mind to go to work, he will not fish for 3 days and sunshine for 2 days. He works very seriously. Just a few days of work, he opened a few orders, although the profit adds up to only a few tens of thousands of dollars. But this makes Tang Tao's heart sour and at the same time, but also extremely admirable. There were also quite a few people in the company who had gotten to know Zhao Qingfeng, because 9 may package 3 meals a day, with a work permit to the cafeteria downstairs to brush the card. Zhao Qingfeng behind, breakfast and lunch, simply to the company inside the solution. But he got off work at 4 o'clock. The dinner did not have to grip the company's wool again. Zhao Yiyi was playing crazy at Bai Liyu's place. Zhao Qingfeng had been there twice and didn't succeed in picking her up, so he simply gave up. This day, Zhao Qingfeng left work on time and just arrived at the parking lot. After seeing his old Audi, he froze for a moment. The car is still the same. Just next to the car, there was a bright-eyed girl. Looks just 19 or 20 years old, hair tied into a double ponytail. Face value of this piece are fast catching up with Bai Xiaoxing. Of course, it doesn't matter. The most exaggerated is the scale. Seriously, and the body does not match. Like a small green tree, but also produced heavy fruit. Very amazing, but also very eye-catching. The girl was dressed hot, with a blue revealing halter top and little denim hot pants that made her legs look long and straight. Only, looking at her lifting a long leg and stepping on her hood, Zhao Qingfeng frowned. This is my car. Please put your leg down, okay? The woman, who had been sneering, froze at the words and said in annoyance, You don't recognize me? When Zhao Qingfeng heard the familiar voice, his heart instantly ate up. What the? It's Chen Lexi? Chapter 71. Chen Lexi hugged Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit baffled. It was really hard for him to connect the girl with double ponytails in front of him with the heavily made-up little Taiyukai. Of course, seeing the scale of déjà vu, he knew it was Chen Lexi. If you look again, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Chen Lexi didn't know what came to her mind. Her face flushed, but then she became annoyed and said viciously. Zhao Qingfeng withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, When did you change your face? It's a bit uncomfortable. You recover. Out of character. So out of character. This kind of double ponytail girl, just together, are not willing to exert. Surprisingly full of swear words. More or less contrast. I do want to slap you. You piece of mouth. Chen Lexi said as she glared at him. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said, I'm too lazy to break it up with you. Now get up and drive. I have to go home. When Chen Lexi heard this, a meaningful smile flashed across her face as she said to Zhao Qingfeng, Alas, if you want to go home, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Zhao Qingfeng's heart thumped, and he hurriedly looked at his car tires, and the next second his heart ed. The wheel went flat again. What a thing to call it. Zhao Qingfeng's forehead veins popped up and he said coldly, Chen Lexi, is it fun to mess around like this? You're the big lady. Please go play with someone else, okay? Chen Lexi eyes flashed a hint of cunning, stretched out 2 fingers, said, You have 2 choices. Either eat a dumb loss, own to repair the car. Either way, accompany me to a place. I'll compensate you $100,000. Enough to repair your car. How do you choose? I'm choosing neither. I'm calling the police. Zhao Qingfeng took out his cell phone and said expressionlessly, Then you call the police. I don't care. There's no surveillance here. You can't frame me for something without evidence. I'm still a kid. Chen Lexi said with a playful smile, without half a hint of fear on her face. Even if there was evidence, she wasn't afraid. As long as it wasn't a proven murder, her background could set things right. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk and his heart sank. Looking at Chen Lexi, he said after a little thought, Where do you want me to accompany you to? Seeing Chen Lexi, he knew that the other party was coming from a bad place. After all, in the heat of the moment, he had touched a place that he shouldn't have touched, and with this girl's character, she would definitely come to find herself in trouble. At that time, inside the police station, Bai Chenyang had said that Chen Lexi's background was heavenly. Bai Chenyang was the sole heir of the Tiandong Bai clan, and his words had a terrifyingly high gold content. Zhao Qingfeng even heard fear in his tone and didn't dare to offend. But Zhao Qingfeng is not afraid, really pushed him to the edge. Will happen some who do not want to see the accident. You'll see if you come with me. Wouldn't dare, would you, brother Qingfeng? Chen Lexi walked up to him and spoke flirtatiously. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her smiling, the corner of his mouth sketched a cold smile. Fine, I'll follow you. Next, Chen Lexi led the way while Zhao Qingfeng silently followed behind. Chen Lexi looked no more than 20 years old at most, and according to normal circumstances, she should have just been a freshman, or at most a sophomore, but she didn't expect to become like this. Zhao Qingfeng guessed in his heart that this should be related to her family environment. It seems that being powerful and rich doesn't mean that you can control everything, and the education of your children is a big problem. He was secretly wary that Zhao Ye must not become like this. Within a short time, the two of them reached the side of the road, and Chen Lexi straddled the motorcycle and said, "You follow my car." Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "I'll run over there?" Chen Lexi frowned. "Can't you drive?" Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything, just looked at her slyly. Chen Lexi only then reacted. Zhao Qingfeng car on the tires, all by her poke flat. She was annoyed, lightly grunted. Backwards Rake said, "You this person, but also really trouble. Get in the car." Zhao Qingfeng nodded and was about to cross over. "Wait." Chen Lexi's expression, suddenly wary, stared at him for several seconds before asking, "You won't make a move, right?" Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and said, "You're thinking too much." "Humph, I don't believe you. Do you know how to ride a motorcycle?" "Could be," Zhao Qingfeng said calmly. Chen Lexi then got off and said, "You ride." Zhao Qingfeng wasn't ambiguous either. He directly stepped on it and lightly twisted the throttle. The engine instantly emitted a dull roar, attracting a lot of envious gazes. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a motorcycle. That's not something the average family can afford to spend. "Yo, pretty slick." Chen Lexi complimented him and sat back, grabbing the motorcycle with both hands and not making any physical contact with him. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Where to?" Chen Lexi said, "Go to Taifeng Road." Zhao Qingfeng then nodded and directly started the motorcycle. Buzz! The engine was roaring, the car was fast. Zhao Qingfeng didn't wear a helmet, and the strong wind whistled in his face. Inexplicably, Zhao Qingfeng felt a long-lost euphoria, and under this kind of speed, it was as if all the emotions he had suppressed for a long time had been released, especially when he got on the viaduct. Zhao Qingfeng eyed the front, and all he could think of was to hurry up, and hurry up again. The car is going faster and faster. He loved the thrill of it. Woo woo, cool ah. Brother Qingfeng, you're very capable. Chen Lexi was sitting at the back, and at first she was shouting very cheerfully, but soon she couldn't scream anymore, because of the speed of the car. It's too fast. Racing is exciting, but life is the most important thing. Watching Zhao Qingfeng lower his body, like a knight galloping through the battlefield, weaving in and out of the traffic with ease, Chen Lexi had a slight shock on top of her fear. Even her big heart could not stand it a little at this moment, and said in a trembling voice, "You, slow down a little. A demerit is a small thing, but if anything goes wrong with this speed, it's all over." Zhao Qingfeng was silent, and in his calm gaze, there was some kind of unprecedented madness. Only this madness, which had never erupted, even now, was only hidden deep in a corner of his spiritual world. Asterisk. You're good. Seeing that Zhao Qingfeng was unmoved, and the speed of the car not only did not decrease, but even had a tendency to rise, Chen Lexi finally couldn't take it anymore, and leaned down to hug Zhao Qingfeng's waist, which gave her a little sense of security. The wind was howling in his ears. Zhao Qingfeng noticed Chen Lexi's movements and frowned slightly as his speed slowed down. Only when she got off the viaduct did Chen Lexi shakily say, "Stop for a moment." Zhao Qingfeng stopped the car and Chen Lexi came down, a little weak in her legs. After slowing down for a while, she then looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said incredulously, "What did you do before?" Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was calm and said lightly, "Doing housework and bringing up children." Chen Lexi froze for a moment before subconsciously saying, "Your bull asterisk ting me." Zhao Qingfeng snorted, "With that much guts, what are you pretending with me? You won't pee your pants, right? You're the one who pissed your pants. Your whole family pissed their pants." Chen Lexi couldn't take the insult and retorted with great anger. She then stepped into the car and said coldly, "Get in the car. I want to see how big your guts are." Zhao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow and sat right behind her. "You're still the first man to get on my girl's motorcycle, so behave yourself." Chen Lexi was afraid to let him be on the bike, so she could only be vigilant. Zhao Qingfeng was non-committal. 10 minutes later, Chen Lexi arrived at her destination. Zhao Qingfeng looked up and saw a huge neon sign that read, "Coyote Boxing Gym." He then sighed. Let me do the punching? Can you be a little creative? P.S. 3 chapters a day starting today. More rules for additions. If the gift value is over 200 that day, add a chapter. Which should be hard, but I won't have to. Ha. Chapter 72. As long as no one dies, I can handle it. Chen Lexi said. Alas, it's here. Don't you dare go in. Zhao Qingfeng certainly knows that she is provoking, but come over are here. He would like to see what this girl in the end want to do, so he directly walked in. Chen Lexi watched his back from behind, a flash of cunning in her eyes, and smiled triumphantly, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, then followed at a quick pace. It took a long walk down a long aisle to get into the Coyote boxing gym. There was a sudden, ear-piercing shout that rang out suddenly, inside and outside. It seems like 2 worlds. At this moment, numerous people were gathered around a ring, shouting loudly. The 2 men at the top of the ring, all tendon and all, both with menacing expressions and gloves on, send an offense at each other. Exciting, no? Chen Lexi walked over to Zhao Qingfeng and asked with a playful smile. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the stage and nodded his head with a calm gaze. Not bad. Nasty. Brother Qingfeng, you're perfunctory. Chen Lexi pretended to be pouting. Zhao Qingfeng squinted at her and didn't say anything. The boxing on the stage came to a close, as one of the men threw a hook that went around his opponent's defenses and struck him hard on the chin. The person who was hit couldn't take it at once, shook twice, and fell to the ground. At that moment, many people on the stage let out violent cheers. Chen Lexi also applauded and laughed loudly. So awesome, brother Heilong. Heilong was victorious, his hands raised high, shouting to vent his emotions, when he suddenly heard a voice, so he looked sideways, and after seeing Chen Lexi, his eyes lit up. However, when he noticed Zhao Qingfeng next to Chen Lexi, his face sank again. The people under the stage also followed his gaze and saw Chen Lexi, and they all greeted him at once. Hey San, welcome sister Shi. I can see that Chen Lexi is quite famous here. Heilong also laughed. Lexi, why are you free to come back today? Do you want to watch the game? Chen Lexi laughed playfully. I don't want to watch you guys fight today. It's something else. Oh. Hearing her say that, the people around her quieted down. They didn't know what Chen Lexi was. They only knew that it was a super gold master. In just over 2 months, she had spent more than $10 million at the Coyote boxing gym, such as Heilong on the stage, who had once won a fight. And Chen Lexi was so happy to see it that she directly transferred $2 million as a reward. See him? This is my brother Qingfeng. How about if you can beat him up? Brother Heilong, I'll give you another $2 million? Chen Lexi patted Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder and said with a smile. When Heilong's eyes lit up, he started recklessly sizing up Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, finally realizing that Chen Lexi had called him over because she wanted to beat him up again, and felt speechless. Chen Lexi turned her head and smiled at Zhao Qingfeng as well. Ugh, brother Qingfeng, as long as you can beat brother Heilong, I'll give you $2 million as well. How about it? Sister Shi. Ah, you're mainlining a rainbow. When the eaters next to her heard her say that, they laughed and teased. The people around them laughed along with him. I refuse. Right at this moment, Zhao Qingfeng's voice suddenly rang out, causing the surroundings to become quiet. Chen Lexi frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Ugh, come all the way here. You wouldn't dare to get on it, would you? Are you still not a man? Zhao Qingfeng smiled flatly. I only promised you to follow me over. Now that I've come over, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, and it's time for you to compensate me for the money I spent repairing my car. Chen Lexi froze for a moment before thinking that he was only asked to come over earlier, and didn't say exactly what he was doing. It made her little face, then, become tangled. Zhao Qingfeng took out his cell phone, pulled up the QR code, and said, scan the code. The 4 wheels are about 8,000. Just transfer 8,000 to me. Chen Lexi was torn for half a day and felt that Zhao Qingfeng had a point, so she could only take out her cell phone unhappily and prepare to pay. Just then, I say, are you gutless? Mocking laughter suddenly rang out from the ring. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head and saw Heilong lying on the parapet staring at him, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up as she said to Zhao Qingfeng, Brother Qingfeng, he scolded you. Oh, I know. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Now it's time to transfer the money. Chen Lexi was angry and said, he even scolded you? Ugh. I'm all pissed off and you're actually not pissed off. You're too much for me not to be disappointed. What does your disappointment have to do with me? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and urged him to transfer money. Really pissed off. Chen Lexi was furious when she saw him oil and salt and transferred 10,000 to him. Seeing the $10,000 that arrived, Zhao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Lexi, what kind of turtle man did you find? Ha ha, that's too gutless, isn't it? From the stage, Heilong looked at Zhao Qingfeng's back and laughed indulgently. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Heilong continued. It's called Qingfeng, right? You're a real ing turtle. I guess your wife ran away with someone and you still have to hold your nose and raise her wild seed. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng's footsteps stopped. Alright, get lost. Beating you is dirtying my hands. He Long cursed, causing Chen Lexi's displeasure. She felt that He Long's cursing was unpleasant, so she frowned and said, "Say less." When the eldest lady spoke, He Long could only snap and shut up, but he suddenly noticed Zhao Qingfeng turned back and his gaze fiercely landed on himself, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Zhao Qingfeng turned back, walked over to Chen Lexi, and said indifferently, "If I beat the crap out of him, what should I count?" Chen Lexi's eyes lit up when she heard his words, so she patted her chest and said, "As long as no one dies, I can handle it. Of course, it's the same if he beats you up." Oh. Without a word, Zhao Qingfeng turned around and quietly walked up to the ring, standing in front of He Long. When He Long's pupils shrunk, he sneered, "Honestly, you might as well hold back and dare to come up here. You'll know what it means to be cruel later." With that, he threw a pair of gloves over. However, Zhao Qingfeng didn't pick it up, directly letting the gloves fall to the ground before speaking. "Naked fist." What? Not only was He Long stunned, but a gasp of surprise rang out from below as well. In the ring, wearing gloves protects the opponent in addition to protecting your own hands. Naked fists do a lot more damage than with gloves. With a somber expression, He Long said, "Are you sure? No need for bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhao Qingfeng removed his watch and cell phone and placed them on the edge of the ring. Breezing in, He Long's heart jumped a bit, but when it came down to it, he didn't have half a chance to back out, so he let out a cold snort and took off his gloves. At once, fierce cheers rang out from below. Chen Lexi's pretty face was slightly red as she kept clapping. "Brother Qingfeng is great. Brother He Long is also great." Next, the two men stood facing each other. The referee from Coyote Boxing Gym steps into the center, looks at the clock and waves his hand violently. "Start." Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate for a second and charged directly towards He Long. He Long stood in place, and then sneered in his heart. It was true that he was a rookie who didn't know anything. At that moment, he noticed Zhao Qingfeng's punching path, and seeing the opportunity, he struck Zhao Qingfeng's cheek with a hook punch. This caused Zhao Qingfeng's body to sway. The following audience was greatly disappointed. On the stage, Awesome Boom Boom to bare fists, thought it was a master, did not expect so vegetable. However, He Long, who was on the stage, was shocked in his heart. This guy seems to be a bit resistant to punching. After taking a punch from him, he didn't react half-heartedly, and the speed of the punch not only didn't decrease, but instead became faster. This made it difficult for He Long to dodge, and he took a punch to Zhao Qingfeng's face. The punch went down, and He Long was confused. Chapter 73, Chen Lexi is dead. Zhao Qingfeng had gone through several enhancements and his body had long been extraordinary. You know, he originally had a good base and was strengthened in all aspects. Now no matter whether it is strength, speed, endurance, resistance to blows, sustained ability, and so on, in short, it can be said that it is a hexagonal warrior is not a problem. With this kind of strengthening, sooner or later, Zhao Qingfeng would turn into a human ceiling-level monster. And while Ho Long may have the advantage in skill, how does the rest compare? As soon as this punch went down, He Long felt the sky spinning and almost couldn't stand still. However, Zhao Qingfeng was not half as uncomfortable. Instead, he sneered, "That's it? Are you shaving me?" Then he came charging up again. Irritated, He Long shook his head and fought against Zhao Qingfeng. I have to say he still possesses a great deal of professionalism. Often, when he landed two punches, Zhao Qingfeng could only land one. The cheers from below never stopped. They all felt that He Long was sure to win. However, He Long knew his own pain. Where the hell did this monster come from? This punch doesn't care if people can't stand it. In just 2 minutes, both sides went back and forth. Zhao Qingfeng's face had bruises and blood on it, and it looked miserable, but his footsteps were still steady, and the power of his fists didn't diminish by half. But then Ho Long was completely out of it. His footsteps were weak. He knew that he had reached his limit and was about to open his mouth to surrender when he saw Zhao Qingfeng's eyes harden and he punched him directly in the face. The words of surrender could not be uttered while making He Long stagger backward. He was punched by Zhao Qingfeng and knocked back to the guardrail, never having the strength to stand up again. However, Zhao Qingfeng rushed over and his fists rained down on him. Violent shouts rang out from below. Asterisk 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 flopped. This brother is awesome. It's so handsome. I'm going to give him 8 children. Aha! Chen Lexi's small face was red. Her palms were numb from clapping, and she excitedly shouted, "Brother Qingfeng, I really didn't misjudge you. You're the best." These cheers fell on Zhao Qingfeng's deaf ears and he just swung his fists. Gradually, the stage went quiet. Shock and dismay surfaced on their expressions as they watched He Long lean motionlessly against the parapet. Will something happen if we keep fighting? Dragon won't be killed. People on stage, whispering. Chen Lexi's palms also stopped as she stared blankly at the stage. Sweat dripped down Zhao Qingfeng's face, his expression cold to the core, and it wasn't until he long softly slid from the guardrail to the ground that his fists stopped. At this moment, in the ring, Zhao Qingfeng was the only one standing. No one cheered. Everyone looked at the motionless He Long, and the very eyes that looked at Zhao Qingfeng contained a hint of fear. The referee ran up in a panic and checked it out before letting out a sigh of relief. Not dead. Call an ambulance. He Long wasn't dead yet, but he was dying, with several broken ribs. Zhao Qingfeng collected his belongings and rolled over to walk out of the ring under everyone's awe-inspiring gazes, but all those in front of him spontaneously made a path. Zhao Qingfeng walked to Chen Lexi and hoarsely opened his mouth. Today's matter is over. You and I are clear. With that, he limped out. Chen Lexi came back to her senses from the shock and saw Zhao Qingfeng's back. Her eyes were complicated, and there was actually more than a touch of admiration. It seems that the scene just now had a great impact on this little Teiyukai. When she thought about it, she bit her lip lightly and rushed after him. Zhao Qingfeng walked out of the Coyote boxing gym. It was already past 6 o'clock and the sky had become dull. He used his cell phone camera to look at it. Mine just sighs and noses up again. Brother Qingfeng, why are you running so fast? Chen Lexi caught up from behind and said with dissatisfaction. Zhao Qingfeng was annoyed. Are you done? I've said we're done. I don't want to see you again. Chen Lexi froze for a moment and muttered. I promised $2 million. Don't you want money? Of course not. What did you say? Ugh, why didn't you say so? Zhao Qingfeng immediately performed a face change for Chen Lexi, and his eyes lit up when he heard $2 million. It's $2 million. Earned on merit. No way. Chen Lexi then took out his cell phone and was just about to scan the code when he suddenly noticed that 2 people were hovering next to his motorcycle and seemed to be up to something. Chen Lexi then shouted, Ugh, what are you guys doing? With that, she ran towards the motorcycle. She had just walked over to the motorcycle when suddenly a commercial vehicle drove up and the 2 men dragged her right into it with lightning speed. Zhao Qingfeng witnessed the whole thing and his heart skipped a beat. Kidnapping. Chen Lexi has been kidnapped. He didn't think much of it and darted over to the bike, instantly seeing the keys to the motorcycle on the ground, picking them up without hesitation and straddling the bike, yelling, Chen Lexi has been kidnapped. If you guys know anyone, hurry up and inform her family. After saying that, he headed in the direction of the business car and chased after it. When the people at Coyote Boxing Gym heard him shouting, some of them changed their faces dramatically and called someone in a panic. Zhao Qingfeng rode his motorcycle and chased after the business car. In fact, Chen Lexi has repeatedly found him in trouble. Zhao Qingfeng could have not cared. But, 2 million, just for the sake of the $2 million. Zhao Qingfeng gave himself a reason and chased that way. At a stoplight intersection, the business car didn't care and directly broke through the red light. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and was also ready to break through. Suddenly a black sedan crashed straight in front of him, but without any other action, Zhao Qingfeng would definitely be hit. Zhao Qingfeng's face changed, and in the nick of time, slightly changed direction. The motorcycle cut through a beautiful arc, almost floating like, and dodged the sedan at the limit distance. Zhao Qingfeng felt that there was a grim eye in the sedan that was peering at him. The sedan then drove off. Asterisk. Zhao Qingfeng cursed angrily because in that short amount of time, the business car had already disappeared into the traffic. Just then, a Rolls-Royce drove over from the side. The windows opened and a middle-aged man's face appeared as he said in a deep voice to Zhao Qingfeng, Follow. Zhao Qingfeng instantly recognized that this middle-aged man was the same person who was in front of the police station that day. DeLeos didn't slow down, and Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly rode his motorcycle to keep up. Half an hour later, at the edge of a reservoir, Zhao Qingfeng saw quite a few people, mostly bodyguards in black suits. The people inside the business car were crushed out. But, didn't he see Chen Lexi's figure? You pushed the lady into the reservoir? The middle-aged man looked at the huge reservoir, his eyes filled with violent anger. All 3 men in the business car were on their hands and knees with their heads in their hands, and some of the bodyguards pulled out guns and put them to their heads. Ha. Chen Lexi died. I don't know who will bear the wrath of the Chun family in the capital. Ha. So looking forward to a woman in the business car, somewhat maniacally, said, You're the first to die, and no one can save you, and not only are you going to die, you're going to die a horrible death. The middle-aged man roared sternly. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk. He hadn't expected that it would end this way. Just then, there's movement inside the water. Found it, a bodyguard shouted out, and then Chen Lexi was carried up. The middle-aged man's body shook as he looked at the pale, motionless, breathless Chen Lexi. The lady is dead. This is the sky falling. The only person who had a blank expression was Zhao Qingfeng. Chapter 74 Who told you to call me sister? No big deal. Painful. Suffocating. Chen Lexi, who was pushed into the water, kept struggling, but it was futile. She couldn't swim. I don't know how long it took, but she gradually lost her strength and her consciousness. By the time he awoke again, the whole world had turned black and white. She sat on the ground, looking around at the faces of those in mourning, and extreme panic welled up in her heart. Chen Lexi looked back and saw himself lying motionless on the ground, without any breath. Dead? At this instant, Chen Lexi only felt chills all over her body. Suddenly, in her vision, the people around her began to disappear. The whole world became dark, without any semblance of light. Extreme despair gripped her. She was afraid. She was terrified. However, it didn't work half as well. In this state of affairs, she could well say that the seconds passed like years. Cold, desperate, and tormented, Chen Lexi was trembling all over, and had never experienced such a feeling in her life. No imaginable horror could compare to the millionth part of this moment. Chen Lexi noticed that she hadn't completely separated herself from her body yet, and there was only one thought left in her mind. Get up and leave this place of darkness and despair. Just as she was about to get up, just as she was about to be completely separated from her body, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Don't move. Don't ever move. Chen Lexi froze. She turned her head slowly and saw a figure covered in light appear in the darkness, walking quickly. It's Zhao Qingfeng. This was the only light in the darkness, causing Chen Lexi to be thrilled beyond words. Trembling, Qingfeng, brother, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. Zhao Qingfeng walked over to her and spoke in a deep voice, holding her shoulders down with his hands. Chen Lexi looked at him in a daze. Even if Zhao Qingfeng was bruised and swollen at the moment, she felt that Brother Qingfeng was so handsome that he was like a god. Do as you're told and lie down. Sleep. Get up and you'll be fine. Zhao Qingfeng gently, slowly lowered Chen Lexi down. With his intervention, Chen Lexi's soul, once again, and her body, merged into one. It all happened in a very short period of time. Chen Lexi had just been carried up when she saw Zhao Qingfeng rushing over and didn't know what he was doing. The middle-aged man said angrily, "What are you doing?" He had thought that Zhao Qingfeng had come over to give the young lady first aid measures. However, this young man was squatting beside the young lady, godlike, as if he was crazy. This angered the middle-aged man. With that, he waved his hand, and instantly there were two men in black, grabbing Zhao Qingfeng and pulling him away. Just then, cough, vomit. Chen Lexi, who was originally out of breath, suddenly coughed and a large amount of water was vomited out by her. Miss, you're okay, the middle-aged man said with immense excitement. Chen Lexi vomited for a while before the whole thing felt better, and she raised her head in confusion, only to find Zhao Qingfeng, who was being controlled by the bodyguards. Suddenly surfaced unprecedented anger. Low roar. You, let go of him. The bodyguard was shocked in his heart when she looked at him and hurriedly let go of Zhao Qingfeng. Chen Lexi struggled to get up from the ground and walked over to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng's heart was much more at ease when he saw that she had survived. This was a human life after all. He was about to open his mouth when Chen Lexi suddenly made a move that no one had anticipated. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes, hooked Zhao Qingfeng's neck, and kissed him. Zhao Qingfeng was caught off guard and his heart jumped when he felt the cool, soft touch. Immediately afterward, he pushed Chen Lexi away in the next second, his face turning blue as he said, "What are you doing?" Chen Lexi laughed playfully. "Alas, this is my first kiss. You have to be responsible for me. When are you going to marry me, miss?" The middle-aged man and the other bodyguards all froze. Zhao Qingfeng poo-pooed and angrily cursed. Nuts. With that, he turned around and walked away. Chen Lexi gazed at his back. His eyes contained a strong dependence and longing, and laughed in a small voice. "I know you are going to divorce, Brother Qingfeng. You are my. Ah no, I am yours. He. Leaving the motorcycle where it was, Zhao Qingfeng took a cab and returned to Sycamore Ride Mansion, then called out the Four Sons store and spent over $8,000 large on a couple of tires. The mechanic at the 4S store, when he saw it was this guy again, couldn't help but laugh. "No, man, who did you offend here? Your tires every time. 4 at once. Ha ha." A mechanic handed him a cigarette and laughed. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said helplessly, "Ugh, don't mention it. Ran into a psychopath and got a headache." He suddenly thought that the $2 million promised by Chen Lexi had not yet been paid, and he suddenly felt that he had lost money, lost hemp. After changing the tires on his car, he went to the hospital to treat his wounds, and by the time he got home, it was after 11 o'clock at night. After taking a hurried shower, Zhao Qingfeng, who had long been exhausted, laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, when Zhao Qingfeng woke up and washed himself, he was surprised to find that the wounds that were very obvious yesterday were quite a bit better today to the naked eye. It seems that the recovery ability has also improved. Zhao Qingfeng secretly thought. Normal daytime work and nothing special happened. By the end of the night, he went to the Imperial River residence. At this point in time, Bai Xiaoxing hadn't gotten off work yet. so it was just Bai Liu alone. What's wrong with this face of yours? Bai Liu subconsciously asked when she saw the scars on Zhao Qingfeng's face. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. It's fine. Bai Liu frowned. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes, so she said, Qingfeng, if someone bullies you, just call the police. No matter what background the other party has, Huaxia is ultimately a society of the rule of law. Knowing that she misunderstood, Zhao Qingfeng laughed. It's not what you think. I was just venting in the boxing ring, point blank. His words, if to lie in the hospital moaning he long heard, afraid not to break the curse, I go to your mother point to stop. Bai Liu sniffed, and only then did she put her heart down. The language said, it seems that you are in a bad mood for the matter of Xiaoxing. It is good to vent. Alas, always have to pass. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and then waved at Zhao Ye. Yay, where are you going to sleep today? Zhao Yi thumped over, and when she saw the bruises on her dad's face, she said heartily, Dad's hurt. I'll sleep with him today. Ha ha, I really didn't hurt you for nothing. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud, so he picked up Zhao Ye. Bai Liu looked at the father and daughter, so she smiled and said, alright, you can send Yi over again tomorrow morning. Be safe on the road. Zhao Qingfeng picked up Zhao Yi and bought a lot of dishes in the supermarket. By the way, the family has not been cooking, and today Yi came home and had to cook. It's been several days of summer vacation and you haven't touched a word of your homework, so go back later and do an hour of homework. In the car, Zhao Qingfeng said lightly. Zhao Yi shuddered, glanced at her old father slyly, and said with a deflated mouth, I regret it. I want to sleep at my great-aunt's house. Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed. Regret? It's too late. When the two of them returned home, Zhao Qingfeng rushed Zhao Ye over to do her homework and went to the kitchen to cook herself. After a while, the doorbell suddenly rang. Is it my great-aunt who's come to pick me up? Zhao Ye's eyes lit up and she ran out of the room in a flash, taking the initiative to open the door. Zhao Qingfeng also walked out from the kitchen, opened the door. An extremely pretty young girl, with a suitcase in her hand, stood playfully in the doorway. Zhao Yi didn't recognize her, and her expression became dumbfounded. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. This girl really is a shadowy soul. So he said, Yi, call out to your sister. Zhao Yi gave an oh-so-subtle cry and said, hello sister, I'm Zhao Yi. Chen Lexi was dissatisfied and glared at her. Who asked you to call out to your sister? No big deal. Zhao Yi was a little dazed, so she said, then, what is the shout? Chen Lexi rightfully said, call out to little mother. P.S. Another 3 chapters, send a message. Lastly, add a label, not for women. Chapter 75, Super Little Fangirl Chen Lexi. Ha! Zhao Yi was completely dumbfounded. Chen Lexi touched Zhao Ye's head and smiled proudly, revealing 2 small tiger teeth and said, alas, as long as you are obedient, you are my little princess. Zhao Yi's mouth instantly deflated. Tears welled up in her eyes and she said loudly, I'm not going to call you little mom. I only have one mom. After saying that, she turned around quickly and ran towards her room. Zhao Qingfeng was quick on his feet and grabbed and picked up Zhao Ye, frowning at Chen Lexi. What are you babbling about? Chen Lexi raised her eyebrows and playfully said, sooner or later, I'll tell her in advance to get used to it. With that, she pushed her suitcase in. Zhao Qingfeng had a big up in his heart and pointed at the door and said in a rude manner, please leave. You're not welcome here. Brother Qingfeng, why can't you face your feelings? I'm a super invincible beauty girl coming over. Shouldn't that what? Oh, sweeping the couch to welcome you. Words have come to this point. Which room are you staying in? I have to put things in. Chen Lexi didn't care about his words at all, surveying the house on her own. No, this is afraid of some serious illness. Zhao Qingfeng said angrily. Chen, did I not express myself clearly enough? Or did you not understand? I can hear you. Chen Lexi's gaze then turned to him, her large eyes filled with innocence as she said, and then? Zhao Qingfeng glared at her, and the two of them just stared at each other. Only after a while did Zhao Qingfeng muffle a curse. Asterisk. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and she quickly said, I agree. I heard that you're not a kid if you've tried it. I can't get along with you. Zhao Qingfeng's forehead veins bulged as he carried Zhao Ye into her room. At this moment, Zhao Yi also reacted, so she looked at her old father with tearful eyes and said, Dad, isn't she the new mom you found? Zhao Qingfeng said seriously, no, he might look for it after the divorce, but definitely not now, at least until Zhao Yi grew up. Only then did Zhao Yi put away her tears and said pitifully, I only want my mommy. I don't want a new mommy. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he smiled a little and said, she will always be your mom, and none of us will leave you. It was only then that Zhao Yi nodded her head. Okay, clean up and get ready to come out for dinner. Zhao Qingfeng put Zhao Ye inside his room before coming out. Seeing Chen Lexi sitting on the sofa, he didn't have a good attitude and coldly said, what are you doing over here? If there's something to say, say it. If there's nothing to say, get lost. Chen Lexi put down her cell phone and looked up at him and said in dissatisfaction, Brother Qingfeng, what kind of attitude do you have? Didn't I tell you? I'm going to be Yi as little mom. I'll be living here from today. Zhao Qingfeng was exasperated and laughed, saying, you say you'll be a pawn? Do I agree? Hurry up and leave. Don't force me to kick people out. You can't win your divorce case. Chen Lexi suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. What do you mean? Literally, with the strength of the Tiandong family, do you believe that even if you have more evidence, the judge won't award a divorce? Chen Lexi said with certainty. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk and his heart sank. So far he had collected quite a bit of evidence, such as the photos of Bai Xiaoxing and Zhang Zixuan drinking cups of wine, as well as the conversations inside the hospital room, and the two of them's current state of separation and so on. These are the materials of his defense, but he didn't pay attention to the fact that some people, even though they were players, could get on with the referee. Simply put, as long as Bai Xiaoxing does not agree to divorce, then this marriage, perhaps not divorced. Does it mean that we have to turn to Su Qiuran for help? With the Su family's position in Tiannan, not to say that the network of relations is much stronger than the Bai family, but to be a fair and just should be able to. As he was pondering, Chen Lexi said, Alas, why are you thinking so much? I'm here to help you get out of this marriage. She crossed her legs and swore. Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and deliberated for a few seconds before saying, You're willing to help me? What are your conditions? Brother Qingfeng, what do you mean? Chen Lexi was instantly enraged, getting up from the sofa in a flash and rushing to Zhao Qingfeng. Glaring at him, Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, There is no free lunch in this world. Everything will have a price. Up a DJ, you engage in a sneak attack? Just as he spoke, Chen Lexi suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pecked at his lips. Luckily, Zhao Qingfeng reacted quickly with a sideways glance, so Chen Lexi only kissed his face this time. Chen Lexi laughed playfully and clapped her hands. La 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 la. What you said makes sense, but I've already gotten the payoff. Zhao Qingfeng wiped the wet side of his face. Annoyed, You're being obscene. Chen Lexi hemmed and hawed. If you think it's too much to row, just kiss back ah. With that, she closed her eyes and pouted, waiting for Zhao Qingfeng to kiss her. Zhao Qingfeng turned around and left. Chen Lexi waited for a while without feeling any movement, so she opened her eyes with some disappointment, only to realize that Zhao Qingfeng had already walked over to the restaurant. Yay, come over and eat. Zhao Qingfeng shouted Zhao Ye and then swept a glance at Chen Lexi. Faintly, he said, Come and have some if you haven't eaten. The visitor was a guest. He wasn't going to kick Chen Lexi out straight away, but what actually mattered the most was that she said she could help him get a divorce. Okay. Chen Lexi sniffed and ran over cheerfully. Between meals, Zhao Ye ate while glaring at Chen Lexi with a wary gaze. Seeing Chen Lexi quietly scooting her chair and getting closer and closer to her dad, she rushed over and squeezed between the two. Dad, I want to eat here. Chen Lexi glared at her in dissatisfaction. Hey, you little brat, why is there so much going on? Zhao Yi wasn't afraid of her at all and glared back. I'm talking to my father, not you. Chen Lexi's eyes rolled back and she said with a smile. Yi, is there anything you want? That is, the stars in the sky. As long as you tell mom, mom will pick them for you. In terms of shameless kung fu, Zhao Yi can't catch up with Chen Lexi even if she claps her horse. This sentence made her completely unable to tense up and wowed out. Oh wow. I don't like you. I hate you. I want my mommy. I want my great aunt. Zhao Yi cried miserably. Zhao Qingfeng just couldn't look away and said in annoyance. Chen Lexi, are you still eating? He then comforted Zhao Yi. Don't listen to her. Just call her sister. If you can't, call her by her name. Her name is Chen Lushi. Chen Lexi touched his nose resentfully, thinking in his heart, why is this little thing so unamusing? She then began to eat. After tasting Zhao Qingfeng's cooking, Chen Lexi's eyes lit up. Brother Qingfeng, your cooking is awesome. I'll be blessed in the future. Ha ha. Her big eyes looked at Zhao Qingfeng with a look of adoration and love. Continuing, starting today, I'm your super little fangirl. Happy or not? Are you happy? I'm happy you sister. You can't even eat. Zhao Qingfeng said stiffly. Zhao Yi, who had collected her tears, chimed in. That's right. Hurry up and eat Chen Lexi. Brace yourself. Chapter 76, Pervert Chen Lexi. Chen Lexi didn't pay attention to Zhao Qingfeng, but Zhao Ye disliked her and sulked. Ugh, how do you talk to mom? Zhao Yi hummed. You're not my mom. You're Chen Lushi. My mom is Bai Xiaoxing. Chen Lexi was disappointed when she didn't break her defense and continued. It's fine. You'll have two moms in the future. I'll definitely treat you better than Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Ye angrily said. You're good for nothing. It made the little one explode, so one could imagine how much she hated Chen Lexi. But then, Chen Lexi didn't care and happily teased her. The meal ended. with difficulty, with the two of them going back and forth. After Zhao Yi finished her meal, she didn't want to look at Chen Lixi anymore, and holding her cell phone, she slipped inside her room and closed the door with a bang. Chen Lexi smiled cheekily and said, "Ugh, she's not going to sue, is she?" "No." Zhao Qingfeng said lightly that his own daughter knows herself. Zhao Ye would most likely not sue, but was probably thinking about when to get the scene back in front of Chen Lexi. Zhao Yi lost the fight at today's dinner party. "Okay, dinner's done. Time to get down to business. Where's your room?" Chen Lexi then went to drag her suitcase and look around. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "You don't want to sleep in my room, do you? Do you think that's possible?" "What's impossible? Are you going to separate from me?" Chen Lexi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goddamn separation." Zhao Qingfeng pointed to a guest room and said faintly, "You can sleep in that room. There is a separate bathroom inside. Don't come out if you are fine." Seeing that room, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled. That was the room where Lin Yuan had stayed. Chen Lexi's expression became frustrated and hesitated for a while before reluctantly throwing the suitcase in. "But come out soon." "Ugh, I'm exhausted." "Brother Qingfeng, you didn't say anything to help me. Seeing that my back is sore, don't you feel any pain at all?" Chen Lexi saw Zhao Qingfeng swiping a short video on the sofa, so she walked over and said in a sly manner. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. So he said, "This suitcase doesn't weigh much, and it has wheels. Where is it tired?" When Chen Lexi's big eyes rolled, she said in a cheerful manner, "But there's more than one suitcase. I'm traveling with a heavy load." "What load forward?" Zhao Qingfeng was dismayed. On Chen Lexi's body, besides the suitcase, there was nothing else. "Ah, hey." Chen Lexi's smile was slightly flirtatious as she reached out and upended them, saying, "They're so heavy. Why don't you help me hold them up, so I won't be so tired?" What the is this word of the tiger and the wolf? Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously looked at it, and the whole person was not good, and he could only be speechless again. But then again, this girl didn't know what she had grown up on. At only 19 years old, she was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than her peers. It was Bailey Yu who came and had to be defeated. Seeing that Zhao Qingfeng ignored her, Chen Lexi felt uninterested, so she sat down on the sofa and stayed close to Zhao Qingfeng. "Brother Qingfeng, why do you want to get a divorce?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "This has nothing to do with you. And, please take your hands away and show some respect." With that, he moved to the side. Chen Lexi snapped and withdrew her hand. "Alas, it must be Bai Xiaoxing who has wronged you, isn't it?" Zhao Qingfeng was silent. Regarding Bai Xiaoxing's matter, he didn't like to confide in someone else, not to mention that this person was still Chen Lexi. It's not a ing little sister anymore. It's purely a little pervert. Chen Lexi paid attention to his expression and immediately understood. Volunteering. It must be that she has wronged you. "Don't worry, Brother Qingfeng. I'll find someone to clean her up and help you out." "You stop it." Zhao Qingfeng sighed. "Don't play those childish tricks. It's quite meaningless." Chen Lexi froze for a moment, and a cold light immediately flashed in her eyes. "I see what you mean, Brother Qingfeng. Is that kind of tactic is too petty? It's fine. I have a lot of bodyguards at home, and guns. I'll call and make arrangements now." Zhao Qingfeng was startled and hurriedly pressed her hand. "No, what's wrong with you being crazy? I told you to stay out of my business." His problem with Bai Xiaoxing was an emotional one, but it was never intended to hurt Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing never wanted to hurt him, at least in her subjective sense. Divorce is enough. There is no need for any other retaliation. But Zheng Zixuan is different. He and his mom, both have to die. Chen Lexi was a bit aggravated and said, "I just want to help you. You're doing me the biggest favor by not giving me trouble." Zhao Qingfeng said in annoyance, "Someone tried to kidnap you even yesterday, and you're still running around today. I don't have any bodyguards with guns here." Chen Lexi said, "Brother Qingfeng, you don't know this. My family is very angry about what happened yesterday. No one dares to lay a hand on me now." Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and stopped asking more questions. The left and right were some powerful family fights that he didn't even have the qualifications to know about, let alone participate in. "Okay, it's getting late. If you want to go back, go back. If you don't go back, go to that room and take a shower and go to bed." Zhao Qingfeng said and got up, ready to put water in Zhao Ye's bath, but halfway there, he suddenly remembered something, so he turned back and asked, "Ugh, where's my $2 million? Chen Lexi's eyes revealed a wry look. Hey, there's no money, but whatever you want, I'll buy it for you." "Oh." Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched as he grunted in dissatisfaction and left. Damn, why Su Choran and Chen Lexi both like to play this set. The front are said well, the mention of money becomes an iron rooster, not a hare. Alas, it is true that the best means of testing a woman is to ask her for money. Evening. Only after putting Zhao Ye to sleep did Zhao Qingfeng return to his room. "I swiped a short video for a while and drifted off to sleep." He's dreaming again. In the dream, It was by Xiaoxing's devilish figure, and Zhao Qingfeng was almost obsessed. Why is this slippery, soft touch so real? Also, by Xiaoxing and I will soon be divorced. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingfeng steeply woke up. The next second, he froze. The touch in his palm was surprisingly the same as inside the dream, and he subconsciously squeezed it. Well, inside the covers, a shy voice suddenly hummed. In this instant, Zhao Qingfeng's scalp went numb as he violently lifted the quilt and saw a snowy white. It's Chen Lexi. It's just that the little pervert Chen Lexi was, at this moment, rare and shy. With a reddened face, she shrunk into a ball and grunted. Brother Qingfeng, it's a bit cold. Get out. Zhao Qingfeng's face turned blue, so he began to inspect. After realizing that nothing irreparable had happened, he was furious. Chen Lexi, are you crazy? You have too much guts. Zhao Qingfeng regretted why he didn't lock the door at night. Chen Lexi was disgruntled and said reluctantly, I'm not leaving, I'm going to be here. Don't make me throw you out. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth. When Chen Lexi saw the seriousness of his expression, she hugged her pillow and reluctantly got up. Suddenly, she let out an ouch as her pillow inexplicably fell and she picked it up slowly. In this instant, she noticed that Zhao Qingfeng's eyes straightened for a moment, and Chen Lexi became very pleased in her heart. How could Zhao Qingfeng not see that she was doing it on purpose? So he scolded, Chen Lexi, don't give me this. Don't learn at a young age. How do you know? Chen Lexi's eyes widened, but in the next second she shyly bowed her head. Anyway, you saw it. Be responsible for me. Chapter 77, A Handed Knife. One stops it. Look at. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't stand it, so he got up and prepared to push her out. However, Chen Lexi was shocked. Her mouth was open wide enough to stuff an egg. Go go go. Zhao Qingfeng's old face flushed, so he pushed her out the door. Chen Lexi stood outside, shocked for a full minute before returning to the guest room with a heavy heart. Lying on the bed, she had a complex expression of shyness, fear, and anticipation. For the next little while, in order to have a successful divorce, Zhao Qingfeng had to let Chen Lexi stay here temporarily. He and Chen Lexi, though, are almost gender swapped. He was on the defensive against Chen Lexi. This girl was a bit crazy and very perverted. She couldn't be given the slightest chance. Time just went by day. Inside the company, Zhao Qingfeng gradually familiarized himself with, not limited to telemarketing, began to go outside with Lin Xingxing to run the business. This moment he finally understood that it is not easy to do sales. Not being able to take breaks in the wind and rain, and not being able to eat on time in order to see clients is the norm. What's more, in order to sell the products, facing the cold eyes of the customers are used to. The most memorable thing for Zhao Qingfeng is that once they were even pointed at their nose and told them to get out. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't even stand it anymore, but Lin Xingxing hurriedly pulled him to endure it. That's the heartache of being in sales. Zhao Qingfeng's first job had a deep feeling for him, and perhaps even if he became successful in the future, the experience of this time would remain unforgettable. Only to go to work for half a month, he still had not seen the mysterious general manager Zhou, that is, Su Qiuran's sister-in-law Zhou Mei. He still got off work at 4 o'clock, and then he went to pick up Zhao Yiyi from the Imperial River residence. Bai Xiaoxing always took advantage of this time to pester him, and Zhao Qingfeng's attitude remained the same. Zhao Ye was sometimes willing to go back, sometimes she would sleep at Bai Liyu's place, and it was worth mentioning that she hadn't said anything about Chen Lexi living at home, because she seemed to have some improvement in her relationship with Chen Lexi. Sometimes Zhao Qingfeng even saw the two heads of Chen Lexi and Zhao Ye coming together, and didn't know what the crickets were about. When they saw him coming, both of them looked up at once, pretending to have nothing to do, and wondering what their little secret was. As for Su Qiuran, he hadn't seen anyone for a while. However, through WeChat, she messaged and chatted with Zhao Qingfeng every day, saying that she had gone out of town for something. The days just went by. In a flash, it was July 14th. Tomorrow was the time for the court hearing, and it only occurred to Zhao Qingfeng today that there was one last thing left to do. That is to go and get the real estate license of the house in Fairview, which is one of the proofs that he is capable of raising Zhao Yiyi. After inquiring about Su Qiuran, he went to the sales center. You must be Mr. Zhao. My name is Peng Wentao. You can call me Xiao Peng. Please follow me. A young man with a handsome face smiled at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook his hand. Fairview is not like other lots of houses, and with the help of Peng Wentao, Zhao Qingfeng quickly got the real estate license in his hands. Zhao Qingfeng put his heart down and said goodbye to him. Peng Wentao said, my number is 1510-279-4788. If you have friends around you who want to buy a house, they can all contact me. Zhao Qingfeng nodded as he was quite satisfied with his service attitude. Seeing the bright red house book in his hand, Zhao Qingfeng's heart was inexplicably solid. This thin book of certificates is one of the sources of security for countless Chinese. After going to the Royal River residence to pick up Zhao Yiyi, Zhao Qingfeng went straight home. but he didn't notice that there was a car behind him with 2 pairs of eyes peering at him. "Master, follow that car," Zhang Xiu said in a hurry. The driver nodded and followed Zhao Qingfeng's old Audi. It didn't take long to get to Fairview. Zhang Zixuan and Zhang Xiu stared at Zhao Qingfeng and waited until he got on the elevator before running out of the shadows to check. "Mom, he did move." On the 3rd floor, Zhang Zixuan said with some excitement. Zhang Xiu sneered. It seems that the relationship between him and Bai Xiaoxing has already broken down, so let's add another fire today. Zhang Zixuan nodded heavily. Zhang Xiu suddenly said, on Bai Xiaoxing's side, you can't just let her come over. The purpose is too obvious and the effect will be greatly reduced. This way, you listen to me. You just use the work software to send a message with her. Just say, obviously, she's experienced. Under Zhang Xiu's guidance, Zhang Zixuan then sent a message to Bai Xiaoxing, Sister Xiaoxing, I'm visiting a client at Fairview Mileage today, and I think I saw my brother-in-law. Bai Xiaoxing, who was preparing to meet the Imperial River residents, was shocked when she saw this news. Just can't help but think, husband don't meet with Zhang Zixuan again. When she thought of this, she was anxious in her heart, and she hurriedly turned the direction and drove over to Fairview. Zhao Qingfeng took Xiaoye home. Just as he opened the door, he heard Chen Lexi's voice. Welcome home brother Qingfeng. I'll help you change your shoes. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment when he saw Chen Lexi. This girl didn't know where she got a maid's outfit from, and it looked quite like that. It's the fact that the clothes, which were originally fitted, look a little tight when she holds them up. Zhao Qingfeng brain veins rose. Who let you wear this? Take off. Not. Change. Back to the room to change. Chen Lexi was the little pervert. If she didn't change her words, she really dared to take it off in front of Zhao Qingfeng. Obey, brother Qingfeng. Chen Lexi pretended to be obedient, smiled and made an okay gesture before drilling back into her room. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, so he put the real estate license away and went to the kitchen to prepare for cooking. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Qingfeng turned around and opened the door. When he saw the two of them outside, Zhang Xiu and Zhang Zixuan, his eyes suddenly changed and his face became incomparably cold. It's you guys? Hello brother-in-law. I came over to apologize, Zhang Zixuan said seriously. Zhang Xiu also lamented. Qingfeng is our family Zixuan sorry you are? The things of the past you must not take it to heart. The past let him pass. Zhao Qingfeng said coldly. Finished? Hurry up and get out when you're done. Zhang Zixuan's face changed, and his expression became frustrated as he said, brother-in-law, can you talk to Sister Xiaoxing? She's ignoring me right now. I don't know where I did wrong. Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't be in a good mood when he saw them, so he sneered and said, don't pretend with me. You know in your own heart what you've done. Saying that, he raised his finger to the sky. There are some things that the heavens are watching. Your days, before long, will come to an end. When Zhang Zixuan heard this, his spine inexplicably chilled. Zhang Xiu's pupils shrunk, suddenly knelt on the ground and said, Qingfeng With that, she burst into snotty sobs. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was cold, pointing at the elevator. I don't want to talk nonsense with you guys. Now get the hell out of here. Take advantage of it. Cherish it, don't advance. Looking for death. Zhang Zixuan was still ready to speak. Zhao Yiyi suddenly came over and asked suspiciously, Daddy, who are they? Zhang Xiu's eyes flickered and touched Zhang Zixuan's arm. Zhang Zixuan took a deep breath and quietly turned off the recording button on his cell phone before he stopped acting, and in a very small voice, he sneered at Zhao Qingfeng. You're just a loser. Bai Xiaoxing doesn't want you anymore, right? Sooner or later she's mine. There's also this little girl Zhao Yiyi. When she's a bit older she'll also be mine. Buy one get one free ha. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly widened his eyes and kicked out without hesitation. Zhang Zixuan then couldn't laugh anymore, only to feel a huge pain coming from his stomach as his entire body was kicked down and slid out 2 to 3 meters on the smooth floor tiles. You, looking for, die. Zhao Qingfeng's voice, containing a lingering killing intent, rushed out to kick him hard. Zhang Zixuan clutched his head, the intense pain all over his body far exceeding anything he had ever felt before. He wailed. Just then, honey, a cry of alarm came from not far away, and Bai Xiaoxing was seen running over in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother with him, his eyes incomparably cold. Brother Qingfeng, use this. Chen Lexi suddenly ran out and handed out a cold, shining kitchen knife. Zhang Zixuan and Zhang Xiu were completely confused. They're aiming to get hurt, not really seeking death. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng take the kitchen knife without hesitation, Zhang Zixuan was dumbfounded and just burst out with a pig-killing wail. Aha! Help! Murder! Honey, no! Bai Xiaoxing didn't have time to care who Chen Lexi was, and when she saw the kitchen knife in Zhao Qingfeng's hand, she panicked, so she rushed over to him and hugged him by the waist. P.S. Here's the question. Is it better to pass the knife in this situation, or stop it? Chapter 78 Bai Xiaoxing vs Chen Lexi. Seeing Bai Xiaoxing arrive, joy immediately surfaced in the eyes of Zhang Xiu and Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan quickly wailed, "Sister Xiaoxing, brother-in-law is beating me and wants to kill me. Stop him." Where did Bai Xiaoxing have the time to take care of him? She was desperately trying to stop Zhao Qingfeng at this moment, trembling and dissuading. "Hubby, you have something to say. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were cold to the extreme, holding the kitchen knife steadily in his hand as he said in a deep voice, "Let go. I'm not letting go. Yi is still here. I can't let you mess around." Bai Xiaoxing's voice took on a sobbing tone, and it was clear that she was panicking in her heart. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a few seconds before he faintly asked, "You're protecting them?" "I didn't." Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly walked to Zhao Qingfeng and looked at his eyes anxiously explaining, "I'm worried about you. We can discuss anything. There are many ways to achieve the goal. If you cut him now, it won't end well. Something will happen." When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he inexplicably smiled. With a great sigh of relief, Zhang Zixuan climbed to his feet and said accusingly, "Sister Xiaoxing, we just came over to apologize. I didn't expect my brother-in-law to beat me up like crazy. If you didn't come, my brother-in-law would really want to chop me up today." Woo woo woo. Zhang Xiu, still kneeling on the ground, sniffed and gave his son a great praise in his heart. "It's perfect. It's unbeatable." If nothing else, Bai Xiaoxing would immediately be heartbroken, and that would accomplish the goal. However, not only did Bai Xiaoxing's expression not show any heartache, his face sank completely. At this moment, she thought of Su Qiaoran, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it in the past, but hearing Zhang Zixuan say this today made her feel especially harsh. "Sister Xiaoxing, don't be angry. This matter is all my fault. If I didn't come to my brother-in-law dash." Zhang Zixuan's voice, as always, contained the slightest hint of aggravation. Only this time, his words were not finished. "Have you said enough?" He heard Bai Xiaoxing interrupt him, his voice seeming to be suppressed to the extreme. In the next second, a vicious kick was delivered to Zhang Zixuan. She's wearing high heels. The kick did not know where it hit, causing Zhang Zixuan to violently curl up on the ground. His expression twisted in pain to the point that he could only open his mouth wide, but could not make any sound. Zhao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow when he saw this. Bai Xiaoxing turned her head, seeing Zhang Zixuan's mother and son. Her eyes contained a strong look of disgust as she snapped, "Zhang Zixuan, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't seek death for me." Zhang Xiu froze. That's not at all what she envisioned. She then could only wail and explain, "Gu, Xiaoxing ah, Zixian really didn't have bad intentions ah. He just had a guilty conscience and came over to apologize ah." Bai Xiaoxing coldly said, "Shut up too. I don't care what you guys are doing here. Now get the hell out of here." Zhang Xiu was still ready to speak, and Zhang Zixuan slowed down a bit, noticing Bai Xiaoxing's expression, as well as the brightly shining kitchen knife in Zhao Qingfeng's hand, and became completely terrified. He then scrambled over and climbed over, stopping Zhang Xiu from continuing to speak, before the two of them helped each other up and walked towards the elevator. At this point, "Did I say to let you go?" Zhao Qingfeng's voice was cold, causing Zhang Zixuan to shiver and chill. Then he got on his feet even faster and ran into the elevator without looking back. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, but they were destined to not escape, so he let them leave. Bai Xiaoxing turned back to her husband, noting his expression, and pulled on his arm, explaining, "Hubby, I really didn't protect them." Cluck, cluck, cluck. At this time, Chan Lexi, who had been watching the show, gloated and laughed, AI, but you're clearly protecting them and letting the people go. Oh, who are you?" When Bai Xiaoxing noticed Chan Lexi, her eyes turned cold and questioned, "Is there a place for you to talk here? What was your intention in handing my husband a knife just now?" In fact, she had seen Chen Lexi at the entrance of the police station that day, only that Chen Lexi's image of a heavily made-up little sister at that time was far from the image of a quirky young girl now, so she didn't recognize her. Chen Lexi laughed playfully, "Brother Qingfeng is angry. Of course I have to take it out on him ah. Without a handful of guys, hitting people doesn't even hurt, even if they deserve to die. You can't have my husband do it. Do you know how serious the consequences of hacking them to death are? You're not taking out your anger. You're harming my husband." Bai Xiaoxing growled lowly in anger. Chen Lexi said indifferently, "What do you care? Just have fun." Bai Xiaoxing ignored her and instead said to Zhao Qingfeng, "Hubby, who is this woman? She has bad intentions. You stay away from her." Zhao Qingfeng was non-committal, walked into the house and put down the kitchen knife, carrying the stunned Zhao Ye to her room. Bai Xiaoxing was about to follow him in, but was stopped by Chen Lexi. "I'm Chan Lexi." Hearing herself report her name, Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment and her face immediately sank. "So it's you. You're the one who found someone to beat up my husband and my brother last time?" Last time, she knew the name Chen Lexi from Bai Chen Yang's mouth, and now she immediately recalled it. Chen Lexi waved his hand. "Alas, a good man does not mention his courage. Bai Xiaoxing was silent for a few seconds before she sneered. I see, you really do have bad intentions, so you deliberately set up my husband, don't you? Let me tell you, no matter what your background is, if you have bad thoughts about my husband, I will definitely not let you off. Chen Lexi's eyes widened. How could I think badly of brother Qingfeng? I would only feel sorry for brother. With a twitch of her cheeks, Bai Xiaoxing gritted her teeth. This is even more of a no-no. Now you can get lost. Don't stop me. The way I see it, you're the one who has to roll. Chen Lexi's smile withdrew and her expression suddenly became serious. Bai Xiaoxing, ask yourself, have you ever trusted brother Qingfeng? Without thinking, Bai Xiaoxing said, of course I trust my husband. You believe? Chen Lexi said disdainfully. Do you think that with brother Qingfeng's character, he really would have been so impulsive as to hack them to death just now regardless of the consequences? As for the broken arms and legs, don't tell me that the strength of the Tiandongbai family can't take care of it? Not to mention, these two people entered the house to seek provocation. Who knows what they were doing here? There's no camera here, so maybe they're stealing something, or entering a room to hurt someone, or even attempting to abduct Yi Yi. Under these circumstances, it's reasonable for brother Qingfeng to act in self-defense and cut them to serious injuries, right? Chen Lexi spoke slowly and methodically, and Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank. This girl, she looks crazy, but her mind is so meticulous? She took a deep breath and coldly said, I see things from a different perspective than you do. I don't want my husband to get involved in this kind of thing, nor do I want him to suffer any harm. Not to mention that Yi Yi was also there just now. If there is any dirty work that needs to be done, naturally there are other people to do it. Then why don't you do it? Chen Lexi sneered. That pussy has come to brother Qingfeng more than once to provoke him, right? Did you make any moves? Bai Xiaoxing was silent. Chen Lexi shook her head. Also, you need to stop calling out for your husband. You're getting divorced soon. Tomorrow. Chapter 79, he said Bai Xiaoxing wasn't qualified. The word divorce clearly poked Bai Xiaoxing's soft underbelly. Her expression flustered. She retorted sternly. Shut up. Ugh. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to say it. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and continued. Divorce, 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 divorce. Tomorrow is a good day. You are going to be divorced. Bai Xiaoxing couldn't bear it anymore and went straight forward, brutally squeezing Chen Lexi out of the way before walking into the house. Chen Lexi was furious. Are you unable to play? Talking is talking. What does it mean to make a move? Bai Xiaoxing ignored her and walked straight into Zhao Ye's room. Zhao Ye's expression was a bit scared, and when she saw Bai Xiaoxing come in, she shouted out in a small voice, Mom! Zhao Qingfeng hugged her with a stoic expression. Bai Xiaoxing walked over and took Yi Yi from Zhao Qingfeng's arms and said, Hubby, believe me, I admit that I did wrong in the past, but I really didn't protect them today. I'm just worried about you and Yi Yi. Look, Yi Yi is scared. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Okay, I trust you. Bai Xiaoxing blushed. So we're not getting divorced. You go to the court and withdraw the case. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly sneered. Why did Zhang Zixuan and his mom come over? And who brought this trouble? Bai Xiaoxing froze. Zhao Qingfeng said, Bai Xiaoxing, you don't have a heart at all. This pile of things is the result of your own making. This time I believe that you didn't protect them, but it doesn't mean that I will forgive. Tomorrow's marriage, the divorce is final. The fact that he said such words in front of Zhao Ye meant that there was no room for a half-hearted reprieve. Bai Xiaoxing's expression was hard to bear, and her heart grew more and more resentful towards Zhang Zixuan. She said in a somewhat low voice, Honey, I won't agree to a divorce, and the court won't award one. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, We'll find out tomorrow. Mommy and Daddy, will you go outside? Zhao Ye suddenly spoke. One could hear the sobbing in her voice that was suppressed to the core. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. His expression flashed with a flash of guilt, and he got up to leave, regardless of who was right and who was wrong, and for what reason. Yi Yi is bound to suffer immensely. Bai Xiaoxing hugged Zhao Ye and said to her heartbreakingly, Yay, it's Mommy who's sorry for Daddy, but Mommy knows it's wrong, and Mommy won't give up. Zhao Yi's eyes were watery with tears building up, and when she heard these words, she nodded heavily. You get some sleep and don't think. Daddy and Mommy love you. Bai Xiaoxing put Zhao Ye on the bed and gave her a kiss on the cheek before walking out and closing the door. Alone inside the room, Zhao Ye finally couldn't help herself and flopped down on her pillow, whimpering and crying. Within moments, tears were wetting the pillow. When he arrived outside, he saw Zhao Qingfeng sitting on the sofa, smoking a stuffy cigarette. Thinking about Zhao Yi still made him feel bad in his heart. Chen Lexi sat next to him and thought that he was upset because of Zhang Zixuan and the others. So she chirped, Brother Qingfeng, don't be angry. Those two people are just little caramels. I'll help you out later. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened when he realized that she was too close to her husband, and he sprinted over to her, pulling her up and saying angrily, Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Lexi was upset and said, This is my home. Why should I leave? Your house? Bai Xiaoxing froze, subconsciously surveying her surroundings. She realized that some traces of a woman had appeared inside her home, which made her heart jump heavily. Incredible panic. Strongly suppressing her emotions, she said sternly, Chan Lexi, you are not welcome here. Now please get out immediately. Chan Lexi grunted. Bai Xiaoxing, how big a face are you? I'll go out when you say so? Do you want some face when you live inside a married man's house? Bai Xiaoxing was so furious that he was somewhat incoherent. Only, Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyes and gave her a faint look, then said to Chan Lexi, this is my home. She's not qualified to let you go. Bai Xiaoxing heard the déjà vu words as if she was dumbfounded. She remembered. It was something she had said in chapter 17, and now it was being returned in its original form, word for word. It was hard to describe Bai Xiaoxing's mood right now. She was silent for a while before revealing a smile that was even worse than crying, walking over to Zhao Qingfeng and saying in a trembling voice, husband, don't do this to me, okay? I'm so heartbroken. I'm so hard to bear. Chen Lexi frowned and muttered in a low voice. Self-inflicted. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, I was once just like you. It was hard and painful. But I'm fine now. The past is fine. Don't go over there. Can't go over there. Bai Xiaoxing kept shaking her head, tears falling like broken beads. Zhao Qingfeng sighed lightly, then got up. Have you eaten? I'll go make some if you haven't. Hearing these polite words, Bai Xiaoxing panicked for the millionth time. At this moment, she felt that even if her husband scolded her and accused her, it was still much better than this seemingly polite but actually distant honey. Bai Xiaoxing couldn't hold herself together any longer and rushed up to hug him fiercely, losing her voice and crying. Chen Lexi was annoyed when she looked at it. What does this woman mean? This is too much. Casually hugged, and did not ask brother Qingfeng willing. Humph, bad woman. Only that she had forgotten that when she climbed into bed, she hadn't asked Zhao Qingfeng if he was willing. Let's just say that people are double standardized. Zhao Qingfeng pushed her away and said quietly, the court will be in session tomorrow, so save some decency for each. I'm going to cook. If you want to eat, stay for a while. If you don't want to eat, you can go back. With that, he walked into the kitchen. Bai Xiaoxing looked at his back and could only wipe tears straight from her eyes with regret. Chen Lexi was in a better mood then, and smiled smugly. Certain people, it's better to accept reality. Don't worry, I'll take care of brother Qingfeng. This was something that Su Qiran had also said before. Bai Xiaoxing wasn't so quick to break her defense. She wiped her tears and rushed into Zhao Qingfeng's room without paying attention to Chen Lexi. It was only after a careful inspection that he was relieved. She then came out, turned around a bit more, found Chen Lexi's guest room, and walked in. When Chen Lexi froze, he said in a disgruntled manner, Hey, woman, who gave you permission to enter my room? Bai Xiaoxing came out before sneering. What are you pretending with me? Don't think I don't know that you're just dead set on living here. I advise you to stay away from my husband. Chen Lexi glared at her and grunted. I won't leave. I just like brother Qingfeng. I want to marry him. This girl, but also really mouth. Bai Xiaoxing heart is very annoyed. So he said, you and he are not suitable. Just say the age. He is 10 years older than you. What is this? Love can break through all obstacles, and brother Qingfeng and I will be crowned with success. Chen Lexi's voice carried longing. Dreaming? Bai Xiaoxing was much more at ease when she thought of Chen Lexi's background, and faintly said, do you know what love means? You're looking for the wrong person. This is a moth to a flame. No good results. What's more, will your family agree? You'd better go back. You fart. Chen Lexi gritted her teeth as Bai Xiaoxing's words touched a certain string in her heart. Thinking of her parents who were far away in the capital, Chen Lexi's expression flashed with a ray of worry. Then he said, Bai Xiaoxing, it's useless for you to say such things to me. Brother Qingfeng will accept me sooner or later. Chapter 80 Zhang Zixuan's accident. Bai Xiaoxing was so angry that she scolded. Shut up. Chen Lexi marveled. I really like it when you're impotent and furious. Hasn't anyone told you that you're in need of a beating? Bai Xiaoxing said through clenched teeth. Chen Lexi laughed playfully. There are many who want to beat me up, but no one has the guts. I guess you wouldn't dare either. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank as she said, You've misjudged me. If you dare to steal my husband, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Chen Lexi smiled devilishly as she heard this. Looks like I'm going to make the first move. Bai Xiaoxing frowned, but immediately stretched. Calmly, he said, Go ahead then, but I don't think you have what it takes. Chen Lexi snorted coldly and immediately took out her cell phone. He was just about to make the call, but he froze violently, then stared at Bai Xiaoxing and sneered. Bai Xiaoxing said, What? Don't dare? Chen Lexi said indifferently, You're deliberately provoking me. You're Yi Ye's biological mother after all. If I make a move against you, no matter what the outcome is, it's unlikely that brother Qingfeng and Yi will accept me anymore. She thought a little and understood very well. Brother Qingfeng from the beginning to the end of the claim is only a divorce, never wanted to take revenge on Bai Xiaoxing. If he did something behind his back, he might be angry. I will have even less chance. This woman even used her body to get into the game. What an evil mind. Fortunately, Chen Lexi is not a vegetarian. A glance to see her intentions, so I did not fall for it. Thinking of this, Chen Lexi's eyes turned smug. Bai Xiaoxing was a little disappointed. It seemed that Chen Lexi wasn't so easy to deal with, perhaps even more difficult than Su Qiuran, and she was frustrated just thinking about it. Blame it on your sister. What a load of lust. Now other women are living in the house in a dignified manner. She felt that she was really brainwashed. Why did she prefer to believe her sister's words? What not to entangle? What to let both sides calm down for a few days, and then listen to Bai Liu? It is estimated that the year will be wrong. Do you know who gave this house to my husband? Bai Xiaoxing thought about it and suddenly said. Chen Lexi was really caught up, so she inquired. Who is it? Su Qiuran. Bai Xiaoxing said faintly. Chen Lexi was shocked. Sister Qiuran? Bai Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow. You know her? Chen Lexi smiled and said. That's for sure. She and I are like sisters. We are very close. Su Qiuran is also hitting on my husband. Bai Xiaoxing said calmly. What? Chen Lexi froze, then gritted her teeth. Su Qiuran, right? Good enough. I'll remember her. What a love like a sister. Bai Xiaoxing sneered in her heart and felt that this move to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf should have an unexpected effect. She had already made up her mind to go back and read the 36 stratagems or even Sun Tzu's Art of War. After all, chasing after a husband was not child's play and required strategy. Chen Lexi was inexplicably angry, so she ground her teeth. Humph, I treat you as my sister, and you actually want to steal brother Qingfeng with. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing felt very uncomfortable and said, Chen Lexi, watch what you say. This is my husband. Don't think some crooked thoughts. He won't like you being so small. I'm small? Chen Lexi was indignant, so she straightened up and said, open your doggy eyes, show me clearly, who's really small. Bai Xiaoxing glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. With such a tempting fruit lying around, can a husband resist not eating it? It had to be said that Chen Lexi's excesses were enough to stand proud of the crowd, and even Bai Xiaoxing was inferior to him. She blushed and said, that's about all you've got. Chen Lexi crossed her waist and smiled triumphantly, thinking to herself, although you are so much better looking, I am young and surly. If brother Qingfeng can endure the first day, can he endure the 15th? Thinking about this, Chen Lexi felt that the future was bright. Soon after, while the two were fighting, Zhao Qingfeng brought the meal to the dining room and greeted. Dinner is ready. Okay, I'll go yell for Yi Yi. Bai Xiaoxing was in a much better mood, so she said to Zhao Qingfeng, I have to say, she has an undefeatable spirit, very persistent and stubborn. Even though Zhao Qingfeng's attitude was already clear, she still wouldn't give up. It was a while before Bai Xiaoxing came out holding Zhao Ye. Her eyes were still red and she called out to Zhao Qingfeng, Dad, come eat. Dad made your favorite braised pork. Zhao Qingfeng added a bowl of rice to Zhao Ye and just handed it to her with a smile. He knew his daughter had just cried, and in his heart he knew she would cry again in the future, but there was no way around it. Sooner or later it always comes, and when my daughter is older, it may be even harder to accept. So, even though it was hard, he had to take the step of divorce, but relatively speaking, his love for his daughter would not diminish by half. No, it's more. After all, it used to be love too. Now, it's only one. Aha. Zhao Ye murmured a low hum and sat down on the chair, taking small bites of rice. Seeing Zhao Ye's state, Chen Lexi didn't fight with Bai Xiaoxing anymore. In an odd and dreary atmosphere, the four men finished the meal. Evening. You should go back, Zhao Qingfeng said to Bai Xiaoxing. I'm not leaving. This time, without Bai Liu pulling her. Bai Xiaoxing said nothing and refused to go. What's more, Chen Lexi was still here, so Bai Xiaoxing had to be on guard. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, Stop it. What are you staying here for? If she can stay here, why can't I stay here? Could it be that in your heart, this girl is even more important than me? Bai Xiaoxing pointed at Chen Lexi and inquired with some trembling. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. This analogy doesn't make any sense. That's it. Chen Lexi playfully added from the side. Hurry back, ex-wife's sister. I'll stay. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were red and stubborn as she glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, then turned around quickly and ran into Zhao Ye's room. I'll sleep with Ye. A few tears fell in the air as she turned around. Zhao Qingfeng stared at Zhao Ye's room for a few seconds before going to the dining room to clean up the dishes. Chen Lexi grunted and said with dissatisfaction, This ex-wife's sister. She's really shameless. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he said, You're not much worse. Big brother, don't say second brother. His heart is actually very helpless. 1-2, all shameless. From this aspect, Su Qiuran is better. After washing up, Zhao Qingfeng locked the door to his room and laid down on the bed. Suddenly, he received a message from Bai Xiaoxing. Hubby, Zhang Zixuan broke his leg in an accident. He'll have to use crutches from now on. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and didn't reply to the message. After a while, Chen Lexi's message was also sent. Brother Qingfeng, ha 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 ha, I'm telling you that Zhang Zixuan broke one of his legs at home and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. But guess what? He had another accident. His other leg was broken as well, and he'll be confined to a wheelchair from now on. Don't you think that's funny? Zhao Qingfeng looked on and couldn't help but shake his head, revealing a smile. The accidents that Zhang Zixuan encountered today were really quite a lot. He then didn't return, put down his cell phone and went to sleep. Late night, Bai Xiaoxing quietly drilled out of Zhao Ye's room and went to the door of her husband's room and fumbled around for a long time, and after realizing that it was unlocked, she revealed an expression of disappointment. Humph, woman, you really are a thief. A cold grunt suddenly came from behind him. Bai Xiaoxing then turned back, and by the light of the moon, she found Chen Lexi standing behind her in her thin pajamas, hugging a pillow. What do you care? What's wrong with me looking for my husband? Bai Xiaoxing said coldly. Suddenly, she froze for a moment, pointed at Chen Lexi, and gritted her teeth. I'd like to ask, why did you appear here? Chapter 81. Give me a chance. Just once. Chen Lexi grunted when her eyes rolled. I'm going to pee. You go to the bathroom and hug a pillow? Are you kidding me? Get this straight. Bai Xiaoxing had already guessed what she was trying to do, and was so shocked and angry that her fists were clenched. Chen Lexi perceived the words and watched the color. Saw Bai Xiaoxing are red warm. Feet wiped the oil. Also do not go to the toilet. A smoke ran into their own room. Unlocked. If it is not to see that you have not yet divorced, I am high and low and you break up. Chen Lexi also understands that this matter is not reasonable. Just 36 counts to walk on the position. The more Bai Xiaoxing thought about it, the angrier she got. So she went over and tapped on her door, lowering her voice and yelling, Chen Lexi, you come out and open the door. Not open. Chen Lexi's muffled voice came out from the room. Bai Xiaoxing tossed and turned outside for a while before angrily returning to Yi's room. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng had just walked out of the room when he saw Bai Xiaoxing sitting on the sofa with red eyes. When he froze for a moment, he said faintly, so early. Honey, that woman, why was she at the door of your room yesterday? Bai Xiaoxing did not sleep well last night, and she was in a mess in her heart, worrying that her husband would not be able to hold it. So she waited on the sofa early this morning and questioned Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. What woman? Who else? That's her. Bai Xiaoxing pointed at Chen Lexi, who was standing in the doorway watching the show, and said angrily. Chen Lexi quietly opened the door and leaned against the doorframe ready to eat melon, only to be nudged out by Bai Xiaoxing. So she said disdainfully, you don't want to backtrack, ah? It was clearly you who stood in Brother Qingfeng's doorway. Bai Xiaoxing instantly caught fire and said angrily, I'm his wife. It's only natural for me to want to enter his room. And what are you? Zhao Qingfeng said coldly, it's just this much. What's all the noise about? What do you mean? Just a little? Bai Xiaoxing got anxious and said busily, she wants to come into your room at night and you think that's all there is to it? Could it be that? When she said that, her voice began to tremble. You want to cheat on me? You want to cuckold me? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head breathlessly, so he didn't want to pay attention to her and walked towards the bathroom. Get this straight. Bai Xiaoxing completely panicked, hurriedly walked over and pulled his arm. Her eyes reddened and said, can you speak clearly? Did you or did you not have a relationship with her? I am your wife, ah. You say it clearly, or I will go crazy. Rise and shine. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have a good attitude and shook her arm away, then said, the court will be held at 10 o'clock this morning, so get ready. It's time to go to the court. Even if it's a court date, you need to be clear with me. You and her. What exactly is your relationship? Bai Xiaoxing was a little hysterical, her heart thumping wildly. She was afraid to hear that answer. Chen Lexi gloated beside her. He. Of course it's the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Bai Xiaoxing didn't pay any attention to her, but just stared at her husband, wanting to hear his answer in person. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Chen Lexi, then said lightly, don't be unreasonable, she's just my tenant. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Lexi's face disappeared and she pouted and let out a disgruntled sound. Humph. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up and her mood instantly improved. When she saw her husband go to wash up, she stared back at Chen Lexi and sneered. What are you pretending for me? It's as if I'm seeing a little wildcat that's pining for spring. Chen Lexi skimmed her lips. That's also sexy little wildcat. Alas, by the way, the divorce case between you and Brother Qingfeng will be in court soon. Have you prepared your materials yet? What a pot calling the kettle black. Bai Xiaoxing glared fiercely at her and walked into her daughter's room. Chen Lexi stroked his chin in joy. Ugh, what an attitude. I'm not concerned about you. He. Soon after, Zhao Qingfeng washed up and came out. Bai Xiaoxing also walked out holding Zhao Ye. You guys wait a minute. I'll make breakfast. Zhao Qingfeng said and went to the kitchen. Bai Xiaoxing did let Zhao Ye play with her phone for a while she sat on the sofa and fumed. Zhao Qingfeng made breakfast and greeted a few people over to eat. The atmosphere was dull, and even the usually chirpy Zhao Ye didn't speak. After eating, Chen Lexi volunteered. You guys do whatever you want, I'll clean up the dishes. Use you? Bai Xiaoxing was in a bad mood and said in a cold voice to Chen Lexi. I'll do it. Zhao Qingfeng stood up and neatly cleaned up the dishes on the table. For him, doing these things is quite customary. 10 minutes later, he washed his hands and walked to the living room. Chen Lexi sat on the sofa and watched TV, and kept getting high on melon seeds, looking in a pretty good mood, and Bai Xiaoxing is the opposite. She was a little soulful. Go! Zhao Qingfeng walked to the door and opened his mouth. Bai Xiaoxing then held Zhao Ye and slowly followed him out. It was only when she reached the car that Bai Xiaoxing opened her mouth, her voice low. Hubby, first send Yi to my sister's place. Good. Zhao Qingfeng didn't refuse and drove in the direction of the Imperial River residence. When they arrived at Bai Liyu's door, having had a lesson from before, Zhao Qingfeng didn't let them open the door and took the initiative to go over and knock on the door. Seeing several people through the cat's eye, Bai Liyu opened the door. Sister, we have some things to do. Please take care of Yi. Bai Xiaoxing's voice was trembling a bit. Obviously she was very unsettled inside. Bai Liyu nodded her head and led Yi over. Her eyes contained a complex look for a while before she sighed once. Qingfeng, do we really have to go this far? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. It's already happened, so don't ask this question anymore. Ugh. Bai Liyu sighed softly. Her mood was inexplicably bad as well. How good it used to be. She could see Yi at any time, and she could also go upstairs to play the autumn breeze at any time. This brother-in-law, apart from not having much ability, his character and other aspects were all excellent. Many times, she felt that her sister was the happiest woman, but the two people who had been closest to each other were going toe-to-toe in court. You guys go ahead and I'll think it over before you make a decision. Yi is following me today. Finally, Bai Liyu spoke up. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and left with Bai Xiaoxing. Returning to the car again, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's hand, her voice carrying a sobbing tone, a little agitated and trembling. Hubby, let's not go, okay? I don't want a divorce. Not at all. Hubby, I already sent someone to clean up Zhang Zishuan yesterday. He won't come back to affect our family. Give me a chance. Just once. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a while before he said, You have not been able to figure out that it is not him who affects the family, but you. Even if there is no Zhang Zishuan, or there will be Prince Xian, Li Zishuan. From the time you couldn't firmly choose family, our marriage has been riddled with cracks. It's not the last straw that breaks the camel's back, it's every straw. And now, the cover-up is over. When Bai Xiaoxing heard these words, she was struck by lightning and froze for a while before covering her face and sobbing. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't talking and silently started the car. Who are we showing this to now? It's all come to this. It's all too late. Cliffhangers are nothing more than illusions. The reality will only be a fall into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Too late to repent. Besides, Zhang Zishuan only broke his leg. It doesn't hurt. How can my revenge be so trivial? After the divorce, Zhang Zishuan's end is coming soon. Chapter 82, Even my own mother can't beat up my husband. Bai Xiaoxing was crying her heart out, and Zhao Qingfeng was annoyed to hear it. So he said, Can you stop crying? Which knew that when she heard these words, Bai Xiaoxing cried even louder, tearing her heart out. Zhao Qingfeng was upset and pulled paper from the side and handed it to her. After a long time, we finally arrived at the entrance of the tenant court. Only then did Bai Xiaoxing stop crying. She wiped her tears and looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said seriously, Hubby, we won't divorce. I firmly disagree. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and he said coldly, You're really stubborn. With that, he got out of the car. Bai Xiaoxing followed, and the two of them headed toward the entrance of the court. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. A few unexpected people appeared before them. A man with black and white hair, dressed in formal attire and holding a cane, was standing in the doorway. He was expressionless, just standing there quietly, and there was an aura about him that was intimidating. Dad! Bai Xiaoxing shouted in a daze. Zhao Qingfeng frowned before saying, Father-in-law. He did not expect that his father-in-law, Bai Jianghe, would appear at this time in front of the court. Of course it wasn't just the father-in-law. Next to him, besides Zhou Shang, there was also a woman of great charm, about 40 years old. Her name is Jiang Yao, and she is the sequel of Bai Jianghe. When Bai Jianghe saw the two of them, a flash of complexity finally appeared on his ancient, wave-free complexion, saying, Xiaoxing, Qingfeng, for something so big, why didn't you say something to your family? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. Father-in-law, this is something between us. There's no need to involve others. Bai Jianghe frowned, somewhat displeased. You're saying I'm someone else? Zhao Qingfeng then didn't reply and saw the lawyer condensing not far away, so he was ready to walk over. However, Zhao Qingfeng, you really are still so uneducated. Who gave you the guts to dare to sue? Is my by family store something you can enter and leave whenever you want? Accompanied by a cold voice, Zhang Yao stopped in front of Zhao Qingfeng. Her expression was cold and disdainful. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrank as he said, "Get out of the way." Zhang Yao said, "Do you know that this matter has already spread? And you have brought shame to my by family. Now go and withdraw the charges immediately, or don't blame me for being unsympathetic." Zhao Qingfeng stared at her and said word for word, "I am not a member of the family." Yes, he had never been a member of the family, and no matter how powerful the Bai family was, he and Bai Xiaoxing were equals. Ridiculous. How can you have the face to say such things when you eat from the white family and use the white family? Zhang Yao snorted, her tone full of mockery. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, "I've never used half of your money." Zhang Yao, step aside and get out of the way. He still had a few moments of respect for his father-in-law, but for this Zhang Yao, he didn't have half a good face. "How dare you talk to me like that?" Zhang Yao's face turned cold as she directly reached out and flung out her hand, about to slap Zhao Qingfeng. Snap! The crowd was stunned. The one who was beaten was not Zhao Qingfeng. Zhang Yao covered her face and said incredulously, "You hit me?" At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing stood in front of Zhao Qingfeng, her expression incomparably fierce. "You want to hit my husband? Are you looking for death?" Just now, she was the one who stopped in front of Zhao Qingfeng at once and backhanded Zhang Yao. "I'm your mom," Zhang Yao angrily yelled down. Bai Xiaoxing coldly said, "Don't say you're my little mom. Even if you're my real mom, you can't hit my husband." Zhang Yao was furious, pointing at Bai Xiaoxing. "You, come back." At that moment, Bai Zhenghe's calm voice interrupted her. Zhang Yao turned back and looked at Bai Zhenghe. Infinite grievances surfaced in her eyes and said, "She hit me." Bai Zhenghe shook his head and didn't bother with his wife, just quietly gazed at Zhao Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, your move to prosecute. It's excessive. Dad, it's my fault. Don't blame him." Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly stopped in front of Zhao Qingfeng and said with some excitement. Bai Zhenghe frowned. "He's suing to divorce you, and you're still defending him?" Bai Xiaoxing nodded seriously. "Don't say it's just a lawsuit. Even if it's a real divorce, he's still my husband and the aunt of the Bai family." "Nonsense." Bai Zhenghe was a bit angry and took his walking stick and pestled it hard into the ground, making a banging sound. Bai Xiaoxing's face turned a little white. She could be unafraid of others, but her father's majesty still made her heart tremble. She hadn't told anyone about this matter, but she didn't expect her father to know about it, and to kill her early in the morning. "Court will be in session soon. My attorney is over there, so I'll go ahead." Zhao Qingfeng didn't linger, and after he finished speaking, he walked towards the condensation side. After seeing him leave, Bai Zhenghe said, "You don't want a divorce?" "Of course I don't want to. I can't leave my husband. It's just that I made some mistakes and he's suing and I don't blame him. I just regret it." Bai Xiaoxing looked at her husband's back and said with some pain, "Okay, I'll say hello for you." Bai Zhenghe said. Zhao Qingfeng sued, and if the divorce was successful, it would have some negative impact on the Bai family. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, so she said, "I've also communicated with the judge this time, and although the judge didn't explicitly say so, he should give a few points of face, and with you, Dad, saying this, it's even more stable." Bai Zhenghe smiled gently and said, "You haven't been back to Tiandong for a long time. Your grandmother often misses you. Take the time to go back and take a look." When Bai Xiaoxing heard that, she nodded and said, "I'll go back sometime. I just don't want to see her." As she said that, she swept a glance at Zhang Yao and her expression turned cold. Bai Zhenghe was helpless. Zhang Yao's relationship with both of her daughters was not good, which was why Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liyue preferred to come to Tiannan rather than stay in Tiandong, where the Bai family was deeply rooted. What happened in the past is complicated to say and cannot be explained in a few words. "Okay, it's time for court, so I'm going to go ahead and talk to my lawyer." When Bai Xiaoxing heard her father's words, she felt that the marriage would definitely not be divorced this time, and she would have more chances to get her husband back. The thought put her in a better mood and she went to discuss some details with her lawyer. Other side. "You didn't tell me your wife came from such a big place," Lang Ning said bitterly. Only today did she realize that Bai Xiaoxing actually came from the Tiandong Bai family, which was a 100-year-old family. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. "What? Scared? Fear is not so much. I have not offended them. Just, with your wife's background, this marriage is afraid to be a little difficult to divorce." Lang Ning shook his head and sighed. After all, society is a giant haystack full of people. Judges are human beings and they have feelings and desires. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, thinking that his idea was still too simple. Only fortunately there was Chen Lexi's promise. For Chen Lexi's background, even if he didn't understand it, some of the details would be clear. For example, the group of gun-toting black-clothed men on that day, such as the mouth of the woman who was escorted out of the commercial vehicle, the mention of the Chen family in the capital city, were sufficient to prove that Chen Lexi's background was truly heavenly. Chapter 83 Divorced. Okay, it's about time. Go inside. Long Ning sighed softly and said. She was rather pessimistic about today's case and felt that Zhao Qingfeng was unlikely to win. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and entered the courtroom with condensation. 10 o'clock in the morning. The courtroom was quiet, but not crowded. In addition to the two parties involved, there were only people like Bai Jianghe who sat in on the proceedings. The atmosphere was a bit depressing as Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Xiaoxing sat in their respective seats. A short while later, after verifying the identities of both parties, the judge struck the hammer and read out the courtroom discipline as prescribed. Bai Xiaoxing didn't listen. Her gaze was just firm as she looked at Zhao Qingfeng. Honey, I'm not getting a divorce. Next, the plaintiff is invited to state the grounds and evidence for suing for divorce. When the judge opened his mouth, all eyes looked at Zhao Qingfeng. Lang Ning was about to open her mouth when Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand to block it and said, I'll do it. He then cleared his throat and spoke calmly. Judge, the relationship between Bai Xiaoxing and I has broken down, and in the past 3 months, repeated quarrels have taken place over trivial matters, and Bai Xiaoxing is suspected of cheating on me, repeatedly having relationships with other men that exceed the boundaries of friends. This life is a torture for me as well as for both parties, so I ask for a divorce. Bai Xiaoxing sniffed. Her eyes were a little red. She retorted excitedly, what he said is not right. My husband and I do not have a broken relationship. I am a little bit of a small mistake, but this cannot be used as a reason for divorce. I did not have any derailment behavior, and our 8 years of affection. There is a less than 7-year-old daughter. Just because of this thing divorce, for the family, for the daughter, are irresponsible. Quiet. The judge waited for her to finish, then hammered the hammer with an expressionless face. It is not yet time for the defendant's defense. When Lang Ning saw this, her heart sank, so she said to Zhao Qingfeng, something's not right. Normally when your wife opens her mouth the judge has to stop it. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. It was clear in his mind that Bai Xiaoxing must have communicated with the judge through some means. The judge said, may I ask the defendant, is there any evidence to offer? At this time condensation then stood up, said, my client Zhao Qingfeng, in the past 3 months, has tried their best to maintain the marriage relationship. Only the two sides of the conflict is irreconcilable, and not only the two sides of the problem. In the middle of the emergence of a third party, resulting in the marriage relationship has been the name of the existence of real and real. If the forced to be together, it will not be beneficial to both sides. This is our evidence. After that, she handed over all the materials, including the video of Bai Xiaoxing and Zhang Zixuan drinking a cup of wine, as well as the ward pretending to be his girlfriend, as well as Zhang Zixuan's unusual rate of promotion in the company, the $500,000 bonus that Bai Xiaoxing had given him, and so on. The judge took the material and looked at it carefully for a moment. Only then did he say, will the defendant please respond to the plaintiff's statement? Bai Xiaoxing's lawyer was about to speak when Bai Xiaoxing took the initiative to stand up. She said emotionally, during this time, I admit that I have some conflicts with my husband, but this is definitely not a sufficient reason for divorce. I can swear to God, I absolutely did not cheat. I have incomparably deep feelings for my family, my husband, and my daughter. I now know it's wrong and have made changes, and I hope to be able to give each other a chance. At the same time, in order to preserve the marriage, I am willing to transfer all the properties in my name, unconditionally, to my husband, including all my savings as well as all the shares of Star Peak Limited. Hearing this, the scene went silent. Bai Jianghe frowned, and Jiang Yao even exclaimed in a low voice, Bai Xiaoxing, is she crazy? Zhao Qingfeng said, it's no longer a matter of money. My attitude is clear. I can't tolerate my wife having an inappropriate relationship with someone else. Even if there's no cheating, even if it's just a mental wandering, I can't accept it. What's more, during the duration of the marriage, I repeatedly expressed my opposition to the attitude, but my wife Bai Xiaoxing still did not have any change. And even when I was lying in the hospital bed, on the verge of death, she disregarded my death and accompanied other people in a ward not far from me. So I couldn't stand it. Buzz. These words were no less than a fatal blow to Bai Xiaoxing. She lost her strength at once, and sat down in a chair, staring at her husband in disbelief, her lips trembling, but she could not speak anymore. Bai Xiaoxing's lawyer hurriedly said, this matter my client said that at the time she was unaware of Mr. Zhao Qingfeng's injuries. I think that this kind of thing can be understood and forgiven, and my client sincerely asks for forgiveness. I hope that Mr. Zhao Qingfeng can consider it carefully. Lang Ning glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and saw him nodding with a firm expression. So she said, my client had already clearly informed Ms. Bai Xiaoxing of the fact that she was injured at that time. However, Ms. Bai Xiaoxing didn't believe it, but instead trusted the words of outsiders. and I believe that anyone who came across my client's situation would be disheartened. Trust is very important in a marriage, even the basis for the survival of the marriage. Now both parties have lost trust, so divorce is the best choice. No, it's not. Bai Xiaoxing shook her head in pain. Thinking about that day, she regretted wanting to slap herself. Next, neither Zhao Qingfeng nor Bai Xiaoxing spoke, and both lawyers argued back and forth. The judge held up his glasses and made occasional notes in his book. The judge waited until the debate session between the parties was over before he closed his book, tapped his hammer, and said, "Marriage is not child's play, let alone the fact that you have a daughter. I suggest you calm down, think carefully, and consider any possible consequences before making a decision. Stumbles are inevitable in a marriage, and this court would like you both to communicate and understand." The court will now adjourn for half an hour to give the parties some time for mediation. After hearing the judge's words, Zhao Qingfeng frowned. It is easy to see from this statement that the judge's attitude is still not to grant a divorce. Then the judge stood up, nodded vaguely to Bai Xiaoxing, and left the seat. Bai Xiaoxing didn't pay attention to the mediator and hurriedly walked to Zhao Qingfeng. Her eyes were red and she said with difficulty, "Honey, I don't want a divorce. We've loved each other for so long. Why do we have to come to this? That's for you to ask yourself." Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly. "Good old days. Why the did you find a bull god brother? Isn't it fun to have days where Zixian's brother is long and Zixian's brother is short? Ha!" Bai Xiaoxing's tears came out of her eyes. Now when she heard the word Zixian, she felt disgusted and regretted it to the extreme. Trembling, "Husband, stop it. I beg you to stop it." Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and said, "I still say that regret is the most useless thing for something that has already happened." Bai Xiaoxing cried and trembled, saying, "Husband, we won't divorce. Absolutely not." Zhao Qingfeng coldly grunted, "Then we'll see." Other side. The judge got a cell phone with a missed call on it. His eyes widened when he saw the number, and he hurriedly called back, respectfully shouting, "Secretary Liu." Not knowing what was said on the other side, the judge nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good. I know what to do, thanks to Secretary Liu's instructions." Hanging up the phone, the judge wiped cold sweat from his forehead. The face of the Tiandongbai family. "I'm afraid I can't give it this time." Soon after, the trial began again. Bai Xiaoxing sat in her seat, her tears having been wiped away, waiting for the judge to pass judgment. The judge hit the hammer, and without further ado, with a blank face, he said, "Based on the evidence available, this court finds that the defendant's behavior has breached the duty of marital fidelity. A judgment is hereby rendered granting Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Xiaoxing a divorce." Bang! Bai Xiaoxing's fingers trembled, and the mineral water on the table fell heavily to the ground. She subconsciously stood up, her expression frozen as if she was stupid, and although Zhao Qingfeng won the case, he didn't smile. A look of relief appeared on his face, as well as some indescribable heartache. P.S. Leave it off. Send a message. Chapter 84. Bai Xiaoxing voluntarily gives up her right to custody. The court was in an uproar. Even Bai Jianghe's pupils shrank as he stared at the judge, his gaze exuding coldness. "I'm not convinced. I want to appeal." Bai Xiaoxing returned to her senses and hysterically yelled down. There was something surreal about it all. For her, 7 years of marriage to my husband and just divorced? Silence. The judge hit the hammer and calmly said, "According to the plaintiff's request, the joint property of the couple belongs to the woman, and the custody of the children will now be negotiated." Bai Xiaoxing's lips trembled under her desperate gaze. Zhao Qingfeng stood up and said, "Due to Bai Xiaoxing's busy work schedule, my daughter's food and bedding have been my responsibility for the most part in these 7 years, so for the piece of raising, I think it's more appropriate than Bai Xiaoxing, and at the same time, I have my own place to live and a stable job, so I'm able to raise. I give up." Just as Zhao Qingfeng was speaking, his voice was suddenly interrupted. The gazes of the crowd all looked at Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing had unspeakable pain and sorrow on her face, her tears gushing down as she looked at Zhao Qingfeng, a rueful smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "I said, I'll give up Zhao Ye's custody." Zhao Qingfeng frowned and didn't say anything. The judge said, "Defendant, are you sure you voluntarily relinquish custody of your daughter, Zhao Ye?" Bai Xiaoxing let out a deep breath and told the judge, "I'm sure I'll give it up voluntarily." She then turned to Zhao Qingfeng, "Husband, I gave up custody not that I don't love Yi. I know that you can take good care of her, better than I can, and we will remarry." When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he just quietly shook his head and then sat down. Bai Xiaoxing's decision had saved him a lot of trouble. Bai Xiaoxing also sat down, her gaze still on Zhao Qingfeng, not moving away. "Hubby, Yi is our bond. I feel at ease by your side. I won't give up on either you or Yi." Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were pained with persistence. "I don't know what led to this judge-ordered divorce, but what's done is done, and the divorce is still able to be remarried." Soon after, the court hearing ended. Zhao Qingfeng got up and said to condensation, The cost aspect will be sent to me through WeChat later. I'll leave first. Well, little things. Long Ning smiled. She was still excited in her heart. This was the Tiandong by family. This lawsuit actually won, which spreads out the old lady's value skyrocketed. Condensation has already thought about it. Go back and ask 100. No. 500 water army. To exaggerate this matter greatly, Zhao Qingfeng nodded and headed out of the court. The sudden appearance of a figure in front of him stopped him in his tracks. Qingfeng, I underestimated you. Bai Zhenghe stared at Zhao Qingfeng. His voice was calm, but from that calmness, one could hear that he was angry again. Zhao Qingfeng said, is there something wrong with Mr. Bai? Divorced? He won't call his father-in-law anymore. Bai Zhenghe frowned, a little uncomfortable with the title, and he asked, who's helping you? The Su family? Or did use your grandfather's connections? Regarding Zhao Qingfeng's grandfather, Zhao Chenghong, Bai Zhenghe still knew. Those medals, a great achievement made with blood, can represent a lot of things. A living old hero. Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently and said, Mr. Bai, you know full well that I won't say anything, and this kind of thing should be very clear if you look into it. I'll look into it. Bai Zhenghe sighed and said, I'm just sorry. How did you get divorced for a good reason? No matter what, you are Yi Ye's father. When you have time, you should still bring Yi back to Tiandong to take a look. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. I'll go when I have time. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly ran over and said eagerly, Dad, don't blame him. My husband is right. It's all my fault. Bai Zhenghe stared at his daughter, his expression somewhat hateful, and said without a trace of anger, do you think I'll be unfavorable to Qingfeng? Am I an old fool? Bai Xiaoxing let out a long breath, which put her heart down. To Zhao Qingfeng, he said, hubby, let's go. Go home. Zhao Qingfeng said, we're divorced. Bai Xiaoxing turned a deaf ear and said, hubby, I didn't drive. You drive me. We're divorced. Zhao Qingfeng repeated again. The court pronounced the sentence, effective immediately, with little or no cooling off period. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes trembled. She grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's arm. Her voice all contained a sobbing tone. There was also a plea. Husband, send me off, okay? When Bai Zhenghe saw this scene, he turned his head with some heartache. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a few seconds before heading out of the courtroom, and Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly followed. At this point, Zhang Yao walked over and said to Bai Zhenghe, just let him go? If this matter spreads out, our Bai family will lose face. What else do you want to do? Bai Zhenghe gave her a cold look and said, you want to move Qingfeng? Zhang Yao's eyes snapped as she said, no matter what, we can't let him be so complacent. Bai Zhenghe smiled coldly, then go ahead and do it. Turn around and I won't stand in the way when Xiaoxing comes looking for you to fight for your life. Hearing this, Zhang Yao snapped and shut up. Her eyes revealed a hint of fear and resentment. Thinking about that incident back then, recalling Bai Xiaoxing who would be in a state of madness, her heart palpitated. Zhao Qingfeng sat in the car, and Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly got into the passenger side. Zhao Qingfeng didn't immediately start the car, but sighed, and his eyes also had a trace of indescribable sadness. Bai Xiaoxing, we've finally come to this point. You and I are still young. There are still a long time ahead of us, and what happened in the past, let it go with the wind. Even because of what Bai Xiaoxing did, it can be said that indirectly killed him once. Zhao Qingfeng cannot stand, so steadfastly choose to divorce. But still, he wouldn't take revenge on Bai Xiaoxing. It's best for the two of them to go their separate ways and drift apart. Husband, you haven't called me Bai for a long time. I don't want to hear you call me by my full name. Bai Xiaoxing didn't answer positively, but just said despondently. Zhao Qingfeng was silent. Xiao Bai, his intimate name for Bai Xiaoxing, had indeed not been shouted for a long time. The last time I yelled, it was on his birthday. Hubby, promise me one thing, don't look for someone else, okay? Bai Xiaoxing suddenly spoke, looking at Zhao Qingfeng hopefully. That was her only claim, that as long as her husband didn't have another woman, we would be able to remarry sooner or later. Zhao Qingfeng started the car and said calmly, I'll take care of Yi, and I won't consider remarrying until Yi's university. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes brightened slightly. In the next second, Zhao Qingfeng continued, nor will he consider remarrying. Upon hearing this, the light in Bai Xiaoxing's eyes dimmed. She bit her lip and said, husband, the matter of remarriage is not mentioned first. You are a man. You have needs. You don't want to find someone else. I am yours. Before, now, later, you are my husband. I will only have you as a man. Zhao Qingfeng drove away from the parking lot, and when he heard this, he said breathlessly, what are you babbling about? You're divorced, and I'm still looking for you. What's the point? Inexplicably, the scene of the little pervert Chen Lexi's pillow falling down some days ago came to his mind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a glimpse of the last time he sent Zhao Yi, after opening the door to Bai Liyu's house. Also Snow White, Each has its own characteristics, but in comparison, the little pervert is still dominant. No, what was I thinking? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, thinking that it was Bai Xiaoxing's problem. Nothing to mention this for. Really? Chapter 85, what a little pervert. Next, Zhao Qingfeng sent Bai Xiaoxing to the Imperial River residence. He also went upstairs to see Zhao Yiyi. Bai Liyu noticed her sister's expression and probably knew the result in her heart. She sighed softly and didn't inquire. Yi, will you sleep at Great Auntie's place? Or will you go home to sleep? Daddy, I'll sleep with my sister-in-law today. Hearing Zhao Qingfeng's voice, Zhao Ye looked at the TV and refused without looking back. Zhao Qingfeng was helpless and nodded at Bai Liyu before preparing to leave. Just as he stepped out of the doorway, his arm was yanked. It's Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Qingfeng said, let go. I'm not putting. Husband, stay with me or I'll go back with you. Bai Xiaoxing said with a sobbing voice. Zhao Qingfeng cursed in annoyance. That's enough. Bai Xiaoxing, don't give an inch. With that, he flung his arm, trying to shake Bai Xiaoxing away, but Bai Xiaoxing was desperately pulling on him. Her knuckles were white and she still refused to let go. Her expression was sad, her eyes blurred with tears, but also full of stubbornness. Zhao Qingfeng's brain veins jumped. How many times do you want me to say it? We're already divorced. Between you and me, it's no longer a husband and wife relationship. Is that clear? I don't care. I don't understand. Bai Xiaoxing cried hysterically. You are my husband. For life. I can't live without you. Don't do this to me, okay? I'll die without you. Zhao Qingfeng saw her appearance. His eyes flashed a flash of complexity. His tone softened a little. There is no one who can't stay away from anyone. Things are already set in stone. We have to look forward. Besides, I'm going home now. What are you pulling me for? I'm scared. Bai Xiaoxing said in a trembling voice. That woman lives at your place. I am really scared. I guessed that in the courtroom today. It was her who helped you. You don't move on, okay? Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, I still say that I won't consider remarrying until Yi comes of age. Since you know that it was Chen Lexi who helped me, you should understand that me allowing her to live in is just a condition of helping me. Then will you promise me no other relations with her? Bai Xiaoxing said unforgivingly. Zhao Qingfeng's face turned cold as he said, I've already done my best to be kind by explaining this to you. In other words, even if I have a relationship with her, or even a relationship with 100 women, what does it have to do with you? With every word he said, Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled a little, and she said with tears in her eyes, Husband, I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that you don't want me. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have the good sense to say, it's already at this point. Aren't you tired of saying these words? Now let go. I'm going home. With that, he didn't care if Bai Xiaoxing agreed or not, and directly and brutally jerked his arm away. Bai Xiaoxing stayed in place, looking at her husband's determinedly departing back, her heart like a knife. Inside her empty hand, the residual warmth from her husband's arm remained, and she was stunned for a while before she broke down emotionally and crouched on the floor, whimpering and crying. Click! The gate was opened and Bai Liyu walked out. She had just seen the two start arguing and worried about affecting Zhao Ye, so she immediately closed the door. Ugh! Seeing her sister's sad appearance, Bai Liyu could only shake her head and sigh. At that time, she had advised Bai Xiaoxing to decisively break off her relationship with Zhang Zixuan, but her sister was blindly confident and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and gradually, things had been reversed and it was too late to repent. Sis, hubby, he doesn't want me anymore. Whoa, I'm so sorry. Bai Xiaoxing jumped into Bai Liyu's arms and cried loudly with sadness, her tears wetting Bai Liyu's chest in no time. Come on, just cry it out. Bai Liyu could only comfort. With teary eyes, Bai Xiaoxing raised her head and said, Sister, you have to help me this time. Bai Liyu froze for a moment. What am I helping you with? There's a woman living in your brother-in-law's house who has bad intentions for her husband. You need to go and observe if you're fine, lest that woman get her way. Bai Xiaoxing wiped her tears and said seriously. Bai Liyu's jaw dropped as she said, You're asking me to harass Zhao Qingfeng? What do you mean harassment? Bai Xiaoxing glanced at her sister angrily and said, You and I both have to take care of Yi, and my husband is a good cook, so whether it's us going or you going alone at that time, it's not too much of a problem to dilly-dally with a meal, is it? Bai Liyu came to a realization and said breathlessly, What? You're afraid of being kicked out if you go alone? So just hitch me up? Bai Xiaoxing nodded forlornly and said, I definitely want to get my husband back. It's just that there are a billion points of difficulty right now, so you have to help me. Bai Liyu somewhat wanted to laugh, but looking at her sister in such a humble manner, she couldn't laugh, so she said, Alright, but Qingfeng's cooking is a masterpiece, so there's no problem with going to dilly-dally. Other side, Zhao Qingfeng went straight back to Fairview. Chen Lexi had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as he came in, he couldn't wait to inquire. Alas, brother Qingfeng, how's it going? Is it done yet? Zhao Qingfeng nodded. It's done. Yeah. When Chen Lexi was informed of the result, she made a happy sound and laughed as she patted her chest. With this girl on board, I'd say the package is off the hook. Zhao Qingfeng only felt his entire field of vision trembling, and in his heart, he felt that he couldn't look any further, so he shifted his gaze, said, I owe you a favor in this matter. Bai Jianghai is here. The judge cannot not recognize him. In this case, the judge are making this kind of sentence. Obviously, there was a big person who pressured the judge, and Zhao Qingfeng speculated that the odds were that it was at the official level, which was by no means something an ordinary person would be able to do. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and she said, what one favor? I want to split it into two. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment. The favor is still split into two? He. Chen Lexi smiled mysteriously, walked to Zhao Qingfeng's front, stretched out her slender and smooth fingers, drew circles on Zhao Qingfeng's chest, and said ambiguously, separate the favors. I want your person, and I also want your love. Brother Qingfeng, give it or not. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly took half a step back, distancing himself from the little pervert before he coughed lightly and said, be serious. I'm talking to you properly, don't make a scene. After all, this kind of thing isn't easy to do, and you've used a lot of your connections, so it's only right that I owe you a favor, but one size doesn't fit all, and a favor is a favor, so surely you can't speak about it separately. Chen Lexi lamented, alas, yes, brother Qingfeng, you don't know what a price I paid, selling my time, selling my spirit, selling my saliva, selling my phone bill. Why don't you say sell your color? Zhao Qingfeng didn't have the heart to interrupt when he heard her getting more and more outrageous. How would that work? Chen Lexi's eyes widened and she said perkily, how could I possibly sell my color? Of course if it's brother Qingfeng, it's not impossible yo. You put away the flavor. Speak human. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a sip of water. Well, it didn't cost anything to have someone make a call to the Tiannan city secretary. Chen Lexi blinked her big eyes and then said, pust. Zhao Qingfeng sprayed out a mouthful of water and looked at Chen Lexi in shock. This little pervert. What the hell is going on? Chapter 86, Those Eyes. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng's shocked look, Chen Lexi playfully waved her hand. Ugh. Basic operation. Sit down. All sit down. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit baffled. Being able to call a hand at will, what kind of level is standing behind Chen Lexi? Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng thought of an old man he had seen on the 7 o'clock news at night who was also named Chen. So was he and Chen Lexi's Chen? The same Chen? That's too scary. It's a real pass-through. After slowing down and suppressing these thoughts, Zhao Qingfeng said, I'll go cook first. Actually, I'm not hungry. Just talk. Don't come over here. Seeing that Chen Lexi was about to lean over again, Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said vigilantly. Chen Lexi skimmed her mouth in disappointment and said, Brother Qingfeng, can't you treat people better? Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched before he gritted his teeth and said, you want too much. I can't give it. With that, he darted into the kitchen. In his heart, he was searching for how this favor should be exchanged. If it was a chain, then Chen Lexi could say that he didn't lack anything, which gave Zhao Qingfeng a headache. Chen Lexi was inexplicably happy to see him as if he had fled, and couldn't help but smile, revealing her small tiger teeth. Half an hour later, just a couple of random stir-fries. Will do, Zhao Qingfeng said calmly. When Chen Lexi tasted it, her eyes narrowed into moon bends and said, whatever brother Qingfeng makes, I love it. Zhao Qingfeng didn't pick up on her words and ate by himself. After the meal, it's just until the afternoon. Zhao Qingfeng had purposely taken a day off for today's divorce, and now that Yi Yi was also at Bai Liyu's place, she really felt a bit bored. Brother Qingfeng, let's go watch a movie. Chen Lexi found Zhao Qingfeng sitting on the sofa with nothing to do, so she said cheerfully, I heard that the recently released Mad God 2 sucks. I want to go see how bad it is. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. When he heard about watching a movie, he inevitably thought of the last time he went to the movies with Bai Xiaoxing, but because of his godbrother's phone call, he was left alone in the movie theater. He was inexplicably in a bad mood, so he said, not really interested. Then what do you want to do? As long as brother Qingfeng is interested, you can do anything. Chen Lexi came over and squatted on the ground, tilting her head to look for Qingfeng, her tone frivolous and full of compulsion. Zhao Qingfeng's heart inevitably jumped, and he hurriedly got up, looked at his watch, and said, there's still something going on in the company. I have to go to the company. After that, he walked right out of the house. The little pervert's attack was too fierce. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit overwhelmed and could only withdraw first. Nasty. Chen Lexi had already known that he had taken the day off, so she stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Zhao Qingfeng certainly didn't go to the company. He went to the hospital. After a few steps in the hospitalization department, I ran into an acquaintance. Ugh, it's you. When Nurse Xiaowen saw Zhao Qingfeng, her eyes just lit up and she quickly said, Zhao Qingfeng nodded and smiled, saying, Xiao Wen, hello, how do you know that my name is Xiao Wen? Alas, it doesn't matter, you are completely recovered now. Ha, I heard about it at the time and thought it was a lie. It's really great that you're okay. Xiao Wen's voice was somewhat joyful. Zhao Qingfeng had a good opinion of Xiao Wen, back when he was in his soul state. He saw Xiao Wen disliked by Xiaoxing to the point of being speechless, and he couldn't even help but give her a huge compliment. Then he smiled and said, I'm fine. I'm alive thanks to you. Thank you. That's all we're supposed to do. Xiao Wen looked around, suddenly came over and whispered, Handsome, don't be angry if I say this. It's about your wife. You have to pay attention. Last time she was with that. I'm divorced. Zhao Qingfeng calmly interrupted. Really? Great. Xiao Wen's eyes widened. She felt that there was something wrong with her words. How could she say that it's too good for people to be divorced? So she added with some embarrassment. I mean, it's good to be divorced. You'll be happier in the future. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and replied. Thanks for your blessing. I'd like to ask, did a patient with a broken leg come in last night? There are several with broken legs. Which one are you asking about? It's the one that was brought here after first breaking one leg at home and the other inside the hospital. Hearing this, Xiao Wen immediately knew, and she pointed out Zhang Zishuan's hospital room. As she said it, she held back a laugh, but they were professionally trained after all, unless they just couldn't help it. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head, said goodbye to Xiao Wen, and smoothly found Zhang Zishuan's hospital room. He gazed quietly at Zhang Zishuan on the hospital bed through the window. At this moment, Zhang Zishuan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. The whole person was dumbfounded, rather skeptical of life. Zhao Qingfeng stared at him for a few seconds and didn't go in, but turned away. Next, it was time to find an opportunity to get at Zhang Zishuan and his mom, Zhang Xiao. After hanging out for another half a day, Zhao Qingfeng went home. As soon as he entered the door, he found Chen Lexi with her back to him, lying on the ground and pouting without knowing what she was doing. It's just so bombastic from this angle. Exquisite smooth shoulders, slender waist, round peach, linked together like a gourd. Zhao Qingfeng was puzzled. Ugh, what are you doing? Chen Lexi was caught off guard and trembled in shock before noticing that Zhao Qingfeng had gone home, so she smiled and said, Look. Zhao Qingfeng then saw many paper stars scattered on the living room floor. Chen Lexi grabbed a few of them and held them in front of Zhao Qingfeng like a treasure, saying, This is when Yi taught me. She said that as long as she gives you 14 paper stars to fold, you'll agree to any conditions. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the colorful, yet somewhat crooked stars in front of him, and his eyes appeared a touch complicated. It wasn't his words, but Bai Xiaoxing's. When they were in college, they had a crush on each other, and Bai Xiaoxing said that she would agree to any conditions as long as she folded all 314 stars. Zhao Qingfeng is a very real person. He really did it, and Bai Xiaoxing happily accepted it, and that day was the time when they finalized their relationship. Later, he tells the story to Zhao Ye and tells her that if she folds all 14 stars, she will be granted a wish. Only now, he and Bai Xiaoxing completely had no future. Thinking back to the past, the corners of Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were inexplicably a little moist. Ugh, brother Qingfeng, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhao Qingfeng lose his concentration, Chen Lexi hurriedly inquired. Nothing. Zhao Qingfeng wiped the corners of his eyes, not wanting to go into an explanation. So he said, Yi joked, and you believe it. I believe it. Chen Lexi said seriously, as long as I fold all 14, you have to promise me one thing. Don't back out. Oh. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her persistence, he felt that with the little pervert's character, it was unlikely that she would have the patience, so he smiled and said, That depends on what it is. As long as it doesn't violate the principle, I can promise you, then it's a deal. Oh. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and she said somewhat happily, Well, I'm going to make dinner. Other side. Bai Xiaoxing didn't stay at her sister's side. She went upstairs alone and returned to her empty home. She walked to the master bedroom, lost in thought. Inside, there were lots of picture frames, and the warm colors of the room seemed to hold the smell of my husband. She was overcome with grief and flopped down on the bed whimpering and sobbing, cried for a while. Bai Xiaoxing got up and opened a locked drawer in the corner. She reached out with a trembling hand and held out a jar filled with stars. Bai Xiaoxing stared blankly at the heavy, transparent jar with its colorful stars, all of which were her husband's thousands of strands of love. Only now, this love, lost. After looking at it for a long time, Bai Xiaoxing put the jar back into the drawer. I was about to close it when I suddenly saw a picture from among the various objects in the drawer. It was a young boy who looked to be about 18 years old, very handsome, yet, not Zhao Qingfeng. The smile that bloomed at the corners of his mouth was like the sunshine above his head. The most crucial thing is that those eyes are almost exactly the same as Zhang Zishuan. Instantly, Bai Xiaoxing saw the photo as if she was in some kind of shock. She slammed the drawer in with a bang. Chapter 87 by Xiaoxing. You are a. Sitting back on the bed again. Bai Xiaoxing looked soulful. Just then, ding dong, the doorbell outside startled Bai Xiaoxing. She got up and went out in a hurry, saying, "Who? It's me." It was a man's voice outside, so Bai Xiaoxing opened the door. Bai Chenyang walked in and said, "What's with the divorce?" Bai Xiaoxing shook his head dismally, not wanting to bring up the topic. Bai Chenyang gritted his teeth. He's the one who brought this up? That asshole. He learned of the news only after the court hearing was over, so he hoofed it over here. Seeing his sister's red, swollen eyes, and he was a million times more annoyed. Bai Xiaoxing smiled bitterly. "Brother, it's my problem, don't bother with him." Bai Chenyang grunted, calculating what to do in his heart. Bai Xiaoxing saw Bai Chenyang's intention at a glance, so he sighed and said, "Brother, you can't beat him, and listen to me, you guys just pretend you don't know about it, and I will take care of my own affairs with your brother-in-law." Hearing this, Bai Chenyang's face became a bit untenable, and he said in annoyance, "I didn't see eye to eye with him at all. What an era, and still fighting and brawling." He had fought with Zhao Qingfeng at a very early stage and failed to win, but the White Duke was so good at saving face that he told the rest of the White family that he was calmer and didn't get real blah blah blah. For a long time, the two sisters, Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liyue, wanted to laugh at the mention of this matter, but Bai Xiaoxing didn't have the heart to laugh at this moment, and just shook his head with a sad expression. Bai Chenyang sighed and said, "People should always look forward. Perhaps there is a better view on the road ahead." Bai Xiaoxing knew what her big brother meant, and directly shook her head. "The best scenery is here, and the front is even more beautiful, but in my opinion, it is just a piece of rags. I will remarry your brother-in-law." Bai Chenyang said in annoyance, "You just have to have him? What if he doesn't agree? What if he remarries someone else? He won't. What if? What if? Are you going to end up alone? Then die alone." Bai Xiaoxing said decisively, "I love him and only have him in this life. Besides, speaking here," she laughed a little and said, "My husband, that person still has some machismo. Even if he doesn't want me anymore, he will definitely be unhappy if I follow someone else, so I can't do that. What the is this brain circuit?" Bai Chenyang unbelievably stared at his little sister for a while before he cursed. "Bai Xiaoxing, you are a pure evening." After Zhao Qingfeng finished cooking, Chen Lexi ran his ass to the dining room. "Why don't you stop eating for a minute and I'll discuss something with you?" Zhao Qingfeng suddenly said. Chen Lexi blinked and said, "Ha, it's just that, you can't live here all the time, right?" Zhao Qingfeng deliberated for a moment and just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Chen Lexi. "Brother Qingfeng, are you kicking me out?" Chen Lexi instantly changed her face, crystals surfaced inside her big eyes, and she watered. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said with some egg on his face, "It's really not too good for you to live here with me. What would you think if you let others know?" After understanding Chen Lexi's background, he felt that with the strength of the Chen family, he would definitely know that Chen Lexi is now living inside his house, and anyone would think that the two of them are not clear. No, perhaps by now he has information that is on some people's desks. Just divorced. He wants peace and quiet. Put another way, if it was his own daughter, living in the home of an older man who was recently divorced with a baby, he was afraid he'd have to go to the kitchen and get some American knives. When Chen Lexi heard this, she smiled playfully and said, "Don't worry, brother Qingfeng, my family doesn't care about me. It's not a question of whether to care or not. You're going to kick me out unless you push me down the stairs to my death." "Ah no, this is the third floor, later we'll go up to the top floor and you'll push me down." Chen Lexi didn't even let him finish, directly interrupting, and her tone sounded thief serious. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, noticing her blazing eyes, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Eat, he, no he." After eating, Chen Lexi said, "Ugh, brother Qingfeng, you rest, I'll wash the dishes." After saying that, he didn't care if Zhao Qingfeng agreed or not, so he pushed him onto the living room sofa. As a result, Zhao Qingfeng didn't even swipe the video for 2 before he heard the sound of crackling plates breaking in the kitchen. Walking over, he saw Chen Lexi standing in the doorway with a frustrated look on her face. "Brother Qingfeng, I broke the plate. It's okay, shattered piece. Did you hurt your hand?" Zhao Qingfeng said as he walked into the kitchen and cleaned the debris on the floor. "No." When Chen Lexi saw that Zhao Qingfeng didn't blame her, she was instantly happy and stars came out of her eyes. "Brother Qingfeng, you're so nice. You don't even blame me for the trouble I got into. You even care about me." Black lines appeared on Zhao Qingfeng's brain. Isn't this human nature? Who would get angry over a few plates? Someone will. Chen Lexi said subconsciously, her expression revealing a touch of difficulty. Zhao Qingfeng didn't pay attention, so he said, "All right, go rest, I'll do it here." Aha. Not long after, Zhao Qingfeng returned to the living room after he finished solving it with his hands and feet. When he suddenly saw Chen Lexi picking up his cup to drink, he was startled and rushed over. Ugh, this is my cup. I'm going to use your cup. Chen Lexi laughed playfully and even pursed her cup. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. Ugh, are you evil or not? It's not disgusting. This is the cup that brother Qingfeng used. Speaking of this, Chen Lexi's face reddened and said somewhat shyly, are we counting this as an indirect kiss? Count on it. The corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth twitched. The little pervert is always coming up with some new trick out of the box. It's almost impossible to defend. Next, Chen Lexi was watching TV. Zhao Qingfeng was playing with his cell phone, and the living room was quiet for a while. Without realizing it, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhao Qingfeng walked over to open the door, and as a result, just as he opened it, a sandbag-sized fist came face to face. Asterisk. Zhao Qingfeng reacted quickly and dodged away, saying in shock, Bai Chen Yang, are you crazy? Bai Chen Yang said in a cold voice, don't you dodge. With that, he rushed right in. Zhao Qingfeng dodged while cursing, Bai Chen Yang, calm down for me, I'm cool your ass. Seeing that Bai Chen Yang was not relenting, Zhao Qingfeng also became enraged and started to fight back. Chen Lexi looked dumbfounded, never imagining that she could eat such a big melon while sitting at home. 10 minutes later, Bai Chen Yang sat on the sofa with a swollen nose and gasped for breath. Zhao Qingfeng, on the other hand, was much better. As far as the corners of his mouth were a bit bruised, he sat not far from Bai Chen Yang and said, cool now? He had beaten Bai Chen Yang before, not to mention now, and he had let go of the water. Humph, what do you care? The calm white male, with an irritated grunt, got up and left. Chen Lexi said dumbfounded, so he came over, just looking for a beating? Who knows? This guy is afraid of something serious. Chapter 88, Zhou Mei and Zhan Feng. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng woke up by the alarm clock, so he dressed and got up. Looking at Chen Lexi's room, his eyes straightened. The little pervert slept without closing the door, huffing and puffing on all fours, the covers having long since been stumped to the floor. The graphics are too bombastic to describe it. Zhao Qingfeng took a few steps closer. Of course it wasn't to see more clearly, he was purely there to close the door. It's just that when you go out, some of the images are lingering inside your head. Boo! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Chen Lexi, who was huffing and puffing, quietly opened her eyes a slit. Hey, you can't be hooked. Chen Lexi smiled wryly, revealing 2 tiger teeth, and then hurriedly picked up the quilt on the ground. Hiss, it's still a little cold. With that, she went back to sleep, this time for real. Zhao Qingfeng rushed to the company at a stuck point, suddenly realizing that the people from the Sales 3 group had arrived quite together today. He walked over and asked suspiciously, Sister Qingqing, what's wrong? Are they all downcast? Lin Qingqing looked up at him. Qingfeng is here. Good morning. She then lowered her head again and sighed silently. Zhao Qingfeng went to his workstation and sat down, asking Tang Tao next to him, what's going on? Not only Lin Qingqing, including the several competent generals who often went out with her to run business, were all frowning at this moment. You didn't show up yesterday. Tang Tao then whispered to Zhao Qingfeng, Sister Qingqing, they are because Mr. Gong's order is completely hopeless, close to a month's efforts, all for nothing. Ha, didn't you say before that Mr. Gong was still very interested? Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. This Mr. Gong, he had also visited, and he still recognized the work ethic of Lin Qingqing's few people. I've only been torn because I've already signed a contract with Star Peaks, and even just agreed to do it the other day, saying I'd have to discuss it with my wife. Why is it suddenly yellow today? Because, Tang Tao took a deep breath before saying, Mr. Gong had an accident yesterday. I'll send you the news. Zhao Qingfeng then took out his cell phone and was shocked to see the news Tang Tao had sent over. The image shows the villa surrounded by a police cordon. A magnificent woman is crying. Gong Daon, a well-known entrepreneur, died at home after being stabbed. Police are investigating. Seeing this news, Zhao Qingfeng came to a realization. Surprisingly, there was a murder. This order is definitely out of the question. No wonder Lin Qingqing is frustrated, mainly because it's hard to see the light of success after working so hard for so long. It's okay. Lin Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth, drawing the gazes of all the people in the third group over as she said, a small setback is nothing. There will be more opportunities to come. Our third group is the best. With that, she held out her fist in the center, and everyone else perked up, all grasping their fists in the center. Zhao Qingfeng had originally heard of this type of cockfighting and thought it was awkward at the time, but when it came to this kind of scene, there was something different and special about it. He also made a fist and held out his arm. The 3 sales groups, totaling 8 people, formed a circle. Lin Qingqing said, cheer up, go for it. The crowd also drank in unison. Go for it, Go for it, go for it. In a way, that's the culture of the sales business. After cheering, Lin Qingqing said, today, Mr. Joe is coming back, and everyone is not going out. We may have to have a meeting later. Mr. Chow is coming back? A lot of people's eyes lit up, especially men. Lin Qingqing then laughed and scolded. Yu Chang, put that expression away. Is Mr. Joe also something you can presume? The others also laughed. Mr. Joe can't think about it, so it's still okay to think about you. Sister Qingqing. Lin Qingqing's face remained unchanged. Dai Yu. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed, obviously used to this type of exchange. And Lin Qingqing did have a strong heart. Such jokes were already commonplace for her. Do sales, go out, all kinds of people can meet. Lin Qingqing, although I can't say how good looking, but there is a kind of temperament, see more things, can also be able to cope with all kinds of difficulties. Zhao Qingfeng was rather thinking that this mysterious general manager Zhou had finally shown up. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the whole office suddenly quieted down and became silent. Zhao Qingfeng didn't care and got up to go to the bathroom. Just halfway there, an icy voice suddenly came from not far away. Nothing to do? Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously turned around and saw a woman in a professional OL dress standing not far away. Her concave and convex figure was extremely eye-catching, about 35 years old. Her features were exquisite and flawless, and she was gorgeous. It was just that her expression at the moment was icy cold, and her body also exuded a cold aura. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Are you talking to me? The woman froze slightly when she saw his features. It's you! Only then did Zhao Qingfeng notice that there was a young man in his 20s beside the woman, raising his hand and pointing at Zhao Qingfeng with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. This one too? Zhao Qingfeng instantly remembered that this young man was the one he had met in front of the condensation law firm that day and had some conflict. The other party claimed to be called Zhang Feng. Zhao Qingfeng did not take care of Zhang Feng. At this moment could guess that this woman should be the general manager of 9 Mei. That is, Su Qiuran's sister-in-law, Zhou Mei. He then said, hello Mr. Zhou, I'm going to the bathroom. With that, he turned to leave. However, Zhang Feng sneered, did I let you go? Zhao Qingfeng's feet lurched and he turned back. What do you want? Zhang Feng said, kid, last time I had an emergency and let you escape. Today there is no nonsense. You are Sister Mei's employee. For the sake of Sister Mei, you bow and apologize to me, and this matter will be settled. Zhao Qingfeng snorted. I don't think you should be called Zhang Feng. You should be called Zhang Maniac. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank, staring at Zhao Qingfeng for a few seconds before he said, you have a lot of guts, really a lot of guts. I think I'm already generous enough. You dash. Zhang Feng. Zhou Mei suddenly spoke. Do you know what he is? Zhang Feng froze. What's this guy's background? Zhou Mei calmly said. His father-in-law is by Jianghe. Zhang Feng's pupils shrunk. Tiandong by family? Zhao Qingfeng, on the other hand, frowned. It seemed that this Zhou Mei wasn't a light that was easy to deal with, and even before they met, they had already gotten to the bottom of him. Alright, I've got a meeting soon, so if you guys have any grudges, go settle them in private. Hearing Zhou Mei say that, Zhang Feng couldn't go too far. He then stared at Zhao Qingfeng and smiled grimly. Kid, I can't imagine that the background is quite deep, but so what? Around is a soft food. If Bai Chen Yang came, I also give him a few points of face. This matter is not finished, he then said to Zhou Mei. Sister Mei, then you go ahead and get busy. I won't cause you any trouble. I'll leave first. Zhou Mei's icy cheeks then revealed a faint smile and said, go. Zhang Feng once again swept a glance at Zhao Qingfeng before turning to leave. Zhao Qingfeng, come to my office. Afterwards, Zhou Mei glanced at Zhao Qingfeng. Her expression returned to icy coldness, and she said indifferently, Chapter 89 Gong Daong, who died in peace. Lin Qingqing, as well as Tang Tao and the rest of the Sales 3 group, all quietly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, their gazes implying worry. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head at them, signaling that it was fine. He then went to the bathroom and went to the general manager's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Zhou Mei's voice seemed to be innately cold. Zhao Qingfeng pushed the door in. Sit. Zhou Mei pointed to the parlor couch in her office. When Zhao Qingfeng sat down, she played with a ballpoint pen, her gaze filled with scrutiny. Zhao Qingfeng calmly responded. Tell me, what is your purpose in contacting Akiran? And what is your purpose in coming to 9 Mei? It was a while before Zhou Mei said. Zhao Qingfeng said, Su Qiuran and I are friends. As for coming to 9 Rose, as you can see, I came to work. Your wife is Bai Xiaoxing, and she even founded Starpeak based on your names, and Bai Xiaoxing and I are more or less in competition. This operation of yours makes people suspicious. She and I are divorced. I know. Zhao Qingfeng stared at Zhou Mei and suddenly smiled. You really did check me out. Zhou Mei nodded quietly. Qiuran has never helped any man. You are the first. It would be strange not to check. Zhao Qingfeng said. I'm divorced and netted out. Now I need a job to support my family. Is this answer satisfactory to Mr. Zhou? Ha! Zhou Mei smiled faintly, but shook her head. Not enough. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Then what does General Manager Zhou plan to do? Fire me? It's simple. You know about that Gong Daeong project, right? It was also originally in charge of your sales team 3. Now I'll give you a week to take it. Zhou Mei said. Mr. Zhou, I think you should know that Gong Daeong had an accident. Zhao Qingfeng didn't expect it to be this matter, so he calmly retorted. Admittedly, because of his special ability, there might be so many chances to meet with Gong Daeong again, but he would not take advantage of the other party's obsession to take the order. He had a hunch that every time he helped a soul fulfill its heart's desire, the kind of feedback on his body amounted to a blessing, or a merit. The nature changes if it holds a certain purpose. Zhou Mei said expressionlessly, this is your job. What? Too difficult to finish? Zhao Qingfeng snorted. I can't get an order on a dead person. I'm sorry, please ask Mr. Zhou to find another way. With that, he got up and prepared to leave. Wait. Zhou Mei's tone was a bit unpleasant. Sit down first. Zhao Qingfeng just turned around and did not sit down. Is there anything else for Mr. Zhou? To put it another way, I don't ask you to get the order for sure, but as far as I know this order is signed by Gong Daeong's wife as the master. You find out the causes and consequences of this order signing, even if you finish. How? Zhou Mei said. If you can't do this much, then go ahead, and I can explain on Qiu Ran's side. Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, it's just that it's fine. You can just do it on your own. I have other arrangements for the third group. Now you can go do your work. The meeting is not necessary. Good. Coming out of the office and just arriving at the workstation, Lin Xingqing and the others hurriedly whispered inquiries. Qingfeng, Mr. Zhou didn't give you a hard time, did he? Hearing Lin Xingqing's somewhat worried voice, Zhao Qingfeng then smiled and said, no, she arranged for me to do something. Lin Xingqing let out a long breath. It's good that it's okay, right? What did Mr. Zhou ask you to do? Can we help? Zhao Qingfeng then said, do you guys know how Star Peak took the project on Mr. Gong's side? Hearing this question, Lin Xingqing was a bit embarrassed and thought for a while before saying, I'm not very clear on the specifics, but it said that it was a person named Xiao Zhang who talked it over with Mr. Gong's wife. It really is him. Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably smiled. Only his eyes were a bit cold. Zhang Zixuan really had a knack for dealing with women. He then packed up his things and said goodbye to Lin Xingqing and the others. Sister Qingqing, thanks a lot. I'll just go out and do my business first. Lin Xingqing gave him a blank look. And thank you for nothing. Hurry up and go. Call us if you have any difficulties. Okay. Leaving the company, Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment before driving to Gong Daeong's house. He had followed Lin Xingqing there before, and Gong Daeong, in fact, had a one-sided relationship. Half an hour later, Zhao Qingfeng then went outside the villa area and communicated with the security guard for half a day, registering well and promising to come out soon before being let in. Soon found Gong Daeong's villa. The cordon that had surrounded the place had been removed. The gate was open, and there were many people in the villa's living room. It seems that they are all Gong Daeong's relatives, and from time to time a burst of crying sounds come out. Zhao Qingfeng looked in through the outside and could see the coffins laid out in the hall, and his heart became a bit puzzled. This is a murder case. Gong Daeong's body. Shouldn't it be handed over to the coroner for examination? He took another closer look. Inside the most ferocious crying is a graceful woman, brown hair slightly curly, plump body, quite some charm, just now crying up and down. This would be Gong Daeong's wife. Just, in this case, check the hell out. Zhao Qingfeng was helpless. He thought that Zhou Mei was deliberately trying to fix him, not to mention the first impossible task. Let's just say that he was now checking how to sign the list. It's purely hard to find out, and even if you do, what's the point? To learn from it? Shaking his head, Zhao Qingfeng was about to leave when he inadvertently saw that there were two figures under the shade of a tree not far away. A big one and a small one. A man of about 40 years of age was holding the hand of a little boy of 7 or 8 years of age, and his eyes were fixed on the house with deadly resentment. It's him! Zhao Qingfeng was shocked for a moment, not expecting Gong Daeong to really be obsessed. After thinking about it, he walked straight towards Gong Daeong. Gong Daeong noticed that someone was coming over and didn't care at first, but then he suddenly realized that the other person's eyes were clearly focused on himself. He then froze, just about ready to speak. Zhao Qingfeng then said, "Don't ask, I do see you." He was tired of hearing that line every time it started. Gong Daeong was shocked. Zhao Qingfeng said, "This is not the place to talk. Follow me." With that, he walked to a gazebo not far away. Gong Daeong's house is full of people. If he is seen talking to the air, he is afraid that he will be treated as a psychopath again. When Gong Daeong sniffed, he held the little boy and followed behind in silence. When he reached the gazebo, Zhao Qingfeng pointed at the little boy and said, He is my son. Gong Daong's eyes instantly erupted with monstrous anger. My son disappeared for 3 months. Before I thought he was abducted and sold. I didn't think. That poisonous woman. I hate ah. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled slightly, and he glanced at the little boy before saying, so, you only realized after you died that your son died? Gong Danyang nodded painfully, right. He then turned to the little boy and said, Jin Tian, call out to uncle. Gong Jin Tian timidly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng before shouting, uncle. Hello Jin Tian. Zhao Qingfeng greeted the little boy and continued to ask Gong Daong, how did you die? It was that who, in conjunction with her adulterer, killed her. Gong Daong roared lowly, his gaze filled with unwillingness, killed me and want to hijack my property. I can't die in peace. Zhao Qingfeng pointed at Gong Jin Tian. What about him? Gong Jin Tian as if he thought of something terrible, his little face filled with panic. He said, I'm so scared. I want to tell my dad. I want to tell the police uncle, but I can't walk. There's obviously no wall in front of me. I can't walk. Zhao Qingfeng was creeped out by his words. He jerked his head toward the villa. Gong Daong. Needless to say, Gong Jin Tian died 3 months. Cannot leave here, which represents Chapter 90 Zhang Zixuan and her video. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath before saying, Jin Tian should still be in the villa right now. Isn't Cam Tim here? Gong Daong subconsciously replied, but in the next second, he reacted and gritted his teeth. Are you saying that Jin Tian's body is still inside the villa? Zhao Qingfeng said in a low voice. Unsurprisingly, yes. Asterisk. Gong Daong's eyes were red and he roared furiously. That poisonous woman. Where did she? She put Jin Tim. Where did she put him? His voice trembled as he said it. Zhao Qingfeng calmly inquired. Is there a basement in the house? There is, but it won't be there. After Cam Tim disappeared, I searched all over the house and didn't find any trace. Besides, so long, I'm afraid that Cam Tim is all. Gong Daong was completely unable to speak, and could only hold Gong Jin Tian and choked. 3 months, and the body is feared to have rotted long ago. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, and immediately understood in his heart that Gong Jin Tian could only be in the villa at this moment. After a while, Gong Daong calmed down and said, Jin Tim was also killed by Wang Hong. Wang Hong is my wife. I occasionally traveled out of town because of my company's business, and in front of me Wang Hong always showed an image of a good wife and mother. It's just that behind her back, she's been cheating on her husband and has been harboring a number of young men, but I've been unaware of it all along, and just one day 3 months ago, when I was still out of town, she seemed to have gotten used to it, and got bolder and bolder, and even asked her lover to come inside the house. Naturally I didn't know about it, but when they were fooling around, Jin Tim saw them, and he immediately said he was going to call me. These two naturally freaked out, and her lover rushed over and grabbed Cam Tim and wouldn't let him go. Cam Tim was still struggling until the woman ran over like crazy and grabbed Cam Tim by the throat. When he said this, Gong Daong's face became incomparably hideous, almost squeezing out of his throat. She's his own mom. Why could she do that? Jin Tian never thought she would do it, and it was at that moment, completely giving up struggling, that Wang Hong strangled him, alive. Zhao Qingfeng only felt chills all over his body after hearing this. He did not think that a woman, but can be cruel to this. Tiger poison is still not eat the child, and this woman, really should be the old saying, the most poisonous woman's heart. Gong Daong continued, after I came back, she cried out that her son was missing. I naturally all the fire, thinking that my son had been abducted or kidnapped, so I didn't travel during this period of time. But Wang Hong couldn't endure it. She went out to fool around. I found some clues. I became suspicious, so I set up a camera inside the room, and intentionally did not come home, and sure enough, I captured some videos. When she saw that things were falling apart, she teamed up with one of her lovers to kill me, and it was only after she died that I realized that Cam Tim had been killed by her long ago. After silently listening to Gong Daong's narration, Zhao Qingfeng said, so what you want to see most right now is that Wang Hong gets the retribution he deserves? Yeah. Gong Daong's expression was incomparably resentful. Seeing this woman go free, I can't die in peace. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. I understand. I'll help you. Gong Daong's eyes revealed gratitude as he said, thank you. By the way, I seem to see that you look somewhat familiar. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, I visited you with Lin Qingqing a few days ago. Gong Daong froze for a moment, then came to a realization and said, it's Shaolin, which means you're Jiu Mei's? Right. Gong Daong was a little shocked. You can see me. This is still out to run sales? Zhao Qingfeng ghosted. A cook who doesn't run sales isn't a good celestial master. Gong Daong revealed a bitter smile. Ashamed, it's a pity that I died. Otherwise I can sign the order with you. The company does have a procurement program, but it was signed by a person named Zhang Zixuan of Starpeak through Wang Hong. And that Zhang Zixuan is one of Wang Hong's lovers. That is the man who bumped into Jean Tim the night of his accident. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he raised his eyebrows, not expecting there to be such a big melon. Zhang Zixuan was even suspected to be inside the murder case. From this, it was not difficult to see that those orders Zhang Zixuan had taken were not ruled out to be through these women. It doesn't matter. I didn't come over here to talk business. My last name is Zhao. You can call me Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qingfeng's current identity is Mr. Zhao. Of course, if he runs sales, the identity is Xiao Zhao. Next, Zhao Qingfeng took Gong Jingtian and wandered around the villa for half a day, and after roughly locating the location of the body through the distance, he directly called the police, and then strutted inside the villa. Who are you? There were quite a few people inside, and immediately someone opened their mouth to ask. Zhao Qingfeng took his driver's license out and waved it. Plainclothes police officer. After saying that, he searched inside the villa on his own. Wang Hong was a bit sensitive when she heard the word police officer. She jerked her head up and stared at Zhao Qingfeng. Please show me your ID. Instead of fighting, Zhao Qingfeng looked around. Wang Hong's eyes were cold, and he directly waved his hand. Immediately 2 bodyguards rushed over. Zhao Qingfeng looked calm and said, "You're just part-timers, and making a move on me is assaulting a police officer. Sure you want to be like this?" The 2 bodyguards hesitated. Zhao Qingfeng smiled coldly and said meaningfully, "Wang Hong, if you suspect my identity, you can absolutely call the police. It wouldn't be very nice to use lynching." Wang Hong's face changed instantly. The thing she was most afraid of now was the police officers. Other relatives were hesitant to say, maybe he's really a cop? Let's take a look first. Thus, no one dared to stop Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng looked around inside the villa, and under Gong Dayong's guidance, he walked to a room and found a cell phone. There was still electricity, and after opening it smoothly, there were many videos stored inside. Basically Wang Hong and different men rolling around in bed. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Zixuan was among them. Zhao Qingfeng then put away his cell phone. This thing was perfectly able to reflect how Zhang Zixuan got the order, enough to go and hand it over to Zhou Mei. After strolling around, Zhao Qingfeng walked downstairs. Wang Hong said coldly, "Officer, may I ask what you have found? Discovery?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled. "Of course I have. I realized that you have a nice body and a nice scream. Pretty well maintained. Sister-in-law." Wang Hong's face changed, shocked and angry. "You're definitely not a police officer." The other relatives were also eyeing Zhao Qingfeng intently. The police officer would never be so frivolous. Zhao Qingfeng shrugged indifferently. "Alas, you guys found out." Just then, a police car drove up to the door of the villa, followed by several uniformed officers walking in. The lead man said in a deep voice, "Did someone just call the police?" Wang Hong didn't know why they were here, so he hastened to say, "Captain Zhuge, this man is impersonating a police officer." Zhao Qingfeng said to the police officer, "Big brother, one of our own." Chapter 91, Man's Work, God's Work. Captain Zhuge glanced at the coffins in the hall, then locked his gaze on Zhao Qingfeng and inquired, "What's going on here?" "This place, he came here yesterday, and today he's still at the station analyzing the various CCTVs, looking for clues to the suspect who killed Gong Daong. But I just got a call from the police saying they found the murderer, so I rushed over." Zhao Qingfeng said, "I was the one who called the police." Wang Hong froze for a moment. Captain Zhuge's expression then became solemn, and his hand immediately held on his waist as he said, "Now you can speak." The police officers next to them all looked alert as well, secretly fumbling with their guns and keeping an eye on everyone's movements. "It's a matter of life and death. You can't be sloppy." Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "There's a murder going on here, and I have vital clues. Come on." Captain Zhuge's eyes lit up and he said eagerly. Zhao Qingfeng said, "I probably know the location of the body. Maybe I need your help dash. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Wang Hong roared sternly, "My husband's body is right here. What are you pretending to be? Don't interrupt me." Zhao Qingfeng coldly swept her a glance, then said, "I guess I didn't make myself clear. What I meant was that there was more than one murder here. What I mean is that 3 months ago, there was also a horrifying tragedy." At those words, Wang Hong's face turned pale in an instant. Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly. "Sister-in-law, I think you should know, right?" Wang Hong trembled and shivered. "I don't understand what you're saying." How sharp the observation of the police officers immediately found that she had a problem. The eyes of Captain Zhuge flashed a trace of excitement, waved his hand at his men, and then said, "You continue to say. What clues are there? We'll fully cooperate with you." At his signal, several other police officers, scattered in various parts of the villa, their eyes vaguely locked on Wang Hong, cutting off the possibility of her escape. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and started feeling around the walls of the villa. The villa was beautifully decorated with expensive wall coverings all over the walls. Zhao Qingfeng found a fruit knife, cut open the wall cloth, and began to search carefully. After the wall cloth was cut open, inside was white putty. Zhao Qingfeng searched for a while and finally found a place that was different from the rest of the white color. His pupils shrunk and he said, "Here, need to smash this place open." Wang Hong instantly widened his eyes, shivered, and sat on his butt in the chair. At this point she simply didn't have the strength to stand any longer. Captain Zhuge walked over and touched it, and his eyes immediately became sharp. "This area. It is a new wall, and Gong Dayang's son disappeared 3 months ago." "What do you mean?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "Unsurprisingly, it's here." Captain Zhuge's expression became very ugly, and after a few seconds of silence, he arranged for his subordinates to go out. Within 5 minutes, the officer came over with his tools, turned on the power and started breaking down the walls with a humming sound. Not long after, a rotten and pungent stench wafted out from inside the walls, causing everyone present to change their faces. Finally, as the white skeleton was revealed, Captain Zhuge snapped, "All right, grandson, my grandson." The others understood, and the old man rushed over to them, weeping bitterly. Wang Hong seemed to have reacted and also rushed to the wall wailing, "Jin Tian, is that you, Jin Tian?" For a while, there were cries inside the villa. Captain Zhuge's gaze was cold and locked onto Wang Hong. Zhao Qingfeng walked over, patted Wang Hong's shoulder, and said, "All right, stop acting. It's time to explain." "Account for what?" Wang Hong tore her heart and lungs and roared, "My husband is dead and my son is dead. What else do you want me to account for?" Zhao Qingfeng sneered, "Then why aren't you dead? After all, the person who deserves to die the most is you. For the sake of your lover, killing your husband and killing your son, you're unforgivable." Wang Hong's pupils trembled as he hissed loudly, "You're talking nonsense. You're slandering. I'm going to sue you." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "It seems like you won't stop until you see the Yellow River." He then turned to Captain Zhuge and said, "Can I talk to him alone?" Captain Zhuge was silent for 2 seconds, and after his deep eyes glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, he said, "Yes, good." Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently. 2 minutes later, Zhao Qingfeng and Wang Hong were inside a separate room. Wang Hong stared angrily, "What are you doing? You want to slander me? Smear?" Zhao Qingfeng's face was cold, his gaze full of disgust, and said, "Do you know that people are doing it, and the heavens are watching, and the things you did, if you put them in the ancient times, they would have to be subjected to the punishment of lynching. I don't understand what you're talking about." Wang Hong was expressionless. "You'll soon understand." Zhao Qingfeng sneered and walked to the side and pulled the curtains closed, so the room became dim. Immediately after that, the hands suddenly rested in front of him. In the next second, Wang Hong's eyes widened as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. She saw her dead husband and son suddenly appear before her. They grimaced and stared straight at her. This momentary shock made Wang Hong feel like falling into an ice cellar, directly sliding off the chair and paralyzing on the floor like a noodle. "Wang Hong, you shall not die." "Mom, why did you kill me?" The voice was ghostly, causing Wang Hong's body to tremble violently, and a foul odor spread out, so Zhao Qingfeng frowned and covered his nose. Don't come over here." Wang Hong's voice shivered, and a few seconds later, she rolled her white eyes and was directly stunned. After that, Zhao Qingfeng dragged Wang Hong out. Captain Zhuge frowned and inquired, "What's going on?" Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin and considered for a few seconds before starting to babble. Maybe he couldn't stand the condemnation of his conscience and fainted? Captain Zhuge's cheeks twitched and he went over to observe and was relieved to find that Wang Hong was only fainted. In fact, with his vision, he can already see that Wang Hong has a problem. Brought back in, it won't take long to be able to break through the psychological defense. Simply put, the case is solved. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything. He directly received a cup of water and splashed it on Wang Hong's face. "Next, don't come over." "Ah, I didn't mean to kill you guys. Don't come over." The moment Wang Hong woke up, she started screaming. By the time she reacted, she saw several officers with their gazes deadlocked on her, and her cheeks suddenly became bloodless. "Take away," Captain Zhuge also said calmly without any nonsense. Immediately, someone walked over and put a silver bracelet on Wang Hong. Afterwards, Captain Zhuge stared at Zhao Qingfeng and extended his hand with a smile. "Introduce yourself. My name is Zhuge Yang, Chief of the Criminal Police of the Tiannan Municipal Bureau." Zhao Qingfeng shook his hand. "My last name is Zhao. You can call me." "Never mind. My name is Zhao Qingfeng." "You're great. Let's have dinner sometime," Zhuge Yang said. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "There's a chance. With his ability, I am afraid that he will have to deal with the police quite a lot in the future." Chapter 92 by Xiaoxing knows the truth. Next, the police had a lot of things to deal with and it would have nothing to do with Zhao Qingfeng. He looked at the wailing crowd, shook his head, and excused himself. Before leaving, Zhuge Yang and Zhao Qingfeng exchanged contact information. To Zhao Qingfeng, it was always beneficial to know a criminal police chief. leaving the villa. Mr. Cho, thank you. Under the shade of the tree, Gong Daeong bowed deeply toward him. Gong Jintian followed suit and bowed to Zhao Qingfeng, saying, Uncle, thank you. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and waved his hand. Then under his gaze, the figures of the two dissipated, and when the breeze blew, there was nothing in front of them. Zhao Qingfeng stared at the place where the two had disappeared for a few seconds before he sighed softly and walked towards the outside of the villa. Unsurprisingly, power once again erupted from within, surging throughout his body. Just left the villa area. Zhao Qingfeng then got depressed. Holy, it's posted here too? Tearing the ticket off the windshield of the old Audi, Zhao Qingfeng still cursed. This wave of loss of numbness. The last time I had my car repaired, I still paid for it with flowers, and next month it's going to snowball. The remaining deposit in his hand was still the $10,000 that the little pervert had transferred to him that day at the Coyote boxing gym, and the job didn't look very promising, and with Cho Mei's attitude, it looked like a way to get him to know what he was doing, but it was just that it was not good to fire him because of Su Qiuran's face. Looks like we'll have to find a job after all. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and drove to the company. When Cho Mei wasn't around, he was at his workstation, pawing at the fish. By the afternoon, Zhuge Yang took the initiative to tell him that things had come to fruition. Wang Hong explained everything, including her killing Gong Daeong as well as Gong Jintian all the way through, all one by one, waiting for her to eat peanuts only one way. Gong Daeong, father and son, were finally able to rest in peace. Zhao Qingfeng sighed lightly, but from Zhuge Yang, there was also an unexpected piece of news. That is, the people involved in the case were also caught, which included Zheng Zixuan. He's been taken in? Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin, revealing a thoughtful gaze. Not much longer. Mei Chao is here. When she saw Zhao Qingfeng at the workstation, she froze for a moment and didn't say anything. She just nodded to him and then went to the office. Zhao Qingfeng followed suit and knocked on the door. Come in. When Zhou Mei saw that it was Zhao Qingfeng who came in, she said lightly, What's the matter? Zhao Qingfeng said, The matter has been cleared up. That fast? Zhou Mei's originally icy expression became a bit stunned. Zhao Qingfeng sneered in his heart. Didn't make things difficult for me? It seems that you are very dissatisfied. Immediately, he sent the video of Zheng Zixuan and Wang Hong to her through his work software, and said indifferently, The reason is in here. I think Ms. Zhou is afraid that she will be disappointed. This kind of thing can't be replicated by ordinary people. Zhou Mei didn't think much about it and directly picked up her cell phone and clicked play. Rhythmic gasps suddenly rang out. Zhou Mei was caught off guard and instantly became flushed, hastily nodding a pause and glaring fiercely at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng shrugged and said, I don't know what thing Mr. Zhou is going to arrange for me to do next. If she remained difficult, then Zhao Qingfeng wasn't going to do it. Zhou Mei stared at him for a while before she said flatly, You think I'm giving you a hard time? Seeing her showdown, Zhao Qingfeng didn't hide it and said, Isn't it? Smaller pattern. Zhou Mei shook her head inside. Would you believe me when I say that this thing I'm asking you to do is to take the order your ex-wife is holding? Zhao Qingfeng smiled inexplicably. How is this possible? Now that Gong Daeong is dead and Wang Hong is in jail, his company will definitely go through some ups and downs for a while, but the contract that has been signed still has to be honored. This also meant that unless Bai Xiaoxing voluntarily gave up the project, Nine Mei would not be able to take the order in any way. It seems like you don't believe it, but it's okay. When the order is taken down, the commission will be counted on you. It's about $800,000. Zhou Mei shrugged her shoulders and said indifferently. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Nine Rose Company's salary system is the base salary plus commission, and the commission is 1/5% of the order price. This single almost more than 50 million. The commission is indeed 800,000. After thinking about it, he said, This is the biggest pie I've had this year. Oh, okay. I'll let you know if there's a result. Go back first, Zhou Mei said with a faint smile. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and left the office. Zhou Mei saw no one in the office, thought about it, then turned down the sound of the phone, and then clicked on the video to watch for a while. It wasn't until the knock on the door that she scrambled to put away her cell phone and with a light cough, she said coldly, Come in. The one who came in was her assistant, and spoke, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang sighed said, Don't mention Zhang Feng. First, Zhou Mei waved her hand. There are more important things right now. Help me make an appointment with Star Peak's general manager by. The assistant nodded quickly. An hour later, Cape Cafe's box. Mr. Tao. Bai Xiaoxing took his seat and shook Zhou Mei's hand. Mr. White. It's been a long time. Zhou Mei smiled coldly. Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said, There's no need to be polite. You asked me over. What's the matter? Zhou Mei said. Alas, I heard that Mr. Bai is quite difficult to get an appointment. But I came out as soon as this appointment was made, and it seems to be related to someone. Bai Xiaoxing was expressionless. Knowingly, My husband works at your place. If it wasn't for this reason, Jo Mei didn't see fit to ask her out. Jo Mei said, alas, as far as I know, you and your husband don't get along and have divorced. Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank, a little annoyed. If you're talking about this, I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. Don't be mad. How about I ask you out today just to talk about a deal? What a deal? I know a secret. If you are satisfied, how about you let me have Gong Danyong's order? Hearing that it was this order, Bai Xiaoxing frowned and said, it depends on your secret and whether it's worth this value. Jo Mei nodded and without any nonsense, took the tablet from her assistant and handed it to her. As far as I know, you're unusually partial to a certain employee of your company. And even more so, you got divorced because of him. So this video, I guess, has enough value. With that, he stared closely at Bai Xiaoxing's expression. On the tablet was naturally the video of Zhang Zixuan and Wang Hong, only it was muted, and Bai Xiaoxing watched it, but her gaze stayed flat. This surprised Jo Mei a bit. She had expected Bai Xiaoxing to be shocked and angry. After reading a bit, Bai Xiaoxing returned the tablet and calmly said, that's it? Jo Mei said in dismay. Aren't you angry? No feeling of betrayal? Bai Xiaoxing smiled faintly. Such a little thing. Why should I be angry? I can't manage the personal behavior of my employees. As for the order, you don't have to think about it. This video has no half value in my place. Jo Mei said. So in your eyes, this person is not as important as Zhao Qingfeng? Bai Xiaoxing gave her a displeased look and said, how can you compare him to my husband? This is going to be fun. Jo Mei laughed softly, then slid the tablet and handed it to Bai Xiaoxing again. What about the value of this video? Bai Xiaoxing casually looked over and was completely dumbfounded. The video is shaking and the filmmaker appears to be in a residential building. Below, the main road, the bus stop by the road was crowded with people. Zhao Qingfeng stood in the crowd, behind Zhang Zixuan, quietly approached. Through the cover of the crowd, he did not hesitate, directly reached out and pushed. The scene was filmed clearly. Bai Xiaoxing quietly read through it, and her entire body began to become out of place. Jo Mei said, ugh, how was it? Bai Xiaoxing's face was expressionless as he stood up without a word and quietly walked out of the box. When she reached the door to the box, she paused in her steps. The order, it's yours. In his voice, he contained a monstrous rage, as well as 1,000,000 pounds of guilt. Chapter 93, Bai Xiaoxing's madness. He must die too. Bai Xiaoxing walked out of the Cape Cafe. She just felt chills all over her body. Surprisingly, it was really pushed by Zhang Zixuan. How dare he? How dare he? But I haven't believed in my husband. Bai Xiaoxing tears gradually slipped, and her heart hurt to the point of convulsion. My husband was pushed out by him and hit by a car. But I thought he was impulsive and hit someone and gave the ambulance to Zhang Zixuan. Snap! She slapped herself hard across the face. It was hard to describe Bai Xiaoxing's feelings at this time, regretting to the extreme and hating herself immensely. But most importantly, it was the hatred towards Zhang Zixuan. Her eyes reddened and she took out her cell phone and dialed directly. Zhou Shang quickly picked up. Second miss, Uncle Chow, arrange for 2 people to come over for me. Now! Bai Xiaoxing's voice contained a cold chill that startled Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang was silent for a few seconds, and instead of asking more questions, he said, good. Inside the police station, Zhang Zixuan sat in the interrogation chair with an expression of incomparable panic. Looking across at Zhuge Yang, he said in fear, officer, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I didn't think about killing that child. I didn't even do it. It was all Wang Hong's doing. Zhuge Yang frowned and said coldly, you're the one who stopped Gong Jintian, so you're also an accomplice. No, I didn't. Zhang Zixuan shook his head repeatedly, explaining incoherently, I just told him to stand still. I was afraid that he would talk about this matter. I definitely didn't do anything. Zhuge Yang smiled coldly. You can talk about this kind of thing in court. About the Gong family of these 2 murders, has filed an indictment. Wang Hong 100% death penalty. As for this Zhang Zixuan, even if it is not an accomplice, but also committed the crime of harboring, also has criminal responsibility, sentenced to a few years or possible. After Zhuge Yang went out, Zhang Zixuan sat on the interrogation chair, trembling. He could only pray in his mind. Will someone come to their rescue? At this moment, he thought of Bai Xiaoxing. If she used her connections, she would definitely be able to get me out. But thinking about it, Zhang Zixuan shook his head dismally again. Bai Xiaoxing definitely won't help him. Her mind is all on that ex-husband. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan has 1,000,000 resentments against Zhao Qingfeng. A car couldn't even hit you. How come your life is so hard? Ever since the last time he got beaten up at the celebration banquet, there has been one unlucky thing after another. Zhang Zixuan could only blame Zhao Qingfeng for all of this. I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly an officer came over, uncuffed him, and said coldly, you may go. Zhang Zixuan froze for a moment. Ha, the officer said in a cold voice. What? You don't want to go? Go, I'll go right now. Zhang Zixuan was overjoyed and fought to move to the top of the wheelchair next to him. After getting his cell phone and other items, he went out with the officers. While registering, he saw Bai Xiaoxing in front of the police station. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing stood there quietly, her eyes slightly red, her expression cool and dusty, and she was beautiful. Zhang Zixuan looked dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't come back to his senses until he was shouted at twice by the officer. The heart was already beyond exhilarated. It's her. It was Bai Xiaoxing who saved me. She definitely has me in her heart, and she even divorced Zhao Qingfeng for me. Her eyes are so red now. She must have cried because she heard that I was brought in. Zhang Zixuan's heart was ecstatic, and he only felt that the entire world was radiant. Bai Xiaoxing will be mine right away. And my sister Bai Liyue. I want Star and Moon to travel together. He didn't leave right after the formalities. Instead, he took his cell phone and took a picture of the outside. He then sent Bai Xiaoxing's picture to Zhao Qingfeng. He had secretly added Zhao Qingfeng's WeChat a long time ago, just waiting for this day. He probably sent a voice, ex-husband brother. You lost. Xiaoxing is mine now. I was just arrested by the police officers and she was so anxious that she used her connections to get me out. It seems that tonight, I'm destined to be happy. Ha ha ha, but you guys are already divorced, so I'll be taking care of Xiaoxing from now on, as well as Yi Yi. The voice held the arrogance of a raised eyebrow. This time he wasn't afraid of Zhao Qingfeng finding Bai Xiaoxing to complain. Firstly, they were already divorced, and secondly, he thought that Bai Xiaoxing's feelings for himself at this time had surpassed Zhao Qingfeng's. Why else would she get me out of here? Next, he rolled his wheelchair out and gave Bai Xiaoxing a sunny smile. Sister Xiaoxing, I'm sorry for making you worry. Bai Xiaoxing looked at him quietly for a moment before nodding her head quietly. Well, I do worry. I worry that what you've committed is so serious that I won't be able to get you out. Zhang Zixuan sighed lightly. Sister Xiaoxing, I'm fine. In fact, even if I go to jail, I'll still miss you. Bai Xiaoxing revealed a smile. What silly talk. How could I let you go to jail? Zhang Zixuan nodded his head. Only his heart inexplicably skipped a beat as he felt that Bai Xiaoxing's smile was a bit weird and eccentric. Go. Bai Xiaoxing came over and personally pushed his wheelchair for him. This flattered Zhang Zixuan. Sister Xiaoxing, I'll just do it myself. Despite his words, he didn't make a move, and enjoyed it peacefully. Bai Xiaoxing quietly pushed him to the front of an SUV, and immediately two men came out and lifted Zhang Zixuan into the vehicle. Soon the buggy started. Zhang Zixuan froze for a moment before pointing outside and saying, My wheelchair. No more. A man spoke faintly. Bai Xiaoxing didn't get in the car, but drove her own Porsche. Not long after, Zhang Zixuan was carried inside a room. He then cautiously asked, Where is this place? Where you belong? Bai Xiaoxing said as he walked in. Zhang Zixuan looked delighted and said, Sister Xiaoxing, why did you send me here? Only Bai Xiaoxing didn't seem to be listening to him, her gaze fixed on his hands. Is it left-handed, or right-handed? It seems like the hands that use. Zhang Zixuan froze, a horrible guess in his heart, and as cold sweat flowed out from his forehead. He laughed dryly. Sister Xiaoxing, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? No, you heard me. Bai Xiaoxing waved his hand as he replied. At once a man came forward with a hammer. What are you doing? Zhang Zixuan's face completely changed when he saw the blackened hammer, and he hurriedly explained to Bai Xiaoxing. Sister Xiaoxing, you must have misunderstood something. Tell me, I can explain everything. Do it. When it came down to it, Bai Xiaoxing didn't listen to any of his explanations. What happened? The man's eyes flashed with a vicious color, grabbed Zhang Zixuan's hand and pressed it on the stool in front of him, pounding it down hard. Click, click, click. A chilling bone-cracking sound rang out, followed by Zhang Zixuan's terrifying scream. Only, the soundproofing of this room was too good, and even if he shouted loudly, he couldn't hear a single thing outside. The man didn't stop, smashing hard. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zixuan's hands were a bloody mess. It was only at this moment that Bai Xiaoxing roared with red eyes. How dare you hurt him? How dare you? Zhang Zixuan convulsed in pain and looked up at Bai Xiaoxing, his gaze filled with despair and pleading. Bai Xiaoxing stared at Zhang Zixuan's eyes, her complexion containing a heart-stopping madness. Don't say that you just have the same eyes as him, or that he himself is alive. If he is plotting to murder my husband, then he must die. 2. Chapter 94. Use your life to make my husband forgive me. At this time, how could Zhang Zixuan not understand that his matter had already been revealed? His heart trembled as he looked at Bai Xiaoxing's eyes that were cold to the core. He doesn't want to die yet, just enduring the severe pain in her hands. She pleaded. Sister Xiaoxing, I did it because I like you. Like? Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrank, anger burning in his eyes. I gave you shortcuts and helped you so much. As a result, you moved your mind in a way you shouldn't have, and played a good hand to pieces. What kind of thing are you? Also worthy of liking me? Zhang Zishuan cried out in pain. Sister Xiaoxing, it's because you're too good to me that I'm moved. Sister Xiaoxing, let me go, please, at least I didn't think of hurting you. Bai Xiaoxing took a deep breath and said indifferently, you almost killed my husband and got me divorced. You want me to let you off the hook? No one can save you. Waste him. When they heard Bai Xiaoxing's words, the men with the hammers all froze for a moment. The man's legs are broken. His hands are ruined. What else can he do? The man looked Zhang Zishuan up and down until he noticed a certain part, and it dawned on him, raising his blood-dripping hammer. Zhang Zishuan also understood, trembling violently and hissing, don't. However, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were not half as soft. Jiang Yao just wanted to slap her husband and she had to flip out with her, while Zhang Zishuan even made a move and almost killed her husband. To Bai Xiaoxing, this was something absolutely unforgivable. No one could save Zhang Zishuan, not even if Bai Zhenghe came. Boo! The hammer slammed down with a muffled thud. Horror! Zhang Zishuan's eyes bulged violently, his body tensed violently like a prawn whose threads had been drawn, and an incomprehensible sound squeezed out from inside his throat. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze was disgusted. It was because this dog got into a mind that shouldn't have, which led to a series of events. Zhang Zishuan, you deserve to die. She then signaled the man that the torture was almost over and he could do it. The man immediately took out a dagger and placed it across Zhang Zishuan's neck. Zhang Zishuan laughed miserably when he came back to his senses from the intense pain. Do it, kill me. Killing me Zhao Qingfeng won't want you. He doesn't want you anymore. Ha 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 ha. Bai Xiaoxing immediately frowned at his words and waved his hand violently. Wait. The man stopped moving when he sniffed. Bai Xiaoxing thought about it and suddenly her eyes lit up and said, Zhang Zishuan, you've reminded me. I'm going to use your life to atone for my sins and make my husband forgive me. Zhang Zishuan's eyes were a million times more resentful. He was now as good as dead, but he was unwilling. Not only was he not accompanied by a star and moon, but he was also tortured in such a way that he could not die in peace. Bai Xiaoxing was a bit agitated at this time, and after thinking for a while, she felt that this was an opportunity. So a smile of anticipation appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said to the men, you guys keep an eye on him, don't let him die. I'll be right over. With that, she ran out like the wind. Inside the room, there were two men besides Zhang Zishuan. The man with the hammer sighed softly. You even dared to get involved in the matter between the second young miss and the aunt. It's not an unfair death. The other one also shook his head and said, back then, the second young miss dared to take a knife to the madam to fight for her life because of that incident with the aunt. If it wasn't for the chairman of the board stopping her, I'm afraid that the madam of the Bai family would have to be replaced by a new one. Shoo, this is not something to talk about. Other side. After Zhao Qingfeng got off work, he called Bai Liu. Zhao Yiyi still refused to come back, and he was so helpless that he didn't bother. Back home, the little pervert did not know what to do, but not at home, which makes Zhao Qingfeng a little uncomfortable. He then went to the little pervert's room to take a look and found that everything inside her was still there. So he took out his cell phone and called Chen Lexi. The phone was quickly picked up. Brother Qingfeng, Zhao Qingfeng said, where are we going to eat later? I'm going to cook. Let's see if I want to prepare your share. Brother Qingfeng, you're too good. I love you to death, yeah. Chen Lexi said with great joy. Zhao Qingfeng coughed lightly and said, speak properly. Chen Lexi's voice then lowered and said, I have some things to visit the eldest uncle. Alas, really troublesome. Family members, you have to visit when you need to. Zhao Qingfeng then realized the reason why she left. Chen Lexi suddenly thought of something and said, alas, Brother Qingfeng, you come pick me up later. I'm at the provincial government compound. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. What are you doing at the provincial government compound? My eldest uncle is right here. Chen Lexi said rightfully. Wait, his eldest uncle is in the provincial capital compound, plus her last name is Chen. Yeah, so a projection. His uncle is most likely Chen Daozhong, Tiannan province. The acre of land, the biggest one. The old man on the 7 o'clock news might be too far away, but this lord was close by. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly had some scalp numbness, so he said, I suggest you don't come over today. In this situation, he's still going over to get it? Do you want to talk to her uncle by the way? Alas, Secretary Chen, I ghost fire put in front of your compound door safe, right? It's the kind of thing that makes your heart tighten when you think about it. Seeing that Zhao Qingfeng wasn't willing to pick her up, Chen Lexi grunted in dissatisfaction. Bugger. Zhao Qingfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, alright, that's it, I'll hang up first. No, I want to talk to you dash. Before Chen Lexi could finish her sentence, she heard the busy signal on the phone and her mouth pouted involuntarily. But soon, she was happy again, muttering to herself, Brother Qingfeng took the initiative to call me. He. At that moment, a man who looked to be in his 50s came over, smiled and asked, Xiao Shi, What's so happy, uncle? Chen Lexi's eyes rolled and said, nothing, just that a kitten found a nest. Yes? The man smiled, his eyes flickered, and he didn't continue his questioning. Zhao Qingfeng put down his cell phone and felt that he shouldn't have made this call, and there was a feeling in his heart that with the little pervert's background, it wasn't known whether it was a blessing or a curse for the two to be entangled like this. Next thing you know, he's cooking for himself. He had just plugged the rice cooker in when his cell phone suddenly vibrated, so he picked it up and looked at it, and his pupils shrank. Someone sent him a picture over, and a voice. It's Zhang Zishuan. Zhao Qingfeng quietly listened to it. His eyes flashed a cold light, coldly muttered to himself. I was thinking that you went in and I was not good at it, but I did not expect you to come out. Ha! This was good for Zhao Qingfeng, but what he didn't expect was that the one who fished Zhang Zishuan out was Bai Xiaoxing. This caused Zhao Qingfeng's heart to be, inexplicably, angry. Even though he was already divorced, this behavior of Bai Xiaoxing still gave him a feeling of being cheated. You claimed to cut ties with her, and then when something happened to him, you couldn't wait to save him. Bai Xiaoxing, you really opened my eyes. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly lost his appetite, disconnected the power of the rice cooker, and sat on the sofa to play with his cell phone. After about an hour, there was a sharp knock on the door. Zhao Qingfeng thought it was Chen Lexi coming back, so he walked over to open the door, only to see Bai Xiaoxing. He then didn't look good and said coldly, what are you doing here? Chapter 95, Bai Xiaoxing kneeling to Zhao Qingfeng. Honey, I miss you. When Bai Xiaoxing saw Zhao Qingfeng, her emotions suddenly couldn't be tensed and tears came out of her eyes. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her like this, his heart was disgusted. He just went to save her good brother. Now he came over here to cry. What do you mean? He then said in a cold voice, if you want to cry go back and cry. Don't bother me here. Hubby, scold me harder, or hit me too. Bai Xiaoxing sobbed tearfully and suddenly grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's hand and slapped it across her face. Zhao Qingfeng didn't know what kind of drug she was selling, so he just drew his hand back and said impatiently, if there's something to say, if there's a fart, let it go. If there's nothing, I'm closing the door. With that, he was really ready to close the door. Wait, Bai Xiaoxing hastily reached out to block it and said, hubby, let me in first. I have something to tell you, something very important. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, but still turned around and walked over to the sofa to sit down, and said indifferently, if you have something to say, just say it, and hurry up and get out when you're done. You're not welcome here. Bai Xiaoxing closed the door, walked over to Zhao Qingfeng, took a deep breath, and suddenly made an unexpected move. Poof! She fell to her knees at once. Zhao Qingfeng was staggered, so he reached out to pull her. Annoyed, what's your game? Bai Xiaoxing stubbornly knelt on the ground and suddenly bawled. Hubby, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I shouldn't have let Zhang Zishuan off there. Oh. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he immediately understood. He then withdrew his hand, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Looks like you know the truth about that day? Bai Xiaoxing nodded her head and said, I know everything. It's him who harmed you. Husband, I'm sorry. I didn't find out the truth. I'm sorry. Bai Xiaoxing explained with regret. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and sneered. Finding out the truth? Oh, do you know what your biggest problem is? What? Bai Xiaoxing knelt on the ground and looked up at him, tears rolling down her face. Zhao Qingfeng faintly said, trust, you've never trusted me. Bai Xiaoxing's face was ugly as she explained. Hubby, it's not like that. I didn't disbelieve you. What I thought at that time was that since you yourself couldn't see behind you, I thought that you might have subjectively and consciously suspected Zhang Zishuan, but didn't have proof. To put it bluntly, it's still about distrust. Zhao Qingfeng calmly interrupted her, thinking differently. If it was you who was victimized at that time, as long as you think who did it, I would not hesitate to avenge you. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go, not for any other reason, because you are my wife. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaoxing's face paled and shook. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, so you went to the police station to fish him out just to get back at him? To help me get revenge? Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously said, how do you know? Zhao Qingfeng's brows slightly relaxed. This purpose of Bai Xiaoxing's at least made him less angry, so he took out his cell phone and flipped to the message that Zhang Zishuan had sent him, saying, see for yourself. After Bai Xiaoxing read it, she was shocked and quickly explained, hubby, absolutely not. I've long since severed my relationship with him. How could I still save him? The only purpose I fished him out was. Speaking of this, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he spat out 3 words, get him dead. It was only a little funny that she was kneeling to say it. After reading this message, Bai Xiaoxing could not help but think that in the old days, Zhang Zishuan might have provoked her husband in this way, both explicitly and implicitly, which caused the anger within Bai Xiaoxing to go straight to the sky. He couldn't wait to break Zhang Zishuan into pieces. Zhao Qingfeng stood up and said, all right, don't kneel. Zhang Zishuan is in your hands, right? Take me to take a look, okay? Now. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up as he hurriedly got up from the ground and followed Zhao Qingfeng on his ass. Zhao Qingfeng prepared to go drive, and Bai Xiaoxing busily said, "Take my car. Aren't they all the same?" "It's not the same. Someone will carry Zhang Zishuan's matter, but I'm afraid that it won't be clean. So hubby, your car shouldn't appear in that neighborhood." Bai Xiaoxing's gaze contained concern. Zhao Qingfeng smiled noncommittally and got into her Porsche. Soon the two reached the small room. At this point, Zhang Zishuan was already breathless and dying. He weakly opened his eyes and saw that Zhao Qingfeng had arrived. He didn't know where he got the strength from and his eyes flashed with resentment. Bai Xiaoxing rushed over, kicked him in the face, and snapped, "You dare to send that kind of text message to my husband? Don't you think you're dead enough?" Zhao Qingfeng stared at Zhang Zishuan, revealing a thoughtful gaze. When the two men saw Zhao Qingfeng arrive, they didn't greet him and pretended not to see him, doing their own thing. One person even started to give Zhang Zishuan glucose, lest he simply lost it. They are all the White family's swords. Their families old and young are in the White family's line of sight, and if they do the dirty work and carry the crime for the White family, then their children, the old, will get the best treatment and directly become human beings. In fact, this kind of thing has been going on for decades, and the White family's reputation has been made, and even in the most difficult times, the White family has never given up on the families of these people. "Hubby, I really know it's wrong. I'll help you take revenge today. I love only you. Zhang Zishuan is dead. Husband, you don't misunderstand anymore. Let's remarry." Bai Xiaoxing viciously kicked Zhang Zishuan a few times before standing in front of Zhao Qingfeng and said hopefully. However, Zhao Qingfeng just spat out a word flatly with an expressionless face. Bai Xiaoxing was struck by lightning. Her body shook, and her expression became filled with sorrow. Zhao Qingfeng stared at Zhang Zishuan for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "Let him go." "What?" Bai Xiaoxing froze, and Zhang Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Qingfeng repeated, "Is it hard to understand when I say for you to release him?" Bai Xiaoxing was anxious, so she said, "Hubby, he wants to jeopardize your life. We can't let him go. Zhang Zishuan must die. Suit yourself then." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and turned around, ready to leave. "Honey," Bai Xiaoxing grabbed his arm in panic, bit her lip, and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll let him go." When Zhao Qingfeng stopped walking, he calmly said, "Send him back to the hospital and leave Tiannan as fast as possible. I don't want to see this mother and son." "Yes." Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly nodded and said to the two men, "Didn't you hear what Auntie said? Don't go and do it yet." The two men woke up like a dream and hurriedly carried Zhang Zishuan out. In less than half an hour, Zhang Zishuan was thrown to Zhang Xiu's hospital bed by the man. Seeing Zhang Zishuan in this state, Zhang Xiu was terrified and wailed, "Zishuan, my son, what's wrong with you? Doctor, where's the doctor?" Next, the doctor came over and panicked, and was about to operate on Zhang Zishuan, but the result was that Zhang Zishuan opened his eyes and said with his breath like a swimmer, "Just give me a bandage." At his strong request, the hospital simply bandaged it. Zhang Zishuan felt a lot better, and noticing the two men gawking at him in the corridor outside, he said in a hurry, "Mom, quickly call 2 caregivers, carry me out. We'll leave now." Hatred filled his eyes. "Zhao Qingfeng, don't think that if you let me go, I'll remember how good you are. I can't be beaten to death. All the harm I've suffered today, I'll get it back 1,000 times over. And Bai Xiaoxing, you need to be put on a leash and abused every day." Zhang Zishuan's eyes were red. Looking at Zhang Xiu still frozen, violently hissed, "Go quickly." Still pretending, "If we don't go we're all going to die." Zhang Xiu woke up as if in a dream, and ran out in a flash to find an escort to carry Zhang Zishuan outside the hospital. By the time they left the hospital, it was late into the night. Perhaps it was luck that there was a cab that just happened to be not far away. The two of them then hurriedly got into the car. "Go to Tianqi, no matter how much it costs. Hurry up." The driver nodded and started the car in a hurry. Within half an hour, the cab was on the highway out of town. Only then did Zhang Zishuan let out a sigh of relief, noticing that the driver was smoking one cigarette after another. Zhang Xiu said in disgust, "Can you stop smoking? Just released from jail?" The driver, still smoking, laughed softly, "Pretty much, haven't smoked in a long time, addiction coming on." Zhang Zishuan's heart inexplicably jumped, so he changed the topic. "Driver, the shape of your ring is quite chic." The driver looked at a pink plastic ring with a hair wrapped around it on his right hand. He shook his head and just drove on. Chapter 96. Souls are scattered. Late night, an ordinary cab driving down the highway. Just a short distance out of Tenant City, you have to pass through several mountains, and the cab occasionally weaves into tunnels, pouring light in and out. Zhang Xiu inquired at this time, "Zi Xian, what the hell is going on?" Her voice shook as she looked at her son's bandaged hands. Zhang Zishuan gasped for air and left Tainan, the urgency that was hypnotizing him disappeared, and at that moment, the severe pain on his body caused his brain to be covered in cold sweat. He almost squeezed it out from inside his teeth. By Xiaoxing, Zhao Qingfeng, sooner or later I'll come back. I want them to live as if they were dead. Did they do it? These two were born. Zhang Xiu also gritted his teeth. Zheng Zixuan's eyes were resentful and said, just wait, all my life, I'll live to get back at you. Zhang Xiu's expression changed as well, and he said grimly, they still have a wild child, so when the time comes to find a way to capture her, we'll be able to put them in their place. Zhao Ye. Zhang Zixuan did not know what came to his mind and revealed a wry smile that looked indescribably cruel. Zhang Xiu nodded. Yes, it's this wild seed. Even if they are more powerful, they can't keep an eye on children every day, as long as... Alright, Zhang Zixuan suddenly thought that there was a driver in the car and interrupted her. Zhang Xiu also reacted and subconsciously glanced ahead. She was completely frozen. Where's the driver? Zhang Zixuan was sitting behind the driver and still didn't know what was going on. Seeing his mother's expression as if she had seen a ghost, he probed to see and instantly opened his mouth wide. Where's the driver of the division? Zhang Zixuan's voice was trembling. See a ghost? Zhang Xiu's scalp almost exploded, and an endless chill rose up his spine in the dark tunnel. The car was driving fine. Why did the driver suddenly disappear? Zhang Zixuan, his forehead covered in cold sweat, saw the light in front of him and reacted to something else, roaring fiercely. Brake! You go and step on the brake. At this point, it was as if the car's gas pedal was welded shut, and the speed grew faster and faster, exceeding 160 yards in the blink of an eye. And in front of us is the exit from the tunnel. Zhang Xiu woke up like a dream and squeezed to the front like crazy. However, it was too late. The moonlight shines as a cab rushes out from inside the tunnel. There is a curve outside. Only the cab doesn't turn at all and crashes straight into the guardrail. With a violent impact, the car burst into flames, followed by flipping off the highway and plummeting down the mountain. Ah! Zhang Zixuan and Zhang Xiu let out desperate screams, but as the spare gasoline in the passenger side of the car was ignited, the hot flames instantly engulfed them. Whoa! The cab fell, smashing a tree branch. It finally landed on the ground like a fireball, constantly burning. For a while, I'm okay? I'm fine. Zhang Zixuan inexplicably awoke. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at his intact hands and feet. I'm not dead. Zhao Qingfeng, wait for me. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally when he felt down again and realized that he was back in shape as well. No problem. Bai Xiaoxing, wait for me too. It was hard to describe Zhang Zixuan's excited mood right now. After all, there would be a blessing in the aftermath of the catastrophe. Until a voice sounded next to him. Zixuan, what's going on? Zhang Zixuan turned his head sideways before realizing that Zhang Xiu was standing not far away, his voice trembling. He then excitedly said, we were blessed with a great life and none of us died. But, what is that? Zhang Xiu's tone contained unprecedented panic as she shivered and reached out to point ahead. Zhang Zixuan looked sideways with some confusion, and saw a car that was still in flames. Must be our luck dash. Zhang Zixuan subconsciously opened his mouth, only for his voice to grind to a halt before he finished his words. In his eyes, he also became shocked and horrified, because he saw, in the back of the cab, two faceless bodies burning. At that instant, a piercing chill rose up, causing Zhang Zixuan to sit on his butt. How is this possible? He muttered to himself in disbelief as he recognized that it was clearly the mother and son in the back of the cab. Zhang Xiu asked dully, what exactly are we doing now? Unsurprisingly, you guys should turn into PPO. Before Zhang Zixuan could reply, a flat voice rang out from not far away. Both men looked away at the same time. Zhang Zixuan's pupils shrunk in shock and anger. Zhao Qingfeng, why are you here? Not far away, the figure of a man in the moonlight approached. He had a fire axe in his hand, waving it around casually. Zhao Qingfeng approached and smiled gently. You don't seem very happy to see me. Ha! He was smiling, but his eyes were cold. It didn't occur to me that both of these people had obsessions, and both appeared as souls after death. He certainly didn't come over to finish the obsession for these two. Zhang Zixuan's pupils shrank as the review of what had just happened was carried out, and he instantly roared in shock. It was you! That driver was arranged by you? Alas! How about a reward of an axe for guessing correctly? Zhao Qingfeng laughed and directly raised his fire axe, hacking down towards Zhang Zixuan. He's moving too fast. Zhang Zixuan's eyes widened and his entire body froze, and Zhang Xiu even exclaimed, don't! Swish! Fire axe chopping down. However, it passed through Zhang Zixuan's body without causing any damage. Zhang Zixuan froze, then laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, I know, I've turned into a ghost. Zhang Xiu also reacted, and in his heart, he was no longer afraid, and laughed coldly. I didn't expect it. Although we died, we became a severe ghost. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the fire axe and frowned. Zhang Zixuan sneered. Mom, we've been blessed by this, Zhang Xiu said excitedly. Not bad. We can go for revenge when we become a stern ghost. First scare that wild seed crazy, and then slowly concoct them. Not only them, but also the Tian Nanjiang family. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes went cold. He then stopped talking nonsense. Biting his finger, he applied blood to the blade of the axe. Zhang Zixuan froze. What are you doing? Zhao Qingfeng quietly walked up to Zhang Xiu and the fire axe chopped straight down. Zhang Xiu sneered. You want to hurt me? You know I am. The indescribable agony of the fire axe chopping at his body caused Zhang Xiu to burst into a terrifying scream. This kind of pain, she had never experienced in her life. Even the pain of giving birth to a child was not even a millionth of what she was experiencing at this moment. However, this kind of scream did not make Zhao Qingfeng stop. His eyes contained a hostile aura that was like madness, and he was silent, just holding the fire axe and chopping down continuously. Zhang Xiu's miserable screams, one after another, were so harsh that one's scalp went numb. Zhang Zixuan looked dumbfounded. In the screams of misery, Zhang Xiu's entire body dissipated a little. Eventually, it disappears completely. That's it, the soul is gone. As for Zhang Zixuan at this moment, he was almost scared out of his wits, and when he came to his senses with a jolt, he panicked and fled. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't in a hurry. He carried the fire axe and walked quietly in the direction of Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan ran less than 100 meters before he suddenly realized that he could not run anymore. The front was clearly empty, but it was as if there was an invisible wall that made it difficult for him to advance an inch. Turning back, Zhao Qingfeng gradually approached. In Zhang Zixuan's eyes, despair appeared. Chapter 97, The Deadly by Xiaoxing. Wait, you wait. Zhang Zixuan sat paralyzed on the ground, raising his hands and shivering. Only, at this moment, Zhao Qingfeng no longer had his usual calmness, and the cruelty and coldness in his eyes was enough to make one's heart tremble. He said, It's time to learn what I promised you today. Zhang Zixuan froze and subconsciously said, What did you promise me? Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was calm. At this moment, a scene from his life was recalled in Zhang Zixuan's mind, and it was finally fixed in chapter 27. He finally realized that the moment Zhao Qingfeng lightly said the words, kill your whole family to him, his fate had already been sealed. Ridiculous himself still end by Xiaoxing to sow discord. The two comparisons, as if the children play house. It's just that I don't know what other family members you have, but I appeared here today. So if you still have family members who want to help you take revenge, it's going to be interesting. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth. Zhang Zixuan's eyes widened. You could have not appeared? Now it's on purpose to appear here? If I promised you something, I should do it, shouldn't I? After Zhao Qingfeng calmly finished speaking, he was ready to send Zhang Zixuan on his way. As he watched Zhao Qingfeng raise his axe, Zhang Zixuan finally realized that he had to go offline, and he laughed miserably. You still lost. Do you think by Xiaoxing is being nice to me for my sake? It isn't. It's just because these eyes of mine resemble someone. That's the one she really cares about. You've been a cuckold for a long time. Ha 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 ha. You cuckold. By Xiaoxing cheated on you a long time ago. Maybe Yi isn't even your seed. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, so he took the axe and chopped down without hesitation. Ah! The sharp pain caused Zhang Zixuan to start convulsing. This kind of pain was far more than the one from the hammer earlier. Not even in the same order of magnitude. Zhang Zixuan had wanted to be tough, but it was only this extreme pain that made him scream uncontrollably. It was a full 3 minutes before Zhao Qingfeng stopped. The breeze was blowing and it was already empty in front of them. He was silent for a few seconds before turning around and getting ready to leave. Suddenly, a police car drove up, followed immediately by the officers getting out and checking the cab. At this time, a police officer noticed Zhao Qingfeng and hurriedly inquired, Who are you? What are you doing here? This place belonged to the bottom of the mountain and was off the beaten path. Zhao Qingfeng's appearance here was more or less unusual. Zhao Qingfeng raised the fire axe in his hand and said with an ugly face, I found out that something happened here, came over to take a look, and was going to use the axe to break the door open, but it turned out, vomit. At this point, the cab had been burning, and the body inside, which had become half coky, was beyond horrible and disgusting. Not only Zhao Qingfeng, but even the police officer had acid reflux in his stomach and couldn't look away. All right, hurry up if there's nothing going on. The police officer frowned and said to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng then nodded and left. After all, he's ready to break in and save lives, and it makes sense to have a fire axe in his hand, doesn't it? Back on top of his old Audi, a figure came out and looked at Zhao Qingfeng and rubbed his hands together, curtly saying, Mr. Zhao, things are done. Can you help me now? Just now. Zhao Qingfeng chopped those two Apao souls into pieces. Feng Bing all saw it in his eyes, and while his heart trembled, Some of the thoughts that he shouldn't have were all dispelled. Not to mention that Zhao Qingfeng had the ability to eliminate him. The most crucial thing was that his wife and son were still alive. In case he angered Zhao Qingfeng, there were too many ways that he could retaliate. Zhao Qingfeng stared at Feng Bing, and that gaze made him jittery. It was a while before Zhao Qingfeng laughed softly, opened the passenger side, and said, "Good job, get in the car." Feng Bing was greatly relieved and was busy getting into the car. Zhao Qingfeng was driving back to Tiannan when his cell phone rang. It was Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Qingfeng just glanced at it and didn't pick it up. The old Audi's speed wasn't fast or slow. He held the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes gazing ahead, calm and distant, as if he was thinking about something. After asking Bai Xiaoxing to let Zheng Zixuan go just now, Zhao Qingfeng ignored Bai Xiaoxing's retention and directly called a cab back to Fairview. He then drove up to Feng Bing, told him his plan, and then threw the plastic ring somewhere near the hospital. Feng Bing was able to appear out of thin air as long as he picked up the ring. The entire process that followed had nothing to do with Zhao Qingfeng. Even if the police went to investigate, it would just be an open case, because Feng Bing was wearing a duck-tongued hat. The surveillance couldn't capture his face, and no one would suspect a dead man. His plastic ring and hair, too, had long since gone up in flames, so the police are without any evidence and are able to come after him. But his final appearance is meaningful. On a legal level, he definitely has no problem. But, if someone wants to avenge Zheng Zixuan, then the eyes will definitely lock onto Zhao Qingfeng. In other words, he could have stayed out of it, but in the end he chose to enter the game with his body. Without realizing it, he returned to Tenant. Feng Bing said cautiously from the side, "Mr. Zhao, where are we going now?" Zhao Qingfeng looked at the time and realized that it was 3 in the morning. Then he said, "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll go with you to see Xiangnan." Hearing this, Feng Bing's eyes lit up and he busily nodded his head. Afterwards, Zhao Qingfeng left him in the neighborhood where Xiangnan lived and drove home. Just after coming out of the elevator, Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Bai Xiaoxing pushed a suitcase and stared at Chen Lexi with an icy gaze, and Chen Lexi clasped her hands on her chest, a cold smile embedded in the corner of her mouth. The two women stood in front of his house, tit for tat. This is turning the clock 3 o'clock. Zhao Qingfeng felt his scalp numb, so he silently passed through the two people, opened the door, and entered the house. "Honey, brother Qingfeng," both yelped out in surprise and both followed. Zhao Qingfeng sat on the sofa, rubbed his temples, and said, "It's already 3 o'clock. Tell me what's going on, honey dash. Oomph, this woman wants to come live in our house. She's so shameless." Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. Only when Bai Xiaoxing had a two-word casting pre-shake, the little pervert got resourceful and attacked directly, catching Bai Xiaoxing a bit off guard. "What do you mean our home? This is my husband's home. You're the most shameless," Bai Xiaoxing retorted angrily. Zhao Qingfeng stared at the suitcase in Bai Xiaoxing's hand and frowned. "This suitcase of yours, what does it mean?" Bai Xiaoxing came up to Zhao Qingfeng and said carefully, "Hubby, I want to live here. Are you kidding me?" Zhao Qingfeng was exasperated and laughed, so he interrupted her. Bai Xiaoxing's face was flustered, and she quickly said, "Husband, listen to me. I know I did wrong, and also wrong outrageously. I do not ask you to agree to remarry immediately. I just want to live here, and can still take care of Yi Yi. I know you will not forgive me, just for the sake of me avenging your death. Treat me as a tenant, okay?" Chen Lexi's cheeks then puffed up, and she said in an exasperated voice, "Ex-wife's sister, your deadpan look really opened my eyes." Chapter 98. Bai Xiaoxing was mad by Chen Lexi. "You shut up." Bai Xiaoxing glared at Chen Lexi in anger. Chen Lexi laughed disdainfully. "Who are you scaring? Come and bite me if you're capable." Bai Xiaoxing's fists are hard. "If I am not afraid that my husband will be angry, I have to let you know why the flowers are so red." Taking a deep breath, she held it in hard and just turned her head sideways, looking at Zhao Qingfeng with an expectant gaze. Zhao Qingfeng actually felt a headache. Bai Xiaoxing was indeed so wrong that even after she learned the truth and decisively retaliated against Zheng Zixuan, Zhao Qingfeng didn't have a single thought of remarrying. But on the other hand, there was always nothing wrong with the way she handled this matter, and having Zheng Zixuan wasted or even castrated was something Zhao Qingfeng would be happy to see. And she mentioned Zhao Yi. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit torn. Chen Lexi's eyes turned, suddenly walked to Zhao Qingfeng's side and said petulantly, "Brother Qingfeng, what happened last night? I won't be able to forget it in my life." Bai Xiaoxing's attention was then attracted, and her eyes widened as she questioned, "What was going on last night? You give me a clear explanation." Yikes! As if Chen Lexi had only just noticed Bai Xiaoxing, she covered her mouth in surprise and hurriedly explained, "Ugh, ex-wife sis, I misspoke. Nothing happened to us last night. You mustn't misunderstand." Bai Xiaoxing was trembling with anger and violently grabbed her arm. "Tell me clearly, what exactly happened?" Chen Lexi's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, so she said, "Ugh, I told you it was nothing. Why are you such a rude person? Bai Xiaoxing broke her defense and said angrily, I'll let you meet a ruder one. Okay. Zhao Qingfeng really couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and said, Chen Lexi, you go back to your room and sleep. Bai Xiaoxing, you stay in Yi Ye's room. That's it. After saying that, without looking back, he walked into his room and unlocked it. The third layer of his reason for Bai Xiaoxing to stay was Chen Lexi. Chen Lexi's mind. It's already clear. It can be said that there is no defense. Zhao Qingfeng is a normal man. He doesn't dare to guarantee that he will always be able to hold it. Yet he is a mature and sensible man. Chen Lexi's background had revealed the tip of the iceberg, and reason told him that the little pervert should never be touched. If you touch it, you will be in trouble. Heavenly trouble. Perhaps if Bai Xiaoxing lived here, besides being able to take care of Zhao Ye, she would at least be able to check Chen Lexi so that she wouldn't be so bold. Left and right are just tenants. Zhao Qingfeng felt that he was thinking through, so he laid down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng got dressed and just walked out of the bedroom. Chen Lexi was seen running over in a panic, exclaiming, Brother Qingfeng, you should call the police. Zhao Qingfeng's face changed and he immediately shielded her behind him, saying in a deep voice, What happened? Sister ex-wife, she's going to poison us. Chen Lexi pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said through clenched teeth. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment and immediately smelled a burnt odor. He then rushed to the kitchen, and at a glance he saw something black and unkempt in the pot and shocked. What is this? Bai Xiaoxing's apron, hiding her embarrassment by upsetting the pan. Her cheeks reddening slightly, she coughed lightly and said, I'll fry up a couple of eggs. That should be cooked, right? Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. You don't put oil in your fried eggs? Bai Xiaoxing's movements gave way, slowly turning her head sideways, her red lips slightly open. Ha! The corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth twitched as he walked over and took the pot from her hand, saying breathlessly, From now on, you are forbidden to enter the kitchen. With a disgruntled grimace, Bai Xiaoxing left the kitchen. Seeing the gloating Chen Lexi, she said without a trace of anger, What are you looking at? Chen Lexi hemmed and hawed. Ex-wife sis, you're such a waste. Your mouth is hardened with poison, isn't it? Bai Xiaoxing glared at her fiercely and ran to sit on the couch. Take out your cell phone and start searching. Do you need to put oil in the omelette? Chen Lexi came over and saw her search and was also surprised. You need oil to fry an egg? Isn't there water inside the egg? Bai Xiaoxing didn't bother with her. Chen Lexi then quietly stared at Bai Xiaoxing's cell phone screen, pondering in her heart. Not a moment too soon, Zhao Qingfeng made breakfast and served it on the table, faintly saying, Come over and eat. Chen Lexi then immediately popped over. Bai Xiaoxing immediately followed suit. Zhao Qingfeng didn't look at the two of them and finished eating by himself, saying, Don't move the dishes when you're done eating. You don't need to wash them. When he finished, he took his cell phone and left the house. Honey, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't care less about eating breakfast and directly got up, wanting to chase out, but with a twinkle in her eye. Chen Lexi pulled Bai Xiaoxing back and said, Ex-wife sis, you didn't even finish it. Don't waste it. This is my brother Qingfeng's hard work to make it it. Bai Xiaoxing angrily said, Let go. Look, you're angry again. When a woman gets angry, she ages fast. But of course it doesn't matter to a woman like you, who is 28 in real life, 29 in virtual life, 30 in gross life, and looking at 40 years old. Chen Lexi not only didn't let go, but also added fuel to the fire. Bai Xiaoxing was furious and turned around to scold angrily. You little girl, what do you know? Chen Lexi quietly straightened up, confused. Little what? What little? The corners of Bai Xiaoxing's mouth twitched as she broke away in a dead faint and ran out to try to chase Zhao Qingfeng. Only, at this moment, Zhao Qingfeng's elevator had gone down, so she could only come back with her head hanging down. As a result, Chen Lexi, this old six, locked the door. Bai Xiaoxing almost collapsed, so he rapped on the door. Chen Lexi, open the door. Open the door. Chen Lexi's muffled voice came out from inside. What's the point of opening the door? Aren't you going to work? I didn't even finish my noodles. Bai Xiaoxing felt like she was going to be so mad at her that she couldn't speak well and was somewhat incoherent. Oh, open the door for me, Bai Xiaoxing said angrily. You walk away, Chen Lexi said from inside. Bai Xiaoxing suppressed her anger and silently took a few steps back, thinking in her heart that as soon as Chen Lexi opened the door, she would rush over and let her know why the flowers were so red. Results, Chen Lexi merely opened the door a little, and Bai Xiaoxing had just rushed halfway there when it was slammed shut again. Bai Xiaoxing was completely furious. Chen, you keep your head down, Chen Lexi whispered inside again. Bai Xiaoxing slowly lowered her head, and by her feet, a bowl of noodles that hadn't been eaten yet sat there quietly. That's a pure bowl of noodles, not even chopsticks. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing only felt the blood in her body, a surge of it to her brain, gritted her teeth and said word for word, Chen Lexi, You wait for me. Zhao Qingfeng drove his car and headed straight to 9 May. Just got into the company. Boom, boom, boom. Salutes rang out and various colored ribbons almost covered Zhao Qingfeng. He froze for a moment, then realized that almost the entire company, all the employees, were gathered at the door. Chomei was there, with a rare smile on her face. She, who had a cold face for 10,000 years, said, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Qingfeng, for taking the big order of $50 million. With that, she led the applause. Immediately after that, the whole company started to applaud, especially some girls. Their palms were clapping red, looking at Zhao Qingfeng, stars almost coming out of their eyes. There were also the people from the Sales 3 group, including Lin Qingqing. All of them were excited. It was only then that Zhao Qingfeng understood what was going on, knowing in his heart that it was Bai Xiaoxing who had given the order to Zhou Mei, and projecting it in conjunction with yesterday's events. A guess surfaced in his mind. That is, the truth about the car accident was given to Bai Xiaoxing by Zhou Mei. In other words, it was the Su family that found out. Su Qiuran, is that you? Warmth inexplicably surged in Zhao Qingfeng's heart. Chapter 99. Where did Su Qiuran learn to change her face? Alright, after the celebration, everyone should do what they need to do. Zhao Qingfeng, come to my office. With that, Zhou Mei waved her hand for the crowd to disperse. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and went to his workstation first. Tang Tao couldn't wait to come over and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're this. Lin Qingqing also asked curiously. Alas, Qingfeng how did you take this single? After all, Mr. Gong R. Luck. Zhao Qingfeng snorted, then immediately changed the topic and said, I'll treat everyone to dinner later. Boss atmosphere. Tang Tao hastily called out. He roughly calculated, then drew a breath of cold air, *******. How much commission must there be for this single? The others also showed envious expressions. Zhao Qingfeng then pulled Lin Qingqing to the side and said, when the commission comes down, I'll take 50,000 out and you can split it with everyone. Lin Qingqing immediately widened her eyes. How can this work? This list has nothing to do with us. Alright, it's a deal. I still have things to do. I'll go to General Manager Zhou's office first. Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her with a smile and patted Lin Qingqing's shoulder before turning to leave. Lin Qingqing was stunned in place for a while before sighing. Qingfeng, this person, is really special. For Zhao Qingfeng, although he didn't have any money in his hand, the commission for this order was more than $800,000, so it was nothing to take out $50,000. The most crucial thing was that he and Lin Qingqing had also run many times during this period of time, and heartily approved of their work ethic. It's like the feedback given after helping a soul. But do good, don't ask questions, and the blessings may come one day. He went straight to Zhou Mei's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Zhao Qingfeng just walked in and saw that inside the office, in addition to Zhou Mei, there was also a playful figure, youthful and pretty, delicate and moving. He immediately smiled. You're back in tenant. Ha, it's Su Qiuran. Just a moment ago, he was thinking about her, but in the blink of an eye, she was in front of him. Zhao Qingfeng had a wonderful feeling. When Su Qiuran saw Zhao Qingfeng, her eyes also lit up and said, congratulations on the big order. Shouldn't you treat me to dinner? Zhao Qingfeng said without hesitation. That's certainly no problem, but I'll pick the place to eat. In case she wanted to go to Tangji Snail Fan again, Zhao Qingfeng would be embarrassed. Zhou Mei was sitting on the boss chair, seeing the two chatting like no one else. She couldn't help but frown and said, Zhao Qingfeng, this order is completely because of you to be able to take it down. So this time, in addition to the commission, I'll give you some more bonuses, adding up to $1 million after tax, along with this month's salary. Do you have any comments? Opinions? No comment, of course. Zhao Qingfeng thought to himself that the pie that had been drawn for so long would finally be in his mouth this time. Just say, it's fine for Mr. Zhou to arrange it. Auntie, you can talk about the job later. You can just watch and get it. Brother Qingfeng isn't too bad with this 100 and 200. Su Qiuran hadn't seen Zhao Qingfeng for many days, although she had been chatting on her cell phone every day recently. Only cell phone chatting, in the end, could not catch up with the meeting. She saw Zhou Mei talking about these have-nots, so she was dissatisfied. Zhao Qingfeng's heart tightened. What do you mean it's not as bad as this 100 and 200? This is a ing million. He was afraid that Zhou Mei, because of this sentence, commission will not give, and quickly coughed, said, this is office hours, or to work first. Qiuran, do not talk nonsense. Zhou Mei always feels Su Qiuran and Zhao Qingfeng. There is a kind of unclear relationship. The heart is very unhappy. Coldly said, you said good. This is the work time. Commission things finished. The next or to continue to work hard. To the rest of the company, to do a good example. Of course. Zhao Qingfeng nodded sincerely. For the love of $1 million, whatever you say is right. Okay, you're out. Zhou Mei waved her hand coldly. When Zhao Qingfeng left, he saw Su Qiuran say to him with a mouthful of words, "See you later." Zhao Qingfeng nodded with a smile. When Zhou Mei saw this, her face became even more unpleasant. When Zhao Qingfeng left, Su Qiuran walked over to Zhou Mei's chair, gave her a shoulder squeeze, and laughed. "Alas, sister-in-law, it's not good for you to have a stern face day after day. What is your relationship with him?" Zhou Mei grunted and then questioned. Su Qiuran blinked and said, What relationship? There is no relationship. It's just an ordinary friend relationship. Don't think nonsense." Zhou Mei sneered. "I'll be damned if I believe you," she said. "Watch yourself. He's so old, just divorced with a baby. If sis finds out Auntie," Su Qiuran hurriedly interrupted and said with some embarrassment, "This matter? Don't tell my mom about it first." Zhou Mei rotated her chair and looked at her. "Then you have to pay attention to proportion. Some time ago, you arranged so many people to keep checking the truth of the car accident in that area. Do you think that this matter? Your parents will not know?" Su Qiuran stammered. "After all, he's a friend. I'm just helping him out. There's nothing wrong with that. Do I need your help?" The Tiandongbai family has also arranged for someone to come over. Sooner or later they will be able to find this family and get the video. Zhou Mei didn't believe what she said at all and just sneered. Su Qiuran shook his head and said, "How many people have only come over from the White family?" The Bai family's basic disk was in Tiandong, and if they wanted to do something in Tiannan, they were definitely inferior to the Su family. Alas, if it's just a favor between friends, it's not a problem. Only, you got the video, but not directly to him. This kind of silent behind the back pay behavior. Do you know what counts? Zhou Mei said flatly. Su Qiuran subconsciously inquired. Counting what? Zhou Mei snorted and spat out two words. Licking dog. Su Qiuran immediately revealed an embarrassed look and said, Auntie, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Seeing that Zhou Mei was still ready to speak, she hurriedly changed the topic. Ugh, don't talk about me. What about you? You're 35 years old. Aren't you going to find a sister-in-law with me? I heard that the son of the Zhang family in Tiannan is very close to you. Don't you want to consider it? The Zhang family is deeply rooted in Tiannan, although the scale of assets is far different than the Su family. But the reputation is not low, and the connections are extraordinary. Zhang Feng? Zhou Mei sighed softly and said, he's too young for that. Su Qiuran immediately squeezed her eyebrows and said, what era is this? What kind of problem is this? Moreover, my father and the Zhang family are ready to start working together, so it would be a good match if they have a good feeling about it. When Zhou Mei sniffed, she grunted and said, then let you go. Will you go? Su Qiuran rightfully said, that's of course impossible. It's not like I like him. That's why I said you guys are getting close. I guess you have a crush on him too? Zhou Mei said faintly, good feeling cannot be talked about. First as a friend with it. Su Qiuran he straight smile, tone ambiguous, friends at a good friend. Good friends at a boyfriend. Zhou Mei said. Then again, Zhang Feng seems to be a bit conflicted with Zhao Qingfeng. What? Su Qiuran's face instantly turned cold. This Zhang, is he looking for death? Zhou Mei was staggered. No, who did you learn this face change from? Chapter 100, The Zhang Family of Tiannan. Su Qiuran's face tensed and said, Auntie, I suggest that you sever your relationship with Zhang Feng. Zhou Mei secretly laughed. So she said, just now you said that he and I are a good match. Alas, this is the time and the place. Su Qiuran waved his hand, his tone sullen. Zhou Mei sighed softly. Her expression said that she seemed to have a heart. After considering for half a day, she silently said, there are some things that are not for me to decide. Zhou Mei I can't possibly give up. If at the end of the day, there is only Zhang Feng, then it will be him. Su Qiuran was anxious, and my parents. The ride group is the ride group, and 9 Mei is 9 Mei. Zhou Mei lit a lady's cigarette, calmly said, is it not possible for Zhou Mei to become the next Ride the Wind group? It's highly likely that this would be laughed out of the room if it was said. 9 rose at best a few hundred million scale. The total annual profit is only a few tens of millions of dollars. The most critical is that there is no core product of their own, similar to the sales company, and Ride the Wind Group. That is the leading enterprise in Tiannan. The industry involves clothing, food, housing and transportation. Just large-scale factories there are several. Zhou Mei's goal, but the 9 made a Ride the Wind Group that level. Have to say, the goal is very ambitious. Zhao Qingfeng returned to his workstation and suddenly felt like he had nothing to do. $1 million in salary immediately arrived. The rest of this month, it seems that there is no pursuit. No wonder those sales elite are the first half of the month efforts, the second half of the month to touch the fish. It's mostly a matter of mindset. Zhao Qingfeng grabbed some of Tang Tao's tea, went to make a cup of tea, and leisurely watched a movie at his workstation. No one dares to control him. After all, $50 million of the list, that is, Zhou Mei came, and there is no opinion, provided that it is not deliberately targeted. By noon, Zhao Qingfeng was watching with headphones on. His shoulder was suddenly tapped, and he turned back with a jolt, and saw Su Qiuran's sweet smiling face. Off duty, go! Su Qiuran pointed to the time on his computer and smiled. Zhao Qingfeng took a look. It was past 12 o'clock, so he got up and said, "Ha ha, didn't pay attention to the time, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." Yes, Su Qiuran hummed and walked out of the company with Zhao Qingfeng, going downstairs and driving out. Zhao Qingfeng let Su Qiuran come up afterward and said, "Let me treat you to Chinese food." Su Qiuran was fine with it. Not long after, to have a family steamed vegetables restaurant. Su Qiuran said, "Alas, here I also came, the taste is quite good." The two of them went in. Zhao Qingfeng found a place by the window and ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup. When he realized that Su Qiuran had been staring at him, he touched his cheek and wondered, "Is there something dirty on my face?" No. Su Qiuran's cheeks blushed slightly, so she lowered her head. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said sincerely, "Su Qiuran, I have to thank you for this time." Su Qiuran was confused. This time? What thing? The truth about car accidents. Hearing Zhao Qingfeng say this, Su Qiuran froze for a moment. How did you know? Zhao Qingfeng had only guessed, and looking at her reaction, he knew that it was indeed her doing it silently behind the scenes. But then again, this was also in line with Su Qiuran's character. It wasn't the first time after all. Existing arrangements were made for someone to follow Zhao Qingfeng, and someone else to follow by Xiaoxing, even installing cameras in that ward. It's normal to look into the truth silently this time. That has a tendency to be a pleasing personality now. Zhao Qingfeng, perhaps seeing his former self, inexplicably felt some good feelings towards this behavior of Su Qiuran. He then said, "There's no way Bai Xiaoxing can easily give up the project to Mr. Zhou. She can do this. It's only because there's a crucial thing that happened. Plus," Zhao Qingfeng paused, but still didn't say anything about Zhang Zixuan. "Anyway, through some things, I speculated that Zhou Mei must have taken the video of the truth of the car accident and made a deal with Bai Xiaoxing, and since Zhou Mei had no reason to have that video, when I thought about it, I thought it was you." Su Qiuran snapped, "That's sister-in-law. She's really a thief. I gave her the video, obviously asking her to hand it over to you, or give it directly to Bai Xiaoxing, and she's still fishing for favors out of it. It's too much." Zhao Qingfeng wondered, "Then why don't you just give it to me? I'm afraid you'll blame me again for not asking for your permission to dash." Su Qiuran glanced at him and said carefully. Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, "In your mind, am I this kind of good and bad person?" "Hey." Su Qiuran spat out her tongue. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Honestly, I'm so grateful to you for this matter. I don't even know how to repay you." "Big brother Qingfeng, don't say that." Su Qiuran said, "If you really want to repay, then I have a condition." "You say." Su Qiuran's cheeks blushed slightly and said, "I don't want you to call me by my name. Just call me Qiuran." Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "No problem." It wasn't long before the food came up. The two of them then ate. As she ate, Su Qiuran suddenly thought of something and inquired, "Brother Qingfeng, what's going on between you and that Zhang Feng? From what my sister-in-law said, it seems like you had a bit of a falling out with him?" When Zhao Qingfeng heard the name, he frowned and said, "This person is a bit sick." At once, he told what had happened in front of the condensation office, and what he had encountered at the company the last time. Su Qiuran's face chilled as she said, "I never thought that this Zhang Feng is so arrogant and domineering. Luckily, I still think that there is a possibility for him to come together with my sister-in-law in the future, but now it seems that he is by no means a good match." Zhao Qingfeng did not comment on this matter, but only asked, "This Zhang Feng, does he have a deep background?" "Tiannan Zhang family." Su Qiuran calmly spat out these 4 words. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk because these 4 words, when he went over to find Zhang Zixuan yesterday, he heard them from Zhang Xiu's mouth. She thought that she would be able to retaliate when she became a stern ghost, and not only did she want to find trouble with Zhao Qingfeng, but it seemed that she also wanted to find trouble with the Zhang family in Tiannan. In that case, could it be that the Zhang family in Tainan, and Zhang Zixuan's mother and son, have some kind of entanglement? Seeing his silence, Su Qiuran said, "Big brother Qingfeng, don't worry. If Zhang Feng dares to find trouble with you, I will definitely not let him go." When Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses, he smiled and said, "It's fine, thank you Qiuran. It's a society with the rule of law now. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me." The words were said, but a flash of coldness flashed through the depths of Zhao Qingfeng's pupils. Zhang Zixuan S. Zhang is the Zhang of the Zhang family in Tainan, plus Zhang put this thing. Perhaps, I promised Zhang Zixuan S. thing, and it has not been completed. Su Qiuran glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, and secretly thought in her heart, "Big brother Qingfeng, you are still too simple. If Zhang Feng really wants to make a move, he has many methods, but it's okay. I'll protect you." So, both having their own ideas, They didn't talk about it anymore and ate in silence. Chapter 101, The Stars and the Moon of the White Family. After eating, Zhao Qingfeng went to settle the bill. Walking out of the restaurant, the sunlight outside was bright and sprinkled on Su Qiuran's body, causing Zhao Qingfeng's eyes to straighten slightly. Su Qiuran put on light makeup today. Her already ceiling-level face value added a few embellishments. Those soulful eyes, as if they could speak. She was wearing a white inch shirt and a light blue skirt today, revealing her snow white and straight two calves, and making her body look erect and exquisite. A proper human product. Ugh, what are you looking at? Su Qiuran's cheeks flushed red and she couldn't help but rant. She was usually not wearing makeup, and today she went out and put on makeup, and she actually didn't observe it until now. This wouldn't peer. Zhao Qingfeng coughed lightly, then withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's go. I still have to work in the afternoon." "Where are you going? I'll give you a ride?" Su Qiuran was a little disappointed. "This broken class, what's so good about it? I should have known that I would have arranged for you to be my bodyguard." "Well, personal bodyguard. Of course, it's too late for that," she said. "My car is parked at the Ride Mansion, so I'll go there with you." "Good." The two of them got into the car, and Zhao Qingfeng asked in passing, "Ugh, haven't you been in Tiannan all this time?" "Well, went to the capital with my dad. Ride the Wind Group has a large project that is not starting well. Visited a few people." Su Qiuran didn't hide it and said directly. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he let out an "oh." This was a business secret. He didn't ask in detail. In a short while, they arrived at the Ride Group. Zhao Qingfeng drove into the parking lot and saw Su Qiuran's red Ferrari at a glance, so he stopped the car. Su Qiuran got off the car, waved her hand at Zhao Qingfeng and said, "Then I'll go back first, ha. We chat. Oh, no problem." Zhao Qingfeng gave her an okay sign. When I got back to the office, I realized that none of the lights had been turned on, and looked at the time. It was only 1:30. 9 May's routine is from 8:30 in the morning to 12 noon, and then there is a 2-hour lunch break at noon. Now that many people were lying on their workstations sleeping, Zhao Qingfeng walked in gently. After sitting down, he couldn't help but think of Su Qiuran. During this period of time, he always felt that getting along with Su Qiuran was the most comfortable. By the afternoon, he got a call that was unexpected and justified. "Qingfeng, do you have time this afternoon? It may be necessary for you to come to the station." The one who called him was Zhuge Yang, and his words were polite. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour." Running sales, there is no need to punch the clock, and he did not ask for leave, and went directly to the tenant police station. "Sit." When Zhuge Yang saw him, he greeted him in an office, pointed to a chair, and said casually. After Zhao Qingfeng sat down, he said, "Looks like it's for the car accident last night?" Zhuge Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Last night, on the highway from Tiannan to Tianqi, there was a major car accident. Of course this matter is not under our control. It is the Tianqi police in charge. Originally this was a traffic accident, not a criminal case, but the weird thing is that the driver was not found inside the already charred car. We checked the surveillance along the way and found no sign of the driver getting out of the car, and the surveillance showed the driver still in the car before entering that tunnel." After listening to Zhuge Yang's description, Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin and analyzed. "It seems that the driver got out of the car right inside the tunnel?" Zhuge Yang nodded and said, "That's what we're speculating, but it's not like the driver was seen coming out of the tunnel inside the surveillance, which is strange. Now we can only speculate that the driver was picked up by a certain car from inside the tunnel, in the next process." Zhao Qingfeng agreed and said, "That's the only possibility." Zhuge Yang's gaze suddenly fixed on Zhao Qingfeng's expression and said, "But after that car fell off the cliff, you were the only witness. Were there any special findings?" Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment before he exclaimed, "Captain Zhuge, you're not doubting me, are you?" Captain Zhuge smiled. "No need to be nervous, just making inquiries. After all, there aren't many residents in that area, and you're the only eyewitness, so it's a routine inquiry." Zhao Qingfeng laughed bitterly. "Last night, I drove to the countryside to find a friend for something. Just as I drove there, I saw something explode on the highway, followed by a car on fire rolling down. At that time, I had a fire axe in my car, so I thought of going over to save people. When I went over there, I realized that the person in the car was completely hopeless, and I was just about to call the police when the police car was already here." When Captain Zhuge's gaze condensed, he inquired, "You said you drove to the countryside to look for a friend, so after you passed, why did you go straight back to Tiannan?" Zhao Qingfeng's gaze revealed fear. Said, "At that time, I saw those two people. I was so scared. Where is the heart to find what friends are? Just want to go home." Captain Zhuge nodded before sighing. "Qingfeng, I'm really sorry for dragging you here. It's just that this case is so weird that there's not much to go on over at Tianqi." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head in understanding and said with concern, "Alas, In this case, the most crucial thing is to find that driver. Yes. Captain Zhuge fished out a box of cigarettes and pulled one out and handed it to Zhao Qingfeng. Smoking? Thanks. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't polite and took the cigarette and lit it, laughing. You're such a big captain. Don't you smoke better cigarettes? Zhuge Yan also laughed. It's not fashionable to talk about this here. The atmosphere eased off. After smoking a cigarette, Zhuge Yang let Zhao Qingfeng leave after a few more brief inquiries. As he left, Zhao Qingfeng saw a group of people inside the hall. A group of black-clad bodyguards, to be exact, surrounding a man. The man was robust, with gray hair, and though his face was expressionless, his cheeks inexplicably revealed a hint of hostility. With a raised eyebrow, Zhuge Yang stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhang, there's actually no need to wait all the way. If the driver is caught, a briefing will be issued. With a calm gaze, Mr. Zhang swept a glance at Zhao Qingfeng and faintly asked, Who is he? Zhuge Yang shook his head and smiled. Unrelated personnel. Afterward, he pushed Zhao Qingfeng and said, Alright, you go ahead. I still have things on my side, so I won't see you off. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and took another look at General Manager Zhang before leaving the city office. Back in the car, he didn't immediately drive, but instead gave a thoughtful look. This Mr. Zhang, it seems that he's looking into the truth of the death of Zhang Zishuan's mother and son. Even Captain Zhuge was so polite. It was obvious that this Mr. Zhang's identity was not ordinary, and combined with the recent speculations, the probability was that it was the one from the Zhang family in Tiannan. The corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth contained an icy smile. They're getting interesting. He then drove off and didn't go back to the company, but went to find Feng Bing. He promised to take him to see Xiang Nan and the child today, so he can't go back on his word. Other side. Condensation law firm. Zheng Feng leaned against the wall and said with his eyes closed, You're saying that you helped Zhao Qingfeng with the divorce lawsuit? And won? Lang Ning squatted on the ground and stammered. It's, the Tiandong Bai family, is just like that. Zheng Feng let out a long breath before sneering. It seems that the stars and moon of the Bai family are now single. Chapter 102 Don't mention that asshole to me. Brother, come on. Corner of the city. Xiang Nan was wearing a tight little halter top and a pink super short skirt, and when large patches of skin touched the air, passers-by would subconsciously look twice. To be honest, Xiang Nan was still quite pretty. It was just that her original innocent look was now covered by thick foundation, giving her an extra 8 points of dusty flavor. Eyeing a man walking by, Xiang Nan didn't hesitate to reach out and hook him. Fawning. The man was in his 40s or 50s. His hair was already bald, and he was very thin. He recklessly sized up Xiang Nan, reached out and touched him, and said with a hefty smile, How much is it? The smile on Xiang Nan's face remained unchanged as he held out 3 fingers. The man frowned and grabbed another handful before saying, Too expensive. With that, he turned to leave. Xiang Nan was a bit anxious, so she pulled the man and said, 200. How about 200? The man stepped forward, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, and said, 150. And service. Xiang Nan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Okay. She then took the bald man to the humble rental house. There were 2 rooms in the house, one of which was tightly closed, and Xiang Nan glanced at it and averted her eyes, leading the man to the other room. Half an hour later, Big brother, said 105. You this. Xiang Nan looked at the handful of money in his hand and said with an ugly face, This handful of bits and pieces add up to 70 or 80 bucks. The bald man said impatiently, And to wear that thing, it's no fun. I don't have any money, that's all. You can use WeChat dash. Love it or leave it. The bald man lit a cigarette, shook off Xiang Nan's arm, grunted coldly, turned around and left. Xiang Nan stared blankly at the man's back, the money in his hand gradually clenching. Feng Bing, who was standing outside the door, heard it and his eyes brushed blood red. Rushing to the man, he punched and kicked him, roaring, I'll kill you. However, it has no effect on men. When the bald man noticed Zhao Qingfeng, he said petulantly, Not bad, go ahead and try it. It's still hot. Ha ha. Zhao Qingfeng swept him lightly. The bald man grunted, Look at your mom. When he finished, he hung back and left. Only, before the bald man could take a few steps, a few stray hairs on his head were suddenly gripped, followed by his entire body being ripped to the ground. He struggled to get up, a foot on his chest making it difficult to move. Zhao Qingfeng towered over him, his icy eyes looking at him quietly. What you just said? Say it again? You. The bald man's heart inexplicably chilled when he met Zhao Qingfeng's eyes. In the next second, Zhao Qingfeng kicked him in the mouth, causing the bald man to stifle a grunt and half of his face to go numb. Annoyed, he yelled, How dare you hit someone? I'm calling the police. Without a word, Zhao Qingfeng picked up a brick from the side and weighed it in his hand. The bald man also sneered. You scare me. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the slate was slapped hard on his head. Boo! Ah! The bald man screamed as his head was suddenly broken. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "You can call the police. How much money do you want? I'll pay you back. Then my affair with you is just the beginning." Saying that, he took his cell phone out and tapped on Zhuge Yang's number, handing it to him. "This is the number of the chief of the criminal police of the Tiannan City Bureau. You can call now." The bald man froze, for a while, before coyly saying, "Little brother, I am sorry. It is my fault. I have a cheap mouth. This matter is even." He didn't dare to answer Zhao Qingfeng's cell phone. People stored the number of the chief of the criminal police, regardless of whether it is true or not. This bottom here, the bald man has not dared to offend. What's more, when this coming out to play thing of his comes to light, the family chickens come home to roost. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. The bald man hurriedly climbed up and was about to run when he heard Zhao Qingfeng say flatly, "Pay the money." At this moment, Xiang Nan was standing in the doorway, staring blankly at the scene. The bald man reluctantly turned around and pulled out another red ticket from inside his pocket and handed it to Xiang Nan before he fled. Xiang Nan looked at the extra 100 in his hand, hesitated, and said, "Big brother, thank you. You come in. This time, no charge." She knew that Zhao Qingfeng had helped her out, but other than this way, didn't know how to repay her. Zhao Qingfeng silently walked into the house. Feng Bing followed beside him, his eyes glittering with excitement. Xiang Nan walked into the room and started to take off her skirt. Zhao Qingfeng was just about to stop it when he suddenly heard a cry coming from inside that tightly closed room. Xiang Nan's face turned white and quickly said, "Big brother, you may have to wait for a while." With that said, she couldn't think of anything else to do and hurriedly pulled that door open. It wasn't a room inside. It looked like a bathroom of less than 2 square meters converted into one. A bed occupied the inside. The windows were sealed with barbed wire, and a swaddled baby was lying on the bed, crying out, "And don't cry, mommy is here." Xiang Nan hurriedly hugged and coaxed the baby, looking up at Zhao Qingfeng every now and then with a somewhat awkward expression. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was quiet and he didn't speak. Xiang Nan said awkwardly, "That, the child is probably hungry. I have to make her some milk powder." With that, she took the formula out of the baby's bed, as well as the thermos. Once the formula was made and fed into the little one's mouth, she did stop crying. At this time, Feng Bing's eyes had long been red and he kept slapping himself. Half an hour had passed since Xiang Nan had put the baby to sleep. Only then did she greet Zhao Qingfeng and said, "Big brother, I'm really sorry. Is he still coming now?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. "I'm here to find you. Looking for me?" Xiang Nan froze. Zhao Qingfeng said, "I know your name is Xiang Nan, and I also know that your ex-husband's name is Feng Bing. Don't give me that asshole." Just hearing the name, Xiang Nan roared hysterically as if in a stress reaction. Zhao Qingfeng sighed. "Feng Bing is indeed a real asshole." He then said, "I know your story, and what I want to ask is, why did you have her then?" Hearing the child calmed Xiang Nan down a lot. After thinking about it, she said, "Her name is Xiang'an, and she's a healthy little girl." Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. This was good news. So he said, "Then why did you, in the end, choose to go towards this path?" Xiang Nan's eyes were bleak, and he smiled bitterly. "I have to raise a child, and I need thousands of dollars for milk powder every month. I also want to cure the disease. I know that this disease cannot be cured, but at least it can be controlled. This, all need money, but I do not have a health license. Basically no place wants me. The places that don't want health certificates either pay too little or take too long, and I not only need the money, but I also need to greet Anne." Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng understood. Then he said, "Then do you want to see Feng Bing? See him?" Xiang Nan's eyes suddenly panicked, hastily blocked the little guy, trembling. "Big brother, you have something to come at me? Don't hurt Anan." Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened. Chapter 103. Wait, don't open the door yet. He coughed lightly and said, "Ugh, you're misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" Xiang Nan still looks a little alarmed. "Feng Bing's grave grass is old. You ask me if I want to see him?" Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "My surname is Zhao. You can call me Mr. Zhao. It's better to let him talk to you." He then pulled off a hair and handed it to Feng Bing next to him. Xiang Nan froze and his eyes widened suddenly. Only Feng Bing's figure appeared out of thin air. This made Xiang Nan stand up at once. "Nan, I'll be damned. I deserve to die." Feng Bing clutched the hair tightly, plopped down on his knees, and cried out as he kept slapping himself with his other hand. After Xiang Nan experienced a moment of shock, she slowly sat down. Her eyes were red and she just coldly looked at Feng Bing with an expression full of resentment. Zhao Qingfeng said, "You have 10 minutes. When he finished, he stepped outside and closed the door with his hand. Feng Bing slapped his face all swollen before Xiang Nan spoke with a sneer. "What are you still coming back for? You want me to forgive you?" Feng Bing then stopped and looked at her in a daze. Nan, I will never forgive you even if I die. Fong Bing, you are a birth. Xiang Nan hissed. In this moment, she could no longer hold back the tears that slipped down her face when she thought of all the misery she had suffered, brought on by the man before her. Fong Bing's eyes dimmed and said, Nan, I know you won't forgive me. I just want to hug her, can I? However, Xiang Nan, deadlocked in front of Xiang Nan calmly said, Are you worthy? Fong Bing shuddered and his face turned pale. Xiang Nan stared at him for a while before saying, Aren't you dead? Fong Bing bitterly said, I am dead. But I'm holding on to you guys and have been wandering around here. And Mr. Zhao is a high-level person who was able to make me appear briefly. Xiang Nan subconsciously glanced at the door, and a flash of shock surfaced in his eyes. What kind of power is it to make the dead appear? Fong Bing said, It is me who is sorry. If you hate me, you can beat me, or even cut me with a knife. Left and right are dead, but only once more. Xiang Nan's expression was cold for a while before he got up and said faintly, Her name is Xiangyan. Fong Bing's expression instantly became overwhelmed as he hurriedly got up from the ground and gently picked up Xiangyan. Daddy's here. Fong Bing hugged the little one, crying and laughing. Xiang Nan was on the sidelines, and his eyes were also red. Xiangyan woke up at this moment. She was in her father's arms. Rarely did she cry. Those big eyes, curiously looking at Fong Bing, watery and clear. At this moment, Fong Bing felt a liver-like repentance. Why did I do those things? We would obviously be a happy family of 3. Fong Bing's eyes blurred with tears and he trembled as he reached out his hand to stroke Xiangyan's small cheek. Xiangyan, perhaps feeling the tickle, giggled, revealing 2 slightly protruding tooth stumps. Extremely cute. Little did she know that this would be the last and only time her father would hold her for a few brief minutes. Fong Bing looked at his adorable daughter. How he wished that this moment in time would become permanent, but it's a far-fetched dream. His eyes held a strong sense of longing and reluctance. Eventually, it was time to gently lay Xiangyan on the bed. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Xiang Nan and said, Nan, I know you won't forgive me, but I still have something to tell you. Inside our picture frame, there's a passbook. There's another sum of money in there, a little over $800,000, and the combination is your birthday. With that, he skillfully pulled out a box under Xiang Nan's bed, found a picture frame inside, and opened it up, where a bankbook lay quietly. Xiang Nan was stunned. How do you know? Fong Bing said bitterly, I've been by your side since I died. Xiang Nan stared at him in a daze for a long time before crying and cursing. Fong Bing, you're such an asshole. Fong Bing breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xiang Nan, In my life, the most fortunate thing is that I met you, and the most regrettable thing is that I am sorry for you. Nan, I love you. After saying that, his figure began to vaporize. Xiang Nan's heart jumped and asked in a trembling voice, What happened to you? His time is up. At this time, Zhao Qingfeng pushed the door inside softly when he saw this scene. Then, in the gazes of the two, Fong Bing's figure gradually disappeared, and a hair slowly fell to the ground. Zhao Qingfeng picked it up and said, Take this money and live a good life. Save it and find some simple jobs. It should be enough to raise an end to adulthood. Xiang Nan had a complicated expression and suddenly said, Mr. Zhao, can you bring Fong Bing back? Zhao Qingfeng was a bit strange. You let him come back? Could it be that you can still forgive him? Xiang Nan laughed forlornly, his eyes looking towards Anan on the bed, and said, He's an asshole. How can I be any different now? All dirty, just half a catty. Now my only wish is to raise Anan and get away from her world. Zhao Qingfeng moved slightly, but he felt that, at this moment, Xiang Nan had a surprisingly nice smile. He shook his head softly. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Xiang Nan didn't find it strange and said, Alas, there is a difference between life and death, and this is as it should be. With that, she picked up the passbook on the floor and rubbed the lettering on it. Looking depressed and wondering what she was thinking, Zhao Qingfeng stood up, picked up a pen and paper from the side, and left his phone number on it, saying, If you run into difficulties, you can call me. With that, he turned and left. Xiang Nan froze for a moment before taking the number and subconsciously chasing it out. However, she only saw Zhao Qingfeng's back. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, so she could only watch Zhao Qingfeng walk away. A while later, Xiang Nan walked in, clipped the phone number into the passbook, picked up Xiangyan and said to her, And don't be afraid, you have an uncle. Your uncle is great, and Mom will be able to rest assured in the future. She smiled, but her eyes shone with a light that had never been there before. This is hope. From that day on, Tenant City had one less streetwalker and one more plain and ordinary mother. After Zhao Qingfeng left, he went straight to the Imperial River residence. When he reached by Li Yu's door, he knocked on the door. Soon, Zhao Ye's crisp voice came out from inside. Who is it? It's me. Open the door. Dad. Zhao Yi shouted and prepared to open the door. A sudden cry of alarm rang out from inside. Wait, don't open the door yet. It's a little late for that. Zhao Yiyi had already opened the door. Zhao Qingfeng immediately saw a white figure rushing into the bathroom. Cold sweat appeared on Zhao Qingfeng's forehead. Not again? Chapter 104, by Xiaoxing's Revenge. For a while, Bailey Yu had only just come out of the bathroom. She was wearing a bath towel and her hair was wet. Her cheeks were also red and she glared fiercely at Zhao Ye. I told you not to open the door. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit embarrassed, so he rubbed his nose and said, did something happen just now? Bai Liu glared at him again. You're still pretending? Zhao Qingfeng then stopped talking. There are some images inside the mind that linger. The former sister-in-law's body is also extremely good. Surprisingly even the waist nest. Ahem. Thinking out loud, Zhao Qingfeng then said, Ugh, why do you bathe during the day? What do you care? Bai Liu had a lot of fire and spoke in an impulsive manner. Looked at again, for the second time, and crucially by my brother-in-law. Ex-brother-in-law. This made Bai Liu's heart incomparably shy, and she could only cover it up with annoyance. Zhao Yiyi didn't know she was in trouble at all. She just said cheerfully, Great auntie sleeps every day during the day, then takes a bath in the afternoon. You shut up, Bai Liu said through clenched teeth. Zhao Qingfeng understood that a geeky girl like Bai Liu basically had her days and nights turned upside down. He knew in his heart that it was not a good place to stay, so he said, I'm here to pick up Yi. I know, Bai Liu said coldly. Yi, you can't pick up today. Zhao Ye opened her mouth wide. Ha, Bai Liu sneered at her. You've gotten me into trouble again today. Do you still want to run tonight? Zhao Yi's face instantly became bitter, and her pleading eyes looked at her old father. Only, Zhao Qingfeng pretended not to see it, snorted, and stood up. Then I'll go back first, call if anything happens. So, he ran to the door in 3 steps in front of Zhao Ye's grudging eyes. As he was leaving the house, he glanced back again, and then kindly reminded, Ryu, the bath towel is not wrapped properly. With that, he flew open the door and scurried out. Bai Liu subconsciously glanced down, and immediately her face turned blood red and she gritted her teeth. Zhao, Qing, Feng, Zhao Yi said, Auntie, why are you calling out for Dad? Dad's already gone? Bai Liu was uncomfortable when she remembered just now, but she's only wearing a bath towel, and the hem is still open. This made Bai Liu so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to pick her feet. She picked up the cup on the coffee table and took a sip of water before she was less shy, so she snorted coldly at Zhao Ye. What's this on my hand? Zhao Ye playfully said. I know this one. This one is a teacup. No, Bai Liu had a stern face. This one is a cup, and it's also talking about you. Zhao Yi, you are destined to be a tragedy tonight. Ha! Zhao Ye's smile then stiffened on her face. Zhao Qingfeng car inexplicably thought of a song. The blackness in front of you is not black. What white you want is white. It took a while before Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. What black and white? Thinking too much, he drove the old Audi back to Fairview at a leisurely pace. Just arrived at the house, he saw Bai Xiaoxing crouching in the doorway. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her, half of his good mood went away and he walked over and asked in a nonchalant manner, What are you doing squatting here? When Bai Xiaoxing saw that he was back, she hurriedly stood up and said with resentment, It's all because of Chen Lexi. She locked me out. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned, then laughed coldly. What else can this prove other than that you're stupid? Bai Xiaoxing's face stiffened, and she instantly became aggravated and wanted to cry. Zhao Qingfeng, however, would not comfort her and directly opened the door. When Chen Lexi saw him, she jumped up from the sofa in joy. Brother Qingfeng, you're back. However, Bai Xiaoxing came out afterward, scurrying out from behind Zhao Qingfeng and rushing towards Chen Lexi with a face full of anger, clearly having red warmed up long ago. Just as she was about to grab Chen Lexi, Zhao Qingfeng's hand suddenly gripped her arm. In a deep voice, he said, Bai Xiaoxing, what are you doing? Bai Xiaoxing was all aggravated, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, Hubby, she bullied me. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, As I said, that's your own stupidity. If you can't stand it, you can leave here. Bai Xiaoxing froze. Zhao Qingfeng also let go of his hand. As if she had lost her strength, Bai Xiaoxing slowly crouched on the ground and let out a sad whimper. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, Stay here, and whoever dares to make a move, please leave. When he finished, he went to the kitchen. Chen Lexi looked at Bai Xiaoxing, who was squatting on the ground, and staggered. Ugh, ex-wife's sister, you can still tolerate this? If I were you, I'd have fallen out with him on the spot, making it look like who doesn't have a place to live. Bai Xiaoxing wiped her tears, then stood up and said in a cold voice, None of your business. My husband loves me even if he beats me, not to mention scolding me. Chen Lexi was shocked. No, you're okay with this? Bai Xiaoxing just coldly swept her a glance and ran towards the kitchen. Zhao Qingfeng was washing the dishes when his afterglow saw Bai Xiaoxing walk in, so he said irritably, "Aren't you not allowed to enter the kitchen?" Bai Xiaoxing didn't care and walked over to hug his waist, saying intimately, "Hubby, I was too impulsive just now, don't be angry." Zhao Qingfeng was a bit shocked when he heard this. "No, wasn't my attitude just now bad enough?" He turned his head and gave Bai Xiaoxing an unbelievable look, and the other returned a smirk instead. This made Zhao Qingfeng mess up, so he pointed outside and said, "Alright, don't mess up, hurry up and get out. I'm going to cook." "Okay." Bai Xiaoxing's voice actually had a hint of happiness in it. Zhao Qingfeng lazily ignored her, washing the dishes and subconsciously said, "Ugh, where's another bowl?" Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up and she immediately ran to the living room, saying faintly, "My husband said there's a bowl missing." Chen Lexi froze for a moment and said, "Didn't I give you that bowl of noodles this morning? Where is the bowl?" Bai Xiaoxing sneered, "That's what you took out yourself. It's not like I want you to take it. What are you asking me for?" Chen Lexi was anxious and stood up quickly, saying, "Just tell me where the bowl is." Bai Xiaoxing pointed outside and faintly said, "Where else?" Chen Lexi sniffed, so she ran out and saw the bowl on the side stairway. Her face was happy, and with the bowl in her hand, she was ready to run in. However, boo! Looking at the closed door, Chen Lexi froze. Bai Xiaoxing, this old six, was actually waiting for her here. Chen Lexi held the bowl in one hand and slapped the door with the other. "Bai Xiaoxing, open the door! Open the door for me!" Bai Xiaoxing's voice sounded muffled from inside. "What are you saying? I can't hear you." She leaned against the door and couldn't have been happier. After being hit with the boomerang so many times, she was finally able to hit it back once. That's a milestone win. Chen Lexi was furious and kept rapping on the door. "Bai Xiaoxing, are you opening the door? Open the door! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bai Xiaoxing, count on your balls. We'll see." "Sister ex-wife, I was wrong about what happened during the day. Do me a favor and open the door." "Sister Xiaoxing, open the door now. I'm peeing. Really, I'm more than pissed. I can't hold it in. It's almost showing all." Chen Lexi shouted randomly outside and coldly sidestepped her head. Instead, he saw a delicate figure, standing not far away, with her mouth so wide open that she could almost stuff an egg in it. Only after a while did Su Qiuran open his mouth with a shocked face. "You said, something is about to show its head?" Chen Lexi was dumbfounded. In this moment, she felt that she would be better off dead if she lived. His face changed, and he finally smiled awkwardly yet politely. "That, Sister Qiuran, you just misheard me, right? Chapter 105, the monastery, doesn't exist." Su Qiuran swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but say, "In fact, there is a public toilet under the cell." Chen Lexi's face darkened as she said, "What public restroom? I can't even understand what you're saying." This would be the case, and Su Qiuran could see her embarrassment. Just let out a laugh and walked over wondering. "Lexi, what are you doing here?" Chen Lexi pointed at the closed gate and said through clenched teeth, "I'm going home. What else can I do?" "Going home?" Su Qiuran's smile began to force up. "Isn't this Qingfeng Big Brother's home? What home are you returning to?" Chen Lexi said rightfully, "Brother Qingfeng's home is my home. We've been living together for a long time. Anyway, now that he's divorced, it's just natural for us to dash." "What are you babbling about?" Inside, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't hear anymore, and violently pulled the door open. Furious, Su Qiuran was shocked again. "Bai Xiaoxing, why are you here too?" Bai Xiaoxing gave her a cold look. "My husband lives here. I'm following my husband. What's wrong with that?" Su Qiuran, at this moment, felt that her brain was a bit turned around. "God damn it, what the hell happened while I was gone for a few days? Hasn't Brother Qingfeng divorced Bai Xiaoxing? Also, what about Chen Lexi? This asshole, who claimed to live here?" Zhao Qingfeng was inside the kitchen and originally saw Bai Xiaoxing and Chen Lexi arguing and didn't take it seriously, as long as they didn't fight. When he vaguely heard Su Qiuran's voice, he couldn't calm down, and came out from inside the kitchen with a spatula. And when he saw Su Qiuran, he laughed and said, "Qiuran, why are you here?" Su Qiuran nodded and asked busily, "What is going on?" Zhao Qingfeng sighed. "It's a long story. What's the long and short of it?" Chen Lexi walked straight into the house and placed the bowl in Zhao Qingfeng's hand, then squinted at Bai Xiaoxing and said angrily, "Ex-wife sis, I'm telling you, things aren't over today." Bai Xiaoxing wasn't afraid of her and sneered, "What can you do to me?" Chen Lexi's pupils shrunk as she argued, "I'll kick you out sooner or later." Bai Xiaoxing swept a glance at Chen Lexi and Su Qiuran and said indifferently, "One by one, you all don't know what kind of mentality you have. You have to look for a married man and one with a child. If that's good, you might as well go to the second marriage market." Su Qiuran was still uncertain, but now that she was ordered, she couldn't care less and directly started the battle mode. "It seems that I have to find someone to urge the Civil Affairs Bureau so that they can send the divorce certificate over in a hurry, lest some people cover their ears. Chen Lexi's breath caught at the words. This aggressiveness is really worthy of Sister Chiron. Bai Xiaoxing's face really changed. The moment Su Chiron opened her mouth, it made her break her defense. She reached out and pointed at Su Chiron, saying angrily, "Your mouth, is it smeared with crane red?" Su Chiron laughed. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the fast knife. As they spoke, the two locked eyes, and the air seemed to crackle with electricity. Chen Lexi came back to her senses from her adoration of Su Chiron, thinking that this won't work. I'm also the protagonist, why should I eat melon? So she stepped forward as well, creating a three-legged stand. Only, Bai Xiaoxing and Su Chiron's face value was too high, and although Chen Lexi was young, she was still half a step behind these two, and had not been put in her sights for the time being. This made Chen Lexi very indignant, so she let out a cold snort, clasped her hands to her chest, and held it up without moving. The effect is immediate. As if the Porsche headlights had turned on the far light, it suddenly flashed to the eyes of the other two people, their eyebrows gazing up at the same time. The situation, then, became a true three-legged race. Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably felt emboldened, and after thinking about it, he shook the bowl in his left hand and the spatula in his right hand, and said, "You guys talk, I'll go cook first." With that, and without waiting for a reply, he slipped into the kitchen. Feet first. Shura? What shura? As long as I am not personally present, there is no shura. Parlor. All three of them were indifferent to Zhao Qingfeng's departure, and the atmosphere was quiet, with a solemn atmosphere. In the end, it was Su Chiron who spoke first. She sneered at Bai Xiaoxing. "I do wonder how you still have the face to stalk Big Brother Qingfeng." Bai Xiaoxing said without hesitation. "He's my husband. I'm stalking him. That's also a love affair between us as a couple. Why should you, an outsider, say anything about it?" "Outsiders? What do you mean, outsider? Knowing that the other party has a wife and a daughter, you still come up here, talking about immoral outsiders like you," Bai Xiaoxing said nonchalantly. However, Su Chiron did not get angry and instead laughed. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you." Su Chiron laughed coldly. "Now that the division is so clear, what did you do at that time? For the sake of your adulterer, countless times to hurt Big Brother Qingfeng, do you think this matter can be turned over? Even Big Brother Qingfeng died once in the hospital." Chen Lexi's eyes widened. She didn't expect there to be such a story inside. Originally prepared to open her mouth, at this point she shut up decisively. This was Bai Xiaoxing's fatal mistake, and she shivered with anger as she angrily said, "What's it got to do with you? I admit that I did wrong and I will change. At that time, I didn't know that he was trying to get my husband killed. If I had known, I would have done it to him long ago. Oh, if it weren't for your connivance, how would Junior dare to provoke the rightful owner?" I said, "He's not a mistress. I've never had immoral feelings for him. I just treat him as a younger brother." Bai Xiaoxing's eyes glowed red and she said furiously. Su Chiron waved her hand and laughed lightly. "What a brother! Choosing the younger brother for many times. Do you dare to say that you are not in love with this younger brother? Sibling love. TSK TSK. Bai Xiaoxing's soft underbelly was pinned down, and at this point, she was so angry that she said in a rage, "Bull asterisk 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 sibling love. I never had any other emotions for him. I just wanted to make up for dash." At this point, her voice suddenly trailed off. Su Chiron's gaze flickered, seemingly inadvertently inquiring, "Make up? Make up for what?" Bai Xiaoxing didn't know what to think of, gradually calmed down, coldly said, "In short, I made a mistake. I admit it. Now also tasted the bitter fruit, but I will change. My husband loves me and will forgive me." Su Chiron vaguely felt that Bai Xiaoxing was still hiding something she hadn't explained, but if Bai Xiaoxing didn't say anything, she couldn't possibly ask, so she put this matter in her heart first. Then Su Chiron said, "Forgive you? Are you dreaming? One of your bullets did not kill Big Brother Qingfeng. Forgiving you is the same as giving you a second bullet. Do you think that Big Brother Qingfeng will still give you such an opportunity?" This time, Su Chiron's tone was flat and did not contain any mockery, but it made Bai Xiaoxing's heart tremble. "Forgiving me is like giving me a second bullet?" Chapter 106, Bai Xiaoxing vs Su Chiron vs Chen Lexi. In this instant, Bai Xiaoxing's emotions became a mess. Blushing, she explained, "No, I never meant to hurt my husband, but you've got him all over the place." Su Chiron said faintly. Bai Xiaoxing was dumbfounded. Su Chiron's gaze, again, turned to Chen Lexi. "Lexi, what's wrong with you again? It's my turn?" Chen Lexi's spirit was shaken and she directly spoke out. "I want to marry Brother Qingfeng." Instantly, Su Chiron's face changed. Bai Xiaoxing, who had just been defeated, also looked straight at her, his eyes containing extreme danger. Seeing that both of them looked very excited, Chen Lexi was dissatisfied and said, "Why are you all making such a fuss? You have to realize that I was the first one to live in this house. You guys need to prioritize, okay? Su Ran was infuriated and laughed. You live in Big Brother Qingfeng is yours? Then this house is still bought by me. How much? Forget about being lazy and ask. I'll transfer you $100 million. Chen Lexi took out her cell phone and said with a big grin. And that makes you look rich? Do you need to pay for it? Su Ran and Bai Xiaoxing spoke at the same time, their gazes looking straight at Chen Lexi. Chen Lexi felt puzzled as to how she was suddenly under siege. She looked to her left and felt that Su Ran was aggressive, and looked to her right and felt that Bai Xiaoxing was eyeing her. So she felt that there was no point in arguing with them about this and decisively flashed away. I'm going to go pee. You guys carry on. After that, she ran off to the bathroom. Bai Xiaoxing retracted her gaze. She was the most depressed. How long has it been? A Su Ran and a Chen Lexi appeared by her husband's side. The key was that these two people were both top-notch stunners, which made Bai Xiaoxing feel a great deal of pressure. At this moment it suddenly occurred to her that it would be beyond her strength to fight one against two, but if she called her sister over. Su Ran said faintly, alright, I'm too lazy to talk to you about these things. If you're a little more self-conscious, don't pester Big Brother Qingfeng anymore. Your interactions with him in the future will be limited to just yi. Bai Xiaoxing was not willing to show weakness and said, you don't say such nonsense either. Even if you talk a lot, I won't leave my husband. That is, if I die, I will arrange for someone to collect the ashes and bury them with my husband in the future. Speaks better than it sings. Su Ran sneered. But what you did, and what you said, why is it diametrically opposite? Bai Xiaoxing's gaze turned to the kitchen, where she could vaguely see her husband's figure cooking, and she said quietly, I won't let him get hurt a bit more. Ridiculous. Su Ran said disdainfully. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze turned back to her and said, I'm not worried about Chen Lexi. It's impossible for her family background to allow her to be with my husband. And the same goes for you. Su Ran's face changed slightly. The corners of Bai Xiaoxing's mouth curled slightly, her gaze revealing reminiscence. With our kind of status, if we want to find an ordinary person to marry, we will encounter many obstacles. Back then, my husband and I loved each other, and it took a lot of energy to finally make it work. In order to get married, I even fell out with some people in my family and moved from Tiandong to Tiannan. And my husband, too, is no longer the brat he was at the beginning. He's become mature and understands some realities better. So whether it's Chen Lexi, or you, he won't choose. Leave my husband. I'm doing this for your own good. Su Ran's pupils shrunk as she coldly said, good one for my good. But you thought wrong. Brother Qingfeng and I, we are just friends. I just can't stand what you are doing. What's more, even if it really comes to that, you were able to convince the inside of your house. Why can't I? Bai Xiaoxing calmly said, you and I are different. I still have a sister and a brother. The Bai family has a thriving family, and you are the only daughter of the Su family. So it's no surprise that the odds are that your family will be recruiting a door-to-door son-in-law. And it's by no means possible for my husband to be a door-to-door son-in-law. Su Ran was silent for a few seconds before sneering. Bai Xiaoxing, your IQ, but if you used it in the right place, you wouldn't have come to this point now. Bai Xiaoxing's cheeks twitched. She couldn't deny it. If I had been able to trust my husband unconditionally, I'm sure it wouldn't have ended up the way it did. Any more explanations now would pale in comparison. Bai Xiaoxing took a deep breath and said, it's pointless to talk about this. I'm just being realistic. Inside this house, the endgame is that I'll get back together with my husband and you guys go back to wherever you came from. You're just passing through after all. Su Ran frowned. With a cold glance at Bai Xiaoxing, he headed towards the kitchen. Just as she reached the door, she heard Chen Lexi's giggling, and she said in a disgruntled voice, Chen Lexi, didn't you go to the restroom? Chen Lexi is chatting with Zhao Qingfeng, sniffing the words without turning his head. You pee squatting half a day ah? These words caused Su Ran to blush and fiercely glare at Chen Lexi. This girl, she's really mouthy. Zhao Qingfeng glanced sideways, then smiled at Su Ran. It's almost done. Wait a while and eat at my place. Aha. Su Ran nodded with a smile as well. She then walked in and dragged Chen Lexi out. Chen Lexi was dissatisfied. Ugh. What are you doing? You still haven't told me why you're pestering Big Brother Qingfeng? Su Ran glared at her and said. Chen Lexi blinked. What entanglement? I just want to be with Brother Qingfeng. What's wrong with that? There's a problem. A big problem. Su Ran said without thinking. Chen Lexi then frowned, hostility surfacing on her face. Sister Ran, what do you mean? Do you really want to steal Brother Qingfeng from me? Su Ran subconsciously glanced at Zhao Qingfeng in the kitchen, and then stammered. What do you mean by robbing? Can you not speak so harshly? I'm thinking that you're too young. What little? I'm an adult. Not to mention, you're only 2 years older than me. Chen Lexi retorted angrily. Bai Xiaoxing was sitting on the sofa at the moment, squinting and sneering. Sisterhood? What a sisterhood. Okay, I'm too lazy to break it up with you. You get out. Pack up your stuff and stay at my place. I have more rooms. Su Chioran thought about it and said. Chen Lexi became anxious at the words and stretched out her hands than a fork. I refuse. No, don't even think about it. Su Chioran sneered. Looks like you want me to call someone. Su Chioran and Chen Lexi. There is a connection. And even when Chen Lexi was in Tianan, someone even greeted the Su family. Chen Lexi's face changed and she quickly said, Su Chioran, why are you like this? And snitching? Su Chioran's face was expressionless as he said faintly, then listen to me and move in with me. Chen Lexi was furious, but with a twinkle in her eye, she suddenly pointed at Bai Xiaoxing and said, I'm going to your place, leaving her to live here alone? What if that woman seduces brother Qingfeng? Su Chioran gave a light eep, and then revealed a thoughtful expression. This time, the entrance to the Fairview neighborhood. 4 or 5 black sedans are parked here. A stocky man with gray hair stepped out from inside the car. His face seemed to carry an innate hostility that was intimidating. At this moment, the man stood still, and in a moment's effort behind him, a dozen black-clothed bodyguards gathered. Zhao Qingfeng may be able to keep your life if you can satisfy me tonight, he said lightly, and moved to go inside the cell. The security guards naturally did not dare to stop them. Chapter 107, The Terrified General Manager Zhang. Okay, dinner is served. There were many people in the house today, so Zhao Qingfeng made 5 dishes and 1 soup, and after he brought them out, he greeted a few people and came over to eat. He glanced over and noticed that inside the living room, all 3 women were sitting on the couch, though not far from each other. Neither spoke, and both seemed to have their own preoccupations. This made Zhao Qingfeng breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was no fight in here, the one he was most comfortable with was Su Chioran. As for Bai Xiaoxing, she was too emotional, and not to mention Chen Lexi. This was a little pervert. You could never predict what she would do or say next. Brother Qingfeng, I'm coming. Chen Lexi, unsurprisingly, was the first to respond, jumping up from the sofa in a flash and then trotting over. Glancing at the table, she sniffed intoxicatedly and said happily, Brother Qingfeng, you're so nice. It's all my favorite food. Bai Xiaoxing followed behind and snorted coldly when she sniffed. Just eat. So much nonsense? None of your business? Chen Lexi didn't give her a good attitude and directly disliked her. Su Chioran, who was not concerned about anything, walked over and sat down quietly, smiling at Zhao Qingfeng. Big brother Qingfeng. Speaking of which, this is still the first time I've tasted your cooking. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Then taste it. It's not that I'm bragging. With my craftsmanship, ordinary people don't really have it. Su Chioran's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and take a taste, and immediately gave a thumbs up, praising, it really isn't blowing. Big brother Qingfeng's cooking is even better than a big hotel. Zhao Qingfeng felt a little bit smug in his heart and smiled haughtily. Bai Xiaoxing saw the 2 men talking and laughing, and her heart was inexplicably sour. In the past, her husband only cooked for her and Zhao Ye to eat, and at most, he added a Bai Liu. But now, inexplicably, Bai Xiaoxing's nose turned sour and she somewhat wanted to cry. Chen Lexi sensed her words and did not hesitate to reveal her shortcomings. Yeah, ex-wife sister, why are your eyes red? You don't want to cry, right? He. This comment made Bai Xiaoxing's eyes redden even more, and crystalline tears seemed to swirl in her eyes as she yelled at Chen Lexi. What has it got to do with you? Shut up, only. The voices were tinged with sobs. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said coldly, eat properly. If you want to argue, go out and argue. Oh, Chen Lexi gave an oh-so-unconcerned sigh. However, Bai Xiaoxing's heart trembled, and she had no way to express her grievances, so she could only hold the bowl and lowered her head to take small bites of rice. Tears, however, fell drop by drop into the bowl. Chen Lexi's eyes rolled back in her head and she spoke again. Alas, ex-wife sis, you're just eating? Have some food, okay? You shut up too. Zhao Qingfeng faintly swept a glance at Chen Lexi. Now, Chen Lexi didn't dare to say anything. Su Chioran shook her head and started eating. Inside the restaurant, it became quiet. At this point, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Qingfeng stood up and said, I'll go open the door. Instead, the 3 women put down their chopsticks at the same time and turned their attention to the door. Zhao Qingfeng opened the door and saw the person outside. His pupils shrunk. It's you. He didn't expect that the person outside was the same Mr. Zhang that he had seen in the city council during the day. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Tianxiong. Won't let me in? The man stood in the doorway and smiled slightly, except that his face carried its own hostility, which made the smile seem hideous as well. Not to mention, the dozen or so expressionless black-clad bodyguards behind him made it even more oppressive. Sure enough, it's him, Zhang Tianxiong of the Zhang family in Tiannan, also the chairman of the Zhang group. Zhao Qingfeng calmly shook his head. If Mr. Zhang has anything to say, just go to the door and say it. There are people at home. It's not convenient to come in When Zhang Tianxiong heard this, his smile deepened and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Your name is Zhao Qingfeng. I need to ask you a few questions. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. You ask. My questions aren't that easy to answer, and I'm only going to say this once. Your answer is a matter of whether or not you live tonight. Zhang Tianxiong said coldly, and his figure also stepped directly in, only to see the figure on Zhao Qingfeng's side. His voice ended abruptly. Bai Xiaoxing was standing next to Zhao Qingfeng at this moment, his gaze looking straight at Zhang Tianxiong, full of hostility. Zhang Tianxiong frowned. The Bai family's girl? Aren't you guys divorced? Bai Xiaoxing said coldly. What does this have to do with you? Zhang Tianxiong said unhappily. It's your father, Bai Jianghe, who's here, and he can't talk to me like this. His voice stopped again as he saw Su Qiuran walking over as well. Zhang Tianxiong was even more surprised. Xiao Ran, why are you here too? Su Zhanfeng and Zhang Tianxiong had collaborated, so he naturally knew Su Zhanfeng's only daughter, Su Qiuran. When Su Qiuran heard this address, she didn't feel very comfortable in her heart and said faintly, I'm eating at Big Brother Qingfeng's house. Zhang Tianxiong slightly shocked. This kid is not shallow blessing the white family girl divorced not leave home. Su Qiuran is even at this point are staying inside his home. A little something. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you want to say? Zhang Tianxiong sneered. So what if these two girls were there? The Tiantong Bai family couldn't reach the whip, and the Su family even had a cooperative relationship with him. So he said, tonight you. Just a few words were uttered, and the voice seemed to catch in his throat. This is the third time he's interrupted himself, because he saw a girl, quietly walking up to Zhao Qingfeng and asking intimately, Brother Qingfeng, are these people looking for trouble from you? As she spoke, her gaze swept Zhang Tianxiong with a chilling look. Zhang Tianxiong's cold sweat broke out. Chen, Miss Chen, why are you here? He didn't expect to see Chen Lexi here. They didn't know each other on both sides, but Chen Lexi's picture was one that almost all of the local bigwigs in Tiannan had seen. To put it simply, if we put it in ancient times, Chen Lexi is equivalent to a royal princess or even a princess, while he, Zhang Tianxiong, is equivalent to a local powerful man. How can we compare? Not to mention, even the one Tiannan province is a member of the Chen family. Chen Lexi swept her cold eyes and saw a group of people behind Zhang Tianxiong, picked up her cell phone and said, What? More than people? No, nothing happened. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Zhang Tianxiong hurriedly explained, placing his right hand behind him and waving it continuously. The bodyguards behind them were unsure. They all looked at each other, and finally a bold one asked, Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by waving your hand? Zhang Tianxiong's forehead veins bulged as he turned his head and stormed out. I told you all to roll down and wait. Are you all? He waited for the bodyguards to leave for a bite before he turned his head, squeezed out a smile, and said, It's just a little something, inquiring about Brother Qingfeng. Chen Lexi's eyes flashed with a cold light. What did you just say about whether or not Brother Qingfeng can live tonight? Work. I mean, if Brother Qingfeng answers well, I'll arrange a job for him in the group that's less work and more money. Zhang Tianxiong sweated profusely and explained in a hurry. The corner of Chen Lexi's mouth gently hooked as she said, Mr. Zhang, you seem to be sweating a bit too much. Should we go to the hospital? Right away. No. Right now. I'm going to the hospital right now, so I'll leave you guys alone for now. After Zhang Tianxiong finished speaking, he turned around and left. Seeing that he was about to go to the elevator, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stepped out of the doorway. The expressionless face inquired, You and Zhang Xiu's mother and son, what is your relationship? Zhang Tianxiong's footsteps paused, and he was silent for a few seconds before saying, There is no relationship. After saying that, he walked into the elevator without looking back. It was only a cold smile that spread across the corners of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth. It's okay? Don't you care that you're coming over here at night? Something will always surface, if you're a family. Chapter 108, I'm just cleaning up the garbage. Zhang Tianxiong's interlude did not affect several people in the house. No, more or less. For example, at this moment, the little pervert manifested himself in front of the people, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, turning back to look at Su Qiuran and Bai Xiaoxing again. That chin was up in the air, and she hummed arrogantly, Let's eat. Su Qiuran gave her a faint look, then turned around and walked towards the restaurant. Bai Xiaoxing frowned. What are you pretending? After saying that, she walked out of the door, hugged Zhao Qingfeng's arm, and whispered, Did Zhang Tianxiong come because of Zhang Xiu's mother and son? Zhao Qingfeng pulled out his arm, lit a cigarette, and squinted at her. You're grasping at every opportunity. You're going to lean on me. In the past, when your good brother made a phone call, how could you throw me aside and couldn't wait to run over there? Bai Xiaoxing's face stiffened for a while before she whispered, Hubby, don't say this anymore, okay? Because before, never thought I would lose my husband. Zhao Qingfeng sneered and took a few steps forward, looking down at Zheng Tianxiong and the others fishtailing out of the building below. His gaze was far away and as calm as a lake, as if he was pondering over something. Bai Xiaoxing let out a light breath and stuck up again, close to her husband, saying, "Actually, you should have let me do it." The two didn't actually have any discussion about the deaths of Zhang Xiu's mother and son, but Bai Xiaoxing understood in his heart. Although he didn't know by what means her husband had done it, she believed it was his handiwork. The heart was shocked and at the same time a little regretful and worried. "I should have known to just do it." Smoke curled up and Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "This is my business, it has nothing to do with you." Bai Xiaoxing retorted with some excitement, "How can it be okay, hubby? I can do anything for you. Your hands shouldn't touch such dirty things." Zhao Qingfeng laughed and said, "Garbage is what's dirty. I'm just cleaning up the garbage." When he finished, he threw down his cigarette and stomped it out, turning to go into the house. Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip and followed into the house. Restaurant. Chen Lexi rushed at Bai Xiaoxing. "What are you doing outside? Cricketing with brother Qingfeng? None of your business?" Bai Xiaoxing didn't have the heart to say. "Humph." Chen Lexi snorted coldly. Her eyes then turned to Zhao Qingfeng, and she changed her face for a second, saying haughtily, "Brother Qingfeng, surname Zhang is a small matter. You don't have to thank me too much, ha." That's what she said, but she was so close to writing the words "praise me soon" on her face. Zhao Qingfeng had a number in his heart, so he smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Small, cough. Small things can also show that you're great at Lexi. Thanks to you this time, or else I'd be in trouble." Chen Lexi was so happy in her heart that she couldn't stop smiling, and her eyes narrowed into moon bends. Su Qiuran said coldly, "Eat your food. With brother Qingfeng's ability, he'll be fine with or without you here." She said to herself, "There's still me. How could I let anything happen to big brother Qingfeng?" Finish eating. Zhao Qingfeng went to wash the dishes, and Su Qiuran first said goodbye to him. On the way out, he pulled Chen Lexi aside again. In a low voice, he said, "If you have to live here, the most important thing you can do is to keep an eye on Bai Xiaoxing for me. Do you understand?" Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Sister Qiuran promised to complete the task. Su Qiuran then said, "One more thing, you put yourself in line." "Rules? What rules?" "That's, you don't pretend with me. I don't believe you don't understand." A hint of cunning flashed in Chen Lexi's eyes and she said with a playful smile, "Don't worry, brother Qingfeng is very disciplined." Su Qiuran's forehead veins bulged. "I said to let you put on some discipline." Chen Lexi skimmed her lips, but she was still relieved that Su Qiuran didn't say she would live here, so she patted her chest and said, "No problem, I'll be sure to follow the rules." Su Qiuran's eyes trembled, and she said somewhat sourly, "Don't you shoot, it shakes people's eyes." With that, she turned to leave. The mouth is still muttering, "This Chen Lexi also do not know what to eat to grow up." In fact, she had an urge to move here as well. After careful consideration, though, she realized she couldn't do that. If she comes in this house, 80% of the chicken fly every day. Big brother Qingfeng certainly will not like it. And the bottom line is that she doesn't have a position to come in. She felt in Qingfeng big brother, just a friend, none to say a little deeper. That is to Zhao Qingfeng have so billion points of good feelings. Su Qiuran didn't know if this kind of good feeling counted as liking. After all, she hadn't had a boyfriend in 21 years since she was born, and she didn't even have a crush. In short, the current Su Qiuran was a little confused and needed to settle down, but what was certain was that even as a good friend, she wanted Zhao Qingfeng to be happy and joyful. After Su Qiuran left, the inside of the home was quiet all of a sudden. Chen Lexi was inside her room not knowing what she was tinkering with, while Bai Xiaoxing was sitting on the sofa, video calling with Zhao Ye. Zhao Yi was inside the video. Her little face was frustrated, and the first thing she said was, "Mom, I got beat up." Bai Xiaoxing then asked, "What's wrong?" "Auntie beat me up." Zhao Yi was emotionally excited and was about to tattle, when a white palm violently covered her mouth and angrily said, "You try tattling on me one more time?" Bai Liu appeared in the picture, her cheeks slightly red and exasperated. "I can't let my sister know about today. It's too shameful." Bai Xiaoxing then asked with some curiosity, "Sister, what's going on?" "Nothing," Bai Liu stammered. "Ugh, I'm going to take Yi to take a bath. That's all. Hang up first." After saying that, he didn't wait for Bai Xiaoxing to continue asking, so he directly hung up the phone. Bai Xiaoxing pinched his cell phone and muttered to himself, "Ugh, what a situation." At this point, Zhao Qingfeng came out with a mop and inquired, "Is it Yi?" "Well, my sister beat up Yi today, and when I asked her why, she wouldn't say," Bai Xiaoxing said strangely. Zhao Qingfeng immediately fell silent and just mopped the floor. "Brother Qingfeng, there's no hot water in the room's bathroom. I'm going to take a bath yo." Chen Lexi happened to come out of the room, his tone indescribably frivolous. Zhao Qingfeng looked up and his eyes went straight. Little pervert. How dare she? Just wearing a small set of light pink clothes, walking is not composed, and not afraid of those two straps cannot strain to give broken. Chen Lexi noticed Zhao Qingfeng's gaze and was secretly happy. Alas, I'm still wearing clothes. It's very disciplined, isn't it? Bai Xiaoxing rose with an open hand. She angrily walked over, and without any nonsense, dragged Chen Lexi into the room amidst her strong objections. Ugh, ex-wife sis, what are you doing? Let go. It's too much. A minute later, Chen Lexi, who was wrapped tightly, was pushed out. Now you can go take a shower, Bai Xiaoxing said expressionlessly. Chen Lexi was angry. Brother Qingfeng, scold her. Zhao Qingfeng remained silent and mopped the floor in silence. Chapter 109 annoyed Zhou Mei. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng washed up and got ready to go out to work. Chen Lexi's room was closed, bound to be sleeping. On her way out, Bai Xiaoxing walked out and shouted, "Husband!" Zhao Qingfeng looked back. It had to be said that Bai Xiaoxing was worthy of being at the ceiling level of face value. Her face was rosy and beautiful. Today she wore a purple dress with a small brown belt tied around her narrow waist, dividing her figure into golden proportions. Zhao Qingfeng also just glanced at it, then calmly nodded his head and didn't say anything as he went straight out. Bai Xiaoxing noticed that he didn't make breakfast, skimmed her lips and said, "Yuck." She wanted to chase her out, but unfortunately she hadn't washed up yet, so she could only shake her head regretfully. When he arrived at the company, Zhao Qingfeng sat down at his workstation and drank some water. "Lao Zhao, have you had breakfast yet?" Tang Tao carried a bag of Xiaolong Bao and asked as he walked over to eat it. "Haven't eaten yet." Zhao Qingfeng wasn't polite and took out two from inside Tang Tao's bag. Tang Tao said, "Ugh, if you had said so I would have bought an extra cage." Zhao Qingfeng finished eating in 2 bites and laughed. "I'm not hungry today, just eat 2 pads." "Right, what are the arrangements for today?" Sister Qingqing said she's going to visit a director of the city's Women's and Children's Hospital, and manager Sun's channel understands that the Women's and Children's Hospital has a batch of purchasing plans of about 8 million this year, so if we can negotiate it down, it's a big order, Tang Tao said. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said, "This shouldn't be easy to talk about. With a few $1 million in purchases, I'm guessing we're not the only ones looking at it. Of course, I heard that several families are interested in going, but Sister Qingqing has asked General Manager Zhou to apply for a grant to walk around and give away gifts, so I can't say there's a chance." Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "It's fine anyway, I'll go check it out later." "Where's Sister Qingqing? She won't be here until after 10. Speaking of this, Tang Tao sighed and said, "Sister Qingqing, her husband was injured again. She was sent to the hospital overnight last night, and now she's probably still taking care of it." Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Lin Qingqing's husband was paralyzed in the lower half of his body and his personality became wayward, began to have a violent tendency, often hid Lin Qingqing or children. This even, the most critical is occasionally self-harm, but this was someone else's family matter. It was out of his hands, so he said, "All right, then we'll wait for Sister Qingqing to come over." Tang Tao pulled over a chair and sat down, saying, "Alas, then again you took that big list, you don't need to go out and do anything at all. You'll just lie flat this month. Idle is idle." Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Tang Tao then stopped saying anything. After staying in his seat for half an hour, Zhao Qingfeng went to the restroom. He had just finished washing his hands and was about to go out when he suddenly heard Zhou Mei's voice from outside. "Sis, don't try to persuade me. Brother-in-law can do whatever he wants. Zhou Mei is Zhou Mei. There's no way I'm letting go." Zhou Mei was on the phone, her voice as cold as ever. It was only in today's indifference that Zhao Qingfeng heard a hint of excitement and indignation. He guessed that the opposite side should be Su Qiuran's mother. Zhou Mei was silent for a few seconds and once again said, "If you want to force me like this, then I can also not sell Multiplying Wind Group's products. Big deal. I'll start all over again. I'll produce and sell as one. I know it's going to be hard, but there is a first step to everything." Zhao Qingfeng probably understood that Zhou Mei was trying to go it alone. Previously, Nine Mei had operated in a similar manner to Bai Xiaoxing's company, basically equivalent to a distributor, selling products from either the Writing Wind Group or Bai's Group. In this case, you can basically say that you are making money with your eyes closed, but trying to make it big is unlikely. Now that Zhou Mei wanted to break away from Ride the Wind Group and start another stove, this difficulty grew geometrically. However, it had nothing to do with him. Shaking his head, Zhao Qingfeng walked out of the bathroom, but he happened to meet up with Zhou Mei, who hung up the phone. Zhao Qingfeng politely shouted, "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Mei frowned and said in a nonchalant manner, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Qingfeng was stunned, and then looked back, once again confirming that behind him was the restroom correctly. Zhou Mei also found out about this problem. Her face couldn't hang on, so she became irritated and said, "Hurry up and go to work. This fire is really big." Zhao Qingfeng helplessly shrugged his shoulders, and did not talk with her, directly walking away. By 10:30, It was only then that Lin Qingqing hurriedly arrived. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Is brother-in-law alright?" Lin Qingqing's eyes were bleak, forced to smile and said, "It's fine, I'm used to it." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head, so he didn't continue asking. Lin Qingqing organized the product information and was about to go out, when she saw a message pop up from the company group that the general meeting would be held in 10 minutes. There would be no way for her to leave, so she had to take Zhao Qingfeng, as well as the other members of Sales Team 3, to the conference room. Zhou Mei was sitting in front of her. It's just that 9 Mei's employees are used to it. Although Zhou Mei was gorgeous, she had a cold face for 10,000 years and could rarely be seen smiling. 9 Rose's employees add up to almost 50 people or so. This moment to more than 30. Zhou Mei, also lazy to wait, directly began to speak. All along, we have been marketing Right Wind Group's products. Today I announce something. From next month onwards, the contract between 9 Mei and Right Wind Group will be terminated. That is to say, we will not be selling any of Right Wind Group's products. Please let everyone know. Hearing these words, the crowd immediately revealed a surprised look. Immediately afterward, heads began to roll. Sales of this business, the competitiveness of the product directly affects the sales results. The kind of sales of any product can be sold is ultimately a minority. With most sales, performance is high and the core competencies of the product will have a direct impact. Sales of Right Wind Group products, even if the level of sales is low, the customer more or less for the reputation of the Right Wind Group, to give some face. And now, Mr. Zhou is saying that he won't sell anything from the Right Wind Group in the future? So what's for sale? Zhou Mei was annoyed. She would be very busy next. Whether to invest in her own production or find a supplier was something she needed to consider. Quiet, she cried out in displeasure. At once, there was no talk down there. Zhou Mei impatiently said, "Everyone knows the situation now. This month, that is, July, is the last deadline for cooperation between us and the Right Wind Group, so please everyone grasp the intended customers and close the deal this month as much as possible. That's it, adjourned." With that, she was the first to leave the table. There was an uproar at the bottom, and even Lin Qingqing began to get preoccupied. For her, a secure job was the most important thing, and her family's monthly expenses were not low. If you change products, it will inevitably affect pay. Zhao Qingfeng patted Lin Qingqing's shoulder and said, "Sister Qingqing, don't think too much. The ship will always find a way out." Tang Tao also said next to him, "Right, Sister Qingqing, if you don't sell the Ride the Wind groups, there are other products as well." With Sister Qingqing's strength, what else can't be sold? Lin Qingqing took a deep breath, then smiled and said, "Thank you, let's not talk about that. We still have business to attend to. It's time to go to the Women's and Children's Hospital." Zhao Qingfeng said, "I'll go too." Chapter 110, A Father. Lin Qingqing revealed a flash of surprise when she heard that Zhao Qingfeng was also going, but quickly said, "Great." Next, a few people packed up their things, and Zhao Qingfeng followed Lin Qingqing and the others out the door. 9 Mei gave each sales team a small car. Zhao Qingfeng took the keys and said, "I'll drive." In addition to him and Lin Qingqing, there was also a man about 30 years old named Yu Chang and a girl named Cheng Shasha who went out this time. Zhao Qingfeng just sat on the car. Cheng Shasha couldn't wait to squeeze into the co-pilot and said with a smile, "I'll sit in the co-pilot. Is everyone okay with that?" Lin Qingqing said in amusement. Cheng Shasha was 23 years old, and had just graduated from university. Her appearance was still quite clean. Her eyes looked at Zhao Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng has no opinion, right? Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook his head. "As you wish." Yu Chang teased, "Sasha, be bold, be more bold." Cheng Shasha made a big red face, so she lowered her head and just gazed at Zhao Qingfeng quietly. That said, Zhao Qingfeng's appearance, put in the school that is the top school grass, the bottom is still broken. Who looks at it is not confused. Not to mention, being recently divorced and making $1 million a month in her first month at the company. With Zhao Qingfeng's current condition, as long as he hooked his finger in the company, 9 out of 10 of those single little sisters would want to climb into his bed. It is about half an hour's drive from the company to the city's Women's and Children's Hospital. On the way, Lin Qingqing said, "The director Li we visited this time happens to be in charge of this hospital's purchasing task. When we go in later, don't speak casually, I'll just communicate with Director Li." No one else had much of an opinion. Lin Qingqing's rich experience is not comparable to others. All the way through unhindered. Parked the car in the hospital. Lin Qingqing obviously well prepared. All the way to the light. Looking at the door number know how to go. She said, "Preparation is key in this business of sales. And in addition to knowing your own product thoroughly, there are a lot of important things to do before you go to meet a client. From the client's preferences, to the client's place of residence as well as the place of work. All of these are best understood. And on top of that, one's own image must not be a problem. Just like Yu Chang, you shouldn't go in there later." Lin Qingqing said and then looked at Yu Chang. Yu Chang's shirt had a stain on it, not knowing what it was stained with last night. Ha! Yu Chang looked down, then said with a bitter face, I thought that men don't matter, so I didn't bother to change. Lin Qingqing's face was serious and said, this can't be sloppy at all. Sometimes the customer is satisfied with the product, but the deal is just a little bit short. It may be because of the personal grooming of the sales, leading to the loss of success. This is a very important thing. Yu Chang had no choice but to say, alright, then I'll be outside to help you guys out. Chang Shasha couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chang, you're making it look like we're going to do something and let off steam. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help it. But at Lin Qingqing's words, he also secretly nodded his head. Lin Qingqing never skimped on bringing people out to run, and for some of her own experience, she would pour it out. That's why the members of the Sales 3 group were quite favorable to this big sister. It didn't take long to find Director Li's office. Only just coming over, Lin Qingqing frowned. There were voices coming from inside, through the window, just in time to see a group of people and Director Li exchanging words. A brittle female voice said, Brother Li, the quality of our star peak is absolutely over the top. They are all products of the Bai Group. You can completely rest assured. Another person also added, Director Li, regarding the price piece, if there are any comments, we are all able to negotiate. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, not expecting such a coincidence that it was Bai Xiaoxing's people. Director Li, formerly known as Li Lang, was wearing a white coat at this time, sitting in his position, with a stoic expression, his right index finger bent, snapping the desktop, not knowing what he was thinking about. Lin Qingqing took a deep breath and without hesitation, she directly knocked on the office door. Director Li looked up and said, come in. Lin Qingqing then pushed the door in, Zhao Qingfeng following behind. It's you! Suddenly, a girl looked at Zhao Qingfeng and just exclaimed in shock. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and said, you know me? The girl's pupils constricted, resentment surfaced in her eyes, and she said, you caused me to almost lose my job. Her name was Chen Yu, the same girl who had sent the short video in chapter 1, who had been expelled by Bai Xiaoxing at the time, but had later stayed on because Zhang Zixuan had begged for mercy. Zhao Qingfeng frowned, your work has nothing to do with me. Seeing that a few people seemed to be about to make a scene, Director Li interrupted in a bad mood, and who are you guys? What's the matter? Lin Qingqing hurriedly made a wink. Let Zhao Qingfeng first do not say anything, then walked forward, said, hello Director Li, my name is Lin Qingqing, you can call me Xiao Lin, this is my business card. With that, he handed over his business card. Director Li swept a glance and was surprised. Ride the Wind Group? Pulling the wool over the eyes of the tiger is important for sales, and even if you're a small company, it's important to get on board with as many big brands as possible. For example, Lin Qingqing's business card uses the spring and autumn brushwork, weakening 9 May and highlighting the Ride Group. Without explaining, Lin Qingqing smiled and said, sorry to bother you, about our products dash. You are liars. Just then, Chen Yu suddenly interrupted, directly sneering. This caused Zhao Qingfeng's pupils to shrink. Chen Yu laughed coldly, how can you be from the Ride Wind Group? Brother Zi Xian all told me that you are just a soft eater. What? Now that you're divorced, you can't eat soft rice anymore, so you're starting to be a liar? Li Lang's face immediately changed, revealing a wary gaze. Lin Qingqing instantly became anxious and said to Chen Yu, you little girl, why are you so mouthy? Oh, originally is the truth. Still afraid of people say? If you are Mr. Bai's husband, I still respect you. How? Now Mr. Bai doesn't want you? Ha ha, I told you, Mr. Bai and Mr. Zi Xian are the perfect couple. Chen Yu spoke in a conspiratorial manner. She didn't know that Zhang Zixuan was dead. She only thought that Bai Xiaoxing and Zhao Qingfeng were divorced, so Zhang Zixuan must have been on top. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for 2 seconds before he said to Lin Qingqing in a somewhat ashamed manner, I'm sorry, Sister Qingqing, this is the trouble I caused. Then, without hesitation, he glanced at Chen Yu's work badge and directly sent a voice to Bai Xiaoxing, saying expressionlessly, your brother Zixuan, there's another named Chen Yu inside the company, running in front of me barking furiously. Chen Yu froze and snapped, what did you say? Do you think Mr. Bai will still take care of you? What kind of a thing are you dash? Just before the words were out of his mouth, the phone rang as if he was being rushed. On the other side, Bai Xiaoxing was in a pretty good mood because she had managed to get her footing in her husband's house. She was alarmed to receive such a text message. Anger erupted in his eyes. How did he forget to clean this up? Just gritted his teeth and immediately dialed the phone. Chofu's road has been bumped and this dog is still digging a hole in front of him. It's a death wish. Chen Yu, over there, picked up the phone and was about to say something when she heard Bai Xiaoxing splitting her hairs and cursing. Chen Yu, are you brain dead? You dare to offend my husband. You're finished. You're finished. Now it's not as simple as expulsion. You wait for me. As long as you're in Tiannan's one day, don't think you'll have a good day. I won't believe in white until I screw you over. By Xiaoxing's voice, which contained intense anger, also didn't even ask why. Chen Yu froze. Previously, Zhang Zixuan had told her roughly about Bai Xiaoxing's background, and she knew what it meant when Bai Xiaoxing got angry. Mr. White, let me explain, Chen Yu said with a pale face. And explain your mom? Bai Xiaoxing angrily hung up the phone, then immediately dialed her husband. Only when Zhao Qingfeng didn't answer, she sent a text message stating that this matter had nothing to do with her. Only Zhao Qingfeng didn't look at it either. He said to Lin Qingqing, Sister Qingqing, you guys talk first, I'll go out first. Having Bai Xiaoxing on the phone is proof enough that he's not a fraud. The people from Star Peak didn't dare to stay, and after Zhao Qingfeng went out, they all left as well. Only Chen Yu followed behind, her lips moving as she tried to open her mouth to say something to Zhao Qingfeng, but Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance back at her and coldly said, Get lost. Chen Yu froze in place. Zhao Qingfeng arrived at the entrance of the hospital and lit a cigarette. I overheard an old man with stubble on his face, walking slowly down the sidewalk. With a twitch in his expression, he inquired, Older brother. The old man froze for a moment and noticed Zhao Qingfeng, not daring to be sure. You're talking to me? Older man's voice with a very strong accent. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Of course. The old man was so excited that he quickly said, Little brother, please help. How to go to Tiannan Hotel? My daughter is getting married today. Zhao Qingfeng froze and inexplicably had a premonition in his heart. This should, again, be a knife man story. Chapter 111 Fathers and Daughters. The old man, obviously, was not normal. He was walking on the sidewalk with his head buried in the sand when a lady in front of him, not even paying attention to him, went right through. There were a lot of people here, so Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and went to sit down on the stone pier next to him, taking out his cell phone and pretending to make a call. You're not a native of Tennant? No, I'm from the north side of the sky. The man looked excited and surprised when he realized someone could see him, and the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. Zhao Qingfeng sized him up. The man looked to be about 50 years old, with a slightly hunched body and calloused hands, obviously from a poor family. Zhao Qingfeng then inquired, You came from Tianbei to Tiannan just to attend your daughter's wedding? Not participating. The man's face became despondent, murmured, Not to participate in. Where hate me? I just want to watch her marry. Just look. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a few seconds before asking again, Is the wedding today? It's today. It starts at 1 p.m. Sharp. The man couldn't wait. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch. It was already 11:30, so he immediately stood up and said, Wait for a while, I'll go drive. With that, he walked into the hospital. The man rubbed his hands together in excitement and paced back and forth in place. Zhao Qingfeng went to the parking lot and called Yu Chang. Is Sister Qingqing still communicating with Director Li? Yu Chang said excitedly. Right, Lao Zhao. I think this order has a chance. Really? Zhao Qingfeng was a little surprised. This is an order of $8 million, and if it is negotiated, the commission is more than $100,000. Yu Chang stood at the door of Director Li's office and glanced inside before saying, Hey, right now, Sister Qingqing and Director Li are chatting away. Ha ha, that's good. Zhao Qingfeng let out a laugh and said, I have some things to do. I need to drive the car away. Later you guys take a taxi back to the company. I'll reimburse you later. When Yu Chang heard this, he was dissatisfied. No, old Zhao, what do you mean by that? If you want to use it, just use it and be polite to the brothers? Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly apologized. Alas, my problem. Treat everyone to afternoon tea later. That's more like it. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Qingfeng drove the car out. After greeting the man in the car, he asked, Sure, it's the Tennant Hotel, right? The man nodded. It's the Tiannan Hotel, Peony Hall. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Peony Hall is the highest specification banquet hall of Tiannan Hotel. This wedding, conservative estimates must spend several $100,000. He drove toward the Tiannan Hotel and inquired, You and your daughter, what's going on? When the man froze, he buried his head in some pain. It was a while before he reddened and told his story. The man's name is Wu Youfu, living in an ordinary village in the north of the sky. Wu Youfu did not go to school, all his life in the ground inside the food. The village elders see him honest and decent, help him set up a daughter-in-law. For the next many years, Wu Youfu and his daughter-in-law lived happily ever after. He is down to earth and willing to work. His wife is also virtuous and hardworking. The two-turn of the daughter Wu Qian will be more than 10 years old. But, just 10 years ago, Wu Qian is about to enter high school. Tuition and living expenses, like a big mountain, the poor family is overwhelmed. However, at this critical moment, his wife suddenly became seriously ill, and treatment required a considerable amount of money. Sisal Rope specializing in picking a fine place to break. Bad luck to look for bitter people. His wife's serious illness at this time is undoubtedly to make the family is not rich, adding insult to injury. During that time, Wu Youfu couldn't even sleep. He ran to the field early in the morning, and after half a day's work, when he sat down to rest for a few minutes, he kept pounding his chest, hating himself for being useless. The village elders said, Wu Qian is after all a girl child. Go to school or not is no big deal. His wife's disease cannot be delayed. To cure, Wu Youfu was still hesitating. Instead, his wife dragged her seriously ill body to find Wu Youfu working in the fields. The wife said, Youfu, let's not cure it. Wu Youfu froze. The wife added, Shanxian only this opportunity. Missed, she has decades to come. They are all wasted. Bitter who cannot be bitter child. That day, Wu Youfu was in the field, hugging his wife and crying his heart out. And that was the last time he cried. Within a month, his wife couldn't hold out and passed away. After the death of his wife, Wu Youfu did not cry again. He seemed very silent, did not say a word to organize his wife's afterlife. It was only in the time that followed that he became more and more silent and studious. The daughter also became estranged from him from that day on. There was less and less communication between the two. The 3 years of high school were quickly spent. Wu Qian was very good, with excellent grades to enter the University of Tiannan. Since then, Wu Youfu has cut off contact with his daughter. He knew that his daughter resented him. Just a few words Wu Youfu, and do not know how to explain, countless days and nights, in missing his wife, missing his daughter in the past. There are many times when Wu Youfu lies on the bed, looking at the bottle of pesticide in his hand, silently fuming. He wanted to go to his wife, but he couldn't let go of his daughter, who was still in college and not yet an adult. So Wu Youfu made a decision. In addition to hitting his daughter with the money he earned from farming, he went to pick up rags as soon as he had a spare moment, and when he had enough money to pay for the round trip, he set off for Tennant University. In the corner, a quiet glance at his daughter. He saw his daughter's cheerful smile, his daughter's impassioned speech as she stood on stage, and his daughter holding the palm of a tall boy's hand. Wu Youfu was happy from the bottom of his heart. He grinned, his face full of wrinkles, all squeezed together, but as he laughed, he cried again. Old tears, not daring to go out and recognize his daughter. He looked at her, gnawed the buns in his hand, and then left again alone and silently. Without realizing it, 4 years of college have passed. Wu Qian was smart enough to go back to graduate school and get her degree in the following time. In the end, Wu Youfu was completely relieved. He lay down on the bed and murmured, Eva has become a human being. She is very competitive and has fulfilled her childhood dream of becoming a scientist, and it's time for me to visit you. After saying this, he drank pesticide in his house and left alone. Just walk away. He was awake again, and he didn't understand why he was still awake. Soon after, 6 years away from home, the daughter pushed open the familiar door, but into the eyes of the home is growing weeds. Wu Qian learned of her father's death and cried uncontrollably at his grave. Tell him that he has half a month. We'll be married. Crying and questioning why he did not wait, Wu Youfu finally realized why he woke up. He hasn't even watched the waifu come out of the house yet. His daughter drove off and he didn't follow. Just had to figure it out on my own and rolled over to Tennant. And today, it's the daughter's wedding. Zhao Qingfeng fell silent after hearing this. In front of him was the Tiannan Hotel, but he didn't stop the car, but looked at the time before saying, there's still an hour left. Today is the daughter's big day. Old brother, let's go change into some good clothes. Wu Youfu froze. What's the point of changing clothes? Attend the wedding. Chapter 112, Dad, Tiannan Hotel, Peony Hall. Must be special karma. The melodious music that echoed through the ballroom. The place was full of guests, all waiting for the wedding to take place. On each of their faces, there were smiles. After all, it was the big day, and the man was considered a man of honor. Only, the hall was full of guests, but not a single member of the woman's family. And unlike the smiles on their faces, in the backstage dressing room, Wu Qian's eyes, however, were red. Cynthia, you're so pretty today. The tall man in the white dress, holding Wu Qian's hand, said heartily. Wu Qian forced a smile and said, Brother you're handsome too. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and came over and said, Alas, from today onwards, you should be calling out for your husband and, we're going to be mommy and daddy soon. With that, he reached out and touched Wu Qian's belly. Wu Qian shuddered. Her emotions suddenly collapsed and she flung herself into Qin Yu's arms, bawling, I miss my dad. I miss him so much. Wha? The smile on Qin Yu's face suddenly turned into heartache. Gently embraced his fiancée, softly consoling, it's okay, it's all in the past. Dad also wants you to be happy, wants us to be happy. Wu Qian choked. How could I be such an asshole? How could I not come home for 6 years? She was crying uproariously, full of remorse. Qin Yu said, at least, he came to see us. Hearing this, Wu Qian became even more pained, trembling and reaching out, taking out a bunch of stale tickets from inside her bag. Tears then, drop by drop, fell on them. Heartbroken and crying, Wu Qian reached out, slapping herself in the face. She hated herself for being able to go 6 years and not come home to visit her father once. Qinyu quickly stopped and said, Qian, Dad won't blame you. Today is our big day. Even if Dad knows, he doesn't want you to cry. The words were said, but Wu Qian's crying did not stop. For a while, Wu Qian only eased a little. She took out a tissue and wiped the corners of her eyes, and said to Qinyu, Brother you go out first. I want to be alone for a while. I will go out on time at 1 o'clock. Qinyu sniffed and gave her a somewhat worried look before hesitantly saying, Alright, then I'll go out first. After Qinyu left, Wu Qian slumped on the table as tears welled up again. She was 16 that year. The family is poor but happy. But to no one's surprise, my mother unexpectedly became seriously ill. At first Wu Qian is not worried, because she went to school. This disease is not terminal. As long as the hospital, there is a high probability of being able to cure. But, his father, who used to be honest, seemed like a different person. Not only did he refuse to take his mother to the hospital, but he also forbade her to mention the incident. This made the then Wu Qian puzzled. Finally, on the eve of her starting high school, her mother couldn't hold out any longer. Wu Qian was so sad that she knelt in front of her mother's grave and cried all day. However, she did not see the sadness on her father's face, and she felt that he was cold. In the days to come, Wu Qian and her father were the only two left in the house, and her father became silent, getting up at dawn to work in the fields and returning only at night. This made Wu Qian resentful. She felt that her father was too cold, not even shedding half a tear or seeing half a bit of sadness when his wife, who had been with him for half his life, passed away. Wu Qian couldn't help it and snapped at her father, going to question him. However, her father, at this time, tends to respond to her with silence, occasionally saying, Hungry? I'll go cook. Wu Qian completely exploded. She slammed the bowl on the floor and pointed at her father and said angrily, I don't have a father like you, then ran out of the house. Only she didn't know that after she left, her father silently picked up the broken bowl on the floor and glued it with rice paste for a long time, hoping to fix it. Later, Wu Qian's communication with her father became less and less. After last high school, when she came home, she would lock herself inside her room and refuse any interaction with her father. Between the two, there is only a brief communication when it comes to giving living expenses. Wu Qian felt depressed in this home, facing her cold and heartless father. So she studied hard, harder than everyone, because she wanted to get rid of the man who had caused her pain, and of this unqualified father. Finally, she made it. She got into Tennant University. When the acceptance letter was sent to the family, Wu Qian realized that even his wife died without Tears' father. That moment but old Tears. This, however, did not soften Wu Qian's heart. She left the house completely and utterly. Contact with his father, who had not attended school, was also completely broken off. She was finally out of her father's world. In the next few years, her life was smooth sailing. Inside the school, she managed to become the president of the student council. Her thesis won international awards. Her laboratory received state subsidies, and some people even predicted that she might be able to win the Nobel Prize in the future. There is no doubt that Wu Qian is extremely exceptional. In a flash, 6 years had passed. Wu Qian actually softened her heart a long time ago. She has matured a lot, but she still can't wipe her face. It wasn't until after she got engaged to her boyfriend that she thought to herself, when I get married, it's only logical that I should invite you over. In this way, giving herself steps, Wu Qian returned to her home after a 6-year absence. Just pushing the door open, she was stunned. The house was already strewn with weeds and hadn't been tended to in a long time. With a shaky voice, she questioned the village, only to learn that her father had died a month earlier, having drunk pesticide and gone. Wu Qian cried on the spot. She ran like crazy to her father's grave. Looking at the new and old earth bag in front of her, her tears were like broken beads. 9 years ago, she lost her mother, and today, her father. Wu Qian broke down. She returned home in a state of confusion, but inside her father's room, she saw a thick pile of tickets. Wu Qian seemed to have been struck by lightning, and her entire body was dumbfounded. She simply couldn't imagine that her father, who could barely read or write, was able to fumble his way to Tennant and find Tennant University. Before this, the farthest my father had gone was to a town less than 10 kilometers. Every one of them, all standing tickets, more than 10 hours. How did he hold out? Finally, at the bottom of the ticket, she saw a photo that was the only picture of the three of them together as a family. In the photo, the father and mother, both smiling. Turn it over. A few words were written on the back in a crooked manner. Don't be afraid. When the baby grows up, I'll come and stay with you. It was a promise that his father made to his wife, and he, in the end, lived up to that promise. At this moment, Wu Qian covered her mouth and cried until she fainted. Ms. Wu, the wedding is about to begin. The MC knocked on the door, interrupting Wu Qian's memories. When Wu Qian came back to her senses, she wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Okay, I'll be right out." When she finished, she lifted the hem of her skirt and got up. Entering through the side door of the ballroom, there was thunderous applause. The white wedding dress makes today's Wu Qian beautiful. A long red carpet, with her standing on one side, and the instrumental groom on the other, and the master of ceremonies. When the applause was over, the MC spoke. "Next, please ask the handsome groom to hold the beautiful bride, step by step, towards their warm little home." Xinyu let out a deep breath and was about to go over. The background music suddenly changed, always asking for you without ever saying thank you. At this same time, the door to the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked sideways. A man in formal attire slowly walked in. Wu Qian froze. In the next second, tears came to his eyes. It's not until you're older that you realize you're not easy. Wu Qian ran to the man like crazy. Tears, flying through the air. Dad. Chapter 113, Children, don't cry. Time slow down. Don't get old again. Seeing Wu Qian jump into the man's arms without hesitation, the guests were shocked and began to look at each other. Next, as Wu Qian hissed out that, "Dad," it dawned on the crowd. Xinyu, who was on the stage, had shock floating in his eyes. Because of the people present, only he and his parents knew that his father-in-law had died. Wu Qian's tearful eyes, looking at her father's wrinkled cheeks, said in a trembling voice, "Dad, I'm not dreaming, right, silly baby?" Although Wu Youfu was smiling, his eyes glistened with tears. He then glanced at Xinyu on the stage and said, "All right, don't lose your manners. The wedding is the big event." Saying that, Wu Youfu, who had been bending his back all his life in the field, straightened his back at this moment. He stepped forward, his arm slightly bent. The rural man, who was not very tall, had an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Wu Qian froze for a moment before a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She reached out and took her father's hand. Snap! At that moment, the banquet hall once again resounded with loud applause. "The child you're holding onto has grown up." In the tear-jerking background music, Wu Youfu took his daughter and slowly walked forward. "Go to stand in front of Xinyu." Xinyu shouted with some excitement. "Dad." Wu Youfu smiled gently and took his daughter's hand, quietly placing it in Xinyu's hand. His hands were rough and calloused, but broad, as if they could keep out the wind and rain. Then, he patted the back of Xinyu's hand and said in a deep voice, "Son-in-law, the waif is in your hands." Xinyu's face was serious as he nodded heavily. Wu Youfu turned his head to Wu Qian again and whispered, "Live well, Dad doesn't blame you." With that, he turned and walked backstage. Wu Qian looked at her father's solid back and sobbed. "Dad." Wu Youfu didn't turn around. He just extended his hand and waved it. When Xinyu saw this, he said to the master of ceremonies next to him, "Keep everything simple, and go through the wedding process as quickly as possible." The MC nodded in understanding. What followed was a wedding process that was supposed to take over an hour and was resolved in just 10 minutes. Wu Qian then ran backstage like crazy. "Dad." When she saw her father's figure, a big stone fell to the ground in her heart. It wasn't a dream. Father really came back. Only, there was a very handsome man next to him. So Wu Qian froze. "You are?" Zhao Qingfeng sighed. "My surname is Zhao. You can call me Mr. Zhao. Take this opportunity to say a few words." Wu Qian's face turned white as she panicked. "What do you mean by taking this opportunity?" "Watch on." Wu Youfu spoke. "It was this Mr. Zhao who told me to come back." Wu Qian seemed to have a realization. Tears welled up again. "Dad, does it mean?" "Don't cry. Your mom has been alone for so many years. I'm going to accompany her." Wu Youfu smiled openly. Being able to watch his daughter get married, he already had no regrets. Wu Qian understood everything, immediately rushed forward. Dad embraced his father, crying heartbreakingly. "Wah! Don't cry, don't cry." Wu Youfu smiled and gently patted his daughter's back as he had done when he was a child. Gradually, his face became disembodied, until at some point, Wu Qian's arms were empty and she was about to stagger and fall. Zhao Qingfeng was quick on his feet and pulled her back. Wu Qian stood still, her expression blank. It was already empty in front of her. There was still her father's figure there. Only a few pieces of clothes crashed on the floor. Zhao Qingfeng reached out and picked up a strand of hair on his shirt and sighed softly. "Wu Qian, he doesn't blame you." Wu Qian's lips trembled, seemed to be able to feel the temperature of her father's body, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Dad, my daughter has grown up. You can enjoy the blessings. How can you give up to go ah?" Only, this time there was no response. "A son wants to be raised, but his family does not," Zhao Qingfeng said. Condolences. Wu Qian slowed down for a long time before wiping her tears and bowing sideways to Zhao Qingfeng. Mr. Zhao, thank you. After all these years, she finally met her father, albeit only briefly, but the image of her father giving her away in marriage is forever recorded. At a minimum, she was able to give the baby in her tummy, point to the picture and say, "Look, that man is your grandpa." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "You're welcome." Wu Qian stared at Zhao Qingfeng, suddenly a little surprised, hesitated for a moment before asking uncertainly, "Are you, Senior Zhao?" Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. "You know me?" Wu Qian thought for a moment before saying, "I've seen your picture on the forum." Zhao Qingfeng smiled helplessly, because of his face value. Even though he had left Tiannan University, inside the school, his legend was still circulating. He then waved his hand. "Alas, it is not worth mentioning, it is not worth mentioning." Wu Qian gave a her expression serious, saying, "Mr. Zhao, thank you very much this time. If there is anything that can help, please feel free to mention it." After Zhao Qingfeng glanced at his watch, he said, "I have to go first." Wu Qian was anxious. "You want to go? Least stay for a meal." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, laughed a little, and said, "Happy newlyweds, 100 years of happiness." After that, he left without looking back. Wu Qian stayed for a while before slowly sitting down. Xinyu walked in at this time and asked busily, "Where's Dad?" Wu Qian said quietly, "Dad's gone. How can you leave? You haven't eaten yet." Xinyu snapped before he could finish his sentence. He saw the suit on the floor that his father-in-law had just been wearing. Xinyu's pupils trembled, revealing a shocked expression. Wu Qian bent down, held the set of clothes in her arms, and said faintly, "Brother Yu, check out Zhao Qingfeng of the Nine Rose Company." She had, just now, already seen Zhao Qingfeng's name and company on his work tag. What's the point of checking this, a product of the lab? Xinyu froze for a moment and quickly asked, "Are you trying to make this company or this person an agent?" "No." Wu Qian shook her head, "It's an exclusive license." Xinyu hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Other side, Zhao Qingfeng had just left the Tiannan Hotel when long-lost energy burst through his body. It suddenly occurred to him that the last time Feng Bing disappeared, there was no such feedback. Could it be because he brought up the deal with Feng Bing? Sitting in the car, Zhao Qingfeng was pondering. If this was merit, it was understandable that Feng Bing's matter. He was not simply helping him fulfill his obsession. There was a strong purpose. So the nature changes and there is no such feedback similar to merit. It seems that what goes around comes around. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and departed for the company. When Lin Qingqing and the girls didn't come back, Zhao Qingfeng made a call, and Lin Qingqing told him that she was going to visit another group of clients in the afternoon, so he didn't need to pick them up. Zhao Qingfeng then touched the fish at his workstation. By 4 o'clock sharp, just after stepping out of the Ride Mansion, he saw a youthful and beautiful woman with a smile like a flower standing in the shade of a tree not far away. Zhao Qingfeng then smiled. Zhou Ran. Su Qiuran came over and said, "Are you tired of working today?" "Not tired." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. "Fishing for half a day. The movie has finished one. This is considered tired. Then in this world, there is no easy class." Su Qiuran hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Qingfeng, let me change jobs with you." Zhao Qingfeng was a bit stunned. "What's going on?" "It's fine. Why did you change jobs?" Su Qiuran's expression was a bit serious as she said, "I heard that my sister-in-law is planning to engage in a collaboration with someone else. I don't know if it's a shareholding or not, but in the future, the probability is that Nine Mei will have 2 bosses." Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "1 boss, 2 bosses. What does it have to do with me? By the way, who is it with? Zhang Feng, is he?" Zhao Qingfeng's footsteps lurched and he frowned. Chapter 114, Bai Liyu's upcoming crisis. "I heard that you had some conflicts with him, and that Zhang Tianxiong even approached you. So Su Qiuran spoke, but Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand, interrupting her. "Never mind," Zhao Qingfeng calmly said. "I am just here to work. As for Zhang Feng, the problem is not big." As the two walked side by side, Su Qiuran cocked her head and glanced at him before nodding. "Okay, if you run into trouble, call me first." Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Of course. The two then went to dinner together. On the way, Zhao Qingfeng was still pondering. Nine Mei had just announced that she was canceling her cooperation with Ride the Wind Group next month, and then the news immediately came out that she was going to partner with Zhang Feng. Is Mei Chao having some kind of obsession? Wasn't it good to be under the shelter of the Ride Group? Not to mention that it was her sister and brother-in-law. If you cooperate with Zhang Feng now, don't you worry that by then, even the people in the company will be eaten up? Although he had only met Zhang Feng twice, Zhao Qingfeng didn't think he was anything good. But then again, what outcome Zhou Mei has is her own choice. I just need to respect the fate of others, while doing their own thing. In an instant, A flash of sharpness flashed through Zhao Qingfeng's eyes. The deeper reason for him to stay in Jiumei was to keep an eye on Zhang Feng. Based on the clues so far, it was highly likely that Zhang Zixuan was a member of the Zhang family in Tiannan, which meant that things were not done. Stay with the company in order to find a better opportunity, thus decimating it. Su Qiuran sat in the co-pilot inside. You said that sister-in-law of mine. I have said that Zhang Feng is not a good person. I suggested that she break off the relationship, but as a result, she has a one-track mind, and I don't know how she thinks. She's just so shafted. Zhao Qingfeng smiled, then said, General Manager Zhou naturally has her own plans. There's no point in you worrying more. That being said, Su Qiuran said, but she is my sister-in-law after all. Now that she's in conflict with my father, it's difficult for me to be caught in the middle. Zhao Qingfeng didn't expect there to be this layer of story inside. Zhou Mei and Su Shifeng had a conflict? He said, alright, Zhou Ran, don't think so much. You haven't even graduated from college. It's not the time to think about this. Then again, even if Zhou Mei really fails, can your parents really watch her starve to death? When the time comes, they will definitely step in to help. Su Qiuran sniffed, then nodded. What you said also makes sense. Perhaps I thought too much. By the way, Chen Lexi lives at your place. Still honest, right? Honestly? Never seen such a bold little pervert. In Zhao Qingfeng's mind, an image inexplicably surfaced of a small, green tree that bore two large, round grapefruits that were shaking. Shaking his head, he shook the image away before Zhao Qingfeng nodded solemnly. I'm honest. Su Qiuran's face darkened. I'm not asking you. Zhao Qingfeng snorted. Everyone is pretty much the same. They're all honest. That's fine. Su Qiuran breathed a sigh of relief. So she asked, then what are we going to eat? Whatever. The two of them went to a restaurant for dinner next, and Zhao Qingfeng sent Su Qiuran back to the villa and then drove to the Royal River residence. When Zhao Yiyi saw her father, it was as if she had seen her savior, and she jumped onto him at once, refusing to let go of him in any way. Bailey Yu was dressed fairly normally today. It's not right and it's not normal. Who wears long sleeves and pants at home in July weather? Who are you defending? Zhao Qingfeng smiled awkwardly. Lai Yu, have you eaten yet? According to the age, Bai Li Yu is actually younger than him. After the divorce the two did not have that relationship. Zhao Qingfeng also stopped calling her sister, but it's too raw to call them by their first names. Bai Li Yu slumped and said expressionlessly, there's no food, so you're going to cook. Ha? Zhao Qingfeng had just eaten his fill and was just being polite. Where did he want to cook? So he laughed dryly and took out his cell phone. Why don't I order a takeaway for you? Bai Li Yu was annoyed. Fine. This is your sincerity? What's the matter? I deserve takeout? Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped, so he put down Zhao Ye and walked towards the kitchen. My, I'll go cook now. What do you want to eat? As a result, he went to the kitchen and froze. Where's the pot? Throw it away. Bai Li Yu coldly said. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and said, then how am I going to cook? Ha! Bai Li Yu smiled expressionlessly. Don't bother. I've already ordered takeout. Zhao Qingfeng felt tricked, so he picked Zhao Ye up and said, then I'll go back first, call if anything happens. He then left Bai Li Yu's house. Bai Li Yu waited for him to leave before the corners of her mouth hooked into a regal smile that was gorgeous. Your great aunt, 80% of the time, is sick. Sitting in the car, Zhao Qingfeng sighed. Zhao Yiye's little face tensed up and nodded approvingly. You're right, Dad. You're right. Auntie swelled my butt yesterday. There's still this matter? Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Zhao Yiye's mouth deflated and said, it's true. Dad, will you help me take revenge? You swollen Auntie's ass too. Ahem. Zhao Qingfeng almost choked, so he stopped talking and started the car. Before long, it was time to go to Fairview. As soon as she entered the house, Chen Lexi shouted in surprise. Yi. Zhao Ye's eyes also lit up. Chen Lexi. The big friends and kids missed each other after not seeing each other for a few days, so Chen Lexi picked up Zhao Ye. But soon, Zhao Ye said, Chen Lexi, it's so crowded. It's crushing me. Chen Lexi realized that she was all deformed, so she let out an oh-so-slight sigh and slightly loosened up. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at it and didn't look at it closely, walked into the bathroom and said, you guys rest for a while, I'll cook later. Aha. Chen Lexi answered and then carried Zhao Ye to the sofa. Zhao Ye looked left and right and asked strangely, where's Mom? Sister ex-wife hasn't gotten off work yet, Chen Lexi said. Zhao Yiyi was confused. What ex-wife's sister? Chen Lexi coughed lightly. Nothing. Watch TV. What do you want to watch? Mom will tune it for you. Zhao Yiyi then glared at her. You're Chen Lushi. My mom is by Shaoxing. Gee, sooner or later it will be. Chen Lexi waved his hand and said, shout out in advance, lest you suddenly change your mouth and don't get used to it when the time comes. I'm doing this for your own good. Ignore you. Big friends and kids just a few minutes before they face a showdown. By the evening, Zhao Qingfeng had just finished cooking. Then there was a knock on the door. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran over to open the door, and it was really Bai Xiaoxing outside. She then happily shouted, "Mommy!" Bai Xiaoxing then picked Zhao Ye up and kissed her affectionately. "Daddy picked you up today, right," Chen Lexi said somewhat sourly. Certain people, they really know how to rush, and just happened to come over stuck at mealtime. Bai Xiaoxing frowned. "What are you talking about in the shade?" Zhao Qingfeng walked over and said indifferently, "Alright, eat." Other side, the Royal River Beijing district. A bearded man, hovering in front of the neighborhood. The security guard sized him up for a few moments and couldn't help but frown. "Hey, what are you doing? Something wrong?" In his eyes, he was wary. The man laughed nervously and stammered a little. I'll just take a look." With that, he turned to leave. In one of the hotels, he pulled out his cell phone and flipped through a photo. On the screen was the stunningly beautiful Bai Liu, smiling and talking at the same time. Her hands were unwrapping a courier. The man's naive expression, at this moment, became a bit bizarre. He looked at Bai Liu in the photo obsessively, and in the end, he couldn't help it, sticking out his tongue and licking the screen. "Little moon, moon, you come out, in here, wait for you." Bai Liu's screen name was Moon Can't Eat Enough, and her fans liked to call her Little Moon. On the courier, there is no floor or doorway where the men have to squat and look for opportunities. Chapter 115. What were you and Xiao Ran doing just now? Because of the reason that Zhao Ye was at home, Bai Xiaoxing and Chen Lexi didn't quarrel much. Between the two, there was a fair amount of harmony, and Chen Lexi didn't do anything else that made Zhao Qingfeng's eyes glaze over. So, the next few days were pretty quiet. Zhao Yi seemed to have developed a bit of a shadow over Bai Liu and didn't say anything about going to her great aunt's place for a few days. This day, Zhao Qingfeng got off work at noon and went inside the mid-level villa to pick up Su Churan. The two were in regular contact during this time and would occasionally come out to dinner together. To Zhao Qingfeng, it felt amazing. He felt comfortable and at ease staying with Su Churan. The same is true of Su Churan. "Big brother Qingfeng, what do you want to eat today?" Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said, "Go to the Wank Eatery." This was not a restaurant, but one of the more famous food streets in Tianan, with at least hundreds of food and beverage outlets in it. Su Churan then nodded. Yes, only after the two went there, they realized that the decision was too hasty. It's mostly just too many people. Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to park the car in the underground parking lot and walk out again. Looking at his watch, he then said, "I guess I'll be late this afternoon." Su Churan then laughed playfully. "You're in sales. It makes sense to come out and visit customers, doesn't it?" The two walked side by side down the street, buying a little bit of whatever they came across that they wanted to eat, just chatting and eating. Suddenly, someone stealing. A scream caught everyone's attention. I saw a woman, full of anger, pointing at a thin man and saying, "That's him, he's stealing." The thin man blushed. "What are you babbling about? Don't bother." With that, he turned around and walked away. The woman's face changed and she yelled, "Everyone, grab him. This man is a thief." It's just that basically no one is taking action. And most people don't step up in these situations when there's no hard evidence and it's none of their business. Coincidentally, the thin man happened to be walking towards Zhao Qingfeng's side. Seeing that he was about to pass by Zhao Qingfeng by mistake, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly reached out and grabbed the thin man's arm. The thin man's eyes flashed with hostility as he said in annoyance, "What the are you doing? Let go." With that, he threw himself around, trying to break Zhao Qingfeng free. However, Zhao Qingfeng's hand was like a vice, holding him steadily and not moving. His eyes widened. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything. He directly ripped his clothes, and a whole bunch of things fell out from inside his clothes. There's jewelry, and cell phones, etc. Zhao Qingfeng smiled coldly. "Who goes out in this weather and wears a jacket?" The thin man gritted his teeth and said, "I can't go out and bring more than I need?" "Oh, so you're saying that this cell phone is for your own use?" Zhao Qingfeng pointed at a cell phone on the ground wearing a pink phone case and snorted. The surrounding crowd burst out laughing as well. The thin man knew that he had been exposed. His expression was anxious, and as soon as his right hand pulled out from inside his pocket, a small dagger was taken out, and he proceeded to slash towards Zhao Qingfeng. This caused many people to let out gasps of surprise. Su Churan even shouted in a trembling voice, "Big brother Qingfeng, be careful." Zhao Qingfeng frowned and suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Click! Ah! The thin man screamed violently and fell straight to his knees, and the knife fell. His arm was twisted in a grotesque gesture, obviously broken. "Call the police," Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. The thin man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Big brother, let me go. I'm not easy. I'll pay for it. I apologize to you." Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and calmly said, "Save these words for the courtroom." The thin man covered his arm and despaired. A chorus of hoots and hollers rang out around them. Zhao Qingfeng, thank you so much. At this moment, the woman who had just screamed came over and said to Zhao Qingfeng. Su Qiuran was stunned. You know each other? Zhao Qingfeng nodded and reached out to shake the woman's hand. Smiling, what a coincidence. Counselor Condensation. This woman, the very same Condensation that helped him with his divorce case. When Long Ning glanced at the thin man, she smiled and said, why don't I buy you guys dinner? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, some other day, I'm with a friend today. Lang Ning glanced at Su Qiuran, and with a flash of amazement in her eyes, she said meaningfully, oh, got it, just divorced, and found such a perfect woman in the world. It's really a blessing. However, this Zhao Qingfeng is indeed handsome, just a little bit poorer. In less than 10 minutes, the police came over. Zhao Qingfeng explained the matter and left with Su Qiuran. It was only then that Su Qiuran said with palpitations, I was really scared to death just now. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. How could this kind of person hurt me? His current physique was so much stronger than a normal person's, not to mention the fact that the man was still so skinny. For Zhao Qingfeng, it was as brittle as paper, and a hard twist would break his bones. Su Qiuran spat out her tongue. I'm just worried about you. This inadvertent cute look, but it made Zhao Qingfeng's heart jump. He then averted his eyes and said, we've eaten enough too. Let's go back to the office. Aha, sit in the car. Su Qiuran said, that condensation invited you. Why don't you go? It's a chance to get close to a beautiful woman. Am I not with you? Zhao Qingfeng didn't think much about it and said casually. Su Qiuran's face immediately reddened. She didn't answer. Zhao Qingfeng didn't speak again, and the atmosphere in the car was, inexplicably, somewhat ambiguous. It was only when he arrived at the company that Zhao Qingfeng slapped his head, said, ugh, I should have gotten you home first. Nothing. Su Qiuran shook her phone and said with a smile, I'll have someone pick me up later. I'll send you up. No need for. Zhao Qingfeng was just about to refuse when Su Qiuran pushed him inside the company. You're too kind. In the elevator, Zhao Qingfeng then said. Su Qiuran hung her head and whispered, where is the politeness? I won't be polite to you. To the door of the company. Su Qiuran then waved her hand towards him. Alright, big brother Qingfeng. I'll go back first. Chat on WeChat. Good. Zhao Qingfeng watched her turn around and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a puddle of I don't know if it was jelly or something on the ground. So his face changed. Qiuran, be careful. Only, it's already too late. Su Qiuran happened to step on it. Her feet slipped, and she subconsciously exclaimed. Seeing that Su Qiuran was about to fall, Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Su Qiuran. Su Qiuran subconsciously hugged him. The air was suddenly quiet, like a dog blood drama. Su Qiuran was in his arms, and the two of them just stared at each other for several seconds. It was Zhao Qingfeng who reacted first, so he put her down and said, Qiuran, are you alright? No, it's fine. Su Qiuran's face flushed red and didn't dare to look at Zhao Qingfeng. Then I'll leave first. See you later. After saying that, she ran away as if she had fled. It was only when they got to the top of the elevator that their thumping hearts felt a little calmer. When Zhao Qingfeng saw Su Qiuran get on the elevator, he shook his head and turned around, preparing to enter the company. However, a figure, at an unknown time, blocked in front of him. Zhao Qingfeng fixed his eyes and said, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Mei's eyes were cold, and her voice was even colder. What were you and Qiuran doing just now? Chapter 116, by Liu, who was terrified to the extreme. What for? When Zhao Qingfeng was caught off guard, he asked back. Zhou Mei's attitude also made him frown. And you're still pretending? Zhou Mei's expression was furious, and her eyes contained a dangerous light as she stared at him coldly. Just now, she was about to come out when she saw Zhao Qingfeng and Su Qiuran hugging each other, which made Zhou Mei unusually angry in her heart. Being stared at by her with such a scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Qingfeng's expression, too, went cold and said indifferently, it's just as you see it. Fine, Zhao Qingfeng, you're not even pretending anymore, are you? Zhou Mei pointed at Zhao Qingfeng and laughed coldly. You just got divorced and you started hooking up. I have to say, you're still good at picking, first by Xiaoxing of the Bai family, and now Su Qiuran of the Su family. Zhou Mei, don't come here shady. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhao Qingfeng also fire. This Zhou Mei ing, this is what happened. I am eating your rice, or plan your ancestral tomb? Zhou Mei's gaze was icy cold as she said, did I say that? Isn't it obvious enough? In her opinion, this Zhao Qingfeng was a soft eater. He used to eat the Bai families, but now he even wants to eat the Su families. It's simply delusional. Zhou Mei was cold and beautiful, and at this time, she was aggressive and even more charming. But Zhao Qingfeng has no intention of appreciating it, and does not spoil her. Snorted. People like you like to wear colored eyes to see people, not to mention the fact that Su Qiuran and I are friends. Even if I have any special relationship with her, Then I would like to ask 4 words. None of your business? I'm her sister-in-law, Zhou Mei said angrily. Oh, then if she's telling you what to do about your relationships, will you listen? Zhao Qingfeng faintly asked back. Zhou Mei was speechless. Su Qiuran had told her several times not to get too close to Zhang Feng, but Zhou Mei didn't take it to heart. She felt that working with Zhang Feng would benefit Zhou Mei. Now that Zhao Qingfeng had said these words, it was quite a bit of a boomerang. Zhou Mei took a deep breath and coldly said, I am worried that Qiu Ran is being cheated by certain people with bad intentions. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, pointing at Zhou Mei's nose. You'd better look after yourself. Don't say you're being cheated out of your money. I don't think you have a good face. There will be a robbery in the near future. I'm afraid you're going to be robbed of both your money and wealth, and you're going to be eaten up by someone. Isn't it just more than a stinky mouth? Who's afraid of who? Zhao Qingfeng had many shortcomings, but there was definitely no such item as not being good with words. Sure enough, Zhou Mei went straight to red warmth. Her brother-in-law is Su multiplied wind, but also create Zhou Mei, when so many years of the old boss, when someone dared to scold her so? Not to mention, she felt in her heart that Zhao Qingfeng was not a good person. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Qingfeng, are you looking for death? Do you still want your commission? Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, I can't lose a single cent of my commission. If you want a commission, then talk to Qiu Ran dash. You're not listening. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand to interrupt her and said calmly, what I mean is that I can't lose a single penny of my commission, without any conditions, because this was originally what I deserved. Do you understand? Going to work is never begging. You, Zhou Mei said angrily, you're fired, so get out now. Zhao Qingfeng stared at her and suddenly smiled. Good, remember to hit my card on time with your salary. With that, he turned around and walked away. Zhou Mei was still angry, and she didn't have the heart to go out, returning to her office with the anger still evident on her face. After a while, the assistant knocked on the door. Come in, Zhou Mei said coldly. The assistant had gotten used to it and didn't bother to look at Zhou Mei's expression as she said, Mr. Zhou, academician Wu from Star Labs, said that he wanted to come to the company to take a look. Tiannan University's Star Lab? Or academician Wu himself? Zhou Mei rose up with an open heart, her expression surfacing with joy. She had heard of Wu Qian's reputation, a genius-level scientist and the youngest academician in China. If he could work with Star Labs, then Nine Mei's future path would be completely secure. Suddenly hit by a huge surprise, Zhou Mei was a bit overwhelmed with joy, and hurriedly said, Did academician Wu say when to come over? Tomorrow, the assistant replied. Yes, Zhou Mei said cheerfully. Zhao Qingfeng really was a sweeping star. Just after driving him away, something good immediately came. After Zhao Qingfeng left, he sat in the car, still sighing. Comfortable job, just gone. Next, there's still this class on A. However, he's actually not that desperate anymore, having successfully divorced and having custody of his daughter in hand. And there's $1 million commission, which has to be paid out. Most importantly, it was his own special ability, which was the biggest bottom line. Zhao Qingfeng pondered whether to open a firm or something. Nothing was going on around him, so he went back home. Zhao Ye was drawing, and Chen Lexi sat next to her, offering advice from time to time. Apparently, big and little friends are back together again. When she saw Zhao Qingfeng come in, Chen Lexi was surprised. Brother Qingfeng, you're off work so early today? Zhao Qingfeng said, no more classes. Expelled. Fired? That's great. Brother Qingfeng will be able to stay home with me, Chen Lexi said joyfully. Zhao Qingfeng stared at her slyly. The smile on Chen Lexi's face stiffened before she changed her face in seconds, her eyes flashing with a cold light. What? Who is so bold to fire my brother Qingfeng? The company doesn't want it anymore? With that, she picked up the phone. Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, don't take your phone. Okay, this is all trivial. Hey! Chen Lexi laughed playfully and ran over to hug Zhao Qingfeng's arm, saying, Brother Qingfeng, it's okay if you don't go to work, I'll support you. Zhao Qingfeng felt the sense of oppression, which was due to the reaction force caused by the shape change. He then pulled his arm out without moving and said, I have arms and legs, what do I need you to feed? With that, he went to the kitchen and looked in the refrigerator, realizing there was nothing left to eat. He shook his head and prepared to go out and buy groceries. Zhao Yiyi was bored of painting at this moment, so she picked up her cell phone and called Bai Liu. After all, she hadn't been there in a few days, and she still missed her great-aunt. After the call was connected, Zhao Ye's expression suddenly froze. Then thumping, he ran to Zhao Qingfeng's side and said, Dad, I called my great-aunt, and just now I seemed to hear an uncle's voice, but it hung up again. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a split second before he immediately changed his face. Lexi, take care of Yi Yi. Throwing down a sentence, he flew out of the house. The elevator was still down there. and Zhao Qingfeng couldn't wait, so he furiously ran downstairs. After getting the car, Zhao Qingfeng sped over in the direction of the Imperial River residence. Other side. Inside the small space, Bai Liu cowered inside, covering her lips and trembling. There was only one footstep going back and forth in the quiet house. Bai Liu's eyes revealed panic as she tightly covered her mouth, not daring to make a single sound. Don't hide, little moon. Where are you? Men. At this point, don't stutter. He laughed nervously, holding Bai Liu's cell phone in his hand as his eyes glanced around, searching inside the house. Suddenly, the man's eyes locked on a white cabinet in the room. The smile on his face, then, was even more naive. Walk over slowly. When Bai Liu heard the footsteps close at hand, her tears fell like broken beads, and her body trembled violently, terrified to the extreme. Finally, the man stood still in front of the cabinet. Squeak! The cabinet door slammed open as he pulled it open. Instantly, the man's eyes widened with unbridled excitement. Chapter 117, How dare you hurt her? Kill your whole family. Zhao Qingfeng had an anxious expression. He ran through even red lights when he was sure it was safe to do so. At the same time, he took out his cell phone to call Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up when she saw her husband calling, and she joyfully picked up. Husband, give me the entry code to Bai Liu's house. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly interrupted her and said in a deep voice. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned. This is, stop asking and give it to me. Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her grumpily, close to a low growl. Bai Xiaoxing didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly told him the code on the door lock. Zhao Qingfeng then hung up and focused on driving. The only thing on his mind was to hurry up, and hurry up again. Bai Liu's house. In the cabinet. It's full of little outfits in every color that exude charm. The man was so excited that he took an even deeper breath, overwhelmed with intoxication. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Luna, and the man had to regretfully turn around and look elsewhere. Only, he didn't notice that underneath the cabinet, there was a large drawer. As for Bai Liu, she was curled up inside the drawer at that moment, trembling, not daring to make a single sound. She regrets it. Why don't you listen to Zhao Qingfeng and arrange for a few people to protect it close by? Bai Liu had never thought that there really was such a perverted man. In the dark and narrow space, Bai Liu spent seconds like years, tears rustling down her face. Today is the same as always. Once off the air, she ordered takeout and later put on a face mask on the couch. It wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Your takeout has arrived. Bai Liu looked through the cat's eye and saw a man dressed in a yellow takeout clerk outfit standing outside with a silly smile. She then didn't think too much about it and just opened the door. The man's naive eyes became infatuated when he saw Bai Liu's perfect features, and he didn't hand out the takeout in his hand at first. This made Bai Liu instantly alert and slammed the door shut with all her might. However, the man's palm, had become stuck in the doorframe. The blow caused the man to almost deform his hand and let out a scream of pain, but it doesn't lock. Bai Liu took this opportunity to dart inside the house. After drilling into this drawer, she tried to call for help, but found that her cell phone was still on the coffee table, which made Bai Liu desperate, but she was afraid to go out. For the man, eased from the sharp pain, had gone into the house and closed the door. The current situation was extremely desperate for Bai Liu. As long as she was found, the fate that awaited her could be imagined. The bottom line was that she had almost no way to escape. It's only a matter of time before they are found. Therefore, Bai Liu's body couldn't help but tremble, and tears of terror, like broken beads, fell. The man was almost close enough just now to make Bai Liu's heart rise in her throat. Luckily, it went unnoticed. Time passes by. The men are also becoming progressively more irritable. Little moon, where are you? Come out. I have seen you. He muttered, searching the house over and over. The voice, like a nightmare, echoed in Bai Liu's mind. That infatuated look, that naive smile, made Bai Liu feel as if she was in an ice cave, her body sweating. The feeling of fear almost overwhelmed Bai Liu. He couldn't stop his lips from quivering. At this point, how she wished someone would show up to save her. But, no one will come. She was a purely nerdy girl and had no friends in Tiannan City, only her sister's family. Now his sister was at work, and Zhao Qingfeng had already picked up Yi back. The only chance for help was the cell phone, but it was already in the man's hands. Bai Liu thought of countless ways, and in the end, only despair remained. But just at this time, the footsteps were approaching. This time, it wasn't as lucky as before. Wow! The man jerked open the drawer and saw Bai Liu curled up inside. He grinned, showing a mouthful of large yellow teeth, naive, and hideous. Almost scared out of her wits, Bai Liu let out a violent scream and climbed out of the drawer quickly, frantically running towards the outside. Only, she was much slower than the man. Just as she reached the living room, her arm was grabbed by a man. Little moon, don't run, I'll love you. The man's eyes were beyond obsessed and the disgusting words were sickening coming out of his mouth. Ah! Get out of here! Don't touch me! Bai Liu kept screaming and struggling to pull out her arm, but the power difference was too overwhelming. Her screams only stimulated the man and turned him on even more. Just at the moment when the man was about to exert himself to hold Bai Liu, boo! The doors were violently pushed open. The sunlight poured into the room, and a man's figure, revealed in the sunlight. Let her go! Zhao Qingfeng's calm voice suddenly rang out. Bai Liu froze as she stared blankly at the door, even forgetting to struggle. Zhao Qingfeng at this moment was like the dawn in despair for her. Green peaks, she spoke in a trembling voice, intense joy surfacing on her teary-eyed face. The moment she saw Zhao Qingfeng, an inexplicable sense of security surrounded her, and Bai Liu knew that she was saved. Zhao Qingfeng saw the situation inside the house and without saying anything, he directly rushed in. However, the man's face changed, and his right hand pulled out the long-prepared dagger from inside his pocket, pressed it against Bai Liu's white and slender neck, and said viciously, "Don't you come over." When Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, he could only stop his footsteps alive. He said, "Calm yourself and don't do something that can't be undone." "Calm? Ha ha ha." The man laughed lowly. "I'm cool. I love my little moon and I'm going to get her." Zhao Qingfeng sensed from his voice that this man seemed to be in a sickly spiritual world, and with a sinking heart, he said, "If you like it, you can go after it. There's no need to use this kind of way." Bai Liu felt the cold touch on her neck, and she didn't act rashly. Just by looking at Zhao Qingfeng, she knew that Zhao Qingfeng could definitely save her out. The man's eyes flashed with fervor as he growled low, "You get out of here now, or I'll kill her." He didn't want to give up. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, "Do you know what will happen if you continue to do this? Big deal. I'll eat peanuts. I'll do anything to get little moon." The man smiled dementedly, the excitement in his eyes undiminished. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly pulled out a card from inside his pocket. Calmly, he said, "Inside this card, there's $10 million. Trying to tempt me with money? It's useless. It's useless. In my heart, little moon is priceless. He. The man's smile was weird and disgusting. Zhao Qingfeng, however, revealed an icy smile and said, "You've misunderstood. This money is not for you." "Not for me?" Blood erupted in the man's eyes and he growled, "You're playing me? Are you playing me too?" Zhao Qingfeng's smile, even colder, as he said, "If you dare to harm her for a single point, then this $10 million will enter the black market for a bounty. At that time, your parents, your children, and everyone related to you will die miserably. Simply put, what happens when you hurt her is, kill your whole family." Chapter 118 Sister Protecting Devil by Chen Yang. Zhao Qingfeng's words silenced the man. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Qingfeng taking up the weapons of the law, because since he had done such a thing, he had no intention of turning back. But Zhao Qingfeng put down the law and took up arms. Apparently, there were people that the man cared about as well, and he stared at Zhao Qingfeng, trying to tell if what he said was true or not. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "Of course, this is the first option. The second option is that you let go of her now, and not only will we not call the police, we'll let you go." The man hesitated, because Zhao Qingfeng was just too calm. Inside that pair of deep eyes, there wasn't any anger or extreme emotional fluctuations. All there was just lake-like calmness. He said hesitantly, "You, really let me go?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "If you let her go, I'll let you go." The man struggled for a moment before pulling Bai Liu, moving towards the door step by step. Zhao Qingfeng also stepped aside. When he reached the door, he whispered, "Little moon, I will be back." When he finished, he darted out. The voice also came through, "If you dare to call the police, I'll go out of my way to make you pay." The men didn't choose to fish out of water. To him, killing Little Moon was incompatible with his goal, and Zhao Qingfeng's words made the man's heart flutter. It was only at this moment that Zhao Qingfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He and Bai Liu had known each other for so many years, and although their relationship couldn't be said to be much more cordial, they had gradually drifted into kinship, and he couldn't watch Bai Liu get hurt. "Liu, you." Zhao Qingfeng's gaze turned to Bai Liu and he just opened his mouth. A trembling, soft body lurched into his arms. Immediately afterward, the sound of Bai Liu letting out a cry could be heard. All the fear, all the terror, all of it, all of it, all of it, in this moment, accompanied by crying, was cathartic. Zhao Qingfeng's body stiffened, and he didn't push her away, but instead gently patted Bai Liu's shoulder and said softly, "It's fine, it's fine." Bai Liu didn't say anything. She just reached out and forcefully wrapped her hands around Zhao Qingfeng's waist. Tears quickly wet Zhao Qingfeng's chest. Just then, "Sis, what happened? Just now hubby is going to dash." Bai Xiaoxing opened the door and rushed in anxiously. Suddenly seeing her husband and sister hugging each other, her eyes went black and her voice came to an abrupt end. "You guys, She incredulously stretched out her finger to point at the two men. Her body was as if she had lost all her strength, and she was so weak that she held onto the doorframe to keep from falling. With a cry of alarm, Bai Liu stood up from Zhao Qingfeng's arms, wiped her tears, and said, "It's not what you think, listen to my explanation." Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip as she gazed at Zhao Qingfeng. However, Zhao Qingfeng had a faint expression and didn't have any intention of explaining. This made Bai Xiaoxing heartbroken. It was Bai Liu who walked over and pulled Bai Xiaoxing onto the sofa and told him what had just happened. "What? You mean there are thugs?" Bai Xiaoxing sat upright violently, shocked. Bai Liu quietly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said, "If it wasn't for Qingfeng, you wouldn't be able to see me in the future. Regardless of the outcome, if the nightmare happens, odds are that Bai Liu won't have the courage to live anymore." Now that she recalled the man's naive and disgusting smile, Bai Liu's heart was still trembling. Bai Xiaoxing pursed her lips and said sourly, "Your brother-in-law is so good to you, he couldn't wait to come and save you. What a time to be jealous." Bai Liu didn't have the good sense to say. To this day she had palpitations in her heart. Zhao Qingfeng said seriously, "Liu, I still say that it's time for you to call your family and ask them to arrange for a few people to protect you or change your place of residence. If he hadn't called her today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, Bai Liu can't cook and orders takeout every day, and the other party coming in disguised as a delivery person is simply indefensible. But, the matter is not over." Bai Liu nodded her head in hindsight. "Qingfeng, I'll listen to you." She suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, did you mean what you just said? If he really hurt me?" Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. "How could that be? Something like killing a whole family sounds cruel. How could I possibly do it? Just scare him a bit." Bai Liu hummed. She was just asking casually. It was only because the Zhao Qingfeng of that moment had almost overturned her perception, and was a great contrast to her previous gentle image. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, then seeing Bai Xiaoxing comforting Bai Liu, he walked to the side and picked up his cell phone to dial a call out. "Hello?" Bai Chenyang's voice rang inside the phone. Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened. This guy didn't even save his phone number? He then said coldly, "It's me." Bai Chenyang froze for a moment and said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zhao Qingfeng? What the are you calling me for?" Zhao Qingfeng sneered and didn't talk nonsense to him, directly saying, "You almost lost your sister today." "What?" Bai Chenyang's tone changed, incomparably cold, seemingly suppressing his anger, saying, "What happened?" Zhao Qingfeng told Bai Chenyang about what had just happened. Bai Chenyang was silent for a few seconds before he said, "Give the phone to Liu." Zhao Qingfeng walked over and said to Bai Liu, "Your brother's phone." Bai Liu took it. "Liu, are you okay?" Bai Chenyang inquired worriedly. Bai Liu glanced at Zhao Qingfeng again before saying, "Brother, don't worry, there's Qingfeng." Bai Chenyang was silent again. "While it's good that your sister is safe, why does that sound uncomfortable?" He said somewhat sourly, "It's good that you're fine. Give the phone back to Zhao Qingfeng." Knowing that it was time to get down to business, Zhao Qingfeng took his cell phone out the door, plopped down on the balcony, and lit a cigarette. Bai Chenyang said, "Who is it?" Zhao Qingfeng glanced at the room and said, "I've sent you the photos. They should still be in Tiannan today." In just a few moments, he took pictures of the men. Bai Chenyang hummed and said, "I'll take care of it. You take care of Liu." "I know." After saying that, Zhao Qingfeng was ready to hang up the phone. "Wait," Bai Chenyang suddenly said. "What else?" After hesitating for a moment, Bai Chenyang warned, "Taking care is taking care, so behave yourself." This guy, who has already hawked his sister and is now divorced, makes Bai Chenyang inexplicably worried in his heart. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and cursed. "Bai Chenyang, are you sick?" Bai Chenyang snorted coldly. "Anyway, be honest and don't force me to go looking for you again." "Looking for me? To get your ass kicked? He, do you think I'm still the same person I was before?" "Zhao Qingfeng, remember this, if you don't see me for 3 days, you'll be impressed. You'll wait for me." Bai Chenyang had recently realized that he couldn't be too calm many times, so he learned from his mistakes and secretly conducted extremely intense training. This scene, it must be recovered. Zhao Qingfeng said disdainfully, Fine, I'll wait." With that, he hung up. Coldness flared in his eyes. He did just promise to let the man go and also promised not to call the police, so he naturally did what he said he would do. But, after doing such a thing, he still wants to escape unharmed? Bai Chenyang, the devil who was protecting his sister, would let that person know why the Tiandong family couldn't be messed with. Chapter 119. Bai Liu stayed at Zhao Qingfeng's home. "Qingfeng, what were you just talking to your brother about?" When Bai Liu saw Zhao Qingfeng come in, she opened her mouth and asked. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Tell him not to worry, it's fine." Bai Liu hummed, and then asked with some concern, "Qingfeng, do you think that pervert will come over again?" This is too scary. At the mention of that man, in Bai Liyu's eyes, there was still a flicker of panic, and only by looking at Zhao Qingfeng did she have a billion points of security. Zhao Qingfeng thought for a while, then said, "Alas, I think the odds are that he'll be lost, deeply realize his mistake, and won't commit it again in the future." Bai Xiaoxing was thoughtful and probably understood what her husband and Bai Chenyang were talking about on the phone, so she said, "Sister, it's fine, he definitely doesn't dare to come over again." Bai Liyu let out a light breath and said, "I hope so." Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch, so he said, Yi is still at home, so I'll go back first, so she doesn't have to go crazy with that girl Chen Lexi. With that, he was going out the door. Qingfeng. Just then, Bai Liyu subconsciously shouted. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng leave, she didn't know what was wrong, but her heart was inexplicably flustered. Zhao Qingfeng turned back and looked at her suspiciously. Bai Xiaoxing frowned. This mouthful of Qingfeng didn't seem like a problem before, but today, inexplicably uncomfortable. On top of that, when I pushed the door in just now, I saw her and her husband hugging, an image that still lingers in my mind. Bai Liyu bit her lip and said, I'm hungry, why don't I dine at your place? Zhao Qingfeng thought to himself, it's only a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks, so he didn't refuse and laughed. Alright, then we'll go over together. You wait. Bai Liyu's eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran into her room, not knowing what to pound. When she came out, she was actually pushing a suitcase. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened. Sister, what are you? Bai Liyu coughed lightly and said, it's always a dabble, so what's the big deal about dabbling a few more times? That's true, but, Bai Xiaoxing always felt that something was wrong, but where? She couldn't say. Alright, let's go. It's all starving. Bai Liyu didn't bother to look at her sister's eyes and walked forward on her own. Several people went downstairs together. Bai Liyu was about to take Zhao Qingfeng's car when Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly stopped it, saying, Ugh, take my car, I have something to say to you. Bai Liyu had to get into Bai Xiaoxing's Porsche. Surprisingly, from the look on his face, there was a small hint of regret. Zhao Qingfeng didn't care and directly started the car and drove towards Fairview. Back, Bai Xiaoxing tightened her cheeks and opened the door. Sister, I think you have a problem. A big problem. Bai Liyu's heart jumped and she said without moving, what problem can I have? If you're dabbling, why did you bring your suitcase with you? Alas, as you know, I'm in some danger when this place has been exposed. Since it's all gone to rub it in, I'll stop by there for a few days, Bai Liyu said. Bai Xiaoxing frowned tightly and said, why do I get the feeling that you want to stay over there and dine on the side? These words immediately caused Bai Liyu to blush. She then became annoyed and said, Bai Xiaoxing, how many times do you mean? It was clearly you who shouted that I was harassing Zhao, incorrectly before, hooking up with Zhao. Yuck, also not right. In short, it was you who said in chapter 85 that you wanted me to help you. Now that you're living in it yourself, you don't think you need me, so you crossed the river and broke the bridge, right? At first there was a little bit of weakness. The more I said, the more the bottom fell out. By the end of the day, Bai Liyu was basically justified. By Xiaoxing from the momentum, it has been suppressed. So he said inarticulately, is it like this? Of course, Bai Liyu said decisively. So, I'm doing you a favor by going over to live there. For your own good, understand? Bai Xiaoxing just couldn't speak. She still felt something was wrong. But then again, her sister had a point. In the end, Bai Xiaoxing skimmed his lips, started the car, and set off toward Fairview. Not a moment too soon, Zhao Qingfeng arrived first and waited for them. Then he helped Bai Liyu carry her suitcase and went upstairs together. After opening the door and going inside, just see the big friends and kids, two sitting side by side, playing games. When Zhao Ye heard the commotion, she looked up, exclaimed, Great auntie, mommy. With that, he jumped up from the couch and ran over cheerfully. Chen Lexi froze for a moment, then angrily cursed, Zhao Ye, you pitiful bastard, how dare you hang up? Just cursing. She was shocked, looking at Bai Liyu and Bai Xiaoxing. She blurted out, two ex-wife sisters? Bai Liyu and Bai Xiaoxing were both ceiling-level super beautiful women. Their looks were 7 points similar. Of course the temperament is different. Bai Xiaoxing appeared competent, while Bai Liyu was going to be a bit more nerdy. Chen Lexi looked up and down until she saw the size of Bai Liyu, and her face turned serious, as if meeting a formidable enemy. He said, and you are? My name is Bai Liyu. I'm Yi Ye's great aunt. Bai Liyu extended her hand towards her and smiled. Chen Lexi also extended her hand and smiled. As expected of a former sister-in-law, disrespectful, pleasure to meet you. The two didn't go to war the first time, but they were able to feel an eerie atmosphere. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. Black lines appeared on his brain, and said, you guys chat, I'll go cook. This house is getting to be a food market. Needless to say, Bai Liyu is definitely staying in today. Just in time. All 3 secondary bedrooms are full. If Su Ran knew that the house she bought for Zhao Qingfeng already had 3 women living in it, and even if she wanted to come in again there was no more room, she didn't know how she would feel. Then again, if Su Ran comes, this mustn't be a table of mahjong? I don't know. Ugh. Headache. Ding dong. As he was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Qingfeng was startled. It couldn't really be Su Ran, could it? The eyes of everyone in the room locked onto the doorway. Only Zhao Ye blinked her big eyes and said, "I'll open the door." She then ran over to the door, barefoot and thumping. "Qingfeng, I heard you left your job, and messaging you doesn't." Lin Qingqing was in the middle of opening her mouth when she suddenly realized that there were 3 top beauties in the room, gazing at her without blinking, and she couldn't speak. Sweat began to form on his forehead as well, seeking to come at probably the wrong time. Zhao Qingfeng walked over from inside and said with a smile, "It's Sister Qingqing, come in." "No, I have something to do. I'll leave first, talk to you some other time." Lin Qingqing is an old salesman. The skill of detecting words and colors is a masterpiece. At this moment, put the gift behind the door. Not a word of nonsense. Turned around and left. Zhao Qingfeng chased her out the door, and when he saw that she didn't turn her head back and waved her hand repeatedly, he had no choice but to shout, "Sister Qingqing, contact me later." The room was quiet again. All 3 women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Lin Qingqing was too far away from them, and she and Zhao Qingfeng should only be co-workers. Bai Xiaoxing and Chen Lexi, however, frowned at the same time and looked suspiciously at Bai Liu. "No, why are you relieved?" Evening. A remote hotel. The black SUV was parked in the darkness. There were 4 or 5 people sitting inside. "Young master, his name is Nyochi, and he is in 203 of this inn," a man respectfully said to Bai Chenyang. Bai Chenyang was expressionless and said quietly, "Go and do it. Turn yourself in when the police officers come, and you can rest assured about your family." A stocky man nodded and silently got out of the car, heading towards the hotel. And the other one then took out his cell phone and dialed the police. And when he got through, he immediately panicked and said, "Someone's been hurt. You guys come quick. The address is upstairs." Nyochi lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was still a naive smile on his face. Only his eyes revealed a strong reluctance. That was close. That was close. He took out his cell phone, looked at Bai Liu's flawless cheeks on the screen, and said dully, "Little Moon, someone disturbed us today. It's okay, next time there will definitely be no one to disturb us." At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Nyochi was shocked. Did they call the police? This made Nyochi's eyes glow red, and his heart fumed with the thought, "If you dare to call the police, I will definitely take revenge when I come out." He walked over to see that outside was a man with a kind face. Bullchurch then breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door inquiring, "What's the matter with you?" Next, pust. Nyochi only felt a chill, as if something had left his body. With the ensuing extreme pain, he then trembled violently to the point of convulsions and couldn't help but scream. The man's gaze was calm as he said, "How dare a filthy piece of trash like you think about Missy's mind?" With that, he dragged the constantly screaming Nyochi into the room. The torture. It's just beginning. Chapter 120, by Xiaoxing lied. "Ah, help!" Inside the room, there was a scream that scared everyone else inside the hotel. For 10 minutes or so, no one dared push the door to look. That is, until the officer rushed over, kicked in the door of the room, and shouted angrily, "Stop!" But soon, the officers all changed their faces and showed shock. It's too tragic. Inside the room, it was all blood. Nyochi had been tortured beyond human shape, not dead yet, but already completely crippled, all 5 limbs. When the police officer came over, the murderer happened to stick the dagger into Nyochi's mouth for a stir, and the indescribable pain caused Nyochi's whole body to suddenly tense up, and then shudder violently. "Stop! Don't move!" The officer yelled again, wide-eyed. The murderer rushed at Nyochi and cursed viciously. Asterisk 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 you, let you hit me during the day. He then looked to the officer and threw down his knife decisively. "I'm turning myself in." The officers rushed over at once and pinned him down dead. Outside, by the time the police car and ambulance had come, a black SUV quietly left. Bai Chenyang looked at the hotel through the glass. His gaze was quiet and cold. This kind of killing him is cheap. Only the whole body paralyzed life is worse than death. Is the best retribution. Other side. Zhao Qingfeng served the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table, untied his apron and said, "All right, all come over and eat." Chen Lexi and Zhao Ye were always the first to rush over. Bai Liu also walked over with great interest and said, "Ugh, I'm starving. It's been a long time since I've had a meal cooked by Qingfeng." With that, she sat down, picked up her chopsticks and started eating, praising, "It's really worthy of Qingfeng." Bai Xiaoxing skimmed her lips and suddenly said, "Sis, why don't you find a hotel chef to be my brother-in-law?" Bai Liu froze, and then raged. Bai Xiaoxing, you're going to die. Chen Lexi all looked in her eyes. The pressure in her heart was much smaller, and in her heart she thought, it seems that these two sisters are also more plastic. Only, these two sisters of the Bai family living in is always a threat. We have to find a way to drive them out. After eating, with Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liu taking care of Yi Yi, Zhao Qingfeng was also relieved. He simply went into the bedroom and leaned on the bed to chat with Su Qiuran. Su Qiuran still doesn't know the news that he was fired by Zhou Mei, and is still talking about going to the company at noon tomorrow to look for him. Zhao Qingfeng had a bit of a headache. Finally thought better of it and said I'd see you tomorrow. He also has to make a trip to the office during the day tomorrow to go through the process of leaving his job, as well as negotiate financial compensation with the company. Let's talk about this when we meet with Su Qiuran. While chatting with Su Qiuran, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Zhao Qingfeng then said, "Who is it?" "Honey, it's me." Bai Xiaoxing's voice came from outside. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said lightly, "What's the matter?" "Honey, open the door. I need to talk to you." Zhao Qingfeng thought about it, so he walked over and opened the door. She was about to ask her what she had to say, but it turned out that Bai Xiaoxing squeezed right in and then closed the door to the room. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless, so he turned around and sat on the bed, squinted at her and sneered, "I realized that you're really shameless." Bai Xiaoxing had just taken a shower, so she was wearing a purple silk nightgown, and her quivering silhouette was faintly visible. "Vacuum ah." Zhao Qingfeng looked at it and turned his gaze. Bai Xiaoxing's face was flushed and gorgeous as she walked over to Zhao Qingfeng and said with some dissatisfaction, "Hubby, can't you be nicer to me? You haven't smiled at me in a long time." Zhao Qingfeng would smile at Su Qiuran or Bai Liu, or even Chen Lexi. She was the only one who didn't look good. Bai Xiaoxing was sad and aggrieved. Zhao Qingfeng didn't explain and just said, "You came in, just to talk about this nonsense?" This kind of words made Bai Xiaoxing's heart sour. She hugged Zhao Qingfeng's arm and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I just want you. I want to be next to you, husband." Zhao Qingfeng frowned and asked, "Where are they?" "Yi Yi is sleeping in her sister's room, and Chen Lexi has gone back to her room." "Oh, then you should be in bed too," Zhao Qingfeng said. "I don't want it." Bai Xiaoxing's voice was a little agitated. She bit her lip and suddenly rolled over, pressing Zhao Qingfeng underneath her. When Zhao Qingfeng was caught off guard, he was pounced on by her and became annoyed. "Bai Xiaoxing, what are you up to? We're already divorced." Bai Xiaoxing looked at him condescendingly, her eyes flashing with infatuation as she reached up and lifted the hem of her nightgown, saying, "Hubby, you haven't touched me in a long time. Don't you want to?" Zhao Qingfeng said expressionlessly, "Don't want to. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't go to you." Bai Xiaoxing licked her lips. "But I want to. Honey, I love you." After she finished speaking with misty eyes, she leaned down and kissed Zhao Qingfeng furiously on his face. However, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were extremely calm. Just when Bai Xiaoxing is in a state of confusion, Zhao Qingfeng coldly asked, "Zhang Zixuan's eyes, who do they look like?" Suddenly, it was like a pot of cold water that poured over Bai Xiaoxing's head, causing all of her movements, all of them, to stiffen. It was only after a while that Bai Xiaoxing forced a smile and said, "Hubby, what are you talking about? What eyes like who? Why can't I understand?" Zhao Qingfeng looked at her quietly. In that instant, he could feel his ex-wife's heart beating faster and could see the panic in her eyes. Obviously, there's a story there. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly felt very meaningless. He then pushed Bai Xiaoxing away, calmly sat up, lit a cigarette, and said, "Someone told me that Zhang Zixuan's eyes look like a person in your heart, and it's because of that person that you have a special preference for Zhang Zixuan. How did hubby know about this?" At this moment, Bai Xiaoxing's face turned white, and her heart was in turmoil. To confess or not to confess, but if I confessed, my husband would definitely misunderstand, and he would be even less likely to forgive me. Bai Xiaoxing's heartbeat was fast, and she took a deep breath to hide her panic before saying, How is this possible? Who told you this? Don't listen to other people's nonsense. Hubby, I swear I only love you. That man is dead." There was no need to make an issue out of it, and Bai Xiaoxing, in the end, did not choose to come clean. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, I know, you should go out." Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip and said, "Hubby, you're all reactive. Get out." This time, Zhao Qingfeng's tone turned cold, bordering on chiding. Bai Xiaoxing's expression became bleak as soon as her body trembled. Then she left the room with a heavy heart. Zhao Qingfeng unlocked the door to his room and laid down on the bed once again, eyes on the ceiling for a long time before muttering, "I hope it's not what I think it is." Through the exchange just now, he was certain that Bai Xiaoxing had lied. This caused a layer of haze to surface in Zhao Qingfeng's heart. Although it has been divorced, if certain truths are revealed, proving that Bai Xiaoxing has been living in her heart, then Zhao Qingfeng can't accept it no matter what. He had always believed that although he and Bai Xiaoxing had divorced because of Zhang Zixuan's affair, He and Bai Xiaoxing were still happy and purely in love all these years, but now the underworld seems to be dismissing all his years, making a joke of the love he thought he had. Even if this is really the case, it means that he is perhaps just a double. Even the eyes of Bai Xiaoxing's beloved are not as good as the eyes of Bai Xiaoxing's beloved, which is being cuckolded for 7 years. How cruel this is. Thinking of this, a hostile aura erupted from Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, but he wasn't in a hurry. The truth would come out sooner or later. Chapter 121. Zhou Mei was dumbfounded. Bai Xiaoxing just went out. Ouch. Chen Lexi rubbed her head that had been bumped with a disgruntled face. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment before coldly questioning, "Are you listening to the wall?" Chen Lexi's eyes rolled, and without speaking, she turned around and left. "Stop right there." Bai Xiaoxing rushed forward and pulled her to a halt in the living room. Chen Lexi grunted. "Ex-wife's sister, what are you pulling me for?" Bai Xiaoxing said coldly. "What did you mean? Just now? It doesn't mean anything." Chen Lexi looked around and spoke casually. She was actually eavesdropping, thinking that in case Brother Qingfeng couldn't hold on, I would rush in and stop it. Just seems like I heard a big melon. Bai Xiaoxing stared at her for a while before he was ready to leave. Chen Lexi instead pulled her back and asked mysteriously, "Alas, ex-wife's sister, the person who lives in your heart, who is it exactly? Tell me and I'll definitely not tell Brother Qingfeng." Bai Xiaoxing shook her off and said in a single word, "The person inside my heart is my husband." I get it. I get it. Chen Lexi said with a playful smile, "Qingfeng big brother lives in your heart. Only well, is that there are a few neighbors? He. You." Bai Xiaoxing was so angry with her that her eyes turned red. It took a while before he cursed angrily. "What did you say? Try saying that again?" Chen Lexi is not afraid of her, crossing her arms and saying, "Ugh, just try it. What's all the noise about?" At that moment, Bai Liyu came out from inside the room with a yawn. Bai Xiaoxing thought about it and didn't bother with Chen Lexi anymore, but pulled Bai Liyu aside and asked anxiously, "Sister, did you tell my husband about that thing?" Bai Liyu froze. "What is it?" "It's that guy thing." Bai Liyu was even more surprised. "Surprised? Why am I talking about this? Does Qingfeng know about it?" Bai Xiaoxing nodded dejectedly and said, "I don't know how much my husband knows, but should have sensed something." "Oh, well, then you can just come clean. There's nothing you can't say." Bai Liyu said indifferently. "Can't say?" Bai Xiaoxing suddenly panicked and said, "This person's matter, I didn't say it when I got married. Now if I confess, he will definitely misunderstand. I don't want him to misunderstand me again." Bai Liyu pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Then do as you please. Maybe it's just as well that it's divorced anyway." Unconsciously, Bai Liyu's mindset seemed to have changed a little, and she no longer gave her sister ideas to help her save her marriage like she did before. Instead, "I think it's not so bad to just get along." Chen Lexi saw these two sisters cricketing next to each other, and she wanted to go eavesdrop, but she also saw Bai Xiaoxing occasionally looking up, seemingly on the defensive. This made Chen Lexi a little annoyed, so she got depressed and burrowed into the room she was in. The thought crossed my mind that I must find a way to get rid of these two sisters. At least one of them. There was also Su Charan. That woman seemed harmless, but in reality, she was also plotting against Brother Qingfeng. Chen Lexi was grinding her teeth inside her room, planning something in her mind. The next day, a silver sedan that drove in the direction of the Sycamore Ride building. "Wife, are you really ready to cooperate with 9 Mei? According to my information, the scale of 9 Mei is too small, and with the value of this product, it's the world's top 500, who will also be attracted to it," Xinyu said as he drove. Wu Qian sat on the co-pilot with a flat expression, and in the face of her husband's question, she didn't hesitate and nodded directly. "To be precise, it's not Zhou Mei, but Senior Zhao." Xinyu was a bit sour and said, "Then he's really rich." Wu Qian laughed and said, "Ugh, brother you're jealous?" Xinyu had a stern face and didn't say anything. "Just driving." Wu Qian reached out and held Xinyu's hand before saying, "I know the value of the product, but I made this decision for 2 reasons. Xinyu raised his eyebrows. "You say?" Wu Qian said. "First, you know what happened on that day. I haven't seen my dad for 6 years, and I haven't even seen the last sight of him. It's Senior Zhao who let me make up for my regrets, and it's a big favor to me, and I owe him a huge favor." Xinyu nodded his head inside. "I can understand. This is indeed a great favor, but we can make up for it in other ways. Even giving money is fine." Wu Qian shook her head and said, "The second is the most important reason. I only ask one question. The world's top 500 in your mouth. Do they ever have the ability to bring people who have passed away back into the world?" At once, the inside of the carriage was quiet. Xinyu couldn't say anything either. This matter was something he would never have believed if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Wu Qian lightly laughed. "This senior of mine is definitely not an ordinary person. I've made many wrong choices in my life, but I have a hunch that this time, it will be the right choice." Without realizing it, we arrived at the Sycamore Ride building. Wu Qian, as the youngest academician in China, travels in a very low-key manner. In terms of the gold content of her status, she was much higher than those so-called first-tier stars. Only, walk up the street but hardly anyone recognizes it. Wu Qian carried a silver-white suitcase and arrived at 9 May with Qinyu. Zhou Mei had been waiting for a long time, and hurriedly greeted her, saying enthusiastically, "Academician Wu, how are you?" 9 May's employees, all stunned. "No, is this still the perennial cold-faced Mr. Zhou?" Wu Qian smiled haughtily and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou, please follow me, we'll talk in the office." Zhou Mei reached out and introduced Wu Qian and Qinyu. Wu Qian looked around and frowned without moving, because she didn't see Senior Zhou. To the office, Zhou Mei arranged for the two to sit down before sighing. Academician Wu, as the youngest academician in China, is able to personally visit Zhou Mei, which is an honor for us. Wu Qian smiled and waved her hand, saying, "You're welcome. By the way, how come I haven't seen Mr. Zhao?" The smile on Zhou Mei's face froze. "Mr. Zhao?" Wu Qian slapped her head before saying, "Alas, it's my problem. It's because we came over this time because we were invited by Mr. Zhao Qingfeng, and we also felt that Zhou Mei's qualifications were good before we had the idea to cooperate." These words made Zhou Mei's heart sink. How could she not expect that Academician Wu's arrival would be related to Zhao Qingfeng? Without hesitation, Zhou Mei continued to smile. "You mean Qingfeng Ma? He went out for something today. If I had known, I would have waited for the two of you at the company with him." Never mind. Academician Wu quickly waved his hand and said, "It's his business that's important. Why don't we take a look at the product first?" Hearing the product, Zhou Mei's eyes lit up, and her gaze locked onto the silver-white suitcase at Academician Wu's hand. Wu Qian didn't sell herself short and opened the suitcase. From inside, he took out a vial containing a milky white liquid. She said, "It's from Star Labs, and we named it Star 1 White Bottle. It can be injected or taken orally. The effect is to be able to improve cell activity. In layman's terms, it can slow down aging, applicable to people aged 12 to 70 years old. Through half a year of clinical trials, it was confirmed that the human immune system was able to completely dissolve the side effects of the white vials, and it was filed in the official record, and has now been able to enter the market. This is the official certification." With that, she pulled out a series of red-tipped documents that were authoritative reports. Delayed aging. Of course, this doesn't prolong life. It only makes one age less quickly, but that's enough, especially for women. It's deadly. This instant, Zhou Mei eyes glowing. "As long as you can take the right to act as an agent of this product, Zhou Mei will be completely stable." Thinking of this, Zhou Mei coughed lightly and said, "I'll go to the restroom first." She then went out and immediately dialed Zhao Qingfeng. She wasn't stupid, knowing that Academician Wu was most likely associated with Zhao Qingfeng, and by calling Zhao Qingfeng over, the success rate of this matter would greatly increase. The phone was connected and Zhou Mei coldly said, "Zhao Qingfeng, come to the company within 10 minutes. I've given it some thought and decided not to proceed with the dismissal for now, depending on your future performance dash." As a result, the words were interrupted before they were finished. "Get out." Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Zhou Mei was dumbfounded. Chapter 122 Layoffs to the Aorta. Zhou Mei froze for a few seconds, and her anger immediately rose. "Good, I've given you a step down, and you've gone overboard? Do you really think Academician Wu is here for your honor?" Zhou Mei felt that Academician Wu probably felt that Zhou Mei met her psychological conditions and that was why she had the intention to cooperate. In other words, with or without Zhao Qingfeng, it didn't seem to have a great impact. Thinking of this, Zhou Mei didn't call Zhao Qingfeng again and returned to the office once more. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Academician Wu," Zhou Mei smiled and said. Wu Qian shook her head, then said, "It's not in the way." Zhou Mei looked at the delicate white bottle on the table. A trace of desire flashed in her eyes, so she said, "I wonder what kind of cooperation program Academician Wu is preparing?" Wu Qian frowned. This matter was prepared to say to Zhao Senior face to face, but now he went out and got busy. After thinking about it, Wu Qian still said sincerely, "This cooperation, not to talk about the right of agency." When Zhou Mei sniffed, she was a little disappointed. However, Wu Qian's next sentence stunned her. "If there are no problems in all aspects, the production as well as sales of Star 1 will be exclusively authorized to Mr. Zhao, and Star Labs will only participate in dividends, not management. This condition is not harsh, it is simply so good that it is exaggerated. Production and sales are integrated, and also exclusively licensed, and also not involved in management." My God, Zhou Mei as if by the sudden happiness to smash dizzy, the whole person floated up, and hastily said, "No problem, absolutely no problem. We Zhou Mei must cooperate fully." When to sign the contract, Wu Qian frowned and said, I don't think I made it clear that I exclusively licensed it to Mr. Zhao Qingfeng, not Jiu Mei. What? Zhou Mei was completely dumbfounded. No, what gives Zhao Qingfeng the right? She hurriedly said. Zhao Qingfeng is my employee. It's the same as Jiu Mei signing off. When Wu Qian saw this situation, she didn't even say that she had invited Zhao Qingfeng back, so she probably understood that there was, perhaps, a problem. So she shook her head with some disappointment and said, "That's it for today then. Let's talk about it in detail when Mr. Zhao Qingfeng is finished with his work." She directly got up and walked out with Qinyu. Zhou Mei had the feeling that the cooked duck had flown, so she hurriedly followed and sent the two Wu Qian to the elevator. When she got on the elevator, Wu Qian and Zhou Mei shook hands again and said, "Mr. Zhou, I'll wait for your good news." After saying that, she and Qinyu got off the elevator. Zhou Mei stood still for a long time. By now, where did she not understand that Wu Qian's meaning was already clear? Without Zhao Qingfeng there, then there was no need to talk. It took a while before Zhou Mei showed a remorseful expression. Yesterday was too impulsive. Why did you fire Zhao Qingfeng? There you go. Layoffs to the aorta. But she wouldn't let go of this opportunity. If she could work with Star Labs, then Nine Mei wouldn't have to rely on anyone and could set sail. Other side, Zhao Qingfeng had a hard time sleeping, only to be woken up by a phone call from Zhou Mei. What annoyed him the most was that this was overbearing when she opened her mouth, which annoyed Zhao Qingfeng. "Did I eat your rice?" He was already up and about and instantly told her to get lost, then turned off his phone. By the time I woke up again, it was 10 o'clock. The women in the house, it seemed, had a tacit understanding that none of them would bother him. When he opened his cell phone, he realized that there were many missed calls, all of which were from Zhou Mei. This made Zhao Qingfeng a bit strange. What's wrong with this old this? But he didn't know Zhou Mei well and didn't return the call. Getting dressed and walking out of the room, "Brother Qingfeng." Shen Lexi was watching a movie and noticed Zhao Qingfeng coming out, so she greeted him crisply. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and noticed that there was no one in the room except Shen Lexi. So he wondered, where is everyone? Ex-wife's sister and her great-aunt took Yi to the amusement park. Chen Lexi skimmed her mouth and said unhappily. Zhao Qingfeng was happy. "Ha ha, they didn't take you there. You won't be angry, right?" Chen Lexi's face swished red and she stammered. Which? Zhao Qingfeng laughed and shook his head, thinking to himself that this girl really is a child who hasn't grown up. But on the other hand, it's extraordinarily precocious. No, it's not precocious anymore. It's all overcooked. Zhao Qingfeng then coughed lightly and said, "Sit up a little straighter." Chen Lexi was dressed casually and thinly at home, and at this moment, she didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she leaned her torso forward and bent over slightly, but right in Zhao Qingfeng's direction. Chen Lexi grinned and slowly sat up straight, not forgetting to wink at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. "What happened to your eyes?" As soon as Chen Lexi's smile froze, she said angrily, "This is winks. Winks, do you understand?" Black lines surfaced on Zhao Qingfeng's brain, and he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Going to wash himself. After a while, he came out and said, "Make yourself at home for lunch. I'm going to the office." "Didn't you get fired? Why are you still going?" Chen Lexi asked strangely as she knew absolutely nothing about workplace stuff. Zhao Qingfeng said, "I've got to go do my separation, and I've got to go pack my stuff back up." "Oh, go on then, and bring me back some food later." Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "I'm too lazy to bring it to you and order takeout myself." Chen Lexi hummed in dissatisfaction. "Brother Qingfeng, you're so petty." "It's not petty." Zhao Qingfeng smiled, took his cell phone and went out the door, saying in passing, "When the takeout comes over you let him hang it on the doorknob and open the door when the person leaves." Chen Lexi's eyes lit up. Brother Qingfeng still cares about me, so she said happily, "Okay ta." By the time Zhao Qingfeng arrived at the company, it was almost 11 o'clock. In addition to packing his things, he was also ready to say goodbye to Lin Qingqing and the others, only to arrive at the office and find a slender figure sitting at his workstation. Could it be Su Qiuran? Zhao Qingfeng approached to take a look. Cold face, imperial temperament, but it was Zhou Mei. This made Zhao Qingfeng a bit surprised. "This old? What's the point of sitting in my seat?" Those nearby were silently doing their own thing, not daring to breathe a single breath. At this moment, Zhou Mei was looking at Zhao Qingfeng's notebook. On the door were written some work tips, conversation skills, and even the chicken blood that Lin Qingqing played every day, all of which were recorded on it very carefully. Zhao Qingfeng's handwriting was beautifully written, and Zhou Mei immediately looked into it. When she saw the sentence, "Sleeping on the floor today, sleeping with the boss tomorrow," Zhou Mei blushed inexplicably. Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped as he walked over, and his old face was a little embarrassed. "Ah, this thing is the same as a man's browser, is not to be read casually." He didn't even think about it and rushed straight over, snatching the laptop inside his hand before he coldly said, "Going through other people's things without consent, is this the quality of Mr. Zhou?" Zhou was a bit annoyed when she saw that the notebook had been taken away, but when she realized that it was Zhao Qingfeng who had arrived, she blushed and said, "You're finally here. None of your business?" Zhou coughed lightly, and as soon as her smile was withdrawn, she said with a stern face, "I go to work at 8:30 in the morning. How did you sleep until this hour?" Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly. "Mr. Zhou seems to be a nobleman. I'm no longer an employee of 9 May. Chapter 123, Zhao Qingfeng's Revenge. Seeing his sneer, Zhou Mei was annoyed in her heart, but held back her emotions and didn't snap. With a deep breath, she stood up and said, "Why don't you come to my office?" "No go." Zhao Qingfeng calmly shook his head and began to pack his things. This attitude of his made Zhou Mei even more angry. However, thinking of her purpose, Zhou Mei swallowed this hard, and she patted her chest before revealing a faint smile and said, "Qingfeng, we did have some disagreements before about yesterday's matter, and I feel that we need to find a space to resolve this misunderstanding." Zhao Qingfeng raised his head and swept a glance at her, saying disdainfully, "Disagreement? Misunderstanding? I'm not as good as Mr. Zhou in this art." Yesterday the two basically amounted to a flip-flop, and in the workplace that kind of situation is basically unmitigated, so even if she gave even more favorable conditions, Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't stay any longer. Seeing that he was greasy and salty, Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and, ignoring the gazes of the others, directly pulled his arm and yanked him towards her office in a deadly manner. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't imagine her pulling this, and when he was caught off guard, he stumbled and was pulled by her. Reacting, he shook it off in a hurry and frowned. "What the hell are you up to? You come in first and I'll tell you," Zhou Mei said. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and followed her into the office, wanting to see what this old was up to. What had happened in that one short day to cause the polar reversal of attitudes? In the office, Zhou Mei closed the door before saying, "Qingfeng, what happened yesterday? Just pretend it didn't happen. You're still an employee of 9 May, and I'll let you be the manager of the sales department." These words surprised Zhao Qingfeng. When things go wrong, there must be a demon, and he calmly asked, "The reason?" Zhou Mei took a deep breath before saying seriously, "How did you come to know Academician Wu?" "Academician Wu?" Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, then immediately reacted and said, "Wu Qian." Yeah. Zhou Mei nodded repeatedly. Zhao Qingfeng said, "What happened to her?" Zhou Mei knew that this could not be hidden, so she briefly talked about the matter of Wu Qian coming over to talk about cooperation today. Zhao Qingfeng came to a realization after hearing this. "Ha, I told you that Mr. Zhou feels like a different person, so it's because he doesn't see any rabbits," Zhao Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Zhou Mei's face changed and said, "What do you mean? Am I not telling the truth?" Zhao Qingfeng said disdainfully, "Even the video that Xiao Ran gave you, you took it and exchanged it with Bai Xiaoxing for benefits. You're a person who is completely profit-oriented." Zhou Mei's face became even more ugly. She didn't expect that she was such an image in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, but what was even more infuriating was that she had no way to refute it. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mei said expressionlessly, "Alright, let's not talk about what happened before. The most important thing now is the cooperation with Academician Wu. As long as you help me, I can get you promoted to manager and add a $2 million bonus." $2 million? That much? Zhao Qingfeng said in surprise. Zhou Mei sneered in her heart, but her expression didn't miss a beat, saying, "Zhou Mei won't treat any employee poorly." Zhao Qingfeng marveled. "Academician Wu's star one white bottle. I just listened to you talk about it, and in the case of a conservative estimate, the market size in the later stage will not be less than 20 billion. Mr. Zhou gave me 2 million, TSK, it's really generous." Zhou Mei was instantly disliked. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "Mr. Zhou, you're so used to painting cakes that you think everyone is a little cutie." And, with that, he stood up, ready to go out. "Wait." Zhou Mei hurriedly pulled him back. Zhao Qingfeng looked down and coldly said, "Spread your hands." With an attitude like Zhou Mei's, he didn't have any idea of cooperation. Zhou Mei bit her lip and said, "Qingfeng, Academician Wu's cooperation is very important to me." To 9 Rose, "You also know that our cooperation with the Multiplying Winds Group is about to be terminated. I don't think you want 9 May to be unable to operate, right? And Lin Qingqing Tang Tao and the others. It's not easy to find a suitable job again." Moral abduction. Ha! Zhao Qingfeng squinted at her and laughed lightly. "No amount of kidnapping can make me give up the future market of over $10 billion to you, right?" Zhou Mei's face was a little bleak as she said, "Qingfeng, just think of it as helping me. Zhou Mei is too important to me. Help when you say so?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Zhou Mei is important to you, and what does it have to do with me? As long as you are able to help me, you can put forward whatever conditions you want." Zhou Mei said through clenched teeth. Working with academician Wu was definitely the biggest opportunity she had ever encountered, and it had to be seized. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and turned around to sit on the sofa again. Zhou Mei's face was happy. As long as she didn't leave, there was something to talk about. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette. His eyes looked up and down at Zhou Mei, and suddenly felt that this, her face value and body is also quite wow. A 35-year-old woman, out of the youthfulness of a young girl, is more voluptuous. With her delicate face and picturesque eyebrows, she was just a little bit worse than Bai Xiaoxing in terms of face value, but the figure adds a touch of flavor, especially the legs under the slender waist, not the kind of straight pencil legs, but instead round and powerful, coupled with the black silk worn at the moment, simply make people cannot move their eyes. Zhou Mei was looked at by him, his heart was flustered, and his voice was a little trembling. You, don't look at it first, what are the conditions? You just say, remove the armor, Zhao Qingfeng faintly said. Zhou Mei was stunned. What? Zhao Qingfeng smiled and continued, I'm asking you to remove your armor, don't you understand? You. Zhou Mei's face was red with shame and anger. Zhao Qingfeng spread his hands, can't do it. Ha, then there's nothing to talk about. With that, he was about to get up. You wait, Zhou Mei blurted out. Then, a struggle surfaced on her expression, and she was making a hard choice inside. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't in a hurry and just waited quietly. After a while, Zhou Mei took a deep breath, trembling, reached out her hand, and took off the outermost layer of her small jacket. This will do, won't it? Only, Zhao Qingfeng was disdainful and said, what about children playing house? Keep unloading. Zhou Mei's body trembled as humiliation surfaced in her eyes, but looking at Zhao Qingfeng's calm eyes, she had no choice but to continue taking it off. Eventually, she curled up in her chair, her arms clasped around her chest, her eyes overflowing with crystals. Is that okay now? Zhao Qingfeng thought in his heart. Sure enough, purple has more flavor. He then smiled and said, that's fine, put it on. I still like you to be unattainable and recover first. Tears welled up in Zhou Mei's eyes and she lowered her head, with a million humiliations in her heart, and picked up her clothes and began to put them on one by one. When she was fully dressed, she said, can you make an appointment for me with academician Wu now? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a touch of mockery as he said, when did I say I would help you ask her out? You. Zhou Mei froze. She didn't expect that Zhao Qingfeng would be able to say such shameless words. Gritting her teeth in disbelief, she said, you're ting me? Zhao Qingfeng sketched a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and admitted dryly, yeah, I'm just playing you. After saying that, he just turned around and left. At this instant, Zhou Mei's eyes were red, humiliated, annoyed, aggrieved, angry, and other emotions came up in her brain. It made her mind go blank for an instant, and without thinking, she picked up her heels and threw them off with all her might. Zhao Qingfeng, you asshole. Voices, all with a sobbing tone. Boo. Luckily, Zhao Qingfeng was fast enough to just walk out and close the door, and his high heels slammed on the door. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head to look at it, then muttered disgruntledly, this old, she's got a temper. His character is, in fact, very vindictive. Yesterday Zhou Mei told him to get lost, he was keeping it in mind, and when he caught the opportunity today, he naturally wanted to retaliate back. I have to say, cool. Chapter 124 I want 70% of the shares. After Zhao Qingfeng came out, he packed up his things. He then went to personnel and prepared to process his departure. Just as the communication was going on, Zhou Mei suddenly walked in and said, no office. Zhao Qingfeng looked up and frowned. Zhou Mei's eyes were red at this time, obviously having cried. She said, Qingfeng, I think, we still need to talk. This can be tolerated. Zhao Qingfeng was a little surprised, but without half a hesitation he shook his head and said, there is no need to talk about it. All people have to be responsible for what they do, and you are no exception. With that, he stood up. If you don't do it, then don't do it. Just think of it as me leaving myself, and hit my card with my paycheck later. Zhou Mei looked at Zhao Qingfeng in a daze. Only, this time Zhao Qingfeng brushed past her and didn't stop for half a second. Zhou Mei stood in place for a long time, and didn't come back to her senses until the personnel department employee carefully called out to her. At this time, Zhao Qingfeng had already left. She then had to go back to her office forlornly, feeling that she had indeed done wrong when it came down to it. A man with such a resolute attitude, but also even Wu academician are green-eyed, how can go to eat soft rice? Just think of the humiliation just now. Zhou Mei heart and a million aggrieved. She has been clean all her life, almost 35 years old, not to mention being looked at by men. That is, serious hand-holding has not been. At the thought, Zhou Mei choked on her desk again. Zhao Qingfeng didn't take Zhou Mei to heart as he packed up his things and left the company. After sitting in the car and looking at the time, he sent a message to Su Qiuran. Su Qiuran replied almost in seconds, saying that he was about to go out and come to him. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and felt that the two of them had quite the understanding, so he let her wait at home. Afterwards, Zhao Qingfeng drove to the mid-level's villa. Before he reached the door, he saw Su Qiuran's silhouette outside the villa. Big brother Qingfeng, why are you so early today? Su Qiuran got into the car and said with a smile. Zhao Qingfeng pointed to the back row and said, no more work. Ha? Su Qiuran looked at the small box in the back row. Her eyes widened, and she busily asked, what's going on? Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said easily, it's fine, if you don't want to go to work, you don't have to, only, Su Qiuran frowned. No, she said, big brother Qingfeng, you are not someone who casually mentions leaving your job. Is my sister-in-law looking for trouble from you? Just don't want to go to work, there's definitely something wrong. I'll call my sister-in-law. Su Qiuran had a serious expression and took out his cell phone. This girl is really smart. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly pressed her hand and said with a smile, alas, don't think nonsense, let us go to eat first. Su Qiuran hesitated for a moment before nodding. The two of them then went to find a Western restaurant. That being said, this was the first time the two had gone to a Western restaurant. Su Qiuran looked at Zhao Qingfeng in front of her, the violin in her ears lilting. Inexplicably, there was a feeling of a couple's date, which made Su Qiuran feel a little shy in her heart, so she lowered her head. Only, a phone call broke the mood. Su Qiuran picked up the phone and looked at it. Surprised, Auntie's call? She didn't call over, but she didn't expect Zhou Mei to call at this moment. Su Qiuran slid to connect. Hello, sister-in-law. Qiuran, is Zhao Qingfeng with you? Zhou Mei's voice was a bit hoarse as she opened the door and asked. Su Qiuran's heart jumped, and after glancing at Zhao Qingfeng in front of her, she stammered. What do you have to do? Looks like they're together. Where are you guys? I'll be right there, Zhou Mei said calmly. Su Qiuran's eyes widened. Ha, Zhou Mei said. Don't come on. Su Qiuran had no choice but to tell her the location of the Western restaurant. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Qingfeng frowned when he learned that Zhou Mei was coming over. That old is persistent. Su Qiuran couldn't help but ask, big brother Qingfeng, what exactly happened? With things having come to this, Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to tell Su Qiuran what had happened in the past 2 days. After Su Qiuran heard this, her expression became a bit angry and said, how can sister-in-law be like this? How can she talk about you like that? Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said, Qiuran, she's an elder after all. It's only right that she cares about you. From Zhou Mei's point of view, the appearance of a divorced man with a baby next to her great-niece, defense is warranted. Su Qiuran's delicate cheeks tightened as she said seriously, when she comes, I will definitely say clearly that big brother Qingfeng is definitely not this kind of person. Also, regarding academician Wu's matter, big brother Qingfeng, you can just decide on your own. Don't change your decision because of me. Hearing Su Qiuran's words, Zhao Qingfeng felt warm. Not long after, Zhou Mei walked into the Western restaurant. Her expression was a bit haggard, but she squeezed out a smile and greeted. Qiuran, Qingfeng. Su Qiuran said seriously, Auntie, you have to apologize to big brother Qingfeng. Zhou Mei had just sat down when she heard these words. Her eyes trembled, her heart indescribably aggrieved. After being tricked by Zhao Qingfeng once during the day, not only was she seen naked, but now she had to apologize. She wanted to cry again. Zhao Qingfeng saw her look so aggrieved that she said calmly, there's no need to apologize, and in the future, General Manager Zhou and we won't have any interactions. I'm sorry. Before the words were finished, Zhou Mei suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Mei said again, Qingfeng, I apologize to you for what happened yesterday. I was wrong. I am sorry. You don't know that you are wrong. You are begging me. Zhao Qingfeng thought this in his heart, but Su Qiuran was here, and he didn't say it. Just say, has Mr. Zhou eaten yet? You guys eat. I eat. Zhou Mei where to eat? Such a big opportunity in front of the eyes. C is going to fly away. She is expected to sleep badly at night. Su Qiuran didn't say anything else either and ate in silence. She was actually not happy in her heart. Zhao Qingfeng said anything about being the person she arranged to go over there. And not only did her sister-in-law talk about big brother Qingfeng like that, but she also directly dismissed him. This made Su Qiuran dissatisfied as well. So the two ate, and Zhou Mei went to the side and waited in silence. After finishing eating, Zhao Qingfeng wiped his mouth and said to Zhou Mei, it seems that Mr. Zhou is very eager to cooperate with academician Wu's side? Zhou Mei nodded her head repeatedly and looked at Zhao Qingfeng with bated breath. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a few seconds before saying, I want 70% of 9 Mei's shares. No way. Zhou Mei's face changed and she directly stood up from her chair, exclaiming. This caused the guests, who were not far away, to look over in dissatisfaction. Zhou Mei slightly calmed down before sitting down and said through clenched teeth, you want 70% of the shares, is that still Zhou Mei? Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, As a matter of fact, the entire 9 rows is not as valuable as the star 1 white bottle. The collaboration of academician Wu is an opportunity. Although Zhao Qingfeng was Buddhist, everything in this society required money, and he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He had originally planned to set up his own company and contact Wu Qian for cooperation, but 9 itself already has a mature operating system. And most crucially, Su Qiuran's face. He must give. Only, giving face is one thing. Zhao Qingfeng, if he still goes to 9 as an employee and gives such a good opportunity to Zhou Mei, that is pure. Therefore, Zhao Qingfeng made such a condition. The only way he could feel comfortable was to make 9 his own company. Chapter 125, Chen Lexi prepares to launch the plan. Zhou Mei's expression was ugly, almost like she was gritting her teeth. She had expected Zhao Qingfeng to make conditions that would make things difficult for her, but she hadn't expected it to be this harsh. Su Qiuran was beside him, taking out his cell phone and swiping the video to himself, seemingly uninterested in the conversation between the two. A product is a product after all, and the potential is only in the future, Zhou Mei said through clenched teeth. Zhao Qingfeng smiled calmly, rested his hands on the table, crossed his fingers, and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this first. If I'm not mistaken, you have some sort of obsession with Zhou Mei. Assuming that there is no academician Wu coming over, what are you going to do next after you break away from the right wind group?" Zhou Mei was silent for a few seconds before she said, "Zhou Mei was established by my dad, Xiao Ran's grandfather. My sister's name is Zhou Jiu, and she and my dad didn't have a good relationship. She instead wanted Zhou Mei to go bankrupt, but making Zhou Mei up was my dad's wish before he was born. Even without academician Wu, I would choose to cooperate with Zhang Feng, who has connections, a ready-made factory to transfer to 9 as well as sufficient funds and offline stores." Zhao Qingfeng smiled. He heard Zhou Mei's meaning. "It is just to say that I still have Zhang Feng as a way back. You don't want to ask for a big price," Zhao Qingfeng said. "It's impossible for Zhang Feng to cooperate with you without any conditions, and if I'm not mistaken, it's also related to shares, right?" Zhou Mei said. 49%, much better than your offer. Ha ha, 49%, proving that the company is still in your hands. The conditions are really good. Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly twice, but then the words turned around and continued, "If I were Zhang Feng, what would I figure? Networks, factories, capital, stores, TSK, pay so much. Want Zhou Mei 49 shares, is really a great benefactor." When Zhou Mei heard his strange tone, she was inexplicably annoyed in her heart, so she said, "Don't be shifty, at least Zhang Feng is not as free as you are." She was ready to say that Zhao Qingfeng was shameless, but with Su Qiuran here and begging, she didn't say anything. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and continued, "Businessmen are profit-seeking. When doing something, it always has to be profitable. Pay so much, win the favor of Mr. Zhou. When the time comes, even the person with the company, even the capital with profit to recover, alas, is really a businessman. The brain is just good. Of course, perhaps Zhang Feng is true love for Mr. Zhou." Zhou Mei was silent. If she said that Zhang Feng did not have any purpose and was simply being kind to her, this was something that even she herself did not believe. But before academician Wu, there was nothing she could do. Her connections were only with the right wind group, and if she cancelled her cooperation with the right wind group, it would be really hard to move forward. After holding her tongue for a few seconds, Zhou Mei said, "At least, he didn't make such an exaggerated offer like you did. Then please ask Mr. Zhou to go out and turn left. No more farewell." Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "Go find Zhang Feng, agree to his conditions and give him the person and the company together." Zhou Mei is angry again, but on second thought, she had no way to refute it. He had talked about it with Su Qiuran before, and if he worked with Zhang Feng, the probability was that she would end up with Zhang Feng. That's what she said the other day, that if there was only Zhang Feng, then it would be Zhang Feng. Therefore, Zhou Mei had been hesitant all along, subconsciously not wanting to engage in cooperation with Zhang Feng. Otherwise it would have already started. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mei said seriously, "Even if it's Zhang Feng, as long as I can make 9 grow and develop, I am willing to give everything." Zhao Qingfeng laughed and said, "It's a pity that for some people, when they get it, they won't cherish it. You think you've given a lot, maybe you can move yourself, but in the end, go and realize that you've lost everything. Your body, your personality, your whole heart and soul, and of course your company, all go up in smoke." These words disliked Zhou Mei to death. She looked at Zhao Qingfeng in a daze for a while before she uncovered her icy disguise and revealed a bitter smile, saying, "I know that Zhang Feng has his own agenda, but what can I do? Even if it's you, isn't it just as leonizing? I'm different." Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "What purpose I have? I'll say it directly. talk about it if you can talk about it, break up if you can't talk about it, there's no need to force it. Zhou Mei subconsciously nodded. Zhao Qingfeng said, alright, so much has been said. If you agree, we'll sign the contract. If not, forget it, it's getting late now, I should go. When Zhou Mei sniffed, a violent struggle surfaced in her eyes. As Zhao Qingfeng said, the value of the Star One White bottle was not something that could be measured by a single district 9 Mei. Even if 9 Mei sells it as a package, it's capped at 500 million. But the value of the Star One White bottle is a blue ocean in the marketplace and there is no competition. When you look at it this way, she's still left with 30% of the shares, so you could say she's made a killing. But if she said yes, then she would no longer be the chairman of 9 Mei. Which? Zhou Mei hesitated, but Su Qiuran put down her phone and said seriously, from my perspective, if you agree to cooperate, it's big brother Qingfeng who suffers a loss. She knew Zhao Qingfeng's character. Things are set on the table, not smiled at to the face but stabbed behind the back. This was also Su Qiuran's trust in Zhao Qingfeng. Zhou Mei's heart trembled, took a deep breath, and said to Zhao Qingfeng, Qingfeng, I have one condition, and that is that the name of the company cannot be changed. Zhao Qingfeng said, this doesn't matter. Okay, I agree. Zhou Mei made her decision after choosing. Her goal was to get 9 Mei to the level of the right group, but in her heart, she also knew that it was just an unattainable dream. Even if he cooperates with Zhang Feng, 9 Mei will pop up to the level of 1 billion at most, and by working with Academician Wu, you really have a chance to take off. Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently and said, then it's a deal. I'll go to the company tomorrow and invite Academician Wu to come over for a detailed discussion. With that, he stood up. Zhou Mei had a bitter smile on her face, and she also stood up, extending her hand. Qingfeng, no, from now on, I'll have to call out General Manager Zhao. Mr. Zhao, happy cooperation. Zhao Qingfeng then reached out and shook her hand. Happy cooperation. From now on, Zhao Qingfeng's identity also changed, from a grassroots sales, transformed into the company's chairman. Let's just say that things are unpredictable. Next, Zhou Mei didn't bother the two and left in a sensible manner. It was Su Qiuran who staggered. Big brother Qingfeng, Academician Wu is quite famous in the school. You actually know her? Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Actually didn't know each other for a few days. After not knowing each other for a few days, she's willing to license you exclusively. My god dash. Su Qiuran was a bit surprised, and was speaking, when she suddenly thought of something, her voice lurched, and she shut her mouth. She was aware of Zhao Qingfeng's special ability, but it's also her deepest secret. Even mom and dad don't talk about it. Leave the Western restaurant. Zhao Qingfeng was ready to send Su Qiuran home. As a result, Su Qiuran said he was going to dabble in Fairview. Zhao Qingfeng had a bit of a headache, but he couldn't refuse, so he took her home. Thinking to myself, it looks like I really need to put a mahjong table in my house. When they returned home, neither Bai Xiaoxing nor Bai Liu had returned. When Chen Lexi heard the commotion, she ran over cheerfully. Brother Qingfeng. Only when she saw Su Qiuran following behind, she asked, ugh, what are you doing over here? Su Qiuran's eyes twinkled and said, I'm going to move in here. What? Chen Lexi exclaimed without thinking. The Bai family sisters are even if Brother Qingfeng let them in mainly for Yi. 80% don't have any feelings. However, Chen Lexi was sensitive enough to notice that Brother Qingfeng's feelings towards Su Qiuran did not seem to be quite the same. If she came in, it's not pure fishing in my pond. No, she's trying to take out all my pits. No, absolutely not. Chen Lexi's cheeks tensed with hostility. Looks like the plan is about to kick in. Not only do they have to get their ex-sister-in-law out of the house, but Sister Autumn Ran, a potential threat, is no exception. Chapter 126, Chen Lexi made Zhao Yi cry. Su Qiuran actually didn't expect to live here, but the expression on Chen Lexi's face made her very unhappy. So she said, you have a look of hell. What do you mean? Chen Lexi hummed and said, Sister Qiuran, in this house, I'm afraid there's no place for you. Su Qiuran froze. Ha, ah. Chen Lexi sneered. A total of 3 guest rooms. One slept with me, one slept with my ex-wife's sister as well as Yi, and the last one was also taken up by my great-aunt. So if you say you're going to come over, is there still a place for you, auntie? Su Qiuran was staggered when she thought of the woman from that night. How long has it been since this big house was filled? She then looked at Zhao Qingfeng slyly. This little expression made Zhao Qingfeng a little embarrassed, so he briefly told Bai Liu about running into perverts, and only then did Su Qiuran understand. Thoughtfully, something always feels wrong. Zhao Qingfeng hurried into the house and said, it's still early, come in and sit for a while. Su Qiuran nodded her head and said that she had come to dabble in the meal, but they had just eaten and were just looking for an excuse to stay with Zhao Qingfeng for a while longer. Only now, inexplicably, he felt that Chen Lexi was very much in the way. Toward evening, there was a knock on the door. Before he even opened the door, he heard Zhao Ye's twittering voice. Zhao Qingfeng opened the door and froze. He pointed at the dark, ungainly little guy and said in shock, "Who is this?" Zhao Yi froze for a moment, her voice trembling. "Dad, I'm Yi." Zhao Qingfeng looked at Zhao Ye, who had a dark face, mud everywhere on her body, and a big bag of dirt in her hand, and her features were distorted. "Ye, did you drill the sewers today?" "Humph." Zhao Ye's mouth rose in displeasure. Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Li Yu walked in carrying a lot of snacks. Bai Li Yu said, "Took her to the playground for half a day and went to the park for a while. I'm exhausted." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and then said to Zhao Ye with a stern face, "Hurry up and take a bath. Honey, she has important things to do." Bai Xiaoxing washed her hands and sat down on the sofa with a smile. She saw Su Qiuran, but pretended not to see or greet him. Zhao Qingfeng ignored her and asked Zhao Ye, "What's so important to you?" "Hey." Zhao Yi grinned. "Just dirty face, revealing white teeth. Quite some black toothpaste adds that flavor." She reached inside her pocket and felt around, then showed Zhao Qingfeng as if she was offering a treasure. "Dad, look at this." "What is it?" "Strawberry seeds." After Zhao Yi finished speaking, she carried the soil and ran happily into the house, found 4 or 5 flower pots, and then hugged them up in her head and ran to the balcony. Chen Lexi followed her with excitement. Yi, are you planting strawberries?" "Yeah, Chen Lexi." Every time Zhao Ye interacted with Chen Lexi, she had to emphasize her name. Chen Lexi didn't care, so she squatted down next to her and watched Zhao Ye operate. Not much longer, Zhao Yi put all the soil in the pot, and the strawberry seeds were stuffed in, and then patted it with a small spatula before she clapped her hands happily and said expectantly, "Okay, it's done. Grow up fast and then bear lots and lots of strawberries." Her gaze held longing. "When lots and lots of strawberries grow, one for me, one for my dad, one for me, one for my mom, one for me, one for my great aunt." Chen Lexi's eyes lit up, thinking that she would soon be able to hear her name, and there was some small anticipation within her. As a result, Zhao Ye continued, "Then one for me, one for dad, one for me, one for mom." Chen Lexi was furious. "Zhao Ye, are you a repeater? What's wrong?" Zhao Ye gave her an innocent look with a dopey expression. Chen Lexi was furious, pointing at a few pots, and swore, "These aren't strawberry seeds at all." "Ha!" Zhao Ye's lips parted slightly and she froze as she looked at the flower pot. Chen Lexi smiled wickedly and said, "To tell you the truth, what you planted is not strawberries at all, but cilantro." Snap! The small shovel in Zhao Ye's hand fell to the ground for no apparent reason. She, like her dad, can't touch a bit of cilantro. Chen Lexi struck while the iron was hot and said, "When the time comes, the house will be full of cilantro, and all of them will be picked for you to eat for dinner." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhao Ye's young mind suffered a 10,000 point blitz. The mouth deflated. Chen Lexi revealed a devilish smile and continued, "And your body will all be stained with the flavor of cilantro, and you can't wash it off. Your eyes are open to cilantro, and when you fall asleep and dream, you still have cilantro." Zhao Yi finally couldn't hold it together and cried out with a wow. Running to the living room and seeing Zhao Qingfeng, he bawled, "Dad, Chen Lexi bullied me. Go beat her up." Woo 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 woo. Zhao Qingfeng looked up and saw Chen Lexi walking over, revealing an evil smile, her 2 small tiger teeth glistening in the light. Su Qiuran said unhappily, "Chen Lexi, do you have any talent left? You do everything you can to bully Yi." Chen Lexi's smile tightened and she grunted coldly. Brother Qingfeng and his ex-wife's sister didn't say anything. "So you're a dog with a rat?" Su Qiuran's face changed, and a dangerous glint surfaced in his eyes. Zhao Qingfeng felt a headache, so he said, "All right, don't argue, I'm going to cook." With that, he brought Zhao Yi into the bathroom and let her take a shower by herself. Inside the living room, each of the 4 women found their own place to sit, none of them speaking, not disturbing each other. A delicate balance seems to have developed. Only Chen Lexi is secretly wondering, there are too many people, must drive out a few. Evening, Su Qiuran didn't stay, causing several women to breathe a sigh of relief. There's no room, but what if she gets into the master bedroom? The next day, Zhao Qingfeng arrived at the company early. As it turned out, Zhou Mei came even earlier. In her office, Zhou Mei directly took out the share transfer agreement and said, "Take a look at it and sign it if there's nothing wrong." Her complexion was haggard and her face was dull, and she, who originally didn't wear makeup, had put on some light makeup today just to hide the dark circles under her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't slept well last night, and her voice contained a strong sense of exhaustion. Zhao Qingfeng took the share transfer agreement and said with some surprise, "This is transferred to me, not afraid that I'll turn around and back out?" Zhou Mei laughed bitterly. "You put things on the table to talk about it, so why can't I?" Zhao Qingfeng was slightly stunned, then gave a thumbs up. "Mr. Zhou has the courage. This decision, rather, impressed him. Just when Zhao Qingfeng was about to sign, Zhou Mei suddenly bit her lip and said, "You, 1T pit me, right? Zhou Mei, in a way, is more important than my life." After Zhao Qingfeng signed, he became the actual person in charge of 9 Mei, to put it mildly, holding 70% of the equity, as long as he wants to, and even kicked out Zhou Mei. It is not impossible. Zhao Qingfeng raised his head, looked into her shivering eyes, and after 2 seconds of silence, he only said 2 words, "Don't worry." Then, decisively, he signed his name in big letters. The brush is sharp and the dragon flies. Zhou Mei took the agreement, her eyes rolling with complexity. Chapter 127. 9 Mei is about to set sail. By about 10 o'clock, Wu Qian came as promised, and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng, her eyes lit up, her footsteps accelerated a bit, and she stretched out her hand. "Hello, senior." Qin Yu followed behind, his face darkening a bit. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and shook her, saying, "Talk inside." Several people then went to a quiet conference room, and this time, Zhao Qingfeng sat in the main seat and Zhou Mei sat in the second seat. This made Wu Qian a bit surprised and couldn't help but say, "What are you guys?" Zhou Mei smiled and said, "Zhao is the chairman of Zhou Mei. What requirements does Academician Wu have for the cooperation? Just discuss with Zhao." Perhaps it was already mentally built up, and the words came out without embarrassment. Wu Qian understood after a brief thought. Moreover, this is good for her, so she smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhou, I'll get straight to the point. This is the authorization contract I drew up. You guys go through it." With that, she rolled out a document. Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei both flipped through them. It clearly stated that the Star 1 white bottle was exclusively authorized to Zhao Qingfeng, which included a series of permissions such as production and operation. The time is 5 years. In fact, Wu Qian had been prepared to sign directly for life since she had decided to sell this favor, but with Qin Yu's strong opposition, she couldn't ignore her husband's attitude and eventually changed it to 5 years, and it didn't matter if she renewed it then. On the document, the profit-sharing model between Zhao Qingfeng and Star Labs was also marked out. In short, basically there is no great restriction. Wu Qian as long as the dividends, like she promised, basically not involved in the management aspect of the operation of 9 Mei. After Zhou Mei read it, joy appeared on her face. It was too much better than she had imagined. After reading it, Zhao Qingfeng closed the document and sighed. Academician Wu is giving me a chance to get rich. Wu Qian reservedly smiled. It's not easy to say. After all, Star 1 white bottle has not been tested by the market. Whether it is a success or failure are unknown yet. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Ha ha, Academician Wu was being modest." Wu Qian said, "There's nothing wrong with it, just sign it." On the back of the document, it had been signed by her and also stamped with the official seal of Star Labs. Zhao Qingfeng didn't talk nonsense and directly signed his big name. 9 rows at this stage. Online and offline marketing power. Certainly not enough. Need to be expanded. But the most critical is the need to get the production line up. Wu Qian reminded as she looked up 9 Mei's information. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, "This I know. But, now I have a request. You say, we would like to hire Academician Wu as an honorary advisor to 9 Mei. Hearing Zhao Qingfeng's request, Wu Qian smiled faintly. "I'm honored." If Zhou Mei was the chairman of the board before, she still had some resistance, but with Zhao Qingfeng as the chairman of Zhou Mei, she didn't have half a worry. Zhao Qingfeng continued, "At the risk of asking, does Star Labs have any projects in the works next?" Wu Qian and Qin Yu exchanged glances before saying, "Yes, there are several other items." Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "Accepting investments?" Qin Yu couldn't help but say, "These 3 projects are not ordinary. If you want to invest, the guaranteed $5 billion to start." $5 billion? Zhao Qingfeng was thoughtful. He cannot get the Star 1 white bottle to be satisfied. Want to make 9 Mei to the height of the ride group. A product is not enough, and a favor can't be used all the time to maintain a long-term relationship with Star Labs. This investment is very necessary. Of course, there must be no money now. Both sides communicated some details, and without realizing it, it was noon. Zhao Qingfeng then invited Wu Qian and his wife to have a meal, and Wu Qian also gave face and stayed. In the dining room, Wu Qian smiled and said, "Last time, I was originally going to invite Mr. Zhao for dinner, only that Mr. Zhao left in a hurry, and today there's just a chance, so I'll do it." It meant something different when she called out Mr. Cho. Zhao Qingfeng originally wanted to refuse, but Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Alas, Mr. Zhao, don't be polite. This meal should be our treat." Seeing this, Zhao Qingfeng stopped saying anything. The meal was a delightful one. After the 2 Wu Qian left, Zhao Qingfeng returned to the office with Zhou Mei. Zhao Qingfeng's expression was a bit serious and said, "Next we have a busy time. We have to find a factory, build a production line, as well as recruiting online and offline marketing personnel, as well as official cell phone stores, at least one in each city. All of these, all need money. Jo Mei's expression, however, was uplifted. These difficulties, to her, would only motivate, so she said, 9 still has about $60 million on her books, but I still have $50 million in my personal savings stash. Your money is your money, and Nineveh is Nineveh's, and those are two different things. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly interrupted her calmly. Jo Mei froze for a moment, and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng's serious look, her heart trembled for no reason. Zhao Qingfeng continued, 60 million is able to buy a factory, but want to build a production line, is certainly not enough. According to the requirements put forward by academician Wu, the factory alone, at least 150 million is needed, plus personnel recruitment, as well as advertising campaigns, and other marketing costs, a conservative estimate. This project we have to prepare 200 million to 300 million, to be able to start. Mr. Zhou, are you listening? Well, what did you say? Jo Mei snapped back from her trance before asking shyly. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and had to repeat what he had just said. Jo Mei said, then find a bank loan. With Jo Mei's qualifications, a loan of 300 million should not be a problem. Okay, it's decided. Zhao Qingfeng immediately clapped his hands. When the money issue is resolved, the most important part of actually launching this piece is the marketing, and doing an opening event at that time. Jo Mei deeply understood the importance of advertising now and nodded her head. Maybe, this piece is the big one. Wine is also afraid of Deep Alley. A product is good, want to scale up, not to do marketing is certainly not. This is a piece that can't skimp on cost. The two discussed this for a while longer before they began to split up, but before that, Jo Mei gathered all the company members and held a general meeting. When the company employees entered inside the conference room and found Zhao Qingfeng and Jo Mei sitting side by side, they were all a bit shocked. As for Lin Qingqing and Tang Tao, it was as if they were stupid. Jo Mei calmly announced, starting today, 9 Rose Company will be renamed 9 Rose Group, with Mr. Zhao as the chairman of the board, and I will remain the general manager. That's what they discussed. 9 Rose is about to set sail, is no longer just a sales company, but a set of production and sales as one of the group of companies, and the future will not be limited to a single product. Of course, Zhao Qingfeng, in essence, didn't want to hold any position, he preferred to be a shirker. At once, there was silence inside the conference room. Everyone's mouths were open. As for that personnel department manager, almost fell from the chair, secretly pondering in his heart, at that time should not have offended this Mr. Zhao right. Chapter 128, A Little Pervert in Action. The next few days, Zhao Qingfeng then got busy. Sometimes he went out with Jo Mei, sometimes the two of them split up. When Jo Mei went to look at the plant, he went to run the bank. It's turning into August and the weather is getting hotter. This day, he came out of the bank, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered, damn, being a boss is much more tiring than being an employee. You know, before, when he was still Xiao Zhao, he could touch fish and watch movies in the company for nothing. But now there's no chance of that at all. That being said, the $300 million loan was able to be taken down, but there was something fishy about the interest rate, the fees, and the progress of the disbursement and so on. He's even had dinner and sometimes drinks with several bank executives in the last few days. Let's just say, it's all life. Zhao Qingfeng has some enlightenment. Perhaps even a tycoon at the level of Su Shifeng will have to ask for help, and sometimes he cannot help himself. You don't want to be in full control of your life until you reach the heights of the little pervert's family. Overall, the experience of the past few days had given Zhao Qingfeng a great deal of feelings and gains, and he had gradually adapted to his current identity. Isamu, go back to the office. Coming out of the bank, Zhao Qingfeng got into the car and said to the driver. The driver's name was Lu Yong, a quiet young man, Zhao Qingfeng's personally selected driver and assistant. When Lu Yong heard this, he nodded. Okay, Mr. Zhao. When he arrived at the company, Zhao Qingfeng had just sat down in his office and had a sip of water when Jo Mei walked up to the door and knocked on it. Zhao Qingfeng's office was not closed, and after looking up, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, please come in. The relationship between the two, over the past few days of working together, had eased up a lot. Jo Mei walked into the office and sat down, said, the factory I've looked favorably. The other side even with the equipment inside the factory packaged together 80 million. Only we want to use a brand new production line. So buy over to get rid of all the old equipment, can return a 20 million or so. Zhao Qingfeng listened carefully, nodded and said, yes, it's fine if you decide. Mr. Zhou, Jo Mei hummed, suddenly a little desperate for words. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, if there's something, just say it. Jo Mei took a deep breath before saying, the matter of your cooperation with me was known by Zhang Feng, and he asked me several times, and I didn't reply. Today, he asked me out again. Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" Zhou Mei sighed lightly. "Qingfeng, Zhang Feng is after all a member of the Zhang family in Tiannan. I can't afford to offend him. I mean, I'll meet with him, can you join me?" Zhao Qingfeng was slightly stunned in his heart. Noticing Zhou Mei's expression, he inexplicably felt a sense of blocking in his heart. He then said, "You mean, you're afraid of offending someone and it's not good to refuse, so you're pulling me?" Zhou Mei's mind was seen through, so she helplessly said, "Qingfeng, I don't have anything to hide now. In fact, Zhang Feng has been pursuing me, but I honestly don't have any feelings for him. He is in front of me. Always give me a kind of mouth is not the right feeling, but because of the 9 May thing, I have not been very strong refusal, so I have been dragging." Zhao Qingfeng understood what she meant, so he pondered for a few seconds before saying, "If you ask me to go with you, aren't you afraid that I'll offend him? You know, he and I don't deal with each other in the first place, so if we meet with him, maybe the conflict will intensify." Zhou Mei sniffed, and then she was shocked for a moment. After thinking about it, she shook her head and said, "It's me who thought too one-sidedly. It's alright, Qingfeng, I'll go by myself." Zhao Qingfeng looked at her somewhat ashamed expression and suddenly smiled. "Make an appointment with him, I'll accompany you." "Ha?" Zhou Mei looked up in dismay. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze flickered as he said, "He's been so quiet this whole time. I'm a little uncomfortable." He had thought that Zhang Feng would make a move after he released his harsh words that day, but it turned out to be like a mute gun with no movement. Zhao Qingfeng guessed that he was scared because Zhang Tianxiong came over that night. Little perverts are intimidating and overblown. It would be good to take this opportunity to meet with Zhang Feng, Zhou Mei said with some concern. "If you go, will you?" "No problem." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said calmly, "Even if he and I intensify our conflicts, the one who should be worried about it won't be me. At most, it's just a matter of finding another knife." Just then, Zhao Qingfeng's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Bai Liu calling. Zhao Qingfeng then picked up. "Hello," Bai Liu said with a sobbing voice. "Qingfeng, something has happened at home. Xiaoxing and Chen Lexi have both been kidnapped." "What?" Zhao Qingfeng's complexion changed and he stood up from his chair with an open heart. Bai Liu was flustered, her tone anxious. "Just now I was still live inside the room. Yi Yi also followed me. Then I heard a sudden commotion outside. When I came out, Chen Lexi and Xiaoxing were gone." "Where's Yi Yi?" Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. "Ye is napping in my room. She's fine. Okay, wait for me at home." Zhao Qingfeng hung up the phone, and Zhou Mei quickly asked, "Something happened at home?" "Aha." Zhao Qingfeng didn't talk nonsense and directly rushed out of the office, and when he reached the door, he said, "The matter of meeting with Zhang Feng will be discussed later." After saying that, he darted out. On the way, Zhao Qingfeng thought calmly, if only Bai Xiaoxing was kidnapped, the scope would be great, but Chen Lexi was also kidnapped. This is a little puzzling. As far as he knew, in this part of Tiannan, basically all the bigwigs knew Chen Lexi, and no one dared to move. Could it be that the Chen family in the capital is an enemy of the Chen family? But if they were at that level, what were they doing kidnapping Bai Xiaoxing? Soon enough, Zhao Qingfeng arrived at Fairview. As soon as Bai Liu saw him, she rushed over and said anxiously, "Qingfeng, what should we do? Tell me in detail. What did you just see?" "I just came out and I didn't see anyone, so I ran out onto the balcony to look, and I saw a couple of guys carrying them out. Looking at them, they looked like they were mesmerized." Bai Liu said, suddenly thought of something and added, "Also, those who kidnapped them, although they were very robust, they all seemed to be women." "Woman?" Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised, so he felt more and more that this matter was not quite right. Bai Liu inquired, "Do we call the police, or notify my brother?" Zhao Qingfeng thought about it, then shook his head. "Don't call the police yet, no need to notify. Wait for the call." Bai Liu let out a when she sniffed. Zhao Qingfeng came home, and she was a lot more solid in her heart. After about an hour, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly received a call from Zhou Mei. She anxiously asked, "Qingfeng, is Qiu Ran at your place? I can't reach her." Zhao Qingfeng froze. Could it be that Su Qiu Ran was also kidnapped? Koi Lake, Tenant City, on the center island, there is a luxury villa. Dozens of bodyguards were standing by outside. They were uniformly dressed, with serious expressions and bulging waists, obviously not ordinary people, and inside the villa, there were also 10 or so big and thick female bodyguards who were guarding the entrance of a room. Bai Xiaoxing and Su Qiuran were lying side by side, only both had their eyes closed and looked like they were asleep. "Humph, 2 vixens, what's the point of looking so good?" Chen Lexi looked at them and said somewhat sourly. After a brief moment of thought, she revealed a bad smile before reaching out to pinch Bai Xiaoxing hard on his body, especially on the waist, on the belly, on the thighs. are all pinched by her green and purple. Bai Xiaoxing frowned even in her sleep. But Chen Lexi didn't think it was enough and tore Bai Xiaoxing's skirt and clothes. Another half-dozen moments of consideration pulled out several red marks on her neck. Next, she came over Su Qiuran and did the same. After doing so, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. When you guys think you're being that, you'll definitely leave brother Qingfeng on your own accord. He he. Chapter 129, Bai Xiaoxing jumped off a building. Zhao Qingfeng sat on the sofa frowning in thought when he learned that Su Qiuran was also missing. Instead, he was less eager. There was always something wrong because of this. Bai Xiaoxing, Chen Lexi, Su Qiuran, all three women are related to him. That means, is coming at me? Thinking of this, Zhao Qingfeng's expression relaxed slightly. As long as the other party didn't harm them, everything was fine. Unsurprisingly, the other party should be contacting him soon. Bai Liu bit her lip and inquired, Qingfeng, what should we do next? Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was calm, and he only said one word. Wait. It was a wait until 6 p.m. The cell phone on the coffee table suddenly began to vibrate. Zhao Qingfeng saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he answered it in a hurry. Hey, Zhao Qingfeng, how are you? The man across the table. His voice seemed grim. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Did you kidnap them? Right answer, but no prize. The man smiled and said, If you want to save them, go to the south of Tiannan City next to the garbage incineration plant. There's an abandoned rotten building here. I'll wait for you upstairs. Out of time. Oh, by the way, no police are allowed. Otherwise I'll tear the ticket. After all, you know the identity of the three of them, and the consequences of just tearing one of them is not something you can afford. Ha 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 ha. The man finished and hung up. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything. He directly stood up and said, Liu, take care of Yi Yi. After saying that, he was about to go out. Suddenly, instead, his arm was pulled. When he looked back, he saw Bai Liu with a worried look on her face, staring at him for several seconds before saying in a shaky voice, Qingfeng, you, be careful. Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly and patted the back of her hand, saying, Don't worry, I'll get them out. He wasn't what he used to be, and when he really put up a fight, his fighting ability was amazing. Bai Liu's heart poofed and jumped. Seeing that Zhao Qingfeng was about to go out, she inexplicably had an impulse and suddenly hugged Zhao Qingfeng from behind. This caused Zhao Qingfeng's body to stiffen violently. Then I heard Bai Liu behind me, whispering, Qingfeng, I, and Yi Yi, waiting for you at home. Zhao Qingfeng didn't turn around and just gave a soft Only then did Bai Liu let go of her hand. Zhao Qingfeng didn't delay and got into the old Audi and drove in the direction of the south of the city. In fact, he should have to notify the Su family, the Bai family, or even the Chen family of this situation. The single phone call just now, however, made Zhao Qingfeng feel more and more out of place. The man on the other side, who obviously knew the background of these three women, still dared to kidnap them under these circumstances? This gave Zhao Qingfeng an unbelievable guess. Could all this have been directed by someone? Thinking about her lawless character, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly felt that this was very likely. Anyway, meet up and find out. Half an hour later, he arrived at an abandoned, rotten building. The building's general frame is intact, though the overall Syrian style is concrete-colored throughout. Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate and went straight upstairs. The rotten building had 10 floors, and Zhao Qingfeng climbed to the top and immediately saw them. At this point, the roof of the building was level, without any guardrails, and on 3 chairs sat 3 women, except that they had their heads cocked and were apparently unconscious. Besides them, there was only one robust woman standing in the back. She actually had a pistol in her hand. The woman sneered, Zhao Qingfeng, I can't believe you really have the guts to come over. Zhao Qingfeng was relieved when he realized that they were intact and said in a deep voice, What's your purpose? The one who was on the phone with me just now. It wasn't you. The woman laughed out loud and said, You think we're going to stay in one piece? Just like in the movies, being swept away by the police? Zhao Qingfeng was silent. The woman shook the pistol in her hand and said, What's more, with this in hand, I'm good enough on my own. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, Now that I've come over, you can say what your purpose is. Purpose? The woman hesitated for a moment before saying viciously, It seems that you don't know what you've offended. Of course that doesn't matter. Now it's time to give you a taste of what it's like to lose your lover. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk. What do you mean? It's simple. There are 3 people here now, and you can only take 2. What about the rest of that one? Ha ha, the rest of that one. Of course you'll never see it. The woman laughed exaggeratedly. Just then, Chen Lexi's eyelashes fluttered and she let out a soft humming sound. The woman raised an eyebrow. Yo, awake? Chen Lexi looked around before exclaiming, Brother Qingfeng, why am I here? Zhao Qingfeng inquired. Lexi, are you alright? Alas, this isn't the time for flirting. Zhao Qingfeng, I'll give you a minute. You can choose to take 2 people with you. The woman interrupted them and said viciously. Chen Lexi understood her situation and instantly became teary-eyed as she said in a trembling voice, Brother Qingfeng, take them and go. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, what about you? Leave me alone. Chen Lexi cried, ex-wife's sister is Yi Ye's mother, and sister Qiu Ran is so good to you. You take them away. Big deal. They tortured me. I won't be afraid. Brother Qingfeng, don't worry about me. The robust woman listened, her cheeks twitching, thinking, Miss you quickly do not add drama. Before Zhao Qingfeng could say anything, Bai Xiaoxing and Su Qiuran also woke up leisurely. Honey, big brother Qingfeng. The gazes of the two were locked onto Zhao Qingfeng at the first moment. The woman repeated what she had just said, over and over again. She then walked forward, and at some point, a dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger, surprisingly, picked out a small pair of lavender pants. Bai Xiaoxing's entire body was struck by lightning when she saw the familiar pants. The next thing she knew, she felt pain coming from all over her body. And even there, intense panic surfaced in her eyes and she roared hysterically, Who are you? What have you done to me? The woman laughed softly, and in front of Zhao Qingfeng, she used her dagger to lift up her skirt, saying flirtatiously, You're so pretty. What do you think we did? Bai Xiaoxing lowered her head and looked at the patch of bruises on her snow-white thighs, her face turning pale. Immediately after, she looked up at Zhao Qingfeng, and unprecedented panic permeated her expression, as well as despair, and Su Qiuran, who was next to him, was completely dumbfounded. She looked down, tears welling up wildly and sliding down her cheeks. The woman once again spoke with a cold smile and said, Zhao Qingfeng, it's almost time. You should make a decision on which 2 you want to choose. Woo woo, brother Qingfeng, take them away. I'll be fine. Chen Lexi choked and shouted. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. If I do this, brother Qingfeng will definitely feel guilty. When I appear in front of him safe and sound, brother Qingfeng will be excited to hold me, kiss me, and then take me inside the room. Just as her thoughts were wandering, she didn't notice that the rope binding Bai Xiaoxing had been broken free at some point. Bai Xiaoxing's face was covered in tears as she stared at Zhao Qingfeng in a daze. On her face was a deathly despair as she smiled sadly and spoke, Husband, I'm sorry. Zhao Qingfeng's face changed dramatically when he saw Bai Xiaoxing suddenly get up from his chair and roared, Wait! However, Bai Xiaoxing didn't hesitate for half a second, rushing towards the edge of the roof and jumping straight down. Tears were flying in the air. I'm sorry for my husband. What's the point of living if I can't be with him? Zhao Qingfeng knew Bai Xiaoxing's intentions the moment she acted. Immediately, he didn't hesitate to chase after Bai Xiaoxing either. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men disappeared, one after the other, to the edge of the roof. Ah, brother Qingfeng. It all happened so fast that Su Qiuran and Chen Lexi only then burst into screams. Chapter 130, Chen Lexi threw herself out. Go on, check it out. Chen Lexi almost cried out as she hurriedly ordered the robust woman. Oh, the women were stunned, and now, as if in a dream, rushed over the edge of the roof. Zhao Qingfeng's left hand was deadlocked on the edge of the concrete, and his right hand grabbed Bai Xiaoxing. The two just hung in the air. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes glowed red as he roared, Bai Xiaoxing, are you crazy? Bai Xiaoxing tilted her head to look at him, but her eyes were filled with despairing deadness as she cried, Husband, let go, let go. She was wearing a clean white dress that was currently swaying in the air like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth, bearing the weight of 2 people with one hand. Even with his current physical strength, he felt very strained. Luckily, the endurance is amazing and it holds up for short periods of time. He said angrily, cut the ing crap. Now I'm going to lift you up and you buckle against the edge of the roof. Here is the 10th floor, 30 meters high. The ground is still hard concrete. Fall down 100% to see 2 milk. Bai Xiaoxing cried and shook her head as she said, Husband, I'm sorry. You don't want to save me. With that, she was about to struggle away, unwilling to see Zhao Qingfeng in danger as well. Just then, quickly hand her to me. A voice came from above. The robust woman, crouching on the edge with her hand outstretched, her expression anxious. Bai Xiaoxing froze. She didn't know this woman, why she wanted to save them. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrunk and he had a guess in his heart. He didn't talk nonsense and lifted Bai Xiaoxing up in a deadly manner. This time it went just fine, and Bai Xiaoxing, perhaps sensing something was wrong, cooperated by holding out her arm, which was grabbed by the robust woman. Immediately afterward, Bai Xiaoxing was pulled up. Zhao Qingfeng was much simpler on his own. He grabbed the edge with both hands and easily flipped up on the roof. In this short moment, Zhao Qingfeng gasped for air. Until now, the beating of his heart was violent. Looking at Bai Xiaoxing, he cursed without good breath. You are really ing crazy. Just now, it could be said that it was a close call, but if it was a little bit late, either Bai Xiaoxing would fall, or the 2 of them would fall together. After gasping for several seconds, Zhao Qingfeng stood up straight and looked at Chen Lexi, coldly saying, "In this matter, are you going to give me an explanation?" Chen Lexi didn't expect things to evolve to the current state, and was speechless. Bai Xiaoxing, however, was not concerned about this, and she also realized that this was all related to Chen Lexi, so she rushed at Chen Lexi and questioned in a stern voice, "What's going on with these marks on my body?" Chen Lexi felt Zhao Qingfeng's eyes and panicked in her heart, so she whispered, "I did it all. You guys haven't been touched." Bai Xiaoxing sniffed and froze for several seconds. Only then did she scream with tears of joy, "Husband!" Afterwards, he directly rushed towards Zhao Qingfeng and hugged him to death. This time, Zhao Qingfeng didn't directly push her away. When the robust woman saw that things were exposed, she didn't continue to talk and silently walked over to help Chen Lexi and also Su Qiuran untie the ropes. Su Qiuran regained her freedom and walked to Chen Lexi at the first opportunity. Snap! A slap in the face. Hard. It was the first time Chen Lexi had been hit by someone, and her fire immediately came up, but when she saw Su Qiuran's tear-stained cheeks, her fire disappeared. Chen Lexi covered her cheeks and said dumbfounded, "Sister Qiuran." Su Qiuran said coldly, "From today onwards, I don't have a friend like you." Zhao Qingfeng let go of Bai Xiaoxing and walked over to Su Qiuran. "Are you alright?" Su Qiuran's voice was a bit low as she said, "Big brother Qingfeng, I'm fine." Just now, although her heart was not as dead as Bai Xiaoxing's, she was struck by lightning and despaired inwardly. At this time, although the willow is dark, but the complexity of the heart, it is difficult to calm for a while. Chen Lexi slowly walked to Zhao Qingfeng's side, lowered her head, and shouted in a small voice, "Brother Qingfeng." Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Go back first." More than half an hour later, the crowd went back to Fairview. When Bai Liu saw that both Bai Xiaoxing and Zhao Qingfeng had returned unharmed, she excitedly rushed forward and hugged her sister. She wanted to hug Zhao Qingfeng next, but Bai Xiaoxing seemed to have sensed her intentions and hugged her tightly without letting go, so Bai Liu had to give up. Chen Lexi knows he's screwed up. There was even a near fatality. Even the fearless Chen Lexi didn't dare to raise her head to look at Zhao Qingfeng at this moment. The room grew quiet. Bai Xiaoxing's complexion moved as she then said, "Sister, where's Yi Yi?" "Inside the room." "Let's go find Yi Yi." The two left the living room. Only Zhao Qingfeng, as well as Su Qiuran and Chen Lexi remained in the living room. After a moment of silence, Zhao Qingfeng said, "Lexi, go back." At those words, Chen Lexi raised her head in shock, her expression filled with incredulity. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "You're the Chen family's eldest miss. These people, can't afford to play with you. We really can't." Hearing this, Chen Lexi cried. She choked and pulled Zhao Qingfeng's arm, sobbing, "Brother Qingfeng, I was wrong. Don't drive me away, okay?" It was just that Zhao Qingfeng wasn't someone who changed his decision easily. He shook his head and said, "You're not fit to live here. It's time for you to go back to your own place." I don't want to go." Chen Lexi howled. Zhao Qingfeng's tone, still calm, said, "We are friends. If you don't leave, we won't even be friends anymore." Chen Lexi seemed to be dumbfounded. When she looked at Zhao Qingfeng's eyes that were as calm as a lake, she knew that he wasn't joking. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything. He directly walked to the door of her room, opened the door and said, "Go on, pack your things." Su Qiuran took it all in and didn't make any comments. She supported any decision Zhao Qingfeng made and wouldn't deal with it. Although Chen Lexi's expression made her heart soften for a moment, it was just that everyone had to take responsibility for what they did. Chen Lexi's footsteps took half a day to move a step. Zhao Qingfeng, however, just looked at her quietly and reached out to make a gesture of invitation. Chen Lexi's tears welled up wildly as she moved into the room one step at a time. Zhao Qingfeng then didn't pay any more attention to her. It was more than an hour before Chen Lexi came out again, pushing a suitcase in her hand. She looked at Zhao Qingfeng, her lips trembled and said, "Brother Qingfeng, I don't want to go. You forgive me. You scold me. You beat me. Let me do anything. Please don't drive me away." It was just that Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and didn't scold her, didn't beat her, and didn't even say words of accusation. Walking to the door, he opened it and calmly said, "Get out. There are people waiting for you down there." The robust woman, who had just returned, had been driving behind her. From this, it was clear that there were actually people paying attention to Chen Lexi every day, so Zhao Qingfeng wasn't worried when she left at night. Chen Lexi pushed her suitcase and slowly walked to the door. She turned around, still ready to say something. Boo! The gate, however, closed instantly. Outside the house, it was as if it had become two worlds. Chen Lexi stood in the doorway. The whole person was like a statue, and stayed for a long, long time. Today, with her wave of maneuvers, she managed to drive herself out. Chapter 131, by Xiaoxing, who secretly climbed the bed. It's been a long time. As if she had lost her soul, Chen Lexi pushed her suitcase and walked into the elevator. Downstairs, a few female bodyguards saw Chen Lexi coming out of the elevator and came over and whispered, "Miss." Chen Lexi didn't bother, let go of the suitcase, and walked toward the front in a disoriented manner. She walked down the street, aimlessly, for a long, long time, until a large labor drove by and a middle-aged man got out inside. "Miss, go home." Chen Lexi slowly turned her head sideways and glanced at him before stopping in her tracks. The middle-aged man had complicated eyes. Miss is staying at Zhao Qingfeng's house. How could they not know? Even her parents, who were far away from the capital, knew the same. Only, Chen Lexi's life was saved by Zhao Qingfeng, and staying at Zhao Qingfeng's house was at least better than going crazy outside every day. As for relationships, male and female relationships have never been important to families at this level. Therefore, Chen Lexi staying at Zhao Qingfeng's house was, in a way, by default. And now, with some maneuvering, the lady has thrown herself out. The middle-aged man wanted to laugh, but he felt that if he laughed out loud now, the result would be miserable. So he held it hard and made himself look expressionless. Chen Lexi didn't say anything. Like a puppet, he slowly got into the car, tears still slipping down. She murmured, "Brother Qingfeng, don't drive me away." "She's gone." Su Qiuran opened the door and looked at it before walking in and saying. Zhao Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief before bitterly smiling. "This girl is a bit of a tiger." Su Qiuran nodded her head, thinking of the frightening moment just now, her heart still palpitating even now. It was Bai Xiaoxing who was heartless. She walked out giggling. "Honey, I'm hungry." Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, "I'll go cook." "What does Qiuran want to eat?" Su Qiuran glanced at Bai Xiaoxing before saying, "I'm fine with both." At that moment, Bai Xiaoxing frowned imperceptibly. Now was not the time to be complacent. Having gone one, there was still one here. Zhao Yiyi also woke up. She didn't know what had just happened, and after stepping out and looking around, she asked strangely, "Where's Chen Lexi?" Don't see her fighting with Chen Lexi every day. But deep down, Zhao Yiyi still likes Chen Lexi as a good friend, provided she doesn't call herself Little Mother. Zhao Qingfeng stood up and said, "Chen Lexi went home." "Ha?" Zhao Yiyi's face collapsed a bit as she asked, "Then when is she coming back?" This question, Zhao Qingfeng didn't answer. Instead he smiled and picked up Zhao Ye and changed the topic. "Daddy's going to cook. What do you want to eat tonight?" Zhao Yiyi thought about it and her expression suddenly became serious. "Is Chen Lexi not coming to our house from now on?" "This little guy, he's not that easy to fool." Zhao Qingfeng sighed. "Right, she has to go back to her own home. She can't be here with us every day." "Okay." Zhao Ye's little face became a little frustrated. Zhao Qingfeng didn't continue to explain and handed Zhao Ye to Bai Xiaoxing and went to the kitchen. Su Qiuran had a late dinner here and offered to say goodbye. Zhao Qingfeng told her to wait. Then after washing his hands, he said, "I'll give you a ride." A smile appeared on Su Qiuran's face. "Good." Bai Xiaoxing looked in her eyes, her expression a little dissatisfied, and she hummed lightly. "It's late at this point. It's late at night." There was melodious music playing in the car, and Zhao Qingfeng drove silently. Su Qiuran suddenly said, "Just now, I was almost scared to death." Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and said, "Things have passed. Don't think too much. I wondered how it would end if I did get that." Su Qiuran said softly, "I'm 21 years old this year, and I haven't had a boyfriend since I was a kid. If it's not Chen Lexi's prank, but the real thing, then I probably can't walk out in this life." Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said, "So pay attention to your own safety, and when you go out in the future, bring a few bodyguards with you. The Ride the Wind group has a big tree, and Su Shifeng also has opponents, and at that level, if you really want to fight, any means will be used. Not to mention that Su Qiuran has a ceiling-level face value." At this point, on the back of Zhao Qingfeng's right hand, he suddenly felt warmth and softness, causing him to be shocked in his heart. It was Su Qiuran's trembling hand. Her voice also trembled a bit as she held the back of Zhao Qingfeng's hand. "Big brother Qingfeng, will you protect me?" Zhao Qingfeng was stunned and slowly parked his car on the side of the road. The eyes turned to Su Qiuran, seeing fear, trepidation, and anticipation in her eyes. This caused an inexplicable impulse in Zhao Qingfeng's heart, and he backhanded Su Qiuran and said seriously, "With me, I won't let you get hurt." Su Qiuran looked at him, her eyes gradually getting lost. It was as if the temperature of the carriage began to rise, an ambiguous atmosphere festering, and the two were getting closer and closer. Su Qiuran slowly closed her eyes while Zhao Qingfeng could even feel her breathing. "It smells good and it burns." Just then, tick-tock, a horn blared suddenly from behind. The two of them woke up as if in a dream. Su Qiuran's hand withdrew as if electrocuted and unnaturally lowered her head. Zhao Qingfeng's heart was beating fast and he smiled awkwardly. A car drove up from behind, and the driver opened the window and cursed angrily. "Parked here in the middle of the night and didn't turn on the lights, scaring me." After that, he drove off in a puff of smoke. Now that the atmosphere from earlier was destroyed, Zhao Qingfeng started the car and sent Su Qiran back. By the time Zhao Qingfeng returned home, it's past 12 o'clock at night. He opened the door and was all startled to see the figure on the couch. Bai Xiaoxing, what the hell are you up to? It's late at night and you're not even turning on the lights, Zhao Qingfeng said breathlessly. Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly said, hubby, keep your voice down. Yi Yi is sleeping, so you're not going to sleep with her? Zhao Qingfeng changed his shoes and said calmly, I can't sleep, Bai Xiaoxing said as she looked at him. If you can't sleep, you go to a short video or watch a movie. No, I want to be in one piece with you. Bai Xiaoxing came up and hugged Zhao Qingfeng's arm, saying in a petulant manner, spread out. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said. His attitude was the same as always, but Bai Xiaoxing wasn't as sad as before. Her bright eyes looked at him and exhaled. Hubby, I'll sleep with you tonight, okay? Without even thinking about it, Zhao Qingfeng sneered and said, if you have a disease, go cure it. When he finished, he didn't wait for her to say anything, shook off her arm, and got into the master bedroom. Bai Xiaoxing bristled with dissatisfaction. In her mind, she still recalled the scene of Zhao Qingfeng defying the odds to save her today, which made the corners of Bai Xiaoxing's mouth unconsciously hook up. Hubby, still in love with me, only Su Qiran that woman, but a formidable enemy. Zhao Qingfeng was also tired today, laid down on the bed and fall asleep. Midnight, the door lock turned quietly. Immediately after a figure quietly touched in, and through the moonlight outside the window, she looked at Zhao Qingfeng's handsome and resolute cheeks, and stars came out of her eyes, licked her lips and said, honey, you're mine. After that, he got under the covers. Zhao Qingfeng was forced to turn on his phone, and violently lifted the covers, saying in annoyance, Bai Xiaoxing, what the are you up to? Bai Xiaoxing, however, was a bit shocked. Why is it different from before? Go 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 go. Zhao Qingfeng was so fired up that he couldn't communicate with her at all and wanted to kick Bai Xiaoxing out. Chapter 132, Bai Xiaoxing, I want to confess to my husband. Bai Xiaoxing rubbed her cheeks and said with a bad smile, hubby, you really bear to kick me out? Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, cut the crap, I'll give you 3 seconds. I'm not leaving. Bai Xiaoxing stretched her neck and stared at him stubbornly. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Qingfeng finished counting and saw that Bai Xiaoxing was still unmoved. The cool moonlight shone on her snow-white, polished skin like a fine work of art, emanating a luster. This caused Zhao Qingfeng's eyes to tremble. The earlier frightening jump on the roof was still fresh in my mind. Wanting to kick her right out, but not being able to do so, he said in annoyance, you're not leaving, are you? Fine fine, I'll go. With that, he pulled up his pants and left the room. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a while before the corners of her mouth curled into a moving smile. She then plopped down on Zhao Qingfeng's bed in one fell swoop, hugged the pillow and took a deep sniff, saying intoxicatedly, husband's smell. I was able to sleep in my husband's bed today, and tomorrow I'll be able to sleep together. Come on, Bai Xiaoxing, you're the best. The next day, Qingfeng, why are you sleeping here? Zhao Qingfeng was woken up by Bai Liyu's surprised voice and he opened his eyes in a daze. Sitting up from the couch, it took several seconds of slowing down before he said, what time is it? It's 7:30. Yikes, Bai Liyu said, suddenly exclaimed out in shock, and her face turned blood red as she hurried back into the room again. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, then looked down and was embarrassed. He lamented, what the is this? Blame it on Bai Xiaoxing. He got up and went into the bedroom and started to get dressed. Bai Xiaoxing woke up leisurely and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng come in, she said flirtatiously, hubby, getting up so early, why don't you sleep a little longer? Zhao Qingfeng didn't have the good sense to say, get lost, only, Bai Xiaoxing didn't care about his attitude. Instead, she switched from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, struck a seductive pose, and stretched out her fingers and hooked them. Come on Junior. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and he said stiffly, Bai Xiaoxing, don't give me an inch. After saying that, he also got dressed and went out in a hurry. Bai Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh when she felt that he was quite a bit of a runaway, reaching out and grabbing, hubby, where are you running to? After Zhao Qingfeng came out, he saw Bai Liyu come out as well. Her face was still red, some images lingering in her mind, and she didn't dare to look at Zhao Qingfeng. Both were actually embarrassed. Zhao Qingfeng then coughed lightly and said, what's to eat? I'll go make breakfast. Both. Bai Liyu's voice was surprisingly small. Zhao Qingfeng then nodded and went to the kitchen to make breakfast by himself. In just one day, everyone's relationship seemed to have subtly changed. If Chen Lexi knew that his own big step backward was exchanged for everyone's small step forward, I don't know what he would do. By the time breakfast was served, Bai Xiaoxing and Zhao Ye were both up as well. Zhao Yi was the happiest. There's her at home, there's mom and dad, and there's a great aunt. Bai Xiaoxing, on the other hand, was a bit suspicious, staring at Bai Liyu's expression and observing it for a long time before saying, sister, you're not right. You're the one who's not right. No, I really feel like you dash. Bai Liu was flustered and interrupted in annoyance. Cut the crap, hurry up and eat. Finish eating and get the hell to work. Oh, Bai Xiaoxing had no choice but to shut up helplessly. Zhao Qingfeng was the first to finish eating, so he got up and went out the door. I'm going to the office. Don't wash the dishes when you guys are done eating. I'll do it when I come back. With that, he left the house. Zhao Yiyi also finished eating quickly and said excitedly, Auntie, later on you'll take me to the park again. Okay? Play your ass off. Get on with your homework. Bai Xiaoxing glared at her. It's been over a month since summer vacation and you've only written a few sides. Don't you have any idea in your heart? Zhao Yiyi's face immediately collapsed and tentatively stretched out a finger. Then how about I write one side? Bai Xiaoxing sneered. At least 10 sides. Zhao Yiyi's expression then became frustrated, and although she was very reluctant, under her own mother's threatening eyes, she had no choice but to honestly go back to her room and do her homework. Bai Xiaoxing then said excitedly, Sister, I feel like my husband doesn't hate me that much anymore. Bai Liu froze for a moment and said hesitantly, Is it? Right. Bai Xiaoxing gleefully said, I have a feeling we'll get remarried soon. Ha! The corner of Bai Liu's mouth pulled out a smile. Alas, sis, aren't you happy? Your brother-in-law is coming back soon, so we'll have a family reunion, Bai Xiaoxing said with a smile. Bai Liu's eyes were, inexplicably, a little complicated. Hearing this news, the heart does not seem to be so happy. What's wrong with it? Seeing that Bai Liu didn't have much of a happy expression, Bai Xiaoxing's smile slowly tightened, and she stared at her sister, gradually frowning, and said, Sister, it seems like you have something on your mind? Bai Liu's heart jumped and she busily said, what can I have on my mind? Nope, you definitely have something on your mind, Bai Xiaoxing said with certainty. When Bai Liu's thoughts turned, she said coldly, I think you're rejoicing too early. Even though Zhang Zixuan is dead, the matter of that person is not yet over. Bai Xiaoxing's face decidedly changed, and said with some affliction, It seems like it. After thinking about it, she suddenly said with determination, Sister, do you think I should find a chance to confess to my husband? He should forgive me, right? Bai Liu said in surprise. You want to confess? Aha. Bai Xiaoxing nodded with some hesitation. Bai Liu pondered for a few seconds before saying, You and Xingfeng are now having a hard time easing their relationship. If you confess, maybe the relationship will drop to the freezing point again, and it is also possible that you will be kicked out like Chen Lexi. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing then opened his eyes wide and muttered, This shouldn't be the case. Bai Liu coughed lightly. Anyway, you decide for yourself. I'm going to my room. With that, she left the restaurant. Bai Xiaoxing didn't move. Her heart trembled when she thought of Chen Lexi's ending last night, and finally shook her head back and forth, feeling that her sister had a point. No, I'd better not say anything. My husband and I became like this now because of Zhang Zixuan, and Zhang Zixuan is already dead, so our relationship naturally will be slowly repaired. There is no need to make an extra branch because of that person. While Bai Liu was inside her room, her heart was actually in a mess. In the past, she had advised Bai Xiaoxing to confess, but today, somehow, she had subconsciously told Bai Xiaoxing not to confess. After thinking for a long time, she gave herself a reason. It's hard for the family to be harmonious. If she confesses, Xingfeng and her sister will 80% fight again. Other side, Zhao Qingfeng drove the old Audi back to the company. When he arrived at the office, he called Lu Yong in and said, Little Lu, help me call out to General Manager Zhou. Lu Yong nodded and went out. Within moments, Zhou Mei knocked on the door and entered the office. She asked with concern, Xingfeng, have you resolved the matter at home? Settled. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and smiled. Xiao Ran should have called you yesterday. Chapter 133. Yeah. Zhou Mei nodded her head. She received Su Qiuran's call last night and her hanging heart was released. Zhao Qingfeng said, Alright, continuing on yesterday's topic. Has Zhang Feng contacted you yet? Zhou Mei said, Contacted and met with him at noon today. That fast? Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Mei bit her lip and said, He still wants to communicate with me about joining 9 May. Do you want to go with me? Zhao Qingfeng smiled. The reason he called Zhou Mei over was because of this very thing. In reason, he should go. Simply put, he is now the chairman of 9 May, and Zhang Feng still wants to hit 9 May. He can't pretend that he doesn't know. Zhao Qingfeng said, Okay, I'll go with you later. A hint of joy surfaced on Zhou Mei's face as she said, Good. By noon, Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei went out together, and Zhao Qingfeng said, Take my car. Sitting in his old Audi, Zhou Mei laughed. Qingfeng, this car doesn't match your current status anymore. Why don't you get a different car? Go on the company's account. Zhao Qingfeng touched the familiar steering wheel and said, This car has been with me for years and I'm used to driving it, but the company does need to purchase a few luxury cars. There are times when platitudes are important. When Zhou Mei sniffed, she didn't say anything else. It was just that Zhao Qingfeng's words let her know that Zhao Qingfeng was genuinely looking out for the company, rather than pocketing the company's benefits for himself, which made Zhou Mei feel very comfortable. It took less than 20 minutes to arrive at the Tenant City Plaza. After Zhao Qingfeng parked his car, he subconsciously glanced in one direction. Over there was the direction of the condensation law firm. Zhao Qingfeng recalled the day he came to the condensation law firm and revealed a thoughtful look. "Qingfeng, what are you looking over there for?" Zhou Mei asked curiously. Zhao Qingfeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "It's nothing." The few people walked into the square and reached a building with very ornate decorations. Zhou Mei stopped and said, "This is the place." Zhao Qingfeng looked up at the signboard hanging, "Haitian Feast," and walked in with Zhou Mei. To a box. Zhang Feng had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Zhou Mei, his eyes lit up, so he stepped out and said, "Sister Mei, I finally got you out of your appointment. Come on in." Zhou Mei nodded and said to Zhao Qingfeng, "Mr. Zhao, go in." Usually in private, she only called Qingfeng, and outside she was referred to as Mr. Zhao. When Zhang Feng saw Zhao Qingfeng next to him, he froze for a moment and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sitting inside the box, the table was already set with a few exquisite cold dishes. Zhang Feng said, "Sister Mei, I don't know what you want to eat, so I didn't take it upon myself to order. The menu is here. Take a look." With that, he handed Zhou Mei the menu. Zhou Mei waved her hand and smiled. "Zhang Feng, there's no need to be so polite, just keep an eye on it." Zhang Feng directly called the waiter in, and in one breath, ordered 7 or 8 dishes that sounded very high in name. Then the atmosphere went quiet. "Mei, Zhang Feng." Very suddenly, Zhou Mei and Zhang Feng unexpectedly spoke at the same time. Zhao Qingfeng watched from the side and his cheeks twitched, thinking that he shouldn't be here. Zhou Mei glanced at Zhao Qingfeng with some embarrassment before saying, "Zhang Feng, you go ahead." Zhang Feng nodded his head and said, "Sister Mei, we've known each other for so long, and you know my character. Today, I'm not going to sell out. I know that 9 Mei's contract with Ride Wind Group has expired, and I'm afraid that the next step will be very difficult. But with me, 9 Mei's crisis can be easily solved." He only knew that Zhao Qingfeng had inexplicably taken a stake in 9 Mei, but he didn't know about the cooperation between 9 Mei and Star Labs. Zhou Mei smiled and said, "Zhang Feng, for you to be able to say these words, for you to want to help me, deep down, I am very grateful." Zhang Feng gently smiled and continued, "Sister Mei, it's very strange for you to say such words. To be honest, Zhou Mei's life is not easy. I am more anxious than you. As long as you open your mouth, no matter if it is a lack of people or lack of projects or lack of money, it is all wrapped up in me." He patted his chest and swore. Zhou Mei hesitated. "This is not appropriate. Mei, why are you saying such things?" Again? Zhang Feng was a little dissatisfied, not caring that Zhao Qingfeng was beside him. His eyes just stared at Zhou Mei. "As long as I can do for you, it's all I'm willing to do. Not to mention these extraneous things. It's just my heart. As long as Sister Mei opens her mouth, I'll give it to you as well." Zhao Qingfeng listened and ate up in his heart. "You want to confess? Can you do it in private?" "Only on the surface." Zhang Feng's eyes were serious and his tone was sincere, as if he was showing his true feelings, coupled with the fact that Zhang Feng already had a high face value and an illustrious family history. If Zhao Qingfeng hadn't intervened, it wouldn't have been possible to say that it would have been a success. Zhou Mei was stared at by Zhang Feng's hot gaze. Her heart was a little flustered, but she still shook her head and said, "Zhang Feng, you know, Zhou Mei was left behind by my father. Before Zhou Mei gets up, I won't think about these things." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng became a bit disappointed. In his heart, he was also annoyed. In his opinion, Zhou Mei was originally the dish on the plate, and was able to eat it at any time. Obviously waiting for the end of 9 Mei's contract with the Ride Group was the time to load the bases. And then things went inexplicably wrong. Zhang Xian was upset, but still said, "Sister Mei, it actually doesn't matter. I like you. I'm willing to work with you to make 9 Mei bigger, and as long as you're happy, I can help you, and I can even do without the shares. Now is not the time to dwell on these interests. As long as we can take down Zhou Mei cannot run away even if she makes it big." Zhang Zhu was clear in his mind on this point. Zhou Mei then looked up with some surprise. "No shares? Right." Zhang Feng reached out, covering Zhou Mei's white palm, and said seriously, "Sister Mei, marry me. Zhou Mei, even if it's difficult, there's me with you. We'll get through it together." Only, the performance still didn't impress Zhou Mei. Her palm retracted as if she had been electrocuted, and her gaze looked at Zhao Qingfeng, containing a plea for help. Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart and felt that he couldn't continue eating melons, so he calmly said, "Zhang Feng, your words are a bit much." Zhang Feng coldly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, What does it have to do with you if I talk to Sister May about Jiu Mei? You should know that I'm the chairman of 9 May. So what? Are you going to ride out the storm with me? Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette and said with a light smile, go to your mom to tide over the difficulties. Zhang Feng is very annoyed. If it is not this guy, today we'll definitely be able to take Zhou Mei. He has always known that 9 May is the lifeblood of Zhou Mei, so he has been waiting for 9 May to have a crisis, and even multiply the wind in 9 May to cancel the cooperation, which also has the shadow of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng stared at Zhao Qingfeng and said word for word, without the one from the Chun family. What are you? At those words, Zhao Qingfeng came to a realization. Sure enough, it was because of the little pervert's intimidating power that made Zhang Feng not take any action. He laughed softly. I'll return this sentence to you as well. Without the Zhang family, what are you? The two had just opened their mouths, and the atmosphere was tense with swords. Chapter 134, Chen Lexi is seriously ill. Boy, you've got a lot of nerve. Zhang Feng stared at Zhao Qingfeng and said coldly. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly said, I heard that you have a younger brother named Zhang Zixuan and a young mom named Zhang Xiu. I wonder if that's true. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When Zhang Feng heard these two names, his face suddenly changed, and he even reached out and pointed at Zhao Qingfeng. They're worthy? Where did you hear that from? Mentioning these two names, do you want to die? His reaction is very abnormal. These two people really have a relationship with the Zhang family. Zhao Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and his heart secretly pondered. It seems that we have to think of a way to send the Zhang family and Tiannan a ride. At this time, Zhou Mei said angrily, Zhang Feng, Mr. Zhao is also my friend. It's too much for you to say that. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath to suppress the violent anger in his heart before pulling out a wisp of a smile. Sister May, naturally, I won't see eye to eye with him, and since you've opened your mouth, I'll give this face. It was impossible for the Chen family girl to be here all the time, and with Zhao Qingfeng's background, it was impossible for the Chen family to look at him. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed a ferocious light. Without the protection of the Chen family, it is the time to pack up your time. Now, first endure. Zhao Qingfeng's expression was stoic, and in his heart, he was mulling over some plans. Zhou Mei stood up at this time and said, Zhang Feng, I still have to thank you for your kindness. However, now that 9 May has changed ownership, Mr. Zhao and I have discussed it and won't accept anyone else into the company, so I can only say sorry. Zhao Qingfeng also stood up. Zhang Feng's eyes were gloomy, but he still smiled and said, Sister May, let's eat before we leave. Zhou Mei looked at her watch and said, we have other things to do, so we'll leave first. The two had almost gotten into a fight earlier, and it wouldn't be a good atmosphere to continue staying for dinner. Wait for the two to leave. Zhang Feng's smile gradually stiffened on his face. After a long moment, he snapped into a violent rage, reaching out and lifting a handful of dishes off the table onto the floor. Wow! The waiter heard the noise and rushed in, looking at the mess just a bit dumbfounded. Get out! Zhang Feng roared hoarsely. The waiter didn't dare to say anything more and hurried out. Zhang Feng gasped for air, a ferocious light surfaced in his eyes, and said through clenched teeth, Zhao Qingfeng, you wait for me. Zhou Mei is mine. Your ex-wife is also mine. Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei once again returned to the car. Zhou Mei thought for a moment before saying, Qingfeng, don't take it personally. Zhang Feng is after all the heir to the Zhang family in Tiannan. Her meaning was clear. The Zhang family was powerful. Try not to offend. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, I know in my heart. Tiannan Zhang family? It's the Tainan Zhang family. Now that he was basically sure that Zhang Zixuan and Zhang Xiu were both related to the tenant Zhang family, then he would have to take some action. Zhang Tianxiang and Zhang Feng, these two people, were bound to die. But then again, you're not moved by Zhang Feng's conditions just now. Give people if you want them, give money if you want them, and don't even take shares. TSK. Zhao Qingfeng changed the topic. Zhou Mei was annoyed. Can you not mention which pot is which? If I had this in mind, would it still be your turn? What do you mean it's my turn? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes widened. Mr. Zhou, the two of us only have a cooperative relationship. Don't say something that will make people misunderstand, okay? Zhou Mei's face turned red, so she raised her hand. Bah, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. I'll beat you to death. Don't around. Drive. Zhao Qingfeng said in a hurry. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense. Zhou Mei glared at him. Quite a bit of flavor now. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. That's more like it. Zhou Mei thought about it. Her expression became a little worried and said, Zhang Feng's character. I still understand some of his character. He is a person, more overbearing, and what he wants will definitely get his hands on it. I think he will not be willing to stop. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a moment before saying, there's no need to worry. Commercially we have the Star One white bottle. he can only watch us take off. As for other means, you have the Su family as a relationship. He won't dare to touch you. What about you? Zhou Mei looked at Zhao Qingfeng with some worry in her eyes. Zhao Qingfeng smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry about me. In this society, even with a strong background, some rules still have to be followed. For example, the Zhang family would have scruples and not dare to act rashly because of Chen Lexi. And Zhao Qingfeng? He had transcendent powers, and in a way, he could not have to follow the rules, and if he really wanted to play, he was not even on the same level." Seeing that he was confident, Zhou Mei breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She felt that Zhao Qingfeng was in danger because of her, so there was guilt within her. To the company, Zhao Qingfeng told Zhou Mei to get out of the car. Zhou Mei then asked unexpectedly, "Aren't you going back to the office? I've got something to do. I've got to go out." Okay. Zhao Qingfeng left the company and contacted Bai Chenyang. When Bai Chenyang received his call, he said without a trace of anger, "What the are you calling me for again? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you have a better attitude?" Black lines appeared on Zhao Qingfeng's forehead as he said with dissatisfaction. Bai Chenyang sneered, "It's impossible for me to have a good attitude towards you. If you have something to say it, and if you have a fart, let it go." Zhao Qingfeng said, "I want to find a private detective. A professional one." Bai Chenyang's voice, tinged with thick caution. "What do you need that for? Cha Xiaoxing? What are you thinking?" Zhao Qingfeng was speechless and said, "Just tell me if there is one." Bai Chenyang was silent for a few seconds before reluctantly saying, "Yes, he has a branch in Tiannan. I'll have someone greet him. You can just go over directly." Only then was Zhao Qingfeng satisfied. "Okay, hanging up." "Don't hang up yet. Let me ask you something. You asked, is Ryu living in your house?" Uing hung up. Zhao Qingfeng hung up and waited in the car for a minute. It was then that he saw Bai Chenyang send a location over, along with a flaming angry emoji. He didn't reply, either, and drove straight there, based on the location. Autumn Maple Detective Agency. Zhao Qingfeng, according to the positioning, found this detective agency, looked outside. The decoration is gorgeous, large scale. Walking in, the front desk lady revealed a sweet smile. "Hello sir." "Hi, I was referred by a friend," Zhao Qingfeng said, always feeling that his words were more appropriate for some other scenario. The receptionist hurriedly asked, "Is that Mr. Zhao?" "Right. You please come with me." Not long after, Zhao Qingfeng was brought to the manager's office. "Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm the manager of the Tiannan branch. My name is Rongyi." A man around 40 years old rushed forward and enthusiastically extended his hand. The chairman personally ordered just now, so he didn't dare to slack off. The other party's attitude made Zhao Qingfeng recognize Bai Chenyang's connections. Without any nonsense, he directly took out 2 photos from inside his cell phone, handed them to Rongyi, and said, "Mr. Rong, please arrange to follow these 2 people." Rongyi took one look and was shocked. "This man," Zhao Qingfeng laughed, "the Zhang family is extraordinary in Tiannan. Can you take it?" Rongyi's face changed, hesitated for a few seconds, and gritted his teeth. "I'll take it." Zhao Qingfeng nodded. This was the reason why he wanted to contact Bai Chenyang. After all, the Zhang family in Tiannan was powerful. If he just looked for them, he couldn't say that they still had a relationship with the Zhang family, and then it would be a mess. As for the Bai and Su family's bodyguards and the like, they weren't professionals after all, and weren't suited for this kind of thing. For example, the last time he followed Zhao Qingfeng, he found out at once. Zhao Qingfeng pointed to another photo and said, "Zhang Feng must have bodyguards around him, so it's not good to keep an eye on him at all times. But this woman, you must keep an eye on her for me." "No problem." After staying at the detective agency for about half an hour, Zhao Qingfeng came out. The next few days passed calmly and peacefully. Friday, August 8th, $300 million of loans finally came down. Zhao Qingfeng, heart of the big stone, finally landed. To celebrate, he and Zhou Mei, along with some of the company's executives, had a meal at the Tiannan Hotel. In the evening, Zhao Qingfeng, who had drunk some wine, didn't let anyone send him off, but walked back slowly by himself. The evening breeze still feels pleasant. The wine has also sobered up quite a bit. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce quietly drove up next to him. Then a middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Zhao Qingfeng frowned when he saw him. The middle-aged man said, "Hello Mr. Zhao. My surname is Wang. You can call me Butler Wang." Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "Chen Lexi sent you?" Butler Wang instantly became sad and shook his head. "No." Zhao Qingfeng wondered and inquired, "Then what are you doing here at night looking for me?" Wang Butler sighed softly. "Miss, is sick, very sick." Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled. "The little pervert is sick?" He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "It has nothing to do with me." With that, he turned around and walked away. In the back, Butler Wang said helplessly, Miss refuses to take medicine or injections, and now has a persistent high fever of almost 40 degrees. Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and gritted his teeth as he continued to walk forward. Only as he walked, his steps grew slower and slower. Eventually, a complete stop. Turning back, he said, "Take me there." Chapter 135. Zhao Qingfeng, who almost couldn't hold on. Butler Wang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pulled open the car door. "After you." Zhao Qingfeng didn't dawdle and directly sat in the back row. On the way, he gazed calmly out the window. A scene from the period of time with Chen Lexi was recalled in his mind. She can be described as a bit stupid, but definitely not bad. Sighing lightly, Zhao Qingfeng inquired, "Why is she sick?" Wang Butler sat in the co-pilot and glanced at Zhao Qingfeng from the center console rearview mirror before saying, "After Miss went back, she was soulful for a few days, and she fell ill the day before yesterday. Actually, she didn't say that she wanted to look for you, so it was me who took matters into my own hands." After thinking about it, he added, "Miss has always been heartless. It's the first time I've seen her like this." Zhao Qingfeng was silent. The little pervert was good to him. He couldn't deny that. And the cascade of quirky offenses made it difficult for him to defend himself much of the time. That being said, with her offense, her delicate and attractive face, and that exaggerated to the point of being a ride, what man wouldn't be confused? Although Zhao Qingfeng was said to be able to restrain himself and not cross the line, but any man who came across a girl like little pervert would find it hard to say that he was completely unmoved. He also had this aspect in mind when he kicked out Chen Lexi. Both sides' families, their ages, are destined to go very far. The car was soundproofed so well that neither of them were talking, and before they knew it, they had reached a lake. This is one of the more famous koi lakes in Tennant. There was a small island in the center of the lake, with only a bridge to get across. Except that the bridge was guarded and ordinary people were not allowed to pass. The car drove straight onto the island and stopped in front of a villa. Butler Wang hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhao, Miss is staying here. You can quickly go in." There were a lot of bodyguards outside, only they all looked away, pretending not to see Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and walked straight into the villa. There were quite a few people in there too, but they were basically all women. There were some bodyguards, and servants like nannies. The decor is extremely minimalist, yet not overly luxurious. Zhao Qingfeng observed the circle before sighing. The little pervert was worthy of being the princess of the capital circle. At this point, a nanny came down from the second floor and froze when she saw Zhao Qingfeng, inquiring, "Are you?" "My last name is Zhou." Zhao Qingfeng introduced himself. The nanny said in surprise, "You're Mr. Zhao, you finally come. Come up with me quickly." With that, she came down to pull Zhao Qingfeng. The expression was eager as hell. Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, "Big sister, I'll just go up by myself." The nanny smiled in embarrassment when she noticed the rudeness. Then, Zhao Qingfeng was led to the second floor, and the nanny sighed, "Miss has a high fever." The doctor showed her and wanted to send her to the hospital, but as a result, she refused to die. "We had no choice, so we asked the doctor if there was another way, and the doctor said." Saying that, she gazed at Zhao Qingfeng with some hesitation. Zhao Qingfeng said, "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said it's a heart condition, and I don't know what the whole thing is." The nanny said it anyway, only in a tone that was all a bit scolding. Zhao Qingfeng does not know that this big sister must have scolded him in her heart, but to put it bluntly, this matter is not made by Chen Lexi herself? Shaking his head, he ignored the nanny and pushed the door open. Room. Chen Lexi was lying on the bed, covered with a thin blanket, her eyes closed and already asleep, her face red at first glance. Zhao Qingfeng closed the door and gently walked over, reaching out to probe on her forehead. The rolling temperature made him mentally startled, and the fever was still high. He couldn't help but say, "This little pervert, even if it's okay to make someone else, why did he make his body like this?" What used to be bouncy and playful had now turned into a sickly child, causing Zhao Qingfeng's tone to be a little worried. It had to be said that Chen Lexi's face value was actually very high, and at the age of 19, when she was sick, she was even more delicate, moving and compassionate. Of course, the blanket that covered her was higher and rippled with highs and lows. Zhao Qingfeng was worried in his heart, so he turned around, ready to go out and yell for someone to get the little pervert out to the doctor. Only, just as he was about to go out, Chen Lexi woke up in a daze. She was startled when she saw that a man's back was actually in the room, and weakly cried out, "Who?" Zhao Qingfeng turned back and said, "You're awake?" When Chen Lexi saw that it was him, she was all stunned for a moment and immediately tried to sit up in excitement. "Brother Qingfeng, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly walked over, supported her, and said, "Having a *king dream, am I still someone to impersonate?" "Not." Chen Lexi's eyes trembled, pursed her lips and said, "I thought, you wouldn't care about me anymore. We're still friends." The blanket was about to slide down, and Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly held it down. Chen Lexi was pressed by him, blushed slightly, and said, I sweated a lot, and my clothes are soaked, so just stop. I know, no need to explain. I have tried very hard not to reverie. You explain, it is easy to let people hold off. Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her. You had better sleep for a while now. I will go to call an ambulance to come over. There has been a great deal of problems with fever. No. Chen Lexi suddenly pulled Zhao Qingfeng's hand and said in a trembling voice, Brother Qingfeng, don't go. Stay here with me for a while, okay? Zhao Qingfeng lowered his head and saw longing in her eyes, as well as fear. After thinking about it, he sat on the edge of her bed and said, okay, I'll sit here for a while. It's only been a week. How did you get like this? With a happy look in her eyes, Chen Lexi grabbed his hand as if she was afraid that he would leave, and even tried to pull it inside the quilt. Zhao Qingfeng naturally didn't allow it, so he slightly pushed so that she didn't pull. It wasn't that he didn't have feelings for the little pervert. It was just that a normal explosive placed there had better be as far away from the source of ignition as possible, or it would go off and have an accident. Chen Lexi could feel his resistance and her expression became a bit gloomy. Softly, he said, Brother Qingfeng, I was once in darkness, and it was you who pulled me towards the light, and then, you personally pushed me inside the darkness. After leaving Zhao Qingfeng, she started having nightmares. After her near death that day, her soul almost left her body, and the dead feeling of a world full of darkness broke her. But Zhao Qingfeng never appeared in the dream, nor did he reach out those strong hands to hold down her shoulders and tell her in a gentle voice, don't be afraid, you'll be fine. Every night she spent in despair, waking up from a nightmare and continuing to have nightmares after a good night's sleep, week after week, so she got sick. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh when he heard her words. When did you get into all this fancy literature? What light and darkness? I'm just telling you to go home. I said we're still friends, don't think nonsense. But I'm scared. Chen Lexi held his hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. Her voice was a little choked, saying, I know I'm an asshole, and I'm selfish, and I don't want them to steal Brother Qingfeng from me. It's all my fault, but can you give me a chance? Don't ignore me. I'll never be jealous again. I'll never be selfish again. I'll apologize to them, okay? Chapter 136 Zhao Qingfeng who couldn't hold it into himself. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a few seconds and said, Lexi, you should indeed apologize to them. You were so wrong about this matter. Chen Lexi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and looked blearily at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and continued, it might just be a prank to you, but you saw by Xiaoxing's reaction. If this kind of thing happened to you, what would you think? Chen Lexi was a bit stunned. In fact, when she did those things, she didn't think too much. She just thought that they would leave Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng continued, in other words, if they've been kept in the dark, this maneuver of yours is equal to ruining two people's lives. Chen Lexi pursed her lips, and there were tears flashing in her eyes. Zhao Qingfeng sighed lightly. There's nothing wrong with being selfish. Anyone is selfish, and that includes me, like Bai Xiaoxing. If I wasn't selfish, why would I divorce her? In other words, if there's no possessiveness, it proves that the other person is not important in your heart. But in the premise of selfishness is not to hurt friends, such as Su Qiuran. I told you this because I hope you learn from your mistakes. Chen Lexi's tears couldn't help but slide down as she sobbed. I don't care who I lose. I just can't lose Brother Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit unable to block it, so he said with a stern face, we are friends, and we can only be friends. Chen Lexi's tears increased even more. She suddenly thought of something and got up with strong support. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to stop it, but it was too late, so he could only turn his head sideways, forcibly restraining himself from looking at it, and lamented in his heart, sinning Chen Lexi took out a glass jar in the nightstand next to her, then holding it up in front of Zhao Qingfeng, he trembled and said, Brother Qingfeng, you promised me that as long as I folded 14 little stars, you would promise me one thing. Zhao Qingfeng's entire body froze when he saw the jar. Inside the jar, it was filled with small, colorful stars, the bottom little half of which was crooked, while up to the top, it was folded more and more nicely. This jar, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly recalled that when he was in college, the 14 stars he folded were given to Bai Xiaoxing. In those days, each one was folded with a smile, and the jar was full of love and anticipation of what was to come. Zhao Qingfeng moved and subconsciously reached out to catch the jar. Chen Lexi said carefully, Brother Qingfeng, I hope you don't hate me, okay? Looking at the jar filled with stars, Zhao Qingfeng had emotions rolling in his eyes as he said, is it just this? Aha! Chen Lexi held out a finger. Only this. Zhao Qingfeng exhaled a breath and laughed. I never hated you. At those words, light appeared in Chen Lexi's eyes. As she looked at Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks, her heart couldn't help but thump, and at a certain moment, she finally couldn't control herself and stretched out her white arms, hugging Zhao Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng, impulsive, You're too impulsive. Zhao Qingfeng was caught off guard, so he was let by the little pervert, and he exclaimed in his heart. Only, this time, there was no more pushing away, and the whole person was on the verge of losing control, and said in a hard voice, Lexi, you have to go to the doctor. Chen Lexi tilted her head in his arms, her red lips slightly opening. Brother Qingfeng, you are my best medicine. Her body was soft and hot, and she hugged him tightly, causing Zhao Qingfeng's breathing to become ragged. Chen Lexi didn't feel like playing with fire in the slightest, and Zhao Qingfeng's expression even made her heart rejoice. Zhao Qingfeng said with difficulty, Lexi, alright, I have to go. I forbid you to go. Chen Lexi delicately hummed, and actually directly pushed herself up and kissed Zhao Qingfeng. Now, Zhao Qingfeng's mind buzzed and almost exploded. There was also drinking in the evening, and I don't know if it was drunk or human. In short, Zhao Qingfeng was now drunk and completely unable to hold it. At that moment, he reached out and placed his hand on Chen Lexi's smooth spine, immediately turning against him. Chen Lexi's eyes widened, revealing intense joy. Next, neither of the two were able to speak while Zhao Qingfeng's hands began to navigate with precision. Only, Chen Lexi was surprisingly more precise. This completely ignites the gunpowder and could explode at any time. In the nick of time, in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, a trace of lucidity surfaced, and with a willpower of steel, he forced himself to get up and said, You still have a fever. I'll go out and get some medicine. After saying that, he straightened his clothes and went out as if he had fled. Chen Lexi froze for a while, feeling not up and down, before pouting her lips and said, What's the matter? It's just one step away from success. How can you give up halfway? Brother Qingfeng, you are too useless. However, the next second she couldn't help but smile happily. The smile tightened as he laughed and reached out for 2 more empty scratches. The movie is all a lie. Well, Qingfeng brother he, hiss, will not die. With that, she couldn't help but shiver. When Zhao Qingfeng brought the medicine in, he still heard Chen Lexi muttering, You don't even want to experience 39 degrees. You won't get that chance later. Zhao Qingfeng pretended that he didn't hear it. He had calmed down during the effort of flushing the medicine just now. At this moment, he carried the medicine and said to Chen Lexi, Alright, it's time to take the medicine. Chen Lexi blossomed into a big smile. Her gaze never left Zhao Qingfeng, and she nodded her head fiercely. Aha! In terms of her mental state, she's just gotten a lot better, at a rate that's visible to the naked eye. Zhao Qingfeng didn't nag, took the bowl of medicine and handed it to her mouth. Without the kind of dogged plot of a TV drama where you feed it with a spoon one by one. The medicine is already bitter, but if you drink it like this, it'll kill you. You can only do it the right way by drying the tongue in one go while it's not paying attention. This is the Chinese medicine prescribed by the doctor. It says it's a bit bitter, so prepare yourself mentally. Zhao Qingfeng held the bowl and urged. Chen Lexi held the bowl and drank it in one gulp without hesitation, then impatiently said, Brother Qingfeng gave me the medicine at my end. It's definitely sweet. You. Before the words were even finished, the smell rushed up and almost made Chen Lexi vomit. She then said bitterly, It's really bitter. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud. Let's see if you're still pretending. Chen Lexi's eyes twinkled and said, I feel like it will take at least a month for me to get better. Brother Qingfeng, will you stay here with me for a month first? You're thinking about fart food. Zhao Qingfeng said without even thinking. I have to go to work. Missy, ouch. It's more than 12 o'clock. No, I have to go. With that, he was ready to get his feet wet. Only, seeing Chen Lexi's disappointed eyes, he sighed in his heart and said, Forget it, I'll stay with you for a while. Chen Lexi's face instantly improved and she said with a playful smile, Brother Qingfeng is the best. The little pervert is like that. His likes and dislikes are completely written on his face. Zhao Qingfeng sat on the head of the bed, and then said, I'll say it in advance. You give me a quiet lie down, and you're not allowed to engage in any inappropriate behavior, okay? Currently the characters are right, the place is right, and the time is right. So if it happens again Zhao Qingfeng doesn't know if he can still top it. He is pessimistic that another cliffhanger is unlikely. The only way to be safe is to educate the horse first and keep her from running off the edge of the cliff again. Chapter 137, The Changing Face of Chen Lexi. Chen Lexi blinked and asked, What do you mean by improper behavior? Zhao Qingfeng blackened his face and said, Don't you give me a hard time. Who the is hip to you, Brother Qingfeng, I love you so much. Ahem, it's quite a nice day. Seeing that he did not respond positively, Chen Lexi was a bit discouraged, but she was also motivated because she also knew today that Zhao Qingfeng wasn't completely devoid of feelings for her. Of course, it actually has to do with the environment. If at home, with Zhao Yi's factor present, then Zhao Qingfeng would definitely hang on to his horse, and even if the horse had fallen below the cliff, he would have to pull on the rope and yank it up. It was also out there that he let himself go a bit today. For a while, Chen Lexi pillowed on Zhao Qingfeng's thigh and said quietly, Brother Qingfeng, How nice it would be if you could always stay with me like this. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said in a serious tone, Lexi, maybe saying this will seem like I'm irresponsible, but we really aren't suitable. I'm very old, and there's Yi Yi. Chen Lexi didn't get too frustrated and changed her position. Her gaze looked at his cheeks, her eyes like stars shining. She smiled and said, it's okay, it's appropriate to get along. I'll try my best to get used to it. No, you adapt to a hammer. Zhao Qingfeng's mouth corner twitched. Speak properly, don't move on the highway. Hey, Chen Lexi was full of concern. You're not that old, and I really like Yi Yi too. It's just that girl, she seems to hate me a bit. Zhao Qingfeng thought that Zhao Ye was still concerned that Chen Lexi wasn't home, so he said, she doesn't hate you. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up, so she asked, then why didn't she call me mom? Zhao Qingfeng felt that the little pervert's brain circuits were more or less not the same as a normal person's, so he helplessly said, these two, it seems that they don't have any correlation, right? What kind of kid likes someone and calls them mom? Chen Lexi skimmed her lips. Fine. Zhao Qingfeng's expression became serious and said, Lexi, no matter what happens in the future, the body is the capital of the revolution. If you are sick, you have to go to the hospital. You can't be like this anymore. Understand? Aha. When Chen Lexi heard this, she gave a hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother Qingfeng, you shouldn't ignore me either. I'm so scared that if I'm separated from you, I might as well die. What a silly thing to say. Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her, and the little pervert's emotions didn't know where they came from. So fiery. I didn't say anything stupid. I meant what I said. Chen Lexi adjusted her posture again so that she could pillow herself more comfortably, and looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said seriously, Brother Qingfeng, you are my medicine. Look how much better I am already. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit uncomfortable by her pillow, so he reached out to hold the back of her head and said, that's because you just drank the medicine. Fine beads of sweat had appeared on Chen Lexi's forehead. Sweating basically means the fever is going down, which is a good thing. The two just chatted casually. I don't know how long it took, but Zhao Qingfeng suddenly realized that Chen Lexi wasn't replying. He then lowered his head to see that Chen Lexi had her eyes closed and had fallen asleep at some point. Looking at her peaceful sleeping posture, Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably smiled. I thought to myself that if she could change some of her bad habits, she wouldn't be an ideal type of girlfriend. The next second, though, he shook his head. Thinking about what? He then placed Chen Lexi gently on the bed and left the room. Only just as he got up, Chen Lexi woke up with a start. After Zhao Qingfeng went downstairs, discover that even in the middle of the night, there are nannies and bodyguards faithfully keeping watch. And Butler Wang didn't sleep either. He sat on the sofa and when he saw Zhao Qingfeng come down, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Zhao, how is Miss? Drinking the medicine and sleeping now. It won't take more than a few days to recover, Zhao Qingfeng said. Butler Wang's face lit up with joy and said, that's good, that's good. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a few seconds before saying, Butler Wang, Lexi's parents are not here, and as butler bodyguards, aside from being responsible for her safety, there are some things that you can't just let go. Just like before, when she was racing around, being in the company of some punks, and before that, you guys should have to stop it. Originally, these words shouldn't have come from him, but the current situation made it obvious that Chen Lexi's family was in the capital, and Tannen only has the eldest uncle, or a feudal official. That level of characters day to day, there is no way to have time to care about her. When Butler Wang heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, perhaps Miss is different in front of you than in front of others. We can't control it, and we don't dare to control it. To tell you the truth, I've already reported to the capital about what happened last time, and there were only 2 words in the reply from there. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Which 2 words? Butler Wang sighed and said, let her be. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng's brows furrowed even tighter. How could a parent have this attitude? However, on second thought, different family backgrounds would have different ways of dealing with things, and perhaps in their view, Chen Lexi's behavior was just a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, he shook his head, and without any interest in continuing the exchange, he said, alright then, I'll leave first, please arrange for a car to take me back. It should. Butler Wang nodded repeatedly, then pulled out a check from inside his pocket and said, Mr. Zhao, the capital already knows about you coming over today. The check can be filled out to 9 digits. The numbers are random. How much do you think? Take that paper and tear it up. Just then, an icy voice came from the stairs. Butler Wang was startled and hurriedly looked over to find Chen Lexi, who was dressed, holding the stairs and walking down step by step. Only the expression looked surprisingly angry. Butler Wang instantly grimaced bitterly and said, Miss, this is Madame's order. Chen Lexi didn't say a word and walked down to grab the check directly from Wang Butler's hand. Then without hesitation, He tore it up and stared at him coldly. Do you think that brother Qingfeng came over here for money? Butler Wang immediately stopped speaking. Chen Lexi added, if my mom really had the heart, she would have come to Tiannan a long time ago, instead of sitting around in the capital and pointing fingers. Her voice was cold, her eyes even colder. After all, it is me who carries all. Wang Butler said helplessly. It is my problem. Chen Lexi pointed at the ground and said coldly, from now on, it's not allowed to insult brother Qingfeng with such things. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously lowered his head, glanced at the crumbs of the check on the ground, and couldn't help but think in his heart, although I don't care about $999,999,000, this kind of insult is not something I care about very much. Chen Lexi turned her head again, and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng's silence, her expression changed drastically, and she hugged his arm, pleasingly saying, brother Qingfeng, don't be angry. I know you're worried about me. My mom is just too realistic. I'll definitely talk about her. What else could Zhao Qingfeng say when things had come to this? He then coughed softly and said, all right, hurry up and go to bed, and tweet me if you need anything. Chen Lexi hummed. She was actually very sleepy. At this moment she was just bracing herself to go downstairs, wanting to see Zhao Qingfeng off. Next, she watched Zhao Qingfeng get into the car, and she stayed for a long time until the car's taillights disappeared into the night. P.S. Trying to code 3 more chapters tonight. Then, electricity. Get it? Chapter 138 by Xiaoxing's Disillusionment. Sitting in the car, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was calm. That check just now actually means a lot. Chen Lexi's mother, presumably a magical noblewoman who knew everything, handed him an astronomical check through the hand of her housekeeper, was trying to tell him that this was just the deal, and Chen Lexi obviously also saw it at a glance, so she didn't hesitate to stop it. She didn't want to adulterate her relationship with brother Qingfeng, and her mother's attitude made her angry inside. Mr. Zhao, it's here. Without realizing it, the car came to a stop and the driver said respectfully from the front. Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses, so he said, okay, please. When I got out of the car, I realized it was after 2 o'clock. Zhao Qingfeng smoked a cigarette downstairs before going home. Honey, why are you so late? Bai Xiaoxing was still awake, and when she saw him enter the room, she came over and said. Zhao Qingfeng asked, where's Yi Yi? Long gone to bed. As Bai Xiaoxing spoke, her delicate nose suddenly wrinkled as she stared at Zhao Qingfeng and said suspiciously, you have a smell on you. Zhao Qingfeng changed his shoes and said coldly, please stay away from me. Bai Xiaoxing ignored, came to him and sniffed carefully, then her face changed, picked a long hair out of his clothes, and her voice immediately trembled, husband, you have a woman's smell on you, and a woman's hair. What did you go out for at night? Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Bai Xiaoxing's face paled again, and the terrible speculation inside her made her stand a little unsteadily, and her tears flowed down, saying, husband, could it be that you are looking for a woman outside? Snap. At that moment, the water glass slammed to the ground. The two of them subconsciously turned their heads sideways and found Bai Liu, who was wearing the cartoon pajamas of the Jenny Turtle, standing not far away and looking at them dumbfounded. Seeing that both of them were paying attention to her, Bai Liu only scrambled to crouch down and gather the glass shards on the ground. Zhao Qingfeng rushed over and said, don't use your hands. When Bai Liu sniffed, she stood up and seemed to be a bit overwhelmed. Bai Xiaoxing didn't pay any attention to this. She stared straight at Zhao Qingfeng, tears pouring wildly from her eyes as she choked out, hubby, answer me. And at this moment, Zhao Qingfeng realized that Bai Liu was also staring at him. What is this guilty feeling? Zhao Qingfeng was stared at by the two women, some inexplicable panic, so he said coldly to Bai Xiaoxing, I went to Chen Lexi. Is it Chen Lexi? Bai Xiaoxing mumbled. Zhao Qingfeng lazily ignored her and brought the broom over to clean up the glass shards on the floor. Bai Xiaoxing ran over again and pulled Zhao Qingfeng, cautiously inquiring, hubby, you and her, nothing happened, right? This made Zhao Qingfeng very unhappy, so he sneered, Bai Xiaoxing, aren't you going too far? Even if I slept with her, it has nothing to do with you, do you hear me? Bai Xiaoxing was struck by lightning, and her entire body stiffened in place. 2 seconds later, her eyes were red and her whole body went into an extremely wrong state. Then she silently turned around and walked towards the door. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said coldly, what are you doing? I'm going to find Chen Lexi. Bai Xiaoxing's voice was cold to the extreme, even vaguely revealing a kind of madness. She cuckolded me. I'm going to tear her apart. Zhao Qingfeng was startled and said angrily, Bai Xiaoxing, are you crazy? Bai Xiaoxing gritted her teeth, struggled, and walked toward the door without a word. When Zhao Qingfeng saw this, he thought about it and said with a sneer, fine, go ahead. The big deal is that in the future, Yi Yi will call someone else mom. It worked. Bai Xiaoxing's figure came to a violent halt. It was several seconds before she crouched down and bawled, Honey, why did you do this to me? Why Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. What's wrong with me? It's already divorced. Even if I do find someone, it's none of your business, is it? Bai Xiaoxing cried for a long time before she looked up at him. Only this time, she completely lost the shine in her eyes and murmured, Husband, I finally lost you. Bai Liyu was shocked when she saw her sister's expression. Zhao Qingfeng also frowned. Bai Xiaoxing laughed ruefully, shaking her head with laughter and blurring her eyes with tears. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Bai Xiaoxing, you're just a complete and utter loser. She was so disheartened that her spirit was in a state of collapse. This made Zhao Qingfeng feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Bai Liyu rushed over and helped her up from the ground. Her eyes red as she said, Xiaoxing, go to bed first. If there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Sleep? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were hollow, and her voice was even emptier. Sister, what else do you think sleeping means? Bai Liyu was stunned and said in a trembling voice, Xiaoxing, don't scare me. Zhao Qingfeng felt suffocated. There was a feeling of not wanting to explain but having to, so he could only say sullenly, Don't be such a ghost. Chen Lexi is sick. I went over to see her. There's nothing of the sort you imagined. While some things happened, others still didn't. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxing actually burst into life instantly. Her eyes immediately lit up and she hurriedly ran to Zhao Qingfeng, saying expectantly, Hubby, really? Zhao Qingfeng was speechless. It was like a different person in just a few seconds. How did you do it? He was all pissed off. Bai Xiaoxing, you have a split personality, don't you? No, absolutely not. Bai Xiaoxing stretched out her hand and swore, Husband, I swear, I only have one personality, the one that loves you. Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to care about her, and after tidying up the shards of glass on the floor, he inquired about Bai Liyu. Liyu, why aren't you asleep yet? My sister doesn't even go to bed until 3 or 4 o'clock at the turn of the clock. Before Bai Liyu could speak, Bai Xiaoxing interjected, Asked you? Zhao Qingfeng didn't have a good mood and stretched out his hand at her, saying, Bring it. What? Bai Xiaoxing blinked. Keys. What key? Bai Xiaoxing asked with a puzzled face. Zhao Qingfeng's forehead veins bulged and he said in a cold voice, Bai Xiaoxing, don't pretend with me. You know what key yourself. Be honest if you want to live here. If you don't want to live here, go back to Royal River Villa. Oh, hearing him say that, Bai Xiaoxing could only honestly hand over the master bedroom key even if she was unwilling to do so. The plans for the evening could not be implemented. She immediately couldn't hold back, suddenly reaching out to engage in a sneak attack. Hubby, don't move. There are mosquitoes. Zhao Qingfeng has long been on the defensive. Directly back half a step did not let her get away with it. Fiercely glared at her, directly into the room. Bai Xiaoxing sighed regretfully. Bai Liyu skimmed her lips and said, Just now, she was crying and dying, but now she's doing this. Was it all an act just now? I'm also a part of your poly, right? Bai Xiaoxing sighed softly and shook her head somewhat forlornly. There's no pretending. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying quietly, I can't accept it at all if my husband really got involved with someone else. Just now I really felt that it would be better to live than to die. Bai Liyu frowned and said, But it's a matter of time. Even if it's not Chen Lexi, maybe it's Su Qiuran, and someone else. In any case, you're already divorced, and even if Qingfeng remarries, you can't interfere. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaoxing shivered solidly and shook her head repeatedly, saying firmly, Remarry? Can't remarry. My husband can only remarry me. Bai Liyu sneered. You can't stop him. Bai Xiaoxing gritted her teeth and said, I won't lose. Bai Liyu looked in her eyes and thought in her heart, Bai Xiaoxing, you are really tough mouth. How many times have you lost this? Say your husband doesn't want to leave you. Your husband is gone. Said divorce was impossible and the marriage was divorced. Now you say you won't lose? It's a wonder we don't lose. We're losing points. Chapter 139, Too Miserable. Zhao Qingfeng returned to the master bedroom, unlocked the door and hid the key, took a shower and was getting ready for bed. Suddenly he saw the picture frame on the nightstand and for a moment he froze. It was one of his and Bai Xiaoxing's wedding photos. They were dressed in big red wedding robes. Zhao Qingfeng's expression was reckless and happy, and Bai Xiaoxing's eyebrows were delicate and happy. This photo frame Zhao Qingfeng actually didn't bring over. Now that it's laid out, there's no doubt that there's only one person who would do such a thing. Zhao Qingfeng looked at it for a few seconds before reaching out, placing the photo frame inside the drawer before lying down on the bed and quickly falling asleep. The next day, he was up at 7. It was quiet inside the home, and Zhao Qingfeng went to Zhao Ye's room to take a look. Zhao Ye pouted her little butt, her head buried in Bai Xiaoxing's chest as she huffed and puffed, and Bai Xiaoxing was lying on her side, breathing evenly and sleeping heavily. Zhao Qingfeng closed the door gently without interrupting. It's lazy to make breakfast when it's just him. After leaving the house, he called Lu Yong and found a noodle shop on the side of the road to eat something random. Not long after, Lu Yong drove over. Mr. Zhao, going straight to the office? Lu Yong didn't say much. More often than not he was silent. Zhao Qingfeng was looking at this and made him his assistant. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Right, to the company. Zhao Qingfeng is in the office to read the financial statements of Zhou Mei. The chair did not sit hot. Zhou Mei is excited to come in. Zhao Qingfeng looked up and laughed. Is this a good thing for Mr. Zhou? Not a good thing for me. Rather, it's a good thing for the company. Zhou Mei smiled. More precisely, it's good for you. Zhao Qingfeng put down what he was doing and asked. How so? Yesterday our payment arrived well. Today the manufacturer contacted me. Monday on the transfer. The production line has been arranged to customize to go. About 20 days to come over to install. Marketing planning I also contacted a more outstanding talent in the headhunter. In short, now progress in all aspects. According to the progress, at most 1 month, that is to say, before September 10th, we'll be able to officially open. What she said, Zhao Qingfeng actually knew in his heart. Then he laughed. Mr. Zhou is so happy. I'm afraid it's more than that, right? Can't hide it from you. Zhou Mei's eyes glowed. Said, today I found a place. The center of Tiannan City Plaza. There is an international brand to be withdrawn. The store is empty. With that, she opened the map and showed the location to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng took a look and immediately said, alas, this is a good location. Right, I also think it's nice here. Perfect for the first experience store. It's just the right time to take it down. 1 month to renovate. Time is not too late. The Star One White Bottle is a long-term program and, more directly, the core product of 9 May. So there has to be offline experience stores. Initial planning is Tiannan must start and then marketing planning to online. Wait until there is a certain popularity, and then the offline experience stores radiate to all parts of the country. That's why this first store is so important. They had searched for a long time before, but they hadn't found a suitable place. But the location that Zhou Mei had mentioned today was really good. Zhao Qingfeng immediately said, then let's go over there. I'm afraid I can't today. I've already made an appointment with someone, and the other party said that they won't be available until next Monday. Zhou Mei regretfully shook her head. It was only then that Zhao Qingfeng said, then let's go back on Monday. It was Saturday and the company was largely empty. It was only that Zhao Qingfeng, as the chairman of the board, had no weekends for him, and in the company's startup phase, something had to come up for him. But now that someone was taking care of Yi, Zhao Qingfeng would come to the company when he was fine. By noon, Zhou Mei had gone to look at the plant, and Zhao Qingfeng received a message from Bai Xiaoxing asking him to come home for dinner, glanced at it, and didn't reply. Actually, Zhao Qingfeng wanted to call Su Qiran, only, because of what happened last night, he inexplicably was a little afraid to face Su Qiran, and after considering it for a while, he let it go. The cafeteria wasn't open on the weekend, so Zhao Qingfeng casually ate outside. Then it was back to the office to read the paperwork. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was driving ready to go home, and as he passed a construction site, there were people huddled together in a crowded area. Needless to say, something is 100% wrong. Zhao Qingfeng had nothing to do left or right, so he parked his car next to it and walked over to take a look. Ugh, that's too bad. A middle-aged woman, coming out of the crowd, kept shaking her head and sighing. Auntie, what's going on in there? Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly pulled her back and inquired. The middle-aged woman shook her head and clapped her hands while saying, little brother, don't go look. It's too tragic. A young lad, crushed by a steel coil. That's tragic. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit stunned and said, steel coil? Alas, a truck steel coil wasn't secured properly and rolled, tipped over just in time to crush the man. Half of his body was in there. The man's still alive now, but he's getting close. A man stepped out from the crowd and casually said to Zhao Qingfeng. His expression was heavy, and he obviously couldn't bear to look at it any longer. Zhao Qingfeng felt his heart skip a beat as he listened. He then squeezed into the crowd anyway. Sure enough, I saw a young man, 25 or 26 years old, lying on his back. He was crushed underneath a huge steel coil, all but gone from the waist down. And even though he wasn't drenched in blood, the image was still highly impactful and shocking. Some of the people next to him looked intolerant, while others gloated. Of course it's still mostly good people. At that moment, a 50-something-year-old lady handed over a bottle of mineral water and said softly, young man, drink some water. The ambulance will be here soon. The young man hadn't broken, but it was only a matter of time. These steel coils don't look very big, but the weight is measured in tons, and in the young man's case, half of his body was completely gone. The young man, his lips pale, smiled at the well-wisher, who then reached for his cell phone and kept dialing. Only, there's been no answer. As he was about to despair, the phone finally picked up. The young man spoke into the inside of the phone and said weakly, yeah, this is Big Brother. In the future, Big Brother won't be able to take care of you. and you'll have to take care of second brother. And there should be a sum of money for you, and you, try not to take it all for Uncle Air. Keep a little, keep a lot. Your second brother can't be cured. Your illness can be cured. By the end of the sentence, he was breathless. It's all about a surge of willpower, or adrenaline forced through. Not sure what was said across the room. The young man flashed a smile. He smiled and said, "It's okay, don't cry. Big brother's okay. It's okay. We'll all be fine." With that, the phone fell helplessly. His body, too, couldn't hold up and slumped to the ground without moving. The crowd erupted in a gasp. Even Zhao Qingfeng was somewhat unable to bear to look at it anymore. That's when the sirens went off. The police car came with the ambulance. The crowd of onlookers was immediately dispersed and Zhao Qingfeng left, just about to get in the car. Suddenly he saw a girl who looked familiar, so he greeted her. Xiao Wen. A meter to the side, there was a girl in a nurse's uniform walking in a bored manner, and suddenly she heard someone calling her, so she raised her head in bewilderment. When she saw Zhao Qingfeng, surprise appeared on her face and said, "Are you calling out for me?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Right." Only in the next second, his smile froze on his face, because as Koban stopped, a man behind her went right through her. Chapter 140 Nurse Xiao Wen. Zhao Qingfeng, your name is Zhao Qingfeng, right? You really did see me. Joy appeared on Nurse Little Man's face. Zhao Qingfeng, however, felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Follow me." Little Man nodded his head in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng walked over to the old Audi and opened the passenger side, letting Xiao Wen go up before getting into the car himself. "What's wrong with you? Last time I went to the hospital, I was fine." Zhao Qingfeng opened his mouth to inquire, his tone a bit low. Xiao Wen was a nurse at Tiannan People's Hospital. Before he had a car accident and died on the operating table, Xiao Wen ran into Bai Xiaoxing and insisted on helping him despite the nature of her profession, which made Zhao Qingfeng feel quite good about her. Seeing Little Man in his soul state nowadays is hard on the heart. Such a righteous little girl, and so young. Just when Xiao Wen sniffed, a very angry expression appeared in his eyes, and only after a while did he stifle a sentence. Bad luck. That being said, it was clear from her expression that it wasn't as simple as bad luck anymore. Zhao Qingfeng sighed. "Tell me about it." Little Man hesitated, but nodded. "My name is Yuan Xiaowen. I'm 23 years old, and a week ago, that day, Yuan Xiaowen goes to work normally. In fact, to be able to work as a nurse in the People's Hospital is considered a good job, except that she belongs to the just graduated not long ago. Work time is only half a year, for the time being, has not yet been transferred, but she's so straight-laced that she's often looking out for her patients, which leads to mistakes in her work. You know, as a nurse in a large hospital, you encounter a lot of life and death every day, and you can pity, but you can't empathize." The head nurse was kind to her, and quietly admonished her to let go of the helping plot and respect the fate of others. However, Yuan Xiaowen often fails to do so. For example, the last time Zhao Qingfeng had an accident, she was righteous and was disciplined for that incident. This time she likewise lent a hand, only the consequences would not be hers to bear. That day it was a couple with a boy of about 12 years old who came to the hospital. Then after going through a bunch of tests, the doctor told them there was nothing wrong. The parents just got annoyed and cursed as they walked away. After spending so much money, you still can't see what's wrong with Huan. Quacks. A bunch of quacks. Yeah, never again. Huan's parents, screaming curses at the top of their lungs, causing many people to look sideways. And at that moment, Yuan Xiaowen happened to walk by and couldn't help but inquire, "Big brother and sister, did you run into any trouble?" Joy's parents' eyes lit up when they saw the little nurse coming. The father quickly said, "Hello nurse, it's like this. Our child has not been very obedient since he was a child, and we were worried that he might have something unhealthy. Except that after checking a few things, there was nothing wrong with him." Yuan Xiaowen glanced at the boy, who was constantly struggling in his father's grip, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Did you take a picture of the brain CT?" Brain CT? The parents looked at each other and both shook their heads. Yuan Xiaowen kindly said, "You can find out. It is better to ask the doctor to see if you need to take a brain CT, but it is normal for children to be active when they are young. It is not necessarily a physical problem, but also related to education." Huan was obese and still struggling, his expression all but turning menacing. "I'm not sick. You guys let go of me. Let go of me. I'm going to play." When the mother saw her son's appearance, she instantly squatted down in pain and chided her father. "Be gentle. You're scratching Huan painfully." When his father sniffed, he subconsciously let go of his hand, and Huan immediately rushed out. Yuan Xiaowen hurriedly stopped it. "Alas, there are many people inside the hospital. It's best not to let small children run around." "It's okay, Huan is very good. Huan's mother took it completely seriously, smiling and waving her hand. Huan's father also did not matter and said, let him run. Anyway, can not lose. Or let's talk about this brain CT first. Nurse, this, expensive? Xiaowen frowned. She felt it. This child were a physical problem. It's clear that they were spoiled like this by these parents. She then said, children usually don't have brain problems, and as far as getting a CT, you have to ask the doctor. I'm just the nurse. After saying that, she stopped caring about the parents and simply left. Originally, this incident was just an interlude for her. Only half an hour later, she returned from her business only to find this aisle crowded with people. There were also cries from inside. Huan, my Huan, you're trying to hurry mommy. Come down. Huan, hurry up and get down here. Xiaowen's face changed and he hurriedly squeezed in. And he saw Huan's parents anxious, and the little boy, Huan, had actually climbed out of the window at that moment and stood on the extended platform less than 30 centimeters outside, making faces at his parents. Here, it's the 7th floor. Xiaowen was instantly anxious and said to the little boy, Huan, come down quickly, sister will buy you candies to eat. Okay. When the parents saw Xiaowen, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly said to her, nurse, you must have a way to get the child down, right? Xiaowen didn't pay attention to the parents and kept his gaze on Huan with a smile on his face. In fact, strictly speaking, she shouldn't have stepped in at all at this time. In case Huan really did fall, the medical drama was 100% going to be on her. Only Xiaowen saw such a small child. She subconsciously stood out. At this moment, Huan kept making faces, and when he heard Xiaowen's candies, greed surfaced inside his small eyes on his obese face, stretching out 5 fingers and saying, I want 6. Xiaowen busily promised, no problem, as long as you come down, I'll buy you 10. However, Huan blushed and said angrily, I don't want 10, I want 6. Perhaps 10 is not as many as 6 in his opinion. Many of the onlookers, their expressions revealed oddities. This child is already 10 years old. This cognition is afraid to be ruined. Xiaowen hurriedly said, fine, 6 is 6. Huan was then satisfied and was about to come down when he suddenly turned his eyes and pointed at Xiaowen. I want my sister to carry me down. Xiaowen's heart jumped. How can this work? However, Huan sat on his but on the extension platform. I won't come down until you hold me. Xiaowen said with a strong smile, sister's strength is small, cannot hold you. Nurse, what's wrong with you? My son asked you to hold him down. What's wrong with you holding him? Just then, Huan's mother snapped. Her smile from a moment ago completely disappeared as she stared at Xiaowen and coldly said. Huan's father also said, nurse, just go ahead and carry him down. Big deal. I'll send you a banner later. It's not a matter of tinsel or not tinsel dash. When Huan's mother saw that she still refused to move, her expression changed and she snapped. You're a nurse. Shouldn't saving people be your vocation? Are you going to see death and save people? Xiaowen's expression became a little embarrassed, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dryly, I save. She then borrowed the shelf next to her and tremblingly climbed up to the windowsill, saying, Huan, don't move. Sister will carry you down. Cheerful turned her head, grunted, and said with some displeasure, why are you so slow? Xiaowen looked down below and was so scared that his little legs and stomach were trembling, but he could only hold on strongly, holding the windowsill and walking to the extension platform, emphasizing again, Huan, don't move. She then reached for Joy. Cheerful stood up cooperatively at first. Just as Xiaowen was about to take him back, Huan said unhappily, you didn't even hug me. Then, he suddenly stretched out his foot and tripped on Xiaowen's leg. Now, Xiaowen immediately became unsteady on his feet. Intense panic surfaced in her eyes and she was ready to grab the windowsill. However, that was when Huan's obese body squeezed inside. The only hope of survival was as inaccessible to Xiaowen as the moat of heaven. In the midst of everyone's shouts of shock, Xiaowen fell from the 7th floor, straight down, and that's when, the pair of parents, however, gathered around Huan, who came down from the windowsill, and said worriedly, Huan, are you okay? Are you hurt? Huan, what do you want to eat? Mom will buy it for you. Chapter 141 Zhao Qingfang's new wife? Xiaowen fell from the 7th floor and died on the spot. Her parents rushed over and cried their eyes out. Eventually, Huan reluctantly said he was sorry. Huan's parents, condemned by countless people, finally shelled out $10,000. Huan's mother even said in front of the camera, Huan has apologized. What more do we need? He's still just a kid. All of these, Xiaowen, who was in the soul state, saw in his eyes. She was holding back. It was outside the windowsill. and no one saw cheerfully trip her with her leg on purpose. Even if they see it, they probably won't say anything. After all, if you say something without proof, you'll only get yourself in trouble. And the bottom line is that Huan is only 10 years old, so even if he really did it on purpose, the law can't sanction him. It was a matter that was left unsettled. The hospital paid Yuan Xiaowen's family a sum of money and cremated her on the same day. All this made Yuan Xiaowen feel indignant. Thinking she'd become a ghost, she'd been chasing after the Huan family, trying to get her revenge, but after a few days she realized that she couldn't do anything about it. Today, Yuan Xiaowen completely gave up, and the last thought in his heart was to take a look at his grandmother in the countryside. Zhao Qingfeng's face didn't look good after hearing Xiaowen's account. Those kind of parents, those kind of kids, they're just scum. Yuan Xiaowen noticed Zhao Qingfeng's expression and suddenly laughed a little, saying expansively, "You're older than me, so I'll call you Big Brother Zhao. In fact, after I died, I realized it's wonderful. There's no heat or cold. I don't have to take a shower and change my clothes, and I don't have to eat or sleep. I've experienced it too," Zhao Qingfeng said quietly. Yuan Xiaowen was surprised, suddenly thought of something, lightly eked, "Alas, could it be that day?" "Yeah," Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "Actually, that day, I did die." "So?" Yuan Xiaowen's eyes lit up and he said, "You met the immortals down there and now you're an official?" She was a veteran fan of novels, and by now her eyes showed adoration. Having already brainstormed a novel of over 1,000,000 words, Zhao Qingfeng lost his smile and shook his head. "It's not that mysterious. I just came to life and happened to be able to see you again." Yuan Xiaowen was very uplifted and happy for Zhao Qingfeng, so he said with certainty, "There must be a blessing after a great calamity." In short, Big Brother Zhao is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently and yanked a hair down from his head, handing it to her. "I haven't thanked you for last time. I'll treat you to dinner." Yuan Xiaowen subconsciously picked up his hair and immediately froze. She moved as if she was fidgeting, and only after a few seconds did she say in surprise, "Brother Zhao, I can feel it. Could it be that I've been resurrected?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head inside. "I can only make you appear for a short period of time." "Oh." Yuan Xiaowen understood what he meant and was a little disappointed, but quickly became happy again. "Brother Zhao, you really are an official." "No, I have a feeling you'll become a god." Saying that, she mysteriously came over again, stretching out her fingers to draw circles on Zhao Qingfeng's arm, squeezing her eyebrows and saying, "When my little daughter turns around and goes down there, I still hope that Zhao Dexian will take more care of her." Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment before he laughed out loud, but as he laughed, there was some sadness in his heart. What a cheerful and kind girl. He felt as if sand had gotten into his eyes, so he sniffled and started the car. "Let's not talk about that. What do you want to eat? I'll take you there." Yuan Xiaowen thought about it and then said, "Go to Tangji Snail Vermicelli. It's been a long time since I've eaten there, and I won't be able to eat it in the future." Zhao Qingfeng moved, coughed lightly, and said, "It's better to switch to another one. I know a Chinese restaurant that tastes okay." Yuan Xiaowen said, "That's fine too." Zhao Qingfeng then drove and headed towards the steamed vegetable restaurant that he had eaten with Su Qiran before. Yuan Xiaowen sat on the co-pilot and quietly surveyed him. Her face flushed slightly, but quickly dimmed, and right after that she carefully took Zhao Qingfeng's hair and tied it on top of her pinky. Her hands were deft and her hair was tied up securely with a bow. After tying it, she lifted her hand and looked at it before saying with satisfaction, "Done." Yuan Xiaowen's skin was fair. Her features were delicate and beautiful. She wore a white nurse's cap. Her body was petite and delicate. Her face was actually very high in terms of value, and at this time, her face was flushed, and she was generally the same as a normal girl. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance at her palm and said, "It's quite pretty." "Ha ha," Yuan Xiaowen laughed. "I didn't wear a ring from a boy when I was alive, but I didn't expect to wear it when I was dead. Is this making up for the regret?" Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "It shouldn't count. I'm not a boy anymore for a long time. The point he's trying to make is really that he's getting older." But Yuan Xiaowen didn't know if she had misunderstood. But at this moment, she even blushed, and her expression was a bit twisted and shy. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qingfeng parked his car and got out before realizing that Yuan Xiaowen didn't know what he was messing with. "Just say, little man, it's here. You could have opened the car door yourself." "I know." Yuan Xiaowen got out of the car, pointed to his face, and said, "I found a mask so as not to get you into trouble." When Zhao Qingfeng saw that, his heart warmed and he smiled. "It's actually fine." The two of them walked in. Zhao Qingfeng found a private room and ordered many dishes. Yuan Xiaowen staggered. "The two of us can't eat that much," Zhao Qingfeng said. "It's fine, just taste the flavor." The two of them then chatted and ate, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. For Yuan Xiaowen, it was very happy. Zhao Qingfeng allowed her to dispel all the trepidation and fear, as well as loneliness. that she had felt over the past few days. She also has a lot of words. Most of the time, it was her speaking and Zhao Qingfeng listening. After dinner, Yuan Xiaowen got into the car again, and Zhao Qingfeng said, "Where is it?" Yuan Xiaowen froze. "Where is what?" "Your grandmother. Don't you want to go see your grandmother? I'll send you there." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said. Yuan Xiaowen immediately widened his eyes and was immediately all happy, hugging Zhao Qingfeng's arm and shaking it continuously. "Big brother Zhao, you're too good to be true. Wahahaha." Zhao Qingfeng didn't push her away and waited for her to make a scene for a while before starting the car. Yuan Xiaowen's hometown is far away, almost more than 2 hours drive. Zhao Qingfeng then called by Li Yue and said, "Li Yue, I have something to go out and do, so I shouldn't be able to come home until late today." Bai Li Yu hummed and softly instructed him, "Be careful when you go out. You must pay attention to safety when you drive." Yi follows Xiaoxing and I. "You don't have to worry." "Got it." Zhao Qingfeng smiled as he finished and hung up the phone. Next to him, Yuan Xiaowen squeezed his eyebrows and said, "Alas, big brother Zhao, this Li Yu, is she your new wife?" Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped violently. Chapter 142, She'll get better. Nonsense. She's my daughter's great-aunt, and I'm calling to ask her to help take care of her daughter. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly explained. Just the heart jumped a little fast and I couldn't help but see some whites and blacks in my mind. Yo 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 yo, Yuan Xiaowen said in a conspiratorial manner. The tone of some people. Why are they so weak? Is it because they don't have enough energy? Zhao Qingfeng's old face turned red and he immediately said, "Ugh, don't say this, okay, hey." Yuan Xiaowen smiled to himself. Zhao Qingfeng was relieved when he saw that she didn't get to the bottom of it. Only, Yuan Xiaowen didn't stay quiet for a few minutes before he started yakking again. Zhao Qingfeng was also very patient, smiling and chatting with her. After an hour or so of driving on the highway, we turned onto the state highway. Very sudden, Yuan Xiaowen suddenly touched his head and said, "Ugh, what's going on? Why are you dizzy? It feels so hard." Zhao Qingfeng's heart sank and he immediately stopped the car. And at this moment Yuan Xiaowen looked even worse. Her body was starting to shake. This can't be sick. Zhao Qingfeng quickly reached out and pulled the hair off her fingers. Not more than a few seconds later, Yuan Xiaowen immediately said joyfully, "Ugh, not as dizzy as just now. I feel like I'm slowly getting better." Just as quickly she knew she was in a spirit state again. She said in frustration, "Well, I'm dead again." Zhao Qingfeng looked on and thought. It had been almost 3 hours since he had just handed her hair, and it didn't seem like he was able to keep souls in the world for long. To be precise, it was the soul itself that could not carry it. He had envisioned before if a soul's obsession was never fulfilled, whether it could be made to show up so that it would never disappear, just like a normal person, an alternative resurrection of sorts. But now it seems that there are also limitations to his abilities, and this bug can't be stuck. Seeing his expression, Yuan Xiaowen probably guessed what he was thinking, so she bared her teeth and said, "Unla, big brother Zhao, I'll be fine. I'm already dead, so if I can show up for a long time, then the world won't be in chaos." Her tone was playful and open-minded. Zhao Qingfeng smiled back, his bad mood swept away, and said, "You're right, it's because I'm thinking too much. Let's go." With that, he set off again, and this time, Yuan Xiaowen stayed in a state of soul. Zhao Qingfeng guessed that when she recovered some, she should be able to show up again. Not long after, following Yuan Xiaowen's guidance, the vehicle came to a country lane. Driving down the rows of homes, he came to the front of a small 2-story building. Look, 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 my grandma, my grandma." Yuan Xiaowen was so excited that he hastily patted Zhao Qingfeng's arm. At the entrance of the small building, there was a skinny little old woman, sitting on a wicker chair and sunbathing. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Does she still not know about you?" "I don't think so." After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Xiaowen said, "Grandma is almost 90 years old and her health is not good, so my parents should not have told her." "Aha." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and once again pulled out a hair and handed it to Yuan Xiaowen, saying, "If you feel uncomfortable, throw the hair away immediately." "Good." Yuan Xiaowen took the hair and his body immediately became real. Zhao Qingfeng's car hadn't even stopped, so she couldn't wait to rush down, stretching out her hands and happily shouting, "Grandma!" Grandma blinked her cloudy old eyes, slowly stood up from the rattan chair and said, "Xiaowen, is that you? You came to see Grandma?" "It's me, Grandma. Can't you see?" Yuan Xiaowen ran to her grandmother and waved it in front of her eyes, saying in a brittle voice. Grandma reached out her hand, touched her face, and her expression got a little emotional, saying, "Back, you're back to see Grandma." Yuan Xiaowen felt a little guilty and said as he supported his grandmother, "Grandma, I'm too busy." Ha! A smile appeared on Grandma's aged face. She noticed Zhao Qingfeng in the back and said, "Xiaowen, this young man is." Yuan Xiaowen's heart moved. and she hurriedly pulled Zhao Qingfeng's arm and said with a slightly red face, "His name is Zhao Qingfeng, and he is my good friend." Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her. Yuan Xiaowen's cheeks were a little red and shy. "I wanted to say boyfriend earlier, but I didn't feel like it." Grandma was very happy and hurriedly said, "Qingfeng quickly come inside. I'll get you some food." "Grandma, there's no need to be so polite." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hands back and forth, only unable to argue with her grandmother. She pulled Zhao Qingfeng to sit down on the bench and then hunched over into the room. A short while later, she came out slowly with her tray. Inside the plate were some dried fruits like peanuts and almonds. Grandma smiled and said, "There's nothing good at home. Qingfeng will just eat some, and later Grandma will cook for you." Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Ugh, thank you Grandma, this is already very good." Grandma held Zhao Qingfeng's hand and said, "Qingfeng Xiaowen, this child is quite naughty. You're a bit older than her. You can't coddle her and everything. Discipline her if you need to." Zhao Qingfeng was a bit embarrassed. Grandma's treating him like a granddaughter-in-law, but he couldn't retort well, so he nodded his head and said, "I know, I'm good friends with little one." Yuan Xiaowen hugged her grandmother and pampered her. Please don't say anything. You're scaring me." Fine, I'll stop." Only then did Grandma let go of Zhao Qingfeng's hand, smiling from ear to ear. Yuan Xiaowen said, "Grandma, I haven't eaten your hand-rolled noodles for a long time. I'm a bit craving for them. Why don't you make a bowl with me?" Grandma sniffed and immediately smiled, saying, "Great, I'll make it for you." With that, she walked into the kitchen, passing a cupboard. Grandma suddenly stopped in her tracks. There was a brand new picture frame on the counter, a black and white photo of a girl smiling cheerfully and adorably. The old man's body trembled lightly, and a layer of fog rose inside his cloudy eyes. She then reached down and covered the picture frame. Outside, Yuan Xiaowen's tears also blurred as she said, "When Grandma called last time, she said that I hadn't eaten her hand-rolled noodles for a long time." Oh. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and just gently patted her shoulder. Less than an hour, Grandma then came out with 2 steaming bowls of noodles and said, "Xiaowen, Qingfeng, eat while it's hot." Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly stood up and took it, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." The noodles smelled good, and Zhao Qingfeng finished all of them even though he wasn't really hungry. So is Yuan Xiaowen. She ate her noodles while chatting in a whisper with her grandmother. When she finished the noodles and her grandmother took the bowl to the back, Yuan Xiaowen pulled Zhao Qingfeng and said, "I'm getting dizzy again." Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said, "You quickly remove your hair." Yuan Xiaowen also really couldn't hold on any longer, so he removed his hair. When the grandmother came out, she did not see Xiaowen, and the whole person was silent for a long time before inquiring, "Xiaowen, is she gone?" Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "Grandma, she had something else to do, so she left first." Grandma stared at a rusty cart inside the house for a long time. It was made for her by Grandma and Grandpa Little Man themselves. 4 or 5-year-old little girl, riding a bike all over the place, giggling, as if it were almost yesterday. It took a while for Grandma to break into a smile and say, "It's about time she got busy. She'll get better and better from now on. In your next life, find a good family." Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and didn't say much as he bid farewell to the old man. After he left, the old man walked into the house, picked up that picture frame from the cabinet, stretched out his pale hand, and kept rubbing the girl in the black and white photo with old tears. Zhao Qingfeng returned to the car. Yuan Xiaowen, who was in the soul state, had red eyes and kept sobbing, but no tears flowed out. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Little one, it's time to go do the next thing." Yuan Xiaowen glanced at him and asked, "What is it?" Zhao Qingfeng's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Some people should be responsible for their own behavior." He knew that there were so many of these things in the world that it was impossible to manage, but now that he's encountered it, he's going to manage. Chapter 143, This Family Deserves to Die. Brother Zhao. Yuan Xiaowen looked at him with some surprise. Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly. "Didn't you say that we're good friends? And since something happened to a good friend, how can I sit back and do nothing?" The boy named Jubilee, calling him a bear is an insult to the word. Whether he was bad in nature or was given a bad upbringing by his parents, Xiaowen could be said to have been pushed down by his own hands. Being young and a murderer cannot be forgiven. Yuan Xiaowen froze for a moment, then suddenly buried her head in Zhao Qingfeng's chest and whimpered, "Brother Zhao, you are so good." Zhao Qingfeng laughed and lifted her up, saying, "All right, if you're touched, don't hold me up. Show your form and you'll have to get dizzy again." It was 3 hours into her first manifestation before she began to get dizzy, and the second time, only an hour or so later. Yuan Xiaowen already couldn't hold on anymore. By analogy, if the third manifestation is made, it will only be for a shorter period of time. Yuan Xiaowen sat up straight when he hummed. Zhao Qingfeng drove back. By the time we got back to Tenant, it was evening. Yuan Xiaowen hesitated for a moment before saying, "What should we do?" Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said, find the person first, then make a decision. He is not playing small, but making those people pay the price in blood, so there is still a need to plan, and not to leave a handle. I know where his house is, Yuan Xiaowen immediately said. Just as Zhao Qingfeng set off, she said, Brother Zhao, later, can you give me a hair? Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and then looked at her. Yuan Xiaowen's eyes showed indignation and said, I want my own revenge. Aside from wanting to personally take revenge, there was another layer of reason why he didn't want Zhao Qingfeng to fall into a crisis. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Later, it would be much better for Yuan Xiaowen to do it at the right time than him. Not much longer. The two arrived at a neighborhood and before they could enter, they saw a family of 3 walking out of it. In Yuan Xiaowen's eyes, a hateful light immediately appeared and he said, it's them. Zhao Qingfeng quietly looked over. The boy named Huan, estimated to be over 100 pounds, was extremely obese throughout, and his eyes were narrowed to slits. At this moment, he was licking an ice cream with an expression of enjoyment, not feeling any guilt for murdering Yuan Xiaowen a few days ago. Huan's mother chattered on and on. I told you there was no need to give. That's $10,000. What are you giving them? Huan's father responded with annoyance. You think I want to give it? So many people are cursing. What the can I do? It's all that girl's fault. Just die and leave all this crap behind. Huan's mother scolded pointedly. Huan tilted his head to look at her and asked suspiciously, Mom, what girl? It was the nurse who fell that day and blackmailed our family for $10,000. Huan's mother grimaced. Huan's expression then turned fierce and said, what right does she have? Dad, you go get the money back. Huan's father said, okay, we'll go now. The 3 of them walked past Zhao Qingfeng's car while talking. Their conversation, Yuan Xiaowen listened to it word for word, which made her shiver with anger. How can there be this kind of people in this world? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were cold, and his tone was even colder. It's really a family. Yuan Xiaowen at first only thought of scaring them, but now she had completely lost that idea. Her eyes were glowing red and she couldn't wait to turn into a stern ghost to seek revenge on them. Not far away, a family of 3 stopped a cab. Yuan Xiaowen said anxiously, these people, they are ready to go to my parents. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, don't worry, we'll go over there as well. He started the car and followed the cab. An ordinary neighborhood. Building 7, 103. It was already the point of supper, but the house was cold and seemingly not half as warm. There were 2 people sitting on the couch. The long crying and silence made the middle-aged woman's voice a little hoarse as she spoke. Husband, I'll go cook. The man shook his head quietly, not saying a word. Today is the 7th day of his daughter's first birthday, and there is a picture of his daughter on the coffee table, and the man's eyes are filled with nothing but sadness and anger. Nothing more. The man's name is Yuan Gang and the woman's name is Gui. They are Yuan Xiaowen's parents. Yuan Gang looked at his daughter for a while before he said softly, Xiaowen, don't be afraid. Daddy will help you take revenge. Gui didn't say anything. With their only daughter gone, they don't know what to do with their lives. The bottom line is that the 3 members of that family who committed the evil act have not been duly punished. They had already heard from onlookers that their daughter appeared to have tripped over the boy before she fell. The next thing that happened was the attitude of that family, which angered them beyond measure. Whether there is evidence or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Just then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Neither one moved. During this time, the police community and others have arranged for people to come over and give them ideological work, which has made both husband and wife fed up and do not want to open the door. Only, the man outside persevered in ringing the doorbell, until a malevolent voice said, open the door and return the money. The sound of a kicked door followed immediately. Yuan Gang froze. He heard out that this was the murderer called Huan. His eyes turned red, and he got right up and opened the door. So you're at home? I thought no one was there. Huan's mother immediately sneered. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth and said, you guys still dare to come over? Huan's mother was displeased. What kind of attitude is that? At this time, Huan's father hurriedly pulled her back and said with a smile, we came over just to take a look. In fact, the girl has had an accident. We are also very sad. This is not the result we want. You guys say right. Gui sat on the sofa and looked at the family of 3, hatred flashing in her eyes. Yuan Gang's chest rose and fell as he said, you guys come over? What for? Huan's father said, it's like this. After all, it's not easy for our family, and there are still children to raise. That $10,000 from last time. Can you give us back to forget? Yuan Gang sneered. So it is to ask for money. You this family, really are all Hey, how do you talk? Huan's mother grunted. It's not like we can be blamed for that girl's death. Besides, this is what she does. When the people are in danger, she should go and save them. If you have fire, don't throw it at us, and the hospital has compensated you all so much money. You should be content. You have to know. Our family Huan is also the victim of this accident. He is still so small. But the hospital did not pay us a penny. Instead we paid out 10,000 yuan. This find who to say reason to go? Huan's mother had a mean look on her face and spat disgustingly as she spoke. Yuan Gang roared. This little is a victim? He is the murderer. Murderer! You guys are too. Huan's father's face then sank, saying, rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Huan is still a small child. If you say that, it's too much, isn't it? Just then, Huan suddenly rushed into the house, and when he saw Yuan Xiaowen's picture, he grabbed it. Gui hastily held out her hand to stop it, exclaiming, stop. However, Huan brusquely pushed her away and said fiercely, it's this girl who died and still seeks to blackmail our family. With that, he slammed the effigy to the ground. Wow. Yuan Gang froze, then with bloodshot eyes, he roared, you guys wait for me. With that, he ran straight into the kitchen and rushed out with a kitchen knife. I'll kill you bunch. Just then, people do what they do, and heaven watches. Retribution will come soon. Uncle Yuan, calm down. Zhao Qingfeng walked in quickly and stopped Yuan Gang with a quick eye. This family deserves to die, but we can't let Yuan Gang do it. Chapter 144, your whole family will die. Let go of me. You let go of me. Yuan Gang's eyes were bloodshot, and the brightly shining kitchen knife kept waving around, which was very scary. Zhao Qingfeng's expression was calm. He grabbed Yuan Gang's arm and whispered, Uncle Yuan, I'm Xiao Wen's good friend. Listen to me. Put down the knife first. Yuan Gang heard his daughter's name, and only then did he wake up a little bit, and after panting for a while, his tense muscles only then loosened up. Zhao Qingfeng then took this opportunity to take the knife in his hand, and at that moment, the Huan family of three also let out a long sigh of relief. In that moment just now, they were so scared that they stood still and didn't dare to move. Seeing Yuan Gang without the kitchen knife, Huan's mother yelled, crazy, really crazy, how dare you take a knife? This is to kill someone. She looked down at her son, who was hugging her thighs, and said angrily, Surname Yuan, look at you. You scared my son, all to such a state. You have to pay for it. Huan also got bold, so she let go of her mother and pointed at Zhao Qingfeng. He's a murderer. Get a knife and chop him to death. Zhao Qingfeng placed the chopper on the coffee table, smiling weakly yet cheerful. Huan froze for a moment, then said fiercely, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and go, or I'll let my dad beat you up. When he saw Zhao Qingfeng stop Yuan Gang, he thought he was on his side. In Huan's conception, everyone must comply with him. Zhao Qingfeng's smile remained the same, only his eyes were cold to the freezing point, and in the next second, he kicked Huan's obese face directly. Cheerful let out a scream and was kicked over a meter. Huan. His parents let out a gasp and rushed over to check. Huan rolled twice on the ground before struggling to get up, his nose bleeding, and his little eyes were filled with fear and resentment when he looked at Zhao Qingfeng again. What are you doing? Huan's father roared at Zhao Qingfeng. You're simply lawless. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. Zhao Qingfeng was 5'2", and although his body didn't look very strong, he had a calm expression and a steady pace. This dared Huan's father to rush forward and make a move. What's more, he had a kitchen knife handy. Zhao Qingfeng laughed and said, then you call the police. Huan's father was speechless. Of course he didn't dare call the police. Today they are here to ask for money, and if they call the police, the story will come out, and they don't want to be cyberstormed. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, go back and cherish the few moments you have. Huan's mother got an inexplicable spinal chill and asked sternly, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Zhao Qingfeng pointed at Huan and said with a smile, retribution will not be merciful just because he is a small child. Your family does not deserve to be forgiven. His words emboldened Huan's father, who gritted his teeth and said, cut the ing goddamn chatter. What the hell are you trying to say? Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly. I mean, your son killed someone, and not only did you guys not feel any guilt, but instead you fell on your sword. In a way, you guys educating such people is also equivalent to accomplices. Since you killed someone, you should have to pay for it, and my point is clear. You will get your comeuppance. It will be the death of the whole family. Do you hear me? These words made the whole room quiet. Huan's parents were frozen. After a while, Huan's mother said, what are you talking about? Our family Huan is so good. What murderer? You are slandering. I'll sue you. She's scared. Zhao Qingfeng's voice sounded cloudy and light, but it seemed to have some sort of aura, like a heavy hammer pressing on her heart, making her gasp for air. Huan's father's scalp was also numb. Zhao Qingfeng walked over and stood in front of Huan, staring at him quietly. Huan shuddered and said in horror, what? What are you doing? Zhao Qingfeng laughed lightly. It doesn't seem to be stupid. You still know how to be afraid. So how come you didn't know how to be afraid when you were harming people? He patted Huan Huan on the shoulder and continued. Ugh, it's okay, be a good person in your next life. Huan Huan was trembling with fear. Huan Huan's father was also outraged. It was a while before Zhao Qingfeng frowned. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you get lost and wait for dinner? Huan Huan's parents looked at each other. Then they helped Huan Huan and left without a word. Only they didn't realize that an unseen girl was silently following them. After the Huan Huan family left, Yuan Gang was silent for a long time before he said, "Thank you." Gu Yi didn't say anything. She just squatted on the ground, silently piecing together the broken picture frame. Zhao Qingfeng looked at them and didn't feel good in his heart. So he said, "Uncle Yuan, Auntie, they'll get their comeuppance. Maybe just tonight." Before coming over just now, the two had already worked out their plan. Zhao Qingfeng asked Yuan Xiaowen if he wanted to meet his parents. Yuan Xiaowen thought for a long time, but still refused. Zhao Qingfeng naturally respected her choice. When Yuan Gang heard Zhao Qingfeng's words, his eyes trembled and he hesitantly said, "You want to?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "Uncle Yuan, don't ask. You don't know anything and I don't know anything either." Yuan Gang nodded if he thought about it. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Uncle Yuan, I still have things to do, so I won't bother you." The home was filled with a sad atmosphere. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't say anything comforting at this time, and he wasn't qualified to tell the two to look on the bright side. Yuan Gang nodded and did not make a sound to retain him. After Zhao Qingfeng left, his heart was heavy. After many life and death experiences, his emotions still ripple. In fact, having died once himself, he should be able to look away completely. But the reality is more than that. Maybe it's just human nature. It would have been as bad as a rotten weed itself, but it could not see the suffering of the people. Zhao Qingfeng left the neighborhood and didn't go straight home, but chose to go to an internet cafe. A private night, please. Zhao Qingfeng handed his ID card to the receptionist lady. When the receptionist lady saw Zhao Qingfeng, she slightly froze for a moment before her cheeks slightly reddened and said, $20 for the night. Get another bottle of mineral water. Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly and swept 23 pieces over. He laughed at this. The front desk miss blushed even more. Her hands were busy operating well, and she summoned up the courage to say, "Well, the little brother at a WeChat. What you need can contact me directly. I will help you to send it over." "Thanks, but I have a girlfriend." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and thanked him. The receptionist said with some disappointment, "Okay." Zhao Qingfeng left the front desk, found a random computer in the lobby, and started watching a movie. He had actually experienced this situation many times just now, and this kind of annoyance was something that only he and his big brothers, the readers, could relate to. Other side, Yuan Xiaowen quietly looked at the Huan Huan family. They cursed and let out harsh words to find a way to take revenge on Zhao Qingfeng as well as his parents. The minutes ticked by. Without realizing it, it was late at night. The family cursed all night and finally couldn't carry on and fell asleep. It's late at night. Yuan Xiaowen removed a hair from Huan Huan's clothes. The figure of the little white nurse appeared inside the darkened room. Chapter 145, by Xiaoxing. Are you bored? Joy sleeps in the same bed as her parents. Yuan Xiaowen glanced at them, then turned around and left the room. She started by locking all the doors and windows, then walked to the kitchen. At this time, Yuan Xiaowen was a bit hesitant, but when she thought of her parents being bullied by these few today, her eyes were filled with anger. The gas cooktop was then decisively turned on, only it wasn't lit. Before long, a hint of a pungent odor gradually wafted through the closed room. After doing so, Yuan Xiaowen saw another long wire thread. She was right there in the living room aisle, securing the wire line. All preparations have been made. Yuan Xiaowen took a lighter and walked into the bedroom again. She stood expressionless, the cool moonlight hitting her body with an indefinable ooze inside the bleak room. Time passes by. The smell of natural gas also wafted into the bedroom. What's that smell? Joy's father was confused when he sniffed his nose. He then slowly opened his eyes, and when he looked at the white figure next to his bed, his mouth suddenly opened to the point of no return. The pupils almost shrunk to a point, and in that instant, the heart stopped beating. It's a big night. Jubilee's mom mumbled impatiently, and she opened her eyes. When she then saw Yuan Xiaowen, her expression was exactly the same as her husband's. The dark night, the white woman, and most crucially, the woman is dead. And it seems that today happens to be the 7th day of her head. It's safe to say the buff is stacked. Yuan Xiaowen blushed to the heart. Expressionless, said quietly, "I died. So miserable nah." Then she slowly reached out her hand. Now that made the couple break right down. Ghosts. Huan Huan's mother made a sound of horror to the point of unmitigated shrillness, and Huan Huan's father was directly shocked and fell from the bed to the floor, followed by him shivering and pulling up Huan Huan. He fled. The three people squeezed out from inside the narrow room. Yuan Xiaowen quietly followed behind, not approaching slowly. At this time, the Huan family, in their hearts, had only one thought, which was to run for their lives. They were scared out of their wits. Joy's father was the first to run for the door. Eyeing the doorway, he stiffened. "Hubby, what's wrong with you?" Joy's mother queried in a trembling voice. At this time, Yuan Xiaowen had only just walked out from inside the room. Slowly. Heck! Joy's father made a noise of uncertain significance and reached up, trying to touch something. But powerless. Because of his neck, a line of blood appeared. Immediately afterward, in Huan and his mother's horrified gazes, the man's body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, his head separating and blood flowing all over the place. His head, however, rolled squarely in front of the mother and son duo of Huan, wide-eyed and dead. Ah! Joy's mother let out another scream, and Huan, at this moment, was directly scared and peed his pants. Yuan Xiaowen at this time, has walked to the front of the two people, once again opened his mouth. "I died. So miserable nah." With hardly any hesitation, Huan's mother snapped to her knees and kept kowtowing to him. I'm sorry, don't kill me, please don't kill me," she wailed. Yuan Xiaowen didn't say anything. Huan's mother raised her head violently. A slap on Huan's obese face, hissed, "It's all your fault. It's you who made the sins. You killed your father, and you're going to kill me." With that, she slapped Huan in the face one after the other. In a few moments, Huan was beaten to a pulp. Yuan Xiaowen quietly watched the two perform. After a while, Huan's mother got tired of fighting, and Huan was honest enough to curl up on the floor, shivering. "So it seems that he is not disobedient." Huan's mother looked at Yuan Xiaowen and stammered, "Now is it okay now? Let us go. I'll burn incense for you," Yuan Xiaowen said quietly. "Now you know to beat him, but it's too late. If he was raised well, how would Huan have dared to do something like that? It's just a shame that the parents, who are scum themselves, don't understand this." Joy's mother's eyes rounded, just saw Yuan Xiaowen take out a lighter inside her hand. She smelled the odor in the room, as if guessing what, violently exclaimed, "Don't only." Yuan Xiaowen did not hesitate and pressed it down decisively. Snap! In an instant, flames erupted. Zhao Qingfeng watched a movie in the internet cafe all night, and before he knew it, it was dawn. He yawned, checked the time, and clicked off the plane. From the internet cafe, he went straight home. "I've already talked to Bai Liu on the phone last night." Just as he entered the house, he saw Bai Xiaoxing curled up on the sofa again, which made Zhao Qingfeng frown. He realized that as long as he came back late, Bai Xiaoxing didn't sleep and squatted on the sofa every day waiting for him. The commotion of opening the door woke Bai Xiaoxing up. She opened her eyes in a daze, and when she saw that it was Zhao Qingfeng, she immediately got up in joy and said, "Hubby, you're back." Zhao Qingfeng let out a Bai Xiaoxing walked over and said, "Hubby, what did you do at night? Why didn't you come back all night?" "Something's up," Zhao Qingfeng said irritably. Bai Xiaoxing opened her eyes wide and smiled as she asked, "What's the matter? Are you bored? Ask. Zhao Qingfeng said in a cold voice, "Do I have to report everything to you? Don't gabble every day and annoy people." Bai Xiaoxing smiled then stiffened. Aggrievement surfaced inside her eyes and said, "Hubby, I just want to ask. I'm just worried about you." Zhao Qingfeng said in a bad mood, "I don't need you to worry. No, you can't find another godbrother to worry about. No one is blaming you this time." This one, no doubt, was a fatal blow. It made Bai Xiaoxing's blood bar empty on the spot, and she stood there, unable to speak for half a day. It wasn't until Zhao Yi rubbed her eyes and walked out that Zhao Qingfeng was in a better mood, so he picked her up and said, Yi woke up so early?" Zhao Yi, confused, said, "I heard Dad's voice and got up." Zhao Qingfeng was warm in his heart, so he kissed her on the cheek. Zhao Yi giggled and stretched out her little hand to fend it off, saying, "Ouch, it tickles. Daddy's going to shave." After staying up all night, Zhao Qingfeng's beard grew up a bit, sticking on Zhao Yi's little face and making her feel itchy. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud and said, "Okay, Daddy will shave later. What do you want to eat in the morning? Dad will make you breakfast." "I want to eat tonkatsu rice wine," Zhao Yi said after thinking about it. Zhao Qingfeng then put her down and went to the refrigerator to see that there were still ingredients. So he said, "Wait for a while." At this point, Bai Xiaoxing returned to her senses and walked alone to the sofa and sat down. The expression was lost in thought. Zhao Yi went over and said, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" Bai Xiaoxing forced a smile, picked Zhao Yi up, and said, "Mommy isn't unhappy. Mommy made a mistake and made Daddy angry, and now she's thinking about how to make Daddy happy." Zhao Yi tilted her head in thought for a moment, then quietly whispered in Bai Xiaoxing's ear, "Daddy is very easy to coax when he's angry. When I make Daddy angry, as long as I make a funny face, Daddy will smile." Aha! Thank you yi. Bai Xiaoxing nodded her head, but only in her heart she thought grimly, how can my husband forgive me so simply? Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Bai Xiaoxing froze for a moment before walking over to open the door. Outside stood several uniformed officers, all with serious expressions. May I ask if Zhao Qingfeng is home? There's something I need to inquire about. Chapter 146 Brother Zhao, can you hug me? Bai Xiaoxing was startled, and at that moment, she could not care about being sad and said anxiously, what happened to my husband? Zhuge Yang held up the brim of his hat and said, sorry, can't tell you. You. Bai Xiaoxing's face changed and she stopped the police officer outside, saying, my husband is not at home. Zhuge Yang was a bit helpless, but still explained, ma'am, we accessed the surveillance and Zhao Qingfeng has already arrived in this neighborhood. Just because you're in the neighborhood doesn't mean he's back. Bai Xiaoxing said coldly, please leave, or I'll have to make a complaint. With that, she picked up the phone, ready to use her connections to get rid of the officers. Just then, Zhao Qingfeng walked over from inside and laughed, Captain Zhuge, what brings you here? Bai Xiaoxing's body stiffened steeply, and she hurriedly turned around, saying anxiously, hubby, why did you come out? Zhao Qingfeng ignored her and said, come on in, yi, call out to uncle. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoxing could only helplessly step aside. Zhao Yi was still in a daze just now. When she saw her dad smiling, she put her heart down and sweetly shouted, Uncle Hat, how are you? Zhuge Yang also smiled, stroked Zhao Yi's hair, and said, little friend, you're also good, have a seat. Zhao Qingfeng pointed at the sofa and said, then he went and poured a few cups of water over. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhuge Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, Captain Zhuge came over to look for me. Is there something going on? Zhuge Yang thought about it and was ready to bring Zhao Qingfeng back to the station, but saw Zhao Yi next to him before saying, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow you for some time. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, let's talk inside my room. He got up and went into the room. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing stopped Zhuge Yang and said seriously, officer, I don't want to see my husband suffer any harm. Zhuge Yang frowned, Ms. Bai, we are all following the rules and regulations. Please don't speculate wildly. Bai Xiaoxing said in a cold voice, looks like you know me. That's good dash. Only before she finished pretending, Zhao Qingfeng interrupted with a very unhappy voice, Bai Xiaoxing, this is none of your business. Hurry up and go to the kitchen and keep an eye on it. There's tonkatsu rice wine cooking in the pot. When it boils and waits for a couple of minutes, turn off the fire. Bai Xiaoxing looked back and gave an honest oh. Then he gave Zhuge Yang another warning stare before wiggling his hips and going to the kitchen. Inside the master bedroom, there were only Zhao Qingfeng and Zhuge Yang, and two other officers guarding the door. Zhao Qingfeng handed out a cigarette and smiled. Have one? Zhuge Yang also took it inside. Nice smoke. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and casually asked, Captain Zhuge, what's the matter that you came all the way here to find me today? Zhuge Yang nodded his head, and his expression became serious as he said, last night, between 12 o'clock and 3 a.m., where were you? As he spoke, he stared deathly into Zhao Qingfeng's eyes. Zhao Qingfeng said frankly, I'm surfing the internet at an internet cafe. In fact, Zhuge Yang knew through the surveillance that he had a full alibi for the night at the internet cafe. Otherwise he would have just taken Zhao Qingfeng back for interrogation. Zhuge Yang said, as far as I know, you basically didn't go to internet cafes before. Why last night? Did you go to an internet cafe to surf the net? Zhao Qingfeng sighed, to tell you the truth, I got divorced. But this ex-wife of mine is pestering me. I've already moved out and she's still chasing after me. Because of my daughter I couldn't get rid of her. Last night just happened to be more upset. So I didn't want to face her even more. So I just spent the night in an internet cafe. When Zhuge Yang heard this, he nodded. Only his brows were tightly furrowed with deep doubts. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly remembered something, so he asked curiously, alas, Captain Zhuge, you're asking so much here. What exactly is going on? Zhuge Yang glanced at him and said, 3 people died last night, a family of 3, a family of 3. Zhao Qingfeng muttered and suddenly said in shock, could it be that family? That asshole called Huan? Zhuge Yang nodded quietly. Zhao Qingfeng then sneered, it's good to die. That kind of person deserves to die. Zhuge Yang said breathlessly, Qingfeng, watch what you say. Zhao Qingfeng said in a cold voice, you are unaware of how much of an asshole they are. You should know about the last hospital incident, right? The victim Yuan Xiaowen and I are very good friends. Last night I went to see Uncle Yuan and Auntie, and guess what? I saw that group at Uncle Yuan's house. That little killed Xiao Wen. Not only did they not feel half guilty, they only compensated 10,000 yuan afterwards, not to mention that they even wanted to go and get the money back yesterday. And that dog thing even smashed Xiao Wen's effigy. How can I bear it? On the spot I kicked that little 1 foot. After hearing Zhao Qingfeng's words, Zhuge Yang's gaze sank. This was generally the same as the result of his investigation at Yuan Gang's house. When Zhao Qingfeng finished, he inquired, how did they die? Natural gas leak that started a fire. Zhao Qingfeng grunted and said, retribution. This is retribution. However, Zhuge Yang shook his head and said, but one of them was not burned to death and died before the fire, which is enough to prove. Saying that, his eyes became sharp and he said word by word, there was definitely a fourth person at the scene last night besides the three of them. Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. Didn't find that person? No, not only was it not found, but all the doors and windows inside the house were sealed, and the perimeter surveillance didn't pick up anyone else coming in or out. Zhuge Yang still told these details, and with his intuition, he thought that Zhao Qingfeng should know something, though deep down, he also thought that the family of Huan was the same, but professional ethics made it imperative for him to get to the bottom of it, and this case reminds him of the last driverless cab. Both cases have one thing in common, that is, the murderer seems to have disappeared into thin air. Zhao Qingfeng joked, maybe it's little one who came back to seek revenge on them. Zhuge Yang shook his head, it's not a good idea to talk about this. Zhao Qingfeng snorted. Zhuge Yang suddenly said, last time at Gong Dayang's house, how did you know the child was inside the wall? In his opinion, there was a very strong layer of mystery on Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were deep. He smiled meaningfully and said, Captain Zhuge, everyone has secrets. I'm afraid it's not too good to get to the bottom of things like this. Zhuge Yang froze for a moment before saying, Qingfeng, you are a very interesting person. Zhao Qingfeng said, seriously, I don't think that family died for nothing, and no matter who did it, it's still considered to be ridding the people of evil. Zhuge Yang pretended not to hear, stood up and said, alright, that's all the questions for today. I have to go scout somewhere else. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and walked out of the room with him. He then sent Zhuge Yang and the others downstairs. Before leaving, Zhuge Yang suddenly turned his head and said, Qingfeng, if there are any clues, please be sure to contact me. Sure, Zhao Qingfeng said. Zhuge Yang added with a slightly deeper meaning, I'm not referring to this one case alone. Zhao Qingfeng smiled, understanding what he meant, so he repeated again, of course. He then stood still and watched the police car move away. Yuan Xiaowen, who was next to her, said softly, Brother Zhao, will it cause you trouble? Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and looked at her sideways and smiled. What trouble can there be? Zhuge Yang is very good. I intentionally left some clues, so if I hook up with him in the future, there will be quite a bit of cooperation. Aha! Yuan Xiaowen nodded his head plausibly, took a deep breath, and said, Brother Zhao, I've come to say goodbye to you. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled and he was somewhat silent. The two walked together, to a remote corner. Yuan Xiaowen suddenly said in a trembling voice, Brother Zhao, can you hug me? Zhao Qingfeng's figure lurched, and when he looked at her expectant eyes, he smiled and said, what's wrong with that? With that, he reached out and gently embraced Yuan Xiaowen in his arms. Yuan Xiaowen leaned her cheek against his chest and murmured, Big Brother Zhao, your embrace, it's so warm. As soon as the words left her mouth, her figure slowly vaporized. When Zhao Qingfeng felt his arms empty, complex emotions rolled over in his eyes. The eyes were empty, and there was no longer the delicate girl who had fought for justice. Zhao Qingfeng stayed still for a long time before he sighed in frustration. Alas! Chapter 147, Bai Liu says Zhao Qingfeng is too proper. Zhao Qingfeng sat in the gazebo below the neighborhood for a while. His eyes were fixed on a small white flower inside the grass, his gaze ghostly, a little blank and lost. Xiao Wen's disappearance was hard on his heart, but there was no one he could tell about it to. Honey! At this time, Bai Xiaoxing's voice sounded not far away. Zhao Qingfeng returned to his senses and faintly swept a glance at her. Bai Xiaoxing came over and said, Hubby, why don't you go up? I was worried. Don't worry about it. Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her with an expressionless face and got up to walk upstairs. Bai Xiaoxing wasn't surprised by his attitude anymore and didn't say anything. Following him, when I arrived at home, Bai Liu had not yet gotten up, and Zhao Yiyi was sitting on a small stool, eating tonkatsu rice wine while watching cartoons. Zhao Qingfeng said, I'm going to sleep. Well, I'll take care of Yiyi. Bai Xiaoxing said, it's the weekend and she's not going to the office. Zhao Qingfeng went back to his room, took a shower, laid down on the bed and went to sleep. By the time I opened my eyes again, it was past 5 in the afternoon. Zhao Qingfeng picked up his cell phone and realized that there were several calls and WeChat messages. Part of it is Chen Lexi's, and Su Qiuran's. Zhao Qingfeng returned to Su Qiuran first. Akiran, I didn't sleep last night and am catching up on sleep during the day today. Su Qiuran said, in fact, there is nothing, just want to ask you have time today. Want to ask you to go to see a movie. Watch the movie. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned for a moment before saying, how about tomorrow? Su Qiuran laughed lightly. It's okay. The two made some more small talk and hung up. Next, Zhao Qingfeng called Chen Lexi back. This call was a bit longer, and Chen Lexi didn't want to hang up, pulling him to keep talking. But the little pervert didn't offer to move in again. By the time Zhao Qingfeng walked out of the room, it was already past 6 o'clock. Qingfeng, I ordered takeout. Come have some, Bai Liu said. When Zhao Qingfeng saw the food on the table, he smiled and said, okay, I'll go brush my teeth. After washing up, Zhao Qingfeng came over and asked, where are they? Xiaoxing took Yi Yi to the park. Aha! Zhao Qingfeng nodded, took his bowl and chopsticks and started eating, casually inquiring, Liu, are you still live streaming these days? Play it. Bai Liu laughed. I'm idle anyway, and it's boring not to broadcast live. Did you say anything on the air about what happened last time? At the mention of the last time, Bai Liu's face became a bit unsightly, and she was silent for a few seconds before saying, I didn't mention this matter in the live broadcast anymore, but that person didn't come back to me either. Zhao Qingfeng thought to himself, of course he will not find you again. Immediately, he hummed and left the matter alone, concentrating on his meal. Bai Liu suddenly said, I heard that you are now the chairman of 9 May? Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. How did you know? Dawn Star told me. Zhao Qingfeng hadn't actually told Bai Xiaoxing about this, except that it wasn't a secret that he was the chairman of 9 May, and with Bai Xiaoxing's concern for him, it was naturally easy to find out. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly had a flash of light and said seriously, speaking of Jiu Mei, I do have one thing to ask of you. Bai Liu raised her eyebrows and said, what is it? The company will be releasing a product soon, which also belongs to beauty products, and we want to ask you to help us do the promotion. Zhao Qingfeng thought that Bai Xiaoxing was a beauty blogger, and her millions of followers were basically mostly women, so if she was asked to do the initial promotion, it might have a very good effect. Bai Liu laughed. No problem, Zhao Qingfeng said. The marketing costs are based on the market price, and when the time comes, I'll discuss it with the company executives and we'll sign a contract with you. Only, hearing him say that, Bai Liu's expression sank and she said unhappily, Qingfeng, what do you mean this is your company, I'm doing you a favor and I'm still looking for money from you, how does this make Yi Yi look at me? Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped a bit and he quickly said, I don't mean that, I just don't want you to suffer. Bai Liu's eyes were a little red, biting her lip, she said, we have also known each other for 7 or 8 years, in the past, I did not look at you, but now you have your own career, and I'm happy to be able to help you, and it's too late for me to be happy, and you even said this kind of thing. When Zhao Qingfeng saw that his former sister-in-law's eyes were red, his heart was inexplicably flustered, so he said, Liu, it's my problem, I shouldn't have said such a thing, I'm sorry. Bai Liu saw that he was all a bit at a loss for words, and feeling amused and a bit warm in her heart, she said, sometimes you're just too proper. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously said, alas, it's actually immodest sometimes. These words made Bai Liu blush slightly and lower her head to not look at him. Zhao Qingfeng looked at her shy appearance and thought she was beautiful. His heartbeat sped up a lot. For a moment, the room was quiet. You could even hear the sound of both of their hearts beating. Bai Liu had never experienced this kind of situation before. Feeling Zhao Qingfeng's direct gaze, she only felt nervous, rushed, complex emotions surging through her heart, making her somewhat unable to withstand it, so she gulped and changed the topic, saying, ugh, what are you going to do in the future? As she opened her mouth, Zhao Qingfeng slowly exhaled. To be honest, he was nervous just now. This isn't Su Qiuran and Chen Lexi stay in a piece of the feeling or not. Perhaps because of Bai Liu, this layer of ex-wife's sister identity, there is a different kind of excitement. He coughed lightly and said, no plans. Still, I won't consider remarrying until Yi Yi University. For Bai Liu in the past 7 or 8 years, the relationship with Zhao Qingfeng couldn't be said to be much better, but he was the only male friend. Of course there were 3 or 5 close friends on the internet, but they were all just online friends. In fact, without realizing it, she was relatively close to Zhao Qingfeng, just like the last time Zhao Qingfeng's palm was cut open. Bai Liu subconsciously bandaged his wound. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but in the place of other men, Bai Liu would never have done this. Bai Liu heard him say so, snorted, said, I see you also just lie to yourself. That Su Qiuran and Chen Lexi are chasing you hard. 1 day or 2 days you still hold. Time is long. You still stand? Alas, seeing people is really accurate. Zhao Qingfeng thought of the things in Chen Lexi's house a few days ago. That is not exactly holding back. He then laughed a bit awkwardly. Chen Lexi is even better. Or Su Qiuran is chasing after me. I'm just a friend with her. Bai Liu smiled gently. That girl, likes it without realizing it. And you are also pretending to be confused with your understanding. Zhao Qingfeng then stopped talking. He was very perceptive. Chen Lexi didn't need to say anything. Everything was written on her face. Su Choran wasn't really ordinary to him. And last time, if there wasn't that annoying car, I guess some things had already happened. And in addition to those two, there's. Saying that, Zhao Qingfeng looked up at Bai Liu. His gaze made Bai Liu's heart jump again, so she couldn't stay any longer and scrambled to stand up and said, "Take your time to eat, I'll leave first." Chapter 148, Little Pervert and Su Choran. After the weekend, Zhao Qingfeng started to get busy again. He and Zhou Mei went to the factory to take a look and were quite satisfied. The factory was currently emptied of its basic facilities and was only waiting for the new production line to come over so that it would be able to start work. It's a good time to take advantage of this time to train the factory staff. Most importantly in quality control, because the product formula is top secret. Each link is interspersed with each other, and different people are responsible for different indexes. For this, Zhao Qingfeng listens to Wu Qian's advice and will strictly control it. After the factory was finished looking at it, Zhao Qingfeng went to Tiannan City Plaza with Zhou Mei again. There were some twists and turns in taking that store, and several companies were looking at it. Eventually, during the negotiations, Zhao Qingfeng shot down the case and managed to take it at a 20% premium. It's safe to say that this is not the time to economize on costs at this stage for the success of the Star One white bottles on the shelves for sale. It's also worth mentioning that Zhao Qingfeng's salary has finally been paid. A little over $1 million. The first time he got his hands on it, he paid off all his credit cards, flowers and such. When Zhou Mei found out, she didn't say anything with her mouth, but she was a little touched inside. Zhao Qingfeng, even though he owns 70% of the company's shares, has not transferred from the company's account to him personally, even if any penny. During this busy period of time, Zhao Qingfeng occasionally went on dates with Su Qian. As for Chen Lexi's repeated invitations to go over, Zhao Qingfeng refused. It's impossible not to refuse. A few more times in the past, with the strength of the little pervert, Lao Zhao worried that he would be eaten dry and wiped clean. Only Chen Lexi couldn't help it. This day, Zhao Qingfeng signed a few raw material procurement documents and looked at the time, realizing that without realizing it, it was afternoon. He then came out of the company. Just stepping out of Ride the Wind Mansion, he saw a young girl in a navel-gazing dress, wearing a small denim hot pants. Her legs were white and straight, and she was tied in a double ponytail, which was lively and cute. The most crucial thing was that the size that was completely inconsistent with the figure, making the eyes of both men and women in the vicinity quietly coalesce, some eager, some envious. This girl, naturally, was Chen Lexi. When she saw Zhao Qingfeng come out, she hurriedly ran over, hugged his arm and said with a smile, "Brother Qingfeng." I was able to tell mentally that she had made a full recovery. Zhao Qingfeng was being held by her and felt the elasticity. He quickly pulled out and said, "Ugh, in public, pay attention to the influence," Chen Lexi said in dissatisfaction. "What do you care about them?" Saying that, she grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's arm again and held it even tighter. Zhao Qingfeng was also quite enjoying himself, so he just let her be, but seeing her clothes, he casually said, "It's better to wear less in the future." Ha! Chen Lexi looked down and surveyed the area, realizing that it was blocked and she couldn't see anything, and after thinking about it, her eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Brother Qingfeng, are you nursing your food?" Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened, so he stopped talking. Although in a way, Chen Lexi wasn't wrong. Men are like that. They want fewer and fewer women in other people's homes, and the opposite is true for women with whom they have intimate relationships. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Lexi knew that she had guessed, so she laughed slightly flirtatiously and said flirtatiously in his ear, "Then I'll buy some little clothes, and I'll just wear them for you alone. Even not wearing it can be yo." Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped and he quickly changed the topic. "What are you talking about? Have you eaten yet?" "Didn't eat. So hungry," Chen Lexi said. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch and said, "Let's go then. What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat, Brother Qingfeng." Zhao Qingfeng's footsteps lurched and he stared sideways at Chen Lexi for several seconds, his gaze ghostly, and Chen Lexi tilted her head, her big black and white eyes unblinking as she locked eyes with him, looking rather innocent. In the end, Zhao Qingfeng lost, his cheeks twitching. "Don't bother. Sure is a little pervert. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames." Chen Lexi was sent over by the bodyguard, so Zhao Qingfeng went with him to the parking lot to get his car. Sitting on the old Audi, Chen Lexi patted the door and said, "Old buddy, got you a couple times. Don't blame me, right?" Zhao Qingfeng snorted. "Looks like you still remember." The old Audi accompanied him on the battlefield for so long and was fine, but as a result, in Chen Lexi's hands, it didn't take long to break 4 tires, which was simply disastrous. Chen Lexi smiled wryly, then pulled open the car door to get on the car, and hugged Zhao Qingfeng at once, intimately saying, "Brother Qingfeng, I was wrong. Why don't you punish me? Whip me all you want." With a whip, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly had images in his mind. Chen Lexi licked her lips again and continued. Whip, candle, I can do it all. Don't pity me. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head back and forth, shaking away some of the images in his mind, before he said with a stern face, Chen Lexi, I'm warning you, watch what you say in the future. Chen Lexi blinked and asked, then what is brother Qingfeng going to do if I don't pay attention? Zhao Qingfeng raised his palm, and then suddenly felt that to the little pervert, this behavior was equivalent to a reward, so he lowered his hand in a very speechless manner and said, too lazy to bull asterisk with you. He buckled his seatbelt and started the car to leave the parking lot. As a result, just turned to the road, found that the front of the accident, 2 cars cut to the cut, just stuck in front, the road blocked tightly, many cars behind them started to change lanes. Zhao Qingfeng was too lazy to back up, so he pulled the handbrake up and sat in the car to find out where to eat. How about crown chicken? He asked casually as he searched. Chen Lexi came over and said excitedly, let's see the ratings first. Zhao Qingfeng didn't raise his head and laughed. You read ratings even when you eat? That's true. Expensive doesn't mean it tastes good, Chen Lexi said, but brother Qingfeng's is the best. Zhao Qingfeng felt flattered by this ass-kissing from her, so he said haughtily, alas, what you said is quite pertinent. To Zhao Qingfeng, you can say that I'm poor, or even that I'm ugly, and I can accept it, but if you say I'm a bad cook, excuse me, I'm going to start fighting. The two came together, heads next to each other, staring at their cell phone screens to see what they were going to eat for dinner. Zhao Qingfeng was still concentrating on finding it. However, Chen Lexi remembered the ghostly idea in her heart. Her heart was pounding, and when she looked at Zhao Qingfeng's side face, her eyes rolled and she said, ugh, brother Qingfeng, lift your head a little. Zhao Qingfeng then raised his head. Ugh, how? Woo! He had just lifted up when Chen Lexi looped his head and engaged in a sneak attack. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes widened. Who can stand this? Zhao Qingfeng couldn't care less. 3 minutes later, Chen Lexi blushed. Her eyes were like water, looking at Zhao Qingfeng with ripples. Zhao Qingfeng didn't dare to look at her, just as the front moved away, so he kept quiet and silently started the car. Only they didn't notice. In front of the ride building, there was a stunningly beautiful woman standing, taking in the scene just now. It's Sucho Ran. At this point she was stunned in place, as if she was stupid. She watched the two separate before she panicked and hid behind a tree, crouching on the ground, covering her mouth as tears came to her eyes. Chapter 149, The Unexpected Man. She's back. In the end, Zhao Qingfeng and Chen Lexi chose to go for Western food, because Chen Lexi said that going to Western food is the only way to have a date atmosphere, to a quiet corner to sit. Chen Lexi again wanted to come over. Zhao Qingfeng hastened to stop. Alas, you just go there and sit, do not move. Do you hear me? Oh. Chen Lexi reluctantly gave an oh so reluctant cry, and her butt, which had just been lifted up, was put back down. After Zhao Qingfeng finished ordering, he heard Chen Lexi say, Brother Qingfeng, did Yi miss me these days? Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, she asked you. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and she giggled. Yi is good at everything, but she refuses to call me mom. Then, suddenly thinking of something, she said, is ex-sister-in-law still at home? Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said truthfully, she's still living at home. Ugh, this ex-wife's sister, she's really a ghost. Chen Lexi's arm was propped up on the table, holding her chin, looking a little troubled. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. It's fine, why are you mentioning her? Chen Lexi sighed and said, ex-wife's sister is so beautiful, if you really want to give it to someone else, you definitely can't give it up. How about this? How about you take her in as a junior? Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. Then his face turned ugly as he coldly said, what are you babbling about? There's no such thing as bull asterisk. Chen Lexi blinked and said seriously, Sister Cho Ran also took in as a junior. It doesn't matter to me. It was a solution that had come to her recently when she had been thinking hard and then had a flash of insight. The consequences of what happened last time were too serious for her to dare, and since she couldn't drive them away, she had to save the country on a curve. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said unhappily, Chen Lexi, your brain is 80% blistered. Chen Lexi hurriedly nodded her head and said blearily, I soaked it last time, don't you know, or you saved me from getting up. What I said to you, is it a meaning? Zhao Qingfeng found that it was a little difficult to communicate with the little pervert, so he stopped talking and opened his cell phone to brush the short video. Within moments, the waiter came over with a tray. Enjoy your meal. This Western restaurant is upscale and quiet. However, Zhao Qingfeng had more than $1 million in his hand, so he didn't panic in his heart. Chen Lexi ate absent-mindedly, keeping her gaze on Zhao Qingfeng's face, as if he smelled better than the steak. Zhao Qingfeng was made uncomfortable by her look and couldn't help but say, can you eat properly? He. Chen Lexi grinned before lowering her head. After eating and drinking enough, Zhao Qingfeng wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go. I'll send you back." Chen Lexi's eyes rolled back in her head and said, "Ugh, my head is so dizzy. It seems like I can't take the car, so let's just go to the hotel next to here and get a room and forget about it." Zhao Qingfeng sneered, "Don't pretend with me." Abacus beads popped in my face. When Chen Lexi saw that she was seen out, she was a little disappointed and had to honestly follow him to the car. When she reached the car, she still wanted to stage a sneak attack, but Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't give her that chance. Sending the little pervert to the Koi Lake Villa, Chen Lexi squirmed for half a day, just refusing to get off the car. Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, "What the hell do you want?" Chen Lexi snapped, "I want you to kiss me." Zhao Qingfeng refused. "Stop it, hurry up and get off. I'm going back." "No, I'm not getting out of the car until you give me a kiss." Chen Lexi was unforgiving, pouting at him, and closing her eyes. Zhao Qingfeng was angry and amused, but in the end he couldn't argue with her and kissed Chen Lexi on the cheek and said, "Almost enough." Chen Lexi was still a bit dissatisfied, but she also saw the good in it and reluctantly got out of the car. Zhao Qingfeng reminded, "I've been quite busy lately. Don't come looking for me if there's nothing going on." "Ha!" Chen Lexi's face fell. Zhao Qingfeng didn't look at her, and the car scurried off in a puff of smoke. Chen Lexi cursed, "Bah! Brother Qingfeng, you scum, putting up your pants and disowning you. Any more of this and I won't want you for an hour." Humph. She waited until Zhao Qingfeng's car disappeared over the bridge before she walked into the villa. At this point, Butler Wang came over and said, "Miss, Madam asked you to call her back." Chen Lexi frowned and glanced at her cell phone before realizing that her mother had called 5 times during her date with Zhao Qingfeng. Chen Lexi was very impatient as she went back over and said, "Mom, what is it?" The voice on the other side was gentle, with a subdued smile, and said, "Little she, did you have fun today?" "Of course I'm happy," Chen Lexi said without thinking. "That's Brother Qingfeng." The other party laughed softly. "It's good to be happy, and you're almost 20, so go back to the capital during the new year. Let's talk about it at New Year's." Chen Lexi frowned. She still wanted to spend New Year's Eve with Brother Qingfeng. The other party was still gentle, but his tone carried an irrefutable aura as he said, "Come back early for New Year's Eve and take a walk to Zhao's house." "Zhao family? Zhao Ming?" Chen Lexi's small face instantly tensed up and said without even thinking, "I'm not going." What a silly thing to say. This boy. The other party laughed and said, "Alright, have fun lately, and next time you're not allowed to not answer my calls." With that, she hung up. Chen Lexi held the cell phone. Today's good mood was swept away. Her face was a bit ugly. Zhao Qingfeng returned home and found Zhao Ye sitting on a small bench, bored with her homework. Her little face was serious and she seemed to be fighting for time. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud. "Summer vacation is almost over. You know about homework?" Zhao Yi cocked her head to look at him, then grunted, "Daddy hates it. Ignore you." Zhao Qingfeng then walked over, squatted down and deliberately teased her. "Ugh, will Daddy take you out to play?" Zhao Ye gritted her teeth and said, "Not good. What about going to KFC or McDonald's?" Zhao Ye's pencil quivered, but still said, "No go." "What about going to the mall to buy your favorite Barbie?" Zhao Yi finally couldn't help herself and deflated. "Mom, great aunt, Daddy bullies me." Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed, so he stopped teasing her. Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liu sat on the sofa and both laughed. Bai Liu then came up with an idea and said, "Ugh, Yi, when your dad gets old and his teeth are all gone, you'll prepare dried peas for him to eat." Zhao Yi nodded her head repeatedly. "Okay, I'll listen to my great aunt." Zhao Qingfeng's scalp tingled as he listened and said, "Liu, it's too much." Zhao Yi hummed and glared at him, saying, "Humph, who let you bully me?" Zhao Qingfeng apologized with a shy face. "Okay, Dad was wrong. Yi forgave Dad. Okay, that's more like it." Zhao Yi then smiled triumphantly and continued to bury her head in her homework. Before I knew it, it was September. Zhao Ye is in the 2nd grade of elementary school. The production line for the Star 1 white bottles has started, and the first batch has been tested and fully qualified. 9May's first official experience store has also been renovated and is scheduled to officially open on September 12th. Everything is moving in a good direction. However, during this period of time, Zhao Qingfeng seemed preoccupied. He and Su Qiulan suddenly had a disconnect. WeChat basically did not chat. Sometimes Zhao Qingfeng called her. Su Qiulan's voice was very polite, but there was also indifference and detachment. Although Zhao Qingfeng didn't know what the reason was, he and Su Qiulan were just friends, and no matter what the attitude was, it was someone else's freedom and he had no right to interfere. Only that he still cherished Su Qiulan as a friend. But in this case, he could only hopelessly shake his head and try not to think about it. In the blink of an eye, it was September 5th. When Zhao Qingfeng went home, he found pots placed everywhere on the roadside with burning paper money inside. It occurred to him at once that after 12 o'clock tonight, it would be the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, which was the Mid-Yuan festival. But he didn't take it to heart. Midnight. Zhao Qingfeng was sleeping. Uncle! Uncle! A voice, suddenly, rang out. Zhao Qingfeng opened his eyes in a daze. Uncle! Open the door! The milky voice sounded again. Zhao Qingfeng sounded somewhat familiar, but he didn't remember who it was for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and got up to open the bedroom door. Outside, a small figure stood and gave him a big smile. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes floated in shock when he saw her. Then with immense joy, he picked her up. What are you doing back here? He didn't expect to see Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan was also very happy and said in his arms, Grandpa Fu Jun told me to come back, but Yuan can't stay too long. Oh. Zhao Qingfeng was shocked. Grandpa Fu Jun? Grandpa Fugan told me to tell you. Lin Yuan cocked her head and thought for a moment before uttering 8 words. Ferrying people to ferry themselves. The merit is boundless. Zhao Qingfeng let out a hum, but in the next second, he was turning blue. The ferryman. He could understand. So what does this Watanabe mean? P.S. After a lot of feedback from readers and much thought, I added this setting. After all, it's fiction, so it's better not to be so sorry. Of course it's still the same. No cultivation of immortality. If you want to count hard, this merit system, it should be considered cultivation of God, right? Finally, electricity. Chapter 150, Rejecting by Xiaoxing's Kindness. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly had a thinly veiled suspicion. That's. Yuan looked at him and asked strangely, Uncle, what's wrong with you? Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses and reluctantly smiled, saying, Uncle is fine. Just now I thought of something. Uncle, don't think of things you can't be happy about. Round, bright, large eyes flickered, and her tiny fingers pressed against the tip of Zhao Qingfeng's nose as she said, just like Grandpa Fu Jun told me, if I think about my mom and dad every day, I'll become very sad. Zhao Qingfeng shook some of his thoughts away and looked at Yuan's cute little face, so he smiled and said, Yuan, where are you at? And what do you do every day? Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yuan tilted her head for a moment and said, Grandpa Fu Jun is very busy every day, but he told me that as long as you listen and don't be naughty, and wait patiently, you can still be a good baby to your mom and dad in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat, revealing a thoughtful expression. According to this, he would have to go find Lin Tianming once. At this time, Zhao Qingfeng realized that Lin Yuan's body was starting to gradually become illusory. Lin Yuan also noticed, so she yipped and said, Uncle, I seem to be going back. Zhao Qingfeng actually had many more questions, but there was obviously no more opportunity. Uncle, put me down. I have something else for you. As if Lin Yuan had thought of something, she said in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng then put her down. Lin Yuan felt inside her pocket and took out a reddish fruit and said, Uncle, this is from Grandpa Fu Jun. It is? Zhao Qingfeng looked at the fruit and was a bit puzzled. The fruit wasn't big and looked like a dried-up persimmon, making Zhao Qingfeng feel somewhat familiar. Lin Yuan shook her head and said, Yuan doesn't know what this is either. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously took it and immediately felt an abnormal coldness. Lin Yuan said, Uncle, squat down for a moment. Zhao Qingfeng hummed and squatted down. Lin Yuan went forward, kissed him on the cheek, and said, Bye uncle. The tiny figure then faded away. See you soon. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the empty room for a long time. Morning. Zhao Qingfeng woke up from his sleep. The sunlight from outside came in and warmed the whole room. Recalling last night's experience, Zhao Qingfeng muttered, Was it a dream? At that moment, his eyes suddenly locked onto the bedside table, and his expression became slightly stunned. A red, dried persimmon was sitting quietly on the nightstand. Zhao Qingfeng reached out and picked it up. A piercing coldness was felt. This is not consistent with the temperature in the room. Obviously, Zhao Qingfeng held the persimmon, and some memories came flooding back to him, and he instantly remembered. This persimmon, not the first time I've seen it. At a very young age, about 7 or 8 years old, he came back from playing outside and realized his grandfather wasn't home. It was too hot at that time, and Zhao Qingfeng was sweaty and thirsty after playing for half a day. There was a dried persimmon right on the octagonal table in the parlor. Zhao Qingfeng picked up, immediately felt the ice cold. Then there is no refrigerator at home. In the heat of the weather to get this persimmon, Zhao Qingfeng naturally overjoyed. He didn't think much of it and just ate it. Only that night I started having stomach pains and chills and had to stay in bed. He then told his grandfather that it was because he ate the persimmons on the table. But Grandpa said he didn't put persimmons on top of the table. Zhao Qingfeng was sick for 2 days that time before he got better. Time to go back to the present. Zhao Qingfeng stared at the persimmons, somewhat lost in thought. I didn't expect To see this persimmon again after more than 20 years, he couldn't help but think that his return from the dead could have something to do with having eaten that persimmon as a child. After sitting on the bed for a while, Zhao Qingfeng still couldn't be sure of the persimmon's true effect, and not wanting to dwell on it, he put the persimmon at the bottom of the cabinet and locked it. Getting dressed to go out, Bai Xiaoxing happened to come out from inside her room, and when she saw him, she said, "Hubby, Yi," I shouted to wake up. "I'll send Yi to school with you later." Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "I'll just deliver it myself." Bai Xiaoxing has gotten used to his cold words, and did not care, said, "Alas, my car through the forest store maintenance to go. You will not stand by and watch your beautiful wife take a taxi to the company, right?" Zhao Qingfeng swept her a glance and snorted, "So sending Yi with me is a cover? In reality, you want me to send you to the company? Aha!" Bai Xiaoxing wasn't embarrassed to be seen through, so she just eyed him. Zhao Qingfeng sneered, "Not even the door." Only, Bai Xiaoxing came over and hugged his arm, laughing playfully, "If there's no door, there's still a window. Step aside." Zhao Qingfeng shook her off and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. "Hey!" Bai Xiaoxing smiled triumphantly, knowing that her husband hadn't refused. Breakfast was soon ready, and Zhao Ye just happened to rub her eyes and come out, saying, "Mom, what time is it?" Bai Xiaoxing glanced at her cell phone and said, "It's still early. Go eat breakfast." The two of them went to the table together, and Bai Xiaoxing smiled happily when she saw that she had her share. Zhao Qingfeng calmly ate. After breakfast, Zhao Ye put her backpack on her backpack. Zhao Qingfeng looked around and didn't see the old Audi's keys, so she frowned and said, "Bai Xiaoxing, did you take my keys?" Bai Xiaoxing was in the middle of changing her shoes, bending over to look like she had big, round hips, so she raised her head at his words and gave him a big wink, then shook the key in her hand and said with a smile, "Hubby, how come you're so smart?" Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and without a word, he led Zhao Ye to the elevator. "Ugh, wait for me, behind." Bai Xiaoxing put on her high heels and followed up with difficulty, saying with dissatisfaction, "Zhao Ye said, Dad's waiting for you." He didn't even press the close button on the elevator. Zhao Qingfeng glared at her unhappily. "You're the one who talks too much." Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, so she hugged Zhao Qingfeng to kiss him, but he was blocked by Zhao Qingfeng. She was still happy and said, "Honey, you're the best." Zhao Qingfeng gave her a faint look and took his phone to swipe the short video. After sending Zhao Yi to Flower Elementary School, Zhao Qingfeng started the car and drove in the direction of Star Peak. Bai Xiaoxing sat on the co-pilot and said, "Honey, are you opening on the 12th? Zhao Qingfeng nodded calmly. Bai Xiaoxing was excited. "How about I help you sell your products?" And Bai's group. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. "No need. The star one white bottle, with all the prep work already done, didn't need his help." Bai Xiaoxing was a bit disappointed and muttered, "You let sis help you with the advertisement, but you don't let me help. You're so excessive." Zhao Qingfeng sneered, "You're pushing it. Get out of the car now." Bai Xiaoxing immediately stopped talking. When he arrived near the company, Zhao Qingfeng looked at the several identical office buildings in front of him and asked, "Which one?" Bai Xiaoxing didn't respond. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and looked at her sideways. Zhao Qingfeng was all pissed off and laughed, parking the car directly. "Here we are. Get down." Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly opened her mouth to compensate for her smile. "Ugh, hubby, I'm just kidding you." "I'm not kidding you." In the end, Bai Xiaoxing could only give him an incomparably grumpy look and get out of the car with a resigned face. Chapter 151 Opening. "Who's helping me?" Zhao Qingfeng didn't look at her expression either. After Bai Xiaoxing got out of the car, he started the car and went to the front to make a U-turn, straight back to 9 May. Just as he entered the company, he saw Lin Qingqing who was in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng greeted, "Sister Qingqing, what are you doing?" Lin Qingqing saw that it was him and smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Zhao, there is something going on at home. I have to take a day off." Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, "It's brother-in-law?" Lin Qingqing let out a her expression not looking good. Zhao Qingfeng said, "If there are difficulties at home, you can tell me." Lin Qingqing's eyes trembled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, I will go first." When he finished, he left in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng went to his office and sat down. Zhou Mei soon walked in and said, "Mr. Zhao, all aspects have been contacted, and it will officially open on September 12th. At this point, some apprehension began to surface in her expression. Zhao Qingfeng was also able to understand. For Zhou Mei, it is quite a bit of a desperate attempt, and even the company has been given up. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "Mr. Zhou has been getting younger and prettier this time." Zhou Mei blushed. "Bah, you're saying this now dash." At that, she trailed off. Then he understood what Zhao Qingfeng meant. The first batch of Star 1 white bottles she took back for herself. Currently ready to go on the shelves there are two. The product is the same, but the way of use is different. One is an oral liquid, all people are able to use, and one is an injection, can only be qualified for use in regular hospitals or beauty salons. Of course, private individuals are also able to make purchases, and will need to sign some waivers. Overall, with injections, it is easier for the skin to absorb them and the results are a little better in terms of cosmetic enhancement. And naturally, what Jomei took home was oral fluid. In just under 10 days, the results were very noticeable. Jomei immediately covered her cheeks and said in surprise, "Qingfeng, is it really effective?" With that, she moved forward to let Zhao Qingfeng have a better look. The white and flawless face filled Zhao Qingfeng's entire field of vision, and after looking at it for a few seconds, he shifted his gaze and said affirmatively, "It works. It's only been 10 days, and if you use it consistently for 6 months or even a year or more, the results will be even more dramatic." Jomei slightly put down the heart, then said, "The current advertising investment of 100 million has been spent. I hope that the opening of the time do not have any problems is good. Advertising costs are basically burned on the line." The opening of the experience store coincides with the harmonization of the flagship stores on each platform. Zhao Qingfeng, on the contrary, waved his hand calmly and said, "There won't be any problems, as long as the quality of the product passes the test, there is no fear." Jomei shook her head, a little worried, and said, "During this period of time, Zhang Feng hasn't made much of a move, so I guess he'll take action on the opening day, and he definitely won't just stand by and watch." Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said, "It's not a big problem. The patent for the Star 1 white bottle is in Wu Qian's hands, and Wu Qian has Star Labs behind her, and even Tiannan University. If Zhang Feng dared to start with the quality of the product, there would be no good results waiting for him." Jomei's heart settled a little and said, "I'm going to the factory to take a look. Are you going?" "Go." Zhao Qingfeng also got up and went out with Jomei. The company doesn't have many people, and the marketing department is out doing offline advertising. The next few days were exceptionally busy, and Zhao Qingfeng's mood was slightly tense. He wasn't a very experienced entrepreneur, and it was normal for him to be nervous when it came to this kind of thing. And even when Chen Lexi came to him, he basically shrugged it off. It was just that Chen Lexi was impatient after being rejected by him several times and rushed straight into the company, which really attracted a lot of attention. Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to give her his chair and let the little pervert drink tea in his office while he himself used his laptop to handle his work. For what it's worth, he left his office door open, not for anything else. The little pervert is here and has to be defended against a handful of them. Other than Chen Lexi, Su Qiuran didn't come to him, and remained the same as always, faint, causing Zhao Qingfeng to have some inexplicable regrets. He didn't know where he had offended Su Qiuran. The clock is ticking down to September 12th. It's Friday. Early in the morning, the Tiannan City Plaza was already crowded with people. Zhao Qingfeng arrived at the Star 1 General Store early in the morning. After all, it was produced by Star Labs. On the one hand, in order to show respect, on the other hand, in order to highlight the reputation of Star Labs, so the signboard of the main store, or the theme of Star 1. As for 9 May, it only occupies a very small place. Of course, this was because the 9 May group was too weak at this stage. Star 1's main store has an area of 400 square meters, which is worth a lot of money in the Tiannan City Plaza where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, while the decoration is even more extraordinary and the signboard is eye-catching. By this time, many flower baskets had been placed at the entrance of the store, and a large red carpet was spread out, surrounded by many golden eggs, which was the golden egg smashing activity held on the opening day. It's cheesy, but it works. The prizes include top cell phones, branded computers, etc. The grand prize is the new A8, which is sitting inside the showroom at this time. Of course, these awards are able to be entered both online and offline. Zhao Qingfeng had just come over when he heard Bai Liyue's voice, and when he walked over to take a look, he laughed. "Li Yue, so early?" Today's Bai Liyu put on light makeup, originally broken face value. This time is even more beautiful and shocking. At this point there was a rack in front of her with a cell phone pointed at her, obviously on. Zhao Qingfeng patted up to take a look, and rows of pop-ups appeared. "My god, is this Sister Moon's boyfriend? His face is too high. Order. I want a full file on him in a minute. Mom asked me why my cell phone was wet, and I told her it was because I was drooling. On the day I become the governor of Tianqi province, I'll give one of these to each of my sisters in Tianqi province. I vote above. +1. Zhao Qingfeng laughed and moved away in a hurry. Bai Liyu glared at him in a flirtatious manner, then began to concentrate on the live broadcast and explained the product. At this time, the entrance to the experience store was crowded with people. Zhao Qingfeng managed to squeeze in with great difficulty, and when he saw Zhou Mei, he said, "Mr. Zhou, how is it?" Mei Zhou was a little excited and said, "Online orders exploded, way higher than expected." Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised. Zhou Mei continued, Today there are a lot of netroutes. Our online live are products. And even more than just netroutes. Some stars have begun to advertise to us. Qingfeng, have you hired someone to endorse? Zhao Qingfeng was a bit confused and said, no, the company's accounts are all accounted for. There was not much money. Advertising is already very reluctant. Where is the spare money to hire Netflix? He was startled for a moment, so he took out his cell phone and took a look, and immediately realized that on the short video platform, not only by Liu, but also many famous netizens were advertising the Star One white bottle, and even put up the connection to the platform's flagship store. No wonder orders have exploded. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised and had a question in his mind. Who is this helping me? Chapter 152, Shura? At this time, the dozens of staff inside the store were a bit busy. A couple of managers are here to keep order. Guests were almost full, taking on the Star One experience, and 80% of them were women. With so many women crowding around, it naturally attracts a lot of men. This led to a growing number of people on the scene. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the bustling scene, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Just then, there was suddenly some movement outside the door. Immediately afterward most of the people looked out, their expressions starting to become hesitant. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and walked out. Outside, a couple of men in uniforms walked in, looking unimpressed. It's the AA. Zhou Mei blushed and whispered. Zhao Qingfeng immediately understood that these few people, 80% of them were the ones that Zhang Feng had found. Call out your boss. The manager went forward to negotiate. The leader of the tube bureau did not say anything. A man stopped the manager and said coldly. The manager's forehead was sweating, so Zhao Qingfeng walked over and patted his shoulder. When the manager saw him, he let out a long breath. Mr. Zhao, I know. Go about your business and leave this place to me. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking to the manager, his gaze turned to a few people from the authority and inquired. Several leaders. It's our first day of business, so I don't know if there are any violations? One of them scanned the circle and suddenly exclaimed. We have received a report that the products you are selling contain carcinogenic substances and need to be rigorously inspected. When these words came out, there was an uproar around them, and many of them showed looks of panic, as they had just conducted a trial. Zhao Qingfeng's expression turned cold as he said, Star One has been officially inspected many times and has no problems. Can you take legal responsibility for your words? The man's eyes rolled back in his head and he said, don't you know if there's a problem by checking it? Or do you have a weak heart? This made the onlookers worried. Many of the customers in there even stopped the trial immediately. Under such circumstances, even if there is no problem, being so stirred up by the people of the AA, I am afraid that some specious so-called expert evaluations will soon come out on the internet. Zhou Mei walked over and said in a low voice, Qingfeng, large quantities of softwares defaming Star One have begun to appear on the internet. Zhao Qingfeng had just thought of this when the other party had already begun to carry out their actions. Undoubtedly, this was all Zhang Feng's tactics. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and asked, Leader, why don't we go in for a chat? One of the few people in the management bureau, a large-bellied man who hadn't said anything and was obviously in a higher position, said faintly, what can't you say out in the open? The person next to him immediately said, oh, you want to bribe Director Wang? I advise you to die of that. At this point, a lot of people are starting to take pictures of the place. When he says this in public, his meaning is self-evident. Word gets out that there's something wrong with your product, and now you're trying to bribe? If you don't cope well, your reputation will stink in no time. Zhao Qingfeng's face was cold. For this kind of situation, he had planned for it before and had also communicated with Wu Qian. Wu Qian also said that if necessary, she could invite the old professors from Tiannan University to come and stand. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng take out his cell phone, Director Wang frowned and immediately said seriously, What? You want to find someone? Let me tell you, originally I just came over to take a look, but this behavior of yours right now makes me suspicious. Today I have to investigate to the end, but if there is even the slightest problem, I will never condone it. A word of righteousness, so that the side of the eaters all clapped their hands and applauded. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing walked over and said coldly, Director Wang, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Seeing this too pretty to be true woman, Director Wang frowned and said, Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. The point is that there are people who can cure you. Bai Xiaoxing's tone was icy cold. Director Wang grunted and droned. Behind me is the state. I'd like to see who can rule me. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly walked over. He quietly glanced at Director Wang. Director Wang thought that this person looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. The middle-aged man smiled at Zhao Qingfeng and said, It's a great opening. Keep this piece of writing. With that, he handed out the scroll in his hand. Zhao Qingfeng froze and took it. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man smiled and pointed to the scroll. Unroll it and take a look. Zhao Qingfeng then unrolled the scroll. 4 big words drawn in iron on it. Artisanal craftsmanship. The inscription is, Chen Daozhong. Director Wang didn't put it in his eyes at first, and the person next to him took a look and his expression froze. What was written? Director Wang clasped his hands on his chest and grunted coldly. The voices of the people below began to tremble, and they said with trepidation, Chun, Secretary Chen. What? Director Wang froze for a moment, so he walked over to look at it, and when he saw the inscription, his whole body exploded. Yeah, Director Wang's legs went limp and he almost didn't paralyze. Not only him, but even Bai Xiaoxing and Zhou Mei, who were next to him, were frozen. Zhao Qingfeng was shocked for a few seconds before he took a deep breath and said, May I ask what your name is? Just call me Secretary Zhang. The middle-aged man smiled and said, You go ahead and get busy, so I won't bother you. After saying that, he once again lightly swept a glance at Director Wang and turned to leave. No name-calling, no reprimands. Just this glance almost made Director Wang lose his guts. He gulped a mouthful of saliva and suddenly blurted out, Don't misunderstand, everyone. We think the quality of the Star One is very good. I want to purchase it, and the authority is making a large purchase. Director Wang was already incoherent. As for the onlookers, the heart is in the right place. Chen Daozhong is the No. 1 in Tiannan province, a real feudal official. He can send out this character. How can the product be problematic? After eating this melon, we are all relieved to do what we have to do. And Zhao Qingfeng understood in his heart that the first reason why Chen Daozhong was able to deliver the word was because of the authority of Star Labs, and the second and most important reason was Chen Lexi. Thinking of the little pervert, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then without speaking, he turned and walked into the store. Director Wang gritted his teeth and followed. There was an office inside the store, and Zhao Qingfeng went in to put away the words that Secretary Chen had sent before realizing that Director Wang had followed him in. So he frowned. What are you doing over here? Seeing that no one was here to take pictures, Director Wang clenched his teeth, plopped down on his knees, and wailed, Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. Will you let me off the hook? This appearance was a far cry from the righteous performance just now. Zhao Qingfeng snorted and then asked, Who sent you here? Director Wang's eyes trembled, but Secretary Chen's majesty was above all. So he said, It's the Zheng family. Sure enough, it's him. Zhao Qingfeng nodded calmly and said, You can go back. Director Wang asked expectantly, Can you talk to Secretary Chen? Don't ask me. Zhao Qingfeng interrupted in a cold voice, Joking. I can't even get on with Secretary Chen. Director Wang instantly despaired, and when he went out, his entire body was still trembling. When Bai Xiaoxing saw him leave, she said in a mind-boggling manner, Hubby, when did you know Secretary Chen? Zhao Qingfeng ignored her. Bai Xiaoxing immediately came to a realization. It's Chen Lexi? She then gritted her teeth. Yeah, that little girl really did whatever she could to steal my husband. She was angry, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Chen Lexi's background was too exaggerated. Zhao Qingfeng still ignored her and walked out. The opening event continues to be a hot one. Just then, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes suddenly trembled when he saw the two people, Su Qiuran, and a young man. Zhao Qingfeng's heart inexplicably sank, but he still walked over to greet him. Qiuran. Su Qiuran was originally talking and laughing with the young man. When she saw him coming over, her expression became faint and she nodded. Big brother Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng forced a smile and inquired, And this is? Su Qiuran's expression was calm, and she suddenly took the young man's arm and said, My boyfriend. Zhao Qingfeng froze. Sister Qiuran. Chen Lexi walked over at an unknown time. When Su Qiuran saw her, his gaze became a little complicated. Chen Lexi walked to her and suddenly bowed deeply towards her, saying, Sister Qiuran, I'm sorry for what happened last time. I apologize to you. After apologizing, she turned to the side of Zhao Qingfeng and also took his arm. Smiling, Sister Qiuran, when did you get a boyfriend? Introduce him? Seeing the two close together, Su Qiuran's eyes trembled, but at this time, when Bai Xiaoxing saw this scene, flames came out of her eyes and she walked over quickly, excitedly pulling Chen Lexi away. Let go of my husband. Chapter 153, Qiuran, I wish you happiness. Ugh, ex-wife sis, why are you so rude? Chen Lexi's arm was red from her tugging, rubbing her arm while saying with dissatisfaction. Bai Xiaoxing glared at her. If you keep pestering my husband, I'll have something even ruder, you believe? Chen Lexi coldly grunted. You've got to get over it. How long have you been divorced? And still husband. Do you still want to have some face? You. Bai Xiaoxing was furious. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have the heart to care about them. His eyes looked at Su Qiuran, and his heart wasn't in the right place. He forced a smile and said, A boyfriend? When did that happen? Su Qiuran was silent for 2 seconds before saying, Not long. Zhao Qingfeng let out a light breath and said somewhat lowly, Congratulations then. Bai Xiaoxing didn't continue to wrangle with Chen Lexi and pulled her aside, then walked over to Zhao Qingfeng himself and smiled at Su Qiuran. Your boyfriend is very handsome. He's a good match for you. The man looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, with handsome features, a gentle smile, and an air of being either rich or noble. It was then that he spoke. Thank you, Ms. Bai Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow. You know me? The young man laughed lightly and said, the stars of the Tiandong Bai family are naturally famous. Oh, and the moon. With that, he swept a glance at Bai Liu who was live-streaming not far away. Bai Liu was a little distracted at this moment, her eyes frequently looking over here, wanting to come over to eat melon, but then she was live-streaming, which made her heart feel like a cat scratching. It was hard. Many eyes looked over at this time. After all, several stunning beauties were here. It was hard not to attract attention. Zhao Qingfeng then said, go inside and talk. Only, Su Qiuran was shaking her head as she quietly said, no, I just came over to take a look. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. When she finished, she took the young man on her arm and left. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't say anything to retain him and could only helplessly shake his head. Su Qiuran and the young man returned to the top of a black sports car. She sat in the passenger side and looked at Zhao Qingfeng through the glass. Stunned. If you like it, go after it. Go here and watch. Like a licking dog. The man next to him, helplessly, said. Su Qiuran's eyes trembled, thinking of the day she saw him and Chen Lexi. The mood dropped instantly and said, not a chance. The man's name was Su Che, Su Qiuran's cousin. He said breathlessly, Qiuran, you should either cut it off completely with him and not care about anything. You're saying that you don't have a chance while asking me to arrange a bunch of people to do live streaming bandwagons for him. Isn't this kind of behind-the-scenes payoff too lickety-split? Su Qiuran's eyes reddened and said, you person, why is there so much nonsense? Just say whether things are done or not. Su Che was dissatisfied. Why are you angry at me? Am I not giving you ideas? What about things done? Su Che was indignant in his heart and looked at Zhao Qingfeng, cursing in his heart. You owe me a favor. He operated an entertainment company with a lot of netizens under his banner, and this time when Su Qiuran asked him to help, Su Che, in addition to his own company's resources, was even more willing to go out of his old face and use a lot of his connections. Now that he didn't get a dime's worth of benefits, it was just a big loss for him. Su Qiuran let out a sigh of relief and nodded. That's more like it. Let's go. Where to? Take me home. On the way. Su Che couldn't help but ask. Ugh, just now why did you say I was your boyfriend? Su Qiuran was silent. Su Che raised his eyebrows and said, are you trying to make him jealous? Su Qiuran was still silent. Qiuran, you're confused. Su Che added, alas, I don't know who you learned this method from. I can only tell you that if you have this kind of aim, you will be disappointed. Even if he has a crush on you, after learning that you have a boyfriend, he will at most be hard to please, but he definitely won't pester you anymore. Su Qiuran still didn't say anything, but there was already panic flickering in her eyes. Don't look, everyone's gone. Bai Xiaoxing said somewhat sourly when she saw Zhao Qingfeng's gaze on the sports car that was driving away. When Zhao Qingfeng returned to his senses, he walked inside the store without saying a word. Only Chen Lexi and Bai Xiaoxing were left at the scene, and the two of them looked at each other, both sensing the other's vigilance. Su Qiuran was obviously out, and they naturally put their eyes on each other. Bai Xiaoxing laughed coldly and spoke first. Chen Lexi, you've already been kicked out. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to appear in front of my husband for the rest of my life. So what? Chen Lexi grunted. I'm only going home temporarily. I'll be back sooner or later. You're not good looking, but you think pretty. Bai Xiaoxing snorted. In the area of face value, Chen Lexi was indeed a bit worse. Only, Chen Lexi was not discouraged in the slightest, but instead smiled and said, haven't you heard of it? Bai Xiaoxing froze. What? Chen Lexi straightened up, causing Bai Xiaoxing's gaze to tremble before she smiled smugly. Pretty is worthless in front of sexy. Now, Bai Xiaoxing choked. After all, there was still a Bai Liu between her and Chen Lexi. Bai Xiaoxing said in annoyance, that's all you've got. I'm too lazy to care about you. I'm going to find my husband. You're not allowed to come in. With that, she turned and walked into the store. Chen Lexi naturally wouldn't listen to her, and sure followed behind. She was even secretly wondering if she should expose herself to some of the things that happened with brother Qingfeng. Only after thinking about it, he still dismissed the decision. The last time Bai Xiaoxing's madness was still fresh in his mind. In case she irritates her again and does something unexpected, brother Qingfeng will have to blame me again. Chen Lexi actually saw that although Zhao Qingfeng was cold to Bai Xiaoxing, he still had her in his heart, not to mention that Bai Xiaoxing was still Zhao Ye's own mother. So, she decided it was better to keep a low profile. When he truly broke through a certain layer of relationship with brother Qingfeng, he would naturally not hide it. When Zhao Qingfeng entered the store, Zhou Mei's expression was excited and said, Qingfeng, Today's order is guaranteed to be above 100,000. That high? Zhao Qingfeng was slightly stunned. The price of Star 1 oral liquid is actually quite high, priced at $19.99 a box for the reason that the raw materials are also more expensive. With 100,000 orders, that's over 200 million in sales that day. It's only the first day, and the sales of such products gradually increase with more popularity. Zhou Mei nodded her head seriously. Her mouse clicked and the number increased with each refresh. She said, but the problem comes out. According to this kind of sales, we don't have enough production capacity. Zhao Qingfeng said, then expand production capacity and get new production lines. Zhou Mei hummed and said, I think so too. Let's discuss this at the company later. Zhao Qingfeng said, alright, you watch first, I'll rest for a while. Go on, Zhou Mei said. Zhao Qingfeng went to the store's lounge, took out his cell phone, and tapped on Su Qiuran's WeChat. It's still up there from 3 days ago. Have you eaten? I'll buy you lunch at noon. It was sent by Zhao Qingfeng. Only Su Qiuran didn't reply. After staring at the message for a while, he released a smile. Qiuran, I wish you happiness. Saying so, he emptied all the messages with Su Qiuran. All of them. Chapter 154. Zhao Qingfeng was drunk. After clearing out, Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette to make himself less bored. Only before it was quiet for long, Bai Xiaoxing and Chen Lexi drilled in. When Zhao Qingfeng saw Bai Xiaoxing, his already irritated mood became even more irritated and he said, aren't you going to the company? Hubby, what are you talking about? You're opening on your side, so naturally I have to come over. Bai Xiaoxing said rightfully. Zhao Qingfeng said expressionlessly, you don't need to come over. That's just it. Chen Lexi added from the side. Bai Xiaoxing didn't think it was a big deal and came over with a smile, massaging Zhao Qingfeng's temples and said, hubby, I know you're having a bit of a hard time, but Su Qiuran is definitely going to marry someone. It's okay, your wife I'll be with you every day. Chen Lexi was not willing to show weakness. There's still me. Bai Xiaoxing, your all ex-wife's sister. Can you be a little more conscious? Zhao Qingfeng looked at Chen Lexi and said, the pair of characters that Secretary Chen sent today is, I went to see my uncle. Chen Lexi didn't hide it and said haughtily, it's not really complicated. I just begged him for 3 days and 3 nights. As he spoke, his big eyes quietly looked at Zhao Qingfeng, almost as if he had written the words quickly compliment me on his face. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, Lexi, thank you. As Bai Xiaoxing watched, her tone became a bit sour and said, Chen Lexi, you're so tactful. She could only be sour for a bit. Who made Chen Lexi's background heavenly? Brother Qingfeng, how can you say thank you to me? However, Chen Lexi opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhao Qingfeng with an aggrieved expression. Bai Xiaoxing was wary. Then what else do you want? Chen Lexi opened her mouth, actually wanting Brother Qingfeng to give her a kiss, preferably in front of her ex-wife's sister. But just a thought. Let's just stabilize her for a while these days. Just don't irritate her. Zhao Qingfeng said, alright, I still have a lot of things to do later, so you guys do what you need to do. Let me rest for a while. Bai Xiaoxing was naturally reluctant. However, with a twinkle in her eye, Chen Lexi said, well, I'll go back first, Brother Qingfeng. I'll come back for you when you're done. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Go ahead. Chen Lexi then left decisively. Bai Xiaoxing was confused. Then in his heart, he was annoyed. Chen Lexi, you've gone too far. Right, so well behaved at this moment. Who are you showing it to? Isn't that holding me over the fire? As expected, Zhao Qingfeng looked at her and his smile immediately tightened. Bai Xiaoxing said aggressively, hubby, I just want to accompany you. Zhao Qingfeng said coldly, you should leave. This isn't the place for you. Bai Xiaoxing was helpless, and under Zhao Qingfeng's forceful expression, he could only leave in a sarcastic manner. Walking out of the store, she saw Chen Lexi in front of Bai Liyu's camera not knowing what she was talking about. She walked over to her without any good reason and grabbed her out. Chen Lexi, are you doing this on purpose? Chen Lexi blinked her eyes and said innocently, ex-wife's sister, what do you mean? Bai Xiaoxing's teeth itched with hatred when he saw her expression was contrived, and he finally said angrily, you wait for me. After saying that, she left angrily. Chen Lexi was at the back, laughing in triumph and joy. Then he said to Bai Liyu, big auntie, I'm going back too. Bai Liyu said, well, go, and be safe on the road. Today's opening event lasts all day. Bai Liyu sewed into the afternoon and left here. She went to Flower Elementary School to pick up Zhao Yiyi and then went home. Zhao Qingfeng rested for half an hour before coming out and starting to get busy. He didn't stay inside the store all the time, either. By the afternoon he went back to the factory, where delivery orders were coming out almost non-stop and employees were constantly packing trucks. The atmosphere on the network was also fully mobilized by those anchors. As early as Chen Daozhong's word sent to the store began, those so-called expert evaluation almost instantly disappeared, and has been released to denigrate the slamming video, but also fire deleted. the key is the effectiveness of the product. In this day and age, prolonging youth and resisting aging definitely has an unprecedented appeal to the female market. The countless vitamins that sell for astronomical prices are the IQ tax paid by women. The Star One White Bottle, for the Star Labs production, is the real thing, the official most authoritative certification. Even the Tiannan province, the first one, are on the stand of the product. Naturally, let a lot of people flock to. By the afternoon, the increase in orders was even more exaggerated. Evening, after the store closed, Zhao Qingfeng was finally able to rest for a while. Zhou Mei looked at the backstage data on the computer and her voice was shaking a bit as she said, "Qingfeng, today's sales broke through quadrillion." Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and said, calm down some." Zhou Mei was so excited that she actually hugged Zhao Qingfeng and choked. "I can't calm down, Dad." Zhou Mei finally got ahead. It was just that her cry of dad caused many of the employees nearby to stop their movements, and their gazes looked at the two of them in a somewhat bizarre manner. "Ah, can you not say something that makes people misunderstand?" Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened, patted Zhou Mei's shoulder, and said, "Well, that's just where it is. Don't you want to take Zhou Mei to that level of the Ride Wind Group? It's still far away." When Zhou Mei noticed the eyes of the others, she somewhat awkwardly separated from Zhao Qingfeng, wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes, and said to the assistant next to her, "Have they all been notified yet? Go to the Tiannan Hotel." Early in the afternoon, Zhao Qingfeng had someone book a banquet at the Tiannan Hotel. The entire staff is invited to a potluck dinner in the evening. Zhou Mei's assistant said, "Mr. Zhou, the notification has been completed." A few people didn't linger, and after getting the finishing touches done, they went straight to the Tiannan Hotel. Zhao Qingfeng had chartered a banquet hall with 6 whole tables full. The entire marketing staff was invited, as well as some of the plant employees responsible for packing. Then, according to the usual practice, Zhao Qingfeng, as the chairman, was the first to speak. The scene fell silent, and all eyes looked at him. Zhao Qingfeng, although it is the first time to speak in front of so many people, but he is not timid. End of the Glass smiled and said, "Today's opening activities? A complete success, but also thanks to the hard work of all of you. I do not have much to say. This cup of wine I dry. As for the rest of the wages on the sea." A burst of laughter rang out in the banquet hall, and they were also excited that there was a rumor that Mr. Zhao would be giving out a substantial bonus this month. After saying that, Zhao Qingfeng took the wine cup and tilted his head and directly dried it. There was a loud round of applause. After he sat down, Zhou Mei whispered, "Qingfeng, why are you dry in one gulp?" There was some concern in his tone. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "It's fine, happy today." The words were so, but in his mind, Su Qiuran's face floated. Whether he was happy or not, only he knew. Next, Zhao Qingfeng held his wineglass and from time to time, people came over to him to propose a toast. Certainly not individuals. Basically, one group came together. A group of people gave him a toast. Zhao Qingfeng said some words of motivation. This is also one of the drinking table cultures in China. Of course, Zhao Qingfeng was also very facetious. As long as he was given a toast, he would not refuse. Without realizing it, Zhao Qingfeng was a bit drunk. Normally, he didn't drink much, and so far today, almost a pound or so of white wine had gone down. "I'm afraid I would have collapsed long ago if I hadn't improved my physique so much." Zhou Mei was a bit worried, and when she saw him start to shake, she held his waist and said, "Qingfeng, are you alright?" Zhao Qingfeng said with a big tongue, "Alas, I am fine. I can still drink. Happy today. Everyone despite drinking. By now." Where did Zhou Mei not understand that Zhao Qingfeng was obviously drunk? At that moment, the phone he had placed on the table suddenly rang. Zhou Mei picked it up. The note was great and Yi. She then connects. Bai Liu said in a thin voice. "Qingfeng, Yi asked when you're going home." Zhou Mei coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Zhao is drunk." Immediately there was some unusual ringing on the opposite side, and then another woman's voice was heard, saying coldly, "My husband is drunk? Where are you guys? And who are you?" Chapter 155, My ex-wife will never stop trying to kill me. As soon as Zhou Mei heard this, she realized that this was Bai Xiaoxing and said coldly, "I'm Zhou Mei." "It's you?" Bai Xiaoxing questioned. "Why is my husband drunk and what are you doing with her?" Zhou Mei glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and suddenly let out a light laugh and said, "Guess." Bai Xiaoxing was stunned, then said angrily, "Zhou Mei, are you looking for death? How dare you touch my husband?" Zhou Mei was not accustomed to her, and said petulantly, "Ugh, I'm so scared." Her conspiratorial tone made Bai Xiaoxing even angrier, and Bai Liu hurriedly snatched the phone over. "Xiaoxing, stop it. I've noticed that but any woman beside Qingfeng, you're going to have to do a little." Bai Xiaoxing hummed and said rightfully, "That's for sure." Bai Liu was very speechless, thinking, "You dry also just, the most critical is not seeing you dry over who. She took her cell phone and said, Mr. Joe, this is great Aunt Yi Yi. May I ask where Qingfeng is? Jo Mei knew that Bai Liu was today's anchor, and her tone was also much better, saying, tonight the company had a get-together at the Tiannan Hotel, and Mr. Zhao drank a little too much. Okay, I know, we'll be right there. Actually, there's no need. Someone can give Mr. Zhao a ride later. It's okay, we'll get it. Hanging up the phone, Bai Liu hesitated. She looked at Bai Xiaoxing, and Bai Xiaoxing looked at her. After a while, Bai Xiaoxing said, I'll get it. Bai Liu said somewhat impulsively, ugh, why don't you stay home and watch Yi Yi? I'll go pick up Qingfeng. Bai Xiaoxing gradually frowned, his gaze making Bai Liu's heart pound. She then lowered her head and said, disgruntled, what do you keep looking at me for? Bai Xiaoxing immediately stood up and said in an undeniable voice, sister, you just watch Yi Yi. My husband is drunk, so naturally I'll have to pick him up. Bai Liu had no way to refute it. Just then, Zhao Yi Yi suddenly raised her head and said, Mom, great aunt, why don't you guys go together? Wouldn't it be better if I followed? At once, both women froze for a moment. 5 minutes later, Bai Xiaoxing drove Zhao Qingfeng's old Audi to the Tiannan Hotel. As opposed to saying her Porsche is too roomy, the Audi is old but spacious. In front of the Tiannan Hotel, Zhao Qingfeng was a little unsteady. Jo Mei wanted to assist, but Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand, and he stood at the entrance of the hotel, holding onto the wall next to him to slow down. Not much longer. Honey, Bai Xiaoxing and Bai Liu walked over holding Zhao Ye. Zhao Yi looked at Zhao Qingfeng and couldn't help but laugh. Dad, your face is red. When Zhao Qingfeng heard Yi Yi's voice, he slightly sobered up and said, Yi Yi, why are you here? I've come to take Daddy home. Zhao Qingfeng warmed his heart and said, thank you Yi Yi. When Jo Mei saw them coming, she said, Mr. Zhao, then I'll go back first. I'll see you at the company tomorrow. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. See you at the company. Bai Xiaoxing looked at Jo Mei, his gaze containing scrutiny, which caused Jo Mei to be a bit displeased and faintly said, what is Mr. Bai looking at me like that for? Bai Liu hurriedly said, Mr. Zhou, I'm troubling you tonight. Just ignore her. It's late. You go back first. Jo Mei actually drank a little bit of wine, sniffed and nodded, and did not look at Bai Xiaoxing again. Next to the assistant has long been driving and waiting, so she directly get on the car and leave. Bai Xiaoxing walked over and assisted Zhao Qingfeng's arm, snapping, hubby, why did you drink so much? Zhao Qingfeng was silent. Bai Xiaoxing continued, alas, in the future again outside, or don't drink. You took Jo Mei's shares. She doesn't see what's in her heart yet. Zhao Qingfeng was bored and said coldly, don't worry, I won't just drink cross-cup wine with anyone else anymore. When those words came out, Bai Xiaoxing's face suddenly paled. Bai Liu sighed in her heart and hurriedly walked to the other side, holding Zhao Qingfeng up. The two women held him together as Bai Xiaoxing walked silently, tears of regret sliding silently down his face, but he couldn't say anything else. Zhao Yi was very well behaved and took the lead in running next to the old Audi and pulling open the door. After assisting Zhao Qingfeng inside, Bai Xiaoxing drove home in silence. At this time, Zhao Qingfeng's alcohol had already come up, and his entire body was drowsy and very uncomfortable. Just arrived at the Royal River Residence neighborhood. The car is not even parked. He opened the door. Get out of the car, hard to vomit a lot, only to feel more comfortable. Bai Xiaoxing silently walked over and patted his back, smoothing his breath. After parking the car, the two sisters assisted him upstairs together. Back home, Bai Xiaoxing said, sister, you take care of Yi Yi to sleep. Bai Liu looked at Zhao Qingfeng on the sofa, her eyes trembled and said, then you. She had already guessed what Bai Xiaoxing was up to, and there was an inexplicable emotion in her heart that made her a little unhappy, but there was no position to stop it. Bai Xiaoxing didn't answer and fought to help Zhao Qingfeng up and into the master bedroom. As the bedroom door closed, Bai Liu froze for a long time. Zhao Yi asked, Auntie, what's wrong with you? Bai Liu came back to her senses and hid the flash of hard feelings, forced a smile and said, it's nothing, let's go. Big Auntie will put the water on for you to take a bath. Inside the room, honey, you look like a pig, dead heavy. Bai Xiaoxing was already sweating profusely when he placed Zhao Qingfeng on the bed. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were half open, half closed, and he spoke intermittently, where am I? This is. Bai Xiaoxing looked at his strong body, looked at his handsome cheeks, and thought in her heart obsessively, you are my husband for life. I will not separate from you even if I die. Next, she took Zhao Qingfeng's clothes off, went to the bathroom to call for hot water, and helped Zhao Qingfeng wipe his entire body. He then went and took a shower himself. After doing this, Bai Xiaoxing lay on the bed, hugged Zhao Qingfeng, and said softly, hubby, I know you're blaming me. In fact, I also blame myself. I regret it. I didn't think anything would separate us, but it took losing you to realize how painful and hard it was. I know I'm wrong. I'll change. The only man I love is you. She wrapped her arms around Zhao Qingfeng's waist and looked at his side face obsessively as she had done countless nights before turning off the lights. There was no way Bai Xiaoxing would let go of the opportunity tonight. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng woke up from his sleep as he sat up violently. Honey, you're awake. Bai Xiaoxing poked her head out of the bathroom, her face flushed and luscious. Zhao Qingfeng lifted the quilt and took a look. His expression changed and he gritted his teeth. What did you do last night? Last night, he had dreamed, but now he couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. Bai Xiaoxing smiled and waved her hand, saying, it's nothing, it's all just small things that aren't worth mentioning. You, Zhao Qingfeng looked at her smug expression. How could he not know what was happening? And immediately gritted his teeth and said, get the hell out of here. Bai Xiaoxing's smile froze, not realizing that her husband's attitude was still so bad. Zhao Qingfeng repeated in a cold voice, didn't you hear me? Oh, Bai Xiaoxing had to reluctantly walk out of the room. Just immediately revealed a happy smile and greeted Bai Liu upon seeing her. Sister, good morning. Bai Liu swept a glance at her. Seeing her spirit refreshed, a ghostly look of triumph, her heart inexplicably came to be angry, so she coldly grunted. Bai Xiaoxing's cheeks twitched as she muttered, really? What an attitude everyone has. Zhao Qingfeng remained stagnant inside the room for a long time. Trembling, he touched out a cigarette and lit it, and lamented in his heart. His ex-wife's heart of death is not dead, so he was really careless, and he will definitely not be able to drink in the future. After a few moments of slowing down, he finally accepted the truth. Stuffy dresses and gets up. He went out of the room and didn't bother with anyone, and left the house straight away. This naturally caused Bai Xiaoxing to be greatly disappointed. Zhao Qingfeng put aside these emotions when he got into the old Audi, and his eyes became sharp. Zhang Feng, do you really think I don't have a temper? Saying that, he took out his cell phone and opened the navigation, positioning it as the Zhang family's villa. Then he started the car directly and followed the navigation. The Changs. Zhang Tianxiong frowned, you're being impulsive. Knowing full well that brat and the Chun family's girl have a strong relationship, there's no need to provoke him at this time. Zhang Feng sneered, it's not a big problem. If you want to fight or stop, the initiative is mine, and the Chen family won't take the initiative to help him retaliate against us. When Zhang Tianxiong heard this, his brows stretched, thinking that indeed, without the help of the Chen family, what right did he have to touch the Zhang family alone? Chapter 156 Zhang Feng thinks Zhao Qingfeng is evil. I heard you recently signed a $100 million contract with a small company called Star Peak? Zhang Tianxiong suddenly asked. Zhang Feng nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, Star Peak is the company of the White family star, and that kid's ex-wife. I would like to have a taste of it. When Zhang Tianxiong heard this, he nodded. So that's how it is. You get it on your own, but there's no need to offend the Bai family. Not so much. Zhang Feng calmly said, I will communicate with Xingfeng with the help of an intermediary, and I will show up again when the time is ripe. Then again, that kid has now abandoned the Bai family and cupped the Chen family's thighs, and he even divorced the marriage. Dad, do you think that the Bai family will not have any grievances? Zhang Tianxiong did not respond, revealing a thoughtful gaze. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth gently hooked up and said, it's not possible to say that we can still cooperate with the Bai family for a wave. Just as father and son were sitting in the living room chatting, there was a sudden movement outside. An old Audi drove straight by. The Zhang family villa was very grand, more like an estate than a villa. Thousands of square meters of area, was fenced the entire enclosure. Wide yard inside the parking of a number of luxury cars, but also more bodyguards uninterrupted patrol. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the three-story villa inside the fence. His eyes were sharp. His speed actually did not decrease at all, and he drove directly towards the fence. Sir, stop. The two bodyguards looked at the old Audi and were instantly alert, stepping forward ready to stop. Only the old Audi didn't show any sign of slowing down, making the bodyguard's face change dramatically, so he dodged out of the way. Boo! There was a loud bang and the fence was smashed right through. Zhao Qingfeng drove his car and went straight to the entrance of the villa. Turn off the engine and get out of the car. When the Zhang family's father and son heard the commotion, they hurriedly came out from inside the house, and the moment they saw Zhao Qingfeng, Zhang Feng's pupils shrunk. It's you! Zhao Qingfeng was tall and stood quietly in the doorway, saying indifferently, you're surprised to see me? A sound of footsteps came and a group of bodyguards ran over at a fast pace and surrounded Zhao Qingfeng. There were about 20 people in the villa. Besides the Zhang family's father and son, there were several women who also walked out. Everyone stared at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at the fence that was broken by him, and grinned. Coming as a guest, but you broke my house's door. Even if you're a guest, you have to pay for it. Zhang Tianxiang lightly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said, "You handle things here." After saying that, he let the women of the family enter the house and walked into the villa himself, obviously not putting Zhao Qingfeng in his eyes. The group of bodyguards gawking at the side didn't make Zhao Qingfeng feel any concern as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng and said, "You need to give me an explanation for what happened yesterday." Zhang Feng snorted. "What was it yesterday?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "When it comes down to it, there's no point in playing dumb." Zhang Feng took a few steps forward to Zhao Qingfeng and looked him up and down, then shook his head disdainfully and laughed. "Oh, even if I did it, what do you want?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "It's simple. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize." Zhang Feng froze, and then as if he heard the most incredible joke in the world, he laughed with his belly, and the 20 or so bodyguards around him all laughed along with him. Zhang Feng's movements were exaggerated, and it took a while for him to slow down, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed, saying, "Gu, Zhao Qingfeng, didn't anyone tell you that you're particularly amusing? Ha 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 ha, you're asking me to kneel and kowtow to you? Ouch, ha 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 ha." Only, Zhao Qingfeng didn't laugh. He shook his head and said, "If you don't get down on your knees and kowtow, you're going to die." As soon as these words came out, the scene was quiet, and Zhang Feng's smile tightened as he stared at him coldly and said, "You mean, you want to kill me?" Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said, "You will die. You will die in the hands of a person you don't expect." When Zhang Feng heard these words, a chill inexplicably appeared on his spine. What was originally comical to the extreme was said by Zhao Qingfeng with a serious face, giving him an evil feeling. With a light humph, shaking the odd feeling away, Zhang Feng coldly said, "Zhao Qingfeng, I realized that it's really a pity that you don't go to be a godly man. Being a godly man here, the Tiannan Psychiatric Hospital needs a talent like you." Zhao Qingfeng gently smiled, lit a cigarette and said, "I just gave you the opportunity. Kneel down and kowtow. Promise not to look for trouble from me in the future, and the matter between me and you might be able to pass. Except that it's a pity if you don't listen." "I'm listening to your mom." Zhang Feng pointed at Zhao Qingfeng and cursed, "I'm too lazy to listen to you pussyfooting around here. Now pay up and get lost." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "I came over, not to lose money." Zhang Feng coldly said, "What other purpose do you have?" "Beat you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he walked towards Zhang Feng. Only, the bodyguards next to him had already been prepared for a long time, and at this moment, they instantly squeezed over and blocked the front. Zhang Feng all froze, then laughed and shook his head. "You're really crazy, coming over alone and saying something inexplicable." Zhao Qingfeng walked straight forward with a cigarette in his mouth. A bodyguard said in a deep voice, "Stop." Zhao Qingfeng said, "A few $1,000s a month. What are you playing with your life for?" The bodyguard grunted coldly, "I'm paid more than $20,000. Zhao Qingfeng also stopped talking nonsense. Even though there were a dozen or so bodyguards in front of him, he didn't have half a bit of fear in his demeanor. Zhang Feng said in a cold voice, "Gave you face, didn't I? If you come to trouble me today, even if the Chun family knows about it, they won't say anything. Do it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bodyguards moved. One of the bodyguards in front of him slashed his head with a baton. Zhao Qingfeng raised his arm and accurately blocked it. Zhang Feng sneered, "Something, boo." The next second, there was a muffled sound, and Zhao Qingfeng's back received a stick. Zhang Feng laughed again, but not much. Only, Zhao Qingfeng, who had received a stick, didn't even shake a bit, and the cigarette in his mouth didn't even fall off. He didn't care about behind him, and after blocking the baton, he didn't hold back and punched the bodyguard directly in the face. The punch went down, and the $20,000 a month bodyguard was confused. Surprisingly, he rolled his eyes straight up and fainted quite dryly. His last thought before passing out was that it didn't hurt right. Next, Zhao Qingfeng's footsteps do not stop, completely regardless of other people, as long as the front of the block, a punch of very dry put down. No tricks, all numerical values. Now he had a physique that was exaggerated. Each time you help a soul, the feedback you receive strengthens yourself in every way. If you're playing the game, then it's attack, defense, life endurance and so on. All attributes increased across the board. Against these bodyguards, it's not like a tiger in a flock, but it's not far off. What's more, he wasn't trying to beat them all. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze had been locked onto Zhang Feng, who was not far away. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face changed. As he watched the number of bodyguards in his way dwindle, he finally felt uneasy. Think about running away. Only, just as his feet moved, Zhao Qingfeng's speed steeply accelerated, and with 2 consecutive kicks, he kicked away the last 2 bodyguards who were blocking the way, rushed over in 3 steps, and directly grabbed Zhang Feng's collar. Coldly, he said, "Still want to run now?" Chapter 157, Zhao Qingfeng's banditism. Panic flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes, followed by a frantic struggle. Rip. His shirt was ripped off and his whole body flopped to the ground, but he didn't half stop and rolled around trying to run into the house. It was only impossible for Zhao Qingfeng to let him go. A kick to Zhang Feng's waist caused him to scream violently and be kicked more than half a meter away. The next thing Zhao Qingfeng did was start punching and kicking him. Of course it was tightened. Otherwise Zhang Feng would have been beaten to death alive. Stop! A woman rushed out, trembling at the sight, and snapped, "Let go of my son." Zhao Qingfeng coldly swept a glance at her. "Shut the hell up or I'll even beat you up." Zhang Tianxiong also heard the commotion and ran out, roaring, "What are you doing? Hurry up and stop him." There were already 7 or 8 bodyguards lying on the ground, some unconscious, some moaning, and the rest somewhat hesitant. Zhang Tianxiong's forehead veins emerged. Seeing his son wailing miserably, his eyes were red. At that moment, he could not care so much, fiercely took out a pistol from his waist, and angrily cursed, "Zhao Qingfeng, if you move again, I'll beat you to death." Zhao Qingfeng stepped on Zhang Feng's chest, making it impossible for him to move before he glanced sideways and sneered disdainfully. "Threaten me with this? Shoot me. Using my life to exchange for the collapse of the Tiannanmen Zhang family. It's worth it. You." Zhang Tianxiong's eyes were cloudy. Suddenly thinking of something, his gaze violently turned to that old Audi. It was only then that he gritted his teeth and said, "Car log?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled. "It's still connected. This is the reason why he crashed through the fence directly and drove the car to the door. Otherwise the old Audi had been with him for so many years, more or less affectionate, and he didn't want to part with it." Zhang Tianxiong gritted his teeth, put the pistol away, and said angrily, "What exactly do you want?" Zhao Qingfeng shrugged his shoulders and casually said, "Yesterday I opened my business in a good way, but you guys ended up trying to find trouble with me during the opening. I'm a reasonable person. You guys found trouble with me. Today I'll find trouble with you guys. It's reasonable, right?" Zhang Tianxiong was incomparably angry in his heart and said, "At most, it's just business competition. Isn't it too much for you to go out and hurt someone now?" Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly. "The key thing is that I was in a bad mood yesterday." "You are in a bad mood. What does it have to do with lousy?" Zhang Tianxiong looked at his son on the ground with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and constantly moaning. His anger simply broke through the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "If it were not for the Chen family, how could I let you be so arrogant? Even if there were cameras, without the favor of the Chen family's girl, he dared to let Zhao Qingfeng have no return." Zhao Qingfeng grinned. "But there are no ifs. Speaking here," he suddenly said meaningfully, "the so-called means is nothing more than utilizing all the available resources one has. In other words, without the Chen family, I probably wouldn't have come over now, but there would have been other ways to come to you, and maybe, your son's outcome would have been even worse." These words caused Zhang Tianxiong to fall silent. It was a while before he said, "Zhao Qingfeng, I underestimated you. Originally thought that he was just a soft rice eater, but these words obviously made Zhang Tianxiong start to be afraid. This guy's methods are harsh, although straight to the point, but it makes Zhang Tianxiong have no way to start." At this time, Zhao Qingfeng held a cigarette and stepped on Zhang Feng's foot, and had a bandit atmosphere. He can use any means to achieve his goal. Zhang Feng also saw the current situation. There was no pain anywhere in his body, and his bones were broken several times, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Qingfeng, I was wrong. I am sorry for what happened yesterday. You let me go." Being stepped on and having to apologize, Zhang Feng had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Rather capable of bending and stretching. Much better than your brother." Zhang Tianxiong said indifferently, "Zhang Feng is an only child and has no younger brother." "Yes?" Zhao Qingfeng gently smiled and didn't comment on it, then loosened his foot. The bodyguards immediately ran over and helped Zhang Feng up. Slowly. "Broke. The bones are broken." The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as the sharp pain made him speak in a trembling voice. Zhao Qingfeng squatted down, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't mess with me next time, or, forget it, you don't have many opportunities. Cherish it." Zhang Feng stared straight at him without saying anything. There was a deep resentment in the eyes, but it was hidden. Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly, stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "That's it then." After saying that, he walked towards his old Audi and was about to get into the car when he suddenly said to Zhang Tianxiong, "Ugh, you're not going to call the police, are you?" Zhang Tianxiong was silent. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, opened the car door, and suddenly exclaimed, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, my car recorder didn't open?" The corner of Zhang Tianxiong's mouth twitched. "Ugh, this piece of car, it won't power up if you turn off the engine. Careless, too careless." Zhao Qingfeng cursed and got into the car. The engine roared, shallowly reversed, then made a beautiful U-turn and left the villa compound. Rushed to the hospital. Zhang Tianxiong looked at his son who was covered in injuries and said in annoyance, "Dad." Zhang Fong was breathing very hard and shouted with difficulty. Zhang Tianxiong hurriedly walked over and said, "If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we go to the hospital. I can't stand it." The violent anger in Zhang Fong's eyes was like substance as he almost squeezed it out of his throat and said, "Zhao Qingfeng, I want revenge. I'll make him never recover." Zhao Qingfeng left the Zhang family and his expression became stoic. He looked ahead, his gaze calm and distant. Looking at the time, he did not go directly to the company, but went to the Autumn Maple Detective Agency. When he went in, General Manager Roni took him to a quiet office, took out a bunch of photos and handed them to him, saying, "These are all recently taken photos." Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance, stroked his chin, and said in amazement, "Ugh, playing with such flowers? Wasted on such a good name." Roni smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Qingfeng put away the photos and said, "Keep following up." Roni nodded his head in a hurry. Only after coming out of the detective agency did Zhao Qingfeng go to the company. At this time, 9 May was bustling with activity, and every employee had a happy face. It's safe to say that the doors were open yesterday, and there will be no shortage of orders today. At this rate, this month's revenue, guaranteed, is in the billions. Zhao Qingfeng came in and everyone went quiet. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "It's fine, it's time to chat." The office area burst into laughter, and many young girls, quietly looking at the chairman of the board of directors, with their eyebrows in spring. Zhao Qingfeng walked through the office area to the door of Zhou Mei's office and knocked. "Come in, Zhou Mei is really in the office." Zhao Qingfeng pushed the door in and said, "Alas, Mr. Zhou, I think our company address needs to be changed." When Zhou Mei saw that it was him, she had a smile in her eyes and said, "You're the chairman of the board, just make the call." 9 May now, and before his two concepts, the large several hundred square meters of office area has been completely inadequate. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, "Temporarily lease about 2,000 square meters of office space to use first." Temporary? Zhou Mei wondered. Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly. "According to the long term, the company must have at least one building. Right, let's call it 9 May Building. What do you think? 9 Rose Mansion." Zhou Mei's eyes trembled. Looking at Zhao Qingfeng, pursing her lips lightly, her heart was mixed, and for a moment she could not say anything. Chapter 158, The Excited Zhuge Yang. Zhao Qingfeng walked in with a smile and said, "Wow, Mr. Zhou, I just drew a pie. You won't be moved, right?" Zhou Mei wiped the corners of her eyes and gave him a blank look. "Who's touched? Can't talk less." Zhao Qingfeng sat on the sofa and said, "Anyway, there are 2 things to do now. The office location as well as the factory expansion. Go ahead and arrange it." Zhou Mei said in a nonchalant manner. "What about you?" "Me?" Zhao Qingfeng pointed at himself before he said with a righteous face, "I'm busy with a whole lot of things." Zhou Mei frowned and inquired, "You still have a lot to do?" "Sure." Zhao Qingfeng boarded his fingers and said, "I have to pick up and drop off the kids, do laundry and cook. Such a bunch of things. Do you think it's busy?" Zhou Mei sneered. "I'm afraid it's more than that. There's taking care of the ex-wife, taking care of the ex-great-aunt, taking care of..." Stop. Zhao Qingfeng's forehead was sweating out. He didn't expect this woman to be so sharp, so he awkwardly said, "In short, relatively speaking, you're more experienced. Don't worry about it. I'm your firm backing." Zhou Mei was helpless. She could kind of see that now that the company was on track, Zhao Qingfeng was going to be a shirker. But on the other hand, this is also tantamount to handing over Zhou Mei's rights to her. Zhao Qingfeng said that he is the chairman of the board of directors, but Zhou Mei still has a great deal of clapperboard rights. After thinking about it, Zhou Mei said, "All right, I'll take care of these 2 things, and I'll come back to you if I need to. Then it's a deal." Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly before getting up to leave. As he was leaving, he turned his head and said, "Alas, I find that Mr. Zhou is surprisingly good-looking today." "Ugh, you." Zhou Mei froze for a moment, and Zhao Qingfeng had already slipped out. She stayed in her office chair for several seconds before she blushed slightly, looked down, and muttered, "Go ahead and flirt. Let's see how you end up after that." Zhao Qingfeng returned to his office and looked at the background data, realizing that today's order volume was still high. This makes his heart also assured. According to the current momentum of development, wait until the real effect of the Star One oral liquid show, then will form a word of mouth. The order will be even more a steady stream of continuous and stable. He communicated with Wu Qian that there are products similar to the Star One white bottle abroad, but the price is tens of times more expensive, and can only be injected through the needle. This made Zhao Qingfeng think about when to enter the international market, but there's no rush as the country is just in its infancy. Next Zhou Mei passed him a document through the OA, an incentive policy prepared by the personnel department to incentivize employees with excellent performance this month, totaling $3 million, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't get stuck, and went straight through the process. Soon he heard a shout of surprise from outside. Apparently word had gotten out about him going through the process. The corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth curled up into a smile, so he clicked on a movie and peacefully began to touch the fish. It didn't take long for the phone to ring. It was Bai Xiaoxing who sent him the message. "Hubby, would you like to have lunch together? Love." Zhao Qingfeng thought of last night's incident and was angry in his heart, replying directly, "Cocksucker." After posting it, and not feeling like it was enough, he put a fire-breathing angry emoji behind it, which made him feel clear in his heart. Bai Xiaoxing, husband, kissing. Zhao Qingfeng ignored her as his face darkened. By noon, Zhao Qingfeng went to have a steam restaurant alone. Going inside the store, his eyes locked on a window seat, the place where he had dated Su Qiran in chapter 100. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned for a few seconds, but in the end, he didn't walk over and found a small table and sat down. As he was holding the menu and preparing to order, Zhao Qingfeng's face suddenly changed slightly. Not far from the table, there was a man of about 40 years old, slowly eating a small dish. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a gray suit. A waitress went over and brought him a pack of tissues, and he looked up with a slight smile and said, "Thank you. It's very svelte and polite, and makes the heart grow fonder." Zhao Qingfeng certainly wasn't focusing on him, but next to him were standing three figures. These were three girls, the oldest under 20, and the youngest, perhaps 15 or 16. They were playful looking, but at the moment their faces contained a mind-blowing distortion that would make the hairs on their backs stand up and sweat if they were to be seen. But only Zhao Qingfeng could see it. The three girls, holding hands, stood next to the svelte man, staring him dead in the face. The oldest one among them, sensing Zhao Qingfeng's gaze, turned her face sideways and was stunned when she locked eyes with Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the flower-like age of the girl. His heartbeat accelerated a little, and at this moment, he withdrew his gaze and looked at his cell phone. The girl came over and asked hesitantly next to Zhao Qingfeng, "Brother, can you see us?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded slightly. Perhaps it was the thought of a bad past that she couldn't help but bawl, but no tears escaped. Zhao Qingfeng took out his cell phone and typed on it, "Speak slowly, don't be in a hurry." The girl choked, and only after a while did she say, "My name is Dear Pear, and this is my second sister, Dear Shin, and my third sister, Dear Guire. That animal locked us in the basement and tortured us for 3 whole months. 3 months, woo woo." Kaguri's eyes were red and her voice was a million times more mournful. Zhao Qingfeng didn't hesitate and immediately searched for these names on his phone. The information came out at once. Tenant City's 2018 Mega QJ murder case. Murderer still at large. Quickly scanning through the information, Zhao Qingfeng's chest rose and fell, obviously angry as well. With a gentle wave of his hand, he interrupted the girl from continuing her story and typed on his cell phone, "Don't worry, I'll help you." Dear Pear looked, eyes full of excitement. They followed this almost 7 years, long ago resentment, only for them to realize that nothing could be done, that they had tried countless ways over the years, but could not change anything in the world, could not take revenge at all. The fact that they now realized that someone could see them made Kaguri's heart quiver with excitement. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance at the Sven man with his afterglow, seeing that he had just served the food, and it was clear that the meal would take quite a bit more time. Zhao Qingfeng immediately dialed Zhuge Yang. Soon, Zhuge Yang's calm voice rang out, "Hey, Qingfeng." Zhao Qingfeng laughed, "Yangzi, have you arrived yet? LOL, it's just at the last there's a steamed vegetable restaurant. I'll send you a locator over there." He had never called out to Captain Zhuge, and this was the first time he had called out to Yangzi. Zhuge Yang immediately responded and hung up the phone without a word. Zhao Qingfeng then weighed in with Zhuge Yang. Quickly, Zhuge Yang immediately replied, "Received," and departed. In less than 10 minutes, Zhuge Yang, dressed in civilian clothes, walked into the store. He looked at Zhao Qingfeng and smiled. "What, you got paid today? Finally willing to treat me to dinner?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled back. "That's a must, show you how much I get paid." When he finished, he handed over his cell phone. The screen doesn't have any paychecks, but instead shows 6 to 17 Mega QJ murder case. Zhuge Yang's pupils shrunk, and his eyes flashed with a flash of excitement. Chapter 159, Ironclad Evidence. Zhuge Yang's eyes lit up and laughed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, such a high salary? You mustn't be properly slaughtered today? As he spoke, he sat down. However, Zhao Qingfeng noticed that his entire body was tense and ready to rush out at any time, and while the face was smiling, the rest of his eyes were looking around, clearly on alert. Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart, worthy of being an old criminal investigator. He didn't say anything, and when he saw that the man with the svelte glasses just glanced this way and ate on his own, He picked up the menu and ordered a few random dishes, then typed on top of his cell phone. The man in the gray suit to your left, in front of you, wearing glasses, is the killer. Zhuge Yang's pupils shrunk. He originally thought that there were just clues, but he didn't expect that even the murderer was here. This splash of wealth Zhuge Yang swept a glance, then took out a cigarette, smiled and said, "Fire for me to use." Zhao Qingfeng touched it and shook his head. Damn, the lighter is gone. With a helpless expression, Zhuge Yang stood up and walked over to the man in the suit and glasses, saying, "Buddy, lend me a light." The man in the suit and glasses flashed a hint of caution in his eyes, but he didn't think too much about it and pulled out a lighter from inside his pocket and handed it directly to Zhuge Yang. Only, just as he stretched out his hand, Zhuge Yang instantly twisted his arm and held him down on the table, coldly saying, "Don't move." The scene caused an uproar at the meal. The man with the glasses' pupils trembled and struggled frantically. Only, Zhuge Yang, well trained, at this time to occupy the first opportunity, twisted his arm slightly force. Glasses man can only lie on the table, cannot move. Then, Zhuge Yang nimbly took out the bracelet and handcuffed the man, and the surrounding people reacted to the fact that this is a police officer. Zhao Qingfeng had been watching from the side. Dealing with this kind of murderer didn't need him to make a move yet. In other words, with his ability, he could easily subdue this guy, but this favor, which he chose to give to Zhuge Yang, would be beneficial in the future. After all, catching this guy is at least a second-class honor. "Who are you? Just let go of me," the man with the glasses shouted in panic. Zhuge Yang calmly said, "I'm a criminal police officer. Why I'm arresting you? You should understand in your heart. I don't know. The man with glasses cried out in fear. "I'm a teacher at the vocational high school. You can't arrest me. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I can't imagine a scum like you being a teacher." Zhuge Yang sneered. At this moment outside quickly walked into two uniformed police officers. Together they put the man with glasses under control. It all happened in a very short period of time. From the moment Zhao Qingfeng said that this person was a murderer, Zhuge Yang didn't hesitate for a second, didn't even ask a single question, and made a decisive arrest. This boldness made Zhao Qingfeng tsk, escorting the man with glasses out. Zhao Qingfeng followed. The waiter of the restaurant only brought the dishes up at this time. Looking at the back of a few people, he froze for a moment. "Is this meal still eaten?" Interrogation room, Zhuge Yang coldly inquired. "Name." The man with the glasses took a deep breath and calmed down as well, saying, "Sun Tong." "Where were you from March through June 2018? "I work in tenant." Zhuge Yang glanced at the information. Back in the day, a call came in about a putrid odor coming from inside a house. The police rushed over, opened the basement, and vomited in disgust on the spot. Inside, there was a cage with 3 chained bodies lying inside, blood everywhere and body tissue missing in various places, which was eventually identified through DNA testing as the 3 dear sisters who had been missing for 3 months. Misery, too much misery. This case, at the time, caused a furor. The higher-ups gave a death order to solve the case in 3 days. At that time Zhuge Yang was not there. The criminal police at that time, according to the surveillance, locked a 1-meter-8 tall man, except that he wore a duck-tongue cap and mask, could not see his face. And it's not that there wasn't DNA tissue at the scene of the crime. There was too much. Enough hairs and other tissue from hundreds of people. In which case there is no way to pinpoint the killer. For a whole half a month, there was nothing, because that house was an old house with no one living on it, and the neighborhood was part of the suburbs with few cameras. It slowly became an unsolved case. Don't even know who the killer is. Tiannan police guessed that the murderer probability has left Tiannan, but did not expect him to stay in Tiannan, but also in the vocational high school teaching. Sun Tong smiled and said, "Officer, if you're going to arrest me, you should at least have a reason, right?" Zhuge Yang indifferently said, "Kidnapping, detention, QJ, murder. Are these charges enough?" Bull ********. Sun Tong frowned. "Are you mistaken? Since when have the police arrested people indiscriminately without evidence? Also, do you have an arrest warrant?" Zhuge Yang was silent. As things stood, he really had no proof. Zhao Qingfeng waited quietly outside. The 3 dear sisters stood nearby, their eyes flashing with excitement at the sight of the closed interrogation room. A while later, Zhuge Yang walked out and frowned. Deadly denial. Sun Tong not only did not recognize, but also said that just now by Zhuge Yang pressed the injury, the need for medical treatment, but also the police compensation for moral damages. This made Zhuge Yang very upset. He naturally believed Zhao Qingfeng's words, and through the communication just now, his intuition as a criminal police officer told him that this Sun Tong definitely had a problem. But without evidence, he cannot be convicted even if he is known to have broken the law. Hearing him say that, Zhao Qingfeng didn't feel surprised. Sun Tong inevitably killed will not admit. This case, once admitted 100% eat peanuts, or not appeal that kind. That's why he had communicated with the three sisters when he was outside just now. Immediately, he laughed. There's proof. Zhuge Yang's eyes instantly brightened and he hastily said, where is it? Follow me. Zhao Qingfeng then drove the old Audi and led the three sisters of the Deer family in front. Zhuge Yang and three officers followed behind in a police car. This is, in an old neighborhood. Zhuge Yang was puzzled when he saw Zhao Qingfeng lightly going up and stopping in front of a house. Zhao Qingfeng said, this is the house of a certain relative of Sun Tong. This relative has left the country. The house key is in the hands of Sun Tong. Only he usually does not come over. Want to check also basically cannot be checked. His meaning was clear. There was something inside the house. Zhuge Yang nodded and hurriedly called to arrange for a professional to come over. A short while later, a middle-aged man in a police uniform came over with a suitcase. Old Zhuang, is this lock okay? Zhuge Yang asked. Old John observed, then laughed. 5 minutes. When he finished, he operated the door with his gloves on for a moment, and it was opened. Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart. The police force really has a lot of talent. Several people entered the house cautiously. Under the guidance of the Deer sisters, Zhao Qingfeng went inside a bedroom, pointed at the black leather case under the bed, and said, this is the case. Zhuge Yang took a deep breath and pulled out the black suitcase with gloves on. When the suitcase opened, everyone in the room was stunned. Even Zhao Qingfeng's face was violently gloomy. There are 3 jars inside. In each jar, human tissue was soaked in formalin. Kaguri couldn't stop her lips from shivering when she saw the jars, as if she was thinking of the pain she had felt before she was born. Her 2 sisters, at this moment, were even shaking in their bodies, crouching on the ground in fear. Click, click, click. The officer's face was downcast as he took photographs for evidence, as well as fingerprints off the top of the canister. These, all of them, are hard evidence. Chapter 160, Devil in Human Skin. When he returned to the police station again, Zhuge Yang invited Zhao Qingfeng to go in with him. Zhao Qingfeng said, alas, this is out of order, isn't it? Zhuge Yang shook his head and laughed softly. It's all ironclad. Does all this still matter? Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and nodded his head when he noticed the 3 Deer family sisters next to him. He walked into the interrogation room with Zhuge Yang, and the 3 Deer family sisters followed. At this moment, Sun Tong looked calm, but there were wisps of panic in the depths of his pupils. Sun Tong, Zhao Qingfeng opened the door and said, it's time for you to confess. And who are you? Sun Tong's heart trembled and he used yelling to hide the panic in his heart. I want a lawyer. I didn't commit a crime. It's illegal for you to arrest me. Zhao Qingfeng laughed softly, pulling the photos of the 3 Deer family sisters out of his cell phone and walking forward to show him. How about that? Remember? 3 girls who were like flowers and jade were inhumanly tortured and tortured to death by you. Ah, how could you do such a thing? Ha? Zhao Qingfeng was still laughing at first, but gradually his voice contained anger, and in the end his eyes were red. Zhuge Yang had just shown him the internal dossier, and the bloody crime scene was now lingering inside his mind. In thinking about the tissue inside the formalin, that was all cut from the girls' bodies raw while they were dying, but still alive. That kind of pain is chilling to think about. Sun Tong shuddered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Still pleading not guilty. Good. Very good. Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly and flipped over another photo, handing it to him to look at. Do you know who he is? Sun Tong gritted his teeth and said, I don't recognize it. His name is Deer Yanzi, and he is the father of 3 sisters. The photo was taken after the crime, and shows the man standing frozen, his whole body bearded, bewildered and helpless. He originally had a happy family, 3 little cotton patties that made him full of energy no matter what he did. You ruined this family alive. Ah, ha ha ha. Guess what will happen to you if you let him know that you did this? Sun Tong looked at the man and shuddered. Zhao Qingfeng turned to Zhuge Yang and inquired meaningfully, what else is in Sun Tong's family? Zhuge Yang was silent for a few seconds before saying, there is a 70-year-old mother, and a wife, as well as a son and a daughter. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze shifted to Sun Tong's face and said quietly, yes, after a man loses everything, what will he do when he knows that your family is gone? Zhuge Yang frowned at his words, but did not speak. What Sun Tong had done could be said to be outrageous to man and God, and he was to blame for any outcome. Sun Tong's lips trembled and said, you're police officers, and you can't talk nonsense without evidence. Evidence? Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. Are you referring to the 3 cans of formalin inside the black leather case under the bed? At those words, Sun Tong's body stiffened violently, and then his face turned ashen. It was a while before he shivered. Please don't publicize it and protect my family. Protection? Zhao Qingfeng roared with rage. You committed a heinous crime yourself. How are you qualified to say such words now? How would you feel if your own son and daughter were to suffer death by 1,000 cuts and die in agony? You are a devil in human skin, the scum of the world. I really want to kill you with a knife. Sun Tong's lips trembled and his body couldn't stop trembling. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and said, "It's time for you to give an account. If your end is tragic enough, maybe dear Yongza 1T have any overzealous actions. But, no matter what consequences there are, this is your retribution." When Sun Tong sniffed, he slowly lowered his head. 2018. Sun Tong is renting an apartment in Tianan, and when he goes to look at the house, he bumps into the three adorable dear sisters. The sound of their laughing exchanges made Sun Tong stop for a long time, and their demonic minds were gradually awakened. Then he found an unoccupied house in the suburbs, put on gloves and quietly opened the door to find a nicely soundproofed basement inside. This gave Sun Tong an idea in his mind. Sun Tong put on a ducktail hat and a mask and began to crouch in the shadows. On a night when the power went out, the delivery boy hung the milk tea at the door of the room, and Sun Tong immediately ran over and put the sleeping pills in. In the middle of the night, Sun Tong used the matched key and quietly opened the door, tie up all three sisters. By the time the three dear sisters woke up again, they were all chained around their necks, naked and locked in cages, and outside the cage, a twisted and hideous smile surfaced on Sun Tong's face. Over the next 3 months, he began the inhumane violation and torture of the three sisters. It was already nighttime when I got out of the police station. Zhao Qingfeng lit a cigarette, his mood still difficult to calm. Not long after, Zhuge Yang came out, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Admit it, just wait for the court to open." Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said, "Have you notified dear Yonza?" "Notified." Zhuge Yang's gaze was calm. This case was solved. It was a big feat for him, but his expression didn't show much elation. How can one be happy thinking about the blood of young girls, and the tears of their families, that lie behind the case? It's getting late, so I'll head back. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch and prepared to leave. Just then, a man with gray hair walked into the police station. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at it and froze. This vicissitude and haggard man, unexpectedly is the dear Yonza on the photo just now, just 6 or 7 years, as if aged 30 years. When he saw Zhuge Yang, he trembled and inquired, "May I ask who is Captain Zhuge?" "I am." "Did really catch it?" Zhuge Yang affirmed. "Caught, he will be severely punished by the law." Dear Yonza's tears, momentarily blurred. He took a few steps back and suddenly rushed at Zhuge Yang and knelt down, knocking hard on the ground. In the meantime, beside him, the three girls rushed Zhao Qingfeng and knelt down, kowtowing, a yin and a yang, as if they were worlds apart. "Captain Zhuge, thank you, thank you," dear Yongza said with tears in his eyes. The three girls glanced at their father next to them, dismay flashing in their eyes. The girls then looked at Zhao Qingfeng and spoke at the same time. "Brother, thank you." After saying that, the three delicate and beautiful figures slowly dissipated. Dear Yongza seemed to feel something, blankly sighed head, saw the empty space next to the heart surged a burst of frustration. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Yang, Zhao Qingfeng left the police station. Sitting in the car, the feeling of energy bursting out reappeared as Zhao Qingfeng quietly lit a cigarette. It was a while before he started the car. By the time he got home, Zhao Ye had already been picked up by Bai Xiaoxing. "Honey, you're back." Bai Xiaoxing came over and said, Yi Yi has a parent-child activity at school tomorrow, and the parents have to go. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "Going for 2? Ugh, everyone else's parents are there. Yi Yi will be upset if we only go to 1. Chapter 161 Happy Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, and looking at Zhao Ye's expectant gaze, he could only nod his head. Zhao Ye excitedly shouted, "Daddy's the best." At the corners of Bai Xiaoxing's mouth, a smile also surfaced, and there were ripples in his eyes. She sensed that her husband was no longer so resistant to her, which meant that everything was looking up. Bai Liu sat on the sofa, looked up, skimmed her lips, and didn't say anything. Zhao Qingfeng entered the house and said, "Have you guys eaten yet?" "Eat? Honey, have you eaten? Should I order you takeout?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. He went to the refrigerator and found that there were still noodles, so he took them out and prepared to cook them. Zhao Ye ran in and said, "Daddy, I want some too." "Good." Zhao Qingfeng cooked the noodles and gave Zhao Ye a bowl. As a result, Zhao Ye said she was full after 2 bites. Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened as he scolded, "I think you're just hungry-eyed." Zhao Ye's eyes rolled back in her head and she ran out in a puff of smoke. Looking at the large bowl of noodles she had left, Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to helplessly bring it over and finish it all. It all got a little too much to eat at the end. Getting ready to go back to the room, Bai Xiaoxing quietly walked over to him, looking at him with big, misty eyes. "Husband, step aside." Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and told her to dodge. Bai Xiaoxing wouldn't relent and squeezed around the doorway, which made Zhao Qingfeng annoyed and said, "If you make any more trouble, get out. I was drunk yesterday, how can I still let you have your way today?" When Bai Xiaoxing's plan failed, he could only leave reluctantly. Bai Liu couldn't help but smile as she looked on. Bai Xiaoxing glared at her. "What the hell are you laughing at you? This is a couple's love interest. Do you understand? Yeah, you're right about everything. Erotica. Po ha 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 ha. Bai Liu nestled on the sofa and couldn't help but hold her laughter. Bai Xiaoxing became infuriated and charged straight over. How dare you laugh? Ha ha ha. Ouch. Where are you grabbing at? What do you care where I grab it? Ugh, you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, don't touch there. Spread your hands. Hear me. I told you to spread your hands. The two of them blinked and hugged in a ball. All kinds of snowy whites appeared unintentionally, making Zhao Qingfeng's eyes tremble. So he didn't dare to look down and hurriedly entered the room. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng came out and saw the well-dressed Bai Xiaoxing at a glance. The flawless face was dotted with light makeup. The lavender slim skirt under the snow-white neck made the bumpy figure even more charming. The feet were wearing a pair of crystal high heels, and the right hand was carrying a small silver-white bag. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, she looked both regal and cool overall. When Bai Xiaoxing saw him come out, she hurriedly came over and wrapped her arms around him, saying, "Hubby, isn't your wife pretty today?" Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and inquired, "Where's Yi Yi?" Bai Xiaoxing grunted in dissatisfaction and said sourly, "Can't you pay attention to me first and then ask Yi Yi?" Lazy. Zhao Qingfeng went to Zhao Ye's room and saw that she was sitting on the bed. Her eyes were still open and she was dressed in a daze. Bai Xiaoxing said, "This girl insisted on listening to my storytelling last night, and I told her until more than 12 o'clock before she went to bed, and now she can't get up for half a day." Half an hour later, thoroughly awake, Zhao Yi, holding her father in her left hand and her mother in her right hand, joyfully went out. Soon, several people arrived at the school. The school was especially crowded inside today, and the children were assigned to the playground. Zhao Yi was also called over by the teacher, and the parents gathered while the teacher addressed the front. Dear parents, teachers, and cute kids, Flower Elementary School's annual Parent-Child Sports Day. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing quietly held Zhao Qingfeng's hand. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and tried to break free. Only Bai Xiaoxing interlocked her fingers with his and gripped them so hard that she couldn't break free at all. Zhao Qingfeng glared at her fiercely, but met Bai Xiaoxing's stubborn eyes. Zhao Qingfeng then stopped looking at her. There are quite a few parents here today. Most of them are dressed in high class, obviously worth a lot of money. Then again, the annual tuition fee of Flower Primary School is hundreds of thousands of dollars, and those who can study here have more or less some money in their family. However, Bai Xiaoxing and Zhao Qingfeng still attracted a lot of attention. Before long, after the opening speech, the parents were directed to the playground. Zhao Qingfeng spoke at this moment. "Can you let go now?" Bai Xiaoxing said. "What let go?" Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance at the two's interlocked hands. Faintly, he said, "Let go." Bai Xiaoxing smiled cheekily. "Honey, how can I let go? I will never let go in my life." "Your word doesn't count," Zhao Qingfeng said expressionlessly before forcefully pulling his palm out and walking towards the playground. Bai Xiaoxing followed behind, a smile on his lips. "I can hold you for a little while today, but tomorrow I can hold you for the rest of my life. Hubby, in this life and the next, you're mine." Zhao Qingfeng walked to the playground and from a distance, he saw Zhao Ye and a little chubby guy arguing. "My dad is the best," Zhao Yi hummed. Little Tubby's expression reddened. "My dad is the best." Zhao Ye thought for a moment and said, "My dad cooks the best." Little Tubby froze for a moment, remembering that his old father at home couldn't cook at all. He scratched his ears anxiously, and suddenly, in a flash of inspiration, he said, "My dad can eat the best." Zhao Yi of course refused to admit defeat. "My dad can eat too. Your dad is definitely not as good as my dad." Little Tubby gritted his teeth and said, "My daddy can eat poop." This sentence confused Zhao Ye, but with so many children watching, she couldn't afford to be weak, so she swore, "My daddy can eat poop too." Tubby continued, "My daddy can eat 100 pounds of poop." Zhao Yi was still talking when she was suddenly copied by a pair of big hands and her mouth was covered. Zhao Qingfeng blackened his face and could only laugh awkwardly when he looked at the parents nearby who couldn't help but laugh. Bai Xiaoxing laughed her head off. "Ha ha 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 ha, husband, Yi said you can eat 100 tons. Alas, ha 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 ha, I cannot." Zhao Qingfeng glared at her, then said to Zhao Ye without any good humor, "Why don't you say your mom can eat?" Zhao Yi pouted in aggravation and said, "Mommy didn't have as big a meal as Daddy in the first place. Daddy could eat 2 bowls of noodles last night." Zhao Qingfeng was exasperated and laughed. "That's not because you couldn't finish the rest. He. Zhao Yi made a face at her old father when she saw that he was angry. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have the heart to slap her on her little butt. Bai Xiaoxing came over and said, "Alas, husband, the big number is ruined. Why don't we practice a small number?" Zhao Qingfeng ignored her. The day of the games went by quickly. Zhao Qingfeng was exhausted, but Bai Xiaoxing was very satisfied. There was a part in the middle where the dad had to carry the little ones and also carry the mom on his back for 100 meters. Bai Xiaoxing originally thought that Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't carry her, but when it came time for them to go on, Zhao Qingfeng stood there despite his bad tone and said to her, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you come up here?" Bai Xiaoxing was so excited in her heart that she fell on her husband's back in one go, and in the end, under Zhao Qingfeng's physical strength, which was described as perverted, she easily took the first place. Overall, today was Zhao Yiye's happiest day, and Bai Xiaoxing's happiest day. She knew that without realizing it, things had eased up considerably with her husband. Sunset. Zhao Qingfeng held his daughter and strolled down the street, pulling out two long shadows of a large and a small person. Bai Xiaoxing followed behind, her eyes filled with the backs of the father and daughter. The road to chasing my husband has seen promise, and not surprisingly, my husband and I are on the verge of remarrying. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxing couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng didn't have anything special to do, so he sat in the company for half a day and dealt with some documents. By the time noon rolled around, it was time to go out to eat. Just walked out of the company, but suddenly saw a figure standing outside. Her head was lowered. She looked thinner, but a few points of emaciation appeared on her perfect cheeks. Zhao Qingfeng was taken aback and hurriedly walked over. "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 162, Since you have a mouth, you should talk things out. Su Qiuran didn't look at him, her eyes gazing at the passers-by coming and going beside her, a little out of focus, but it was clear that she must be waiting for someone as she stood waiting. When she heard Zhao Qingfeng's voice, her fingers trembled before she said flatly, "It's nothing." Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were a bit complicated. The impression of Su Qiuran was spirited, lively and playful, but he did not expect to turn into this appearance after not seeing her for a while. A faint sadness could be vaguely seen between his eyebrows. When he thought about it, Su Qiuran had disliked Bai Xiaoxing countless times, and was also the woman who had helped him the most when he was preparing for a divorce. After thinking about it, Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "It's not much yet. It's close to writing the words I have something on my mind, on my face." Su Qiuran turned sideways to look at him. Her eyes immediately reddened and she scolded, "Zhao Qingfeng, you asshole, you came to see me laugh, didn't you?" Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand repeatedly. "Alas, you people, how can you just slander? But then again, what's there to be upset about? It's not impossible to say it to make me happy. You." Su Qiuran couldn't tense up any longer and glared at him fiercely, turning around and walking away. It was just that the pace was so heavy that it would have cracked the floor tiles. Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed. "Is it hard to break up?" Su Qiuran's footsteps lurched, and without turning her head back, she gritted her teeth and said, "You're the one who broke up. Your whole family broke up." Only after that statement, there was no movement behind it for a long time. Su Qiuran's heart jumped and she couldn't help but turn around, but she didn't see Zhao Qingfeng's figure. "He's gone?" Su Qiuran froze. The sourness, the pain, the sadness, in her heart all came out in one stream, so that she could no longer hold back, and the tears came out of her eyes. After crying for a while, causing many people to cast surprised gazes, Su Qiuran wiped the corners of her eyes. It was as if the whole man had been drained of his strength, and he walked blankly forward, lost in thought, without any purpose, only just 2 steps out. "Ugh, I've been standing next to you for half a day and you didn't see me?" A voice suddenly rang in his ears, causing Su Qiuran to tremble. She then turned her head and saw a smiling face, but it was none other than Zhao Qingfeng. It turned out that this guy had just played hide-and-seek with Su Qiuran's vision, running behind her with light footsteps and hiding in the blind spot of Su Qiuran's vision. Su Qiuran was emotional just now, and when she saw that he wasn't where he was, her mood had already fallen to the bottom, so where would she still be looking carefully? Su Qiuran froze for a full 5 seconds. Tears once again welled up wildly as she violently reached out and slapped him on the chest, sobbing and cursing. "What are you still doing out here? You go away, you asshole." Zhao Qingfeng saw her pearly appearance, some inexplicable heartache, so he could not help but grab her hand and said, "Alas, let's be reasonable, okay? It's not that you ignored me first." Su Qiuran's mood was so up and down that she cried for a while before easing up, so she hummed and said, "When did I ignore you? Or did you call and I didn't answer?" Zhao Qingfeng felt very wronged, so he said, "I sent you a message and you didn't even reply." From his tone, Su Qiuran was able to hear that he was still very unhappy when he didn't return the message, and coming to this conclusion, Su Qiuran was in an inexplicably better mood, so she said faintly, "If I don't return the message, won't you send it one more time? Maybe I'm too busy and didn't see it?" Zhao Qingfeng immediately froze. "No, is this logic surely okay?" He didn't dwell on it anymore, so he changed the subject. "Seriously, I feel like something happened to you. You don't look too happy. What's going on? Tell me about it?" Su Qiuran thought to herself, "I'm unhappy not because of you." She grunted and turned around. Zhao Qingfeng followed her and said, "Where's your boyfriend? How come he didn't accompany you?" Su Qiuran's footsteps lurched and said, "His name is Su Che. He's my second uncle's son." With that, he moved forward again. Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped, but he was inexplicably happy. But recalling Su Qiuran's operation that day, he felt funny and hurriedly followed, saying, "Don't walk so fast. Let me ask you something." "You asked." Su Qiuran's footsteps were unrelenting. Zhao Qingfeng said, "On the day I opened my business, many Netflix anchors recommended my products, and this matter is related to you." It was said to be a question, but it wasn't really a question. Zhao Qingfeng had researched that the probability of this matter being related to Su Qiuran was 99%. Su Qiuran said, "Su Che is the chairman of Hao Entertainment." Hao Entertainment. Zhao Qingfeng understood as soon as he heard it. This is a multi-billion-dollar entertainment company, which not only has some second and third tier stars, but also has many bloggers and netizens with millions of fans. He then sighed, "You should have made it clear to me that I owe your brother a favor." Su Qiuran didn't say anything. Zhao Qingfeng were not able to see Su Qiuran, although not like Chen Li, she liked playing straight ball, but the teenage girl's heart is written on her face. Pulling Su Che to disguise his boyfriend is nothing but trying to make himself jealous. But then again, Zhao Qingfeng was indeed unhappy, and had drunk too much for that reason, leading to giving Bai Xiaoxing an opportunity to take advantage of it, and Zhang Feng, indirectly as a result, received a severe beating. One could only say that this behavior of Su Qiuran still brought about many unexpected results. He smiled and said, "It's noon. It's not a good idea to keep walking. Let's go eat. Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry. I've got a good appetite." Su Qiuran sidestepped her face and said with a cold smile, "This yin and yang tone is a cutie." It's all audible. Zhao Qingfeng pretended not to hear it and directly pulled her arm. "Let's go. My car is over there." Su Qiuran let him pull. Not long after, got in the old Audi. Zhao Qingfeng was about to start up when he realized that Su Qiuran was staring straight at him without blinking. This made Zhao Qingfeng panic in his heart, so he asked, "Ugh, if you have something to say, just say it. Looking at me like that is weirdly scary." Su Qiuran quietly said, "Isn't there anything you want to tell me?" When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he furrowed his brows and thought quickly in his heart. Obviously, this should be the reason why Su Qiuran's attitude had changed abruptly during this period of time. After thinking a lot, it finally locked on one person. Little pervert Chan Lexi. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "Are you trying to ask about me and Chan Lexi?" Su Qiuran didn't say anything and just stared at him. Zhao Qingfeng had it in his heart. It really was a little pervert. Recalling that between him and Chan Lexi, there is a possibility that Su Qiuran will break the defense, so he tried again. "Is it what she told you, or what did you see?" Sukaran spoke up. "She didn't tell me anything. That said, she didn't say it to you, so it's 100% that you saw something." Zhao Qingfeng understood. The probability is that the day inside the car, something that happened was seen by Su Qiuran. He sighed, and not wanting to hide Su Qiuran, he said, "Chan Lexi has some things that I can't refuse." Zhao Qingfeng is a normal man, able to restrain from getting on base, has been called a eunuch by many big brothers, but there are some behaviors. Chen Lexi's attack is placed here. He simply can't completely resist Su Qiuran thought of Chen Lexi's nature, as well as her tremendous advantages, and surprisingly nodded approvingly, saying, "I can understand." But in the next second, she stared into Zhao Qingfeng's eyes and inquired, "Then have you established a relationship with her?" She'd thought about it before she came here, and since she'd grown a mouth, she'd have to get it all off her chest. Chapter 163, A Special Soul. Su Qiuran's heart thumped as she waited for Zhao Qingfeng's answer. Zhao Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and after thinking about it, he shook his head. "There's no definite relationship." These words made the big stone in Su Qiuran's heart fall to the ground, but on her face she snorted. "No refusal, no responsibility. You're really a scum." Zhao Qingfeng helplessly waved his hand and didn't explain. It was considered a tacit acceptance. He knew in his own heart that these behaviors did seem no different from scum, but he couldn't do it if he wanted to establish a relationship with Chen Lexi. In other words, emotionally he hadn't gotten to that point with Chen Lexi, but some of Chen Lexi's actions made him unable to hold on as well, and he gradually became what he is now. At this time, Su Qiuran suddenly stroked the hair on her forehead and said, "Brother Qingfeng, do you think I'm pretty?" Her expression looked calm, but in reality her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously looked at her cheeks, and a tremor ran through his heart. The 21-year-old Su Qiuran, who was already a face value ceiling, at this time, her eyes revealed a hint of shyness, and her face contained some blush, enough to make any man's heart pound. Zhao Qingfeng was no exception as he said softly, "Beautiful." Su Qiuran smiled faintly. "Since that's the case, then I'm going to start pursuing you, big brother Qingfeng." These words made Zhao Qingfeng's head go up almost instantly, but looking at her eyes that seemed serious and cunning, he didn't dare to believe it all. It was just a matter of saying, "Ugh, stop it, go ahead and eat, eat." Saying that, Zhao Qingfeng started the old Audi. Su Qiuran snorted. Big brother Qingfeng, you're a real wimp, and she didn't mention it again. The two of them had a heart-to-heart, but the gap between them had worn away in the meantime. Noon. After having a meal nearby, Zhao Qingfeng wiped the corners of his mouth and said, Qiuran, turn around and introduce your cousin for us to get to know each other. The sales of the Star One white bottles are good, and it just so happens that the artists under his banner, who are quite valued for the piece of face value, can work together. Su Qiuran's heart moved. She had communicated with her sister-in-law and knew that the sales of Star One oral liquid were amazing, and now the inventory was actually insufficient. To put it bluntly, it's only been open for a short time and already demand is outstripping supply. Zhao Qingfeng's words were said to be a collaboration, but offering a long-term contract was bound to have a staggering future value for Haoyue Entertainment. Su Qiuran then smiled gently. There's no need to turn back. I'll introduce you now. With that, she took out her cell phone and called Su Che over. She looked at Zhao Qingfeng and smoothly tapped on voice out. Hey, Akiran. Su Che quickly picked up. Su Qiuran said, Brother, are you free now? Su Che said, I just finished eating. I'm at the company. Is there something wrong? Then wait at the office. I have something to go find you. After Su Qiuran finished speaking, she didn't care if he agreed or not, so she directly hung up the phone. Then he smiled sweetly at Zhao Qingfeng. Big brother Qingfeng, let's go. Good. Once again sitting in the old Audi, Su Qiuran sent the location to Zhao Qingfeng. Half an hour later, arriving in front of a building, Zhao Qingfeng parked his car. The design of the building was very beautiful, with the four big words, Haoyue Entertainment, etched on the building. Zhao Qingfeng and Su Qiuran walked straight in. Just after walking up the elevator, Zhao Qingfeng exclaimed, worthy of being an entertainment company, there are so many handsome men and women. Only came in and walked a few steps away. I saw a lot of handsome men and women. Some of them even looked quite familiar. Inevitably brushed in the short video. Su Qiuran blinked. None of them are more handsome than big brother Qingfeng. This ass-kissing made Zhao Qingfeng feel comfortable, so he laughed and said, if you can talk, say more. It would have been. Su Qiuran looked at him without blinking and said, it's just that no one is more handsome than you. Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped. This girl ruffled her feathers, and her fighting strength was not to be underestimated. It didn't take long to get to the top floor. Su Qiuran inquired about the chairman's office and walked over with Zhao Qingfeng, and without knocking on the door, he directly pushed the door in. Asterisk. Su Che was still concentrating on his computer, when the two people suddenly came in, startling him. He said with dissatisfaction, Su Qiuran, didn't anyone tell you to knock before entering? Su Qiuran smiled and said, why don't I go out and knock again? No need. When Su Che saw Zhao Qingfeng, he frowned and said, why did you bring Mr. Zhao here? His tone was not good. Zhao Qingfeng reached out and said, hello, Mr. Su. Su Che didn't want to shake his hand when he thought of his cousin's dog-licking behavior. Su Qiuran said, you know about Star One oral liquid, right? Big brother Qingfeng said that you have a lot of artists under your banner, so he is prepared to sign a contract with you to supply Haoyue Entertainment alone. Hearing this, Su Che's eyes widened, and the next second he stood up. Gu. Hello Mr. Zhao. Quickly sit. That. Xiao Chen hurry to make tea He instantly changed his face, grabbing Zhao Qingfeng's hand with both hands and shaking it continuously, smiling as he guided him to the sofa and sat down. And in the meantime, asked the assistant outside to make tea. Su Qiuran pursed her lips. This made Zhao Qingfeng all screwed up. In fact, as the effect of Star One is publicized out, it has gradually formed word of mouth. But any company owner with foresight will know the future value of this product. Delaying aging and maintaining beauty. The market for these words is immeasurable. Not to mention an entertainment company like Su Che. The employees under him, being young and pretty could be considered a basic requirement. Mr. Su, don't mention it. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand repeatedly and said, I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. A small matter. Not worth mentioning. Su Che said with a hefty smile. Zhao Qingfeng was then satisfied. Compared to Bai Chenyang's smelly face, Su Che is obviously much more understanding. He also did not wear traces, and drew up a contract on the spot, to Haoyue Entertainment for long-term priority supply, and in the product price concessions and so on. After reading this contract, Su Che sighed in admiration and said, to tell you the truth, I'm still ready to find Qiuran's sister-in-law. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to come here. I won't say thank you. I'll see you later on the matter. The value of this contract alone was definitely higher than the value of his previous offer to help. That's throwing in the towel. Zhao Qingfeng also laughed. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Zhao Qingfeng offered to take his leave. Su Qiuran also followed him out. Next, Zhao Qingfeng sent Su Qiaran back to the mid-levels villa and returned to the company. Unraveling the barriers with Su Qiaran and releasing former suspicions put Zhao Qingfeng in a particularly good mood. It was Zhou Mei who came over to him to discuss things and couldn't help but tease him if he was so happy that Bai Xiaoxing had it again. Zhao Qingfeng's smile immediately stiffened on his face. His heart snapped. He knew that Zhou Mei was joking, but something out of body did happen the other day, which made Zhao Qingfeng even a little worried. After 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Qingfeng went to pick up Zhao Ye from school. On the way, Zhao Yi said she wanted to eat handmade pancakes. Zhao Qingfeng then parked his car and went to the pancake stall, but he froze for a moment. He saw a mothering child, and a special soul. Chapter 164, by Xiaoxing and the owner of those eyes. The mother looked to be in her 40s, with a somewhat gaunt face and a lot of gray in her hair already. She was busy in her booth, but she had a rope tied around her waist. The other end of the rope was tied to a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. The teenager was currently sitting on a small bench, his eyes fixed on a few ants on the ground, letting out a giggle from time to time. "Dad, get over there," Zhao Ye urged. Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses, so he walked over and said, "2 hand cakes." The vendor smiled kindly. "Want anything added?" Zhao Ye snapped her fingers and said, "I want ham sausage, eggs, bacon, and chicken tenders, 2 family portraits." Zhao Qingfeng hastily interrupted her and said, "Okay, you wait a moment," the stall owner said with a smile. Zhao Qingfeng took out his cell phone and scanned the code. 2 servings together for $24, right? Aha. The stall holder nodded and got busy. Zhao Qingfeng's attention at that moment, however, shifted to the soul next to him. The reason why I could tell at a glance that this one was a soul, because he and the naive teenager sitting on the small bench were surprisingly identical, both in looks and dress. The bottom line is that there is a very definite illusion about him. This was the first time Zhao Qingfeng had seen this kind of soul. There is no death, but body and soul have been separated. The teenager in his soul state didn't have any dullness on his face as he watched his mother go about her business. His eyes full of heartache, Zhao Qingfeng casually inquired, "Big sister, what's wrong with him?" The stall owner was busy, sniffed and glanced at his son in the back, smiled bitterly and said, "He's been like this since he was a child. The hospital test said it was autism. It can't be cured." Her features were actually quite decent, but under the assault of life, only in her 40s, her face was already full of vicissitudes. Just then, the teenager didn't know what was wrong with him, but he suddenly lunged forward, driving the rope and causing the stallholder to stumble and fall straight to the ground. Zhao Qingfeng rushed over to assist. The stall owner waved his hand and said, "Little brother, thank you." With that, she went to pull her son, saying, don't run, sit here obediently, and mommy will make hand pies with you later, okay?" "No good." The teenager kept struggling and was yelling. His mother fought to pull him along, somewhat reluctantly. She smiled bitterly at Zhao Qingfeng. "Trouble you to wait a little longer. Grow up. He's a bit strong." Her eyes returned to her son, and her eyes held the pain of how she had raised him, day by day, by selling hand pies. "When I was younger, my son had little strength and was able to control how he struggled when he was tied to her. Now at 17 or 18, her son was already taller than he was, and she was running low on energy. Sometimes her son launched into a frenzy and she was even dragged along, but she couldn't let go of the rope, couldn't let go." The son suddenly became agitated, and he opened his mother's eyes and ran to the pancake stand, continually banging his head against the cart. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The mother's eyes were red with anxiety, and when she couldn't control her son, she could only pat his shoulder hard and cry, "Can you stop? Please stop, okay?" The sight of her son's appearance brought hot tears of grief to her heart. The son really does not crash at this moment. He stayed for a while, and suddenly bawled, a mournful voice that made many people look sideways, but it was only crying. At least the movement was quiet. His mother fought to drag him to sit on a stool, listening to his sobs, although she was already chopped liver. She forced a smile at Zhao Qingfeng and said, "It's fine, I'm already used to it, I'll do it for you right away." A word of habit speaks of many vicissitudes. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled as he watched his mother busying herself at the stall, like a fish in his throat, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, the teenager in the soul state, with his lips slightly open, softly shouted, "Mom!" But my mother was just busy in front of the stall and couldn't hear it. Zhao Qingfeng felt the corners of his eyes sour a little. After thinking about it, he suddenly walked to the front of the teenage soul, looking straight at him. The teenager in the soul state was shocked and said, "You can see me?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded lightly. The teenager then excitedly danced and said, "Big brother, please tell my mom. Let him give up on me. Give up on me. She is too bitter, really too bitter. I don't want to let her suffer anymore." Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a few seconds, but shook his head. Intense disappointment suddenly appeared in the teenager's eyes. Zhao Qingfeng did not say anything, because he suddenly thought of the scene when he saved Chen Lexi. If the person did not die. At the thought, he suddenly reached out. It was clear that he was able to touch the teenager's soul, but it didn't make him show up. The teenager had no idea what he was going to do, so he just stared. Zhao Qingfeng pulled the teenager in his soul state towards his body. When the teenager seemed to understand, he laughed bitterly. It doesn't work, I've tried so many times. Just before he finished his sentence, his entire body was shocked. This was because he realized that with Zhao Qingfeng's intervention, his soul had actually started to fuse with his body. Daddy, what are you doing? Zhao Ye asked suspiciously. Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed. Dad is playing Tai Chi. Really? Zhao Ye's eyes lit up and said, I want to learn too. I'll teach you later. Humph. Daddy's being petty and ignoring you. Looking at the father and daughter full of warmth, the stall owner's eyes flashed with intense heartache, but he could only silently make handmade pancakes. In a short while, the pancakes were cooked. She neatly packed them and handed them to Zhao Qingfeng. Long time waiting. It's done. Just then, I don't know if it was too hot or not, but a handful of pancakes suddenly fell to the ground. Her mother blushed slightly, but luckily it was inside the bag, so she bent down in a panic to pick it up. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and picked up the handful of pancakes on the floor, and then the teenager's voice was heard. I got it. Mom! For a moment, the mother froze. She turned her head sideways in disbelief, saw her son's reddened eyes, and reached out a trembling hand. You, with tears in his eyes, the son said, Mom, I'm better. As he said that, he handed Zhao Qingfeng a handful of pancakes, followed by a handful of his mother in his arms. The next moment, mother and son hugged and cried. Instead, the son's gaze looked at Zhao Qingfeng, as if he wanted to memorize his appearance deeply. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the two of them and smiled faintly, leading Zhao Ye away quietly. Daddy, the hand pies smell so good today. Let's go eat again tomorrow, okay? No good. Zhao Qingfeng didn't even think about it and said, just taste it. How can you eat it every day? Zhao Ye's expression collapsed and she hummed unhappily. When he returned home, Bai Xiaoxing hadn't returned yet, and Zhao Qingfeng was clear. Nothing special happened during the night. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng had just arrived at the company when Lu Yong knocked on the door. Zhao Qingfeng looked up and said, Xiao Lu, is there something wrong? Lu Yong said, Mr. Zhao, there's a delivery for you. Courier? Zhao Qingfeng frowned. He didn't remember buying anything. Taking it from Lu Yong, I found that it was a file bag. The address was sent to the company, and Zhao Qingfeng received it. The address was correct, and so was the recipient, but this made Zhao Qingfeng even more strange. He didn't think much of it and just opened the courier. Inside was a stack of photos. The main characters are young boys and girls, no more than 17 or 18 years old, who seem to be having fun and laughing. Zhao Qingfeng's face instantly changed. He could instantly recognize that the girl in the photo was none other than Bai Xiaoxing from years ago. The boy, on the other hand, had eyes exactly like Zhang Zixuan's. Chapter 165, Stormy Thunder. Bai Xiaoxing's sky has collapsed again. It was hard to describe Zhao Qingfeng's current mood. It's still summer. It's hot, but it's like he's in an ice cellar. He's cold. Even his fingers were shaking a little. It's a bunch of photos, different scenes, different times, but the same people. Bai Xiaoxing. And the man. At the age of 17 or 18, Bai Xiaoxing had already emerged as a beautiful and graceful woman. The teenager followed her closely, and many times, it seemed that a half step forward would be enough to take Bai Xiaoxing into his arms. The teenager in the photo, the corners of his mouth rose, always containing a gentle smile, with only the girl in front of him in his gaze and nothing else. Obviously, this was all taken before Bai Xiaoxing knew Zhao Qingfeng haven't gone to college yet, as there are photos above, still wearing school uniforms. This one has nothing to do with Zhao Qingfeng. However, he and Bai Xiaoxing had been in love for 1 year and married for 7, a full 8 years, but never knew that such a person had once existed beside Bai Xiaoxing. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Zixuan was favored for no reason simply because he had the same pair of eyes as him. This is enough to prove that this person has always been in Bai Xiaoxing's heart. In other words, the love I thought I had, was it really pure, or was it all a trick, and I, just a stand-in? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were red, almost squeezing out from inside his teeth. Bai Xiaoxing, star. The anger in his heart was so great that it almost burned. Bon bon. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhao Qingfeng raised his head and his face was terrifying to the extreme, startling Zhou Mei who had just walked over. His office was not closed. Zhou Mei stood in the doorway, her right hand raised still maintaining the action of buttoning the door. And when she saw Zhao Qingfeng's expression, her heart was a little jittery, so she asked, Qingfeng, what's wrong? Zhao Qingfeng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, It's nothing. Is there something you want? With that, he put the photo away. Jo Mei's eyes were sharp, and when she saw that the girl in the photo was somewhat familiar and looked like Bai Xiaoxing, her heart just sank. Is it true that Zhao Qingfeng divorced because he was green? Alas, if I had known I would not come to him. I really damned Jo Mei smiled, said, the land was taken, the construction team also into the field. Is the program of plant expansion, but also have to go first to see the drawings, that I go myself on the line. You take a good rest, don't think about it. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched and he said without a good mood, you're the one who can't think straight. Alas, it's getting late, so I'll be off. When Jo Mei finished, she didn't wait for him to reply, so she closed the door and slipped away. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't really in the mood for anything. Although he was divorced, anyone could see that Zhao Qingfeng still had Bai Xiaoxing in his heart. The damage that this pile of photos had done to Zhao Qingfeng could be imagined. In fact, as early as before Zhang Zishuan's soul was dispersed, the words he said made Zhao Qingfeng suspicious, and he also found an opportunity to question Bai Xiaoxing later. Only, Bai Xiaoxing lied. Zhao Qingfeng knew in his heart that she was hiding something, but the fact that it was really in front of his eyes was still a little hard for him to accept. Looking through the courier bag, I realized that it was sent from the capital. However, there were no sender details on it, and there was a sender number that Zhao Qingfeng called but showed an empty number. Obviously, the other side didn't want him to know who it was. Zhao Qingfeng didn't care. It wasn't important to dwell on who sent the courier now. Sitting in the office all day, it was only when it was past 4 in the afternoon that Zhao Qingfeng took the photos and drove to pick up Xiao Ye. He had a bad expression on his face. It was Zhao Yiyi who ran out of the school gleefully without any smile on his face. Silently, he picked up his daughter. This made Zhao Yiyi a little worried, and pinched his nose, saying, Dad, are you unhappy? It was only then that Zhao Qingfeng forced a smile and said, Dad isn't unhappy. Zhao Ye gave a good-natured to the car. Zhao Qingfeng just started the car. Zhao Ye noticed the photos in the storage compartment and picked up one in surprise. This sister and mom seem this brother, I seem to have seen. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils shrank and he quickly asked, Yi, have you seen him anywhere? Zhao Ye cocked her head and thought before saying, it seems like it's inside the original home, in that drawer of mom's. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils trembled. That drawer, he is aware of, all of which contain items that are important to Bai Xiaoxing. Normally it was locked, but Zhao Qingfeng never thought to open it. Just like Bai Xiaoxing's cell phone, Zhao Qingfeng never looked at it either. At that moment, he started the car without a word. Daddy, where are we going? Zhao Ye inquired. Zhao Qingfeng said, let's go to the original home. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. Yeah, I still have toys sitting there. Not long after, the old Audi drove to the Royal River residence. Zhao Qingfeng went upstairs, opened the door with his fingerprints, and went straight into the master bedroom. Finding the key inside the nightstand and staring at the drawer, he hesitated for several seconds. Then, taking a deep breath, he opened it right up. The moment he pulled open the drawer, Zhao Qingfeng's heartbeat sped up. He saw it. There are many things inside the drawer, most of which Zhao Qingfeng remembers, such as a jar containing 314 stars, such as a beautiful crystal pendant, such as a lady's watch that has stopped turning. These were all gifts that Zhao Qingfeng had once given to Bai Xiaoxing. However, on top of all of that, there was a picture sitting there in all its grandeur. Photo of a teenager in the sun with such a gentle smile. But this was so cruel to Zhao Qingfeng. He reached out with a trembling hand and picked up the photo. Looking at the teenager on it, his eyes turning red. So you could imagine how angry he was now. This anger was not slightly tempered until Zhao Ye came in. Dad, I've got it all. When are we leaving? Zhao Yi brought a little red hat with her, a small bag slung across her body. Unusually cute. Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath, then stood up and smiled. We'll go home now, leaving the Imperial River residence. By the time he returned to Fairview, Bai Xiaoxing had also gone home. She saw father and daughter returning and approached them with a tray. There were washed grapes inside the plate. She picked one up and smiled. Hubby, open your mouth. Zhao Qingfeng was expressionless and said to Bai Liyue, Sister Liyue, take Yi out for a bit. Bai Liyu froze for a moment, keenly aware that something seemed to be about to happen. Bai Xiaoxing's movements also paused. Husband. Zhao Qingfeng still didn't look at her, but continued to Bai Liyue. Trouble. This. Well, Bai Liyu had already guessed something, so she stood up, gave her sister a worried look, and led Zhao Yi downstairs. Zhao Qingfeng closed the door before his gaze turned to Bai Xiaoxing. This made Bai Xiaoxing jittery. She forced a smile. Honey, don't look at me like that. I am scared. Scared? Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and violently threw a bunch of photos in her face. Bai Xiaoxing, you're a ruthless person. Bai Xiaoxing froze and looked down, her mind exploding with a buzz when she saw the photos. the sky is falling again. Chapter 166, by Xiaoxing confesses. Check it out. Check it out. You're hiding pretty deep. Zhao Qingfeng pointed at the photo on the ground and laughed angrily. With that, he headed for the inside of the house. Husband. Bai Xiaoxing's lips were trembling as she reached out to pull him. However, Zhao Qingfeng directly threw him off. Get thee outta here. Wow. The plate in Bai Xiaoxing's hand fell to the ground and shattered, and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. Zhao Qingfeng walked into the house, sat down on the sofa, and lit a cigarette. Bai Xiaoxing dropped to the ground as if she was stupid. It was only after a while that she got up as if she had woken up from a dream, took the photo and said, "Hubby, who gave this to you? This is someone trying to count us. You, don't fall for it." Zhao Qingfeng was exasperated and laughed, pointing at her. Right now I don't want to care about that. I just want to know, are these photos real or fake? Nowadays, the pic technology is enough to make it look fake. Yes, Bai Xiaoxing wanted to say it was fake, but when she saw Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, her voice lurched and she bit her lip before saying, "It's true. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhao Qingfeng cursed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Ing said Zheng Zixuan only appeared a few months. You hate to give him your heart, hand over a cup of wine, when the girlfriend, originally so. No, husband, no. Bai Xiaoxing panicked and explained, I didn't, my heart belongs to you alone. Husband, don't touch the old man. Zhao Qingfeng shook her off and roared with red eyes. I really don't understand. This person is so important to you. Why did you look for me? Why are you looking for me? Bai Xiaoxing shed tears and kept shaking her head. No, he didn't matter to me. You're the only one in my heart. Just me? Zhao Qingfeng interrupted her, pulling out the photo Bai Xiaoxing had hidden in the drawer from inside his pocket and questioned with a cold smile. Come on, then tell me, what do you mean by hiding this photo? Bai Xiaoxing's entire body was completely dumbfounded when she saw this familiar photo. Zhao Qingfeng threw the photo on the ground and sneered. Alright, more words will not be said. Now get the hell out of here. The farther away the better. From now on, I don't want to see you or hear your voice again. No, Bai Xiaoxing screamed hysterically. Her eyes contained unprecedented panic, and she came over on her knees, hugging Zhao Qingfeng's thighs and crying, Husband, don't drive me away. Don't get that look on your face in front of me. Zhao Qingfeng had a disgusted look on his face as he said, the way you look right now will only make me feel sick. I'm going to repeat myself. Now get the hell out of here. I'm not rolling. Bai Xiaoxing's stalking caused Zhao Qingfeng's anger to completely explode. Snap! He slapped Bai Xiaoxing hard in the face. Bai Xiaoxing covered her cheeks as if she couldn't believe it. She froze and looked at Zhao Qingfeng. After 8 years, this was the first time Zhao Qingfeng had hit her. Zhao Qingfeng pointed to the door and said with a sneer, 8 years? The old man has been a double for 8 years. The key thing is, even a pair of eyes of the main ing owner is not as good as, is still really ridiculous. To ing ridiculous. You'd better get out of here for me now. Otherwise honey, I won't leave even if you beat me to death. Bai Xiaoxing was trembling all over, but she shook her head frantically, interrupting him. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxing seemed to think of something. Her eyes fiercely looked to the ground, picked up the photo, and actually tore it with force, tearing the photo into shreds, crying, Hubby, you're the only one in my heart. You're not anyone's double. I tell you all. Zhao Qingfeng's face was expressionless. He wanted to hear what tricks Bai Xiaoxing could say. That is, he would die a clear death. Bai Xiaoxing sobbed. His name is Gu Chang. He is my childhood neighbor. Oh, a childhood friend. Zhao Qingfeng smiled coldly and was annoyed, so he lit another cigarette. Bai Xiaoxing's face was pale and he didn't retort, so he continued. He is 1 year younger than me, because both the Bai family and the Gu family have a cooperative relationship, so he and I are also friends, and to be precise, I've always regarded him as a younger brother. Later, the Gu family had an accident. I let my father help their family. Gu Chang was very grateful to my family. Only, later one day, he said he liked me. When Bai Xiaoxing said this, he watched Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, but found that he was expressionless, which made Bai Xiaoxing very heartbroken. Zhao Qingfeng said in a cold voice, Continue. Bai Xiaoxing nodded, then said, he likes me, but I never just treat him as a younger brother, so I refused, except that Gu Chang doesn't die of heart, and still keeps following me. I know it won't work, so I'm intentionally detached from him, but I didn't realize that the White family's enemies had set their sights on me. The summer vacation after the college entrance exam, a gunman wanted to kill me. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect that Gu Chang rushed out to block the bullet for me, so I got my life back. Only Gu Chang was shot but didn't make it through. Bai Xiaoxing sobbed and finished brokenly. Zhao Qingfeng heard this before he mockingly laughed. So that's how it is, childhood sweethearts, saving lives, and in the end martyring themselves. This buff stacked up Bai Xiaoxing trembled and hurriedly said, "Hubby, he's dead. I didn't apologize to you. I really didn't. Beg you to forgive me, okay?" Zhao Qingfeng pointed at her and said coldly, "Forgive? Do you deserve to mention these two words?" Bai Xiaoxing was dumbfounded. Zhao Qingfeng said, "If you tell me about this when you and I get married, then everything is fine. Unfortunately, you hid for so long. Zhang Zixuan merely has the same pair of eyes as him. You can countless times to abandon me. I lost is not wrong. After all, how can a living person compare to a dead person?" Bai Xiaoxing blushed miserably and said, "I didn't mean to hide it. At that time, I thought Gu Chang was dead and I was worried that you would be jealous. That's why I didn't say anything. Husband, you understand me." As a result, the concealment of what would have been understandable was held back into a big thunderstorm. The most crucial thing was that another Zhang Zixuan appeared in the middle. A series of things happened that made Bai Xiaoxing regret it. "I can't understand that." Zhao Qingfeng looked at the 5 fingerprints that were clearly visible on Bai Xiaoxing's face, calmed down, and said faintly, "From the moment you hid it from me, it was impossible for me to understand." Bai Xiaoxing's body swayed a bit. Zhao Qingfeng said, "What's more, the last time I asked you, the result was that you still chose to lie and hide." Bai Xiaoxing was groundless. "Well, with that out of the way, you can now pack up your stuff and get the hell out of here." When Zhao Qingfeng heard Bai Xiaoxing's confession, not only did he not get over it, but he became even angrier. Anyone who knew that the woman who had accompanied him for 8 years actually had another person in her heart would only be broken. What's annoying is that the guy's dead, and there's no place to take it out. Bai Xiaoxing was dumbfounded as she mumbled, "Hubby, I really didn't apologize to you." Zhao Qingfeng snorted, "Don't be ridiculous. Just a pair of eyes can drink a cup of wine. If he came back to life, it wouldn't be an on-the-spot cave-in, would it?" Chapter 167, Bai Xiaoxing slits her wrists. "Honey, how can you say that? I've never had any feelings for him in this regard. He saved me. I'm just guilty, so I want to make up for it," Bai Xiaoxing explained incoherently. But it made Zhao Qingfeng laugh. "You're just about to make up for it by going to bed." Bai Xiaoxing was in tears. All her strength seemed to be drained away, and she sat paralyzed on the ground, sobbing and shaking her head. "No, I really just want to make up for my husband. You forgive me, okay? What's the dream?" Zhao Qingfeng stood up, coldly swept her a glance, and said, "To tell you the truth, I've already died once, even died on the operating table, right when you were peeling the apple for your good brother. Oh, you also hurt your finger. After I died, my soul floated over and saw the scene. Guess how I felt?" Bai Xiaoxing froze. "I was bleeding badly internally and the ambulance was coming and you gave up my chance to save my life to your good brother. So guess how I felt again? It's still just the district Zhang Zixuan." Zhao Qingfeng continued, "I never almost died, but I really died once. Simply because of your childhood friend's eyes? Do you understand? Speaking of which," a sarcastic smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, "I'm glad he's dead. If he wasn't, I wouldn't have my next life to pay for it." These words made Bai Xiaoxing completely dumbfounded. "Hubby, already died once?" She was trembling and her whole body was out of place. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "What has to be said has been said. Now you should leave. There's no way I'm keeping you here. I killed my husband." Bai Xiaoxing slowly got up. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and continued, "Go to your room, pack your things, and leave immediately." Bai Xiaoxing didn't seem to hear him. The whole thing was in a state of bewilderment. She thought of the scene and her liver hurt. "My husband died on the operating table, and the soul still saw me peeling apples for Zhang Zixuan. Damn it!" Bai Xiaoxing walked backwards in disorientation, extreme madness surfacing in his eyes. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "Your stuff is in Yi Ye's room." Bai Xiaoxing ignored it and walked straight to the back. Seeing her walk into the kitchen, Zhao Qingfeng's face changed slightly, so he immediately rushed over. "In the kitchen, honey, I'm sorry, I deserve to die." Bai Xiaoxing's expression was incomparably agonized as he took the kitchen knife and slashed it down against his wrist without hesitation. "You're crazy." Zhao Qingfeng cursed loudly and directly rushed over to grab the knife. Only slightly late, terrible wounds appeared on Bai Xiaoxing's snow-white wrists, and a large amount of blood gushed out. This knife did not have any retraction, and it was fortunate that Zhao Qingfeng stopped it at the critical moment, or else his hand tendons would have been cut open. "Honey, I'm sorry, don't be angry. I'll pay for your life, okay?" Bai Xiaoxing didn't care about the blood dripping from her wrist and looked at Zhao Qingfeng expectantly, wanting to gain his forgiveness. "You're just crazy," Zhao Qingfeng roared, then picked Bai Xiaoxing up in his arms and rushed into the bathroom, wrapping her arms tightly with a towel. Then they called for an ambulance. "Husband, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. You forgive me, okay? As long as you forgive me, even if I die now, it's worth it." Bai Xiaoxing's gaze, then, remained on Zhao Qingfeng's face. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have the time to ignore her. After dialing 120, he called Bai Liu and said in a deep voice, "Don't bring Zhao Yi back. Something happened at home. Inside the house now. There was blood all over the floor. Very scary. Zhao Yi will be 100% freaked out when she comes back." Bai Liu's voice was trembling. "What happened to Qingfeng?" Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Bai Xiaoxing and said without a good mood. Bai Xiaoxing slit her wrists. "I've already called for an ambulance and sent it to the hospital right away. You take Yi today and go to the hotel for the night." "Xiaoxing," Bai Liu exclaimed. Then asked worriedly, "Is everything alright?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "You'll be fine if you go to the hospital." When he finished speaking, he simply hung up. Then, he squatted on the ground, and Bai Xiaoxing lay on his lap, looking at him in a daze, her other intact hand lifting up, wanting to touch Zhao Qingfeng's cheek. "Don't touch me." Zhao Qingfeng was annoyed and said coldly. The ground, bright red blood fell drop by drop, and in the twinkling of an eye it had run in a puddle. Zhao Qingfeng could only tie Bai Xiaoxing's arms hard, but still couldn't control the blood loss, and got a little anxious. But for a few minutes, Bai Xiaoxing's lips went a little pale as she said, "Husband, I'm fine. I only deserve your forgiveness if I die." "Damn you, now shut the up," Zhao Qingfeng cursed. Bai Xiaoxing actually smiled. "Hubby, your mouth stinks. I love it." Zhao Qingfeng immediately stopped talking. Before long, the woman simply blew his mind. "Count the minutes. The ambulance is almost here." He then got up and carried Bai Xiaoxing downstairs. When they arrived downstairs, the neighborhood was stunned and rushed to ask what was going on. Zhao Qingfeng explained the situation, and immediately someone went to the entrance of the neighborhood to see if the ambulance had come. The world is still full of good people. At this point, blood had been dripping from Bai Xiaoxing's arm, and her face was getting paler and paler, her eyelids no longer capable of opening. Zhao Qingfeng then reached out to pat her face. "Wake up, don't sleep." Bai Xiaoxing opened her eyes in a daze and said discontentedly, "Hubby, you're slapping me again." Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to sleep I'll dare to slap you." Bai Xiaoxing said, "Then you fan it. I'm so sleepy. The ambulance is here." Suddenly, someone yelled in the distance. Zhao Qingfeng also heard the ambulance and rushed over. Halfway there, a paramedic rushed over with a stretcher. Once in the car, the doctor with the car diagnosed it and said, "Broken artery and blood loss, but there's still time to hurry." Then, the nurse next to her hung and on Bai Xiaoxing. Only then did Zhao Qingfeng's hanging heart drop. Upon arrival at the hospital, Bai Xiaoxing was sent to the operating table, but it was minor surgery, and in less than an hour, Bai Xiaoxing's surgery was successful and she was sent out. "Honey." Bai Xiaoxing was still in good spirits and shouted when he saw Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng didn't respond and pushed her into the ward with the caretaker. Bai Xiaoxing was still trying to speak when Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "Don't say anything now. Go to sleep first." "Oh." Bai Xiaoxing reluctantly let out an oh so subtle cry, and she closed her eyes as she was actually quite sleepy. Early the next morning, Zhao Qingfeng was playing with his cell phone on the companion bed when the door to the ward was pushed open. "It's Bailey Moon." When she looked at Bai Xiaoxing, who had a bandage wrapped around her arm, she said helplessly, "Is she crazy?" "Insane, indeed," Zhao Qingfeng said coldly, then asked, "Did Ji Yi send it to school?" "Delivered." Bailey Yu sighed and sat down next to him. She said, "You know about Gu Chang?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "So you know too?" Bai Liu nodded and said calmly, "Gu Chang liked to play after Xiaoxing when he was a child, but Xiaoxing took him as a younger brother. And then Gu Chang blocked a shot for Xiaoxing and didn't resuscitate him. Just because of this matter, Xiaoxing has actually been feeling very guilty. With Zhang Zixuan's appearance, perhaps she wanted to make amends. After all, it was a life-saving favor." Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, "Make amends? What does that take me for?" At this point, Bai Xiaoxing woke up and when she heard this, she hurriedly said, "Hubby, I really just want to make amends. I don't have any other ideas." Gu Chang had liked her for so long, Bai Xiaoxing had never been moved. And under her countless rejections and even deliberate alienation, Gu Chang had even blocked bullets for her to the point of losing her life. Inside, Bai Xiaoxing felt very guilty. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said, "I've already figured out what happened in the past, so it's pointless to dwell on it. Bai Xiaoxing, I'll pack up your things and send them back, so don't come over after you're better." When Bai Xiaoxing sniffed, her expression became filled with sorrow. Zhao Qingfeng stared at her and said seriously, "Also, don't threaten me with death. You've already wronged me, and if seeking death will cause Yi Yi to lose her mom, then it's more than just wronging me, it's even more wronging Yi Yi." After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he got up and left. "Husband." Bai Xiaoxing struggled to get up. Zhao Qingfeng's footsteps, however, didn't stop for half a second. Boo! The ward went quiet again when the door closed. Bai Liu sighed in her heart. She had already heard it from Zhao Qingfeng's tone. This time, no matter what Dawn Star did, it was impossible to stay there. Chapter 168, Zhao Qingfeng's Crisis. After Zhao Qingfeng left, the ward was quiet for a moment. Bai Xiaoxing wanted to chase her out, but she could only sit back in dismay with the 4 still hanging on her arm. Bai Liu walked over and helped her straighten the quilt. You said it wasn't much of a big deal. You made it to this point, is it worth it? I didn't think this would happen, Bai Xiaoxing said with some bewilderment. Gu Cheng's matter? You should have told Qingfeng a long time ago, and he would be able to understand. Bai Liu was somewhat inexplicably angry. It's more than just hating. Another reason was that her sister was now kicked out, and there was no reason for her to stay at Zhao Qingfeng's house. Bai Xiaoxing's face was bleak and said, Gu Cheng died a long time ago, when we first got married. I didn't feel the need to say anything about this, even if my husband could understand. But why should a dead person have any influence? Bai Liu nodded, but snorted. You are right in this view. Gu Cheng is dead. There is indeed no need to mention it in, but you should never, ever, see Zhang Zixuan's eyes and try to make amends by treating him as Gu Cheng's double A. Gu Cheng is Gu Cheng. Zhang Zixuan is Zhang Zixuan. Can't you tell the difference? Bai Xiaoxing pursed her lips and could only repeat. I really didn't think too much. After all, Gu Cheng saved my life. Bai Liu shook her head in annoyance and said, it's just as well that Zhang Zixuan appeared. But I told you in chapter 41 that Qingfeng already had a big opinion. So you should have confessed. He might be able to understand. But what did you do? Conceal? Deceive? Bai Xiaoxing trembled and said with regret. At that time, my husband was already angry because of Zhang Zixuan, and if I confessed to Gu Cheng, he definitely had no way to accept it. So yeah, Bai Liu sneered. What was originally understandable and forgivable has been hardened by you into a big thunder. Bai Xiaoxing lowered her head, her expression sad. Come on, it's time to move on when things are at this point, and this slitting of your wrists is actually really stupid. Bai Liu sighed softly. She didn't know about Zhao Qingfeng dying once. Bai Xiaoxing said despondently, this is what I owe my husband. You owe him and you kill yourself? What kind of ing logic is that? Bai Liu said breathlessly, if you die and get it over with, what does Qingfeng think? And what does Yi think? If you really owe him, you should put yourself in his shoes and truly think about things for his own good, so that there can't be a glimmer of hope. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Sister, are you saying that there's still a possibility that my husband will forgive me? Bai Liu's cheeks twitched, not going to look at her, and grunted, I didn't say that. For a moment, the two were silent. After a while, Bai Liu suddenly asked, how did Qingfeng know about Gu Cheng? Hearing this question, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said, someone took the photos of Gu Cheng and I together and sent them to her husband. Bai Liu frowned and said, who could that be? I don't know. Bai Xiaoxing said coldly, those photos, they were all posted inside Gu Cheng's circle of friends before he was born, which means that they aren't any secret photos. But, I always have to find out. Bai Liu said, this is your own fault, isn't it? I know because I'm hiding, Bai Xiaoxing said, but someone is counting on me behind my back. Don't let me know who sent it. What would you do if you knew? Bai Liu asked in dismay. Bai Xiaoxing glanced at his sister and kept his mouth shut. There are some things that it's better for my sister not to know. Zhao Qingfeng came out of the hospital, lit a cigarette, and didn't choose to take a taxi. Instead, they hiked back. There was an inexplicable irritation in him. Never thought that Bai Xiaoxing actually had a childhood friend who saved her life. This thing if he had known earlier, he would not have any opinion, and would even be with Bai Xiaoxing. To that Gu Cheng on the column of incense can be, but Bai Xiaoxing's concealment changed the quality. Of course the deadliest thing was the appearance of Zhang Zixuan, which made Zhao Qingfeng wonder in his heart. What position was Gu Cheng in Bai Xiaoxing's heart? Was it really just a childhood friend? A neighbor, like she said? The most disgusting thing was that this Gu Cheng was still dead, causing Zhao Qingfeng to be very angry in his heart, with a feeling that he shouldn't be angry, but couldn't help but be angry. To the brood, Zhao Qingfeng began to clean up his home. There was blood all over the floor, which would have been a shock to anyone else coming in. It took 2 hours to get the house cleaned up. Then, he went to Ye's room and packed Bai Xiaoxing's things inside the suitcase. As he walked to the living room, his gaze turned to Bai Liu's room. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. When Bai Xiaoxing left, Bai Lixiang herself would also leave. Carrying Bai Xiaoxing's suitcase downstairs, Zhao Qingfeng didn't choose to drive the old Audi. He didn't sleep last night. Mentally speaking, it wasn't very good. Safety considerations. He called Lu Yong. Not long after, Lu Yong drove his company car over to pick him up. Only after sending the suitcase into the Imperial River residence did Zhao Qingfeng let out a long breath. Car, Lu Yong asked. Mr. Zhao, where to now? Zhao Qingfeng glanced at the time and realized that it was at 11 in the morning. So he said, go to the company. Lu Yong nodded and silently started the car. Only after arriving at the company did Zhao Qingfeng completely relax. It's all in the past now. With the outbreak of Gu Cheng's matter, it was impossible for him to let Bai Xiaoxing live in anymore, and it was time to draw a period to his relationship with Bai Xiaoxing. With this thought, Zhao Qingfeng focused on his work. The sales of Star 1 oral liquid can be said to be very hot, with orders growing day by day. The biggest problem right now is production, but the factory expansion as well as the installation of production lines still need time, so no choice but to refuse those large quantities of procurement contracts. 9 rows. The only supply contract signed now is Suche's Haoyue Group. One other retail. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's currently a day-to-day business. Guaranteed sales of $200 million a day. That's a scary number. But of course the net profit isn't very high after costs are thrown out due to discount campaigns and other factors. After dealing with a bite at the cafeteria at noon, Zhao Qingfeng went back to the office. He was originally going to stay at the company until after 4 in the afternoon, and then go pick up Zhao Ye to go home. It was just that by about 3 o'clock he yawned and felt sleepy. Zhao Qingfeng then called Bai Liu. Hey, Amen, Yu, I'm at the office. I have to sleep for a while. It's better if you pick up Yi later. Good, you sleep in peace. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Qingfeng locked his office, so he walked into the lounge inside, laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, the whole of 9 May was already empty. The office area was dark, except for Zhao Qingfeng's office, where a sliver of light filtered through the door. At this point, a figure suddenly walked in softly, wearing gloves and carrying 2 1.5-liter bottles of mineral water in his hands. He glanced at Zhao Qingfeng's office, then carefully unscrewed the cap of the bottle and sprinkled it everywhere. Starting from the entrance of Zhao Qingfeng's office, the pungent smell, which immediately wafted out, inside the mineral water bottles, were all highly concentrated gasoline. Pour out all of the 2 big bottles of gasoline. His eyes flashed with determination as he took out his lighter and lit it. Boo! The flames burst into flames. Having done so, the figure left the company at a brisk pace. Chapter 169, The Little Pervert and Bai Xiaoxing Fought. It's hot. Zhao Qingfeng actually slept very comfortably this sleep, but suddenly dreaming of being inside the scorching desert made him sweat. It's too much. Zhao Qingfeng was awakened. After a brief moment of confusion, his face changed. It's too hot. Just like in the dream. It's not right. Zhao Qingfeng immediately got up from his bed and had just opened the door to the lounge when strong smoke poured in from the office, causing him to cough violently. There's a fire outside. Almost instantly, Zhao Qingfeng understood why, and his heart began to beat violently. Darting to the office door, he had just touched the doorknob when the scorching heat made his fingers subconsciously shrink back. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qingfeng flew into the bathroom behind the lounge and turned on the faucet to wet himself all over. He glanced out the window immediately afterward, and after a brief hesitation, he still didn't choose to escape through the window. This is the 12th floor. If you fall, I'm afraid only Superman will survive. Zhao Qingfeng once again returned to the office door, took a deep breath, and lifted his foot to kick hard. Boo! In the case of a fire, the door lock will most likely produce deformation and cannot be opened. And Zhao Qingfeng did not try, and directly chose violent destruction. His strength and stamina were amazing, but the solid wood door was solid, and kicking it up only shook it slightly. Zhao Qingfeng didn't stop and kept kicking. It took almost half a minute before the solid wood door was finally kicked open by him. In this instant, the fire snake surged in, forcing Zhao Qingfeng to take 2 steps back, and upon seeing the scene outside, Zhao Qingfeng's expression became extremely ugly. The flames, accompanied by smoke, enveloped the entire office area, but now was not the time to hesitate. He gritted his teeth, covered his mouth and nose, and stormed out. The flames are not the most frightening thing. In the case of a fire, it is rather the black smoke that is the most deadly. Crackle crackle. The fire burned relentlessly, igniting everything in the office area. From time to time, burning material crashed down from the ceiling. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to last long in this situation, Zhao Qingfeng could only desperately run outside. His office was about 100 meters away from the company's exit, which wasn't very far, and with Zhao Qingfeng's physique, it wasn't much of a problem to rush over, but it was easier said than done, and he rushed into the fire and felt the burning sensation for a moment. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't care less and ran towards the door with his feet in the air. Just then, anyone? Help! The weak voice caused Zhao Qingfeng's face to change drastically. It's Mei Chao. Her office was not far from Zhao Qingfeng's office. I didn't realize that even Zhou Mei was trapped in the company. Not being able to think carefully, Zhao Qingfeng resolutely turned around, ran to the door of Zhou Mei's office, and shouted, "You step back, Qingfeng, is that Qingfeng?" Zhou Mei shouted as if she couldn't believe it. What responded to her was a vicious kick from Zhao Qingfeng, perhaps because the door had already been burned by the fire. It wasn't too hard, and smoothly, Zhao Qingfeng kicked the office door open. At this time, Zhou Mei was covered in black ash and curled up in the corner. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng's figure was like the dawn in despair. "Move, Zhao Qingfeng had some dizziness and had been burned in various parts of his body, so he hurriedly reached out and pulled Zhou Mei and ran outside. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and tried to follow his lead. The flames raged, terrifying to the extreme. Wow! Zhao Qingfeng pulled Zhou Mei and rushed out of the fire. He was also on fire everywhere. Very scary. Zhou Mei was slightly better off with him up front. Only, when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the company, they looked at the big lock outside through the glass door, and their faces changed completely. Zhou Mei exclaimed, "Who locked the door here? I've explained that I'll lock the door at night. This is not the time for that." Zhao Qingfeng forced himself to calm down and looked around, suddenly noticing the fire extinguisher inside the corner. He immediately picked it up. Of course, there is no way that this fire extinguisher could have broken this fire. Zhao Qingfeng opened the fire extinguisher and sprayed furiously at Zhou Mei, and the white powder instantly covered Zhou Mei. "Quick! Spray me!" He handed Zhou Mei the fire extinguisher. Zhou Mei immediately did as she was told. After doing this, Zhao Qingfeng felt better, then took the fire extinguisher and started slamming the door. Clunk! Clunk! In fact, normally, it is difficult for an ordinary person to smash this tempered glass, but Zhao Qingfeng, at this moment, was no longer like a normal person. The raging fire threatened to engulf the two of them at any moment. An intense madness surged in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes. He doesn't want to die. Definitely can't die. I want to live. I want to take care of Yi Yi. With this will, his power, once again, burst forth. Clunk! The loud noise stunned Zhou Mei. She watched in a daze as Zhao Qingfeng carried a fire extinguisher and slammed it against the glass door. And in just 2 or 3 strokes, the fire extinguisher was deflated. You can imagine the power. Zhou Mei looked and only felt that Zhao Qingfeng at this moment was like a Superman. The not-so-strong-looking body actually gave her an indescribable sense of security. The flames were like the claws of death, encroaching little by little. The scorching heat, and the thick black smoke, had completely enveloped the two. In this situation, Zhou Mei even had trouble breathing, but she was surprisingly calm in her heart. She had a premonition that she would be fine if she was by Zhao Qingfeng's side. Clunk! Click! 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 There was another loud bang, and after the bang, cracks began to appear on the tempered glass. That's the power of man. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Then, he swung the fire extinguisher up once more, took a deep breath, and with an exaggerated gesture, the whole man slammed it up again. This time it was, to the best of my ability. Boom! The tempered glass door completely exploded. Zhao Qingfeng threw down the fire extinguisher, took Zhou Mei's hand and ran out. Then, instead of taking the elevator, the two ran straight down the fire stairs. When they came out of the Ride the Wind mansion, countless people gasped in shock. Look! Someone's coming out. Outside, a dense crowd surrounded the place, and several fire trucks and ambulances were parked. One of the firemen rushed over and yelled, "Doc! Doc, get over here!" He could tell at a glance that Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei had escaped from the fire. Only at this moment did Zhao Qingfeng let out a long breath. There wasn't a spot on his entire body that didn't hurt. Green peaks. Zhou Mei took his hand and suddenly shouted. Zhao Qingfeng glanced sideways and saw Zhou Mei smiling faintly at him, followed by closing her eyes and her person collapsing softly. Zhao Qingfeng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly wrapped his arms around her, saying to the medical staff who rushed over, "Save her first. Save them all." 2 stretchers were brought over, and Zhao Qingfeng was put on them. The fireman hurriedly inquired, "Is there anyone else up there?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "There shouldn't be any more, but I'm not sure." Good. Firefighters waved and the 2 men entered the ambulance and were taken to the hospital. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't support himself either and closed his eyes. Confused, he heard crying and abuse. When Zhao Qingfeng opened his eyes once more, he was stunned. The inside of the ward was a mess at this point. The little pervert and Bai Xiaoxing tore into a ball, while Su Qiuran and Bai Liu talked it out from the side. Zhao Qingfeng was confused. No, what's with the fight? Chapter 170, have another one while you're still young. At this point, the fingerprints on Bai Xiaoxing's face were very obvious. On both sides, one side was undoubtedly hit by Zhao Qingfeng and hadn't dissipated yet, and the other side was relatively small. Anger flashed in her eyes as she grabbed Shen Lexi's hair, and Shen Lexi is not a vegetarian. She learned that the original reason why Zhao Qingfeng was injured was because last night Bai Xiaoxing slit her wrists, busy all night without sleep, and today during the day in the company to sleep, only to be trapped inside. This made Shen Lexi furious. Similarly grabbing Bai Xiaoxing's hair, she said angrily, "It's all because of you. Why don't you be quiet when you're going to die, causing brother Qingfeng to get hurt? What does this have to do with you? I'm more heartbroken than you are that my husband is hurt." Bai Xiaoxing's face was still pale, and regardless, she flashed over with a slap, her movements too intense, causing blood to seep out of the bandages on her wrists. Chen Lexi hurriedly stopped and then returned the favor, but after Bai Xiaoxing had been slapped off guard, she was now on guard, protecting her cheek from her slap. Then the two hugged and began tearing apart once again. Calm down, all of you. Stop fighting. Bailey Yu was in a hurry and wanted to stop it, but there was no way to do so. Su Cho Ran was able to intervene, trying to separate the two, but his Muay Thai was fine for fighting, but not so effective when trying to talk them out of it. And at this time, no one noticed. In addition to Zhao Qingfeng, next to the hospital bed, Zhou Mei's ears moved. Her eyes quietly opened a slit. She could watch the theater, but Zhao Qingfeng couldn't. He sat up in a hurry, annoyed. What's the commotion? What are you guys making? At once, the ward fell silent. The two men stopped in good humor and rushed together to the side of the hospital bed. Honey, brother Qingfeng, Su Qiuran and Bai Liu were one step slower, so they could only stand at the back. Su Qiuran was annoyed. He should have known to kick them out and beat them. Honey, she hit me. Bai Xiaoxing pointed to his cheek that was slapped by Chen Lexi and said in an aggravated manner. Chen Lexi was furious, similarly pointing at the bruises on her own eyes, scolding her. I didn't even sue. Ex-wife sister, are you unable to play? Alright. Zhao Qingfeng felt his brain swell and said, Bai Xiaoxing, go back to your hospital room. Bai Xiaoxing said in disbelief. Hubby, you kicked me out? Or what? Zhao Qingfeng gave her a cold look and said, I've made it very clear to you that I don't want to see you. Chen Lexi's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands happily. Hurry up, ex-wife's sister. Bai Xiaoxing's lips moved and said ruefully, I'm just worried about you. Don't worry about it. You can go over to the grave when I'm dead, which isn't right now. Zhao Qingfeng didn't have any kind face and his tone was filled with indifference. Bai Xiaoxing trembled, and when she saw Chen Lexi's gloating expression, the tears of aggression surged out frantically. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother to look at her and said to Bai Liu, where's Yi? My brother came over when he got the news that Xiaoxing was injured, and he accompanied Ye to play at home. Bai Liu said. In reality, it was because Zhao Qingfeng had been rescued from the fire, and when she heard the news, Bai Liu's soul was scared out of her mind. She immediately called Bai Chenyang and asked him to take care of Yi, and rushed to the ward herself. As a result, when I came over, I found that there were so many people. Aha! Zhao Qingfeng nodded, then turned to Su Qiuran and said, Qiuran, I'm fine, don't worry. Su Qiuran saw him covered in bandages and lightly bit her lips and nodded. Chen Lexi said sourly, Brother Qingfeng, you haven't talked to me yet. Zhao Qingfeng felt his scalp go numb, so he said, don't worry about it either. At that moment, the doctor walked in. Several people rushed out of the way to allow the doctor to examine them. You're awake. The doctor examined him and, seeing that he was still in good shape, nodded. You have mild burns, but they're not a big problem and will heal on their own. What about me? Zhou Mei opened her mouth to inquire, her tone a bit nervous. She also had burns on her body, and if that led to disfigurement, the doctor smiled and said, don't worry, you only have some minor burns on your arms. You'll recover quickly. When Zhou Mei sniffed, there was joy in her eyes, but she subconsciously looked at Zhao Qingfeng who was fully bandaged. In his mind, that shocking scene came to mind. The man took her hand and rushed into the raging flames, leaving a relatively safe passage wherever he passed, which left Zhou Mei with few injuries. If it wasn't for him, Zhou Mei's eyes trembled and she couldn't help but speak. Qingfeng, thank you. She didn't even realize it herself, but there was a slight catch in her voice. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her, then laughed lightly. I'm fine, the doctor said. Well, you guys try to talk as little as possible. The injured man still needs to rest. With that, he walked out. Zhao Qingfeng felt pain all over his body and at the same time, he was a little itchy. It made him speculate a bit about his own healing abilities, and I'm afraid that they were exaggerated as well. Chen Lexi squeezed over to Zhao Qingfeng's bedside again and said, Brother Qingfeng, have you had any opponents recently? Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, then frowned and said, Are you saying that the fire was not an accident? No, Chen Lexi coldly said. The police have already gone over to investigate and found a large amount of gasoline at the scene. It's obvious that this is arson. The moment these words came out, the faces of everyone present all went cold. Even Bai Xiaoxing couldn't be bothered to cry and asked in a chilling voice, Are there any other clues? We have to catch this person before the police find out. Chen Lexi looked her up and down and snorted. If there were clues, would it still be your turn? Bai Xiaoxing didn't care about her taunts. Now that someone had set the fire, it was obvious that they wanted to murder Zhao Qingfeng, and that was the top priority. Quiet. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. He thought for a moment before saying faintly, I probably know who set the fire. What? Everyone present simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Zhao Qingfeng said, There's no need for you guys to handle it. I'll go find him myself. Chen Lexi said anxiously, Brother Qingfeng, just tell me. Zhao Qingfeng calmly shook his head and said, Alright, you guys should go out. A few women saw his expression and knew that he had already made up his mind, so they looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Xingfeng, Xiaoxing and I will go over first. You sleep for a while. I'll bring you something to eat in the evening. After Bai Li Yu finished speaking, she pulled Bai Xiaoxing out. Chen Lexi also left reluctantly. Su Chou Ran did linger for a moment, and after the two of them looked at each other for a moment, Zhou Mei said with great dissatisfaction, Xiu Ran, I'm injured too. Su Chou Ran looked at her and compensated with a smile. Auntie, I'm here, aren't I? Zhou Mei glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said sourly, certain people, when they see a man, they forget about their sister-in-law. When Su Qiuran blushed, she said in a hurry, Auntie, big brother Qingfeng, I'll leave first, you guys have a good rest, I'll come back to see you in the morning. After she left, the ward was finally clear, only to have another unexpected person walk in less than 2 minutes later. Zhao Qingfeng was shocked to see him. Mr. Zhao, long time no see. The man who came in was unexpectedly Lin Tianming, Lin Yuan's father. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit stunned, but still greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Tianming sighed. I've known for a long time that 9 Mei is Mr. Zhao's company, but I didn't expect such a big accident. I'm here this time, mainly to talk to Mr. Zhao about a matter. This time, he called out for Mr. Zhao, and Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, I'm all ears. Lin Tianming handed out a business card. Chairman of Hongda Construction, Mr. Lin Tianming. Zhao Qingfeng took the business card. He had checked it out a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised. Lin Tianming smiled and said, the company has a piece of land. I'm going to build a mansion, fully funded advances, and just make installment payments after Mr. Zhao receives it. Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. This, and, Lin Tianming waved his hand and said, I have 2 floors of vacant office buildings on my side, adding up to about 2,000 square meters, so Mr. Zhao can use them first. That's it. I'll send someone to bring over the specific contract tomorrow. Mr. Zhao can just sign it then. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhao Qingfeng to refuse and prepared to leave. Wait. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly called out to Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming's footsteps lurched and he looked back at him. Zhao Qingfeng said, have another one while you're still young. Lin Tianming was stunned. Didn't I say last time? One more, and the name is still Lin Yuan. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and interrupted him. Lin Tianming froze for a moment and seemed to guess something. His eyes suddenly widened and his expression became particularly agitated. Chapter 171 by Chen Yang. The Great Injustice. He rushed back and excitedly held Zhao Qingfeng's hand. Mr. Zhao, you mean? Zhao Qingfeng pulled his hand out with some toothache and said, it's what you think, don't ask for more. Lin Tianming's pupils trembled, and without saying a word, he began to call. Qingjin picked up. Hello, husband. Lin Tianming said excitedly, go home, quickly go home. Qingjin asked suspiciously, hubby, what's the point of going back? Is there something urgent? What else? Lin Tianming exclaimed, hurry home and make a baby. Qingjin was silent. Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei were also silent. For a while, Qingjin weighed her words and said, I'm at my mom's place, and it's so late. Now, don't do that. I'll be home in 20 minutes and you hurry back. That's it. After Lin Tianming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhao Qingfeng looked at him. Mr. Zhao, have a good rest. I'll take my leave first. Lin Tianming didn't look half embarrassed, and with a laugh, he turned around and left in a hurry. After he left, Zhou Mei suddenly burst out laughing, and Zhao Qingfeng looked at her. Zhou Mei laughed uproariously and said, Lin Tianming is worth tens of billions of dollars. It's really better to be known than seen. Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, who would have thought? Then again, I can't imagine that you still have this network. It's Academician Wu again. And it's General Manager Lin of Hongda Construction. Why, do they all call you Mr. Zhao? Zhou Mei asked curiously after she finished laughing. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, I did them a small favor, and they owe me a small favor. I'm afraid it's only not as simple as a small favor. Zhou Mei marveled. The office building is even. Mr. Lin wants to help you build a mansion, or a full-funded advance. The cost of this is only going to be more than $1 billion. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. It's not to help me, but to help us build the mansion. It just so happens that I drew you a pie last time. Let's name it 9 Mei Mansion. The building was expensive, but Lin Tianming gave it and he could afford it. When Zhou Mei heard these words, it was as if something choked her heart, making her speechless. 9 Mei Mansion, our mansion. Zhou Mei's eyes reddened, suddenly had an impulse to say, why don't you change your name? Don't call Zhou Mei, how about calling Qing Mei? After all, you are the chairman of the board. Green Rose? Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously thought of his childhood friend, and then immediately thought of Bai Xiaoxing and Gu Chang. Immediately disgusted, he shook his head repeatedly and said, better not, it doesn't sound good, just call it 9 Mei. Ha! Zhou Mei thought he would readily agree, but she didn't expect to be rejected, so she stopped talking. Just in my mind, I think Qing Mei still sounds good. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his cell phone on the cabinet next to him and said, it's already past 1 o'clock. Go to sleep. Aha. Zhou Mei nodded. Other side. Fairview. Yay, why aren't you in bed yet? Bai Chenyang's expression twisted. It's 1 o'clock and Zhao Yiyi is still not sleeping. There is no such child. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, and Zhao Ye was riding on his back, shouting, Uncle, hiya. Bai Chenyang then had no choice but to hold his tongue and crawl toward the front. This scene, however, was afraid to blow up if it was leaked out. In Tianton, the Bai family's son was notorious for his coldness, and whether it was his business savvy or his secret tactics, he could be praised as a tiger's father. And now the infamous White Duke was being ridden underneath by a little girl, which had to be laughed off. Bai Chenyang nestled. Is that enough? I'm not going to sleep, Zhao Yiyi said smugly. It's so hard that Mom, Dad and Great Aunt aren't here, and no one has to turn the tables on her. Just then, click, the main door was suddenly opened and Bai Liyu's figure appeared in the doorway. Seeing inside, he was shocked. Brother, what are you? Bai Chenyang's face darkened, and he immediately shielded Zhao Ye from falling, then climbed up, coughed lightly, and said, is he okay? Qingfeng is fine. You guys, po ha 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 ha. Bai Liyu forced herself to hold back her laughter, but in the end, she couldn't. Bai Chenyang felt that he was just a big ingrate. One phone call, and he arranged for a helicopter to travel from Tiandong to Tiannan overnight, to be a cow horse for the little guy, and he was seen. I'm leaving, Bai Chenyang said expressionlessly. He couldn't stay in this tenant for a minute. Don't, you're sleeping here today. Bai Liyu hurriedly pulled him back. Bai Chenyang looked at her with a cold face. Let go. Bai Liyu heatedly laughed. Brother, tomorrow is the weekend. Yi is off, so you can take her for another day. Bai Chenyang couldn't tell you how stifled he felt in his heart, and was about to refuse when Zhao Ye clapped her hands happily. Yes, I like uncle. This made Bai Chenyang's words of refusal unspeakable, so he could only grunt coldly. Bai Liyu, if you dare to smile again, I will 100% beat you up. I'm not laughing. Po ha 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 ha. I'm not laughing. I'm just thinking of happy things, ha 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 ha. Asterisk. Bai Chenyang didn't want to see her, and even wanted to sever the sibling relationship. After asking Zhao Qingfeng's room, he burrowed in and stifled a message to Zhao Qingfeng. You're going to have to wait for me. Angry flaming, he had recently undergone intense training, so he could just take this opportunity to touch base with Zhao Qingfeng. The lost face had to be recovered. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng opened his eyes and saw Bai Chenyang's text message. It was just baffling, thinking he was more or less sick, and he didn't reply. Honey, only. A voice immediately made Zhao Qingfeng frown. Bai Xiaoxing is here again. What a ing ghost is not yet. Zhao Qingfeng indifferently said. Are you annoyed? Don't force me to say dirty words. I don't want to see you. Honey, here's the breakfast I bought. Eat it. Bai Xiaoxing pretended that she didn't hear him and came over with breakfast in her hand and said, no food. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance and said indifferently. Bai Xiaoxing smiled faintly. Honey, let me feed you. Zhao Qingfeng closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them, then staring coldly at her, he spat out one word, get out. Bai Xiaoxing's smile stiffened just a bit. Zhao Qingfeng raised his hand, pointing outside. I'm telling you to get out. Carry your breakfast and get out now. Bai Xiaoxing shuddered. She wanted to see even a little bit of heartache in Zhao Qingfeng's expression. But no. Bai Xiaoxing then lowered her head and left the hospital room, step by step, forlornly. Hiss. Only then did Zhou Mei open her mouth in surprise. Qingfeng, you're really a cuckold, aren't you? So hard on your ex-wife? Zhao Qingfeng calmly said. If she doesn't get tough, she'll pester her. This time, suddenly two men walked in. Zhou Mei frowned. Sister, sis. A couple in their 40s walked in. The woman was somewhat similar to Zhou Mei, a bit older and all noble. The man's gaze was calm, his pace steady, and his body was not tall, but it seemed to carry an aura. The richest man in Tiannan, Su Shifeng. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he saw Su Qiuran's parents. Zhou's gaze swept Zhao Qingfeng, and with a frown on her brow, she said to Zhou Mei, why don't you change to a separate ward? Chapter 172, Not Zhang Feng. Zhao Qingfeng was keenly aware that Zhou didn't have a good feeling towards him, and there was an inexplicable hostility. Zhao Qingfeng guessed that it was 80% because of Su Qiu. Zhou Mei glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said calmly, I think it's good to live here. Is there anything you guys came over for? It was obvious that her relationship with Zhou was not good. Zhou sat on the edge of the bed, sighed softly. I told you before, Zhou Mei should give up. Go to your brother-in-law's company, the position below the deputy general manager. Just pick. You wanna be bent on having your own way, and now there is a danger to your life. Jo Mei sneered. I know you don't like Dad, but 9 Mei is what Dad left behind. His wish in this life is to make 9 Mei bigger. There's no way I'm giving up. Jojo was not moved. His gaze remained calm, and said, I know you got the star one oral fluid. This piece of cake is too big for you to eat. That's my business. Jo Mei still didn't have a good face, so Jojo was silent. At this time, Su Shifeng looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said, Can you get out of bed? Go out for a chat? Zhao Qingfeng nodded and got up and out of bed. He had a lot of bandages wrapped around his body, but the wounds on his body were healing at an alarming rate, and the searing pain from yesterday had been reduced by most of it in just one night. Jo Mei opened her mouth. Qingfeng, it's okay. Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly at her, and then walked out of the hospital room with Su Shifeng one after the other. Neither said a word and walked straight to the fire stairwell. There's not a lot of people here. It's quiet. Zhao Qingfeng closed the door behind him. It was only then that Su Shifeng said, Zhao Qingfeng, we met for the first time, so there's no need for more nonsense. I'll get right to the point. I don't like you getting too involved with Qiu Ran. Sure enough, Zhao Qingfeng knows very well in his heart that Su Qiuran's relationship with him is impossible to hide from Su Shifeng. He then said, So what do you mean? Broken. Su Shifeng indifferently said. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said with some displeasure, Mr. Su, why don't you go talk to Qiu Ran about these words? Su Shifeng said, Speaking to you, or speaking to Qiu Ran, the effect is the same. No. Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently. You're Qiu Ran's father, so it's only possible for her to listen to you. When Su Shifeng heard this, his gaze turned to Zhao Qingfeng, which was the first time he looked at him squarely, and said, So what you're saying is that you won't listen to me? The tone became a little heavier. However, the oppressive feeling of the richest man in Tiannan didn't make Zhao Qingfeng shy away from the stage, and he breezily said, I'll definitely listen to the words of my elders. The meaning is clear. Want me to listen to you? Who are you to me? Su Shifeng suddenly laughed a little and said, Okay, let's put this matter aside for now and talk about business. You say, who do you think did the fire yesterday? I don't know. A lot of people could be. As Zhao Qingfeng spoke, he swept a glance at Su Shifeng. Su Multiplied Wind also did not care. Said, You have a point. Many people are possible, but everything has a purpose. This fire is widely implicated. Even I have to be unlucky. After all, Sycamore Ride Mansion is one of Ride Group's assets. This person made such a big movement. Wanting your life is one. The second point. You say there is no possibility because of the star one in your hand? Zhao Qingfeng nodded. I agree with Mr. Su's point of view. So but anyone who hits star one's idea could be the murderer behind the scenes. Su Shifeng was stunned for a while before he laughed and shook his head. You kid, this is pointing at me? Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. Well, to tell you the truth, I contacted Star Labs about Star One, and they replied to me that it would only be exclusively licensed to you for 5 years or less. Su Multiplied the Wind said. Now talk about a cooperation. 9 Mei is too small. Want to operate Star One White Bottle. The speed is too slow. Authorized to me. Multiplied the Wind Group to operate. You enjoy the dividends. Will be more than you do it yourself to earn more. The key thing is that all the risks are borne by me. The Ride Group. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. Mr. Su, now that the risk has passed, it's already too late for you to say these words. Su Shifeng laughed. Do you think that if the other party strikes once, there will be no next action? Then he'll come. Zhao Qingfeng calmly said. Su Shifeng's smile slowly tightened and he frowned. So, you mean there's no negotiation? Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said seriously. Yes, there's no talk. Okay, I got it. Su Xianfeng was worth hundreds of billions of dollars and wouldn't stay entangled. He turned around and left after he finished. Zhao Qingfeng, however, did not return to his hospital room. He inquired about the doctor and headed to the other side of the hospital wing, an upscale hospital room. Ha, that's awesome. It's just a shame that guy's company was burned down. Why didn't they burn him down? Zhang Fong was lying on the hospital bed, calling someone, his face full of pleasure. He then said, and the person who did it was too wasted. All arson, get a gun and just do him? To go through all that trouble and let him escape. Halfway through his words, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open, and Zhao Qingfeng stood quietly in the doorway. Zhang Fong's voice came to an abrupt halt and blinked his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that the rightful owner had suddenly appeared in front of him. After returning to his senses, he put down the phone and looked at Zhao Qingfeng covered in bandages, then sneered. Zhao Qingfeng, what luck? Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and walked in and directly picked up his collar. There were still 2 bodyguards inside the ward. Their faces changed when they saw the scene. They had seen the combat power of finding Qingfeng. They didn't dare to make a move at this moment. They directly yelled in panic. What for? Let go of young Zhang. Zhao Qingfeng remained silent, his eyes staring straight at Zheng Feng, observing his expression. Zheng Feng's face became grim as he said, "Last time you made a move that was considered extenuating. If you dare to make a move this time, I'll make sure to send you in." Zhao Qingfeng said calmly, "You had people set my company on fire and had to get me killed. Can't I take revenge?" Zheng Feng suddenly widened his eyes. Then, as if he had heard something unbelievable, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're doubting me, or what?" Zheng Feng instantly became anxious, not caring about being grabbed by him, and angrily said, "Zhao Qingfeng, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Do you know how serious it is to set a building on fire? This matter has spread all over the country, even alarmed the capital. A task force has been set up, and the top has given a death order to solve the case by a deadline, affecting a bunch of bigwigs in the upper echelons of Tiannan. As long as I'm not doing this kind of thing, you go and ask the Bai family. Do you think they dare to do this kind of thing in Tiandong?" Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "So, it really wasn't you?" Zheng Feng coldly said, "What do you think? Okay, I got it." Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything, reaching out and pushing, causing Zheng Feng to hit the hospital bed heavily before turning to leave. Zheng Feng looked at his back, his palms gripping the bed sheet tightly, his eyes glowing red as he took out his cell phone to send a text message. "It's time to move." Chapter 173, Making Zhou Mei Cry. Zhao Qingfeng left the hospital room, revealing a thoughtful gaze. He also felt that it wouldn't be the Zhang family, and he was just testing the waters just now. The Zhang family is rooted in Tiannan, and has been operating for many years to get to its current position, with official personnel, all three religions, and all inextricably linked. If they did this kind of thing, after it was exposed, not to mention that there were people to protect them, those ambiguous still Tainan executives would be the first to tear them apart. So as long as they're not stupid, there's absolutely no way they'd do something like that. Just like the Tiandong Bai family, they also have to give the official face. Even if they secretly do something, they will also try to exchange one for the other as much as possible to give the official an explanation. Thinking about it, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly frowned. Is it possible that the person who orchestrated this is, by any chance, the same person as the who sent him the photo? The moment this thought came out, Zhao Qingfeng unexpectedly stopped in his tracks. He draws out his analysis. Dare to do arson to burn the building, this kind of thing. The real culprits behind the scenes must have a certain power, but 100% is not Tiannan people, and it was still unknown whether the other party's purpose was because of Star One or his life. Is it possible for to be Tendo's if you analyze it that way? In his mind, a woman came to mind. Could it be her? But it doesn't quite make sense. After a few moments of thought, he shook his head and went to meet the man first, the knife that had been used to start the fire. Back in the hospital room, Mr. and Mrs. Su Shifeng had already left. Zhou Mei hurriedly asked, "He didn't give you a hard time, did he?" Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and didn't hide it as he calmly said, "He wants Star One." Zhou Mei's face changed slightly as she nodded her head gravely. "My sister also told me about this matter." And listening to her tone, the real culprit behind the arson is only afraid that she also has her eye on Starry Sky One. The piker is not guilty of a crime. When Zhao Qingfeng was still a small person, there was no way he could have touched these things. And currently, when Star One was on the shelves for sale, and it was still only in the preliminary stages, someone had set the building on fire. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Star One's prospects are too high. It's definitely not just Su Chengfeng who has his eye on it." Zhou Mei hummed and said, "Looks like we need to be careful in the future. Security must be on point. Luckily it's just the company. If it's a factory." She subconsciously winced as she said this. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. Unless the other party is completely crazy, they won't touch the factory. Inside the plant there are 3 shifts 24 hours a day, and people are working every hour of the day. So if it burns there, it's a big deal. Arson of a building sounds scary, but at least no one died. But then again, normally 2 people would have to die. It's just that the other party didn't expect Zhao Qingfeng to be so perverted. Now that the company has been burned down and a lot of information has gone up in flames, it's going to take some time to slow down. And on the other hand, it's slowing down 9 Mei's development. Zhou Mei's face remained grave, saying, "I gave everyone 2 days off in the company group. I'll be discharged tomorrow. You give me Mr. Lin's contact number for a moment. I'll go butt heads with him about the office building. Office location is still important." Zhao Qingfeng smiled. "There is no need to work so hard. I want to ask a question. Are you afraid?" When Zhou Mei sniffed, her gaze couldn't help but look at him for a while before she smiled. "With you here, what do I have to be afraid of?" When she made a double entendre, Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "That's right, I'm the chairman of the board, and even if the other party does it, it will mainly be directed at me. I don't mean this." Zhou Mei's gaze trembled, and she didn't explain. Zhao Qingfeng went to the hospital bed and began to pack his things. Zhou Mei froze for a moment. "Ugh, you're going out?" Well, I have to go out for a bit on one thing, Zhao Qingfeng said. Turn around for a bit. I have to change. Oh, Zhou Mei subconsciously turned her head. Zhao Qingfeng then took off his hospital gown and wore nothing inside, with bandages wrapped around many places. Just then, Zhou Mei suddenly turned her face sideways, her eyes shining brightly. Zhao Qingfeng was startled and hastily covered up. Ah. What are you doing? Zhou Mei's pupils widened as if she had seen something terrifying. Her face surfaced with a trace of shock, and she blurted out, really? Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened and he said expressionlessly, prosthetic limbs. Put. Zhou Mei, who was originally shy and scared, laughed outright at the words. Zhao Qingfeng coldly said, hurry up and turn around. Zhou Mei's eyes rolled and she hummed in dissatisfaction. I call this getting even. Who let you bully me last time? Zhao Qingfeng was a little embarrassed and said, alas, don't use this tone of voice. Make it like a girl. Zhou Mei sniffed and froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, she gave him a hard stare and said with red eyes, yeah, I'm old alright. When she finished, she turned on her side, making the hospital bed creak with her movements. With her face facing the wall, tears welled up in the corners of Zhou Mei's eyes. This put Zhao Qingfeng whole won't. Hastily put on his clothes, then went over and said, ugh, what's wrong with you? He couldn't figure out how Zhou Mei got angry in this good time. It would have been 35. The defense should not be so low. If you have something to do, leave. Without looking back, Zhou Mei's head reached out and pushed him, her voice containing a hint of a sob. Zhao Qingfeng was even more shocked. No way. That's why you're crying? Having trouble understanding, he shook his head and said, I'll leave you to get some rest then. The ward then went silent. It was a while before Zhou Mei looked up to see that the ward was empty. This made Zhou Mei couldn't help but curse. Bastard. She thought that Zhao Qingfeng would more or less coax her, but it turned out that the guy really left. Zhou Mei said indignantly, you wait for me. If you look at me once, I have to look at you twice. No, I have to look at you 10 times. Zhao Qingfeng left the hospital, all a little confused about Zhou Mei, getting angry for a good reason. But in the place of Su Qiran or the little pervert, he would more or less coax a little. Zhou Mei was even. What's it to me if the old is pissed off? Thinking like this, Zhao Qingfeng was at peace. When he arrived outside the hospital, he first called Zhuge Yang. Zhuge Yang said, Qingfeng, you're awake? Zhao Qingfeng hummed, I'm out. Are you at the police station? I'll go find you. You left the hospital? Zhuge Yang said with some consternation. My coworker was preparing to go over to you to inquire about some things to come. They shouldn't be able to touch me. Then, Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Isn't the case troublesome? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. We've all been up almost all night. Zhuge Yang smiled bitterly. It's good for you to come to me. It's just as well that I asked you something. Good. Zhao Qingfeng hung up and dialed Lu Yong again. Lu Yong quickly connected. Mr. Zhao, Xiao Lu, are you free? Come pick me up at the hospital. Lu Yong hurriedly said, I'm free. I'll come over right away. Not much longer. Lu Yong drove the company car to the hospital. Zhao Qingfeng said, go to the Tiannan City Bureau. Lu Yong froze for a moment and didn't start immediately, turning his head to look at him. Mr. Zhao, what's the point of going to the police station? Zhao Qingfeng said, take care of something. Chapter 174, I suspect it's you. Then it's you. Lu Yong then didn't ask any more questions and silently started the car. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Tiannan City Council. Zhao Qingfeng called Zhuge Yang again and said, I'm at the entrance to the city office. Come out. Zhuge Yang asked, aren't you coming in? Something came up and it was easier to go out. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and then said, okay, just wait a minute. 5 minutes. Zhuge Yang hung up the phone after saying that. Not long after, Zhuge Yang walked out, and Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand at him and said, get in the car. Zhuge Yang got into the car and said strangely, Qingfeng, what are you doing with this godly chatter? Zhao Qingfeng didn't explain and said to Lu Yong, Xiao Lu, drive. Lu Yong asked, where to? Let's see. Just go over to the Tiannan Second Bridge. There's a nice view there. Walk around down there. Lu Yong hummed and started the car again. Zhuge Yang said, Qingfeng, other than you and Zhou Mei, were there any other people at the company yesterday? Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, I went to sleep in the lounge at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm not even sure when the fire started outside. Zhuge Yang frowned and muttered, this matter is a bit tricky. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. What? The surveillance didn't find any clues? No. Zhuge Yang shook his head. We visited all night and asked a lot of people. Only one cleaner said he had seen a man wearing a duck-tongued hat and mask going down the stairwell, checking surveillance along his course of action, only to find that one of the crucial ones has had the wires cut. Most of all, the scene was destroyed by fire and there was no way to extract any valuable clues. Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said, that's a bit difficult. Yes, Zhuge Yang sighed lightly, a little worried, and now the top gave a death order to solve the case by the deadline, and even set up a task force, with the deputy bureau as the leader. If you can't solve the case, disciplinary action is inevitable. Not long after, the car stopped under the Tenant Second Bridge. Zhao Qingfeng was the first to get out of the car and said, "Alright, there's no need to get tangled up, blow the wind and you might get a thought." Zhuge Yan laughed bitterly. It's not that simple. He didn't refuse, though, and got out of the car after him. Zhao Qingfeng had said, "Little Lu, you also come down and walk with us." Lu Yong was a bit stunned, but he also got out of the car. The scene of three large men walking along the river was a little odd anyhow. Zhuge Yang's expression moved as he keenly sensed something, and at that moment, he didn't say anything else. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Little Lu, where is your hometown?" "Jiangbei." Lu Yong kept his head down. His words were few. Zhao Qingfeng said, "Jiangbei is a good place. Why did you come to Tiannan?" Lu Yong said, "My family is too poor. I studied in Tiannan, and I didn't want to go home after graduation, so I stayed in Tiannan." "I see from your resume, a college student?" "Right." Zhao Qingfeng smiled at his words. "A college student was able to apply for a job as my assistant. The personnel side is very satisfied with your various responses, and even praised you, so it seems that you still have a couple of tricks up your sleeve." Lu Yong's forehead gradually appeared sweat. Some reluctant smile. "I am lucky. Alas, don't humble yourself by applying for a job and being recommended to me when you don't have enough education." Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stopped his steps, looked at him sideways, and said meaningfully, "The most crucial thing is that you seem to be able to completely guess what kind of person I need. Silent, down to earth and willing to work. These and what I have learned from the manager of the personnel department. It seems to be different." When he was interviewed, he answered the questions well and showed a very high level of emotional intelligence, which was why he was recommended to Zhao Qingfeng. This, he knew before, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it at first. After all, he didn't have much contact with Lu Yong, but in retrospect, it seems like the other side is intentionally building a persona. A poor emotional intelligence would not pass the interview, but he didn't realize that Zhao Qingfeng preferred to recruit a quiet assistant, and temporarily changed his persona in order to pass Zhao Qingfeng's final interview. The sweat on Lu Yong's forehead grew, and he was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Mr. Zhao, are you dissatisfied with me?" "Satisfied. I'm satisfied with you," Zhao Qingfeng said, "but the question just now, aren't you going to solve it for me?" Lu Yong's face was a bit pale. He thought about it, but suddenly smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, what I'm asking for is nothing more than wanting to get in. After all, the lure of a $15,000 monthly salary is still very big. What kind of person does Mr. Zhao need? I will naturally become what kind of person. Is there a problem?" "Yeah, that's a good wage." Zhao Qingfeng nodded, agreeing with him. You know that when he was looking for a job that paid him $10,000 to $20,000 a month, he even broke his legs. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother bending the rules and said, "Alright, so much for the nonsense. Now I have a question. Mr. Zhao, you asked, who told you to kill me?" Zhao Qingfeng asked indifferently. Lu Yong suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked in shock, "Mr. Zhao, what are you asking?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned. "There's no need to pretend anymore now. I don't have any solid evidence, but I know that this matter is 100% your doing. Do you still want to resist?" Lu Yong's cheeks twitched, and his expression became incomparably angry as he said, "Mr. Zhao, isn't it too much for you to slander me for no reason? If you don't want to use me, I'll resign in a big deal. Be quiet." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand to interrupt him and said impatiently, "The persona I mentioned earlier is on one hand, and only you were contacted after I became chairman of the board of directors, and on the other hand, you also knew everything about my whereabouts yesterday, but of course there is not enough evidence for these." Speaking here, Zhao Qingfeng smiled, his eyes became incomparably sharp, and said, "The most crucial thing is, that my intuition tells me that it was you who did it." Lu Yong was shocked, and when he noticed Zhuge Yang next to him, he explained with his hands in the air, "You can't do this. You can't accuse me of being a criminal just because you suspect it. Officer, I'm going to sue him for libel." Zhuge Yang calmly said, "You can go to court. Looks like you're dead set against it." Zhao Qingfeng said very coldly, "It doesn't matter. It's fine if you don't admit it. Assuming that you were instructed to do so, you should have a good understanding of my information. By the way, Captain Zhuge, you recuse yourself." Zhuge Yang was speechless, his eyes looking to the sky. "I can't hear anything." Zhao Qingfeng said, "Now what I want to tell you is, but whenever I suspect you, not to mention the other Tiandong 100, the Su family, and the Chen family, they will let you know what it means to be truly tactful." The corners of Zhuge Yang's mouth twitched, but he pretended not to hear. Zhao Qingfeng coldly smiled. You know the relationship between me and those women. It's okay to think that I'm eating soft rice. Anyway, now assuming that you don't admit it, the police won't look for you, but I suspect that in your case there will be a lot of people who will look for you. Believe it? At that time, can you top it? The sweat on Lu Yong's forehead was growing. Out of breath, he said, Mr. Zhao, you can't harm me like this. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. I was almost burned to death, so I was in a bad mood and had to find someone to pad my back. Now that I suspect you, that's not you too. Of course, the police need evidence, but I do not need Alas, Captain Zhuge, you should not hear it, right? At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng's tone had a banditish air to it, causing Zhuge Yang to glare at him in annoyance. Lu Yong trembled and lowered his head. He thought that he had done a seamless job and the other party couldn't find any evidence, but he didn't expect that Zhao Qingfeng didn't need evidence at all. If we wait for those forces to find us, we might as well show a fierce light in his eyes. If you want fire, there's only one chance. He then wiped his right hand on his belt and a small blade was cupped in his hand and accurately swung towards Zhao Qingfeng's neck. Chapter 175, Terrified by Chen Yang. Lu Yong was directly cornered by Zhao Qingfeng. At this time, he moved his hands. His movements were decisive and incomparably harsh, and the fierce light of his eyes was like substance. This is definitely no ordinary person. In other words, if it were anyone else, this time I am afraid that I would have to drink hate in the northwest. Even Zhuge Yang only had a shocked change in his eyes, and before he could make an effective action, Zhao Qingfeng calmly leaned back slightly. Lu Yong's blade slashed across the front of his neck, causing even Zhao Qingfeng to feel a hint of coolness. His enhancements are all-encompassing, including speed as well as reflexes. When he faced those bodyguards before, he was actually able to dodge most of the attacks, but he didn't bother to do so. And now, the cold and shining blade is in front of you. Not to hide is really good. Lu Yong's face changed, and he wanted to capitalize on the victory. Zhao Qingfeng's gaze teased as he reached out and accurately held Lu Yong's arm. Swindle you a little, and you're really showing your face. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out coldly, holding Lu Yong's arm and twisting it with force. Lu Yong immediately bent over uncontrollably and the blade fell to the ground. But Zhao Qingfeng didn't let him off so easily. His other hand also gripped his arm, both hands exerting force at the same time, not holding back for half a second. Click! Ah! Lu Yong screamed out miserably as his arm was twisted alive by Zhao Qingfeng. Zhuge Yang also grabbed him at this moment and kicked him hard in the crook of his leg. Lu Yong immediately kneeled on the ground. Immediately after, Zhuge Yang took out handcuffs and skillfully controlled them. Zhao Qingfeng then laughed. Captain Zhuge, another big feat. Zhuge Yang held Lu Yong down on the ground and finished informing the team before he helplessly said, Qingfeng, this is actually out of order for you. Normally, it's all about finding the evidence before convicting, and there's no such thing. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Alas, I'm not a police officer, so just tell me if it's effective or not. He is only suspicious of Lu Yong. Just think the probability is him, but it is impossible to be 100% sure. Today over just fraud. Did not expect to fraud out. Lu Yong was lying on the ground unable to move, huffing and puffing and gasping for air. Zhao Qingfeng walked up to him, squatted down and said, Next, remember to plead guilty when you get to the police station. Arson and attempted murder. It should almost be life imprisonment. Lu Yong was silent. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. It has come to this point now, not to mention whether the police can find evidence that can be convicted. According to my advice, to the bureau, it is the best result for you. Chen Lexi you recognize, right? She even asked me if I had any clues and wanted to find you before the police. Lu Yong's pupils shrank, obviously knowing the identity of the little pervert. Before he hoarsely said, I plead guilty. It's not going to end well if you recognize it or not at the moment. Relatively speaking, going to the sewing machine was the best possible ending. It was also true that he wasn't an ordinary person, and he only screamed miserably when his arm was broken, and now he was completely calm, not even humming. Zhao Qingfeng then turned to Zhuge Yang and said, Look, didn't he just plead guilty? The procedure is still right. Zhuge Yang was helpless and could only give him a thumbs up. Qingfeng, you're great. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. His eyes turned to Lu Yong once again, and his face became serious. Next question. Who instructed you to do this? Lu Yong didn't say anything. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. You should know that this is my main concern. Lu Yong remained silent. My patience is limited. And if you don't say, Zhang family, Tiannan Zhang family. Lu Yong suddenly opened his mouth, cutting Zhao Qingfeng's words short. Zhao Qingfeng's expression became gloomy when he heard this. It seems that the other party still knows that I have a grudge against the Zhang family. This is to mislead me. Things that are not so simple anymore. At this point in time, he was almost certain that the other party was definitely not only because of Starry Sky One, but most of all, they were also rushing towards his people. Lu Yong indifferently, believe it or not, as you wish. What I should say has been said. Zhao Qingfeng stared at him for a while before standing up helplessly. He understood that Lu Yong could not possibly give an account, even if he killed him. And not surprisingly, Lu Yong wouldn't be his real name. Zhao Qingfeng said, Captain Zhuge, turn around and check his real information. Zhuge Yang also saw it, so he nodded. I know. Lu Yong's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes actually revealed a touch of mockery. He didn't have the slightest worry, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't care. He was even able to guess from this tenant Zheng family saying it. The murderer behind the scenes had even told Lu Yong what to tell him when he was caught. Everything was planned, and trying to find the real killer was a pipe dream. Not a moment too soon, a police car drove over. A few police officers flew over, looked at the controlled Lu Yong are stunned. Captain, this, Zhuge Yang nodded. Arsonist. A few people sniffed and immediately revealed an excited expression. Zhao Qingfeng said, I'll leave the rest to you guys. I'll withdraw first. Wait. Zhuge Yang suddenly called out to him. Zhao Qingfeng's footsteps lurched as he asked, What? Zhuge Yang looked at him for several seconds before saying seriously, Next time, you don't need to do this. Safety first. Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly. A small matter. After saying that, he left without looking back. Zhuge Yang looked at his back for a while before shaking his head and revealing a smile. He actually had it in his heart that Zhao Qingfeng had brought Lu Yong to the police station but called him out. It's letting him take credit for it. But on the other hand, if you're outside, facing a vicious thug like Lu Yong would be unpredictably dangerous. Zhao Qingfeng returned to the car and sighed in his heart. Yangzi Yangzi, your worries are purely superfluous. You know nothing about your brother Feng's strength. Touching the keys, Zhao Qingfeng drove straight back, but instead of going to the hospital, he went straight back to Fairview. Today is the weekend. Yi Yi is resting at home. Zhao Qingfeng is still a little uneasy about Bai Chenyang. Just after opening the door and seeing the situation inside, Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. You guys. Zhao Qingfeng didn't even know what to use to describe his feelings at this moment. Inside the house, it was no longer visible as it was. There are colorful paints everywhere. At this point a little blue man and a green adult, chasing inside their home. Bayu. Zhao Yi was wearing a small skirt. Her face, arms and legs. In short, her skin was all covered in blue paint. She was holding a toy gun and chasing after Bai Qinyang with her short legs. And Baek Jion Yang hemmed and hawed, running around the coffee table. The moment Zhao Qingfeng opened the door, it was as if both of them had been cast in a fixation spell, looking at him as if he was dumb. Zhao Yi said numbly, Dad, aren't you not coming back today? Bai Chenyang was also stunned and almost died on the spot socially. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched, his fists hardened, and he squeezed out through his back teeth. Zhao Yi. Zhao Ye shuddered. Zhao Qingfeng continued, Get the hell out of here and get cleaned up. Now. Immediately. Right now. Zhao Yi didn't dare to be disobedient and hurriedly threw down the pistol, then rushed into the bathroom. Bai Chenyang frowned and said in dissatisfaction, Calm down. What's wrong with a child playing around? Isn't it just a bit of paint? Can't we just hire a housekeeper to come over later? Zhao Qingfeng let out a cold snort, looked him up and down, and shook his head. I hope you'll still be this calm later. Daddy, washing, won't wash out. Zhao Yi was in the bathroom, shouting anxiously. So are you. What's the point of being mean to a child? Playing around isn't dash. Bai Chenyang chattered on, and suddenly his voice lurched, as if he had only just realized the meaning within Zhao Ye's words. His eyes widened and he turned his head slowly in the direction of the bathroom, his voice holding the slightest hint of panic. Yi, what did you just say? Can't be washed away? What can't be washed off? You make your words clear. Chapter 176, The Little Pervert's Earthy Love Story. Eventually, Bai Chenyang sat on the sofa with his head hanging down. Zhao Yi was beside her, also sitting on the small bench with her head hanging down. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his green face and wanted to laugh, but felt that Bai Chenyang was already miserable enough, and that laughing out at this moment was equal to rubbing salt in the wound, so he held it hard and suffocated. Bai Chenyang waved his hand and said sullenly, If you want to laugh, just laugh. No, you really laugh when I tell you to? Bai Chenyang was incredibly annoyed. Hurry up and think about what to do. Zhao Qingfeng laughed for a while before saying, Using makeup remover should be fine. There's one in Lai Yu's room. Bai Chenyang's eyes lit up. Makeup remover is fine? But then he shook his head and said helplessly, Lai Yu isn't home. I'm not going into her room. Speak of the devil. There was movement at the door. Someone was coming back. It's Bai Liu and Bai Shaoxing. Honey, you did come home. Bai Shaoxing looked at Zhao Qingfeng and hurriedly shouted. It was as if the scene in the morning when Zhao Qingfeng told her to roll had never happened at all. Her arm was still wrapped in gauze and she ran in and said, Hubby, don't run around if you're hurt. Just rest in the hospital. If there's anything you can yell at me. My sister. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her, His face faded and he didn't bother. When Bai Liu saw the scene in the house, the whole person seemed to be dumbfounded and said in shock, "What the hell is this thing blowing up?" Only then did Bai Xiaoxing notice Xiao Ye and Bai Chenyang and exclaimed, "Yay, brother, what are you guys doing here?" Zhao Qingfeng stood up and said indifferently, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." He didn't want to see Bai Xiaoxing, but Bai Chenyang and Bai Liyue as well as Yi Yi were all there, so it wasn't good to put words in his mouth too harshly, so he got up and left. "Husband," Bai Xiaoxing subconsciously shouted. Only Zhao Qingfeng didn't even return his head. Bai Xiaoxing chased after him outside, but he could only see Zhao Qingfeng's resolute back as he left, which caused Bai Xiaoxing's eyes to be filled with despondency and sadness. She knows that her husband is so sick of her now that he doesn't even want to see her. Zhao Qingfeng got into the old Audi and didn't start it immediately, but instead lit a cigarette. In the smoke, he thought quietly. Now Zhao Qingfeng's thoughts had changed a lot. Before, he only wanted to earn a small amount of money, to be able to support himself and Yi Yi, and have a rich life. It was already enough. But right now, not enough. The unknown enemy, the coveted Star One, Su Shifeng's looking down on him, and the Chen family's check. All of the above gave him an urge to climb up. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, a flash of sharpness surfaced. "I'm going to climb up and stand at the top." After resting inside the car for a while, Zhao Qingfeng departed. After thinking about it, he drove to Koi Lake. When he reached the bridge over the lake, someone stopped him. "This is a private." Before this person could finish speaking, a person next to him saw Zhao Qingfeng's face clearly and hurriedly stopped. "You're crazy. This is Mr. Zhao." Afterwards, he hastily opened the railing and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, please." "Thanks." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and drove onto the bridge. At the entrance of the villa on the island in the center of the lake, Zhao Qingfeng had just parked his car when he saw Butler Wang coming out of it just in time. "Mr. Shou." Butler Wang saw him and greeted him with some surprise. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. "I came to check on Lexi. Is she home?" "In." Wang Butler quickly said. "Miss is sleeping inside the room. You, go up to find her yourself." Zhao Qingfeng was here. He didn't dare to stop it or Chen Lexi would have to tear him apart. After a pause, Wang Butler added, "Yesterday, you were injured." Miss did not sleep all night, walking back and forth in the living room. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes trembled at the words, imagining the little pervert pacing anxiously in the living room. A certain piece of his heart seemed to be touched. He was silent for a few seconds before he said, "I'll go see him." With that, he walked into the villa. Butler Wang subconsciously picked up his cell phone, ready to report this matter to Madam, but after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and put the phone back. "Mr. Zhao to find Miss. Miss must be happy bad. This kind of thing, a little later report should not be a problem." Zhao Qingfeng walked into the villa, and when a few servants saw him, they bowed and said, "Hello Mr. Zhao." Zhao Qingfeng nodded and walked up the stairs. When he reached Chen Lexi's room, he gently twisted the door handle and quietly walked in. On the bed, a delicate figure was huffing and puffing. Her hair was down, her cheeks were glossy and white, and she occasionally barred her lips in an indescribably cute way. Zhao Qingfeng watched and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Lexi, who was sleeping, didn't know what came to her mind. Her expression suddenly changed, and she said with a watering cry, "Brother Qingfeng, don't." When Zhao Qingfeng sniffed, he thought that Chen Lexi should be dreaming about the last time she was kicked out. This made Zhao Qingfeng blame himself a little. The next second, Chen Lexi spoke again. "Ouch." Zhao Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock. "No, it hurts? What the were you dreaming about?" The drop of self-doubt from a moment ago was instantly thrown away to the skies. "What Chen Lexi? Yuck, call the little pervert." Despite saying this, Zhao Qingfeng's heart still couldn't help but thump. On signs regardless of mind. On signs regardless of mind. Zhao Qingfeng mumbled in his heart before calming down. Gently sitting on the side of Chen Lexi's bed, Zhao Qingfeng surveyed Chen Lexi. "I have to say, when Chen Lexi is quiet, that little model is indescribably well-behaved and charming." Zhao Qingfeng thought in his heart, if Chen Lexi's character is slightly collected, I'm afraid that no man will be able to resist. But then again, Chen Lexi's character wouldn't be her if she changed. Fortunately, she is only a love affair, not a love affair. Thinking like this, Zhao Qingfeng's heart is still a little bit proud. Just as his thoughts were racing, Chen Lexi felt an additional familiar breath inside the room. She opened her eyes in a daze, and when she saw the man beside her bed clearly, her eyes widened and she cried out in delight. "Brother Qingfeng," Zhao Qingfeng said with a smile, "I'm coming over to take a look. You keep sleeping." Chen Lexi sat up excitedly. She wore pajamas today, causing Zhao Qingfeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Her big eyes were a little moist and said, "Brother Qingfeng, this is still the first time you've taken the initiative to come to me." A mist came over his eyes as he spoke. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit stunned, not expecting this girl to be moved so easily. He said, I'll definitely come see you sometime dash. I knew it, I knew it. Chen Lexi hugged Zhao Qingfeng and said in a moved voice, Brother Qingfeng is the best. Zhao Qingfeng felt the soft pressure and coughed lightly, saying, I heard that you didn't sleep last night. If you don't sleep for a while, I'll wait for you to fall asleep before I leave. No way, Chen Lexi said with dissatisfaction. Brother Qingfeng, you should have woken me up at the first opportunity. Every minute and every second with Brother Qingfeng is precious. How can I sleep? Her earthy words of love, so that Zhao Qingfeng were nearly unable to meet. This girl flirted with people. The killing power is really amazing. Somewhere in the capital, in the quiet room, the man listened to the report on the phone and calmly hung up. He then muttered to himself, discovered? Just as well. It's just an appetizer anyway. Consider it your punishment for bullying her. Chapter 177, Zhao Qingfeng touched by little pervert. Zhao Qingfeng let out a light laugh and reached out to hold down her shoulders, letting her lie down on the bed again, saying, you fall asleep first. We'll just talk. I have to go back to the hospital later. He had all his bandages on and needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Brother Qingfeng, your injury. Chen Lexi's face changed. Then she thought that Zhao Qingfeng had just come out of the fire yesterday. Under normal circumstances, there was no way he could have gotten out in just one night. The little pervert's worry was basically written on his face. Zhao Qingfeng felt warmth in his heart. So he said, I dealt with some things during the daytime, and the arsonist was caught by the police, so don't worry. Chen Lexi let out a soft breath, but then frowned. Damn it. I didn't expect the police to act so quickly. Which police officer was so competent? I'll have to file a complaint against him. Zhao Qingfeng coughed lightly. Alas, who knows? Yoko, I'm sorry. If the little pervert really complains later, it'll be your bad luck. However, Chen Lexi didn't dwell on this matter all the time. Her expression suddenly became shy. Her white and reddish face looked a bit flirtatious. She quietly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and shifted her gaze again. I just had a dream. Zhao Qingfeng subconsciously asked, what did you dream about? Just after asking, he regretted it. From the mouth of the little pervert, it was 80% another tiger and wolf. As expected, Chen Lexi became even more shy, and even became a bit squirmy, stuttering, you're hurting people. What hurts? What? Zhao Qingfeng looked at Chen Lexi. His heartbeat was a little fast, and he hurriedly changed the topic. Then again, didn't you know that I was fine yesterday? So how come you still couldn't sleep all night? Chen Lexi was a bit disappointed. She wanted to continue to tease, but Zhao Qingfeng ended up bringing the words back. Can we still say it back again? Chen Lexi sighed softly and said, after I came back last night, I couldn't sleep when I thought about you being trapped inside the fire. Just when I closed my eyes, I would have nightmares. Saying that, panic surged on her expression and her voice choked a bit. Brother Qingfeng, if you didn't escape, what should I do? There are no ifs. Zhao Qingfeng said with a smile, your brother Feng is greatly blessed, so naturally, he will be fine. The words were like this, but Zhao Qingfeng's heart had an indescribable feeling of being touched. Chen Lexi's simplicity, blazing, made it hard for him to resist. Chen Lexi's small face tensed as she said seriously, Brother Qingfeng, I think it's time for you to have some trusted bodyguards by your side. Your worth will soon be in the billions. My eldest uncle said that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. A lot of unsuspecting gazes will be staring at you at this stage. You have to protect yourself. Not to mention, this spoke to Zhao Qingfeng's heart. With Lu Yan's ambush, Zhao Qingfeng really felt that there was no one available around him. After all, no one can be sure whether the next one to approach the side is a human or a ghost. You have a point. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, I will consider this aspect. With people around him available, he can hide himself better. When everyone is playing within the rules, his force value, which will be the biggest card, try not to expose it unless it is necessary. That's why some trusted henchmen are especially crucial. From here, it is able to see the difference between a white-handed family and a veteran family. Like the Tiandongbai family of that class, there are far too many people who can be used, and there is even no lack of people who can do dirty work. Chen Lexi was happy when she saw him agreeing with her suggestion, and reached out from under the covers to hold his arm, saying, Brother Qingfeng, you have to promise me that you won't put yourself in danger again. You don't know how hard and scared I was inside my heart last night. At that time, I was even thinking that if something happened to you, I don't even know if I have the courage to live anymore. Her tone was flat and matter-of-fact, but Zhao Qingfeng inexplicably felt his nose sour and backhanded Chen Lexi's hand, saying, didn't I tell you, no one can hurt me, so just relax. Chen Lexi smiled faintly and pulled Zhao Qingfeng's palm onto the pillow before tilting her cheek to rest on it and said softly, Brother Qingfeng, if you could stay with me like this every day, how nice it would be. Her eyes held anticipation and longing. Zhao Qingfeng's palm felt the warmth and softness of her cheeks, and his heart couldn't help but soften, saying, during this time in the company's life, it's the startup phase, so I'm a bit busy. When it stabilizes, there will be more time. Chen Lexi smiled cheekily and said, I know, just do your work well, and if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. In Tiannan, there's nothing that my eldest uncle can't handle. This is bragging when others say it, but when Chen Lexi says it, it's a mouthful of spit and a nail. Zhao Qingfeng said, Lexi, I'm very grateful for the kindness you shown me, but in the future, even if you have difficulties, try not to go to your eldest uncle. He didn't even know how to return the favor of the feudal lord. He paused and continued, you have to trust me, even if there's trouble, I'll be able to fix it myself. Seeing that he was serious, Chen Lexi's eyes twinkled and she revealed a good-natured smile. Aha, brother Qingfeng is the most powerful person in the world. Zhao Qingfeng still felt comfortable when he was patted on the back by her ass. Alas, this girl is attacking so ferociously, it's really a bit overwhelming. Feeling the softness in his palm, looking at Chen Lexi's palm-sized pretty face and bare white neck, he actually had an urge in his heart to see more. He knew that if he proposed it, Chen Lexi would 100% readily agree. Brother Qingfeng, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he didn't say anything but just stared straight at himself, Chen Lexi asked both shyly and expectantly. No, nothing. Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly changed the topic. You didn't sleep all night and you're not sleepy at all now? A little sleepy. Chen Lexi suddenly thought of an idea and said cheerfully, Brother Qingfeng, why don't you come lie down on the bed as well? I'll hug you and I'll be able to fall asleep at ease. This proposal, it's really heartwarming. Zhao Qingfeng hesitated. This is not necessary, right? Seeing that he didn't firmly refuse, Chen Lexi's eyes lit up, and immediately, without any nonsense, dead set on pulling Zhao Qingfeng towards the bed. Ugh, don't drag me. I'll lie down, okay? Brother Qingfeng, don't just talk, you have to move. What's your hurry? Not. I'll just lie down for a while. You don't take off my clothes, Oh, wait, don't take off your own. It took a while for the two to quiet down. Zhao Qingfeng was lying on the bed, and Chen Lexi was lying on her side, snuggling up next to him, her thighs straddling his body and her arms tightly encircling him. The bright eyes looked at Zhao Qingfeng, infatuated and intoxicated. Zhao Qingfeng had thought that it was just two people lying side by side, and he realized that he was still too young. As long as he didn't refuse, Chen Lexi would gain an inch. In just a minute, the little pervert had wrapped around his body like an octopus. Seeing that Zhao Qingfeng hadn't refused yet, Chen Lexi bit her lip and was ready to roll over. Zhao Qingfeng saw her intentions and hurriedly stopped. Ugh, what are you doing? I'll just lie with you for a while. Chapter 178, Chen Lexi's Confession. With that, he reached out and stopped the little pervert. Seeing this, Chen Lexi had no choice but to helplessly retreat back and reluctantly say, okay. Zhao Qingfeng can count on a sigh of relief. Really let the little pervert rolled over and came up to sit down. Not to mention him, on the Tang monk here is also impossible to top. Chen Lexi added. He. Just hugging brother Qingfeng like this and talking is also the happiest thing ever. Aha. Zhao Qingfeng let out a hum and gazed at the ceiling. Brother Qingfeng, do you think I'm a waste? Chen Lexi's voice suddenly lowered. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head in dismay and inquired. What makes you think so? Ugh. Chen Lexi sighed softly and said, do you remember, when we first met? At that time, you said that I had someone to control and no one to teach me. I was angry and broke my defense. Because, what you said was right. Ever since I was a child, everything was arranged by my family. Elementary school, middle school, high school, they controlled my life every moment. But I didn't feel a single bit of love. I don't know what they took me for. I panicked and felt suffocated a lot of the time. Brother Qingfeng, you can't understand this feeling. It's as if you start from birth and continue until you die of old age. Your life has been set on a set track, to follow their ideas and go on in a step-by-step manner. Chen Lexi said, actually sobbing, and her voice contained fear. Zhao Qingfeng listened silently. His heart wasn't in the right place. The little princess of the Beijing circle that no one dared to mess with actually had her own sorrows. Chen Lexi got a little agitated. They even arranged for me to later. Just as she said that, she stopped talking when she looked over her shoulder and stared. Zhao Qingfeng inquired. Arrange what? Nothing. Chen Lexi shook her head somewhat forlornly and said, after I graduated from high school, I couldn't take it anymore. They wanted me to go to Capital University, and I refused. This is the first time I rebel against the family. They are very angry. Fortunately, my eldest uncle to help me. He serves in tenant. I also came over. Coming to Tiannan should be the best decision I've made in my life. Zhao Qingfeng laughed and asked, how so? Because. Chen Lexi looked at him and smiled. There is brother Qingfeng in Tiannan. Zhao Qingfeng said, you actually don't have to think too complicated. In the past, when you were small, you would feel that your parents were strict, and when you became a parent, you would feel that your children were disobedient. Everyone is in a different perspective and doesn't necessarily see things the same way. Since your parents let you come to Tiannan, I don't think it's that insensitive. Chen Lexi shook her head and did not explain. Just sighed in my mind that they were just trying to appease me and give me a short period of freedom before I could accept their arrangement unconditionally later. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and then said, no matter what, I will always support you. Just use what you just said. If there are any difficulties, you can come to me. Yes, Chen Lexi said cheerfully. That's how she is. Emotions come and go quickly. They were all close to tears earlier, and now they're laughing heartlessly. After saying that, she couldn't help but hug Zhao Qingfeng tightly, taking this opportunity to rest her cheek on his chest. This time, Zhao Qingfeng didn't refuse anymore. He reached out, encircled Chen Lexi's shoulders, and gently cradled her in his arms. 19-year-old Chen Lexi. Every part of her body is incomparably perfect, with a soft and boneless figure that carries a refreshing fragrance that mesmerizes and intoxicates. His arm, which seemed to have a kind of magic power, made Chen Lexi feel as if she was in the strongest fortress, warm and safe, and she squinted happily, as if a moon was bending. Brother Qingfeng, I'll take a nap. Oh. When Chen Lexi's sleepiness struck, she couldn't resist any longer and closed her eyes. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything. Little by little, time passes. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. When Zhao Qingfeng heard her even breathing, he knew that she had completely fallen asleep, so he gently laid her flat on the bed. Standing up, he shook his sore arms before Zhao Qingfeng laughed lightly. Sleep well. Chen Lexi let out a dreamy murmur, and she didn't know if it was a response to Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng stood still and looked at her for a while before turning to leave. As he walked out of the room, there was even a hint of reluctance in his heart. Apparently, the little pervert had gotten into his heart without realizing it. Walking out of the villa, he found Butler Wang watering the flowers not far away. He then snorted, Butler Wang, Lexi is already asleep, so I'll leave first. When Butler Wang looked back at him, he shook the kettle in his hand and smiled. Mr. Zhao, you go ahead and get busy. I'm watering the flowers, so I won't see you off. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly felt that this Butler Wang was quite interesting, so he smiled and nodded, before driving away from the villa. Only after he left did Butler Wang put down the kettle, sighed, and took out his cell phone to call. A short while later, the call was answered and the other party said faintly, Speak. Butler Wang said respectfully, Madam, Mr. Zhao came to visit Miss just now. The lady calmly asked, Just now? And now? When Wang Butler's forehead sweated slightly, he said, Now, it's gone. Her ladyship was thoughtful, and with just one sentence, she already understood the cause and effect of the matter, so she smiled gently. Wang Zhe, this is the first time, and also the last time. Understand? Butler Wang's face turned pale as he nodded his head in a hurry. Understood. I understand. Okay, that's it. What's Lexi doing now? The young lady is inside her room and has fallen asleep. The lady sniffed and hung up. After hanging up the phone, Butler Wang held the phone and looked at it for a while. His face had an obvious panic. Zhao Qingfeng left Koi Lake and went straight to the hospital. When he walked into the ward, Zhou Mei was still swiping her cell phone, and when she saw him come in, she said coldly, You still know to come back? Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment. What kind of tone is that? He said, disgruntled. Went out to work on a little something. Ha! Zhou Mei sneered and said, After you left, the police officers came. Your ex-wife's former sister-in-law came, and Xiao Ran also came. It's good that you left and left me here to cope. You can be really good. Zhao Dong. Zhao Qingfeng said perkily, I do have something to go out and get busy. Those people come. You just say I'm not there and it's not over. Zhou Mei grunted and said, Do you think it's that simple? Not to mention, the way your ex-wife looked at me. She wanted to eat me. Thinking about this, Zhou Mei felt a bit aggrieved. I felt like I hadn't eaten anything, and I was still in trouble, so I lost a lot of money. Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed. Don't care about these details. Please turn around. I have to change my clothes. Zhou Mei was furious. I won't turn. Change it if you can. Just change it. Chapter 179, in front of Bai Xiaoxing. Zhao Qingfeng saw her staring with wide eyes and became angry in his heart. Then with a heartbeat, he changed it. Soon, Zhou Mei exclaimed. Her long eyelashes fluttered, not daring to look down, but still turned around. Zhao Qingfeng laughed coldly in his heart. Old, playing this with me? It's hard to say who's really losing out after you've looked at me. Changing into his wardrobe before he said faintly, All right. Zhou Mei did not move. Her cheeks were incomparably hot. Some of the thoughts in her heart just now made her a little ashamed to see others. At this moment, she did not need to look in the mirror to know that her face was definitely reddish red. Naturally she was embarrassed to turn away. She buried her head in the pillow and said in a jarring voice, It's none of my business if you're good or not. Zhao Qingfeng froze and quickly retorted, Hey, Zhou Mei, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be said indiscriminately. I said I've changed my clothes, not whether I'm okay or not. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Zhou Mei couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Zhao Qingfeng was annoyed. You're laughing your ass off. As he lay on the hospital bed, he looked at his phone and realized that Su Qiran had sent him a message. Brother Qingfeng, do you know? The arsonist has been caught, and it turned out to be your driver, called Lu Yong. She didn't know that Lu Yong was swindled out by Zhao Qingfeng himself, but through these words, she was able to tell that Su Qiran had been paying attention to this matter. After all, Lu Yong is still in the interrogation stage, and before the trial, the police must dig out the complete chain of evidence. This was a crucial step in convicting Lu Yong from a suspect to a criminal, so no police advisory has been issued at this time. Zhao Qingfeng then replied, I know about this matter. Just now I heard your sister-in-law say that you came to look for me? Su Qiran replied in a second, well, I came over in the morning and found that you went out. Is there something going on? Can I help? It's been busy, and I'll speak to you if there are any difficulties. Su Qiran then returned a smiley face. Zhao Qingfeng's heart warmed as he looked at the smiling face. He didn't have any particular mood swings when he was with Su Qiran, but it just made people feel comfortable. After chatting for a while longer, Zhao Qingfeng put down his cell phone. Zhou Mei's face had returned to normal, and when she saw him free, she asked, Did you eat at noon? Zhao Qingfeng looked at the time and realized that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Then he said, I'm not hungry. Oh, Zhou Mei gave an oh-so-subtle cry. The hospital room fell silent for a moment, and both of them could even hear each other breathing. Zhou Mei found a topic and inquired, Your ex-wife Bai Xiaoxing seems to be infatuated with you. Aren't you going to give a chance? She's so pretty. How many men dream of her? When Zhao Qingfeng heard this name, he subconsciously frowned and said, What are you doing mentioning her for nothing? I'm already divorced from her, and it's impossible to remarry in this lifetime, so what does it have to do with me if someone else is dreaming about her? Zhou Mei angrily nuzzled her mouth and said, I do feel some pity. You told her to get lost in the morning, and not even an hour later, she came to you with her ass in the air. In the place of a normal woman, she would never be able to do such a thing. This kind of behavior can be described as not even giving up your face in order to chase a man. Zhao Qingfeng was also helpless. I don't know what she thinks either. I've clearly said it many times, but she just won't listen. Do you think there's a way to make her completely die? Zhou Mei thought for a moment and suddenly said, There is. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. You say? You're getting married tomorrow, Zhou Mei said with conviction. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he shook his head decisively and said, No, I have a daughter. If I remarry, it will hurt her too much. So, Zhou Mei thought about it, and then mysteriously smiled, squeezed his eyebrows and said, No, you find a woman, shoot a video to give her a live broadcast, or in front of Bai Xiaoxing's face and, in short, this situation, she will be desperate, and then die to you. Zhao Qingfeng didn't expect her to come up with this method, and was surprised. Mr. Zhou, a tall man, on second thought, this method will probably work. Whether Bai Xiaoxing was dead or not I don't know, but it was definitely desperate. But Zhao Qingfeng wasn't going to do that. With Bai Xiaoxing's current paranoid personality, if she really let her see the video, no matter which woman it was, she would dare to carry a knife to the other side. After the divorce, Bai Xiaoxing did some crazy behavior from time to time, making Zhao Qingfeng a little scared. He felt he couldn't do it in too drastic a way, but only with time. Zhou Mei smiled proudly when she heard his praise. That's for sure. Zhao Qingfeng gave a thumbs up. Looks like Mr. Zhou has a lot of experience. Experience. Zhou Mei's face changed and she glared at him in annoyance. Bah! Zhao Qingfeng, shut up. If you can't talk, say less. She hasn't had any friends yet. She's 35 and still an old sea girl. So where's the experience? Zhao Qingfeng was a bit confused. Old man said something wrong again? The old was unbelievable, and he grunted in dissatisfaction and didn't bother anymore. Close your eyes and fall asleep quickly. By the time I woke up again, it was after 5 p.m. Senior Ayaman, did we wake you up? Inside the ward, Wu Qian and Qin Yu came over to visit and were chatting with Zhou Mei, and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng waking up, Wu Qian smiled. Zhao Qingfeng sat up and smiled. Academician Wu, I'll just take a nap and wake up naturally. Qin Yu didn't say anything. His expression was a bit stinky. Mr. Zhao, Senior Zhao, and now Senior Qingfeng. It made his heart inexplicably sour. Wu Qian reached out her fingers and quietly scratched at his palm before smiling. We came over to visit. We'll be leaving later. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, This fire, a lot of information went up in flames, resulting in online sales, which may be interrupted for a few days. Wu Qian waved her hand. Just now, Mr. Zhou has already told me. This is all a small matter. The key is whether the new office location has landed. I still know some people. I can think of a way. Zhou Mei interjected. It's already been arranged, and the whole thing will be able to be relocated there in 3 days at most. Today, while she was in the hospital room, she had already signed the contract and notified the entire staff of the new office address. In fact, Zhou Mei still has some small mind. She'd wanted to get out of the ride group for a long time, and moving from the Sycamore Ride building after this fire had worked out well for her. In a way, that's good. Wu Qian nodded and said, in that case, we won't bother you. If there's anything, contact us by phone. Zhao Qingfeng didn't hold back either. After leaving the hospital room, Wu Qian glared at Qingyu and said, I still say which family's vinegar has been knocked over. That's why she was in such a hurry to get out. With that, she moved forward. Qingyu hurriedly ran over to pull her, smiling shyly. Ugh, slow down. There's still a baby in your belly. Zhao Qingfeng had thought that no one would come over today. As a result, the Wu Qian couple had just left in the front foot, and a woman came in the back foot. Lawyer Lang? Seeing the woman who walked in, Zhao Qingfeng said in surprise. Long Ning smiled slightly. I saw the news and just passed by the hospital, so I happened to come over to take a look. As she spoke, she placed the flowers in her hand, on the cabinet next to Zhao Qingfeng's hospital bed. Chapter 180, by Liu joins the battlefield. Actually, after you helped me last time, I've been trying to find a chance to thank you. Lang Ning smoothed the hair on her forehead and smiled. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said, something in passing. No need to take it to heart. How could I? Long Ning smiled and said, you can leave it out of your mind. But I'm well mounted here. She kept her gaze on Zhao Qingfeng and tapped on her chest as she spoke. Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. Then how is Lawyer Lang going to repay? Lang Ning noticed Zhou Mei next to him and frowned slightly, but didn't worry too much about it. She sat down beside Zhao Qingfeng's bed, winked, and said, how to repay? We have to wait until Mr. Zhao gets better. This sentence was a little too frivolous. As Zhou Mei listened, her cheeks twitched and she glared at her, her expression showing dissatisfaction. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said, then let's talk about it when we get out of the hospital. Long Ning said, I can't imagine that I haven't seen you for a while, but Mr. Zhao has transformed himself into the chairman of 9 rows. Luck, it's all luck. It's not luck. The first time I met Mr. Zhao, I thought you had the face to get rich. You still read this? Slightly. The two of them kept talking, and today's condensation was different from the previous attitude, and if I had to describe it, it was a lot more proactive. However, this was normal. Zhao Qingfeng's value and status were not the same as before. After chatting for almost half an hour, Zhou Mei finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke. Qingfeng, it's late. When are you going to sleep? Zhao Qingfeng took a look at his watch. It was only 6 o'clock or so he was stunned and said, sleeping at this hour? Zhou Mei faintly swept him a glance and didn't say anything. Ha! Lang Ning was also amused and laughed softly twice as she stood up and said, it's getting late, so I won't disturb Mr. Zhao's good deed. Zhou Mei froze and said angrily, what good thing? Tell me more clearly. Long Ning smiled inexplicably, turned around, and left the hospital room with a wiggle of her hips. Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin and watched her leave, looking a little lost in thought. The people are gone. You're still looking. Your soul is lost. Why don't I get out of the hospital now and make room for you? When Zhou Mei saw his expression, she was furious and said indignantly. She didn't even notice it herself. There was an extra touch of acidity in her tone. When Zhao Qingfeng came back to his senses, he said breathlessly, what's with that? She's the lawyer who helped me with the divorce lawsuit before. You can even hook up with a lawyer. Your womanhood. It's really good. Zhou Mei immediately said, her voice even more sour. What's with the yin and yang? I don't care about you. Zhao Qingfeng glared at her. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth, rolled over hard, and flopped down on the pillow to sulk. It was quiet for a while. What are you eating? Zhao Qingfeng said as he held his cell phone. It was already dinner time and he was ready to order takeout. No, Zhou Mei said sullenly. Zhao Qingfeng was unimpressed, flipping through his cell phone and casually asked, how was the barbecue? Eat so much oil for dinner. You'll get fat. Oh, that's sauerkraut? Don't want to eat fish. Pot roast? Don't want to eat chicken. The veins on Zhao Qingfeng's forehead rose, but didn't dwell on it for long before someone came over with food. And, there's more than one coming. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Mei's ears perked up and she immediately rose from the bed. Su Qiuran and the Star Moon sisters arrived almost simultaneously. Zhao Qingfeng's head was already starting to hurt when he saw the scene. Honey, I brought you food. Bai Xiaoxing was carrying a large bag, lifting it up and shaking it, offering it to Zhao Qingfeng as if it was a treasure. Su Qiuran frowned and said, can you go? Late deep love is cheaper than grass, don't you know? With that, she squeezed her way to the front, carrying food in her hands as well. Bai Xiaoxing's face changed and she said in a cold voice, I've always been deeply in love with my husband, so where is this talk of being late? Besides, what does this have to do with you? I think you're the one who needs to leave. Zhao Qingfeng was annoyed by what he heard, and instead of scolding her, he ignored her, reaching out to take the bag in Su Qiuran's hand. He smiled. Qiuran, what food did you bring? Su Qiuran smiled and said, let the family's nanny fry a few random dishes. It's enough for you and your sister-in-law to eat? Zhou Mei grunted and said in a conspiratorial manner, thanks for remembering me. Zhao Qingfeng gave her a dissatisfied look and said, Qiuran specially sent food over and you're still saying such things. If you have the ability, you don't eat. I'm partial to it. When the covers were lifted off Zhou Mei, she got out of bed and several people sat around the cabinet in the center of the hospital bed. It had to be said that the nanny of Su Qiuran's family was a good cook, and several dishes were colorful and fragrant. It's closer than I am, but it's not bad at all. He didn't hesitate, grabbed his chopsticks and ate, turning his head to Bai Liyue in the process. Liyue, have you eaten? Want some? Bai Liyu shook her head and sighed in her heart as she looked at her sister who was stunned in place. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing was carrying a large bag of food, and just stood there dumbfounded, neither staying nor leaving. Zhao Qingfeng's few people were eating hot, while she stood there alone, creating a stark contrast. One step away, as if two worlds, Bai Liyu looked in her eyes, and her heart was inexplicably hard to bear. As she watched Zhao Qingfeng eating while still exchanging words with those two women, she also had anger in her heart, indescribable anger. Just reach out and pull Bai Xiaoxing, saying, alright, he doesn't need us anymore, let's go. Only this pull. It didn't pull. Although Bai Xiaoxing's tears were rustling down, she stubbornly stood still and just looked at Zhao Qingfeng. She said, where am I going to go when my husband is here? Bai Liyu stomped her foot with hatred. Bai Xiaoxing, you trash. Can you have some face? But it was also helpless, so he could only sit on his butt on Zhao Qingfeng's hospital bed and start swiping his phone. Big brother Qingfeng, when you're discharged from the hospital after recovering from your injuries, I'll arrange a few bodyguards for you. Su Qiuran took small bites and said in passing. Chen Lexi had mentioned this matter, and at this moment, Su Qiuran also brought it up. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it, then said, yes, arrange for a few people to join at 9 rows. The company needs to form a security department. Su Qiuran froze for a moment and said, I mean private bodyguard. Private first, I have to think about it. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a few seconds, still shaking his head. Those who follow him must be absolutely trustworthy. Su Qiuran wouldn't have bad intentions, but her parents couldn't say the same. And the Su family's bodyguards were obviously arranged by her parents. Alright, if big brother Qingfeng has any difficulties, just be sure to tell me. Su Qiuran nodded and gave a serious explanation. At this point, Bai Xiaoxing interjected, if my husband is in trouble, I'll be able to solve it, so there's no need for you to pretend to be a good guy here. Su Qiuran turned his head and laughed coldly. Yo, still not gone? Bai Xiaoxing said, you're the one who wants to leave, why should I? Bai Xiaoxing, you've really impressed me. Other than that, this face skin is really one of a kind. Su Qiuran gave a thumbs up and exclaimed. At that moment, Bai Liyu's faint voice rang out, saying to each other, some people say they have a boyfriend, and then they come over and make a big offer. They have 2 feet and 2 boats, and they're not afraid of tipping over? Su Qiuran's face sank as he heard this, and Zhou Mei looked all a bit agitated, and she didn't eat her meal, quietly perking up her ears. After all, this is the first time a former great aunt has joined the fray. Chapter 181, Zhou Mei of Social Death. With just one sentence, Su Qiuran once again felt the segment of this woman. With a cold look in her eyes, she said, I've never had a boyfriend. That man is my cousin. Bai Liyu laughed lightly. Oh, pretending to be a boyfriend? Her tone was sarcastic and infuriating to listen to. Su Qiuran coldly said, don't use that tone. Just say whatever you want to say. Bai Liyu glanced at Zhao Qingfeng before saying, generally speaking, there are 2 possibilities when pretending that you have a boyfriend in front of other people. The first one is that you don't want to have anything more to do with the other person. I'm second. Before she could finish, Su Qiuran interrupted lightly. The second would be simple. It's trying to make the other person jealous. Bai Liyu laughed lightly without thinking, then stood up and walked next to Bai Xiaoxing before she laughed. Looks like you have good means. These words caused Su Qiuran's face to completely change. Originally, the matter had already passed, and by Bai Liyu's 3 words, the nature of the matter had developed in a bad direction. In Bai Liyu's mouth, she, Su Qiuran, had used her tactics and played tricks on Zhao Shanhe. But, I obviously didn't think so. Su Qiuran's heart was a little chaotic, quietly measuring Zhao Qingfeng. Seeing him keep his head down and just eat, there was some apprehension. Bai Xiaoxing was thrilled and gave Bai Liyu a grateful sideways glance. After being alone for so long, I finally have help. With her sister's help, not to mention Su Qiuran, she is not afraid of adding another Chen Lishi. Zhao Qingfeng knew in his heart that he couldn't stay silent, so he raised his head and said helplessly, let's not even talk about it. Liu, you take her back. I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to sleep after eating. If it was by Xiaoxing, he would be able to pull the plug and help Su Qiuran. But it was different when Bai Liu joined the battlefield. He couldn't help either side. He could only balance it as much as possible. Thinking about it, there was only one way to get them separated as soon as possible. When Bai Liu heard this, she smiled a little and said, "Okay, we'll wait for you at home." This sentence clearly made Su Qiuran frown again, and after Bai Liu finished speaking, she forcefully pulled Bai Xiaoxing away. In this round, it was considered that Su Qiuran had lost by 1 point. Zhou Mei looked happy, so she patted Su Qiuran's shoulder and said, "Alas, it's fine, the opponent has 2 people after all. It's normal for you to be outmatched with 1 against 2. Su Qiuran glared at her. "Auntie, what are you talking about?" A few people had finished eating as well, so she cleaned up the dishes and said, "It's getting late, you guys rest first, I'll go back first." Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said, "Be safe on the road." Su Qiuran smiled sweetly. "Big brother Qingfeng doesn't need to worry, the bodyguard sent me here." After she left, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but light a cigarette. Zhou Mei reached out. "Give me one." Zhao Qingfeng swept her a glance and said, "What kind of cigarettes do you smoke as a woman?" Zhou Mei perked up and said, "Instead of smoking your second-hand smoke, I'd rather smoke one hand." When Zhao Qingfeng thought about it, he thought it made sense and handed her one. Zhou Mei lit up, not very skillfully took a puff, and immediately choked and coughed. Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud. "This is pure waste on your part," Zhou Mei said with dissatisfaction. "I call this contributing to the country. What do you know, Mr. Zhou's thinking pattern is just high." Zhao Qingfeng marveled and gave a thumbs up. "A Kirin has a crush on you," Zhou Mei said coldly. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment before nodding. "I know." "Oh, I thought you'd play dumb." Zhou Mei sneered and continued. "The former sister-in-law also has a crush on you." Now, Zhao Qingfeng was shocked and said, "This shouldn't be possible, right? There's nothing not to." Zhou Mei waved her hand and sighed. "There's no need to mention your ex-wife. And there's also that little girl surnamed Shen, who is basically the same as writing her liking for you on her face." Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. "You're quite observant." Zhou Mei snorted and said, "This still requires observation? Does a woman's sixth sense know about it?" "Well, you're right," Zhao Qingfeng said. "So here's the problem." Zhou Mei came over and asked with considerable interest, "Which one? Which one of what?" "Don't play dumb. Those women. Who are you going to choose?" Seeing Zhou Mei's excitement, Zhao Qingfeng got up the idea of joking, so he reached out and grabbed his hand in vain and said with a smile, "What kind of multiple choice questions do adults do? Can't I have all of them? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously?" Zhou Mei was shocked, as if she was recognizing Zhao Qingfeng for the first time, and looked at him with wide eyes. "Damn it, I thought you were honest. This is a ing reversal of my 3 views." She exploded several times in one sentence. Obviously Zhao Qingfeng's answer had completely shocked her. Zhao Qingfeng said breathlessly, "You believe this too?" Zhou Mei didn't say anything, carefully sizing him up for a while before nodding her head in admiration. "It's not impossible for you to look like this little guy. What does this have to do with mold? Your quality. Go inside the bar, but also a good duck." "Not right. This can be called the Duck King ah," Zhou Mei said in a serious manner. Zhao Qingfeng almost exploded and said in annoyance, "Goddamn Duck King. You're the Duck King. Your whole family is the Duck King." Zhou Mei smiled cheekily. "Ugh, I'm complimenting you. Okay, I'm the king of ducks. $1 million a night. You order or not?" Zhao Qingfeng, and she said it was not good anymore. So he returned with reading chaos. Zhou Mei's heart jumped violently. 1 million a night. If it is Zhao Qingfeng, it is not. Alas, what am I thinking? She shook her head violently, shaking some of her messy thoughts away, and snorted, $1 million? You're robbing money. It's more like you're giving me $1 million. Zhao Qingfeng grunted and patted his bed. Fine, come up now. Get $1 million from the finance by yourself tomorrow. These words instantly made Zhou Mei blush, and some images made her panic. Ugh, don't bother. After all, they are all 35 years old. Zhou Mei did not dare to chat with him anymore, and hurriedly climbed into bed and covered the quilt. Zhao Qingfeng laughed in his heart. Old? Still want to play with me? The ward went quiet, and I don't know how long it was. Zhao Qingfeng let out an even breathing sound, and it looked like he should be asleep. Zhou Mei looked sideways. Zhao Qingfeng happened to be facing this way, under the bright moonlight. His cheeks looked so handsome. This made Zhou Mei's heart beat faster. Gritting his teeth, his arm, which had been on the outside, silently reached inside the covers. A thin, crunching sound. Zhou Mei's eyes were lost in thought, her red lips slightly open, and her entire body was immersed in a certain state. Ugh, what are you doing? Zhao Qingfeng's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Mei's body tensed violently, her scalp almost exploding in this instant. The pupils focused just in time to meet Zhao Qingfeng's somewhat puzzled eyes. Zhou Mei was at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I alive? Chapter 182. Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Liu are two people? Zhao Qingfeng didn't know why he was awake. Dazed and confused, he opened his eyes and heard grunting and some subtle movement. He subconsciously asked out loud. Only the next second, he was shocked. No way? It can't be? It can't be. Seeing Zhou Mei's bewildered eyes, Zhao Qingfeng was incomparably remorseful. I really deserve to die. Don't be scared out of your wits. So he didn't say anything and turned around silently. The next day, Zhou Mei didn't dare to look at Zhao Qingfeng, who was actually quite embarrassed. But he can also understand and is supportive as well. And inexplicably, he thought the old had suddenly become cute. It wasn't until the afternoon that Zhou Mei spoke to him for the first time and seemed to be back to normal. Zhao Qingfeng spent the next few days in the hospital room. Those women didn't know if there was a tacit understanding, but they basically came separately. Sometimes it was Su Qiuran, sometimes it was the Star and Moon sisters, and Chen Lexi also came over occasionally. The others were fine, just Chen Lexi's brain circuits were more peculiar. As she looked at Zhou Mei, she actually became a little envious. Alas, how much better it would have been if it had been me lying here. She even let out an exclamation. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched when he heard this. If Chen Lexi stumbled upon this kind of thing, Tiannan City would 80% have to explode. I guess the city clerk will have to step down. Time passes day by day. It's turning into October and the weather is starting to get cooler. After the National Day, Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei could finally be discharged from the hospital. When the nurse came to remove their gauze, Zhou Mei was fine. She had only had some burns on her arms, but she was shocked when she saw Zhao Qingfeng. The nurse could hardly believe her eyes. The bruises inside the bandages were already light and basically almost healed. Zhao Qingfeng snorted. Alas, I wasn't seriously injured in the first place. Ha ha, is that so? The nurse said numbly. Zhao Qingfeng smiled without saying anything. Discharge paperwork was done next and the two left the hospital. Looking at the sunshine outside, Zhou Mei exclaimed, "It's so cozy." Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and smiled. "You're finally free." Zhou Mei turned her head to look at the hospital, and inexplicably felt some reluctance in her heart. She certainly doesn't miss the hospital bed. She misses someone, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, working together, you can meet every day. Thinking of this, Zhou Mei laughed and flirted. Where is the freedom to come from? I'm going to be a cow and horse for you soon. Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed, thinking of the terrier on the net. That's for sure. You work hard and try to get me a Ferrari at the end of the year. Beautiful you. Zhou Mei glared at him in a flirtatious manner. She then looked down, her expression revealing a touch of sadness. On the arm, there's still a bit of a bruise. Zhao Qingfeng looked at it and said, "It's fine. It's very faint. You can't tell unless you look closely." But still, Zhou Mei said bereft. For a woman who loves beauty, a little bit of scarring is not an option. Zhao Qingfeng came up with the idea. If you can't, get a tattoo. A tattoo? What kind of tattoo? Well, how about butterflies? Zhao Qingfeng said casually. When Zhou Mei heard the butterfly, her heart actually associated it with the things of that night, and her face became red, and she glared at him fiercely, and did not say anything, and walked forward on her own. Zhao Qingfeng was confused. No, are you sick? What did I do to offend you? 10 minutes later, Zhou Mei's assistant drove over and the two of them got in the car together. I'm going to the office. Where are you going? Zhou Mei asked. Zhao Qingfeng said, send me to Fairview. Bai Chenyang had long since returned to Tiandong. He had his own business and couldn't possibly stay here all the time to take care of Yi Yi. Right now, Zhao Yi Yi was still mainly taken care of by Bai Liu and by Shaoxing. Good. Zhou Mei nodded with some regret. She still wanted to join Zhao Qingfeng and go to the new office to take a look. Now the company has been moved as a whole, but also began to operate normally. Star 1 oral fluid. Sales are picking up day by day. The profits are horrible. It wasn't long before we reached Fairview. Zhao Qingfeng pushed open the door and saw Bai Liu live on the sofa. Bai Liu noticed that he went home. Both froze for a moment, and hurriedly said to the camera, Anchor has a bit of an emergency, so I'll go off the air first. After saying that, she just turned off the live broadcast and got up to inquire. Qingfeng, you're out of the hospital? Why don't you say something? I'll go pick you up. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. It's not like I'm a kid. Can't I just come back myself? The home has been cleaned by a housekeeping company and is basically back to its original state. Have you eaten? Zhao Qingfeng walked into the house and said. Bai Liu said. I haven't eaten yet. I was just about to order takeout. Order any takeout? I'll just make it. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he went to the kitchen to take a look. Only there weren't many ingredients that could be used, and the vegetables in the refrigerator had long since become unfresh after so many days. He then said, I'm going out to get some groceries. I'll go with you. Pick up Yi Yi home after you've bought the groceries. Bai Liu said. Zhao Qingfeng didn't refuse either. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Ye was at school, and Bai Xiaoxing was at work. In the car, Zhao Qingfeng asked, Li Yu, does Bai Xiaoxing still live here? Bai Li Yu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, she still sleeps with Yi Yi. Zhao Qingfeng frowned and his face turned a little cold. I really don't know what she thinks. The things had been thrown to her at the Imperial River residence, and she was still dead set on staying here, which made Zhao Qingfeng's heart irritated. Bai Li Yu didn't know how to answer, so she simply stopped talking. When they went to the grocery store, the two of them picked and chose together in the fresh food section. At this time, an older woman in supermarket overalls came over and said with a smile, hello, the supermarket has an event. Buy 1 caddy of cumin beef and get 1 caddy free. All fresh beef. Inside her hand she held a tray, all of which was filled with grains of beef skewered on toothpicks, looking spicy and flavorful. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and waved his hand. He didn't like cooked food. He always bought fresh ingredients and went home to make his own. Gu, you two couples should buy some. Beauty, cumin beef is not only delicious, but also aphrodisiacs and kidney tonic. Give your husband some and you'll be guaranteed to be hoarse. The big mom didn't give up, and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng's resolute attitude, she hit her idea on Bai Li Yu, squeezing her eyebrows. Bai Li Yu's face instantly turned red beyond recognition. Seeing that the big mom still wanted to say something, Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly explained that, we're not. Buy some. He hadn't even finished his words, and Bai Li Yu didn't know what to think. Suddenly speaking in a trembling voice, Zhao Qingfeng looked at her in disbelief. No, when did beef and aphrodisiacs and kidney supplements come into play? And even if there is this effect, and we have nothing to do with it. Besides, your brother Feng's body is very good. Where to use this? And regardless of what he was thinking, Bai Li Yu's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head not to look at him, just silently paying. Waiting until she left the supermarket, Bai Li Yu explained in a small voice, it's not expensive anyway, and there are still activities. I also quite like eating beef, so I'll buy some as a snack. It's just that this explanation sounds more or less bottomless. Zhao Qingfeng didn't point it out either. The next thing the two of them did was head to the Flower Elementary School, which was still some time away from Zhao Yi's dismissal. Zhao Qingfeng parked his car. He was addicted to cigarettes. Bai Li Yu was inconvenient in the car, so he got out of the car and lit a cigarette. Just then, a teenager saw him, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Poof! When he reached Zhao Qingfeng, he kneeled down without hesitation. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment. The teenager didn't say anything and cowed out hard. Zhao Qingfeng recognized him. He was the son of the hand cake vendor that day. Chapter 183, My Superman Dad. The young man looked so excited that he directly kowtowed 3 times to Zhao Qingfeng. It left parents picking up their kids in the neighborhood. Stunned, Zhao Qingfeng's brows frowned but quickly stretched, so he smiled and reached out. Get up! At that time, the teenager lost his soul and Zhao Qingfeng was the only one in the world who could save him. Therefore, Zhao Qingfeng could afford to take these 3 rings of the head. The teenager stood up, his expression still excited, and said, Big brother, I finally meet you. The last time we parted, I only remembered the school uniform on your daughter, so I've been waiting here. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. How is the family now? A smile appeared on the teenager's face and he said, My name is Zhou. I'm cured and my mom isn't working so hard anymore. All because of you. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. That's good. My surname is Zhao. You can call me Mr. Zhao. Zhou hooned. At this time, Bai Li Yu came down from the passenger side and asked in surprise, Qingfeng, what's going on? Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and casually said, It's fine. I did him a small favor before. Zhou hurriedly explained. Not a small favor. Not a small favor. His soul had left his body since he was a few years old, and he could only watch as his mother struggled to raise his lost soul, but he could do nothing but watch. Every time he saw his mother in tears, he felt that he would be better off dead if he lived like this. Only, he couldn't even die. Zhao Qingfeng had saved him. To him the favor was the same as a second chance, even more than the favor of saving his life. How could he describe it as a small favor? When Bai Li Yu saw this, she was surprised in her heart that this teenager was so respectful to Zhao Qingfeng, so she smiled and said, Knowing what's good for you. Quite a nice young man. Zhou just glanced at Bai Li Yu before shifting her gaze and saying, Hello sister-in-law. Bai Li Yu blushed in a flash and didn't bother to explain, saying, You guys talk, I'll sit in the car for a while. When she finished, she ran the car up again. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. So he said, Since you've gotten better, you should work hard. You're still young. Work hard so that your mother doesn't have to work so hard. Zhou is already 18 years old. Now want to go back to school. Obviously not very realistic. I will. Can you leave a contact information? I can repay you in case I succeed. Zhou said carefully. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his expectant expression, and suddenly his heart moved. So he said, Do you have a job now? Zhou sniffed. A flash of gloom appeared in her eyes and said, I'm young, I don't know anything, and no one else wants me. During this time, although his mother let him rest, he couldn't play and wanted to share the pressure with his mother, and ran around a lot except for when he would squat in front of the school at the end of the school day. But he didn't find a job. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. What's it like working after me? Knowing people. No one can see whether the devil is hidden in the heart of others. But Zhao Qingfeng has seen the soul of Zhou. This teenager, definitely clean. Zhou froze for a moment, and his expression once again became excited as he said, as long as you have any orders, I will do them. Good, Zhao Qingfeng said. Wait here for a moment. Zhou nodded. Zhao Qingfeng went to a nearby ATM, withdrew $20,000, and walked over to hand it to him. Zhou waved her hand repeatedly and said eagerly, Mr. Zhao, how can I ask for your money? Just tell me what you have. I don't want any money, not even a cent. Listen to me. Zhao Qingfeng was very patient and said, take this money and go buy a cell phone. Then get a driver's license and be my driver from now on. Driver. Zhou's eyes lit up as he sniffed. Driver's licenses aren't hard to learn, and it's exciting to be able to help Zhou. Zhao Qingfeng continued, and this money, it's not unconditionally given to you. It's considered in advance from me to you, and it will be deducted from your salary when the time comes. I don't want a paycheck. Nonsense? Zhao Qingfeng frowned and his tone became serious as he said, if you don't want a salary, what will you eat and drink? What will you take to support your mother? When Zhou sniffed, he became a bit mute and couldn't speak. Zhao Qingfeng said, then it's a deal. When you finish your driver's license, call me. By the way, you can call me Zhao. Zhou nodded after thinking about it, but finally added, I have a small request. Zhao Qingfeng said, you say. Zhou smiled coyly and said, can I call you Mr. Zhao when no one is around? Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment. Why? I think this is more suitable for your identity. Zhou did not know how to say the word forceful, scratching his ears and explaining. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he laughed and shook his head. This child goes with you. When he finished speaking, he took a piece of paper from the car, wrote his phone number on it, and handed it to him. Give me a call when you get your cell phone. Zhou hummed and said, then, Mr. Zhao, I'll leave first. Go on. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. After Zhou left, Bai Liu said, you just gave him $20,000? Aren't you afraid he'll run away? Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, he won't. Well, but $20,000 isn't much. Bai Liu nodded her head and suddenly looked at Zhao Qingfeng, looking him up and down. Zhao Qingfeng was made uncomfortable by her look, so he asked, ugh, what are you looking at? Ha ha, Bai Liu laughed. Mr. Zhao, this title, it's so forced. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless, thinking to myself, I'm glad I didn't let you hear me when I was shouted at Xiao Zhao, or you wouldn't have laughed at me. But Xiao Zhao is a thing of the past, and now it's explicitly Mr. Zhao. There were only a very few people who knew his identity as Mr. Zhao. Not a moment too soon, the school bell rang. Zhao Yi came out and saw her father come to pick her up. All incredulous rubbed her eyes. After seeing her old father's smiling face clearly, she cried out in surprise, opened her hands and ran over with her short legs. Dad! Zhao Qingfeng was also very happy to see his daughter, and as he picked her up, he said, Yi, do you want to see Daddy? Think. Zhao Yi not only wanted to, but also gave Zhao Qingfeng a hard kiss on the cheek. Bai Liu stood by the side and saw the scene, a warm smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Click. Someone quietly filmed the scene. The trio is the perfect family of three in the same frame, each with a ceiling level of face value. After getting in the car, Zhao Yi asked, Dad, is your injury healed? Zhao Qingfeng laughed. Dad wasn't injured at all. You lied. Mom clearly said that you went to fight bad guys and got hurt. Zhao Ye skimmed her lips. She was still inside the school, bragging to her buddies for quite some time. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and then said seriously, Daddy is Superman. The bad guys were fought off, but Daddy won't get hurt. And the reason I didn't come back is because I went back to the bad guys' lair and took them all out. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up when she heard this, clapping her hands cheerfully and saying, Daddy really is the best. Chapter 184 Stay away from my husband. Ha ha, that's right. Being blown off by his daughter, Zhao Qingfeng laughed out loud. Bai Liu couldn't help but laugh and said, Yi, if you keep blowing him off like that, your dad will have to drive the car into a ditch. Auntie, you're talking nonsense. Zhao Yi said in a serious manner. Daddy doesn't know how to do it. Daddy is the best driver. As Zhao Qingfeng listened, he smiled and shook his head. But in my heart, I can't help but think, after Yi grew up, if married. With that thought, the smile on his face disappeared. Back at home, Zhao Qingfeng carried the dishes to the kitchen and said, I'll go cook. Yi, you go do your homework. Originally, Dad came home, and the giddy Zhao Yi, her face immediately collapsed. Bai Liu then laughed, alas, you are also afraid of your father. Humph, Zhao Yi pouted, but she had no choice but to take her book bag and go inside her room to do her homework. It wasn't long before the meal was ready. Just as it was being served, Bai Xiaoxing came over. She didn't even change her shoes and rushed inside. Hubby, why didn't you say anything when you were discharged from the hospital? I just went to the hospital and didn't see you. Zhao Qingfeng's expression became cold and he didn't look at her, calmly saying, since you're here, have a meal before you leave. Bai Xiaoxing bit her lip and said, you've just been discharged from the hospital. I'll keep you company eating or not. Before the words were finished, Zhao Qingfeng placed the bowl heavily on the table and asked in a cold voice, meaning, you either eat and go, or you go now. Bai Xiaoxing's lips opened and saw her husband's cold expression, so she had to press her aggression into her heart and said, I will eat. Mom! Zhao Ye ran out from inside the room and shouted. Bai Xiaoxing just barely managed to smile. The meal was silent. Other than Zhao Ye, no one else said much. After dinner, Zhao Ye hadn't finished her homework and went into her room again. Zhao Qingfeng cleaned up the dishes while saying, you should go back. Bai Xiaoxing looked grim. Bai Liu sighed softly and said, Xiaoxing, wait a moment. With that, she walked into the room. When she came out again, she had a suitcase in her hand and said, I'll go back with you. Zhao Qingfeng looked on and didn't utter a word to stop it. He naturally wouldn't kick out Bai Liu, but Bai Xiaoxing didn't live here, and Bai Liu had no reason to stay. Husband, Bai Xiaoxing looked at Zhao Qingfeng, her tone incomparably mournful and pitiful. But now, Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't be soft anymore and didn't answer, just quietly walked to the door and opened it. Go, Bai Liu said, and pulled her sister out. Zhao Qingfeng nodded to Bai Liu and said, call me if you're fine. I'll cook on my side. It's more hygienic than outside. Bai Liu smiled and said, alright, then we'll go over first. Zhao Qingfeng added, what I told you last time, arrange for a few people to live in the neighborhood, and when something happens, there will be someone to help in the first place. It's okay, my brother's all set. Bai Liu said. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Bai Chenyang was a sister protector, so he would definitely have made arrangements at the first opportunity. After that, Bai Liu pulled Bai Xiaoxing, who had taken one step and turned back 3 times, into the elevator. It was only then that Zhao Qingfeng let out a gentle breath. He took a few steps forward and looked downstairs. Not long after, the Star and Moon sisters came out from inside the building. 2 perfect women, and a big suitcase. Shadows stretched out in the streetlight. Bai Xiaoxing drove the car, and all Zhao Qingfeng didn't offer to give them a ride. Only when they walked around the corner of the green belt and disappeared inside the line of sight did Zhao Qingfeng return to the house. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Zhao Ye, who had finished her homework, walked out and asked suspiciously, where's mom, where's auntie? Zhao Qingfeng laughed and said, they've all gone back to the Imperial River residence. Ha! Zhao Ye's expression drooped once again. Her little mind wondered why daddy and mommy always have to be separated. But after all, it wasn't the first time. Zhao Yi didn't cry, but just said, then I miss them. Can I still go over there? Sure. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. You can go wherever you want, no matter if it's dad's house, mom's house, or great aunt's house. It's all your home. Zhao Ye nodded her head in confusion. Evening. Only after settling Zhao Ye to fall asleep did Zhao Qingfeng return to his room to lie down. During this time, some people have come and gone from the family. In the end it was just him. The lively scenes of the past seem to be fresh in our minds. Zhao Qingfeng thought, inexplicably a little saddened, shook his head to dispel these messy moods, and went to sleep peacefully. The next few days were quiet. Bai Xiaoxing didn't come over to disturb him for a few days, which made Zhao Qingfeng feel a rare sense of tranquility. He has a regular daily routine. Home, work, school. The company's new location was much larger than before, and his office was spacious, and Su Qiuran had quickly arranged for 4 or 5 experienced bodyguards to come over and join him, and now Nine Mei had set up her own security department. However, Zhao Qingfeng did not select the manager of the security department within these few people due to some concerns. There was still a considerable gap between him and Su Shifeng. In a flash, it was the end of October. The weather is getting colder and you hardly see long legs on the streets anymore. During this period of time, Star One sales were maintained at a stable level, and Zhao Qingfeng had inadvertently become a genuine billionaire. Relationships with a couple of women remained pretty much the same as before. Bai Xiaoxing was quiet for a few days before she started coming to him again, making Zhao Qingfeng tire of it. He still underestimated Bai Xiaoxing's perseverance. You tell me what you want? I told you to leave me alone and you just don't understand? On this day, Zhao Qingfeng had just walked out of the company when he saw Bai Xiaoxing standing there, and he completely broke his defense. Bai Xiaoxing looked a little haggard, but was still gorgeous, and at this time, without caring about other people's faces, she leaned over and said, Hubby, I'm hungry. Let's go eat steak today, okay? Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched. I won't eat outside. Bai Xiaoxing smiled faintly. Then let's eat at home. You cook. This is your ultimate goal, right? Zhao Qingfeng's face was cold and said, didn't you hear what I just said? Without Bai Liu and Zhao Yi around, he wasn't speaking so politely. Bai Xiaoxing's expression remained unchanged as she walked over and hugged Zhao Qingfeng's arm, blinked her eyes and said, Hubby, I understand everything you said, but it's impossible for me not to come to you. You're my favorite husband. Don't take it from me. Zhao Qingfeng shook her off and said coldly, don't favorite. I can't afford it. You go find your second favorite. Yeah. Bai Xiaoxing blinked and actually nodded. My second favorite is Yi. Let's go get Yi together. Ha, aren't you divorced? At this moment, a slender figure appeared, and condensation unexpectedly came over as well. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her, his face slowed down a little, smiled slightly, and said, Lawyer Lang. During this time, condensation has invited him to dinner twice, and often chat in WeChat. When Bai Xiaoxing saw her, the smile on her face disappeared and she said in disgust, You stay away from my husband. Chapter 185, Bai Xiaoxing, please let me go. Long Ning's face changed, a bit ugly. She was just a lawyer. Unlike Su Qiuran or Chen Lexi who had the backbone to know Bai Xiaoxing's identity and didn't dare to retort in the face of such obvious hostility from her, Zhao Qingfeng's face was unhappy as he said, Bai Xiaoxing, are you sick? Bai Xiaoxing ignored him, her gaze fixed on condensation, her expression cold. I'm telling you to leave, don't you understand? Lang Ning's eyelashes fluttered. Bai Xiaoxing was too much better than her, no matter if it was her looks and figure, or her status and background. At this time, the aura was all over the place, and these words were spoken, making condensation incredibly embarrassed, and could only look at Zhao Qingfeng with a gaze of help. Zhao Qingfeng stepped forward and flicked Bai Xiaoxing out of the way. Step aside. Bai Xiaoxing was caught off guard, and her body stumbled, almost falling. Zhao Qingfeng didn't even look at it and smiled at condensation. Why did you come over today? Lang Ning lightly exhaled a breath, reluctantly smiled and said, I just happened to pass by here, thinking of asking you to have dinner. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, Zhao Qingfeng said with a smile. Just as his feet moved, his arm was yanked. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head and saw Bai Xiaoxing's pleading gaze. Husband, don't go with her. Let's go pick up Yi together, okay? Zhao Qingfeng shook his hand, breaking away from Bai Xiaoxing, and said indifferently, There's no need for this. Today Liu went to pick up Yi. You stay away from me. Bai Xiaoxing's face changed as she said, Hubby, you're worth a different price now. This woman might not have good intentions when she approaches you. When Lang Ning heard this, her eyes immediately widened, and at that moment, she couldn't care less and retorted with some agitation. What do you mean? I haven't offended you, right? Take it easy. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand to appease condensation before he said to Bai Xiaoxing, I don't need you to tell me what to do with my relationships. As for whether the people who are close to me are good or bad, I know it in my heart, at least. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth as he said, If someone is plotting against me, I won't recognize him as my godbrother. This kind of disgusting to the point of being sickening. I can't do it. Bai Xiaoxing froze. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he pulled condensation away. Lang Ning said, It be a problem to leave her there. Zhao Qingfeng looked back. Bai Xiaoxing stood still as if she had lost her soul. He said calmly, It won't be a problem. Bai Xiaoxing's inner toughness was at two extremes. Sometimes as tough as a city wall and sometimes as brittle as paper. At best, this accusation of his would only make Bai Xiaoxing break her defenses for a short time, and at most, tomorrow, she'd be looking for her ass. Oh, when Lang Ning nodded, she smiled and said, Then it's fine. I'll treat you to dinner. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. It's better if I invite you. You invited me twice before. That is good. Lang Ning blinked and gave a small smile. She was wearing her OL professional outfit today. A little black suit with a wraparound skirt that made her look well-built and a working woman. The moment he smiled, he looked a little wry. Zhao Qingfeng drove out and when he passed the entrance to the company, he could still see Bai Xiaoxing standing there. Obviously, she hasn't slowed down. Zhao Qingfeng merely glanced at it before averting his gaze. He then took condensation to a Western restaurant. In a quiet corner, Lang Ning smiled. Old Zhao, do you think we're counting this as a date? She was a few years younger than Zhao Qingfeng, and as she chatted, she called him Old Zhao. And Zhao Qingfeng didn't refuse. Zhao Qingfeng said, Dating should be considered. Ha ha, it's quite an honor to date a big handsome guy like you. Lang Ning blinked and suddenly reached out, scratching the back of Zhao Qingfeng's hand. Zhao Qingfeng felt the warmth of her fingers and a smile appeared on his face. I'm happy to date a beautiful woman like you. Really? Lang Ning laughed playfully and said, I watched a short video yesterday. There was a blogger who was very handsome. When he saw a beautiful woman on the street, He went over to hit on her and said, "Can I kiss you?" Guess how it turned out? Zhao Qingfeng asked with interest. How? At least 50% of the girls didn't say no, and he just kissed 7 or 8 of them in a dignified manner. Long Ning marveled. That was a mouth-to-mouth kiss. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised. So he said, "Maybe it's self-directed? I think, odds are, it's true," Long Ning said. After all, handsome guys are really hard to resist. But that blogger, he's far worse than you. If it's you, I guess 90% of the girls won't refuse. As she said that, her gaze was fixed on Zhao Qingfeng, containing a hint of lust. Zhao Qingfeng coyly said, "It shouldn't be so bad, right? To the point, very much so." Lang Ning lightly bit her lips and said, "Should you try it now?" Her eyes were like water, sparkling as she looked at Zhao Qingfeng, her body slightly leaning forward, her rosy, full lips slightly open, exhaling like orchids. Zhao Qingfeng can be kissed with a slight initiative. The atmosphere, it became ambiguous. Just then, "Hello, your steak has arrived." The waiter came over with a tray, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Put it here." Lang Ning glared at the waiter without any good humor, thinking in her heart that she was that close. This was followed by the normal mealtime. After eating, Zhao Qingfeng asked her where she was going. Long Ning said, "You can take me back to the law firm." Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. "It's almost nighttime, and you're still going to the law firm? Or what?" Long Ning sighed. "I recently took on 2 cases, and I had to work overtime until 11 or 12 every night." Zhao Qingfeng exclaimed, "It's really hard work." When he finished, he drove the condensation over. When they arrived at the Tenant City Plaza, which was one of the busiest places in Tenant City, it was still lit up at this hour. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at the Star One main store, which was still full of people, so he nodded in satisfaction. Old show. After Lang Ning got off the car, he suddenly had an impulse and said, "Why Don, you go up and sit down? The law firm is just me at night, and I'm a little scared." Her brow was raised and her voice carried a hint of an imperceptible tremor. It made Zhao Qingfeng's heart skip a beat, but looking at the time, he shook his head and said, "I have to get back to pick up my daughter." Long Ning gave an oh-so-disappointed cry before saying, "Then go and get busy first. WeChat contact later." Okay, Zhao Qingfeng replied with a smile. Lang Ning then turned around and left. Zhao Qingfeng looked at her back and his eyes flashed. Leaving Tiannan City Plaza, he called Bai Liu. Bai Liu said that Yi Yi would sleep at her place tonight, so Zhao Qingfeng gave a hum as he drove straight home. When he reached the entrance to the neighborhood, Zhao Qingfeng saw the woman again, and he violently squeezed the steering wheel and broke the big defense. He still underestimated Bai Xiaoxing. I didn't think she'd be looking for it until tomorrow, but it came tonight. When Bai Xiaoxing saw his car, a flash of joy flashed in her eyes, and she rushed over and said, "I knew it, my husband will definitely be home at night." Zhao Qingfeng braked urgently, took a deep breath, and said, "Bai Xiaoxing, please let me go." Chapter 186, Bai Xiaoxing goes to find condensation. Bai Xiaoxing hurriedly scurried to the passenger side and tried to pull open the door, but the car was locked and she couldn't open it. Then he hurriedly said, "Honey, you have to unlock it." It was at this exact moment that the horn blared behind him, urging him to get out of the way. Zhao Qingfeng had to unlock it. Bai Xiaoxing's face blushed, secretly giving the rear car a compliment and quickly pulling the door open to come up. Zhao Qingfeng silently drove the car into the underground parking lot. Snap! He lit a cigarette, calmed himself down as much as possible, and said, "Bai Xiaoxing, what do you want?" "Honey," Bai Xiaoxing snapped in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean what do I want?" Zhao Qingfeng said angrily, "We are divorced." "Divorced, do you understand? Except for Yi Yi. I wish to die with you." "How can that be?" Bai Xiaoxing opened her eyes wide and said incredulously, "How can you say such heartless words? You are my husband, the only man I have. How can you die of old age? I'm so sick of you. You have to be a dog's paw, don't you?" Zhao Qingfeng said through clenched teeth, his gaze turning to Bai Xiaoxing, barely able to restrain himself. "I'm not the dog's paw." Bai Xiaoxing noticed Zhao Qingfeng's fuming eyes, causing her heart to tremble, but her expression remained stubborn as she said, "Husband, I love you. I can't leave you. Zhao Qingfeng didn't even know what to say. He reached out and pointed at Bai Xiaoxing, breathing heavily for a while before scolding angrily, "What exactly do you need to do to stop bothering me? Do you have to have me remarry before you're satisfied?" Remarriage. This time, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes surfaced with intense fear, shaking her head frantically, saying, "Husband, don't say that. You don't want to remarry. I'm begging you. Then leave me alone." Zhao Qingfeng was furious. Bai Xiaoxing was silent. The carriage was quiet for a moment. It was only after a while that Bai Xiaoxing said in a trembling voice, "Hubby, that lawyer called condensation. She definitely doesn't have good intentions. You're rich now, that's why she." "I know, I don't need you to tell me. Zhao Qingfeng coldly interrupted her. Bai Xiaoxing's face was filled with sadness, and her tone lowered as she said, I'm waiting for you here tonight because I'm worried that she's seducing you, so I want to make sure that you come home at night. Zhao Qingfeng sneered. Then what if I don't go home? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes floated with a touch of tenacity and said, if you don't come back, I'll go look for you. Zhao Qingfeng said without any good humor, so you still want to interfere in my life? Is that what you mean? I'm not interfering in your life. We're married and I'm obligated to help you defend yourself against bad people. Bai Xiaoxing explained. I can't agree with you on this brain circuit. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. When there was no divorce yet, I told you to stay away from Zhang Zixuan. What did you say then? Remember? You said he's just your brother and he has no bad intentions. What was the result? Oh, the good brother you recognized, the one you thought was good, not only tried to sleep with you, but got me killed once. Don't you find it ironic that you're saying this now? Without Zhao Qingfeng saying a word, Bai Xiaoxing's face paled. When she got to the back, she covered her ears and cried, Don't say it, husband, please don't say it. Zhao Qingfeng said, Say it or not, these things have already happened. I know. Bai Xiaoxing choked. I really know it's wrong. I regret it. I'll change. I'll listen to you all in the future and never make a mistake again. Husband, please forgive me, okay? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. It's impossible. I paid the price of a life, and you still want me to forgive you. Don't you think it's too heavenly? The most crucial thing is that Zhang Zixuan is still just a substitute for that person in your heart. To be honest, I really wish that person hadn't died so that you and he lock up and won't bother me anymore. Bai Xiaoxing shed tears and kept shaking her head. Even if he didn't die, it's impossible for me to be with him. I only love you. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently. You're just as tough talking. With that, he got out of the car. Bai Xiaoxing followed down. The two of them walked out of the underground parking lot together, and Zhao Qingfeng said, Alright, you can go now. Bai Xiaoxing said pitifully, I want to go up. Dreaming? Zhao Qingfeng snorted and pointed at the entrance of the cell. Get the hell out of here. Now. Immediately. Right now. After that, he went straight into the building. Bai Xiaoxing still followed. Zhao Qingfeng didn't talk to her anymore, and when he reached the door of his house, he unlocked the door and entered the house, then directly closed the door behind him. Boo! The gate closed hard in front of them, and the loud sound seemed to make the whole building tremble, and Bai Xiaoxing's heart, too, trembled. She stood outside and waited for what felt like half an hour. There was still no sign of the door opening, so Bai Xiaoxing left in a state of disorientation. After she went downstairs, she looked up at her husband's house, took a deep breath, and then said to herself, Husband, I won't give up. I won't give up even if I die, and our family of 3, in this life and the next and the next and the next, can't be separated. Then, her eyes became fierce, and she took out her phone and dialed out, saying, Come pick me up now. I'm at. Putting her phone down, she waited at the entrance to the cell. Not long after, a car drove up and a man got out and respectfully said, Second miss. Bai Xiaoxing nodded and said, Where is she? The man said, After she finished her steak with her aunt, he sent her back to the lawyer's office, and she's still in there. Not out. Good. Bai Xiaoxing nodded and got straight into the car, calmly saying, Go over there now. 20 minutes later, the car drove to Tiannan City Plaza. Bai Xiaoxing took the 3 men and headed straight to the condensation law firm. The door wasn't locked. Bai Xiaoxing came in and said faintly, Lock the door. At that moment, Condensation came out of the office and said suspiciously, You're here for counseling. Just before she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed Bai Xiaoxing and her face changed slightly, revealing a look of horror as she said, It's you? The door to the lawyer's office was locked, and Bai Xiaoxing walked over to her, staring at her silently. Lang Ning looked at her and the 3 men with indifferent expressions. Her heart was incomparably flustered, and she said with trepidation, Miss Bai, I haven't offended you, have I? What do you want to do? Bai Xiaoxing suddenly sneered and said, What is your purpose in approaching my husband? No, there's no purpose, Lang Ning replied in a hurry. Snap. Bai Xiaoxing slapped a slap violently and said coldly, No purpose? Before, when my husband had no money, I didn't see you approaching him. Now that he has money, you popped up. Are you lying to the ghost? Lang Ning covered her cheeks, knowing that fear would not solve the problem, so she gritted her teeth and said, He's divorced. Don't I have the right to pursue him? He's married and you definitely can't pursue him. But that's not what matters. Bai Xiaoxing said coldly, The problem now is that you don't just want to pursue my husband, but perhaps have some ulterior motives. You'd better give an honest account. Chapter 187, Zhao Qingfeng dragged Bai Xiaoxing to the dark side. I'll account for what? What do you want me to account for? Lang Ning covered her cheeks and cried hysterically. I'm just a small person. If you want to bully me, you don't need to find this kind of crowning reason. Bai Xiaoxing's gaze was calm. staring straight at her, trying to see what she was hiding. If she was really just trying to woo her husband, she was unhappy, but not to the point of resorting to such violence. Take Su Choran and Chen Lexi for example. Although they had powerful backgrounds, she, Bai Xiaoxing, wouldn't be afraid if they had bad intentions towards her husband. This woman named Condensation is different. The timing of her appearance was too coincidental, and since Zhao Qingfeng had been backstabbed by a driver not too long ago and experienced a frightening fire, Bai Xiaoxing didn't want her husband to run into any more danger. Bai Xiaoxing said faintly, "It seems like you won't say anything." With that, she waved her hand, and the three men pressed forward toward Condensation. Lang Ning was incomparably afraid in her heart, and her entire body began to tremble, saying, "You are breaking the law. I want to call the police." "Call the police? Can you call the police now?" Bai Xiaoxing nodded, a cold smile spreading at the corners of his mouth, and said to a man, "Turn yourself in when the police officers arrive." The man nodded, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and said, "No problem." Bai Xiaoxing explained before he came. He didn't need to kill anyone, just force the secret of Condensation out. The consequences of this kind of thing, it won't be too heavy, and he can't be sentenced to many years. And his family, who still get the best of the best, made a killing on this wave. Lang Ning gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone, and dialed the number. Bai Xiaoxing smiled lightly, her expression not the slightest bit worried, but as the call was picked up, the smile on her face stiffened. Zhao Qingfeng's voice came out from inside the phone. "Lawyer Lang, what is it?" Lang Ning choked. "Old Zhao, your ex-wife, brought people to find my trouble. I am so scared." Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a moment before saying, "Give her the phone." Lang Ning hurriedly nodded and handed the phone to Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing, who was so high and mighty just now, had a flash of panic on her face at this moment, glaring fiercely at Condensation before she picked up the phone and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, apologize to Condensation, then take your men and get out now." Zhao Qingfeng's voice suppressed a huge rage. Bai Xiaoxing's face blanched as she tried to explain. "Husband, listen to me. I listened to your mom." Zhao Qingfeng couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "If you don't get out now, I'll take Yi and leave Tiannan tomorrow." For Bai Xiaoxing, it was useless to beat her, useless to scold her, and impossible to kill her. So this was the only way that wasn't an option. That's a statement that kills, no doubt. An unprecedented panic immediately surfaced in Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, and her cell phone crashed to the ground for no apparent reason. In the next second, she panicked and picked up the phone, shivering. "I'll roll, husband, don't be angry. I'll roll now." She hadn't even finished her sentence, but Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to hear her voice anymore and directly hung up the phone. Bai Xiaoxing could feel her husband's anger, gripping the cell phone with incomparable force, her knuckles turning a little white. Lang Ning was still standing there. Bai Xiaoxing looked up at her, her eyes red and gritted her teeth. "How dare you call my husband? This is not martial at all." Lang Ning didn't say anything. She knew the energy of the Tiandong Bai family. In this situation, even if she called the police, she was only afraid that she would be tortured. The only best option was to call Zhao Qingfeng. Directly above Bai Xiaoxing's soft underbelly, there were still fingerprints on Lang Ning's cheeks, and at this moment she was not so afraid in her heart, and said, "Aren't you going to leave yet?" In Bai Xiaoxing's eyes, flames were almost coming out as she gritted her teeth and said, "I can't wait to kill you now." Lang Ning gritted her teeth and said, "Come on then, kill me." Bai Xiaoxing took a deep breath, suppressing some kind of crazy impulse in his heart, and waved his hand, saying, "Go." The three men looked at each other in dismay and could only follow Bai Xiaoxing out. In their hearts, they all sighed. The aunt's family status is really high. The second young miss, who was not afraid of the sky, was taken to death. Lang Ning watched them leave and hurried over to lock the door. Then he leaned against the door, and his whole body lost its strength and sat down softly on the floor. It took a long time for the mood to calm down. Then she dialed a call out. After the opposite party picked up, he said faintly, "What is it?" Lang Ning gritted her teeth and said, "Xiao Zhang, I can't do this. The Bai family came to find trouble with me, and if I wasn't lucky just now, I would have been in deep trouble." The White family. Zhang Fong pondered for a moment before saying, "Then implement the plan as soon as possible." A hint of fear flashed in Lang Ning's eyes as she said, "Can't we just give up? After all, he has the Bai family behind him." "Don't worry." Zhang Fong calmed her down and said, "I will protect you when you succeed. The Bai family's roots are in Tiandong. She can't make any big waves in Tiannan." But, seeing that Condensation still wanted to say something, Zhang Fong's voice suddenly chilled. "Think it over before you tell me your decision." Lang Ning's heart trembled. In Tiannan, the Zhang family was definitely more powerful than the Bai family, so she could only say, "I know, I'll act according to the plan." If he really angered Zhang Fong, he really had the ability to vaporize himself. Lang Ning could only compromise. Only she did not expect. Zhang Feng himself, are afraid to personally to Zhao Qingfeng shot. Leaving the condensation law firm, Bai Xiaoxing went inside the car and hurriedly sent a message to Zhao Qingfeng. Honey, don't be mad. I'm just afraid she'll hurt you. I'm doing this for your own good. Only, just as the message was sent, a red exclamation point was seen. Immediately after that, the system prompted, the message had been sent, but it was rejected by the other party. Bai Xiaoxing froze. Then he rubbed his eyes incredulously and wiped the screen vigorously to make sure of the result, and his whole body trembled. Her lips quivered in disbelief as she sent the message again. Honey, that's not true, is it? In response to her, there was still the bright red exclamation point. Pulled, she trembled as she called Zhao Qingfeng, who guessed her intention and said calmly without waiting for her to open her mouth after connecting, contact me via phone in the future, and limit it to things related to Yi Yi. With that, he hung up. In this instant, Bai Xiaoxing held her cell phone, almost as if she was dead, froze for a long time. The man in the driver's cab, trembling, asked, where are you going next? Second miss. Bai Xiaoxing broke down and choked. I'm going to die. When she finished, she flopped down on the car and bawled her eyes out. The three men looked at each other, then got out of the car in a hurry, and didn't dare to talk, so they smoked muffled cigarettes outside. Chapter 188, Bad Luck Finds Bitter People. Zhao Qingfeng hung up the phone and didn't actually fall asleep. He looked at Bai Xiaoxing's number in his cell phone and was out of his mind for a while before putting it away. Then came the WeChat message from Condensation. Old Zhao, your ex-wife is really too crazy. If it wasn't for you, I would have been really miserable tonight. The words were filled with apprehension. A coldness flashed in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes before he sent a message to appease her. It's fine. I've already warned Bai Xiaoxing. She won't trouble you anymore. Don't worry. Lang Ning seconds back, but I'm still scared. Where are you? Can you come over to keep me company? It's too late. I'm already asleep. Next time. Oh, well, disappointment. Seeing this message, Zhao Qingfeng didn't reply anymore. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng had just arrived at the entrance of the company when he saw a teenager with a rushed expression. He greeted Zhou. When Zhou saw him, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly walked over and said, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. You came over to look for me? What's the matter? Zhou said, Mr. Zhao, I already have my driver's license. With that, he took out a brand new green book from inside his pocket. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised and asked with interest, so fast? You know words? How did you pass section 1 and section 4? I can read, Zhou busily said. During those years, although I could only watch, I was able to learn. Zhao Qingfeng came to a realization, so he laughed. Alright then, come up with me. He then led Zhou into the company. This place is called Hong Luk Mansion, which is Lin Tianming's property, and currently rents the 7th and 8th floors to Jiu Mei. You can't say it's a rent either, because Lin Tianming said he wouldn't ask for rent for anything. Take Zhou into the company. Hello Mr. Zhao. Hello Chairman. Employees who ran into him hastened to greet him. Zhao Qingfeng took Zhou to the personnel department and said, help him handle the entry. The position is my driver. The salary is 8,000 a month. Zhou was shocked. Mr. Zhao, this is too high, right? Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and said, it's done. After you're inducted, you'll be given a workstation, and I'll call you when something happens. After that, he left the personnel department. By the afternoon, Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch and walked out of the office. Zhou was sitting at a workstation, holding a book in his hand and concentrating on it. Zhao Qingfeng shouted, Xiao Zhou, follow me. With a jolt, Zhou hastily raised her head and immediately said, okay, Mr. Zhao. When he arrived downstairs, Zhao Qingfeng handed him the keys, pointed at a newly purchased Maybach from the company, and said, can you drive an automatic? I learned to drive a manual. Zhou sighed in his mind at the luxury of this car, but still said honestly. Zhao Qingfeng laughed, it's fine, if you can drive an automatic, you can drive a manual. He then sat in the back, driving in urban areas. It doesn't matter if you drive slowly, taking a step back, even if Zhou was unskilled and used the gas pedal as a brake. With his current physical fitness, his life could not be in danger. Zhou got into the car and asked, Mr. Zhao, where to? Zhao Qingfeng said, Flower Elementary School. He was the one who picked up Yi Yi today. Although Zhou had been to Flower Elementary School, he was not familiar with the route, so he used his cell phone to start navigating. Within a short time, the car started smoothly. Zhou did not drive fast. Zhao Qingfeng watched and nodded. Halfway through the journey, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly saw a figure and hurriedly said, wait. Zhou was startled and braked in a hurry. It was a bit of a rush, causing the back to almost tailgate, but seeing that it was a Maybach, the back didn't dare to speak out. Zhao Qingfeng directly opened the car door and got out of the car, saying, "You pull over and then wait for me in the car." He then chased after a figure in front of him. It's almost November. The weather wasn't really that warm, and basically everyone was wearing a jacket, but there was a bare-chested young man in front of them, which was clearly out of character. Moreover, Zhao Qingfeng looked at the young man and felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Zhao Qingfeng walked over quickly, not far from the young man, and shouted, "Wait a moment." The young man didn't look back, just walked in silence. "Hey, yelling at you." Zhao Qingfeng had no choice but to walk forward and whisper in the young man's ear. The young man turned his head sideways in confusion, met Zhao Qingfeng's gaze, and said with some shock, "Are you talking to me?" Zhao Qingfeng let out a hum, and when he noticed that someone nearby was looking at him oddly, he said, "This isn't the place to talk, you come with me." With that, he walked towards a nearby alley. The young man became excited and hurriedly followed him. When they reached the alley, Zhao Qingfeng looked the young man up and down before saying, "Hello again." The young man was shocked. "Have you seen me?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "I saw you the day you died." He was the young man who had lost half of his body to a steel coil at the entrance of the construction site that day, when Zhao Qingfeng was still on the sidelines, and he didn't expect to run into his soul today. The young man's eyes floated in horror as he thought of the misery he had been in at the time. Zhao Qingfeng inquired, "What are you planning to do here?" "To see my sister." The young man suddenly thought of something, and begged, "Brother, can you help me? Help me get my money back?" Zhao Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "My last name is Zhao. You can call me Mr. Zhao. You can tell me the specifics first. My name is Ming Xia and I'm 25 years old." Knowing that there was no hurry, Xia Ming began to narrate. "This is a bitter man. At the age of 15, my parents went out to work, but both disappeared and could not be reached. Xia Ming reported to the police, but ultimately nothing. In fact, he understands in his heart the probability that his parents are in some kind of accident. Originally, the 15-year-old Xia Ming had no difficulty supporting himself, but he also has a brother and a sister. The bottom line is that the younger siblings have diseases, or the kind that are hard to cure. My younger brother, Xiazhu, was born mentally challenged and has trouble understanding relatively complex things. Her younger sister, Xia Xiaoya, is intelligent, but she also has cerebral palsy and is not in control of her body, and has no way to carry on a normal life. The burden of the family was placed on Xia Ming alone. Despite the hardships, he, as a big brother, had no choice but to carry the burden and even thought of curing his sister. So he dropped out of school early to work, and although it's hard work, he's been able to earn more than 10,000 a month so far. Everything is going in a good direction. Just sisal rope picking the fine place to break. Bad luck to look for bitter people. Just 2 months ago, in the construction site of an accident, completely left the family broken. Xia Ming wasn't afraid of death, but what he was afraid of was his younger siblings. What to do in the future? This obsession woke him up again. Only, he had thought that his inheritance and his pension of over $800,000 would at least make his siblings' lives better, but he didn't realize that the great-uncle's family, who weren't very close, had eaten human blood and kept all his inheritance, as well as his pension, for themselves. Xia Ming watched as his aunt, the day after she got her pension, bought his son a BMW sedan. This made Xia Ming's heart angry to the extreme, but he couldn't do anything. You can only watch your brother eating leftovers and your sister dragging her disabled body to work in Tiannan. Chapter 189. Xia Xiaoya. Big brother, Xiaoya is only 18 years old. She has difficulty walking and can only sit in a wheelchair, with only one hand that she can barely control, and she drags her body like this and comes out to work alone. At the end of his words, Xia Ming had choked up. Zhao Qingfeng also moved and inquired, "Are you going to go see her now?" Xia Ming nodded repeatedly and said incoherently, "Our original house has been sold by the eldest uncle, and now the pillar is locked in the basement, eating leftovers, and auntie also said that if you want to live there, you have to pay the rent, and Xiaoya can't do anything about it. There's nothing she can do about it." Xia Ming's eyes were red with rage. Zhao Qingfeng listened, and his heart was not good. His voice was cold. "To think that there are such relatives, taking the inheritance for yourself, selling the house they depend on, even forcing a young girl with cerebral palsy to go out to work, is that human? Big brother, I'm on my knees to you, please help me, please." Xia Ming knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed to Zhao Qingfeng. "Big brother, no, Mr. Zhao, I have lived my life even more bitter, have not begged. I see my younger siblings, it is really too difficult, I really have no way." Zhao Qingfeng quickly said, "Get up first, don't worry, I'll help you." When Xia Ming sniffed, his eyes lit up and he got up from the ground. He thought for a moment and said, "If you're not comfortable stepping in, it's okay to help find the government." Zhao Qingfeng calmly said, "There's no need, let's go. Go find your sister first. According to him, with Xia Xiaoya's physical condition, there was no way she could work, and when she said she was going to work, the probability was that she was entering the workforce by virtue of her disability card. Thank you, thank you. Xia Ming kept bowing and thanking him. Afterwards, Zhao Qingfeng walked over to the car and let Xia Ming get on before sitting on it himself. Although Zhou felt that Zhao's behavior was a bit strange, he didn't ask. Zhao Qingfeng first called Bai Liu. Hey, Ayaman. Every time he calls her and hears Bai Liu's soft voice inside the phone, Zhao Qingfeng has a special feeling. Zhao Qingfeng said, I have some things to do today, and I still need you to pick up Yi Yi. Aha, Bai Liu said, business is important. Yi Yi will leave it to me. Be safe. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Okay. Hanging up the phone, he asked Zhou to drive and show him the way. Before long, a few people arrived at the entrance of an electronics factory. The security guards of the electronics factory, seeing this close to 2 million Maybach, did not stop at all, and directly released. Xia Ming's expression became even more excited when he was about to see his sister. Women's dormitory in an electronics factory. First floor. A few women had slept all day after their night shifts, and now that it was almost mealtime, they all woke up and sat on their beds chatting. She doesn't go to work every day, so why should she get a paycheck? A woman swept a glance at Xia Xiaoya, who was sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze, and said with a disgruntled expression. Another woman sneered. That's right, we work 12 hours a day, only more than $4,000. She is good, nothing to do, every day in the dormitory to play, have more than $3,000 in wages. Xia Xiaoya's looks were actually good, with shawl black hair and a fair face, only her features were a bit out of control and the corners of her mouth were askew. As if she didn't hear the women's murmurings, she held a black glass of water in her arms and didn't move a muscle. Only, the more silent she was, the more she would give an inch. A woman got up from the bed and looked at her with a cold face. Xia Xiaoya, what about you? Do you still have some face left? You're cheating money in the factory, aren't you? Xia Xiaoya slowly raised her head, somewhat strained to explain. I didn't. I came to work, but your mom. The woman cursed. You can't even speak clearly, and you still come out to work? Why don't you just go home if you want to sleep? Another woman also joined in. She was high on melon seeds on the bed and said meaningfully, see, she still has a little look. 80%. Ah, this salary are sleeping over with the factory leaders. Ha ha, right. Otherwise why would people let her not work and give her a paycheck? So it's for sale. So that's right. Alas, some women, can only earn these shameless money, unlike us, honestly earn hard-earned money. What's the saying? When your legs are open, you're rolling in money. Ha 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 ha. Inside the dormitory, the other three women, all scoffed recklessly. Xia Xiaoya was anxious, and hastily explained with her hands and feet, I really am applying for a job, to come to work. I have a disability license. She was sweating with impatience, and it was difficult to express a simple sentence. Even anxious hands and feet, which led to the cup of water in his arms, all of a sudden fell to the ground. That black water glass, it looks dirty and worn out. Xia Xiaoya, however, let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly got down from the bed, lying on the floor trying to pick up the water cup. Only, the woman who came over at the very beginning, with a flash of mockery in her eyes, stepped on that water cup with her foot and sneered, this broken cup, why do you still need it? Why don't I throw it away for you? They all knew that Xia Xiaoya treasured this water cup the most, holding it in her arms almost every day. Xia Xiaoya reached out and touched the water cup, but it was stepped on by the woman. She did not have the strength to pull it out, and cried out anxiously, you, let go, please, let go. This is my big brother. Go. The woman waved her hand impatiently. What big brother ate? A broken cup is worth a few dollars? Xia Xiaoya's expression was incomparably panicked. This water cup was one of the few things her big brother Xia Ming left behind, and seeing that she couldn't pull it, she suddenly hugged the woman's leg and bit it hard. Ah! The woman screamed, taking an electrifying step back. Xia Xiaoya grabbed the cup and held it in her arms like a treasure. When the woman saw this, flames erupted from her eyes. Bitch, dare you bite me? With that, she rushed forward to grab Xia Xiaoya's cup, only Xia Xiaoya was curled up on the ground, protecting the cup in her arms no matter how much she tore at it. The woman said angrily, come over here and help me. I have to throw this cup of hers away today. The other two women looked at each other and both got up from the bed as well. They were jealous of Xia Xiaoya's good looks and the fact that she didn't have to work to get the money. Without saying a word at this point, he rushed over and tore it up. Xia Xiaoya let out a cry. You, don't rob my cup. You hit me. That's what you said. The woman she had bitten grunted coldly and slapped her across the face. the inside of the dormitory was instantly chaotic. Xia Xiaoya curled up on the ground, and before long her face was scratched open and there were many footprints on her body, looking incomparably wretched. Except, in the end, she didn't protect her cup. The bitten woman snatched her glass of water and walked to the door with a quick look on her face. A broken glass, and you treat it like a treasure. I'll throw it away for you now. Xia Xiaoya crawled out on her hands and knees, ignoring the bruises on her body. Don't throw, please don't throw. Only the woman's gaze was mocking and she threw it out without hesitation. The cup took on a parabolic shape and landed in the distance. Boo! The cup hit the floor with a distinct click, obviously cracked. Xia Xiaoya's eyes were sad, but she could only bite her lip and crawl towards the cup. Just as she was about to touch the cup, a hand suddenly picked up the cup ahead of him. Xia Xiaoya looked up, then she saw a man, reaching out his hand to her, saying, "The ground is dirty. I'll help you up." Chapter 190 Give me a fight. Xia Xiaoya raised her head and looked at him blankly, not moving for a long time. Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart and bent down to help the girl up. Xia Xiaoya didn't seem to have any strength. She wasn't even able to support herself to stand up, so she could only let Zhao Qingfeng support her. His eyes looked over to the glass of water in his hand, and seeing the cracks on it, intense sadness welled up in his eyes, and tears flowed out immediately. With difficulty, he said, "Can you put this cup?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded and handed her the cup of water. Xia Xiaoya immediately hugged it in her arms. Zhao Qingfeng realized that she was having trouble walking, so he simply picked her up horizontally, only to find that the girl's weight was unusually light, less than 70 pounds at most. Zhao Qingfeng moved slightly and carried her towards the dormitory. At this moment, the other women in the dormitory all froze for a moment when they saw Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng was wearing a suit, his face was handsome, and his whole person looked like he had an extraordinary temperament. The woman who threw the glass of water hurriedly smiled and said, "Hello, leader." She didn't know Zhao Qingfeng's identity, but she didn't dare to offend him. Zhao Qingfeng didn't pay any attention to her and carried Xia Xiaoya inside the dormitory, asking gently, "Which bed are you sleeping in?" Xia Xiaoya's hand, curled up in her chest, fought to point at her bed. That. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and placed her on the bed, then turned around. The woman rushed over, still smiling. "Leader, you." Snap. What responded to her was a hard slap from Zhao Qingfeng. Immediately after that, a kick was delivered to her stomach, and the woman was directly sent flying a meter, smashing into the bed on the opposite side of the room. Zhao Qingfeng's face turned cold as he gritted his teeth. "She's already so pitiful, and you guys are still bullying her? Are you guys still human?" The woman struggled to get up, the sharp pain distorting her expression, and just as she tried to speak, her stomach flipped over in spasms and she couldn't stop dry heaving. Then to her horror, she realized that blood was coming out of the corner of her mouth. Obviously, Zhao Qingfeng's kick was extremely heavy. The other two women saw what was happening and ran out. At this point, many of the human women had come out of their dormitories and were outside quietly surveying the inside. Zhao Qingfeng didn't care about this and turned back, saying to Xia Xiaoya, "Pack your things, there's no need to work here." Xia Xiaoya shook her head with some trepidation, her eyes looking at Zhao Qingfeng with gratitude, but also some defense, and said timidly, "Who are you?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "I'm a friend of Xia Ming." Xia Xiaoya's eyes instantly lit up, but quickly dimmed, and after a moment of silence, she still shook her head. She said, I have to make money, or else the second brother will have no food." She had a good voice, but her tongue wasn't all that flexible, and when she spoke, it seemed broken. Zhao Qingfeng laughed, "It doesn't matter, I'll help you." Xia Xiaoya looked at his smile and froze for a moment, hesitating for a few seconds before nodding her head and starting to pack her things with difficulty. She packed slowly, but Zhao Qingfeng waited patiently, but not for long. A group of people walked in quickly. "That's him, he hits people when he comes in. You guys get him." The two women led a group of security guards over and pointed at Zhao Qingfeng. The security guard's face was serious, and he was holding a rubber stick in his hand as he looked at Zhao Qingfeng with a wary gaze. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance at the two women and said indifferently, "And you too, one of you won't want to run today." The security chief frowned and said in a cold voice, "Who the hell are you? Why are you hitting people?" Zhao Qingfeng said, "I suggest you call your leader over." His clothes were not ordinary at first glance, and the fact that he was so calm after hitting someone made the security chief wonder in his heart. "Get him, kill the dog." At this moment, the dry-heaving woman slowed down, and with the security guards coming over to back her up, she pointed at Zhao Qingfeng and yelled hysterically. The security chief frowned, hesitated for a moment, and did not choose to do it directly, but made a phone call. He then said, "Just a moment, our vice president is in the neighborhood and will be right over." Zhao Qingfeng nodded and turned his head to Xia Xiaoya and smiled. "There's no rush, take your time to pack. Xia Xiaoya moved awkwardly, collecting very, very slowly, and when she heard this, she let out a soft Not 5 minutes. A middle-aged man in a silver-gray suit walked over and said in a deep voice, "What's going on here?" Factory Director Zhou, the head of security, hurriedly walked over and briefly explained what was going on here. Plant Director Zhou then walked over and looked at Zhao Qingfeng and coldly said, "Did you do the hitting?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded and inquired, "Who are you?" With a serious expression. Factory Director Zhou said, "My surname is Zhou, and I'm the Deputy Director of Aoshing Electronics Factory." Zhao Qingfeng hummed and handed out a business card. Factory Director Zhou took a look and was stunned for a moment, wondering, 9 May? Star One's 9 May? Zhao Qingfeng laughed lightly, "Looks like you know me." Factory Director Zhou's face changed immediately, and immediately stretched out his hand, smiling, "Hello Mr. Zhao, I don't know what you came to our factory for." The opposite is the chairman of 9 May, Tiannan City's newest businessman, the real billionaire. How could he dare to offend? Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and pointed at Xia Xiaoya. "My sister is in your factory and is being bullied. If you can solve it, then solve it. If you can't, I'll call the police." Factory Director Zhou glanced at Xia Xiaoya. She was gray, her body even had a lot of footprints, and her face also had bloody slits. His forehead was sweating. "Xia Xiaoya, he knows. Is the factory recruited over the disabled? If the police, this matter is exposed out, that public opinion is enough to make the Aoshing Electronic Factory suffered from extinction. What's more, with Zhao Qingfeng's worth, no matter how much money he lost, it was impossible to settle." The woman next to her couldn't help but interject with a scathing voice, "But you hit me too, so how does that count? How does it count?" Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her and smiled. "Don't be anxious, it will be counted slowly." It was just that although he smiled, his eyes were so cold that the woman looked at them with an inexplicable shiver in her heart. With a fierce glare at the woman, Factory Director Zhou said, "That Mr. Zhao, I'll go ask the factory director for instructions first." Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. "You go." Zhou factory manager went to the side, first searching for Jiu Mei's information. Soon there was Zhao Qingfeng's photo appeared. He immediately determined that it was really me. This made Zhou's face even more panicked, and he hurriedly called the factory director. After the factory director knew what happened, he was scared and pushed the cards in front of him, cursing, "The chairman of Star One? Her brother is this big Buddha, and still come to me to apply for a job? Damn, pitted old me. Zhou Wei, this matter you give me to deal with properly, otherwise you this deputy factory director, don't do it." Factory Director Zhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat and he nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, he walked over and smiled apologetically at Zhao Qingfeng. "Mr. Zhao, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? This is a small matter, there's no need to call the police, right?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and reached out to point at the three women, saying flatly, she, and her, these three bullying my sister. How do you think this will be handled?" When Factory Director Zhou saw his cold eyes, he instantly understood the meaning, and immediately clenched his teeth and waved his hand. "Everyone go back, now!" Immediately, nearby onlookers came running at once. Factory Director Zhou let the security guard in, then closed the door to the dormitory. At this point inside the dormitory, it was already looking a bit crowded. Factory Director Zhou pointed at a few women, his face full of coldness, a few cheap skins, daring to bully, simply looking for death. "Give me a beating." The girls froze. Without hesitation, the security chief swung out the rubber baton in his hand. The other security guards gritted their teeth and rushed up as well. Soon, the dormitory resounded with the wails and pleas for mercy from several women. Xia Xiaoya was a bit stunned when she saw this scene. She looked at Zhao Qingfeng's back in front of her, but she felt that his shoulders were as broad as her big brother's. Chapter 191, Xia Zhu. Inside the cramped dormitory, a group of security guards punched and kicked the three women. Within moments, the women were all bruised and covered in black and blue. They were held down and knelt in front of Zhao Qingfeng, constantly wailing and apologizing. I'm sorry. Plant Director Zhou was sweating profusely and asked cautiously, "Mr. Zhao, what do you think?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded and asked, very bold, "What's your name?" "My name is Chauvet," Factory Director Zhou said in a hurry. Zhao Qingfeng hummed. His gaze turned to the three women and calmly said, "If you like to bully others, naturally someone will come and bully you, but it's a good thing for you guys, at least the factory will pay out a large sum of money." Several women nodded frantically, like chickens pecking at rice. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head and saw that Xia Xiaoya had already packed her things into a small bag, so he said, "Anything else?" Xia Xiaoya strained, "My disability license and wheelchair." Zhao Qingfeng followed her gaze and pushed the wheelchair over behind her. The top of the wheelchair was dirty and variously stained. obviously done by these women in the dormitory. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes went cold and he couldn't help but kick out a leg. A woman instantly wailed and fell to the ground, a bloody tooth being spat out. Only then did Zhao Qingfeng say to Xia Xiaoya, "Don't want this one, turn around and buy a new one." Xia Xiaoya was only cerebral palsy, not a cutie pie. Knowing that for the man in front of her, a wheelchair wasn't something expensive, she hummed. Then, Zhao Qingfeng bent down to pick her up and said, "Factory Director Zhou, turn around and send Xiaoya's disability certificate to my company, please." Zhou Wei nodded repeatedly. "No problem, okay, I'll go first then." Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch and said, "These few women, you guys see to it that you settle it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you're welcome to come find me." With that, he headed out the door. Several security guards immediately stepped aside to make way for an aisle. Zhou Wei long out of a breath. His eyes looked at the three women on the ground, eyes incomparable loathing. If this is placed in 20 years ago, you do not break the hands and feet, are not to say, now honest point to recuperate. Turn back to the factory to give you one person to send $20,000. This thing is rotten in the stomach. What are you people? Where to live? This is not what secret information. Who if you do not serve, weigh the consequences cannot bear. The women shuddered and nodded their heads in a hurry, not daring to resist in any way. People like that are, by nature, bullies, and taking a beating in exchange for $20,000 is high enough. Zhao Qingfeng carried Xia Xiaoya inside the car, and next to him, Xia Ming followed. Intense excitement welled up in his eyes and he said, "Mr. Zhao, I don't even know how to thank you." Zhao Qingfeng ignored him and said to Xia Xiaoya, "You show the driver the way. Let's go find your second brother." Xia Xiaoya hummed, and after quietly glancing at Zhao Qingfeng, she awkwardly stretched out her hand and gave Zhou Yu directions. Then, "Go that way." Zhou Yu nodded and started the car. 40 minutes later, it was in front of a 3-story building. This is a suburb of Tenant City, and it's basically all private housing. At this time, the sky was already dark. Zhao Qingfeng hugged Xia Xiaoya and got off the car, looked at the building and inquired, "Is this your home?" Xia Xiaoya shook her head and said clumsily, "This is Uncle's home." "Good." Zhao Qingfeng told Zhou Yu to wait inside the car as he carried Xia Xiaoya over, knocked on the door. Soon the door opened and a middle-aged woman appeared. She saw Zhao Qingfeng and after a brief moment of disorientation, she noticed the Xia Xiaoya that Zhao Qingfeng was holding. Her face changed and she said, "Xia Xiaoya?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said calmly, "Where is Xia Zhu?" The middle-aged woman, who was Xia Xiaoya's aunt, became alert at the words and coldly said, "Who are you? What are you looking for Xia Zhu for?" Zhao Qingfeng confessed, "I'm Xia Ming's friend. I'm going to take Xia Zhu away now, and also, you have to return Xia Ming's inheritance to them, not a penny less." "What?" the middle-aged woman exclaimed, then angrily said, "You're dreaming. Where's the inheritance? Get out of here or I'll call the police. Call the police now." Then, Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and directly stepped forward. The middle-aged woman could only sidestep out of the way, and inside the room was the dining table, on which were sumptuous dishes, and a young man frowned. "Mom, who is he?" Xia Xiaoya said, He is, cousin, Xia Long." The middle-aged woman snapped, "It's flipped, it's really flipped. You quickly call your father to come down. Do you really think there is no man in the house?" She didn't dare to call the police. After all, she took the Xia Ming inheritance, and if she really called the police, it would cause a dispute. Xia Xiaoya pointed the way, and Zhao Qingfeng followed the stairs and walked to the basement. It was dimly lit, and at the end of the stairs was a barred gate. Inside was a figure, huddled in a corner, who heard movement and said weakly, "Uncle, I'm so hungry." Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was a bit stunned. This figure looked unusually tall even when he was curled up, eyeballing at least 2 meters high. This basement was all less than 2 meters as well, and he couldn't even stand up straight. Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything and saw that there was a key next to the door, so he held Xia Xiaoya with one hand and opened the door with the other. Xia Zhu immediately stirred a bit. He raised his head. His gaze was clear and innocent. Only after seeing Xia Xiaoya in Zhao Qingfeng's arms, his eyes immediately became incomparably ferocious, and he even pounced over quickly. "Let go of my sister." He slammed his fist towards Zhao Qingfeng's face with a whistling fist wind, causing Zhao Qingfeng's face to change. This guy, he didn't dare to be slow. Holding Xia Xiaoya had no way to resist, so he could only dodge sideways. Boom! Xia Zhu's punch hit the iron fence with a violent commotion. Obviously, the power of this punch was extremely exaggerated. Xia Xiaoya was in a big hurry when she saw this, and said with her hands in the air, "Second brother. No, don't fight, brother." When Xia Zhu heard this, he immediately stopped and said, "Xiaoya, isn't he bullying you?" Xia Xiaoya, tears are almost flowing out, said, "Brother, did not bully me, second brother. You hit brother. You asshole." Xia Zhu's expression became a little aggravated when he was blamed by his sister. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter, Xia Zhu. Have you always lived here?" Xia Zhu said, "Once when Lung tried to bully my sister and I beat him up. Auntie locked me in here, saying that if I didn't come in, my sister and I wouldn't have any food." Zhao Qingfeng's face is cold. This family is really their eldest uncle's family. Being able to live in such a building was obviously not particularly poor and had taken Xia Ming's inheritance. So even if Xia Zhu could eat, how much could he eat? The most crucial thing was that Xia Lon even wanted to bully Xia Xiaoya. Zhao Qingfeng didn't need to guess. He knew what kind of bullying it was. This kind of thing was done. It was simply worse than a beast. At this point, "Who are you? Who gave you permission to open it?" A roar came from above, and a man came hurrying down, about to close the door. When Natsuju heard his voice, a conditioned panic welled up on his face and his entire body curled up, even closed his eyes in fear and kept trembling. Zhao Qingfeng stared at him and coldly said, "Xia Zhu, your great-uncle, an aunt, and your cousin, they all bullied your sister. What should be done?" When those words came out, Xia Zhu's eyes instantly widened. The original clarity and simplicity became incredibly ferocious at this moment. It made the man blush dramatically. One must know that even if Xia Zhu was incredibly weak, the power of that fist could make Zhao Qingfeng's heart skip a beat. Chapter 192, Kowtowing to Mr. Zhao. Xia Zhu is not good in the head, but he knows that without his big brother, his little sister is all he has. At this moment, without hesitation, he stopped at the door of the basement, protecting Xia Xiaoya behind him, his eyes as fierce as wolves, staring dead at the eldest uncle on the stairs. Eldest uncle Xiao Weiman was looking at him. His heart trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Xia Zhu, what are you doing?" Xia Zhu did not say anything, and took a step upward. Xiao Weiman's heart was panicked, so he kept backing up. To the top. Xiao Weiman's wife still does not know the situation. See Xia Zhu up, actually rushed up a slap on the face. "Cootie, who let you up here? Get your ass down here." There was a crunch. With this slap, Xia Zhu didn't dodge at all. Xiao Weiman's wife immediately laughed coldly. "Can't you understand human language? If you come out again, do you believe that your crippled sister will be imprisoned as well?" When these words came out, Xia Zhu's eyes immediately widened. Xiao Weiman's wife was still chattering away when a large hand violently grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up like a small chicken. She panicked instantly, her legs flailing in the air. "You let go of him!" Xiao Weiman roared. Xia Longha shouted, "Mom, let go of my mom." Only, Xia Zhu didn't hitch a ride, bending his knees upward and ruthlessly. Xiao Weiman's wife immediately screamed miserably and stared blankly. Then, Xia Zhu threw her to the ground and said viciously, "No bullying my sister." Xiao Weiman's wife was curled up on the ground at this time, covering her stomach and constantly moaning, rolling over in pain, with saliva overflowing from the corners of her mouth. Zhao Qingfeng hugged Xia Xiaoya and walked out of the basement as well. Seeing the woman lying on the ground and wailing, her eyes were not half sympathetic. Don't fight, kill people," Xia Xiaoya said in a panic. Xia Zhu just stood still and didn't move. Xiao Weiman roared, "If you dare to hit someone, I'll call the police right now and have you all arrested." Zhao Qingfeng smiled coldly. "Illegal detention, misappropriation of property. I'd like to see how many years you'll be sentenced to. Call the police." Taking a step back, even if he was caught in, Xia Zhu's life would only be better than it is now. These words made Xiao Weiman, who had just taken out his cell phone, hesitate immediately. Zhao Qingfeng said, "All right, without further ado, now return Xia Ming's pension as well as his inheritance. All of it, totaling 965,300. That's the number Charming told him. Xiao Weiman's father and son's faces changed, and Xia Long was even more furious. "You guys beat up someone and still want money? A little cutie, a cripple. What's the use of wanting money?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned and said, "I almost forgot about you little." With that, he handed Xia Xiaoya to Xia Zhu. Walking straight forward, Xia Long was actually very timid and said warily, "What do you want to do?" *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** precise hit. Sharon was knocked down by a kick, his eyes bulging out violently as the sharp pain caused his entire body to tighten up and writhing on the ground. Xiaolong! Xiao Weiman exclaimed, hastily crouching down to check. Zhao Qingfeng said, don't dilly-dally, pay now or this isn't over. Xiao Weiman gritted his teeth and looked up. I don't have any money, kill me if you can. Kill you? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes went cold and said quietly, no, 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 if you don't pay, there's only one result, and that's, kill your whole family. You, your son, your wife, will all die here today. Zhao Qingfeng's tone, which seemed to be devoid of any emotion, was chilling. A chill rose from Xiao Weiman's spine. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head and inquired, Xia Zhu, they robbed the money that your big brother traded his life for. and they're going to force your little sister to death. What are you going to do? When Xia Zhu heard his big brother and also his little sister, his whole body trembled and his eyes turned red. Kill his whole family. Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly and said to Xia Weiman, you heard it, if you don't pay, you're pushing them to their death, and it's very reasonable for him to kill you guys, right? Xia Weiman was silent. If Zhao Qingfeng was bluffing, but Xia Zhu was definitely not. What's more, even if Xia Zhu really did it, it's even possible that he wouldn't have to be held criminally liable. That's why he's locking the summer pillars in the basement. Gritting his teeth, Xia Weiman said, I don't have that much money dash. This has nothing to do with me. I heard that you guys bought that BMW, and when you made the payment, it was a pain in the ass. Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, I only want the money. Now you guys return the money to them and this will be settled. Give it back or die in your family. Your choice. Zhao Qingfeng said and pulled a chair over to sit down. He had to settle this thing today. The room was silent, except for the two men lying on the floor, who made moaning noises from time to time. As time passed by, Zhao Qingfeng got impatient and said, it seems like you're not going to give it. Xiazhu dash. Before the words were finished, Xia Weiman shuddered. I'll give it. Only then did Zhao Qingfeng nod his head and asked Xia Xiaoya to take out her bank card, saying, alright, transfer it to Xia Xiaoya's account now. Xia Weiman trembled and took out his cell phone and began to operate, transferring money before saying, I only have more than 300,000. All transferred. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Where's the rest of the money? Xia Weiman said, bought a car and paid off the debt. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said, that's fine. Tomorrow you'll go sell your car and house. I want to see the money arrive within 3 days. If it doesn't, I'll still come to you. After saying that, he threw down a business card and left with Xia Zhu and Xia Xiaoya. Back inside the car, Xia Xiaoya took out her cell phone and looked at the $360,000 that arrived on the text message. The whole person was a bit dumbfounded. She never dreamed that she would have so much money. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Don't look, it's all your money. Then he told Zhou to park at a nearby hotel and he took his siblings to a room. After going in, Xia Zhu placed Xia Xiaoya on the bed, and he stood honestly by the side, not saying a word. Xia Xiaoya looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said, brother, thank you. Zhao Qingfeng let out a light sigh and said, if you want to thank your big brother. Saying that, he hesitated for a moment, but still yanked off a hair and handed it to Xia Ming next to him. Xia Ming subconsciously took it, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Xia Zhu and Xia Xiaoya. At once, both men's eyes widened. Xia Ming instantly understood the situation and immediately rushed forward, excitedly shouting, Pillar, Xiaoya. The three hugged and cried. Zhao Qingfeng sat down next to him and quietly watched. Xia Xiaoya choked. Big brother, you're back. You're finally back. Xia Zhu didn't know how to express himself, but could only hug his big brother tightly. Zhao Qingfeng spoke. Xia Ming, you can only appear for a short time, and you're about to go where you're supposed to go. With a grateful glance at him, Xia Ming nodded and said, I know, Mr. Zhao. He sat Xia Zhu down on the bed and said, Zhu Zi, Xiaoya. Brother didn't come back. Brother just wanted to see you. Xia Xiaoya was so emotional that her body trembled and she couldn't stop sobbing. Xia Zhu scratched his head. He wasn't particularly able to understand. All he knew was that his big brother was alive again. Xia Ming picked Xia Xiaoya up, placed her on the ground, and said, Xia Zhu, you also kneel down and head. Oh, Xia Zhu was obedient and together with Xia Ming and Xia Xiaoya, they knelt down towards Zhao Qingfeng. Kowtow to Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qingfeng frowned slightly, but quickly stretched. He could afford to take this knee from the three siblings. Chapter 193 by Li Yu's impulse. The three siblings respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Xia Ming said in a deep voice, after I leave, whatever Mr. Zhao says, you all have to listen. Understand? Xia Zhu and Xia Xiaoya both nodded. Zhao Qingfeng saw what Xia Ming was thinking and said with a smile, Xia Ming, are you asking me to take care of them? Xia Xiaoya and Xia Zhu were Xia Ming's obsession, and although Zhao Qingfeng had briefly solved the trouble, his younger brother's intelligence, and his little sister's body, prevented him from feeling at ease. Xia Ming was a bit ashamed and once again kowtowed to Zhao Qingfeng and said, Mr. Zhao, I know that this should be considered moral kidnapping, but you are the only one who can help them. I don't ask for you to take care of them as much as you want, just let them be able to live smoothly. Speaking later, Xia Ming's eyes were already blurred with tears. Xia Xiaoya also sobbed, and only Xia Zhu stayed kneeling, uncertain. Zhao Qingfeng stood up and said, alright, get up. Xia Ming's eyes lit up in surprise. You are saying yes? Zhao Qingfeng said helplessly, can I not agree? With his character, since he had seen it and now had the ability to do so, he wouldn't watch Xia Zhu and Xia Xiaoya fend for themselves. Great. Xia Ming was thrilled and then carried Xia Xiaoya to the bed. said, yeah, you know what to do. You understand what to do, right? Xia Xiaoya fought to nod her head. Her eyes glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, and said, no, your big brother, he's big brother. Very good. Xiaming turned his head to look at Xia Zhu and said seriously, Zhu Zi, in the future when I'm not around, you have to listen to Mr. Zhao. Whatever Mr. Zhao tells you to do, you will do. If Mr. Zhao encounters danger, no matter what time it is, you have to protect him. Understand? Natsuju nodded in confusion. Xia Ming said, you repeat it. Xia Zhu thought about it and said, I'll do whatever Mr. Zhao asks me to do. When Mr. Zhao encounters danger, I will protect him no matter what time it is. Xia Ming let out a soft sigh of relief and said to Zhao Qingfeng, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, they won't cause you any trouble. Although Xiaoya has that disease, she actually knows everything and is very smart. Pillar is very obedient. He will do whatever you tell him to do. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and asked, what did the doctor say about their illness? He had previously wondered if there was any chance that Xia Zhu could be due to a lost soul, but after looking at the scene, he realized that it wasn't. Xia Ming shook his head and said, Xia Zhu basically cannot be cured. His intelligence is only 8 or 9 years old level, and Xiaoya has a chance, but it needs long-term treatment with rehabilitation training. Even if it cannot be cured, it can be alleviated. Zhao Qingfeng said, alright, then arrange for Xiaoya to go to the hospital tomorrow. When Xia Xiaoya heard this, her gaze immediately looked at Zhao Qingfeng, her pupils trembling and sparkling. As for the expenses, let's deduct it from Xia Zhu's salary, and from tomorrow onwards, Xia Zhu will be my bodyguard. Zhao Qingfeng said calmly. His arrangement thrilled Xia Ming so badly that his throat moved, but he choked and couldn't speak. Okay, you guys talk first, I'm going out for a while. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he left the room, leaving space for the 3 siblings. After a cigarette in the hallway, he called Zhou Yu to come up. Half an hour later, Xia Zhu opened the door and he said dully, Mr. Zhao, big brother is gone again. Zhao Qingfeng sighed lightly and led Zhou Yu in. Xia Xiaoya's eyes were red and she was clutching a hair in her hand. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng come in, she said, brother, is big brother gone? Zhao Qingfeng swept around the room, then said, well, your big brother went where he needed to go. Xia Xiaoya was silent for a moment before whispering, brother, thank you. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said to Xia Zhu, from now on, you'll follow him, and you'll have to work hard so that you can eat well and have money to treat your little sister, okay? Xia Zhu quickly nodded. Mr. Zhao, I'll definitely work seriously. Alright then, you guys sleep well. Zhou Yu, you go buy a wheelchair tomorrow and pick them up and take them to the hospital. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he was ready to go downstairs. Instead, Xia Zhu said, Mr. Zhao, I'm not sleeping, I want to start working now. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he smiled and said, that's fine. Then, he said to Xia Xiaoya, have a good night's sleep, and tomorrow morning I'll pick you up and take you to the hospital. Xia Xiaoya bit her lip, quietly glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, lowered her head again, and gently nodded. Aha! After a few people left, Xia Xiaoya, however, couldn't sleep for a long time. She felt the same as a dream, a feeling of unreality. It wasn't until she looked at a piece of hair in her hand that some sort of light came into her eyes. She then clutched her hair and buried her hands in her chest before settling down to sleep. The corners of her mouth, which were not deliberately controlled in her sleep but did not appear twisted, crept into a smile that was very pretty. When Zhao Qingfeng came down, he pointed to the passenger side of the Maybach and said, Pillar, you'll sit here from now on. Xia Zhu didn't say anything, pulled open the passenger side and got in. Xiao Zhou, send me back to Jinxiu, Zhao Qingfeng said as he sat in the back row. Not long after, to the Fairview, Zhao Qingfeng transferred 10,000 to Zhou Yu, said, in the future, Xia Zhu will follow you. If there is anything, call me. Today is the end. You take Xia Zhu to eat something. By the way, send a little bit of Xiaoya, come back to pick me up in the morning. Zhou Yu nodded and said, okay. After Zhao Qingfeng finished his explanation, he went straight home. Natsuju kept looking at his back without blinking. Zhou Yu took Xia Zhu for a meal, marveling at his meal size, and then brought some over to Xia Xiaoya. Toward the end of the night, Xia Zhu said, we're going to Mr. Zhao's. Zhou Yu asked with some consternation, going over now? Xia Zhu nodded seriously and said, we must protect Mr. Zhao and not let him run into danger. Zhou Yu understood his intentions and drove to Fairview without saying a word. Parking the car underneath the neighborhood, the two just stayed dressed and took turns keeping watch in the car. After Zhao Qingfeng went home, he called Bai Liu over. Hey, Amen, are you done? Well, it's taken care of. Is Yi Yi asleep? When Bai Liu glanced at Zhao Yi Yi, who was lying on the bed next to her, pouting and sleeping. She laughed and said, long gone to sleep, like a little toad. Ha ha. Zhao Qingfeng was also happy. He knew Zhao Ye's sleeping posture very well, so he couldn't help but say, you can take a picture of it and put it out to see it when she marries. Bai Liu said breathlessly, you are really not afraid of Yi pulling out the tube for you? Zhao Qingfeng sighed, I'm afraid that the doctor will say it's good to pull it out. It will give me less pain. And then Yi turns around and doesn't pull it out again. Ha 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 ha. Bai Liu couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Qingfeng said, alright, then you should also go to bed early. Hearing this, Bai Liu suddenly had an impulse to say, Qingfeng, Don, you want to talk to me for a little longer? Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped violently. Chapter 194, Sisters Together? Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath to ease his thumping heart a bit before saying, so, what are we talking about? Bai Liu whispered, talk about anything, I can't sleep a bit. Ha! Zhao Qingfeng gave a dry laugh and said, why can't you sleep anymore? Is it insomnia? No. Bai Liu glanced outside through the doorway. Her sister was sitting on the sofa, fuming. She's been in this state of nervousness for the past 2 days. Bai Liu didn't tell Zhao Qingfeng about Bai Xiaoxing and sighed softly. I was thinking that you're going to get married sooner or later. And when Yi has a new mom, it's going to be hard. Zhao Qingfeng sniffed and was also a bit silent for a while before he said, that's why I'm waiting for her to get married after she's in college. It's not that simple, Bai Liu said. I swiped a short video today of a mother who had a hard time bringing up her children, and when she wanted to remarry, her children couldn't take it anymore. In other words, if you really wait for Yi to become an adult, when the time comes for you to have any ideas, she might even stop you. Society is like that. Many young people don't understand the hard work of the previous generation. They just think it's a joke to talk about remarrying at that age. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. So what do you mean? Bai Liu lowered her voice. I mean, you have to find a way, as much as possible, that can make Yi accept it. Getting Yi accepted. Zhao Qingfeng smiled helplessly. You've seen how Yi treats Chen Lexi. Besides me and Bai Xiaoxing, you're her favorite. At this point, his voice suddenly lurched. Bai Liu didn't say anything either. Her face flushed. The two of them were silent for a while, and Bai Liu's heartbeat got faster and faster. So she said, that, you think about it, I'll go to sleep first. After that, she hung up in a panic. Just at this time, Bai Xiaoxing pushed the door in and casually inquired, sister, who did you just talk to on the phone? No, nothing. Bai Liu was a bit startled and didn't dare to look into her sister's eyes. Bai Xiaoxing was a bit strange, but didn't think twice about it, walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Zhao Ye, who was like a small toad, and said with a bitter smile, sister, my husband has pulled my WeChat black. What do you think I should do? Blacked out. Then you can call if you need something, Bai Liu said. Bai Xiaoxing shook her head and said sadly, I don't understand. I'm just afraid that he'll be framed again and I want to help him. Why is he so angry? Maybe he has his own idea and doesn't want you to interfere. After thinking about it, Bai Liu analyzed it. Ugh, Bai Xiaoxing sighed softly. I guess so. Now that it's happened, I want to go to him, but I'm worried that he'll loathe me even more. I don't know what to do. Her expression was very despondent. Absolutely beautiful face, filled with a variety of emotions. There are aggrieved. There is sadness. There is a ghost. Xiaoxing. Bai Liu coughed lightly and said, in fact, I think that if you can't be a couple and still be able to be friends, why don't you take a look at the other landscapes more often? And maybe you'll be able to find a better dash. Sis, how can you say such things? Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened in shock as she interrupted. Bai Liu frowned and said, is there anything wrong with what I said? Of course not, Bai Xiaoxing said with some excitement. I only love my husband alone. There can't be any other bull asterisk scenery. As long as I'm not dead, I'm going to get my husband back. Hearing these words, Bai Liu felt a headache and her heart was clogged. She inexplicably wished that it would have been better if Gu Cheng hadn't died, so that Bai Xiaoxing might have had another choice. Bai Xiaoxing glared at her and said, sister, such words are not allowed to be said again in the future. It's not even a big deal that I'm being blackballed right now. The most crucial thing is those women, Chan Lexi, Su Qiuran, and now there's an additional condensation. It's hard for me to beat them with 2 fists. Sis, you have to help me. Bai Liu's heart thumped as she said, how can I help you? Bai Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said, why don't you go to my husband's place? Okay, I'll move there tomorrow. Bai Liu almost blurted out. This time she regretted it so much. Once again she would definitely choose to stay there with a thick skin. Move over? Move where? Bai Xiaoxing was shocked. I'm asking you to work in his company. Ha? Bai Liu opened her mouth and became a little disappointed. You'll just be Nine May's resident anchor. My husband will probably be very happy if you go over there. And most of all, now I feel like there's something wrong with that Zhou Mei, too. Bai Xiaoxing didn't dwell on it. Analyzing herself, Last time my husband was hospitalized, she lived in a ward with him for so long. That old woman. She definitely wants to plot against my husband. Bai Liu said breathlessly. Not so much. Does Qingfeng have that much charisma? Yes, absolutely, Bai Xiaoxing said with conviction. That old woman, at 40 or 50 years old, is still not married, and I feel threatened by her as well. People are in their 30s at the most, but when it comes to you, they become 40 or 50 years old. Colored eyes are not to be taken. Bai Liu bristled. Gee, never mind the details. Bai Xiaoxing waved her hand. Anyway, we absolutely can't let those women have their way now. Sister, you don't want to lose such a good brother-in-law either, right? Bai Liu did not know what to think of. Her face reddened, lowered her head, and said, Qingfeng and also Yi Yi are my family. Naturally I don't want to see him and other women. That's not it. Bai Xiaoxing was a bit happy and clapped her hands. Sister, you're right. Sister-in-law is also family, so you have to help me. We're sisters of one heart. Those warblers and swallows, they all have to step aside. Well, Zhao Qingfeng hung up the phone and pondered in his heart for a long time. What exactly does Bailey Moon mean? Think about it. Think about what? Then again, if it's Bai Liu, then Zhao Yi definitely won't object and might even be happy. This thought made Zhao Qingfeng's heart beat faster, but several more faces came to mind. The fiery Chan Lexi, the understanding Su Qiran, and even Zhou Mei. After thinking for a while, Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly and said to himself, Zhao Qingfeng, you're ing scum. He felt that no matter who he chose, he would have great regrets. So simply don't think about it and go to sleep. The ship will be straightened out. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng got up before 7. After washing up and going downstairs, I was about to call Zouyu when I saw the Maybach parked below. He walked over with some consternation, and then realized that the window was open, and both Zouyu and Xiaju were sitting inside. When they saw Zhao Qingfeng coming over, the two of them hurriedly got out of the car. Zhao Qingfeng inquired, You, want to be here all night, right? Xiaju said seriously, to protect Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qingfeng's pupils trembled and said with some amusement, If you should sleep at night, you should sleep. Zouyu said, Mr. Zhao, we all slept in the car. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the two young men. His heart was somewhat moved, and after a few seconds of silence, he smiled and said, Ha ha, it seems like I'll have to give you guys a raise. Chapter 195, Zhao Qingfeng's words, she remembered them all in her heart. He got in the back and said, Have you had breakfast yet? Xiaju honestly said, I didn't eat. I'm so hungry. Ha ha, then let's go to breakfast. My treat. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and waved his hand, signaling Zouyu to drive. Not far from the door of the breakfast store, a few people get off. Xiaju's 2 meters tall. So many people are intimidated. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't actually short, a little more than 1 meter 8, but next to Xiaju, it was a bit inadequate. For this breakfast, Xiaju ate 2 bowls of noodles and 2 cages of buns before he said he was full. Zhao Qingfeng felt that he was a bit reluctant, so he smiled and said, I'm not full, so I'll order some more. With a happy face, Xiaju asked for another cage of buns. After bringing some more to Xiaoya, a few people departed. When they arrived at the hotel, Zhao Qingfeng went up alone. At the door of the room, he knocked. Xiaoya's voice came out from inside. Who is it? It's me. Hearing Zhao Qingfeng's voice, Xiaoya hurriedly said, Brother, you, wait a moment. It was a full 5 minutes before the door to the room was opened. Xiaoya held onto the wall and walked in an awkward position. She struggled to control a smile, but was able to tell that it was unusually strained. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly supported her and said, Have you washed up yet? Xiaoya shook her head. Zhao Qingfeng shook the breakfast in his hand and said, Then go wash your face and brush your teeth first, and come out for breakfast when you're clean. A faint happiness welled up in Xiaoya's eyes, and she softly mumbled, holding onto the wall as she walked into the bathroom, just picking up her toothbrush, suddenly looking inside the mirror, her own twisted expression. Xiaoya's heart trembled. My brother's smile is so warm. I'm so ugly. She didn't wash up immediately, struggling to control herself and trying to put on a nice smile, but she couldn't do it. Inside the mirror, though her features were nice, her expression was uncontrollable. The corners of her mouth were askew, and she looked odd at a glance. No matter how you adjust it, it's not normal. Xiaoya was a bit anxious, but the more anxious she was, the harder it was to control her expression. Finally looking at herself in the mirror, Xiaoya sadly shed tears. Zhao Qingfeng waited in the room for half an hour before Xiaoya came out. Her eyes were red, so Zhao Qingfeng walked over to support her and said, Ugh, why are you crying? Xiaoya bit her lip and gently shook her head without speaking. Zhao Qingfeng sighed in his heart. This little girl is also really pitiful. So he said, Okay, don't think about those sad things. Your big brother also hopes that you guys have a good time. Later I will send you to the hospital. You have to listen to the doctor and do the rehabilitation training. Xia Xiaoya spoke. Brother, I will. That's good. Zhao Qingfeng said jokingly. You can read books even if you're not doing anything. I'm running a company. Your big brother said you're very smart. Maybe you can help me when the time comes. Xia Xiaoya's eyes lit up slightly as she sniffed. Zhao Qingfeng helped her to the bedside and sat down, opened breakfast for her and said, eat something, let's go down afterward. Good. Xia Xiaoya bent down and began to eat her breakfast. Her arms couldn't be stretched out, only curled up not far from her chest in an odd position. But Zhao Qingfeng's gaze was gentle and he sighed lightly. Eat more. Look at how skinny you are. At your height, growing to about 95 pounds. That's perfect. 95 pounds? Xia Xiaoya ate breakfast silently, but Zhao Qingfeng's words, she remembered them in her heart. After eating, Zhao Qingfeng went to her and turned his back. I'll carry you down. Xia Xiaoya's luggage was placed inside the car, and there was nothing else in the room other than her cell phone. After saying that, without waiting for Xia Xiaoya to speak, he carried her on his back. Hold my neck, don't fall, Zhao Qingfeng said and went out the door. Xia Xiaoya blushed slightly and obediently reached out, encircling Zhao Qingfeng's neck. After checking out, Zhao Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoya sat in the back and let Zhou depart. Didn't go straight to the hospital though. First, he went to the mall and bought a multifunctional fully automatic wheelchair for Xia Xiaoya. Xia Xiaoya's heart trembled when she saw the price of over 10,000, and she hurriedly stopped Zhao Qingfeng when he was about to pay. The hand-wringer stated that he had money. Zhao Qingfeng looked at her expression and smiled, so he put away his cell phone and said, okay, you pay yourself. Xia Xiaoya hummed and took out her cell phone to scan the code. Next thing you know, a few people are off to the hospital. After the doctor examined Xia Xiaoya, he said to Zhao Qingfeng, this condition requires long-term treatment and several surgeries. It's not a small amount in terms of cost, and it doesn't seem to be cured. It's usually only alleviated. Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said, then just arrange for hospitalization. Use the best treatment plan. Money is not a problem. Xia Xiaoya was lying on the bed, and when she heard these words, 2 lines of tears quietly rolled down. Next, Zhao Qingfeng first paid her $100,000, and then hired 2 caregivers to take care of her food, clothing, and shelter before Xia Xiaoya was considered to be settled. Then Xiazhu was given a checkup. Only the doctor said, unless a miracle happens, it will be hard for Xiazhu to recover in this life. Zhao Qingfeng could only shake his head in disappointment. Xiazhu was indifferent and said, Mr. Zhao, I don't want a cure. I just want to cure my little sister. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he patted his arm and laughed. Good boy. Natsuju rubbed the back of his head and grinned when he was complimented. After everything was taken care of, Zhao Qingfeng was ready to leave. And when he was leaving, he went to Xia Xiaoya's hospital bed and said, you treat yourself well, and cooperate with the doctors to do your rehabilitation training. After that, he was ready to leave. Brother. At this time, Xia Xiaoya suddenly spoke. Zhao Qingfeng turned his head and asked, what's wrong? Xia Xiaoya looked at him and said, I will definitely be cured, and I want to help you. The voice was broken, but the tone was extremely serious. Zhao Qingfeng froze for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up and laughed. Good. I'll hire you at a high salary when the time comes. Xia Xiaoya also could not help but smile, not to deliberately control this unintentional smile, but surprisingly good-looking. Okay, then I'll leave first. Contact me on WeChat or call me if you need anything. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Well, Zhao Qingfeng said goodbye to her and left the hospital. By this time it was already in the afternoon. Zhao Qingfeng let Zhou send him back to the company. Explained, Xiao Zhou, you take the column to the Ministry of Personnel to enter the job. And by the way, to apply for the employee card, just go to the company cafeteria to eat. Okay, Mr. Cho. Zhou nodded and led Xiazhu to the personnel department. In front of people, Zhou was calling him Zhao, and only in private, he called Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qingfeng was ready to enter the office when Yu Guangwei, the manager of the personnel department, happened to come over, and the two of them hit the ground running. Some beads of sweat surfaced on Yu Guangwei's forehead, and he greeted him stiffly. Good morning, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, Manager you're also early. Yu Guangwei laughed and said, you call me Xiao Yu on the line. By the way, someone came to look for you today, and is now going to General Manager Shou's office. Looking for me? Zhao Qingfeng said, I know. Go ahead and get busy. Yu Guangwei was amazed and left in a hurry. It was only in the corner where Zhao Qingfeng couldn't be seen that he let out a long breath, and in his heart, he was glad that Mr. Zhao didn't see eye to eye with him. After all, now that 9 May is getting bigger and bigger, he, as the HR manager, has risen through the ranks. both in terms of salary and status. If Zhao Qingfeng held a grudge, he would have been clicked off 100%. Chapter 196. Talk to you again and I'm a dog. Zhao Qingfeng walked to the door of Zhou Mei's office and knocked. Come in. Zhou Mei's voice came out. He pushed his way in and saw the man sitting on the couch, slightly rattled. Sure enough, it was Chauvet. When Zhou Mei saw Zhao Qingfeng come in, her eyes lit up, so she smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, this factory director Zhou is here to see you. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. I know. Zhou Wei hurriedly got up, took out a disability certificate and said, Mr. Zhao, this is Xia Xiaoya's disability certificate. I've brought it over to you. Zhao Qingfeng took it and casually laughed. Speaking of which, factory director Zhou and our general manager Zhou are still in the same family. Zhou Wei smiled awkwardly and said, High and mighty, although he is the deputy director of the Aoshing Electronics Factory, he has not entered the board of directors and is, to put it bluntly, a part-time employee. At this point, facing the two real bosses of 9 Mei, the aura was much weaker. Zhou Mei didn't say anything after Zhao Qingfeng came in and sat on the chair. Her gaze fell on Zhao Qingfeng's face without leaving. Zhao Qingfeng put away his disability card, took out his cigarette case, and handed it to Zhou Wei. Sit down first, just take this opportunity to talk? Chauvet nodded and sat back down on the couch. Zhao Qingfeng also sat down and inquired, How is factory director Zhou doing over at Aoshing? Zhou Wei froze for a moment, probably understanding what Zhao Qingfeng meant, but still said, Doing quite well over there. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head in satisfaction. The way Zhou Wei handled things yesterday made him feel that this person was quite bold. Then he got up the idea of recruiting, and Zhou Wei didn't say anything bad about the proprietor, proving that this person was still good. He then said, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. 9 Mei Star 1. There is currently a factory, which is considered 9 Mei 1 factory. There is currently no factory manager. I wonder if factory manager Zhou is interested in coming over. 9 Mei is sure to have more than one factory in the future, so it is named 9 Mei 1 factory. Zhou Wei's heart stirred and cautiously asked, If I come over, am I serving as the factory manager? Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, It's the same as your position in Aoshing, deputy factory director, but as I just said, the position of factory director is vacant, and based on your performance, it's not impossible in the future. After all, it was the factory director, and although he was more optimistic about Zhou Wei, it was impossible for him to directly give him such an important position. Zhou Wei understood his meaning, so he nodded his head and said, Thank you for Mr. Zhao's favor, but for this matter, please allow me to go back and consider it. Zhao Qingfeng said, It's appropriate to consider it. If you have any ideas, feel free to call me. Good. Then Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhou, you guys get busy first, I'll leave first, Zhou Wei said, and stood up. Zhou Mei laughed. Take your time, factory director Zhou. After Zhou Wei left, Zhou Mei said, Qingfeng, I just talked to this person. His conversation is quite good in all aspects. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. I'm more optimistic about his means of doing things. In that situation yesterday, if Zhou Wei was still thinking of making peace, then Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't have left so simply, and things would have gotten bigger and bigger. For Oster, it's just 100%. Well, just make the call. Zhou Mei smiled gently and said, Now that the company's situation is on track, and Star One's reputation is gradually taking shape, you can just lie down and make money. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, his tone somewhat serious, saying, It's not that simple. Everything is fine on the surface, but in the dark, we don't know how many demons and monsters are staring at us. Star One's strong entry into the beauty industry has moved a lot of people's cake. He had communicated with Wu Qian that many people wanted the agent rights of Star One, and there were some hefty predators among them, so don't relax at all. Zhou Mei's expression also became grave as she said, Then we absolutely cannot make a mistake. The benefits and drawbacks of exclusivity are obvious. The advantage is the monopolistic nature, being able to make money with their eyes closed. But it is precisely because of the monopoly that many people are dissatisfied. There are now two ways to get a Star One agency. The first is the easiest. Convince Wu Qian to reauthorize it, and all the bigwigs are willing to pay astronomical amounts of liquidated damages as long as she agrees. The second way is a bit more shady. That was to make Zhou Mei disappear, and to put it more directly, it was to make Zhao Qingfeng and Zhou Mei disappear. This is the reason why the fire, earlier, would have suspected that the culprit behind it was because of Star One. Only the second way was unstable, because even if Zhou Mei disappeared, Wu Qian didn't have to authorize Star One to a certain person, so dare to do the second thing. That represents the background is extremely terrible. Have the confidence to solve Zhao Qingfeng after. Put forward Wu Qian cannot refuse the conditions. Take the Star One agent. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand and said, I don't have much of a problem on my side, but you have to be careful as well. He also had people around him now that he was comfortable using. Xiaoju's force value was not bad, and he himself would only be more exaggerated. Zhou Mei laughed lightly, blinked her eyes, and said, Qingfeng, are you concerned about me? Her gaze revealed cunning, and Zhao Qingfeng's heartbeat accelerated slightly as he looked at her. Zhou Mei's appearance was already very outstanding, and at this time, she even revealed some dainty attributes, which made it even more appealing. Zhao Qingfeng coughed lightly and said, Mr. Zhou, I'm still getting used to your previous high-flying appearance, so recover. Zhou Mei's smile then stiffened a bit, then she gave a disgruntled grunt and said, Zhao Qingfeng, didn't anyone tell you that you're just a complete straight man of steel? That's for sure. Zhao Qingfeng didn't think he was insulted, but instead was honored, and said in a vibrant voice, Steel? I'm a man of steel, the kind that can only be broken, not bent. Yes? Zhou Mei licked the corners of her rosy lips and said meaningfully, I'd like to see what a man of steel is. Is this hitting on me? Zhao Qingfeng's heart jumped and he said without moving, I played mahjong yesterday. Zhou Mei wondered, why did you get into playing mahjong? Did you win or lose? Was losing. Won the last hand. Zhao Qingfeng was full of it. Zhou Mei picked up her glass of water and asked with some boredom, looks like you're lucky. You got a big hand on the last hand? It's not a big name, either. Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed and said, it's the last hand. I touch myself. Self-touching. Zhou Mei froze for a moment, immediately reacted. Her face was as red as blood, directly threw out the water cup in her hand, and angrily scolded, Zhao Qingfeng, you bastard. Zhao Qingfeng caught the water cup steadily with one hand and placed it smoothly on the coffee table, then slipped away on his feet. Zhou Mei scolded, Zhao Qingfeng, don't run if you have the guts. But before she could even finish her sentence, Zhao Qingfeng was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the empty office, Zhou Mei's eyes turned red with anger and scolded, Zhao Qingfeng, if I have to talk to you again, I'm a dog. Chapter 197, The Troubled by Liu. Zhao Qingfeng returned to his office and rested for a while. He left work at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon to pick up Zhao Ye. When he arrived at the school's entrance, Zhao Qingfeng gave Bai Liu a call as usual. Yu, I'm picking up Yi today. Bai Liu paused for a moment before smiling. I was just about to go out. Zhao Qingfeng said, ugh, blame me. Next time I'll tell you in advance. Never mind. Bai Liu said, it's not a problem for the two of us to pick it up together. Just as soon as the words were out of her mouth, she blushed slightly. Zhao Qingfeng didn't seem to hear the ambiguity within the words and laughed. That's fine. That's all for now. Hanging up the phone, Bai Liu changed her shoes back again, sitting on the couch with a somewhat sad expression. When it came down to it, she couldn't lie to herself anymore. Although she was dumb, she wasn't stupid, and she didn't know when Zhao Qingfeng had entered her inner world. It was a feeling that had never existed before. When you can't see it, you think about it, and when you're bored, you wish you could hear his voice. How many times have you taken out your cell phone and clicked on his chat box, trying to find a topic to talk to him, and even he appears inside the dream world? Thinking about it, a smile surfaced at the corner of Bai Liu's mouth, beautiful to the core and thrilling. Only, in the next second, when she thought of her sister, the smile on Bai Liu's face instantly dimmed. Although her sister and he had divorced, she knew Bai Xiaoxing's character. Bai Xiaoxing would never give up. In that case, Bai Liu bit her lip, her eyes revealing a touch of sultriness for a long time before she let out a long sigh. She knew that she had moved on to Zhao Qingfeng, but there was no way she could break with her sister. So, some feelings can only be kept inside. Ugh. Bai Liu sighed softly and walked to the window, looking at the people coming and going downstairs, her eyes revealing sadness. When Zhao Yi saw that it was Zhao Qingfeng who came to pick her up, she rushed over happily and was hugged by her dad. Then with a kiss on Daddy's cheek and a twinkle in his eye, he said, Daddy, you work so hard. Zhao Qingfeng froze and was touched in his heart as he smiled and said, for Yi's sake, it's nothing if Dad works even harder. Ugh. As if she was a small adult, Zhao Yi sighed softly and said, but I don't want Daddy to work any harder. Why don't you send me to my great-aunt's place, so that you don't have to take care of me at night, and you can have a good rest? The smile on Zhao Qingfeng's face froze, and the emotion in his heart dissipated into the clouds in this instant. He gritted his teeth and sneered, Zhao Yi, just go home and do your homework honestly. Zhao Yi's body stiffened, and when she saw the expression on her old father's face, she knew that the little scheme in her heart had been discovered, and she immediately stopped talking. Zhao Qingfeng angrily put her on the co-pilot and chattered, you're really spoiled by your great-aunt. Starting tomorrow, I'll talk to your great-aunt and have her require you to finish your homework before you're allowed to play with your cell phone. And you're not allowed to play with your cell phone for more than half an hour a day. And you're not allowed to watch TV for more than half an hour. With every word he said, Zhao Ye's mouth pouted upwards a little. By the end of the day, Yi could hang a soy sauce bottle from her lips. She said with a watery sigh, Daddy's the worst. The power of that statement is immense. Zhao Qingfeng, who had a cold face a second ago, was immediately touched by the softness in his heart. Zhao Yiye's big eyes had accumulated full of tears inside, and at a certain moment they finally dripped down, choking. Daddy is bad. Daddy doesn't love me. Oh ah. Don't cry. Don't cry. Zhao Qingfeng's face could no longer be cold, and he hurriedly took out tissues to coax her. Okay, 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 Dad won't talk to Auntie. Okay. Zhao Yiyi pouted her lips and choked. Then can I watch TV for a while today and do my homework after dinner? This. Zhao Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, but he still couldn't argue with the little guy, so he could only nod his head. Alright, I promise. Zhao Yiye's eyes lit up and she hurriedly took a tissue and wiped her tears away, and then came over to give Zhao Qingfeng a kiss on the cheek. Daddy's the best. The corner of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was both happy and helpless. Evening. Zhao Ye was sitting on the sofa, happily watching the TV. Zhao Qingfeng was cooking in the kitchen. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Yiyi was about to go open the door when Zhao Qingfeng came out and said, Yi, you sit on the sofa. Oh, Zhao Ye nodded and didn't go over. Zhao Qingfeng walked to the door and faintly inquired, who is it? A crisp voice rang out from outside. Guess who I am? Hearing this voice, Zhao Yiyi immediately opened her eyes wide and jumped 3 feet high, rushing to the door to squeeze Zhao Qingfeng out of the way and reached out to open the door. Chen Lexi. Outside stood a tall double ponytailed girl, none other than Chen Lexi, and when she saw Zhao Ye, she also shouted in surprise, Yay! The corners of Zhao Qingfeng's mouth rose as he said, why didn't you say anything before coming? Humph, I'm not telling. Chen Lexi hummed lightly, her eyes secretly surveying the room. Zhao Qingfeng said breathlessly, what are you looking at with thieving eyes? There's no one else in the house. Only then did Chen Lexi blossom into a big smile, bending down and picking Zhao Ye up, giving her a kiss on the cheek and saying, Yay, did you miss me? Zhao Ye stretched out her hand, separating her thumb and forefinger a little bit, and said, there's so much to think about. When Chen Lexi heard this, she said with great dissatisfaction, this one throw of yours, Mom sounds very unhappy. Bah! Hearing her refer to herself as Mom again, Zhao Yiyi was furious. Chen Lexi, now a throwaway don't even want to. Humph, ugh, you little carrot head, how do you talk to Mom? You. Chen Lexi, I'll bite you to death. Hey, stop, no, stop, ouch. Zhao Yiyi, are you playing for real? Zhao Qingfeng watched, then smiled and shook his head, closing the door, and proceeded to the kitchen to cook. Chen Lexi was in the living room, accompanying Zhao Ye for a while, before she walked to the kitchen and said, Brother Qingfeng, there's a Mercedes-Benz parked down there with 2 people inside. Do you know about it? When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he asked, Maybach? Aha! Chen Lexi's expression was a bit serious as she said, if you don't recognize it, I'll have someone take care of it. Zhao Qingfeng quickly waved his hand. Stop it, they're my bodyguards and drivers. Zhou Yu and Xia Zhu, who drove behind him since he got off work, did their best. However, Chen Lexi's words made Zhao Qingfeng think that he should give them another ordinary car. It was fine for him to drive a Maybach when he went out, but if those 2 boys wanted to protect him, this car would be too obvious. Your bodyguard? Chen Lexi cocked her head in thought, saying, Brother Qingfeng, do they know how to use guns? I'll have someone send 2 over later. Zhao Qingfeng immediately shook his head and said, not yet. Now I guess someone is worried about finding a loophole for him, and if he is caught with a gun, it's a big problem. Other side. Let's get started tomorrow. Zhang Feng said indifferently. Lang Ning looked up and nodded, albeit reluctantly. Zhang Feng reached out and pressed his hand on her head, closing his eyes. He said, by the way, tomorrow I'll ask Bai Xiaoxing to come out and meet with me. At that time you'll bring him and run into him by accident. So maybe you can stimulate him so that your plan will go smoother. Lang Ning couldn't speak well, so he hummed. Chapter 198, Chen Lexi's second failure. Ugh, so full. Chen Lexi ate and drank enough, and now rubbing her stomach, she sighed in comfort. Zhao Qingfeng swept a glance and saw that she had lifted up her clothes a bit, her delicate white belly shaking people's eyes. So he said, pay attention to your image. There are still people here. Someone? Chen Lexi observed a circle, looked at Zhao Qingfeng, then Zhao Ye, and said blankly, where? Didn't see it. Zhao Qingfeng's cheeks twitched, so he stopped talking and silently began to clean up the dishes. With a cheeky smile, Chen Lexi came over and said, Brother Qingfeng, I'll wash the dishes with you, okay? She purposely stretched her tone over that word wash, her tone flirty. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. Stop it, go play in the living room. I still have to be busy. Ugh, okay. Chen Lexi sighed in disappointment. When he got to the living room, he said to Zhao Yiyi, ugh, play the game ah. I play Yao. Zhao Yiyi's eyes lit up when she heard this. Then I'll play Luban. The two hit it off right away and immediately squeezed onto the couch and started playing the game side by side. When Zhao Qingfeng came out, the girls were having a great time. He coughed lightly and said coldly, "Zhao Ye, have you done your homework?" Zhao Ye's body trembled, and before she could say anything, Chen Lexi glared at Zhao Qingfeng in dissatisfaction. "What are you being mean at Ye for? Can't you write again after playing for a while?" "But, nothing but, nowadays. Learning should also emphasize the combination of labor and rest. Brother Qingfeng, you don't be an old codger. Do what you should do." "Alas, Yi, you have no blood. Run, run, run." Zhao Qingfeng shook his head breathlessly, and suddenly lost his presence, so he could only go back to his room to play with his cell phone resentfully. After about half an hour, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Chen Lexi's delicate figure drilled in. She was wearing a beige camisole over a small jacket today, and a purple knee-length skirt underneath. With a smile on her face, she looked to be in a good mood. She said, Yi went to do her homework. Quite a good boy. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said with a smile, smiling like a hiding flower, "What are you so happy about today?" "I'm happy because I see Brother Qingfeng," Chen Lexi said as a matter of course, and reached around him as she walked over to sit next to him. The raging waves made Zhao Qingfeng feel a burst of oppression, so he smiled and said, "I'm not abroad. It's not easy to see. He. Chen Lexi shook his arm, her tone sweet, "I just want to see you every day." Qingfeng Gigi. Zhao Qingfeng's cold sweat broke out and he looked on the ground. Chen Lexi asked strangely, "Brother Qingfeng, what are you looking at? I see that my goosebumps aren't falling off again." Zhao Qingfeng said seriously. Chen Lexi blushed and reached out to slap it. "Nasty." Zhao Qingfeng hissed lightly and said through clenched teeth, "Not where you're shooting." "Alas, it matters not," Chen Lexi said. "How is your company doing now?" Zhao Qingfeng was a bit surprised to see her suddenly asking about the company. So he said, "It's currently developing rapidly and the sales of the products are impressive." "What's the problem?" Questions. Chen Lexi pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "It's not that there's any problem. It's that although Star 1 is good now, the product is too single. The ceiling isn't high enough, and it's too easy to trip on one leg." When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he became serious and said, "I don't think you said these words yourself." Chen Lexi nodded and said, "This is what my eldest uncle told me." Sure enough, Province 1's thinking pattern is really not something that ordinary people can imagine. In fact, with the prospect of Star 1, Zhao Qingfeng has a $10 billion worth, and it is only a matter of time. But in the eyes of that one, it is evaluated with the word ceiling is too low. Zhao Qingfeng thought about it, but laughed indifferently. "I don't need any upper limit either. Money past $1 billion is actually already a number. There's no point in going any further." "No," Chen Lexi blurted out. Zhao Qingfeng looked at her suspiciously. Chen Lexi bit her lips and said, "Brother Qingfeng, you can't think like this. Having wealth and status is directly proportional to each other. Reaching a certain wealth, then perhaps you yourself can become a center point of interest. Many people will gather because of you, and there will be more power of speech." Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "That's what your eldest uncle told you, right?" "Actually, right. I just want to live a good life and just raise Yi." Chen Lexi suddenly grabbed his hand with some crystals in her eyes and said, "What about me?" Zhao Qingfeng looked at her expression and was somewhat unsure. Chen Lexi's voice inside a little trembling. "My eldest uncle said that with your current rate of development, there is no chance in this life to step into the threshold of the Chen family. I want to be with you. Reality is not a fairy tale. Born in the Chen family, Chen Lexi has what many people can only dream of, but at the same time, she has lost a lot of autonomy. She had an older brother and a younger brother, and there were many more within the family. She wasn't unique. Even because she was born in the Chen family, she couldn't even go and elope with Zhao Qingfeng." A conversation with her eldest uncle the other day had made her entire being bad. Chen Daozhong's words at the time were even more nonchalant. He said that although Zhao Qingfeng was somewhat special, he didn't have half a chance of marrying Chen Lexi and told her to be prepared. This made Chen Lexi instantly confused and secretly cried many times inside the blanket. Only then did Zhao Qingfeng realize that she was worried about this, so he reached out to hold her shoulders and said with a smile, "Lexi, isn't it a bit early for you to be worrying about this now? Everything is possible. Even the dead can be resurrected. There's no need to be anxious." When Chen Lexi sniffed, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and softly hummed. Then, an impulse surged in her heart and she suddenly raised her head and looked straight at Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng instantly reacted and quickly spoke. "Alas, Lexi you." Just before the words were finished, Chen Lexi stood up and pushed him down on the bed in one fell swoop. "Don't you?" Zhao Qingfeng opened his mouth again, but his following words were blocked by the fragrant red lips. Chen Lexi's shoes had kicked off at some point, and now she was sitting on his waist, taking the initiative. But Zhao Qingfeng quickly turned the tables and navigated his hands with precision. And for the next 5 minutes, The two of them were rolling around on the bed. It's going to be an accident if it's not. Chen Lexi's cell phone suddenly rang, and she didn't know who was bouncing videos for her. Chen Lexi didn't seem to hear it. Her eyes were closed and she was very engaged. However, Zhao Qingfeng came to his senses, and the figures of several people surfaced in his mind. Bai Liu, Su Qiuran, and even Bai Xiaoxing. If it happens with Chen Lexi, then Zhao Qingfeng knew that he hadn't chosen well, and he couldn't afford to take responsibility in this state. So even though he was impulsive in his heart, he still reached out and pushed Chen Lexi away, saying, "Ugh, your call is coming." Chen Lexi's originally mesmerized eyes focused slightly, and she wanted to launch another attack, but Zhao Qingfeng had already sat up. Failing for the second time made her resentful and huffed. "Brother Qingfeng, you don't even eat the meat that comes to your mouth. You're going to become a monk tomorrow." Chapter 199, Xiao Ming warns Zhao Qingfeng. Next time for sure." Zhao Qingfeng snorted perfunctorily. Chen Lexi skimmed her mouth before picking up her cell phone with some anger. Wanting to see which asshole was interrupting her good deed, she picked up her cell phone and glanced at it. Frowning, "What's she calling me for?" Zhao Qingfeng casually asked. "Who is it? BFF? No, I should count former neighbors. Haven't had much contact lately, don't want to answer." After Chen Lexi finished speaking, she hung up the video call and then laid down on the bed in one go. Her entire body was in a large shape, and the most crucial thing was that the hem of her dress and skirt were lifted up. Her hair was scattered, causing Zhao Qingfeng's eyes to tremble as he looked at her. Chen Lexi smiled cheekily, raised her finger and hooked it, and said with winks, "Brother Qingfeng, come on, have fun." Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Calm down. Also, clean up a bit on your body. Nasty." Chen Lexi glanced at herself before she said with a playful smile, "Packing up what? Isn't that all Brother Qingfeng's handiwork?" Zhao Qingfeng had no way to retort, so he picked up the water cup on the bedside table and took a sip of water to calm himself a little. Chen Lexi was still ready to continue hooking up when the phone rang again at this moment. Asterisk. There's no end to it. Chen Lexi got annoyed and picked up her cell phone again. This time she chose to connect. "Hey, Xiao Shuling, what's up?" Chen Lexi said without any good humor. In the cell phone screen, a girl of about 17 or 18 years old appeared, with a slightly baby-fat face and an extremely playful appearance, but her eyebrows were not as well behaved as those of a girl from an ordinary family, and she was more arrogant. When she saw Chen Lexi connecting, she said with dissatisfaction, "Sister Lexi, I've been calling you for so long, why are you just picking up?" Chen Lexi frowned and said, "I can't be busy with something? Are you blaming me for not answering your calls?" Xiao Shuling's eyes rolled, and she hurriedly said with a smile, "Alas, no, I don't miss you, you're not in the capital. I'm bored sometimes, go to bed if you're bored." Chen Lexi said faintly, "Geez, I was just thinking about you." Xiao Shuling didn't care about Chen Lexi's tone and said with a smile, "When are you going back to the capital?" Chen Lexi said, "What's wrong with not going back for a short time? Come back early, let's play together." Xiao Shuling said, "I, and my brother, and a lot of my friends want you back." With that, she turned the camera of her cell phone to reveal a young man. The man was handsome, even just a little bit worse than Zhao Qingfeng, who was still a little confused as he watched his sister flip the camera around. Xiao Shuling said, "Brother, I'm on a video call with Sister Lexi, so say hello." The young man froze at his words, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he smiled and waved at the camera, saying, "Lexi, long time no see. There's a subdued air about the way you hold your hands and feet." Chen Lexi was expressionless and said, "You guys play your games? What am I going to do?" Xiao Shuling once again flipped the camera back and hurriedly said, "Alas, Sister Lexi, we're all in the same circle. You're not coming back. There's so much less joy. Who says I'm in the same circle as you guys?" Chen Lexi glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said with some displeasure. Xiao Shuling said in dismay, "Isn't that so? We all played with my brother when we were little, and you called out to Brother Ming, so you'll definitely be my sister-in-law when the time comes dash." "Shut up!" Chen Lexi furiously interrupted her and said angrily, "Who is your sister-in-law? When were you a child? 10 or 9 years old?" "Xiao Shuling, if you say something like that again, beware I'll turn my back on you." Xiao Shuling sniffed. A flash of resentment flashed in her eyes. If it was an ordinary person who dared to talk to her like this, there would be absolutely no good fruit to eat. But Chen Lexi is different. Not to mention that the Chen family is not inferior to the Xiao family, but also the current relationship between the two families is ambiguous. Xiao Ming and Chen Lexi probability is to be combined, will become her sister-in-law, so Xiao Shuling cannot be offended. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuling said with some aggression, "Sister Lexi, even if I said something wrong, you don't have to be so fierce. We used to be on such good terms." Chen Lexi smoothed her breath and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Xiao Shuling, so she reached out and prepared to close the video call. However, her finger accidentally touched the top of the flip button. Zhao Qingfeng's figure suddenly appeared in the picture. Chen Lexi was shocked and was about to cancel. Only her hands were so busy that it took several seconds for her to flip back. But in these short seconds, Xiao Shuling had already gotten a good look at Zhao Qingfeng, and with her eyes shining, she said, "Sister Lexi, is this man your bodyguard? He's quite handsome." Chen Lexi was about to hang up, but when she saw Xiao Shuling say that, she got angry and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're the bodyguard. Your whole family is bodyguards." "What?" Xiao Shuling's anger couldn't be suppressed immediately and said, "Sister Lexi, even if you don't want to be friends with me, you don't have to insult me like this, right?" Chen Lexi sneered, "You think this is an insult? Then how could you? Just now, just say it? He's someone you met in Tenant, isn't he? What's wrong with saying a word about this kind of goods? You let him stand in front of me and I'll scold him 100 times to his face. You see if he dares to talk back?" Xiao Shuling couldn't help herself, her face welling up with untamed wildness. "What's the noise?" At that moment, a faint voice came out, and then the video shook, and Xiao Shuling, who was in the camera, turned into the young man from earlier. He looked at Chen Lexi and said with a smile, "Lexi, Shuling is still young, don't talk down to her. When you come back, I'll let her apologize to you." Chen Lexi frowned and said, "There's no need to apologize, and I'm too lazy to see her." The young man shook his head and laughed. She did speak out of turn. "Was that brother still around just now? In place of my sister, I apologize to you. With no, give me the cell phone." Chen Lexi was still about to say something when Zhao Qingfeng's calm voice suddenly interrupted. She looked up and hurriedly glared at Zhao Qingfeng. However, Zhao Qingfeng didn't care and instead extended his hand. Chen Lexi had no choice but to hand him the cell phone. Zhao Qingfeng took his cell phone and looked at the camera. The man on the other side was a bit surprised, but immediately smiled and said, "Brother, you're very good." He thought Zhao Qingfeng didn't dare to make a sound, much less pick up his video. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said, "My name is Zhao Cheng. Your name is Zhao Qingfeng. With the star 1 white bottle, you took 70% of 9 May's shares to become the chairman of the board. My information should be correct, right?" The young man's gaze flickered and he said with a light smile, "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Ming, and I'm a family friend of Lu Shi." When these words came out, Zhao Qingfeng's face sank. Xiao Ming had obviously investigated his information. That was one thing, and the second point, he even showed that his family lineage was not inferior to the Chen family at all. That's a warning. What's the warning? There is only one thing, and that is Chen Lexi. This person is warning him not to touch Chen Lexi. Chapter 200 Gu Chang might not be dead? Chen Lexi's face changed as she hurriedly squeezed over and snapped, "Xiao Ming, have you investigated Brother Qingfeng?" Xiao Ming smilingly waved his hand. "Not so much. When I visited your house last time, Auntie Chu mentioned a word to me." "My mom?" Chen Lexi frowned. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said quietly, "It seems that you know a lot about me?" Xiao Ming said, "It's all hearsay, not particularly well known." Zhao Qingfeng's gaze snapped sharply, staring straight at Xiao Ming in the camera, saying, "Then I wonder, how much you know about the fire in my company some time ago." When he finished speaking, he stared dead at Xiao Ming's facial expression. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming's eyes were calm and he just smiled gently. "I've heard a little bit about it. You're quite lucky to have escaped with your life in that situation." When Chen Lexi saw Zhao Qingfeng's skepticism, her eyes widened and she said with some excitement, "Xiao Ming, did you do it?" Xiao Ming said helplessly, "Lexi, in your heart, am I such a person?" Chen Lexi still stared at him with a cold expression and asked word for word, "I just want to know if it's you." Xiao Ming frowned, obviously not used to being questioned like that, but after 2 seconds of silence, he answered, "No." Zhao Qingfeng said indifferently, "No matter who it is, the water will eventually come out, and all the truth will be laid out on my desktop later." "Makes sense." Xiao Ming nodded approvingly and said meaningfully, "But I don't need later. As long as I want, right now, anything will be on my desk." He still had a gentle smile on his face, but between the words, there was an air of dominance. "You need time to grow, and I don't." "Yes?" Zhao Qingfeng smiled noncommittally and suddenly took Chen Lexi's shoulders and said, "Didn't you want to apologize just now? It's okay now. You apologize." The smile on Xiao Ming's face stiffened a bit. Looking at Zhao Qingfeng and Chen Lexi, who appeared to be very close in the camera, his eyes became extremely dangerous for a certain moment, but he quickly recovered. He laughed softly. "Mr. Zhao, my sister said that you were a bodyguard. That was her mistake. I apologize to you." "I'm sorry." Chen Lexi nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's more or less the same." However, Zhao Qingfeng was on guard in his heart. After the fire, the profiling of the murderer behind the fire, he mused, had to fulfill about 2 conditions. The first has a great background and sees the potential of Star One. The second was a feud with the man himself, who wanted him dead, so he rightfully suspected this Xiaoming. But Xiaoming's performance just now didn't make him certain, and it was even more suspicious. And the most crucial thing was that just now, when he stimulated like this Xiao de Xiao was able to endure it, so he was obviously not a brainless fool. To summarize, it's 4 words, not good. Zhao Qingfeng nodded calmly and said, I know, brother, who is he to apologize to him? What kind of goods, dare? Next to her, Xiao Shuling's shouting came. Xiao Ming sighed and said, this girl, Shuling, has been spoiled since she was young. When will Lexi come back and educate her? After all, he apologized just now. Chen Lexi's face slightly slowed down, but still said, that's your family's business, what's it got to do with me? Well, that's right, too. Xiao Ming smiled. His eyes looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said, alright, it's getting late, so I'll leave you guys alone for now. By the way, Mr. Zhao, Star One oral liquid is good. I have bought some of it. There will be a chance to cooperate later. Although Zhao Qingfeng was a bit skeptical of him, he didn't tear his face off and said, there's a chance to talk. Yes. Xiaoming nodded his head and directly cut off the video call. Chen Lexi immediately said, brother Qingfeng, you suspect that he set the fire? Zhao Qingfeng didn't hide it from her, but said, there is a certain possibility. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Lexi's expression immediately became incomparably angry as she gritted her teeth. If it's really him, I'll go out of my way to make him pay. Not really, Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said. There are too many people to suspect before this kind of thing comes to light, and I even suspected a dead man. Dead people? Chen Lexi was a bit stunned. Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly, so he sat down with Chen Lexi on the edge of the bed and briefly said something about Bai Xiaoxing and Gu Chang. After Chen Lexi heard it, she said in a puzzled manner, so, you were, I'd buy a dead childhood friend? Cave green? It's not green either, it's just, Zhao Qingfeng was still thinking of explaining, but when he looked at Chen Lexi with a hardened look of stifled laughter, he instantly didn't bother explaining and said feebly, well, I was green with an eye. Poo-ah-ah-ah-ah. Chen Lexi couldn't hold it together and violently erupted into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, being green by an eye. Ha ha ha, brother Qingfeng, don't be angry. I'm not laughing at you. I just thought of something happy. Po ha 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 ha. Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened as he said, what? Is your mom going to give you a younger sibling? Yeah, cough cough no. Chen Lexi put away her smile and glared at him. What are you talking about? Zhao Qingfeng said quietly. In short, that's what happened. Ugh, no wonder you're divorcing your ex-sister-in-law. Brother Qingfeng is still miserable. Come and give me a hug. Chen Lexi knelt on the bed and hugged Zhao Qingfeng tightly. Zhao Qingfeng started to feel quite good, but soon, because of the lack of breath leading to some lack of oxygen, he left Chen Lexi's embrace with difficulty and said, but I have a feeling that Gu Chang, maybe he didn't die. Chen Lexi was still a bit dissatisfied by his pushing away, but when she heard this, she asked with interest again, how so? Zhao Qingfeng thought about it and said, there's no exact evidence, just a little intuition. From that pile of photos from the capital, it was unusual. The effect of that pile of photographs had caused his slightly eased relationship with Bai Xiaoxing to break down in an instant. If Zhang Zixuan was still alive, Zhao Qingfeng would not hesitate to suspect it was him, but Zhang Zixuan is dead, so who else would do this? In other words, who wouldn't want to see his relationship with Bai Xiaoxing continue to recover? Precisely because Zhao Qingfeng, himself, had experienced coming back from the dead, it was natural for him to wonder if it was possible that Gu Chang had not died. He sent that photo, and the fire is inseparably linked to him. After Chen Lexi heard his analysis, her expression turned serious and said, since you suspect it, brother Qingfeng, there must be some possibility. Zhao Qingfeng continued to analyze. If he didn't die, odds are that he would have had to leave Tiantong for some reason, and I'm guessing it has something to do with the Bai family. The Gu family must have been in an equal or not too much weaker position with the Bai family before, and because something happened to the Gu family, it caused the position to fall apart. Under these circumstances, the Bai family would inevitably not want Bai Xiaoxing to be with him, and would reject him and Bai Xiaoxing from continuing to hang out. Hence the motive for faking his death and leaving. Chen Lexi couldn't help but ask, how are you sure the Bai family won't agree? Zhao Qingfeng laughed softly, a cold light flashing in his eyes, because I've experienced it. There are people who don't want me and Bai Xiaoxing to be together, and their methods are quite extreme. What? Chen Lexi's face immediately turned cold as she said, the Bai family used tricks on you? They sought death. Did ex-wife's sister just let them bully you? When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he sighed and told what happened at that time. Bai Xiaoxing didn't sit idly by. At first, Jiang Yao used some means to make him leave Bai Xiaoxing, and after Bai Xiaoxing learned about it, he directly carried a knife to find Jiang Yao to fight for his life. I heard that Jiang Yao lost a lot of blood that day, and if it wasn't for Bai Jianghe stopping her, she definitely wouldn't have survived. It was only after that incident that the Bai family recognized Zhao Qingfeng's status as an aunt. Chen Lexi was surprised. Ex-wife's sister is still so brave? Zhao Qingfeng nodded. It was a place he had a hard time getting over, and Bai Xiaoxing had given so much to her, so willingly being at home was a way to return the favor. At the same time, this was one of the reasons why Zhao Qingfeng was unwilling to retaliate against Bai Xiaoxing even though he had died once. Chapter 201, The Sad Chen Lexi. Chen Lexi was a bit awestruck when she heard this. Suddenly I kind of admire my ex-wife's sister. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and said lightly, it's all in the past. Chen Lexi looked at him and coldly asked, alas, what do you think the ex-wife's sister would do if that Guchun came back? I don't know, but it's none of my business what she does. Hearing this, Chen Lexi inexplicably smiled. She said with certainty, it doesn't matter that it's weird. If you see those two together, you're 100% broken. How? Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Bai Xiaoxing can be with whomever she wants. I won't have half an opinion. Ha ha. Chen Lexi stretched out her finger and tapped the tip of his nose. Just keep your mouth shut. Zhao Qingfeng glared at her in dissatisfaction. Do you just have to mention her? All I want to know right now is who actually started that fire. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about it. There was no way he could rest easy until this man was caught. Chen Lexi's smile withdrew and her expression became serious as she said, this is a problem. When she said this, her expression became fierce and somewhat murderous. No matter what this person's status is, if he dares to do such a thing, I will definitely not let him go. Zhao Qingfeng was a bit touched, so he smiled and said, Lexi, thank you. Darn it, you're polite with me. Chen Lexi ranted unhappily. Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently, looked at the time, and said, I'll go check on Yi Yi. He got up and went out. Yi Yi's homework was already done, and now he was hugging his cell phone and playing. Zhao Qingfeng walked over and said, it's getting late. It's time to take a bath and go to bed. You won't be able to get up again tomorrow after playing. Chen Lexi skimmed her mouth and reluctantly handed him her cell phone, saying, got it. Zhao Qingfeng helped Zhao Ye put on the water, and when she finished her bath, he let her go into her room to sleep. Only then did she say to Chen Lexi, what are your arrangements for the evening? Chen Lexi's eyes rolled back and said with a smile, it's definitely not convenient for me to go back at this hour and there are no beds in the other rooms, so there's only one place for me to go, she said, her eyes frequently glancing to the master bedroom. Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, then go sleep in my room. Chen Lexi suddenly opened her eyes wide and almost jumped up in joy, thinking in her heart, a whole night even if brother Qingfeng was a eunuch, he would have to grow out after such a long time. She just couldn't wait to run into her room and said cheerfully, I'll take a shower first then. Zhao Qingfeng looked in his eyes, so he smiled and carried out the bedding from the cabinet and put it on the sofa, then went outside to the bathroom to take a shower. When Chen Lexi came out after her bath, Zhao Qingfeng was nowhere to be seen inside the room. When he came out, he saw Zhao Qingfeng sleeping on top of the sofa. Chen Lexi hummed in dissatisfaction and muttered, I knew it. Zhao Qingfeng vaguely heard it, so he smiled and said, alright, go to bed early. Chen Lexi gave a breathless good night brother Qingfeng. After entering the room and lying inside Zhao Qingfeng's quilt, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Lexi's mouth. It didn't work out, but it was a breakthrough of a landmark nature. She actually keenly perceived that Zhao Qingfeng had her in his heart, and it wasn't because of her family circumstances that he didn't dare to touch her. From just now even in the face of Xiao Ming, brother Qingfeng had dared to take her by the shoulders and make such provocative behavior. It's enough to prove that brother Qingfeng is not a timid and fearful person. He does not touch me. The probability is that there are other people in his heart. Chen Lexi thought like this. His eyes revealed a calm gaze. And who is this person in the end? Sister ex-wife? Sister-in-law? Or Sister Qiuran? Thinking about it, Chen Lexi just sighed and muttered, Brother Qingfeng, it's okay for you to slag a little bit. Cherish this time. In the future, if we can't be together, at least you won't be too hard to bear, and I'm relieved to know that there are other people who love you. When she finished, she had a slightly sad expression, and for the first time in her life, she wished she was a normal family girl. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng got up and went to the master bedroom to take a look. Chen Lexi was still sleeping. Hearing the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes and when she saw Zhao Qingfeng, she lazily said, Brother Qingfeng, I'm going to sleep for a while, so I don't need to make my breakfast. Zhao Qingfeng nodded with a smile. Alright, you sleep first. After saying that, he closed the door and shouted for Zhao Ye to get up. Half an hour later went downstairs and really saw Zhou and Xiaozhu. Only, Xiaozhu's expression was a bit wary as his gaze turned to a black sedan not far away and said, Mr. Zhao, I've been keeping an eye on these people. He couldn't express it, but the meaning was clear. The people in this car were not normal. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at it, and one of the women inside looked a bit familiar and nodded at Zhao Qingfeng with an awkward smile. Zhao Qingfeng recognized that she was the kidnapper from that day, the bodyguard who used a dagger to pick at Bai Xiaoxing's purple pants. These people are Chen Lexi's bodyguards. Zhao Qingfeng nodded gently and didn't bother to greet them. He said to Zhou Yu, turn around and go to the company to find the fleet leader to get the keys to another Volkswagen. And if you want to follow me in the future, drive another car. The current size of the vehicles inside the company was close to 30, which included 5 of Zhao Qingfeng's as well as Zhou Mei's luxury cars, while the others were all official cars from various departments. Zhou Yu nodded. Okay, Mr. Zhao. When Zhao Yi looked at them, she asked curiously, Daddy, who are they? Zhao Qingfeng laughed. He's brother Zhou Yu, and he's brother Xiaozhu. Zhao Ye looked at Xiaozhu and marveled. Brother Xiaozhu is so tall, even taller than Dad. Xiaozhu sniffed, and quickly bent his body, shaking his head in fear. No, I'm not as tall as Mr. Zhao. His movements were comical and he looked ridiculous, but Zhao Qingfeng couldn't laugh. With a light sigh, he patted Xiaozhu's shoulder and said, Zhu, stand up straight. No one will be able to make you bend over in the future. Xiaozhu sniffed and immediately stood up straight. Zhao Qingfeng looked at Zhao Ye and suddenly had a bright idea and said, I'll give you a mission. Zhou Yu and Xiaozhu got excited at the same time and opened their mouths. Mr. Zhao, please speak. Zhao Qingfeng said, she is Zhao Ye, my daughter. In the future, when I'm not doing anything, your main task will be to protect her. Can you do that? Zhou Yu hurriedly said, no problem. Promise to complete the task. Xiaozhu's gaze went to Zhao Yi, as if to reflect her appearance into his heart, and only after a while did he follow Zhou Yu's example and said, guarantee to complete the task. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and led Zhao Ye to the underground parking lot, driving the old Audi and sending Yi inside the school. He went straight to the company. Not long after he arrived at the office, the receptionist called him. Mr. Zhao, there's a lady named Bai who came to visit you but didn't have an appointment. Zhao Qingfeng frowned. Bai Xiaoxing had only subsided for a few days, and then it started again? He thought for a moment and said faintly, have her come to my office. A short while later, the office door was pushed open. When Zhao Qingfeng saw her, his face froze before a smile surfaced and he said, why are you here? Chapter 202, Bringing Back the Real Lin Yuan. As he spoke, Zhao Qingfeng stood up to welcome him. He thought it was Bai Xiaoxing who had come, but he didn't expect it to be Bai Liu. Bai Liu smiled faintly, observed from left to right, and said, alas, this is a nice office you have. Zhao Qingfeng said, not bad. Why did you come over today? Had nothing to do at home and came over to hang out. Bai Xiaoxing said, sitting on his butt on the sofa without any politeness at all. She is wearing a white dress today, narrow small belt tied around her waist, appearing to have a concave and convex figure, and at this time she sat down and didn't care about her image. Zhao Qingfeng looked down from above, and a tantalizing deepness at the neckline made his eyes tremble. After looking at him for 2 seconds, Zhao Qingfeng shifted his gaze and said, there's nothing going on in the company. Why don't I accompany you for a walk? That's not necessary. Bai Liu shook her head, sensing Zhao Qingfeng's averted gaze and smiling in her heart. She said, actually, I came over today because I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Qingfeng casually said, what's the matter you say What to discuss or not to discuss? Engage in so polite why? Aha. Bai Liu nodded her head and said, I have nothing to do at home, so what do you think about working for you? Work? Zhao Qingfeng said with some surprise. Yes, the last live broadcast was quite good. How about I become your royal anchorwoman? Bai Liu said with a smile. A royal hostess? Zhao Qingfeng chanted, always feeling that the word was more or less childish. Bai Liu originally said that she didn't have this meaning, but when she heard him repeat it she felt that the flavor was a bit off, and immediately her cheeks reddened, and she didn't bother to explain, but just slightly lowered her head. After thinking about it, Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, no problem. Go back and create a dedicated live broadcasting room for you at the company. It's appropriate. Then it's a deal. Bai Liu said with a face full of joy. This way, you can chat with Zhao Qingfeng every day and see him at all times. Zhao Qingfeng immediately shot the board, and did not dawdle, called to let the people of the Ministry of Integration to come over, explaining that they get a live room out. Bai Liu also made some requests of her own, and the matter was finalized. However, Bai Liu didn't mention compensation, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything about labor contracts, treatment, or anything like that. It's a bit of a raw deal to say that after the last exchange, after the people from the comprehensive department left, Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, then you can stay in my office for a while today. There's an office inside where you can take a break. Just mind your own business. Bai Liu waved her hand and said, give me the relevant information about the product. I'll just take a look. Zhao Qingfeng hummed and went out to bring in a piece of information. Bai Liu sat down on Zhao Qingfeng's boss chair at this moment, turned around twice, and said, "Ugh, your chair is quite comfortable to sit in." Zhao Qingfeng laughed. "Then if it's okay you can come over and sit down." Bai Liu was a bit happy and nodded. "That's for sure." Zhao Qingfeng looked at his watch and said, "You can look at this information first. I still have some things to take care of. You go ahead and leave me alone." Bai Liu waved her hand. Zhao Qingfeng hummed and went to Zhou Mei's office. When Zhou Mei saw him coming over, her expression instantly became full of resentment and she said indignantly, "Zhao Qingfeng, how dare you come over?" Zhao Qingfeng hemmed and hawed and said, "What made Mr. Zhou so angry?" Zhou Mei said angrily, "Don't you remember what you said yesterday?" "Said what?" Zhao Qingfeng expression puzzled, quickly came to a sudden realization. Meaningful. "Oh, I said yesterday that I touched myself 2 stripes? Ah, I can't take it anymore." Zhou Mei bashful face red, annoyed and furious rushed over, forced Zhao Qingfeng against the door, coldly said, "Let you mouth, believe it or not I waste you?" With that, she brought her knees up and made a move to top them. Zhao Qingfeng immediately stared wide-eyed and drew a mouthful of cool air. Asterisk. "Mr. Zhou, calm down." "Humph." Zhou Mei glared at him fiercely, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Alas, I was wrong, Mr. Zhou, I admit my mistake." "That's more like it." Zhou Mei gave him a flavorful blank look before turning around and wiggling her hips back into her chair. She was wearing a workplace OL wraparound dress today, stockings with high heels and a walk that was evocative of her posture. Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently and sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, said, "A friend of mine is coming over to be an anchor. I've arranged a live room for her in the company. Are you okay with that?" Zhou Mei immediately said, "Your former sister-in-law, Bai Liu?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said, "Your guess is pretty accurate." Zhou Mei felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, rolled her eyes, and said, "As soon as you said it, I knew it was her. If you want to get it, just do it. You're the chairman anyway. What can I say?" "This yin and yang," Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly said, "this is not what I discussed with you." "I agree." Zhou Mei waved her hand feebly. In her position, there was actually no reason to refuse. After all, an anchor with millions of real fans is only good and not bad for the company. But there was just something uncomfortable in her heart, especially since it was also clearly known that her former sister-in-law had some extraordinary thoughts about Zhao Qingfeng. It's as if some privilege you have has been usurped by someone else. Zhao Qingfeng saw that she was inexplicably in a bad mood and didn't ask why. So he said, "Alas, it's good that you agree, so I'll leave first." After that, he was ready to leave. Zhou Mei said somewhat impulsively, "Is that why you came to me?" She hadn't even noticed herself that her tone was a little sour at the moment. Zhao Qingfeng nodded his head and said honestly, "Yeah, the company's development is all very stable now, and there's nothing else going on. Besides, I'm relieved that you're at the helm." It was important to know that in Zhou Mei's heart, Zhou Mei had an extremely important position, so Zhao Qingfeng was able to hand things over to her with peace of mind. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and waved her hand. "Get lost." Zhao Qingfeng let out an oh-so-subtle sound and immediately left. This makes Zhou Mei incomparably discouraged. The heart actually had an idea. That is, why Zhou Mei cannot touch some difficulties, so that she and Zhao Qingfeng to face together, and together to overcome the difficulties, just like the last fire. LOL, what was I thinking? Zhou Mei shook her head, shaking off this ridiculous thought. Zhao Qingfeng left Zhou Mei's office and received a special phone call. "Mr. Zhao, I'm Lin Tianming," the voice across the room, full of joy. Zhao Qingfeng was slightly stunned, as if he guessed something, and smiled as he asked, "Mr. Lin called me? It seems like something good has befallen me." Lin Tianming couldn't wait to say, "Yes, there it is. My wife has it again." He sounded elated and excited. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, after 9 months, you'll be able to see Yuan." Lin Tianming hummed, but his tone became apprehensive again, and also a bit terrified. "Will she blame us?" Zhao Qingfeng sighed softly. How can a child blame their parents? Lin Yuan might have blamed it if she had grown up, but at her current age, she would only wonder if she hadn't done enough to cause her mom and dad to not love her. Lin Tianming's voice choked a little and said, "Mr. Zhao, I swear, Lin Tianming, swear to the heavens that in this life I will use everything I have to be good to Yuan. Even if the company doesn't want it, I will make Yuan the happiest little princess." Zhao Qingfeng was silent for 2 seconds before replying, "I hope you'll do what you say you'll do, and when the baby is born, I'll go over to see it." It was now clear that Lin Tianming's second treasure was Lin Yuan reincarnated, but what Zhao Qingfeng wanted to do was to see if he could get Lin Yuan to retrieve her memories of her last life. This was Lin Yuan's true return, a return without regrets. not a similar flower. Lin Tianming nodded repeatedly. Good, good. I have a request. You say, can Mr. Zhao be Yuan's godfather? Zhao Qingfeng smiled gently at his words. Of course. Chapter 203, by Xiaoxing and Zhang Fan eat together? Hanging up the phone, Zhao Qingfeng returned to his office. Bai Li leaned back in his boss chair, leisurely playing with his cell phone. Zhao Qingfeng came in and sat on the sofa. Qingfeng, Star One's prospects are good, and it's also brought Nine Mei a lot of fame. What product do you plan to make next? When Bai Li saw him come in, she put away her cell phone and asked with interest. A group of companies, inevitably, must develop in many ways, the real giant-level enterprises, and even cover all aspects of clothing, food, housing and transportation, so that they will be able to stand under any storm. It's not being considered yet. After all, the Star One oral liquid have all just been released not too long ago. Zhao Qingfeng didn't lift his head as his fingers kept tapping on the phone. Bai Li frowned. Zhao Qingfeng's cell phone kept tapping, obviously sending messages. She moved in her heart, so she stood up silently, walked over and said, Ugh, chatting with who? Hot and bothered? Zhao Qingfeng lifted his head at the words, smiled a little, and without hiding it, said, the lawyer who helped me with the divorce before. Condensation? However, Bai Liu's expression suddenly became serious. You recognize? Zhao Qingfeng was a bit stunned, but immediately reacted and said, did Bai Xiaoxing tell you? Bai Liu nodded her head and said, she did tell me that this person only contacted you after you had succeeded, and it always felt like she was up to no good, so you have to be more cautious. Zhao Qingfeng was silent for a long time before he smiled. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. When Bai Liu saw that he didn't seem to want to talk about the topic of condensation and still reply to the message, her heart was inexplicably sad and a little sour. Neither spoke again for the next while, and the office was quiet for a while. Bai Liu quietly observed him for a long time before she sighed softly, her eyes flashing with a hint of despondency as she picked up the information on Star One and read it carefully. Since she agreed to be an anchor, she wasn't playing around, she was going to work seriously. When it was almost noon, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stood up and said, Liu, I have to go out at noon. I might not be back in the afternoon, so I still need you to pick up Yi later. Bai Liu hummed and opened her mouth, looking a bit desperate to speak. Zhao Qingfeng said suspiciously, what are you going to say? Bai Liu thought for a moment before she squeezed out a smile and said, it's nothing, go get busy. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and left the office. Walking to the first floor hall, he saw condensation on the sofa. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and greeted, how long has it been? Lung Ning stood up and smiled slightly. I came over when I messaged you. Zhao Qingfeng said, ugh, what if I'm not in the company? Then where are you? I'll go find you again. Long Ning said with a smile. She wore a coffee-colored trench coat lined with a low-cut red blouse that looked full and erect, and long black high-heeled boots underneath her black silk, giving her the flavor of a sensual beauty. Zhao Qingfeng laughed. You're really not afraid of getting tired. Lang Ning looked at him and said seriously, if that person was you, you wouldn't feel tired. Zhao Qingfeng hummed and said, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Where do you want to go? Let's see. Oh, never mind. Go ahead and drive. I'll think of something to say. Okay. The two walked out of the building side by side. When they arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Qingfeng drove into the old Audi, and condensation pulled the passenger up. She swept a glance at the car and said, old Zhao, now this car, it doesn't fit your status. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, after accompanying me for so many years, it already has feelings. Alas, you are still quite nostalgic. Lang Ning glanced at him and laughed softly. Zhao Qingfeng touched the steering wheel and said calmly, a lot of new things look shiny and bright, but who knows what it's like in the interior. This car of mine looks old, but after driving it for so long, I know it like the back of my hand, so there won't be any accidents. Lang Ning's heart jumped. She always felt that Zhao Qingfeng's words seemed to have a deep meaning, making her inexplicably uncomfortable, so she changed the topic and said, let's go. Zhao Qingfeng hummed, started the car, and asked, where to eat? Go to Peachtree Town. Lang Ning uttered a name. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, he nodded and smiled. This place is quite famous. I haven't been there for a long time. Peach and Lee Town is a restaurant. Very stylish. Whether it is a date or business, it is a good place to go. Is to dine and the price is not expensive. Just a dish are several hundred. Zhao Qingfeng and Bai Xiaoxing had been there a few times before, and the food just looked pretty, but the flavor was really average. Long Ning laughed. I quite like it there. Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. Lawyer Lang, I can't tell you're still a little rich. The smile on Lang Ning's face stiffened a bit. The consumption of that place is several thousand for a random meal. She quickly explained. Ha ha, of course I can't afford to go there by myself, but there are a few sisters who have a pretty good family environment, so I've been there a few times after them. When Zhao Qingfeng heard this, He let out an "oh" and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Just like this, Zhao Qingfeng drove while chatting with her one way or another. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a restaurant with extremely classy decorations. "Hello, do you need parking?" Immediately a waiter came over and politely inquired. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and got out of the car with condensation. The waiter took his keys and said, "I'll leave your car keys at the front desk later, so you can get them by quoting the license plate number when you arrive." Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "Thank you." He then walked into the restaurant with condensation. It's just after 12. There aren't a lot of people in Peach and Plum Town. The melodious music flows like a clear spring, and the guests are all talking in whispers, not disturbing each other. Zhao Qingfeng pointed to a window seat and said, "Just sit there." Long Ning hummed. Her eyes suddenly noticed the center of the restaurant and said in surprise, "He, that person looks so familiar." Zhao Qingfeng followed the direction of her finger and his pupils instantly shrank. In the middle of the restaurant, a woman in a black dress was sitting opposite a handsome young man. The woman was gorgeous, and at this time, she didn't know what the man across from her had said, and the corner of her mouth hooked up, spreading a touching smile. Gorgeous. Zhao Qingfeng didn't expect to run into Bai Xiaoxing here, which made him frown. However, the man across from Bai Xiaoxing had his back turned, so he couldn't see his face and didn't know who it was. Bai Xiaoxing seemed to sense his gaze and subconsciously raised her head, just in time to meet Zhao Qingfeng's eyes. She froze at once. Immediately after, Bai Xiaoxing saw the condensation next to Zhao Qingfeng and his face immediately sank. She then bit her lip and walked over without a word. The man across from her also turned his head, and Zhao Qingfeng's eyes became incomparably cold when he saw it. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Feng. Bai Xiaoxing, actually eating with Zhang Feng? At this moment, Zhang Feng also got up and followed behind Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing walked over and pointed at condensation. "You stay away from my husband." Zhang Feng stood to the side, his hands clasping his chest, a meaningful smile on his face.